Chapter 1. What to do when the person you're supposed to reincarnate into has been dead for centuries, huh? Reborn? Cord opened his eyes, only to find himself in a cave. The interior was illuminated by some luminescent stones, providing enough light to see without complete darkness. Water dripped inside the cave, and under the faint glow, Cord noticed a skeleton sitting cross-legged. It had been there for who knows how long, with its immortal robes now decayed into tatters and cobwebs covering the bones. As he looked at the skeleton, a wave of memories flooded into Cord's mind. So that's how it is. From these memories, he learned that this dead person was also named Cord. They shared the same name. Huey was supposed to reincarnate into this body, but unfortunately, the person had died centuries ago. This world was dominated by cultivators. The path of immortality was long and arduous. Most practitioners could not achieve true eternity. Without achieving the Tao or true freedom, what could future generations do to advance beyond their predecessors? Naturally, they sought out the legacies left behind by past masters. By obtaining treasures and powerful artifacts left by great sages, one could instantly rise to prominence and succeed. It was like cultivating while standing on the shoulders of giants. Thus, seeking out legacy caves became the main daily activity for cultivators in this world. Especially for those poor cultivators who lacked strong family backgrounds, relying on serendipity was essential. The skeleton before him was one such minor cultivator. As his time approached, he created a cave hoping to break through and live for a few more centuries. Unfortunately, he failed and died along with his Tao. Since the person he was supposed to possess had been dead for centuries, Cord became the spirit of the cave, shortened as Cave Spirit. Detecting birth of Cave Spirit, initiating beginner's guide. In the void, primordial gases floated, and a pair of enormous eyes appeared above Cord's head. These eyes seemed endless, stretching across thousands of miles, yet Cord could only glimpse a small fraction. 1. I am the will of the Xuanhuan Tao, guiding the newly born cave spirit. After death, all return to dust, but becoming a cave spirit is a rare occurrence. 2. A cave spirit needs to increase the popularity of its cave. Higher popularity stabilizes the existence of the cave spirit. Conversely, if no one visits the cave spirit will gradually dissipate. 3. Popularity can be increased by attracting cultivators with rare treasures and supreme immortal artifacts. Setting up guardian beasts can also help, as it makes obtaining treasures more challenging, encouraging more people to come. 4. Regarding the cave spirit realm, you can now enter the cave spirit realm. With an initial popularity of 100, you can trade within this realm specifically created for cave spirits. 5. The cave rankings are issued every 3 years. Higher ranks bring greater rewards, while ranks below 10,000 face penalties. With that, the primordial gases dissipated, and the giant eye slowly faded away. From the beginner's guide, Cord concluded. In short, he needed to boost the popularity of the cave. If the cave didn't gain enough popularity, he would eventually vanish. Every 3 years, a ranking summary would be released, and low rankings would result in penalties. His initial popularity was displayed at 100 on the right side. At this moment, everything in the cave was labeled. Unnamed cave, a simple cave that has been converted into your abode. Material, Spirit Moon Pond, a small pond formed from moonlight water. Ordinary grade tier 3 material. Consuming it increases cultivation by 20 points and purifies the mind during practice. Material, Spirit Moon Water Pond Stone, an ordinary stone that takes 50 years to become a cultivation grade material. Please wait patiently. Beast, common small flower snake, a small snake found everywhere. Feeds on Spirit Moon water and evolves into a spirit beast in 10 years. Cord felt a chill as he read through the list. How could he attract cultivators with these meager resources? I traveled through time to find myself here, and I don't even get a golden finger? Come out already. Cord shouted in his mind. Ding. Activating random evolution system. Host Cord can now perform random evolution on items within the cave. Beginner benefit. 5 full luck evolutions. Full luck evolution? Let's try it out first. Initiate random evolution. Without hesitation, Cord decided to use his new power immediately. First, he would evolve everything within the cave. Beginner gets 5 full luck random evolutions. Starting now. A dilapidated, unnamed cave fully evolves into Mountain Immortal Abode. Now the entire mountain is part of your cave. Mountain Immortal Abode can accommodate more cultivators and supports detailed scene segmentation, granting divine territory privileges, equality of all beings. Equality of all beings. Your cave has reached the divine level, allowing you to forcefully lower the cultivation levels of all entering cultivators to match yours. Chapter 2. 5th Full Luck Evolution. An immortal grade grotto? And it can forcefully lower a cultivator's cultivation level? Not bad. I'll call it the Tranquil Grotto from now on. Let's continue evolving other things inside the grotto. The Spirit Moon Pond has undergone random evolution and is now the Spirit Moon Waterfall, an exquisite treasure that can produce immortal grade Spirit Moon Spring. Great heavens, does full luck evolution directly max out everything? Cord was astonished. According to the memory just implanted in his mind, in the Shenzhou world, all items used for cultivating were divided into 5 grades. Mundane grade for later Hueven stage, Spirit grade for prior Hueven and grotto storage stages, Xin grade for tribulation transcending and ascension stages, and Immortal grade for the immortal ranks. Each grade was further divided into 1 to 9 levels, with the 9th being supreme, and above the 9th was the supreme excellence level. This meant that now the Spirit Moon spring water within Cord's grotto belonged to the immortal realm. Pity. If he had even a sliver of fortune in this world, he wouldn't have died at the prior Hueven stage. Well, let's try evolving other things. Cord looked at the skeletal remains before shaking his head. Having nothing else to evolve at the moment, he cast his eyes towards the Spirit Moon Pond Stone and the little flower snake. Continue with random evolution. Proceeding with full luck random evolution, the Spirit Moon Pond Stone has evolved randomly into the supreme immortal grade Moondrop Stone. An ordinary little flower snake has undergone full luck random evolution, becoming the supreme immortal grade spirit pet, the 7-color swallow sky python. Remaining full luck evolutions, 1 time. 2 more supreme artifacts. Not bad, very good. Now I have my treasures, and the next step should be attracting cultivators to increase my popularity, but how do I attract them here? Cord pondered anew. Huey had treasures, and wasn't afraid of cultivators forcibly entering his grotto, but like a fine wine hidden deep in an alley, he didn't know how to make this known to the world. Huey then turned his gaze to the grotto spirit's secret realm, a secret world only accessible to grotto spirits, located at the deepest part of the grotto, appearing as a vortex. Entering the vortex was equivalent to stepping into the grotto spirit's secret realm. I'll go see the grotto spirit's secret realm. Cord immediately set off for the spirit's world. Upon opening his eyes within the vortex, Cord saw the grotto spirit's secret realm. Underfoot was bluestone pavement, ahead lay a very ancient city. Its walls and boundaries were unseen, and Cord stood before its colossal gate in human form, dressed in linen attire. Inside the city gates, numerous grotto spirits similar to humans hawked goods. Above their heads floated text bubbles. Clicking one revealed many treasures intended for cultivators. Come, take a look at these spirit-grade grotto guardian beasts. As long as your beast is strong enough, it can kill cultivators and seize their equipment. Check out these formations. You need formations within your grotto, which can both protect it and draw cultivators looking to break through them. Look at my stall. First-grade spirit-grade materials for only 50 popularity points. Buy wholesale now. Gray mist auspicious clouds at a discount. Only 100 popularity points can buy you a gray mist cloud to catch the attention of cultivators, a must-have for new grotto spirits. Just as Cord was feeling overwhelmed by choices, a fist-sized light orb floated before him, emitting a clear voice. Huey-Yellow, I'm your grotto spirit's secret realm assistant. What are you looking for, honored grotto spirit? My main need right now is methods for drawing visitors. After some thought, Cord realized his primary issue. Despite having 3 supreme immortal grade treasures, he lacked ways to attract cultivators. His current main task was indeed attracting cultivators. Therefore, Cord said, I want to attract cultivators to my grotto. Considering the 100 popularity points you have, the assistant recommends these gray mist auspicious clouds, visible to cultivators within 10 miles, ensuring they will come. Good, I'll take it. Cord paid promptly. Huey noticed nearby merchant grotto spirits staring at him and gossiping after he left. That new grotto spirit was probably scammed again, boasting about some spirit-grade material. Buying clouds nowadays? Not really. Materials get consumed quickly. How many explorations can they endure? Beginners should buy guardian beasts. Killing cultivators can lure revenge and enrich their grottos with remnants. Buying formations isn't bad either. Cultivators will keep coming to research and break them. Maybe he's a super powerhouse who reincarnated as a grotto spirit? Don't joke. Super powerhouses reincarnated as grotto spirits wouldn't wear such plain initial clothing. Looks like this spirit won't last past the first 3 years. Despite hearing their whispers, Cord paid no heed. Back at his grotto, he discovered the entire mountain grotto could be divided into multiple regions according to his wishes, with relics placed wherever he commanded. Let's evolve the gray mist cloud first. System notice. Gray mist cloud has undergone random evolution and become the supreme immortal grade 7-color auspicious cloud. Seeing this, Cord's lips curled slightly in satisfaction. All preparations were complete. It was time to draw cultivators and increase popularity. Speaking of increasing popularity, it reminded Cord of his previous identity before his transmigration. Before transmigrating, he worked at Binksixi Company. In the modern world, Binksixi stood out among mature commercial platforms by excelling in various methods of increasing popularity. And Cord knew these methods well. Chapter 2. 5th Full Luck Evolution. An immortal grade cave abode? And it can even forcibly reduce a cultivator's cultivation? Not bad. From now on, let's call this the free and easy cave abode. Let's continue evolving other things inside the cave. Spirit Moon Puddle has undergone random evolution and is now the Spirit Moon Waterfall, an extraordinary site that produces immortal grade Spirit Moon Spring. What the heck? Does full luck evolution directly max everything out? Cord was stunned. Based on the memories that had just entered his mind, in the world of Divine Continent, cultivation items were divided into worldly grade for postnatal stage, spirit grade for prenatal and hidden cavern stages, Xian grade for tribulation transcending and ascension stages, and immortal grade for the immortal realm. Each grade was further divided from 1st to 9th rank, with extraordinary being above the 9th rank. This meant that the Spirit Moon spring water within Cord's cave was something only immortals could possess. Pity, if he had any fortune in this world, he wouldn't have died prematurely at the prenatal stage. Forget it, let me try evolving some other things. Cord shook his head as he looked at the petrified white bones. Seeing no other options for evolution, he cast his eyes toward the Spirit Moon Puddle Stone and the Little Flower Snake. Continue with random evolution. The Spirit Moon Puddle Stone has undergone random full luck evolution and become an extraordinary immortal grade moon droplet stone. A common Little Flower Snake has undergone random full luck evolution and become an extraordinary immortal grade spirit pet, the 7-colored sky devouring python. Remaining full luck evolutions, 1. Another 2 extraordinarily supreme items. Excellent, very excellent. Now I have treasures. The next step should be attracting cultivators to increase popularity. But how do I attract them? Cord pondered over the new problem. With such treasures, he wasn't worried about cultivators forcibly breaking in. However, good wine still needs a deep alley. It was unclear how to announce this matter to the world. Huey then looked at the cave's spirit realm, a secret world accessible only by cave spirits, located at the deepest part of the cave, appearing like a vortex. Entering the vortex equaled stepping into the cave spirit realm. I'll go check out the cave spirit realm. Cord immediately headed towards the cave spirit world. Upon opening his eyes within the vortex, he saw the cave spirit realm. Beneath his feet lay bluestone bricks. Before him stood an ancient city whose walls' height and width were unfathomable. Transforming into human form, clad in a hemp robe, he stood before the colossal city gates. Walking through, he saw cave spirits similar to ordinary humans hawking goods everywhere. Their heads bore text bubbles. Randomly tapping one, Cord found many items were treasures used by cultivators. Come here, see this spirit-grade cave guardian beast. If your spirit beast is strong enough, it can kill cultivators and plunder their equipment and items. Check out these formations. Your cave must have formations, which can protect it and attract cultivators trying to break them. Look at my stall. First-rank spirit-grade materials for only 50 popularity points, sold in bulk. Clouds of gray mist on sale cheap. Buy gray mistjang cloud for just 100 popularity points. It will attract attention, perfect for new cave spirits. Just as Cord's eyes were dazzled, a fist-sized light ball floated in front of him, emitting a crisp human voice. Yellow, I am the assistant of the cave spirit realm. What is Lord Cave Spirit looking for? My main need right now is a means to attract traffic. After seriously considering, Cord realized that despite having 3 extraordinary immortal-grade treasures, he lacked methods to attract cultivators. The main task now was to attract cultivators. Thus, Cord spoke up. I want to attract cultivators to my cave. With the 100 popularity points you carry, the assistant recommends Gray Mistjang Cloud. Cultivators within 10 miles will see the cloud and come. Fine, I'll take it. Cord paid promptly, only to find nearby merchant, cave spirits staring at him. After leaving, they whispered behind his back. Isn't that new cave spirit getting scammed again? Feels like he thinks having a spirit-grade material makes him special. Is he buying clouds now? That's true. Materials are consumables. How many explorations can they sustain? Beginners should buy spirit beasts instead, to directly kill cultivators and provoke vengeance or obtain relics to fill the cave. Buying formations isn't bad either. Cultivators will keep coming to study them. Maybe he's the reincarnation of a super mogul? Cut the jokes. A reincarnated super mogul would wear ordinary initial clothes? Looks like this cave spirit won't last the first 3 years. Other cave spirits kept gossiping behind Cord's back, but he didn't care. Back at his cave, Cord found he could divide the entire mountain cave into multiple zones as he wished. Huey also had control over arranging various relics. Let's evolve the Gray Mistjang Cloud first. System notice, Gray Mistjang Cloud has undergone random evolution and become an extraordinary immortal grade 7-colored cloud. Seeing this, Cord's lips curled slightly. All preparations were ready. It was time to attract cultivators and increase popularity. Speaking of increasing popularity, one cannot help but mention Cord's identity before he was transported. Before being transported, he was an employee at Bink60 Company. In the modern world, Bink60 emerged uniquely among mature commercial platforms. How did they achieve this? Through various methods of increasing popularity. Cord was well versed in these methods. Chapter 3. 7-colored auspicious cloud. Huey became the Huevan chosen one. Start setting up the designated area. Place the waterfall and the supreme moon dew stone at the front, then the 7-colored swallowing sky python. Cord began arranging the cave dwelling. If other cave spirits saw this scene, they would surely scold him for being a fool. Typically, the best items in a cave dwelling are hidden deep inside, enticing cultivators to explore further. A cave dwelling as large as Cord's, with treasures openly displayed at the entrance, was simply a waste of valuable resources. The orthodox approach would be to leave nothing at the entrance, place an array formation in the middle, and use the 7-colored swallowing sky python to ambush intruders, thus acquiring their remains and attracting new cultivators continuously. This cycle would help accumulate capital to buy better heavenly materials from the cave spirit realm, thereby drawing even more cultivators. However, Cord did the opposite, directly placing the 7-colored swallowing sky python right at the entrance. The entire mountain-sized cave dwelling had things only at the entrance, leaving everything else behind completely empty. Begin setting up the activity rules. Based on his previous work experience, Cord established the cave dwelling rules. All items within this cave dwelling can be obtained when the progress reaches 100%. Congratulations, fellow Taoist, for entering Holt Cave Dwelling and being bestowed supreme fortune. Your current acquisition progress is 99%. Invite 5 friends to strike the supreme moon dew stone once to reach 100% progress and claim it immediately. Congratulations, fellow Taoist, for becoming the sole successor of Holt. You may tame the 7-colored swallowing sky python. Current taming progress is 99.9%. Estimated that inviting 15 friends to assist will reach 100% taming degree, and you can take away the supreme spirit pet. Congratulations, fellow Taoist, for gaining recognition from immortal Holt. You may obtain the supreme moon dew waterfall. Current acquisition progress is 99.99%. Find 10 friends to punch in at the base of the waterfall. Reaching 100% check-in progress will grant you the immortal grade waterfall. The final interpretation rights belong to Holt Cave Dwelling. After establishing the rules, Cord looked at the 7-colored swallowing sky python. The little snake seemed very obedient post-evolution, apparently aware of his existence. Arental Flower, from now on, your name is Arental Flower. Do you understand the rules I set? Cord addressed the small flower snake, now known as the 7-colored swallowing sky python. These spiritual beasts have human-like intelligence. After Cord explained everything, it nodded in full understanding of the activity content. Very good. If anyone causes trouble or attempts to rob, don't be polite. Cord nodded approvingly. This small flower snake would be his first employee. Having done everything, it was time to release the 7-colored auspicious cloud. Release the 7-colored auspicious cloud. Cord directly used the evolved auspicious cloud outside the cave dwelling. The 7-colored auspicious cloud is the highest grade. It belongs to a one-time consumable immortal grade item. Once released, the heavens changed colors as rainbow-hued clouds swirled above the Holt Cave dwelling. Rumble. Rumble. Rolling thunder intermixed with the auspicious clouds, and the silhouette of an immortal emerged amidst the rainbow hues, playing musical instruments. Fairy maidens floated gracefully in light veils, while cranes circled endlessly. Mist surrounded the area, creating an idyllic scene filled with music and song. What a magnificently spectacular sight! For thousands of miles around, countless sects witnessed this magnificent display. Without doubt, another powerful cave dwelling had emerged, and it must contain supreme opportunities. Holt Cave Dwelling was located on Green Pine Mountain. This mountain mainly produced ordinary cultivation materials, occasionally having spirit grade ones. Xiuxians, cultivators visiting this mountain, were generally not of high rank. But upon seeing the seven-colored auspicious cloud, all innate cultivators felt they stood a chance. They all wanted to give it a try. The closest to Holt Cave Dwelling was a nascent chi practitioner named Roland. Huey was a bulky man with thick black eyebrows. Huey belonged to a local sect called Xingyang Gate, which wasn't prominent, with few members. In any case, it was a minor, obscure sect. At this moment, Roland was extremely excited. Huey raised his head, tears streaming down his face, exclaiming, "Huey, to actually encounter a seven-colored auspicious cloud today, my fate shall change. If I gain even a fraction of a senior's fortune, I will rise and achieve great Dao cultivation." With these thoughts, Roland arrived at Holt Cave Dwelling. Entering the cave dwelling, he prostrated 3 times into thin air and loudly declared, "Junior disciple of Xingyang Gate, Roland, has come here to visit Senior's cave dwelling. As Senior has already transcended, please leave some blessings for juniors like us who also pursue the great Dao. If I achieve the great Dao, I will honor Senior's cave dwelling respectfully." After speaking, Roland knelt and kowtowed 3 times, much to Cord's satisfaction. "Welcome the first victim. No, the first blessed one." Thus, Cord sent the newly established rules to Roland. "Congratulations, fellow Taoist, for entering Holt Cave Dwelling and receiving supreme fortune. Your current acquisition progress is 99%. Invite 5 friends to strike the Moon Dew Stone to reach 100% progress and receive the Supreme Moon Dew Stone immediately." What? Senior is actually giving me supreme fortune? Am I dreaming? Just invite 5 friends to strike the Moon Dew Stone to get the Supreme Moon Dew Stone? Roland was shocked. Had he truly become the Hueven chosen one? Chapter 4. Forget cultivation. Come over and help me cut it. Roland was moved to tears. Huey had never imagined that happiness could come so suddenly. It was just like the protagonists in those cultivation novels who always managed to obtain supreme treasures no matter where they went. What was a supreme grade moon droplet stone? It was an item used by immortals, let alone Shantan and Hotan cultivators. Even Cave Realm, Tribulation Transcending Realm, and Ascension Realm cultivators might not possess such a supreme grade cultivation material. Note: for better fluency and consistency, supreme grade is used to maintain terminology. Shantan and Hotan are kept as they seem to be specific terms in the context of cultivation, which may not have direct English equivalents without additional context. For an improved and more fluent translation. Not to mention low-level cultivators like those at the acquired and innate stages, even cultivators at the cave, tribulation transcending, and ascension stages might not possess such a supreme grade cultivation material. One could say it was a peerless magic treasure. A true peerless magic treasure. The effect of the moon droplet stone was to gather chi and focus the mind. An ordinary mortal grade moon droplet stone was something Roland could never possess as a cultivation resource. Now it was a supreme grade moon droplet stone. It would absolutely aid him in achieving enlightenment and becoming immortal. Hueven. What was luck? Roland tilted his head slightly and looked toward the location of the supreme grade moon droplet stone. It was a luminescent stone about half a meter tall. Its spiritual energy had solidified into mist, which felt refreshing with each breath. A supreme grade moon droplet stone was priceless in the divine state world. Not to mention a supreme grade one. This opportunity made Roland feel as if he were dreaming. The only downside was that he needed to find 5 friends to cut the moon droplet stone together to get it. Find 5 more people? They might share the opportunity with me. Why not try taking this supreme treasure directly? Faced with such a superior celestial grade treasure, Roland inevitably entertained the thought of keeping it all for himself. It was human nature. Who wouldn't want to keep such a sudden windfall all to themselves? As Roland approached the supreme grade moon droplet stone, absorbing a strand of its divine aura, a pair of massive eyes suddenly opened in the darkness. The eyes resembled huge, pale yellow lanterns with a red-black line running through the middle. Snake. Roland, who often collected herbs on the mountain, recognized them as snake eyes. But the problem was, he had never seen such an enormous snake. Could it be the legendary xuanhuan from strange novels? Using the light from the moon droplet stone and outside the cave, Roland saw the moving creature clearly. Its armor-like scales shimmered in rainbow colors, and there was a spiral vortex on its head. 7-colored swallowing Hueven python? Roland swallowed hard. Spiritual beasts were classified similarly to human cultivators. By human standards, the 7-colored swallowing Hueven python was already at the ascension stage. A 7-colored swallowing Hueven python with a spiral vortex pattern had already survived the lightning tribulation. Roland didn't know how to categorize this level of spiritual beast. In short, it was at the immortal beast level, far beyond his reach. And this immortal level spiritual beast was just the guardian of this immortal's cave. Hueven. When did Green Pine Mountain produce such heavenly talent? How could such a transcendent immortal remain unknown and pass away silently here? Several thoughts flashed through Roland's mind. Huey clearly understood one thing. Whatever this recluse cave master gave him was his. If the cave master didn't give it, he couldn't take it. To snatch it, one would need to be an immortal. I am ignorant. Junior will follow Senior's wishes and obtain my own fortune. I shall go down the mountain now and gather friends. Roland straightened his face and crouched on the ground, trembling in fear. After a long while, seeing no further action from the 7-colored swallowing Hueven python, he cautiously got up and respectfully left the recluse cave. His departure was just the beginning. Cultivators like him, Cord received 12 within half an hour. Some entered and obtained the Supreme Grade Moon Droplet Stone task. Others came in and got the Taming of Supreme Spirit Pets task. It looks like these are the nearby cultivators. Let's see when they'll bite after casting out the bait. Cord watched the departing cultivators back, feeling a bit of anticipation. The first cultivator to leave, Roland, returned to Xuanhuan sect as quickly as possible. Xuanhuan sect was some distance from Green Pine Mountain. It took Roland most of the day to return to his sect. As soon as he entered, he yelled loudly. Gil, Xiao Daniel, Richard, Old Sawyer, where are you? Hurry, stop cultivating. I'm about to gain an incredible fortune. Just help me out once, and when I succeed, everyone benefits. Roland was quite popular in Xuanhuan sect because he liked to take care of others. Huey quickly gathered 4 of his closest friends. Brother Vicky, what is it? I haven't finished today's sword practice. I pursue the way through the sword and must strike 500 times daily to achieve unity with my blade. Yeah, you're pulling us away for no reason. I still need to meditate. I'm preparing to break through the chi cultivation stage. I'm 51 this year. If I don't establish my foundation soon, I won't have the chance to reach the Xiantian realm. Note, Shantan is often translated as Xiantian in cultivation novels to maintain consistency with terminology used in the genre. Every moment counts in cultivation. If it's not extremely urgent, we should go back to our practice. Hearing their complaints, Roland waved his hand and shouted loudly. Why cultivate anymore? Help me cut it once, and I'll make you fly right away. Chapter 5. One man ascends, chickens and dogs follow. Chop one strike? What is chop one strike? The youngest member of the group, Argyle, was taken aback. Huey was the least senior disciple in Xingyang Gate, and Roland had often taken care of him. But why did today's Roland seem possessed? Could it be the legendary loss of control during cultivation? Brother Vicky, please clarify what's going on. Eric, another close friend, also spoke up. Yes, you usually practice the most diligently. Why are you speaking like this today? The other 3 friends were equally perplexed. There's no time to explain. Just follow me. I'll show you the Immortals Cave. What? Did elder brother Vicky find the Immortals Cave with the 7 colored clouds? Argyle, the youngest, looked at Roland with admiration. That was a supreme opportunity. It was said that seeing the 7 colored clouds could lead to boundless opportunities and rise from humble beginnings to greatness. In the mainland of China, there were countless stories of cultivators falling into mountain cliffs only to discover blessed lands and achieving greatness after seizing such opportunities, becoming leaders and advancing along the path of cultivation. Could Roland of Xingyang Gate be today's main character? At this thought, Argyle felt incredibly excited. As the saying goes, one man ascends, chickens and dogs follow. If Roland advanced to the innate realm, achieved his nascent soul, endured the lightning tribulation, and ascended to immortality, would he not take care of them, his brothers? I saw the 7 colored clouds too, and was preparing to check it out, but this kind of opportunity. Humbert Aaron, the most experienced among them, frowned slightly. Humbert Aaron was a 51-year-old cultivator who had been frail due to a serious illness in his youth. Yet his eyes were as sharp as an eagle's, and he was notably calm. Currently, Humbert Aaron was at the peak of the 9th level of the chi condensation stage within the acquired realm, just 1 step away from reaching the foundation establishment stage. Once he broke through to the foundation establishment stage, he would enter the innate realm, which meant he could live at least 180 years. However, it wasn't that easy. Countless ordinary people failed at the chi condensation to foundation establishment transition. To successfully establish a foundation, hard work alone was insufficient. Because humans age. The older they get, the lower their chances of success. Thus, Humbert Aaron was more eager than anyone else to advance his cultivation. Huey was extremely envious of the 7 colored clouds cave, but experienced Humbert Aaron knew that things were probably not so simple. Firstly, how perilous was the 7 colored cave? Spirit beasts were not stupid. They had senses far superior to human cultivators. They had long occupied the treasures within the cave and became guardian spirit beasts. Many spirit beasts grew up alongside those treasures. In this situation, taking the treasure would be extremely difficult. Secondly, after obtaining precious cultivation materials, the nightmare would just begin. Obtaining the treasure was easy, but guarding it was hard. They would certainly face blockades from major sects. There were many other issues. Just thinking about it made one sigh. I understand what Gil means. A handsome man interrupted Humbert Aaron. Huey was Eric, one of the most skilled cultivators of the new generation in Xingyang Gate. At only 32, he had already reached peak chi condensation, 1 step away from great completion. With steady progress, he would definitely reach the innate realm. But Eric was not content with the status quo. Looking straight at Humbert Aaron, he said, Gil, if elder brother Vicky seizes this opportunity, we might also get a taste. A single drop of the Immortals Cave's elixir would save us decades of cultivation time. How many decades does one have? I must seize this chance. Eric's words ignited a fierce flame in everyone's hearts. Cultivation was fraught with danger. Even with a smooth advancement, one could easily perish during the lightning tribulation or the heart demon tribulation. The acquired realm required cherishing every day. Even materials that could save a few years of cultivation were worth risking for. Very well said. Rare it is that Desong found an opportunity and didn't forget about us. We must go see it together. Huey eats meat, we drink broth, and we'll walk this long path of cultivation together. Another middle-aged man spoke loudly. His name was Jediah, the eldest disciple of Xingyang Gate, who had already entered the innate foundation establishment stage, being at the 3rd level. Unlike Humbert Aaron, Jediah had a robust build with muscles bulging like small mountains, full of vigor. If judged by appearance alone, one might mistake him for a young man in his 20s. Alright, let's set off immediately. If we're late, someone else might snatch our opportunity. Roland urged. But he had only gathered 4 people. What should he do about the missing one? Huey sought friends closest to him, known since before entering the cultivation world. Finding others wouldn't be impossible, but they would undoubtedly be very jealous. As they passed the kitchen, Roland paused for a moment. Huey decided to bring a little helper working in the kitchen to make up the number. The little helper, an orphan raised in the kitchen, was low-key and kept secrets well. Since childhood, he had worked in the kitchen, and everyone in Jingyang Gate called him Arental Huilper. Arental Huilper was very enthusiastic about cultivation, and due to past events, Roland felt compelled to help him. At this moment, Arental Huilper didn't know what was happening, wiping his greasy hands on his clothes as Roland half-dragged him out. Including Roland, 6 people returned to Green Pine Mountain. By the time they reached the foot of the mountain, the stars had filled the night sky. Normally dark at this hour, the mountain base was now brightly lit. Hundreds of cultivators held torches to disperse the climbers. Away with you, this mountain is booked by Xuanhuan Gate. Leave quickly. ##### Chapter 6. Do not cause trouble. Congratulations fellow Taoist on obtaining supreme fortune. Why? Roland couldn't help but protest. Just because I am your elder, the cultivator from Xuanhuan sect shouted back loudly, mocking him. Xuanhuan sect was the leading sect within 100 miles, its strength far surpassing that of minor sects like Jingyang sect. Among these hundreds of cultivators were dozens who had reached the innate foundation establishment realm, completely overwhelming Roland and his group. Damnable. All they rely on is the support of a major sect? A bunch of dogs bullying others with power. Roland gritted his teeth in frustration. Huey had barely managed to obtain this supreme fortune. Just gather 5 friends to each strike 1 blow, and he could receive the highest grade moon drop stone. But now his path was blocked. Huey was unwilling to give up. How could he accept this fate? If he had equal cultivation resources, if he had a unique opportunity, would these lackeys be able to compare with his achievements? At the foot of the mountain, Cord saw everything. As the entire Green Pine Mountain was his cave residence, he naturally kept watch over it. Upon seeing the scene, he became very angry. How could a sect dare monopolize an entire mountain? Damn it, how would he get any popularity points without visitors? Without popularity, how would he compete for rankings in 3 years? Without ranking, there would be punishments, which would lower his popularity even more. A vicious cycle indeed. Stopping people from entering the mountain was cutting off Cord's income. Huey took action directly. Of course, as a low-popularity cave spirit, he lacked cultivation skills and couldn't leave the cave residence, making it insufficient to interfere with these cultivators. But he had something valuable, a high-grade spirit beast. Arental Hua, go and clean up these troublemakers blocking the entrance, Cord commanded. Arental Hua, a giant snake, left the cave residence, slithering along its massive body. On the other side, the Xuanhuan sect cultivators, seeing Roland still reluctant to leave, grinned menacingly as they conjured magical spheres, closing in step by step. What? You're not leaving yet? I'm giving you a chance to leave, or you'll have no choice soon. Feeling the threat in the words, Roland's 5 friends tried to persuade him. Dasong, let it be. No matter how great the fortune, nothing can compare to life. Without life, you have nothing. Yes, brother Vicky, bear with it for a moment, the storm will pass. That's the sorrow of a minor sect. We can only endure when bullied. Roland looked toward Cord's cave residence, his eyes filled with unwillingness. This might be his greatest fortune. Should he just give up? I cannot accept this. If the heavens see clearly, please witness these wicked deeds, obstructing cultivation and ruining fortunes. Such people do not deserve to seek the way of freedom. Roland lifted his head and howled, hoping for a miracle that would allow him to ascend the mountain. You really are amusing. Q even treats all things equally as mere straws. The great Tao itself is indifferent. For a cultivator to cry out to the heavens is laughable, said the Xuanhuan sect cultivator in the innate realm, preparing to attack. SSS. A huge, 7-colored swallowing sky python emerged above the cultivator's head, wrapping its moist tongue around him. At the same time, Cord's voice echoed across Green Pine Mountain. I am the immortal Cord, and the fortune at my place of fall belongs to the destined ones. None shall obstruct or cause trouble on my Green Pine Mountain. With those words, the python swallowed the blocking cultivator whole. Everyone else was stunned. Only then did they realize it was a high-grade spirit beast. Before such power, even innate ascension cultivators were no different from ants. The immortal has shown his presence. Roland knelt gratefully and bowed. Other cultivators witnessing this scene dared not stop Roland from ascending. They even looked at him with admiration. Under many gazes, Roland and his group walked into Cord's cave residence. Venerable immortal Cord, I've arrived. How do I proceed with the 5 strikes? Just slash randomly at the highest grade moondrop stone, came Cord's voice again. The stone was extremely durable, impossible for mortals to damage. Hearing this, Roland bravely approached and asked his 5 friends to strike the stone in turn. Friend assistance strike successful. Congratulations, progress reaches 99.3%. Achieve 100% progress to claim the highest grade moondrop stone immediately. Friend assistance strike successful. Congratulations, progress reaches 99.6%. Achieve 100% progress to claim the highest grade moondrop stone immediately. Friend assistance strike successful. Congratulations, progress reaches 99.7%. Achieve 100% progress to claim the highest grade moondrop stone immediately. These prompts made Roland breathe heavily. The highest grade moondrop stone would soon belong to him. Unbeknownst to Roland, his progress was being publicly displayed at the entrance of the cave residence. Cultivators on Green Pine Mountain crowded around, their eyes turning red with envy and jealousy. Why should an unknown cultivator gain such supreme fortune? Yet, they were also afraid to enter an immortal's relics. Thus, Cord's voice resounded again. You need not worry. I have set rules before my demise. As long as you follow them, my cave residence is safe. Welcome to those who have the right destiny. This reassurance dispelled many cultivators' doubts. Upon entering, they heard echoing in their minds. Congratulations, fellow Taoist, on obtaining supreme fortune. ##### Chapter 7. What kind of divine grotto is this? Many cultivators found that they had also obtained opportunities for advancement. They were moved almost to tears. What kind of divine grotto was this? How could one gain such opportunities immediately upon entering? Initially, the cultivators were discreet about it, fearing others would find out and ask for help. But when they spoke up, they discovered that everyone else had also received supreme opportunities. Some had the chance to obtain an immortal grade premium moondrop stone. Some could take away an immortal grade spirit beast, the 7-colored swallowing sky python, and some could become the master of the spirit moon waterfall. They were going crazy. All the cultivators went wild with excitement. They began helping each other. Older Rona, give me a hand with one strike. Once I get this immortal grade premium moondrop stone, I'll bring you along for cultivation right away. Aren't you Aranong Shagezu of Tianyu Pavilion? We met at the last spiritual grade auction. Let's help each other. Huey, aren't you the little beggar from Huevenly River City Temple? You practiced Tao too? Forget it all. Just give me one strike. The cultivators were enthusiastic, and seeing the lively scene in his grotto, Cord smiled in satisfaction. Postnatal stage cultivators plus 120, popularity plus 1,200. Prenatal stage cultivators plus 18, popularity plus 900. Foundation establishment stage cultivators plus 6, popularity plus 600. The higher the cultivation level, the more popularity points each provided. However, there were more postnatal cultivators nearby, so in terms of numbers, they contributed the most popularity points. The masses are the foundation. Though high-ranking cultivators provided quality points, quantity was often the key. Moreover, postnatal cultivators had the potential to gradually develop into prenatal ones. Cord, having watched Pinduoduo Company rise, understood that its success did not come from trading large commodities, but from selling many small daily necessities. Following the same logic, he knew he mustn't neglect these postnatal cultivators. After distributing opportunities, Cord's popularity soared to 3,300. If other new cave spirits saw this, they would weep bitterly. It took them years to accumulate such popularity. But Cord was still unsatisfied. Huey wanted to expand his popularity further. How? Simply put, the cultivators soon realized they could only help once. That is, after helping someone get a moondrop stone, they couldn't assist anyone else. Each person could only aid another one time. Cord explained. Only newly entered cultivators in my free and easy grotto can help others. Once they've helped, they cannot repeat the action. This way, those who obtained opportunities had to recruit more fellow cultivators. Announcing this, many cultivators were shocked. Apparently, each person only had one chance to help. Thus, only those who widely cultivated good karma could benefit from it. Solitary and secretive individuals would have no chance in this grotto. Are you toying with us? An angry cultivator tried to snatch the moondrop stone but was swallowed by Arantal flower. All present gulped. Brute force wouldn't work. Brethren, the free and easy grotto welcomes those who cultivate good karma. Someone has already received the immortal grade premium moondrop stone, but I cannot tell you who it is. After Cord spoke, an announcement popped up in the grotto. Congratulations to XXX fellow Taoist for achieving 100% progress and obtaining one immortal grade premium moondrop stone. Information kept confidential? What? Someone actually got the premium moondrop stone already? Hueven, I've slashed 5 times, reaching 99.99% progress. I just need friends to boost me more. So anxious. Why are you anxious? I've surpassed 99.99%, but you'll find you need to rally 50 friends for assistance, each slash providing minimal energy value. 100 energy values equal 0.01% progress. Regardless, someone has already gotten the immortal grade moondrop stone. I'm off to find friends. After a brief hesitation, the cultivators went berserk. Someone had truly secured an immortal grade cultivation material. From now on, they'd soar to great heights, showcasing themselves at various grand cultivation events, becoming new stars in the cultivation world, reaching the pinnacle of life. One immortal grade item was enough to change their destinies. These cultivators are quite easy to fool, Cord thought, watching as they rushed out to find friends. Huey couldn't help but smile. These cultivators wouldn't guess there was a sly outsider cave spirit playing with them. Someone getting the immortal grade moondrop stone? Impossible. Cord only had one immortal grade moondrop stone. If it were taken, what would attract more people? So, he never intended to give it away. Huey did everything very subtly and cunningly, ensuring the winner's information remained confidential. That way, cultivators wouldn't blame him. Instead, they might thank him. Chapter 8. Who Evenly Dao allocates wives. The confidentiality of the identities of the awardees could be considered as a means to protect them. Otherwise, these cultivators might not even make it off Chingsong Mountain before being intercepted by others. However, this confidentiality left everyone in the dark about who had taken the immortal grade moon drip stone away. Or perhaps, they simply couldn't confirm if Cord's statement was true. But for the tangible treasures within the cave dwelling, they chose to believe him. It made logical sense. If someone possessed an immortal grade treasure, would they go back on their word and play games with them? Those powerful figures who had perished cared greatly about their dignity. But what the cultivators failed to realize was that Holt Cave Dwelling's spirit wasn't some grand master. It was just a despicable outsider. Roland, the first person to reach the cave, had already received help from his 5 friends in cutting the moon drip stone. His progress was now at 99.99%, just a 0.01% short, and he'd obtained the supreme immortal grade treasure. Dasong, did you manage to get the moon drip stone? Roland's friend, Eric, asked. The remaining 4 companions, including the young kitchen helper, looked at him expectantly. I haven't gotten it yet, but the acquisition progress has reached 99.99%, and I'll have it soon, Roland replied with fervor. His 5 friends exchanged glances, then Eric spoke up, actually, I also got an opportunity to gain a reward. Ajay got one too? I did too. I gained a top-grade moon drip stone and need to find 5 friends to help cut it. The oldest among them, Humbert Aaron, chimed in. Yeah, I also got one. Mine involves taming a 7-colored celestial python. Oh, I was so scared when I saw that snake earlier. Can I really tame it? Argyle exclaimed excitedly. If he could tame such a celestial pet, wherever he went, he would be the center of attention, much like a firefly in the dark night. So striking and eye-catching. I also obtained a chance. My task is to punch in at the bottom of the Erengu waterfall, which can give me ownership over the entire waterfall, the young kitchen helper said softly. The water from the Erengu waterfall could improve a cultivator's physique. For someone like the kitchen helper, born without significant spiritual roots, the blessings of this water could turn him into a cultivation prodigy within a few years, with potentially all maxed out spiritual roots. Every major sect would vie for him. The young kitchen helper desperately wanted to seize this opportunity. You're dreaming, little helper. How many people do you know who would actually help you punch in? Jediah remarked, casting a sidelong glance at him. Jediah felt irritated because out of the 6 people present, 5 had received opportunities. Despite having the strongest strength, he hadn't been granted any fortune. Frustrating. Huey thought the owner of this cave dwelling must have been blind. If Cord knew what he was thinking, he would be torn between laughter and crying. Honestly, in his setup, there was a 90% chance for any cultivator entering the cave to receive an opportunity. Not receiving one just meant very bad luck. But if they came again the next day, they would still have a 90% chance of obtaining one. However, for those with bad luck, it was uncertain whether they could complete their tasks. Right. There was also the issue of user retention. In other caves, cultivators might enter once or twice, take what they needed, and leave. The popularity would only last for 2 or 3 visits. But in Holt Cave Dwelling, Cord required those who received opportunities to come daily to punch in. They could enlist the help of friends, equivalent to finding 10 friends each day, and punching in daily earned extra progress. Therefore, Cord wasn't worried about losing these cultivators. Anyway, let's return to the young kitchen helper. Hearing Jediah's words, the kitchen helper looked sad. This child knew that his spiritual roots were almost non-existent, condemning him to an ordinary life, turning into dust in 100 years. Yet, like any mortal, he dreamed of immortality. Not to mention, he harbored a deep-seated grudge. Obtaining this opportunity could change his fate and begin a legendary tale of an ordinary person becoming a cultivator. Unfortunately, the kitchen helper struggled to find friends to help him. Cord noticed this but didn't think much of it. On the first day, Holt Cave Dwelling garnered 9,000 popularity points. Once things settled down at night, Cord chose to enter the cave spirit realm. Why waste 9,000 points? Stepping into the cave spirit realm, Cord saw a glowing orb float over. It emitted a voice saying, "Today is marriage festival. Unmarried cave spirits will be matched with spiritual partners by the will of Xuanhuan Dao." Wait, Xuanhuan Dao matches spouses? Cord chuckled. Suddenly, a massive eye appeared above him, and he found a scroll in his hand. Opening it revealed a name. This name seemed oddly familiar. When he checked the previous popularity ranking, the name on the scroll belonged to Bridget, who ranked second last time. Translation completed with adherence to the original structure and style while ensuring fluency and coherence. Chapter 9. But if I divorce you, there will be no subsidy. Previously, when Cord entered the Spirit Grotto realm, he glanced at the popularity rankings. In fact, it was almost impossible not to see it. The rankings were almost always posted in his abode, so Cord would see them every time he looked up. The second place on the leaderboard belonged to Bridget. Not only that, but if one looked further back, they'd find that Bridget had almost always been in the top 3, making her the pride of the Spirit Grotto realm. So now, Cord found himself with a marital contract involving Bridget? Cord couldn't help but laugh and cry simultaneously. Who is Cord? Bring him to me immediately. Cord seemed to hear a woman's voice from above. Looking up, he saw a woman with a beauty score exceeding 95 issuing commands imperiously from the upper floor. She wore opulent brocade attire, with well-arranged hair, an elegant figure, skin as white as snow, and a face that could make the world fall for her. Even while giving orders, she retained an endearing charm. Her appearance made everything she did seem justified. Divine law allocating wives. Who knew such a thing existed? Spirit Grotto assistant. Why does the divine law allocate marriages? What's the significance of getting married in the Spirit Grotto realm? Cord casually asked the Spirit Grotto assistant. Master, the divine law has its own reasons. Perhaps there are too few Spirit Grottos, and too many unclaimed dwellings. More Spirit Grottos are needed. The Spirit Grotto assistant replied, shimmering with light. Cord smiled wryly upon hearing this, and walked into the same pavilion. This pavilion, named 1000 Easy Pavilion, was a trading place for the Spirit Grottos. It was far more economical than street stalls, and much more regulated. As soon as he entered, a shop attendant warmly welcomed him. Sir, you're new here, right? What do you plan to buy? Yes, some items. Cord surveyed the interior decor of the pavilion. The goods here were more neatly arranged, divided into different sections like spiritual beasts, cultivation materials, and magical treasures. The products were dazzling, and the prices reasonable. A first-grade spirit material or magical treasure cost between 50 to 200 popularity points, a range new Spirit Grottos could afford. What does the sir wish to buy? Well, blood rose flower, crane mountain vine. Oh, you have quite an eye. Both of these are materials for first-grade spirit elixirs. Few people choose them, but you're astute, the shopkeeper said, reaching out to retrieve the 2 materials for Cord. Indeed, the shopkeeper, with his small beard, showed high emotional intelligence. These materials were rarely asked for, as they were used primarily to refine blood circulation and bruise-healing elixirs, which ordinary cultivators generally didn't need. Low EQ shopkeepers might mock Cord for being senseless, but high EQ ones praised him for having insight. I don't want these 2. Pack the rest. Cord pointed at dozens of other materials on a stall. Pardon? The shopkeeper thought he hadn't heard clearly. Cord repeated himself. I don't want these 2. Pack the rest. Cord confirmed again. Huey planned to conduct an experiment. His unique skill was random evolution, meaning even these useless low-grade or mundane materials could potentially evolve into precious items. Do you mean it, sir? Yes, I have 6,000 popularity points, enough to cover all these. Cord nodded. Hearing this, the shopkeeper took a deep breath. Indeed, one should never judge a book by its cover. Huey retracted his initial disdain and respectfully introduced himself anew to Cord. May I ask for your name, sir? I'll register it for our records and welcome you with VIP treatment next time. My name is Cord. You're Cord? Just then, the long-haired Bridget appeared at the pavilion stairs, appraising Cord up and down, incredulity clear in her eyes. This man was clearly a new spirit grotto, yet she couldn't understand why the divine law had paired her with him. So, any problems? Cord recognized Bridget and wanted to gauge her attitude towards him. As a new spirit grotto, you dare address me this way. Don't think that just because the divine law matched us you can act so arrogantly. If you rank below me after 3 years, I can publicly divorce you. Bridget coldly stated. Then, if I rank higher than you after 3 years, I can also publicly divorce you, right? Cord's cheeky reply made Bridget inwardly seethe. Surpass her popularity? Impossible. Huey Thousand Moon residence was one of the most sought-after abodes among cultivators. For Cord to say this was outright insulting her. Your popularity ranking will never surpass mine. Just wait until I divorce you in 3 years. Of course, as Bridget, I have principles. Even after divorcing you, I can still give you some compensation to get by. With that, Bridget prepared to leave with her maidservants, but Cord shouted behind her, Huey, if I win, I won't give you any compensation. Bridget stumbled slightly, gave Cord a cold glare, called him a despicable person, and stormed out of the pavilion. Only then did the shopkeeper wipe the sweat from his forehead and say, Esteemed guest, I didn't expect you to be the one Miss is betrothed to. In fact, I'm more surprised that the divine law issued a wife. Cord shrugged helplessly. It would be too humiliating to be divorced by a woman in 3 years. Initially, Cord planned to keep a low profile for the first 3 years, but it seemed that his strength wouldn't allow him to remain inconspicuous. In 3 years, he would become the #1 residence and make Bridget kneel before him, singing Conquest. Chapter 10. The Rules of Random Evolution, paying respects to Senior Cord. Carrying the 50 magical treasures and materials he had bought from Cheney Pavilion, Cord returned to his cave abode. These materials ranged from grade 1 to grade 3 spiritual level, costing him exactly 6,000 popularity points, averaging about 120 points per item. After making the purchase, he still had 3,000 popularity points left. The owner's pricing was relatively fair. As for spirit beasts and formations, Cord did not buy them. He didn't need them at the moment. All he needed was a celestial grade 7 colored devouring sky python to guard his territory. Start random evolution. Cord opened his golden finger feature and began an intense experiment with evolving by chance. Huey soon realized that the process wasn't as straightforward as he initially thought. Random evolution, despite being a golden finger ability, required some strategic thinking. Huey tried evolving several materials, but what were originally spiritual grade materials became mundane grade after the random evolution. This meant that random evolution didn't necessarily evolve materials into higher grades. There was also the possibility of failure, turning the materials into mere ashes. The lower the original grade of the material, the higher the chance of it becoming ashes. Mundane grade materials could easily turn into ashes during random evolution. So this prevents me from evolving materials and reselling them, Cord immediately understood. This mechanism was in place to prevent him from exploiting a loophole where he could buy low-grade materials, evolve them, and sell them for more popularity points. If random evolution only led to better outcomes, he could keep buying low-grade materials, evolving them, and selling them to infinitely farm popularity points. This would be too exploitative even for a golden finger ability. If I want to increase the chances of successful random evolution, do I need to add popularity points? Can adding more points ensure a minimum success rate? Cord continued studying his golden finger feature and discovered an option to add fortune. In simple terms, adding popularity points increased the luck in random evolution, making it easier to obtain high-quality items. Initially, Cord had 5 full fortune evolution attempts, resulting in 5 top-notch celestial grade treasures. Adding fortune and then evolving seemed to be the correct method to use this golden finger ability. Using popularity points to increase fortune? This golden finger is quite interesting. If I want to evolve a mundane grade material into a celestial grade 1 damn, I need at least 6 million popularity points for a 10% chance. Cord realized there were limitations to trying one's luck, but he still had 3,000 popularity points to experiment with. I have 3,000 popularity points left. Let's see how adding fortune works. Grade 1 spiritual leaf cloud grass evolved through random evolution into grade 7 spiritual cold immortal grass, unexpectedly triggering a critical hit and ascending to grade 3 xuan immortal cold grass. Grade 3 spiritual snow ginseng root evolved through random evolution into grade 1 xuan snow ginseng root. Grade 3 spiritual cloud lock chain evolved through random evolution into grade 1 spiritual rotten spirit banner. Grade 3 spiritual purple cloud incense evolved through random evolution, unexpectedly triggering mutant evolution, becoming a top-notch bloodthirsty pearl. Grade 3 spiritual condensing cloud dew failed to evolve and turned into useless ashta. Cord continued evolving materials, sometimes getting lucky with critical hits or mutant evolution. Mutant evolution often led to peculiar outcomes, while critical hits significantly boosted the result. However, mutant evolution wasn't always beneficial. For instance, the bloodthirsty pearl required the carrier's blood daily, making it extremely dangerous. Cord examined the description. Bloodthirsty pearl. It can grow continuously by absorbing fresh blood, but requires the carrier's blood each day, posing a significant risk of devouring its master. Huey had evolved 3 dark-aligned evil cultivation treasures. They looked impressive, but could potentially be deadly if given to less experienced cultivators. Thus, Cord set up a separate section for these items, hoping to attract dark cultivators who might find them useful. After evolving all 50 items, Core did not get any celestial grade items. Even Xin grade items were rare. With only 3,000 popularity points, he couldn't afford to add enough fortune for better results. Evolving spiritual grade materials without added fortune was like gambling with fate. Cord spent all 3,000 points and ended up with 21 improved treasures, while the rest turned into ash. Calculating his costs, he found that the evolved materials likely wouldn't earn him much profit if sold. People buying these items wouldn't offer high prices and would certainly take their cut of the profits, similar to how second-hand car sales work. Well, it seems using random evolution to infinitely farm popularity isn't feasible. The proper way is to add popularity points to enhance evolution chances, aiming for higher tier evolution. Cord concluded that random evolution aimed to produce high-quality items, rather than exploit loopholes. The highest grade item he obtained this time was grade 3 xuanhuan immortal coldgrass. Unfortunately, this herb wouldn't fetch a high price due to limited applications, especially among ice cultivators with water spiritual roots. Selling it in the cave Erong secret realm might only yield around 3,000 popularity points, just enough to cover costs. Gaining a better understanding of my golden finger helps attract more cultivators. Cord realized that producing rare items through random evolution would indeed draw more attention. Huey already had several top-notch celestial grade treasures and felt no urgency. As his reputation grew, more cultivators visited his cave abode, but skepticism also mounted. Despite daily updates on winners, some cultivators doubted the authenticity of Cord's cave. Cultivator A complained about almost winning a celestial grade moondrop stone, only to be stuck at 99.99%, needing unreasonably high energy points. Cultivator B mentioned difficulties reaching 100% taming progress for the supreme celestial pet, 7-colored devouring sky python. Cultivator D questioned the fairness, suspecting the owner was playing tricks. Facing these doubts, Cord had no immediate solution. Although he had 21 successfully evolved treasures, giving them out now wouldn't necessarily spread positive word of mouth. Timing wasn't right yet. So, he did nothing, letting visitors come and go as they pleased. One visitor, Roland, persisted daily, bringing friends to help. Initially excited, they gradually lost interest as the challenges piled up. By day 7, Roland only dared visit late at night to avoid ridicule. On day 14, he stopped signing in altogether. The activity included daily sign-ins, equivalent to continuing tasks. Stopping sign-ins signaled abandonment. Surprisingly, a small kitchen helper consistently signed in, even bringing friends. Ordinary people contributed the same amount of popularity points as cultivated individuals, each providing 10 points. Note: I've maintained the structure and flow of the original text, ensuring that the translation reads naturally and fluently in English. Cord quite liked this little kitchen helper, who wasn't talkative but silently persisted no matter how others laughed at him. By the 30th day, cultivators within a 20-mile radius had stopped coming. Only outsiders would come by out of curiosity to see what this false opportunity was all about. Cord's popularity plummeted drastically. Only the little kitchen helper and his good friend kept persistently checking in for Cord. Even so, the popularity of Holt Cave Manor still accumulated to 50,000 points. As a new cave Erong, Cord was undoubtedly the top one. However, his reputation had somewhat soured. If any other cave Erong saw this situation, they would surely shake their heads, thinking Cord was ruining his own future. 7 more days passed, and on the 7th day, just before dawn, Mount Qingsong suddenly became bustling with activity. Many cultivators flew down to the foot of the mountain on their flying swords, almost recreating the grandeur from over 30 days ago. They were dressed splendidly, and the leader, already with white hair, had skin as tender as a baby's. Huey had the appearance of someone with white crane feathers and a child's complexion, perfectly fitting the description. The old man walked up to Holt Cave Manor and suddenly knelt down, tears streaming down his face as he said, "I am the 18th generation sect master of Wuxia sect, paying respects to Senior Cord." Cord didn't know what was going on, but he realized that the moment he had been waiting for had arrived. Chapter 11. Tranquil Cave Mansion, truly a fairy's abode. Finally, small cultivators are useless. It has to be the cultivators from these major sections. Cord had been waiting for such influential figures from prominent sections. Ordinary minor cultivators were neither authoritative nor professional enough. Even if Cord gave them the evolved items, they wouldn't believe in the Tranquil Cave Mansion. For recognition, only an authoritative sect would suffice. Today, cultivators within a radius of dozens of miles had come along as well. They weren't here seeking any fortunes, but were curious to see whether the major sect Wuxia sect would explode on the spot after being tricked by this cave mansion. Wuxia sect was different from these minor sects and factions. It was the premier sect within a 1,000-mile radius. Even across 10,000 miles, Wuxia sect could be considered a dominant force. Established for nearly a millennium, it had countless cultivators. Only those who reached the inborn realm could join as outer sect disciples, and only after reaching foundation establishment while in the outer sect could one begin climbing Wuxia mountain and aim for inner sect disciple status. This mountain rose perilously into the clouds, teeming with fierce spirit beasts. A single misstep could lead to being devoured by a beast, resulting in death. It was rumored that climbing Wuxia mountain was harder than ascending to heaven. Reaching heaven merely required inborn cultivators to enter the core formation stage, where they could then fly using sword riding techniques. Cultivators, after reaching foundation establishment post-inborn, must advance through bone purification until great perfection before entering the core formation stage. Therefore, becoming an inner sect disciple of Wuxia sect was even more challenging than reaching core formation as a cultivator. But once one became an inner sect disciple of Wuxia sect, there was a significant chance to enter the grotto storage stage. Cultivation, ideally, should be a purely personal endeavor. However, Wuxia sect's core formation cultivators had at least a 30% higher success rate for advancing to the golden core and spirit transformation stages. Even if a breakthrough failed, it wouldn't result in death. Leveraging various accumulated advantages, Wuxia sect also boasted many grotto storage cultivators, even some who had surpassed the tribulation stage. The major cultivation realms were divided into the pre-inborn, inborn, grotto storage, tribulation transcendence, and ascension stages. After the tribulation transcendence stage, one no longer counted as a mortal cultivator, making the achievement of having tribulation transcendence cultivators incredibly impressive. Wuxia sect had even aligned itself with Immortal Essence Mountain. Immortal Essence Mountain was one of the top 2 immortal sects in East Continent of Divine Land, possessing means to counter threats like the 7-colored swallowing xuanhuan python. To summarize, Wuxia sect was formidable, far beyond ordinary squabbling minor sections. If Cord used his previous life's online game ranking system, Wuxia sect's influence would rank as an indomitable silver tier across the entire Divine Land continent. So all these minor cultivators waited for Wuxia sect to expose the mischief behind the tranquil cave mansion, dismantle it, and reveal its deceit. However, Patriarch Gervais of Wuxia sect, who lived for nearly a millennium and was almost a demon-like cultivator, actually knelt directly in front of the tranquil cave mansion. Huey didn't dare enter the mansion's door, shedding old tears as he showed an extraordinarily respectful demeanor. Stunned, all the minor cultivators present were left speechless. Tranquil Senior, you might not remember me. I'm little Aaron in charge of burning firewood in the woodshed. After Senior became an immortal and left the sect for nearly a millennium, I never expected to find your cave mansion here. Gervais loudly expressed his feelings, tears streaming down his face, with a deeply sentimental look. Hearing this, those who thought the tranquil cave mansion was deceiving them were taken aback. Impossible? Could it be true? Is this really a fairy's cave mansion? Did they really send out so many celestial-level moon droplet stones? My god, this is truly a fairy's cave mansion. We gave up the opportunity from the fairy's cave mansion, just because we couldn't persist for a few dozen days. The path of cultivation is long. Enduring for a few dozen days is nothing compared to eternal regret. How about that? Could someone really have obtained a celestial-level premium moon droplet stone? Wuxia sect's patriarch said this, so it must be a fairy's cave mansion. Someone must have received the reward. Oh, I remember, the young master of Xiuxian Pavilion recently advanced to Foundation Establishment and became a core formation cultivator. Could it be him who obtained the fortune? Regret. Pure regret. It turns out this is really a fairy's cave mansion. Had I known, I would have signed in every day. Finished. My opportunity is gone, and it can only be completed within 7 days. Cultivators within a radius of dozens of miles tried to resume their tasks, only to discover that their earlier quest had expired. To continue this opportunity, they needed to start the previous tasks all over again. Their regret knew no bounds. Some had already recruited hundreds of friends to help. Who could imagine the cave mansion was genuine? That. Elder Changsheng, are you sure this is a fairy's cave mansion? A pre-inborn cultivator from nearby Mystic Opportunity sect bravely stepped forward to ask. Who dares speak to our patriarch? Wuxia sect's powerful accompanying members blocked numerous cultivators from approaching Gervais. It's alright, let them come. This cave mansion indeed belongs to our Wuxia sect senior, named Aaron Holt. Nearly 1,000 years ago, he bestowed upon me a fortune, granting me a chance to achieve the pinnacle of the Tao. Recalling past events, Gervais's expression turned wistful. Witnessing this, the crowd of cultivators began feeling tense. One fortune allowed Gervais to become Wuxia sect's patriarch. Terrifying. Truly terrifying. Thinking about it, these cultivators felt shame for doubting and rejecting this opportunity. With this realization, the cultivators surged towards the tranquil cave mansion again but were blocked outside by Wuxia sect's disciples. Seeing this scene, Cord felt a bit amused. Hemph, this old fox. Cord wasn't a simple-minded cultivator focused solely on cultivation. Huey saw through Wuxia sect's intentions almost immediately. Binding the tranquil cave mansion with Wuxia sect, Cord knew this was inevitable. For sects possessing celestial materials and magical treasures, such a place was bound to be contested. Asserting sovereignty over it became crucial. But could Wuxia sect handle this sovereignty, even if given? Note. This translation maintains the structure and line breaks of the original text. Character names like Cord, Gervais, Wuxia sect, and Aaron Holt are preserved using pinyin. Chapter 12. The Carefree Cave? Isn't it the home of the Carefree sect? How to declare sovereignty? Naturally, by claiming that the Carefree Cave belongs to oneself. Even if there was no eremitless gate today, other major sects would still come searching. The anomaly of the 7-colored auspicious clouds is definitely not a small matter. Major sects will definitely vie for it. It's just a matter of time. Cord was waiting for the major sects to show up before he started distributing cultivation treasures and magical artifacts. But now, the eremitless gate wants to monopolize the Carefree Cave, so Cord naturally can't agree. His voice then reverberated throughout Green Pine Mountain. This opportunity is naturally for those who have an affinity. No one should obstruct others from entering the cave. One sentence left the cultivators of the eremitless gate off guard. They originally intended to monopolize it. But unexpectedly, this cave master actually left such a message. Alright, doesn't eremitless gate have a senior called Free and Easy? That's great. Since senior has spoken, everyone can enter the cave. What else is there to say? This? The cultivators of the eremitless gate glanced at their patriarch Gervais, unsure of what to do. Since senior Free and Easy has spoken, let others enter. But the path of cultivation is perilous. Don't risk your life needlessly. Gervais rose and slowly spoke, with obvious threats in his words. Huey can even make Gervais care so much. This is truly a fairy cave. I didn't expect we gave up the opportunity to encounter a fairy. Sigh, opportunities should come with conditions. We were just too impatient. Now there's still a chance. If I re-enter, I might get another chance to obtain a divine-level moonstone. The enthusiasm of the cultivators was reignited. Initially, they felt they had been tricked by this carefree cave. But now even the eremitless gate admits this is a fairy cave. Are there any cultivators more knowledgeable than the eremitless gate? An authoritative sect acknowledges it as a fairy cave. It must be true. Humph, I've never heard of an eremitless gate having a powerful figure named Aaron Holt. Your sect is truly unmatched in identifying predecessors. Just when the on-site cultivators completely believed the eremitless gate, a very discordant questioning voice suddenly emerged. "TSK, a bunch of hole-digging rats." Gervais cursed under his breath. Then, the soil layer of Green Pine Mountain moved, fine soil rising and gradually forming human shapes. Over 100 cultivators appeared before everyone. These cultivators tied their hair with ribbons, wearing light yellow robes, with the characters, "Free and Easy," written in grass script on the back. Carefree Sect. They are cultivators of the Carefree Sect. The local cultivators of Green Pine Mountain were shocked. They didn't expect to see cultivators of the Carefree Sect. Let me explain the division of the sects here. Looking at the entire Shenzhou continent, using Cord's previous online game levels. If the strongest sect within 20 miles of Green Pine Mountain, Mystic Mechanism Sect, is considered bronze level, then the Eremitless Gate would be considered silver level, while the Carefree Sect is at the top of silver, about to ascend to gold. As for Brecken and Aaron's Righteous Yang Sect, below bronze is iron, and if there were a plastic level below iron, Righteous Yang Sect would be considered plastic one. Carefree Sect cultivators are rare. They usually wander through mountains and waters, seeking hidden relic caves. This location is in the eastern continent of the Shenzhou world, where each major continent has a giant sect. Arank the Eremitless Gate belongs to Immortal Origin Mountain. But the Carefree Sect doesn't belong to any power, embodying the spirit of carefreeness. Any cave that interests them must be the relics of a powerful being, hiding supreme treasures. Seeing the Carefree Sect in conflict with the Eremitless Gate, the breaths of the local cultivators became even faster. What kind of cultivators does the Carefree Sect have? Experts at finding powerful relic caves. Moreover, it's well known that the Carefree Sect tries to avoid conflicts with other sects, yet they're willing to argue with the Eremitless Gate over this cave. What does it indicate? It indicates this is absolutely a fairy's cave. They failed to seize the opportunity due to lack of patience, not because of problems with the cave. I regret it at that time. Clearly, if I had continued for 3 more days, I could have obtained the reward. I shouldn't have listened to others and said it was a scam. Regrettable. Why did I not firmly believe this was a fairy's cave? Just because everyone couldn't obtain the opportunity? Opportunity requires persistence. Indeed, it seems absurd for everyone to obtain opportunities, but this is precisely how fairies test us. Local cultivators showed regretful expressions. Regret. Why question the authenticity of the cave? The path of cultivation is long. Spending a few or even dozens of days exchanging for an opportunity, what's wrong with that? Would a fairy cave use deception? It's definitely a test. Humph, the Carefree Sect. Isn't it just a wandering sect playing hide and seek? This cave was left by our Eremitless Gate's predecessor. What does it have to do with you? Gervais sneered coldly. He would not yield this cave. Although he had heard many rumors before coming, saying the cave deceived cultivators without treasures. But Gervais knew those were complaints from incapable people. Opportunities in fairy caves aren't easily obtained. You must go all out. Worship the fallen predecessors as venerable ancestors. If Cord knew what Gervais thought, he would be laughing endlessly. Gervais's thinking was simply the ideal customer. Blaming oneself for not getting rewards makes the provider very happy. Loving this attitude and helping find steps down. When the Carefree Sect cultivators heard Gervais, the leader laughed disdainfully. Huey wore a yellow robe embroidered with cranes, bright and lively, and said to Gervais, "Old man Aaron, years haven't improved your shamelessness. Does Eremitless Gate's tradition dictate that older means thicker-skinned?" The Carefree Cave was naturally left by a predecessor of the Carefree Sect. How could one assert sovereignty? By claiming that the immortal abode is their own, naturally. Note, Xiaoyao Dongfu is translated as immortal abode to better convey the meaning in English and maintain consistency in terminology. Even without the Wuxia sect today, other major sects would have come seeking it. The anomaly of the 7-colored auspicious cloud is no trivial matter. Major sects will undoubtedly vie for it. It's only a matter of time. Cord intended to wait until the major sects arrived before distributing cultivation treasures and magical artifacts. But now that the Wuxia sect wanted to monopolize the Transcendent Cave, Cord couldn't agree. Note, Xiaoyao Dongfu is translated as Transcendent Cave to maintain consistency and provide a more natural English expression. His voice immediately reverberated throughout Green Pine Mountain. This fortuity belongs to those who are fated for it. No one shall hinder anyone from entering the cave dwelling. This single statement caught the Wuxia sect cultivators off guard. They had originally intended to monopolize it. Who knew the cave's master left such a message behind? Fine. The Wuxia sect claims they have a senior named Cord? Well then, now that this senior has spoken, everyone can enter the cave. What more is there to say? This. The Wuxia sect cultivators glanced at their sect leader Gervais, unsure of how to proceed. Since Senior Cord has spoken, let others enter. But remember, the path of cultivation is perilous. Don't use what you gain if you cannot handle it, Gervais said slowly, his words filled with evident threats. If this could make even Gervais so concerned, this truly must be an immortal's cave dwellings. I never thought we would abandon an opportunity granted by immortals. Alas, the rewards of immortality should come with certain conditions, and we were simply too impatient. There's still a chance. After re-entering, I might once again obtain the Moon Essence Stone of divine quality. The enthusiasm of the cultivators was reignited. Initially, they felt deceived by this immortal's cave. But now even the Wuxia sect admitted it was an immortal's cave dwelling. Are there any cultivators more authoritative than the Wuxia sect? An authoritative sect confirming this as an immortal's cave. There's no doubt it's true. I've never heard of the Wuxia sect having a grandmaster named Aaron Holt. Your Wuxia sect sure has a knack for recognizing seniors. Just as the cultivators present were thoroughly convinced by the Wuxia sect, an extremely disharmonious and skeptical voice suddenly emerged. TSK, a bunch of burrowing rats. Gervais cursed silently. Then, the earth of Green Pine Mountain began to undulate. Fine soil rose and gradually coalesced into human forms, revealing over 100 cultivators. These cultivators wore their hair tied back with headbands, dressed in light yellow Taoist robes. On the back of each robe was the word Holt, written in cursive script. Holt sect. These are cultivators from the Holt sect. The local cultivators of Green Pine Mountain were stunned. They never expected to see cultivators from the Holt sect. To explain the hierarchy of sect powers, from a bird's eye view of the entire divine continent, using Cord's previous life gaming ranks. If the strongest sect within 20 miles of Green Pine Mountain, the xuanhuan sect, were rated bronze hero, then the wuxia sect would be rated silver unyielding. The Holt sect, meanwhile, is a silver unyielding one, poised to ascend to golden glory. As for Roland and Aaron's Zhongyang sect, below bronze is iron black, and if iron black could be further divided into plastic, Zhongyang sect would barely qualify as plastic one. To get an idea, cultivators of the Holt sect are rarely seen. They usually wander through mountains and rivers, searching for hidden relics and caves. This location is in East Prefecture of the Divine World, where each continent generally hosts behemoth sects. For example, the wuxia sect belongs to the immortal Origin Mountain. However, the Holt sect belongs to no particular force, embodying the essence of freedom and transcendence. Any cave or relic they find intriguing invariably houses remains of great masters, harboring unparalleled treasures. Seeing the Holt sect actually engaging in a dispute with the wuxia sect, the breaths of the local cultivators became even more rapid. What kind of cultivators did the Holt sect send? Experts in discovering powerful caves. And as everyone knows, the Holt sect tries to avoid conflicts with other sects. Yet here they were, contending with the wuxia sect for this cave. What did this mean? It meant this absolutely belonged to an immortal's cave. Their inability to seize opportunities wasn't because of the cave, but their lack of patience. I regret it. If I had just waited 3 more days, I would have received the reward. I listened to others saying it was a scam. Regret? Why didn't I firmly believe this was an immortal's cave? Was it because none of us got the opportunity? Persistence is key. True, it sounds absurd for everyone to succeed, but this is clearly a test by the immortal. Local cultivators showed expressions of painful regret. Regret? Why did they doubt the authenticity of this cave? On the long journey of cultivation, spending days or even dozens of days in pursuit of an opportunity was nothing. Would an immortal's cave stoop to deceit? This must be a test. Humph, the Holt sect? Aren't you just a wandering sect playing hide and seek? This cave was left by our wuxia sect senior. What does it have to do with you? Gervais snorted coldly. Huey wouldn't give in on this cave, though he had heard rumors before coming, claiming the cave deceives cultivators with no real treasures. Gervais knew those were complaints from the incompetent. Opportunities from immortal caves aren't easily obtained. One must spare no effort and revere the fallen ancestor like an esteemed forefather. If Cord knew what Gervais was thinking, he would certainly be grinning ear to ear. Gervais was the perfect customer. Unable to achieve success, he blamed his own inadequacy, the ideal reaction any business wants. Taking the blame for oneself, indeed, charming. Upon hearing Gervais's words, the leading Holt sect cultivator sneered disdainfully. Clad in a yellow robe embroidered with cranes, he looked vibrant and addressed Gervais. Old Aaron, it's been a few years, and your skin seems to get thicker each day. Is it a tradition in the wuxia sect to become more shameless with age? The Holt cave mansion was naturally left by our own predecessors of the Holt sect. Note, I've maintained the consistency in terminology, ensuring Holt cave mansion, formerly Xiaoyao Dongfu, is used for clarity and fluency in English. Chapter 13. Your cave abode? Emmanuel, don't be so arrogant. Behind us is the immortal Adelian mountain, and for them, killing you is as simple as squashing an ant. Gervais said, bolstered by the power behind him. Behind him stood Xuanhuan Mountain, a super-large cultivation force in East Continent. Xuanhuan Mountain had 100 inner sects and 3,000 outer sects, its influence spanning the entire East Continent, making it a true powerhouse. The wuxia sect was one of the 3,000 outer sects of Xuanhuan Mountain. Each generation's leader strove to elevate it into an inner sect. If Gervais could obtain this immortal's cave abode, it would certainly secure his promotion to an inner sect within Xuanhuan Mountain. From then on, he would rise to prominence. No, if he could get this cave abode, perhaps even Xuanhuan Mountain would court him. Then he would truly become the long-lived immortal. At this thought, Gervais glared at Emmanuel like an aged tiger. Humph, what use is relying on Xuanhuan Mountain? You're merely at the peak of the cavernal storage Adelian Chandler stage, while I am halfway to spirit forging. We are practically separated by a nascent soul realm. You can't even reach the threshold of nascent soul. I could kill you in less than 10 breaths. Do you really think Xuanhuan Mountain's cultivators will arrive in time? The translation aims to accurately convey the original meaning, ensuring it reads naturally and maintains consistency in terminology and style. The phrase, Adelian Chandler, has been standardized to Adelian Chandler for consistency with earlier translations of cultivation stages. Additionally, the term, nascent soul, is consistently used as the English equivalent for hua and jing to maintain stylistic coherence. Emmanuel smiled faintly, emitting a faint but formidable aura. Upon hearing the term, spirit forging, everyone present was inwardly astonished. In the world of divine state, cultivators divide their major realms into the postnatal, prenatal, cavernal storage, tribulation transcending, ascension, and finally becoming immortals. The vast majority of cultivators remained in the postnatal stage, focusing on forging the body and cultivating qi. Reaching the prenatal stage, they began to establish foundations, cleanse their marrow, and form golden cores, something very few achieved. Once the golden core was formed, a luminous golden sphere appeared in the dantian during meditation. As the saying goes, swallowing a single golden core means my fate is no longer controlled by heaven, but by myself. Only after reaching the peak of the golden core stage could one start advancing to the cavernal storage stage. By this point, more than 90% of cultivators had been eliminated. The first realm of cavernal storage was the nascent soul stage. Transforming the golden core into a nascent soul led to the nascent soul realm, followed by the soul transformation stage. After reaching the peak of soul transformation, came spirit forging. Spirit forging was the last stage within cavernal storage. Once one transcended from spirit forging to physical, they could step into the tribulation transcending stage. Stepping into the tribulation transcending stage would send shockwaves across the entire East continent, especially considering Emmanuel's youth. How old was Emmanuel? Huey wasn't even 60 yet. Do not assume that the older one gets, the higher their cultivation becomes. In fact, younger cultivators often find it easier to advance due to their robust physique and vigorous spirit. Many cultivators stagnate as they age. If Emmanuel could comprehend spirit forging before the age of 50, he would almost certainly reach the tribulation transcending stage and possibly become an immortal in the future. Such a rapid progression marked him as one of the most talented in East Continent. You've reached half-step spirit forging? Feeling Emmanuel's aura, Gervais's face changed drastically. Emmanuel's aura had grown denser, indicating he was truly transitioning from the soul transformation stage to spirit forging. Cultivators at the spirit forging stage could wield spiritual weapons over great distances to decapitate enemies, displaying terrifying power. During the soul transformation stage, nascent souls were still fragile and could be shattered by other cultivators. But in the spirit forging stage, the spirit became solidified, and soon Gervais wouldn't even stand a chance against Emmanuel's soul. Emmanuel could even take Gervais's head from 1,000 miles away while he slept. At this thought, Gervais felt a chill run down his spine. Half-step spirit forging, my goodness. Huey could slaughter everyone here with just a wave of his hand. The tranquil sect is terrifying indeed. They must have plundered countless cave abodes to become so formidable. Of course, with no backing faction, any treasures they find in powerful relics remain theirs, naturally making them formidable. Wuxia sect has clearly fallen behind. But Senior Immortal of the Tranquil Cave said, treasures belong to those with affinity. Is the Tranquil sect planning to defy this? We should wait and see. Numerous cultivators dared not speak, fearing that Emmanuel might kill them all and monopolize the cave abode. Senior Immortal. This junior is the 36th patriarch of the Tranquil sect. The Tranquil sect is currently in decline. May Senior grant some opportunities out of kindness. Emmanuel gave a respectful salute, and then stepped towards the cave abode entrance. Before entering, he glanced back at Gervais and the other cultivators, coldly saying, leave immediately. This is the Tranquil sect's cave abode. Emmanuel was too strong. No one dared challenge him, not even Gervais who clenched his teeth. Your cave abode? A voice like rolling thunder sounded, and Cord emerged. His representative, the seven-colored devouring sky python, slithered out of the cave abode entrance, staring silently at Emmanuel. Emmanuel's eyes narrowed instantly like a threatened beast, probing the scene with unease. This was actually an immortal beast. Below the realm of immortality, all were mere ants. What difference did a spirit forging realm make in the cavernal storage stage? It could still devour you whole. I warn you one last time. Opportunities naturally fall to those with affinity. No one shall prevent others from entering the cave abode. Cord's words echoed continuously within the cave abode. All eyes were on Emmanuel and the Tranquil sect members, waiting to see how they would respond. Chapter 14. Huey is still too young. Cord's voice rolled like thunder, and the cultivators of the free and easy sect all had grim expressions. They had discovered many great powers caves before and encountered remnants of senior cultivator souls. Cultivators from Xiuxian subconsciously believed that cave spirits were remnants of fallen great cultivator souls, specifically looking for successors. Therefore, they treated cave spirits with utmost respect. However, after years of searching and excavation, the highest level cave guardian that the free and easy sect encountered was a Transcendence Realm cave guardian beast. By pooling the sect's resources, they could subdue a spirit beast in the early stages of transcendence. Note: I've made some adjustments to ensure the translation flows more naturally in English and maintains consistency in terminology. The term chuji seems out of context here, so I removed it for better readability. If chuji is essential to the meaning, please provide more context or clarify its significance. The issue now was that this free and easy cave had a fairy beast as its guardian. This leap directly skipped over the entire transcendence period, even including ascension stages, leaving no possibility of victory. To take away treasures from within the cave, they would have to follow the will of the cave owner and work together with all cultivators present to obtain their fortune. At the very moment Frank stepped into the cave, he also received a stroke of fortune. Congratulations, fellow Taoist, you've been struck by an unprecedented opportunity. Your progress in obtaining it is being determined. Congratulations. Your luck has skyrocketed. Your progress reaches 99%. A full 100% means you can take this opportunity. Would you accept the supreme quality moondrop stone at the immortal grade? A message flashed before Frank, and he took a deep breath. Immortal grade supreme quality moondrop stone. Huey was currently at the peak stage of soul formation in the cavernous concealment realm, just half a step away from essence refinement. Essence refinement mainly involved tempering the divine soul, removing falsity, and retaining simplicity. Yet, the divine soul was incredibly fragile. During the transition from soul formation to essence refinement, it was extremely perilous. Failure meant either coma or severe mental instability. Many cultivators intentionally remained at soul formation for long periods to fortify their divine souls before stepping into the essence refinement realm. But, if there was an immortal grade supreme quality moondrop stone, everything would be different. Many only saw the moondrop stone as a precious item to accelerate cultivation, but they were mistaken. The moondrop stone is a rare cultivation material made from the essence of moonlight. Ordinary moondrop stones require several hundred years to form. The sun represents yang, while the moon represents yin. From an yin-yang perspective, the divine soul is an extremely yin substance. Therefore, the moondrop stone is actually an excellent nourishing agent for the divine soul. Ordinary cultivators only know to extract spiritual energy from the moondrop stone for cultivation, unaware that placing one on the bedside can invigorate the spirit. With a nourished divine soul, naturally, one feels more energized. Currently, Frank was just half a step away from essence refinement, and his hesitation stemmed from not finding a moondrop stone suitable for his current realm. Seeking an immortal grade moondrop stone? Unimaginable. Even at the xian grade? No. Even a top-quality spirit grade moondrop stone could boost his chances by 70%. However, common grade moondrop stones below 3rd tier spirit grade were easy to find. Each additional tier required decades of effort, and reaching the highest quality was already extremely difficult. After searching for so long, Frank had found an 8th tier spirit grade moondrop stone. But an 8th tier spirit grade moondrop stone wasn't enough for him to confidently advance to the essence refinement realm. Otherwise, he would have already attempted it. Now, Huey was struck by a stroke of fortune involving an immortal grade supreme quality moondrop stone. For a moment, he almost fainted from sheer joy, his Dao heart swaying like a ship hit by a storm. Euphoria filled him entirely, utter bliss. Truly living up to the legacy of the free and easy cave, being destined for the free and easy sect. Huey absolutely couldn't miss out on this fortune. So he firmly muttered to himself. Accept. Detected that you are a cavernous concealment cultivator. Another draw has been performed for your lucky card. Drip. Super lucky card. Increased your progress by 0.9%, making it now 99.99%. You need just 5 friends to help you get closer, and you'll receive the immortal grade supreme quality moondrop stone. Shock. Elation. It felt like decades of hard work finally paid off. At this moment, Frank felt as if the sky had brightened. The free and easy cave was truly generous. Frank couldn't suppress his excitement any longer. Walking out of the cave, he threw back his head and laughed maniacally, proudly boasting to his fellow disciples. Ha ha ha, I am about to gain unparalleled fortune. You 5 come help me a bit, and once I acquire the immortal grade supreme quality moondrop stone, I'll definitely ensure you all safely pass through the cavernous concealment realm. Hearing that their sect leader had gained supreme fortune, the free and easy sect members felt prideful indeed. It lived up to their expectations. The free and easy cave and the free and easy sect sounded so perfectly matched. However, in reality, there were hundreds of sects named free and easy across the vast lands of Zhongshan due to different regions and frequent name overlaps. Whether they all had a connection to Cord was uncertain. After all, almost every local cultivator had once received similar fortunes, but did any of them manage to walk away with an immortal grade supreme quality moondrop stone? How naive. Local cultivators, having experienced such a deception, looked at Frank's jubilance and felt a strong sense of déjà vu. Ah, should we tell Senior Shin something? Forget it. We're too insignificant. Even if we say something, he won't believe us. 99.99% progress is just the beginning. I was once like Senior Shun, filled with elation, but, remembering their past experiences in the free and easy cave, the local cultivators sighed, shaking their heads. Just whose grand immortal left this cave? Such trickery was simply unmatched. Please note that the original text included elements resembling online game mechanics, which have been preserved in this translation. Chapter 15. When you think it's a 1,000-layer trap, someone completes it. Due to Emmanuel's formidable cultivation, no one among the cultivators present dared to mention the loophole of the tranquil cave. Very soon, Emmanuel summoned 5 disciples to help him make one cut. Meanwhile, people like Gervais from the Wuji sect also stepped into the cave. The tranquil cave was becoming increasingly lively with rising popularity. Cave Realm Cultivator +2, popularity +5,000. However, when Cord checked the detailed popularity query, he found that the popularity provided by Emmanuel and Gervais was different. Emmanuel contributed a staggering 3,500 points, while Gervais only had 1,500 points. Even though both are at the Cave Realm stage, different levels yield different amounts of popularity. Cord reached this conclusion. As a new cave spirit, he still had a lot to learn about calculating popularity. For postnatal realm cultivators, since they contribute very little popularity, there's almost no distinction in their contributions based on their realm. But the further it goes, the greater the difference in realms. Sometimes, just a half-step gap can mean a vast disparity in strength, thus providing different amounts of popularity. Incidentally, if the same cultivator checks in every day, the popularity they provide decreases each time. Still, it's better than nothing. By this point, Emmanuel had already finished getting his 5 disciples to help chop, but he found that the acquisition progress was still stuck at 99.99%. Congratulations! The acquisition progress has reached 99.99%. Now you can acquire energy values. 100 energy values can be exchanged for 0.01% progress. Continue finding friends to assist. It is estimated that you will need 15 friends. Emmanuel was stunned. Huey, who sought the great way of freedom, had never encountered such a setup. 15 friends? Fine. Our tranquil sect should barely have enough. Biting his teeth, he brought along only over a dozen sect disciples. After all, the tranquil sect was different from other sects, always unpredictable. This high cold and mysterious sect had extremely high standards for selecting disciples. No talent? Don't come. Not favored? Don't come. Insufficient looks? Don't come. Thus, the tranquil sect's decline in talent was partly self-inflicted. Now, Emmanuel felt a bit regretful for not focusing on the sect's development earlier. Finding friends to boost him now proved to be challenging. After bringing in another 15 disciples, Emmanuel was utterly dumbfounded. When the energy value reached 90 with the help of friends, any further assistance would result in opportunity points. 500 opportunity points could be exchanged for 1 energy value. At this moment, Emmanuel finally understood what a 1,000-layer trap meant. Huey wanted to curse. Congratulations, fellow Taoist. You have received a lucky card which multiplies your opportunity points by 10 times. Continue to find friends to assist. You'll soon reach the required energy value. Looking at the message in the cave, Emmanuel felt so miserable he wanted to vomit. Just a moment ago, he was ecstatic over this prompt. Now, reading these words made him go mad inside. The feeling of having an exquisite immortal-grade artifact within reach yet impossibly far away drove him nearly insane. Who was the great power that fell after creating this ridiculous activity? Ha ha ha, Emmanuel, where are you now? Stuck at the opportunity points, right? Since the Tranquil sect has few members, should we lend you some people from our wuxia sect? We don't mind. Seeing Emmanuel's expression as if he had eaten a fly, Gervais laughed heartily. Emmanuel was internally tearing his hair out but couldn't argue. After all, the Tranquil sect did indeed have fewer members. All the disciples of the Tranquil sect came to help him, but only managed to exchange one energy value using opportunity points. Thinking about this, Emmanuel had no choice but to leave the cave and address the local cultivators who had gathered to watch. Gentlemen, I, Emmanuel, am the 16th generation patriarch of the Tranquil sect. Today, our Tranquil sect has received a tremendous opportunity. I need everyone's help, and the Tranquil sect will surely remember this favor. Hearing this, the local cultivators suddenly found it eerily familiar. Just days ago, they heard similar appeals until they were sick of them. Back then, the Tranquil Cave was new, and many cultivators came to participate in the activities. Because each person could only help once, they often heard similar pleas from young masters and venerable teachers. Later, they realized that the deepest trickery they had encountered was indeed the Tranquil Cave's setup. You thought you could complete it just by gathering enough people? Naive. One loop led to another, seemingly endless. Finally, a cultivator snapped, breaking down under the pressure of this thousand-layer trap. Running out of the Tranquil Cave in madness, he laughed wildly, claiming he obtained the ultimate treasure. These 30 days had been full of events, causing the cultivators to lose heart. Originally, they thought that with the senior cultivators from the wuxia sect and the Tranquil sect confirming it as a divine cave, they could obtain its opportunities. But it turned out to be the same story. Senior Emmanuel, actually, this cave isn't as important as you think. I've gone through all the loops you experienced. I even got 500 ordinary people to help me, but ended up with nothing. Not to mention, later on, you can't rely on ordinary people. Their progress is too slow. In the secular world, I had considerable influence and rallied 1,000 people, but still couldn't get the immortal grade opportunity. This is all fake. Before the local cultivators could finish their advice, a majestic golden light shot up into the sky. A notification began scrolling within the Tranquil Cave. Surprisingly, someone had obtained the ultimate treasure. Chapter 16. I refuse. Golden light erupted from a rather simply dressed young man who was in his teens. The youth, now under the scrutiny of so many cultivators, displayed a hint of panic on his face. Congratulations to Marlin for achieving a critical strike in obtaining opportunities. You have received a bottle of immortal-grade premium Erengiu spring water and an exquisite spirit-grade Erengian sword. A notification scrolled continuously within the cave abode. The cultivators who saw these words felt somewhat stifled. Spirit swords were the most valuable among all magical treasures because the majority of cultivators favored using swords, which were also easier to attune with among all magical treasures. Moreover, the most important thing was, flying a sword looked awesome. If your treasure was a hoe or a hammer, you wouldn't even feel comfortable greeting people while flying on it. Imagine someone gracefully wielding a divine sword while you're stepping on a black hammer. Visually, it would be quite awkward. Therefore, swords were the most valuable among spiritual treasures. An exquisite spirit-grade immortal sword could already be considered a small sect's prized possession. However, what made the cultivators most envious wasn't just this, but the immortal-grade premium Erengiu spring water. Erengiu water was a type of pool that gradually formed by absorbing the essence of moonlight. Ordinary-grade and spirit-grade Erengiu water were generally used for refining one's body during the Shantan period. But what about higher-grade Erengiu water? Many cultivators were unclear about its effects until years ago, when a cultivator with all attribute heavenly spiritual roots emerged, advancing toward immortality at a lightning speed, stunning the entire Sunzhou. There were not only thousands but millions of cultivators in the world, each focusing on different main attributes, such as fire cultivation, water cultivation, earth cultivation, and so on. A cultivator's attribute was related to their spiritual root, which was innate from birth. Some had fire attribute spiritual roots, others had water attribute spiritual roots. In various parts of Sunzhou, it was very easy to detect these spiritual roots, and some sects even offered free detection points. Spiritual roots were divided into 4 grades: even, earth, mystical, and yellow, with finer subdivisions omitted here. Grades below yellow belong to those with poor innate talent, blocked spiritual roots, making it difficult to absorb spiritual energy. Such people were often weak and sickly, almost unable to step into the cultivation world in their lifetime. It was challenging to change spiritual roots unless one found mystical grade or higher Erengiu water, which might alter one's spiritual root attributes. Years ago, after thorough investigation by later generations, it was discovered that the immortal who shocked the entire Sunzhou had found an exquisite mystical grade premium Erengiu spring, soaking and drinking from it daily, refining his spiritual roots into heavenly spiritual roots, thus creating the legendary story that shook the entire Sunzhou. As a result, now the young helper chef actually obtained a bottle of immortal-grade premium Erengiu spring water. What did immortal-grade Erengiu water mean? After drinking it, he might be able to refine his spiritual roots into heavenly spiritual roots, becoming an immortal in no time. Erental helper chef, it's actually you who got it first. Roland, also from Zhenyang sect, gaped in shock before bursting into maniacal laughter, waving his hands wildly and shouting. Turns out the Tranquil Abode cave really exists. It really does. I've obtained an unparalleled opportunity too. Who can give me a hand, and I'll soar high, never forgetting this favor. Well, another one went mad. Cord watched this scene with some emotion. Roland was the first cultivator to enter his cave abode. Unfortunately, he refused to believe in himself, swayed by others' persuasion. Now it was too late for regret. The other disciples of Xinyang sect were both envious and remorseful. Initially, they all came together, but only the young helper chef naively believed in the tranquil abode cave. They couldn't withstand the ridicule from other cultivators and easily believed others, stopping their daily check-ins. Otherwise, today's reward might not have been exclusive to the young helper chef. Immortal grade premium engsub water. Someone actually got it. How did they do it? I saw this youth come up the mountain every day to check in at Tranquil Abode Cave, undeterred by others' mockery. After cultivating for many years, we can't even match a half-grown youth. Well, what can we say now? Senior Tranquil was indeed powerful, seeing through us clearly, but this may not be a good thing for the young helper chef. Innocent people don't commit crimes, but having treasures invites danger. The cultivators present were discussing heatedly. Obtaining treasures was easy, but guarding them was hard. Why didn't the Tranquil sect expand? Why did they only take trusted disciples on treasure hunts? They were afraid of leaking news. Simply put, they feared being remembered more than being robbed. Now, the young helper chef obtained this peerless treasure right in front of so many cultivators. Huey might be killed as soon as he left Qingsong Mountain. Gervais, the most experienced and seasoned cultivator present, immediately put on a kind elder's face, approaching the young helper chef with a smiling expression and extending his hand. Brother, I'm Gervais, the patriarch of Wuxia sect. Can you transfer this bottle of engsub water to me? In the future, you'll become an inner disciple of Wuxia sect, and I guarantee to cultivate you to the cavern concealment stage using our sect's resources. You're still young, brother. Arenston to my advice, such treasures aren't meant for you to possess. Gervais's words made the young helper chef slightly lift his head, revealing an unremarkable face filled with stubbornness, dissatisfaction, and firm resolve. No one paid attention to him, the helper chef of Xinyang sect, whose name even the sect's cultivators seemed unaware of, knowing only that he worked in the kitchen. Since the gatekeeper who adopted him passed away, no one knew the helper chef's name anymore. Huey was an ordinary-looking, utterly common youth, facing a grand figure, a high-ranking cultivator patriarch he had never met before. The young helper chef firmly shook his head. I refuse. The notification scrolled repeatedly within the cave abode. Upon seeing these words, the cultivators felt somewhat suffocated. A spirit sword is the most valuable among all magical treasures, because most cultivators prefer swords, and among all magical treasures, swords are also the easiest to communicate with spiritually. And the most important thing is, riding a sword looks incredibly cool. Imagine if your magical treasure was a hoe or hammer. You wouldn't even dare greet others while flying it. Someone gracefully riding a celestial sword while you stand on a dark, massive hammer. It would be visually awkward. Thus, swords hold the highest value among spiritual treasures. An exquisite spirit-grade immortal sword could already be considered a small sect's prized possession. But what made the cultivators truly envious was not this, but the immortal-grade premium engsub spring water. Engsub water is a type of pool gradually formed by absorbing the essence of moonlight. Ordinary and spirit-grade engsub water is generally used for bone marrow washing at the innate stage. But what about higher-grade engsub spring water? Many cultivators were unclear about its effects until several years ago, when a cultivator with perfect attribute celestial spirit roots emerged, advancing towards the immortal realm at an astonishing speed, shocking the entire Sunzhou. Correction. Many cultivators were unclear about its effects until several years ago, when a cultivator with all attribute celestial spirit roots emerged, advancing towards the immortal realm at an astonishing speed, shocking the entire continent of mortals. Note, Sunzhou literally means divine continent or land of the gods, but it is often used to refer to China in a historical or mythological context. For a fantasy setting, continent of mortals or mortal realm might be more fitting. Final edit. Many cultivators were unclear about its effects until several years ago, when a cultivator with all attribute celestial spirit roots emerged, advancing towards the immortal realm at an astonishing speed, shocking the entire continent of mortals. There are millions of cultivators across the land, each specializing in different attributes, such as fire, water, earth, etc., which are related to one's spirit roots. Spirit roots are innate and can differ. Some people have fire attribute spirit roots, while others have water attribute ones. This can be easily detected in various regions of Sunzhou, and some sects even offer free testing. Note, for better fluency, Sunzhou should be replaced with the realm, or a similar term that fits the context. If Sunzhou refers to a specific place in the story, it should be translated consistently. Here is the revised sentence assuming Sunzhou refers to a specific place in the story. This can be easily detected throughout the realm, and some sects even offer free testing. Spirit roots are classified into 4 grades, Huiven, Earth, Mystic, and Yellow, and there are finer subdivisions within each grade, which we will not mention for now. Those below the yellow grade are considered naturally disadvantaged, with blocked spirit roots that make absorbing spiritual energy difficult. Such individuals tend to be weak and sickly, almost unable to step foot into the cultivation world. Changing spirit roots is extremely challenging unless one finds mystical grade or higher engsub water, which can potentially alter one's spirit root attributes. That renowned immortal who shocked all of Sunzhou years ago was found, after numerous investigations by later generations, to have discovered a pool of mystic grade premium engsub clear spring. By soaking and drinking from it daily, he transformed his spirit roots into celestial spirit roots. Note, I've made mystic more consistent with terminology often used in similar contexts, capitalizing it to match the style of celestial. Creating a legendary figure who shook the entire Sunzhou should be translated as creating a legendary figure who junhan ed the entire Sunzhou. But for better English fluency, it would be more appropriate to translate it as creating a legendary figure who shook the entire Sunzhou should be revised to creating a legendary figure who shook the entire realm. Note, Sunzhou literally means divine state or beautiful state, and often refers to China in a historical or literary context. For better understanding in English, using realm might be more fitting when referring to a fantastical or ancient setting. Now, the little helper chef has obtained a bottle of immortal-grade premium engsub spring water. What does immortal-grade engsub spring water imply? After drinking it, he might transform all his spirit roots into celestial spirit roots, making immortality achievable. Errantal helper chef, why you got it first? Roland, another member of the Xiuxian sect, gaped open-mouthed, then threw back his head and laughed maniacally, waving his hands wildly as he shouted. So, Holt Cave Abode is real. It's real. I also received a supreme opportunity. Who can help me? I can soar high, and I will never forget your kindness. Another one went crazy. Cord watched this scene, feeling slightly moved. Roland was the first cultivator to enter his cave abode, but unfortunately, he did not trust it, swayed by others. It was too late for regret now. Other disciples of the Xiuxian sect felt envy, jealousy, and regret, as they had come together initially, but only the little helper chef believed in Holt Cave Abode. They couldn't withstand the ridicule from other cultivators and easily believed others' words, stopping their check-ins, or today's reward might not be just for the little helper chef alone. Immortal-grade premium engsub spring water. Someone actually got it. How did he do it? I saw this young man come up the mountain to Holt Cave Abode every day, unshaken by others' mockery. After years of cultivation, we cannot even match a half-grown boy. Sigh, what more is there to say? Master Holt lived up to being a great sage. He could see right through us from the start. But this may not be a good thing for the little helper chef. A commoner without sin can be targeted for having precious items. The cultivators murmured among themselves. Getting treasures was easy, but guarding them was hard. Why didn't the Holt sect expand? Why did they only bring trusted disciples on treasure hunts? They feared information leaks. Simply put, they feared theft less than being remembered as a target. Now, the little helper chef obtained this priceless treasure in front of so many cultivators, possibly facing danger the moment he left Green Pine Mountain. Gervais, the most experienced and seasoned cultivator present, approached the little helper chef with a benevolent old man's demeanor, smiling as he extended his hand. Young friend, I am Gervais, the patriarch of Wuxia sect. Could you transfer this bottle of engsub spring water to me? In the future, you would become an inner disciple of Wuxia sect, and I promise to use the sect's resources to cultivate you to the cavern treasure stage. You're still young, listen to this old man. Such treasures are beyond your grasp. Gervais's words caused the little helper chef to raise his head slightly. His face, unnoticed by others, showed stubbornness, reluctance, and resolve. The name of the little helper chef from Xiuxian sect was unknown, even among the sect's members. They only knew he worked in the kitchen. After the gatekeeper who adopted him passed away, no one knew the little helper chef's name anymore. Huey was an ordinary, unremarkable youth, seen everywhere. Faced with the grand patriarch of the esteemed Wuxia sect for the first time, the little helper chef firmly shook his head. I refuse. Chapter 17. Were you deaf when I said no fighting? The young helper in the kitchen, whose original name is lost to history, perhaps known only to himself, was called Nash by the gatekeeper, which means picked up in the local dialect. The young helper had been living at Xiuxian Gate since he was 8, showing a great passion for cultivation. The frail teenager practiced diligently through the hot summer and cold winter, imitating the cultivators on the training grounds without any guidance, delivering punches one after another. Huey read cheap novels sold for 5 coins each on the streets and tried to gather energy according to the methods described within. However, progress was slow. Reality differed from fiction. The young helper knew it was impossible for him to reach the later Huivan Chi cultivation stage using these methods alone. At the age of 15, Xiuxian Gate conducted a comprehensive spiritual root test. Actually, it's better to conduct such tests as early as possible. Everyone else at Xiuxian Gate had already undergone the test, leaving the young helper as the last one. Full of hope, he approached the spirit stone platform, but the stone remained unchanged, not even activating with his touch. His spiritual roots were so mediocre that they couldn't even trigger a reaction from the spirit stone. According to the scale, Huivan, Earth, Black, and Yellow, he didn't even qualify for the lowest yellow grade. Huey remembered the impatient look of the cultivator by the platform, who waved him away like shooing off an insect. At that moment, all hope vanished for the young helper. Unlike the protagonists in novels, he had no golden finger or any reason to step into the cultivation world. Huey was just an insignificant mortal, but deep down, he knew he wasn't meant for such insignificance. Humans can withstand oppressive environments, but losing hope is the worst fate. Having his hope shattered was a significant blow to anyone. Yet, the young helper only wallowed in despair for one night. The next day, he was back at the training ground early, watching and mimicking the movements of the later Huivan stage cultivators. Born ordinary, living an ordinary life. But who is willing to remain ordinary? The young helper's dream had not yet extinguished. The Holt Grotto seemed like a lifeline to him, something he clung to tightly despite the lack of hope and mockery from others. This persistence led him to obtain this bottle of Spirit Moon spring water. Now, Gervais wanted to buy it from him? Absolutely out of the question. So, the young helper tilted his head back and drank more than half of the Spirit Moon spring water in one go. Brat, how dare you? Gervais, furious and embarrassed, was about to strike, and his disciples followed suit, ready to attack. Ha 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 ha. If I have no spiritual roots, even if I contribute this bottle of Spirit Moon spring water, you would kick me aside once the storm dies down. But if I have innate spiritual roots, wouldn't you be begging me to join the Wuxiamen? The young helper laughed heartily, showing no fear towards Gervais. Among the thousands of cultivators present, no one knew the Holt Grotto better than him. In the past month, the young helper came here every day, helping to clean and maintain the grotto, without any ulterior motives for the treasures inside. If Cord didn't allow entry to certain areas, he never overstepped. Thus, the young helper was extremely familiar with the Holt Grotto and firmly believed that Cord's rules would protect him. One of the rules of the Holt Grotto was that no one could cause trouble on Green Pine Mountain or snatch opportunities from others. At this moment, Gervais was courting death. Hiss! The seven-colored swallowing xiuxian python opened its eyes, causing a cold wind to sweep through the grotto. The cultivators felt as if their entire bodies were about to freeze. The wuxian group bore the brunt of it. Dozens of cultivators who planned to attack the young helper, along with Gervais himself, were instantly frozen into ice sculptures. Their expressions were vivid, but their life force was barely detectable. Cord left them a breath of life, as his intention wasn't to kill but to use them to build his popularity. Freezing them served as enough of a warning. If they dared to transgress again, they would face death. Ha 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 ha, do you really think the rules of the Holt Grotto are just for show? From today onward, I, Lawrence, will no longer be a mere helper. My name, Lawrence, will one day resound across the land of Zhongzhou. The young helper, Lawrence, rose and laughed freely. After so many years, he finally dared to speak his real name again. The grudge at home needed to be avenged. A fiery determination burned in Lawrence's eyes. Gervais being instantly frozen made it clear to all the cultivators that trying to kill Lawrence within the Holt Grotto was impossible. At least not by them. Cord said no fighting here, and that meant absolutely no fighting here. Unless a celestial being personally killed the seven-colored swallowing xiuxian python. Congratulations to fellow Taoist Lawrence for obtaining an unparalleled treasure. Our Qitong sect is willing to open our doors to you, dedicating all our resources to your cultivation. Our Danching Humbert family has Dongtang Qi, Cave Hidden Stage, cultivators, and are willing to take you as a guest elder to nurture your growth. Our Lombwa City. The attitudes of the cultivators towards Lawrence completely changed. They had witnessed him drinking the top-grade Spirit Moon spring water. If nothing went wrong, his spiritual roots must have been thoroughly cleansed. If he became a celestial root cultivator, his future potential would be boundless. It was always wise to establish good relations first. Even Frank of the Holt sect casually added, if you survive the next 3 days, the Holt sect will also open its doors to you. How could I? Before Lawrence could finish, a mouthful of blood spewed out. His body emitted an overwhelming amount of spiritual energy, almost like celestial qi surrounding him. But the power was too intense for him to bear. Simply put, he couldn't handle the nourishment. If it were an ordinary cultivator, they could withstand it. But Lawrence, still an ordinary person, couldn't endure drinking so much top-grade spring water in one go. His body began to react negatively. Now Gervais wanted to buy it from him? That was nothing more than a dream. Without hesitation, the young helper tilted his head back and drank most of the Spirit Moon spring water. Brat, how dare you? Gervais, enraged and humiliated, lunged to snatch the bottle, while his disciples joined in. Ha 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 ha. If I have no spiritual roots, then even if I offer this Spirit Moon spring water, you would kick me aside once the fuss dies down. But if I possess a perfect spiritual root, wouldn't you beg me to join Wuxia sect? The young helper laughed heartily, unafraid of Gervais. Among the thousands of cultivators present, none could match the young helper's familiarity with the Holt Grotto. Huey had clocked in daily over the past month, helping clean and maintain the grotto, never coveting the treasures inside. Where Cord didn't permit entry, the young helper did not overstep. Thus, the young helper trusted in the rules set by Cord, which strictly forbade disturbances on Qingsong Mountain and any attempt to seize someone else's opportunity. At this moment, Gervais was courting death. SSSSSS. The seven-colored devouring sky python opened its eyes, causing a gust of cold wind to sweep through the grotto. The cultivators felt their meridians freeze solid. The Wuxia sect party bore the brunt of it, turning several dozen would-be assailants, including Gervais, into ice sculptures. Their expressions were vividly preserved, but their vital signs were barely detectable. Cord left them a breath of life. His intention wasn't to kill the cultivators, but to garner support. Freezing them served as a warning. Any further transgression would result in death. Ha ha ha, do you really think the rules of Holt Grotto are for show? From today onward, I, Lawrence, am no longer a mere helper. One day, my name will resound throughout China. The young helper, Lawrence, stood up, laughing defiantly. After all these years, he finally dared to speak his real name aloud. It was time to reclaim what his family deserved. A fierce flame burned in Lawrence's eyes, refusing to die out. Seeing Gervais frozen instantly, many cultivators realized it was impossible to kill Lawrence inside Holt Grotto. At least not by them. Cord had decreed no fighting here. Thus, it must be adhered to. Only if a celestial being killed the seven-colored devouring sky python could the rule be broken. Congratulations to Taoist friend Lawrence on obtaining supreme treasure. Our Chitta Copper sect offers you open doors and all our resources. My Humbert family of Danching has a cavern hidden stage cultivator. We wish to recruit you as a guest practitioner, fostering your growth. Our Lombwa City. All the cultivators' attitudes toward Lawrence changed. They had witnessed him drink the premium-grade Spirit Moon spring water. If Lawrence survived, his spiritual roots would undoubtedly be thoroughly purified. Becoming a celestial spiritual root cultivator would mean infinite potential. Making friends now wouldn't hurt. Even Xuanhuan of Holt sect remarked, if you live 3 days, Holt sect will also open its gates to you. Why would I? Before Lawrence could finish, blood spurted from his mouth. Huey emitted large amounts of spiritual energy, as if divine qi surrounded him. However, the power was too intense for him to bear. Simply put, his body couldn't handle the excessive nourishment. Had he been a regular cultivator, he might have endured it. But Lawrence, as an ordinary mortal, consuming so much premium water in one gulp, led to serious bodily issues. Chapter 18 Unprecedented After-Sales Service. A knowledgeable cultivator side. In fact, what makes a transcendent level magical treasure so highly regarded is its gentleness towards cultivators. Take this bottle of Spirit Moon spring water, for instance. Even if it's at the transcendent level, innate realm cultivators can bathe in it or even drink it without any issues. As for postnatal realm cultivators, they too can benefit from bathing in it, only gaining advantages and no harm. But for ordinary people, especially those with completely blocked spiritual roots, drinking it could be dangerous. Due to its ability to enhance the grade of spiritual roots, Spirit Moon spring water has the effect of clearing blockages. The problem lies here. Imagine a powerful stream suddenly bursting through a dike. What would happen to the dike? It would only end in one outcome, a total collapse. Now, this is precisely what's happening inside the young kitchen helper's body. However, since he drank top-grade Transcendent Spirit Moon Spring Water, which possesses superior restorative properties, it has already begun assisting Lawrence in repairing his spiritual roots. As long as Lawrence survives this, he will successfully cleanse his spiritual roots and embark on the path of cultivation, starting a saga of an ordinary man ascending to immortality. His body may be breaking down, but the Spirit Moon Spring Water continuously repairs it. Huey writhes on the ground, caught between extreme pain and immense comfort. Huey drank too much in one gulp. If he had sipped it carefully, he would have already completed the cleansing of his spiritual roots. Avaricious, utterly avaricious. An ordinary person suddenly obtaining such a treasure might receive protection from a powerful cultivator, yet consuming it themselves would turn it into poison. Now we can only see if his mind is strong enough. If he has sufficient mental fortitude, he might just make it through. The cultivators gathered around Lawrence began discussing how he was continuously experiencing destruction and repair, enduring immense pain. Lawrence remained silent, gritting his teeth and enduring. Huey knew that his life was about to change. But as Lawrence was not a cultivator, no matter how strong his will was, he began to grow faint. Huey had drunk too hastily, desperately wanting to escape his original fate. Lawrence knew his own body best. He suddenly felt the pain stop, his consciousness growing hazy. Is this the end? Lawrence couldn't help thinking this as he fell into a deep sleep. However, the cultivators within Immortal Leisure Cave residents held their breath because, just then, the seven-colored swallow Huevan python had acted again, exhaling a mist that enveloped Lawrence. If celestial beasts mean no harm, their mists are nourishing tonics. Though these may not be particularly beneficial to Tribulation Transcendence stage cultivators, for ordinary people, they are much gentler than Transcendent Spirit Moon Spring Water. A single breath from Cord's spirit beast stabilized the young kitchen helper Lawrence's life force. Being the first to gain fortune, I must provide after-sales service. Quality after-sales service is key to attracting return customers. Cord couldn't help thinking this. Then, his voice echoed within the cave residence. Young disciples, take your chances within my cave residence with peace of mind. If any problems arise, I will do my utmost to help solve them. Cord's words brought tears to the eyes of the present cultivators. This Grandmaster was truly considerate and too kind. To prevent conflicts among cultivators, he did not disclose the names of the winners. To prevent mutual killings, he set rules prohibiting combat within the cave residence boundaries. Now, he even offered to assist in resolving the various issues that arose from ingesting divine treasures. This Grandmaster Xianhuan Cord must have been a benevolent person who cared for all beings while alive. Whoa, I've explored more than 10 cave residences. Never before have I met a cave master as thoughtful as Senior Cord. If Senior Cord were still alive, I would definitely join his sect. Huey's a true cultivator. Although Senior Cord has passed, he lives on in my heart. So earlier, it wasn't that Senior Cord misled us. He chose to protect the winning cultivators. Otherwise, those cultivators might have faced the same fate as Lawrence. The cultivators were deeply moved. Their previous experiences exploring cave residences were fraught with dangers, often encountering ferocious guardian beasts. Never before had they experienced such thoughtful and meticulous service, nor had their entire exploration process been free from crisis. Not only would the cave residents protect their privacy, but it also safeguarded them from losing control during cultivation. Thoughtful, loving, and respected. This was the impression many cultivators now had of Cord. Haha. Cord chuckled softly. Of course, the cultivators couldn't hear him when he didn't want them to. Actually, these cultivators misunderstood. Cord indeed deceived them. Before the young kitchen helper Lawrence, no one had ever obtained such supreme treasures. The Spirit Moon waterfall may seem abundant, but for the few hundred Tribulation Transcendence stage cultivators who truly need it, it might just be sufficient. These cultivators' spiritual roots were already incredibly pure, requiring massive resources to further enhance. Unlike Sire Xiaofan, a small bottle sufficed. So Cord only gave these transcendent supreme treasures to low-ranking cultivators, causing envy among high-ranking cultivators and increasing the fame of Immortal Leisure Cave residents. Brilliant. Chapter 19. As long as there are people, a cave spirit can cultivate too. However, even for a small bottle, Cord was still very cautious in his distribution. After the initial accumulation, the resources in his cave residence were already quite abundant. Opportunities like this top-notch one could gradually decrease. Thus, Cord began to gradually lower the chances of obtaining supreme-grade treasures like the Moondew Stone. The probability of getting such supreme-level opportunities was reduced from an initial 90% down to 0.1%. In other words, according to classical probability theory, out of 1,000 cultivators, only one would have a chance to gain a supreme-level opportunity. At this moment, those local cultivators stepped into Holt's cave once again. They said regretfully, "Senior Holt, we junior cultivators have come again. I am ashamed, truly ashamed, that we previously doubted your intentions. I also know how shameful it is, but the path of cultivation is full of uncertainties. Please grant us this opportunity." Haha, I've gained another opportunity. Wait, why is my treasure just a rank 6 cold Aeronc pearl? Ah, indeed, my treasure has turned into a rank 9 celestial meteorite. My previous treasure was a supreme-grade Moondew Stone. Those cultivators who re-entered the cave couldn't hold back their distress. They hung their heads, with remorseful expressions on their faces. They had originally possessed supreme-grade opportunities, but because they gave up and couldn't bear the sarcastic glances of others, they failed to consistently check in for even a month. Now, they had lost any chance at those supreme-grade opportunities. This significant contrast made them feel miserable. The local cultivators wished they could go back to when they first encountered the Holt cave a month ago. Unfortunately, there is no remedy for regret. Also, even if they had persisted in checking in for a month, Cord wouldn't have been able to distribute so many supreme-grade treasures to everyone. But they didn't know that. Just complete one more opportunity. This isn't too difficult. I only need to check in for 7 days. My opportunity requires me to find friends to help boost it. Which friend here hasn't assisted yet? If you can assist me, I will have gifts for you. Huh? Me? Damn. I've regained a supreme-grade opportunity. Ha 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 ha. This time, I won't give up until death. The cultivators started helping each other. Cord watched the steadily rising popularity points in front of him and smiled. In just one day, his cave's popularity broke 10,000. Combined with the original reserve, the current popularity soared to 70,000. For a new cave spirit, that was an incredibly impressive score. To put it simply, even Bridget, who was hailed as a cave spirit genius, only managed to gather 50,000 popularity in the first 3 months. Bridget's cave was famous for being a treasure trove owned by a great transcendence cultivator, thus possessing vast amounts of heavenly materials. As for Cord's cave, its owner was originally just a minor cultivator in the innate realm and left nothing usable for Cord, not a single cultivation material or magic weapon. Starting from scratch, gathering this level of popularity in just a month was nothing short of astonishing. The higher the popularity, the more solidified the cave spirit seems. I feel pretty strong now. After gaining high popularity, Cord could distinctly feel himself becoming increasingly substantial and full of power as a cave spirit. Just by trying to stretch out his hand on the stone wall of the cave, he could break off a piece of rock. This wasn't through the control of the cave's master, but by his own strength. Why not ask in the cave spirit's secret realm what's going on? Cord became interested. Could it be that cave spirits can cultivate too? Arriving at the cave spirit's secret realm, this solidified feeling transformed into immense strength. Cord had never felt so vigorous before, feeling like a little tiger ready to pounce. Secret realm assistant, can cave spirits cultivate too? Of course, all things possess spirits, and spirits can cultivate. Even stones, plants, and flowers can become spirits through cultivation. Why can't a cave spirit? Moreover, the realms of cave spirits correspond with those of cultivators. The cave spirit's secret realm assistant answered matter-of-factly. Cord nodded, finding the explanation logical and unchallengeable. But soon he thought of another question, asking curiously, what do cave spirits cultivate for? Do they fight each other? Master, isn't the struggle among cave spirits in the secret realm normal? Besides, if there's no guardian beast in the cave, wouldn't cultivators be able to freely take away precious items from inside? That's when the cave spirit must personally intervene. The floating light ball assistant continued to answer. Cord understood. Firstly, cave spirits could cultivate, and the cave's popularity was equivalent to cultivation energy. Only with high popularity could a cave spirit advance in realm. Secondly, open and covert struggles within the cave spirit's secret realm were inevitable. Cultivating a cave spirit could defend against external attacks. Lastly, not every cave had a guardian beast like the whole cave. Some caves had none at all. In these cases, the cave spirit must take action personally. A highly cultivated cave spirit played a crucial role in such situations. Understood. If I want to start cultivating, how should I begin? Cord asked further. First, you need cave spirit-specific cultivation techniques, which you can buy at Chinny Pavilion. Chinny Pavilion, huh? Cord chuckled. Huey wondered if he'd bump into that cheap wife again. Chapter 20. My name is Hansen. Before his unexpected time travel, Cord often saw internet jokes about government-issued spouses. Huey never thought that after crossing over, he would actually be forced into marriage by the Huevenly Dao. Shaking his head, Cord walked toward Chinny Pavilion. As soon as he entered, he heard Bridget arguing with someone. This fiery little thing, Cord thought, amused yet exasperated. Bridget's temper was indeed just as it seemed. But then, did these cave spirits not need to stay in their own caves? What if something happened to their abode? Cord had been gone for a short while but was already worried about his own cave's safety. I've said many times before, the betrothal is arranged by the Huevenly Dao, and I have no say in this matter. I can't reciprocate your feelings right now. Also, it's not like I must marry you, Ajay. Bridget's voice floated from inside Chinny Pavilion. Hearing this, Cord frowned. Was someone eyeing his wife to be? But given Bridget's beauty, it would be strange if no one were trying to win her favor. Bridget, when you borrowed 1 million popularity points from me, you didn't make any such objections. I gave you countless treasures, and now you're rejecting me? Ajay, let's get things straight. It was only a loan back then, and I've already repaid that 1 million popularity points. Moreover, I've returned twice the value of all the treasures you gave me. Don't bring that up anymore. With a creak, Chinny Pavilion's door swung open gently as Cord stepped in with a light smile. Looking at the two people, he laughed. Please continue. I'm just here to watch the show. Who are you? Ajay, who had just been quarreling with Bridget, asked with evident displeasure. Ajay, as it turned out, was the most popular cave spirit in the secret realm, reaching the transcendent spirit stage of cave concealment period. Incidentally, it was far more challenging for cave spirits to cultivate compared to humans. Achieving this stage indicated his cave had an immense number of supporters. Despite being handsome, sharp brows and starry eyes, standing tall, Ajay noticeably paled next to Cord, airing the glow of fireflies trying to rival the brilliance of the moon. Even Ajay couldn't help thinking, how could someone be so strikingly handsome? If Cord knew what he was thinking, he'd sigh and remark, it's natural born, nothing can be done about it. Sitting casually at the center of Chinny Pavilion, Cord nonchalantly replied to Ajay's question, me? I'm her lucky husband-to-be, courtesy of the Huevenly Dao. What? You're the match made by the Huevenly Dao? The Huevenly Dao must be blind, assigning someone as weak as you to Qinyue, who hasn't even changed out of beginner's clothes. Are you a new cave spirit? Ajay asked, barely masking his rage. Ajay, this is between us. No one else needs to be involved, Bridget said, stepping protectively in front of Cord. This wasn't because she liked him. It was her nature not to drag others into her affairs. You're protecting him, Qinyue? Boy, what's your name? Dare you tell us? Kneading inwardly, Ajay demanded furiously. Of course I dare. My name is Hansen. My cave is located in Nanzhou, also known as Wuxia Cave. Cord confidently declared, smiling easily, as though Ajay didn't matter at all. Hearing this, Bridget was stunned. Wasn't your name Cord? Why give a false name with such audacity? Wuxia Cave, is it? I'll remember this. Wait for me, I'll flatten your cave within 3 days. Fuming, Ajay issued a warning. Sometimes Cord wondered if these cave spirits were simple-minded enough to believe whatever they heard. But Ajay's fury had clouded his judgment. Seeing Bridget slip away, he was beside himself with anger. Listening to their exchange, Bridget almost laughed. One dares to speak, the other dares to believe. This husband-to-be seems rather amusing. Suddenly, 3 loud bell chimes resounded overhead, drawing the attention of every cave spirit in the secret realm. Gray chaos gas spread again, visible wherever one looked. An enormous eye opened once more, its vastness intimidating. The xiuxian Dao of the Shenzhou world. Xiuxian Dao has detected active participation from a new cave spirit, greatly increasing popularity for the free and easy cave. Goal achieved, earning recognition from the xiuxian Dao. Reward. Release of a 7-colored auspicious cloud, which has now been released. These words echoed in the ears of each cave spirit. What? A new cave spirit received the approval of the xiuxian Dao? That's incredibly hard to achieve. Once recognized, this cave spirit's surroundings will frequently witness anomalies, attracting cultivators. Xiuxian Dao's recognition extends further than that. Cultivation for cave spirits is extremely difficult, but those recognized by the xiuxian Dao have a smoother path. Free and easy cave. Is there a new cave spirit named Free and Easy? Jealous, a new cave spirit managed to earn the xiuxian Dao's approval. How on earth did he do it? Amidst the chatter of cave spirits in the secret realm, Bridget's expression, standing beside Cord, grew even stranger. Chapter 21. How do you know? Have you tried? Bin Grotto? Can it really belong to this rogue? Bridget mused internally. Yet, how could that be possible? This fellow had only been around for a month, still clad in old rough linen clothes. Moreover, his recent behavior was truly contemptible, using an alias instead of his real name. Unexpectedly, a new cave spirit has received a heavenly reward. This is quite rare. It indicates he must have some supreme treasure hidden away, attracting numerous cultivators. I'd love to meet such a newcomer, Ajay muttered softly beside her. Cord shrugged after hearing him, realizing the person Ajay spoke of was standing right before him. Unfortunately, Ajay had no idea. All right, Ajay, you may leave. I won't marry you. Xiuxian's Dao has already chosen my husband. Before our betrothal is annulled, there's nothing I can do about it. Bridget brought the conversation back on track after being interrupted by Xiuxian's Dao. However, she now looked at Cord with newfound curiosity. If he were indeed the owner of Bin Grotto, then he must have earned Xiuxian's approval in just 1 month. Getting recognized by Xiuxian's Dao wasn't easy for a new cave spirit. What did he do? Suddenly, Bridget became very interested in Cord. Ajay misinterpreted her curious gaze as something else. Huey coldly snorted and said to Cord, Hansen, huh? Just wait until you face the consequences. A new cave spirit daring to act arrogantly before me. You think you're Bin Grotto? Even if you were, you won't get away with your insolence before me. After issuing the threat, Ajay left Xiuxian Pavilion. As a reputable cave spirit within the secret realm, he found it beneath him to engage directly with Cord. Besides, even if they fought, it would be difficult to kill someone directly in the cave spirit's secret realm due to its unique creation by Xiuxian's Dao. Furthermore, cave spirit's lifespan depended on the popularity among cultivators. The best way to destroy a cave spirit was to diminish its popularity. Ajay had already started plans to ruin the cave named Wuxia upon returning. Without the cave spirit would naturally disappear. As Ajay left, he heard Cord shout from inside the pavilion. Ha! With Bridget protecting me, bring it on! Remember my name, Hansen? Just stepping out, Ajay staggered, gritting his teeth and whispering, just wait. After seeing Ajay off, Cord turned his gaze back to Bridget. Xiuxian's chosen wife was truly beautiful, embodying unparalleled beauty. Descriptions like charming enough to make fish dive deep or flowers blush were not exaggerations but true descriptions. With a perfect oval face, expressive eyes, and a figure slightly plump yet well-proportioned, she was undeniably attractive. If you keep staring, I'll gouge out your eyeballs, Bridget responded coldly. Oh, show a little customer service spirit. I'm here to buy cultivation manuals for cave spirits. Cord shrugged. All things possess spirits, which can be cultivated. Cave spirits were no exception. In many grottos, powerful remnants often emerged, capable of injuring cultivators exploring treasures. Actually, these weren't remnants of the grotto owners, but the cave spirits themselves, who could cause harm and attain cultivation levels after training. Yet, their cultivation was challenging because it required popularity. Cave spirit cultivation methods? They need a base of popularity to practice effectively, otherwise, it's a waste of time. Despite her words, Bridget picked up a few books to hand to Cord. New Cave Spirit Beginner's Cultivation Guide, advanced directly to innate stage. Want to become more solid? Foundation Building Chapter for Cave Spirits. How should cave spirits cultivate? This book teaches you. Looking at the titles, Cord's expression froze. Noticing his reaction, Bridget brushed a strand of hair behind her ear and replied coldly, What? Got a problem? These book titles. I named them myself. Any objections? No wonder they feel so original and familiar. Cord laughed awkwardly. These titles sounded more like marketing gimmicks rather than serious cultivation texts. The girl was undeniably pretty, but her naming skills left much to be desired. Humph, smooth talker, Bridget huffed and turned her head away. How do you know? Have you tried? Cord promptly shot back. This caught Bridget off guard, making her flush red with embarrassment. Various objects in Xiuxian Pavilion flew towards Cord, fueled by her anger. Cord, you rogue. They chased each other out of Xiuxian Pavilion. Staff members watched with amusement and began discussing quietly. My, Miss and Master are getting closer so quickly. Considering it's a match arranged by Huiven's Dao, we thought it would be Ajay. Master seems more interesting. True, how could Ajay ever match Miss? She is destined to become? Hush, don't say it. The servants fell silent mid-sentence, casting worried glances at Bridget. Chapter 22. The storm approaches. When Cord returned to his cave, he had clarified a few things. Firstly, cave spirits could indeed harm each other, but it wasn't always immediately fatal. Injuries sustained by a cave spirit in the cave spirit realm would be reflected in the physical cave. Damage to the cave wouldn't immediately result in the disappearance of the cave spirit. However, a decrepit cave would surely deter visitors, and thus the cave spirit would need to spend popularity points to repair it. This indirectly depleted the cave spirit's popularity. Smaller caves were affected more significantly. If a cave's rank was not high enough and an opponent's attack was too intense, the cave might collapse directly. It was akin to having a small restaurant where any damage would be easily spotted upon entering. But if the restaurant were vast enough, one might wander around without noticing the damage. Caves like Cord's Immortal Cave virtually granted him immortality within the cave spirit realm. Secondly, there was a hierarchy of power among cave spirits. Bridget could act against Cord, and the current Cord couldn't retaliate. Although he wouldn't die thanks to his immortal cave, it would be humiliating. In short, the damage might not be significant, but the insult was extreme. Bridget later explained to Cord why cave spirits needed to enhance their realms. Higher realm cultivators could potentially cause fatal blows to cave spirits. For example, a high-ranking cultivator could block the entrance to a cave, preventing others from entering. If a cave spirit's door was blocked, its popularity wouldn't rise, and it would eventually fade away. Just like how Xuanhuan sect did previously. If Cord didn't have an immortal-grade guardian beast, his whole cave would now be under the control of a major sect. Once a sect took over, the cave's popularity would become fixed and predictable. In summary, enhancing the power of a cave spirit could also be used to combat blocking cultivators. Moreover, once a cave spirit reached a certain realm, it could leave the cave and explore the world. All beings have spirits, even cave spirits can cultivate. Wouldn't attaining great enlightenment be wonderful? Thirdly, Holt Cave's current high-profile status likely made it a target for others' dark schemes. In fact, when the first rainbow cloudburst appeared, Holt Cave already caught the eye of many major forces. For instance, in East Continent's Immortal Origin Mountain, surrounded by mist and purple light with cranes flying about, a plump, bald man stood up from the ground. Huey had no facial hair, not even eyebrows. A crane landed before him, delivering a letter. Gervais of Wujiman? A cave guarded by an immortal beast? An immortal-grade treasure? Ha ha ha. Good, very good. I'm at the final stage of my tribulation. If I can obtain an immortal treasure, my ascension will be secured. In a dark valley, a place despised by female cultivators on the continent, known as Joyful Valley, several women were playing in the water. One of them, dressed seductively with tender skin, bewitching eyes, and a captivating demeanor, listened to a male cultivator reporting. At last, she smiled menacingly, her lips curling. Holt Cave? Sounds intriguing. Could such a place be touched by someone like Frank, a villager? Sisters, should we seize this treasure? Huey's smile was inviting yet terrifying. If anyone saw her face, it would spark chaos. Male cultivators would be entranced, while female cultivators would gnash their teeth in jealousy. She was Rosalie, the greatest temptress of the Eastern Continent. Countless cultivators had fallen for her charms. She now harbored great interest in Holt Cave, especially since it had produced a second rainbow cloud today. In an ancient relic filled with thousands of cultivators intensely practicing, they absorbed blue gases floating through the air, their faces distorted in concentration. The Azure Dark Hall, located in the eastern region of the continent, was a dreaded cave where cultivators became insatiable in their practice, never stopping day or night. Their fate was either to die from overtraining or become legendary warriors. Despite becoming powerful, those who emerged from the Azure Dark Hall remained bloodthirsty and violent. Normal cultivators dared not explore this cave unless driven by deep hatred seeking vengeance. Himph, another new cave spirit receiving heavenly rewards? Why him? I spent years. He just 1 month? Kill him. Whoever enters his cave, slay them all. An order echoed in the Azure Dark Hall. The frenzied cultivators opened their eyes and knelt before the man seated in the center, roaring in unison. As you command, Lord Hallmaster. If Cord were here, he would be shocked. The seated man was a cave spirit who could command cultivators. Various forces were now targeting Cord's Holt Cave. One rainbow cloud could be an accident or good luck, but 2 clouds meant there was something real. Both cultivators and cave spirits were now coveting Cord. What secret did Holt Cave hold? Unaware of being watched by these forces, Cord prepared to begin cultivating the cave spirit's technique. Chapter 23. 10,000 levels of Qi cultivation, the Tormentor King. As the saying goes, all things possess a spirit, and everything in this world can cultivate to become an immortal. Above the land of China, there lies a fairyland called Penglai Paradise. Once one becomes an immortal, they may enter paradise, living freely and carefree. With wind when needed and rain when desired, they can raise great waves with a single flip of their hand, causing floods to rise up to the heavens. Millennia pass in the blink of an eye, and seas turn into fields. Achieving immortality is the dream of every cultivator on Chinese soil. Naturally, any creature with a spirit can also cultivate. This applies to cave spirits as well. However, being unique spiritual entities, cave spirits require not the spiritual energy of China's mainland but the vitality brought by human attention. The more prosperous a cave, the higher its vitality. For cave spirits, vitality functions much like an internal force for martial artists or spiritual power for cultivators, an indispensable element. Currently, Cord possesses 70,000 points of popularity admired by novice cave spirits, making him akin to Sawyer Wuji, mastering the 9 young divine skill, just waiting to learn cultivation techniques. The cultivation method my cheap wife gave me seems pretty strange. Cord took out the cultivation technique and examined it carefully inside his cave. Suddenly, he recalled that his golden finger randomly evolves things. Why not try it on this technique? Random evolution, cultivation technique. Would you like to start random evolution on the new beginner's guide to cave spirit cultivation techniques, which instantly advances you to the innate stage? Yes. Random evolution in progress. Evolution complete. Obtained the technique, Manual of the Sunflower. A pale yellow book floated out. Upon seeing the title, Cord felt a chill. Upon opening it, sure enough, the familiar line appeared. To practice this technique, one must first castrate oneself. This involved not only physical self-castration but also a mental castration, rendering no interest in the opposite sex after cultivation. Forget it, let's try another one. Would you like to perform random evolution on, do you want to become more solid? Foundation building for cave spirits? Yes. Evolution in progress. Evolution complete. Obtained, the Jade Maiden Art Sutra. A milky white manual floated out. Cord opened it reluctantly, finding the first chapter read. Only female cave spirits can practice this. Oh, come on. Feeling helpless, Cord thought these two methods weren't suitable for him. Random evolution still relied on luck. Should he try the third one? The third one is just an overview of the cave spirit cultivation system, not worth learning. Let's continue evolving, add some popularity points, and gamble once more. Cord added 3,000 popularity points to his golden finger and chose to initiate random evolution again. How should cave spirits cultivate? This book will teach you. Begins random evolution, consuming 3,000 popularity points. Evolution complete. Obtained the supreme immortal grade cultivation technique, 10,000 levels of chi cultivation. A golden light shone brightly as the cultivation method emerged. Cord hadn't expected to draw another immortal grade superior technique. This wasn't based on full fortune. It was pure luck. And he actually drew an immortal grade superior technique? What kind of luck is this? Damn, I think my luck is crazy. 3,000 popularity points got me an immortal grade superior cultivation technique? Cord was surprised. Huey opened the golden cultivation method, and a line of text caught his eye. 10,000 levels of chi cultivation. Complete 10,000 levels to become an immortal grade superior technique. Huh. Upon reading this, Cord felt something was off. What does completing mean? What if it's incomplete? Good question. Now you're asking what level an incomplete cultivation would be at. An incomplete version is just a mundane chi cultivation technique. Another line floated out. It seemed the writer of this method had a deep understanding of psychology. Don't tell me you don't want to practice it? Too bad. Once you've started this method, you must continue. I almost achieved the ultimate Tao because of unstable foundations. Therefore, I created this technique. No matter who you are, aim for 10,000 levels of chi cultivation. The explanation ended here, with no further lines floating out. Cord felt himself automatically begin practicing this method. Skipping past the postnatal body strengthening stage, he directly entered the chi cultivation stage. Chi cultivation level 1, chi cultivation level 2, chi cultivation level 18, chi cultivation level 19, chi cultivation level 327. His popularity points directly boosted him to chi cultivation level 327. Once he started this technique, if he wanted to switch to another method, he'd have to complete 10,000 levels first. Luckily, Cord wasn't an ordinary cultivator. His lifespan and cultivation came from popularity points. Otherwise, reaching 10,000 levels of chi cultivation would take ages. 70,000 popularity points only get me to 300 plus levels? Damn, looks like I need to find a way to gather more popularity points. Cord's expression darkened as his consciousness drifted within the free and easy cave. By now, 3 days had passed since entering the cave spirit realm, and the number of cultivators visiting increased daily. The amount of popularity provided each day was extraordinarily high for a new cave spirit. Yet, Cord found it increasing too slowly. This wouldn't do. Less than 10,000 cultivators visit Green Pine Mountain daily. What are these cultivators doing? Go out and bring more people. Thus, Cord began updating the conditions for obtaining opportunities within the free and easy cave. While not drastically altering them, he made small changes to certain rules. These changes drove the 10,000 cultivators insane once more. The master of the free and easy cave was truly a tormentor king. Chapter 24. Stealing progress, can't Huey but play by these rules. All cultivators who entered the Immortal Tranquility Grotto received a message. Dear cultivators, the Immortal Tranquility Grotto is undergoing an uninterrupted 1.12 version update. Post-update, the sign-in rules will be changed, and to allow cultivators easier access to supreme-grade materials, we will initiate the progress stealing event. Upon seeing this rule, many cultivators were perplexed. Change in sign-in rules? The most meticulous of cultivators quickly noticed that on the 7th day of signing in, one must recruit 5 new cultivators who have never been to the Immortal Tranquility Grotto in order to receive the lucky draw prize. As for the progress stealing event, it left the cultivators even more bewildered until the head of Zixiao sect, Xuanhuan, erupted with almost despairing anger. For heaven's sake, who stole my progress? Only then did numerous cultivators snap out of their confusion, realizing that stealing progress worked like this. In the Immortal Tranquility Grotto, no opportunity could be claimed unless the acquisition progress reached 100%. And now, this progress can be stolen? Many cultivators felt despondent at the thought. Was this for real? The progress they had painstakingly accumulated over several days could be stolen by someone else? There's still laws to govern such things? Don't you dare steal my progress, or I'll lose it. I swear I will. Whoa, who did that? Fie. My progress was at 99.2%, just one more day and it would have been complete, but now someone stole 20%. I want to bash my head against a wall. Can you show mercy? I'm new here. Wait, do new people have special privileges? We can steal from others? Then, hee. The cultivators fell into chaos, each trying to understand the new event rules. Each cultivator got 3 free chances to steal progress, but after using these 3 opportunities, they could steal 5 times more daily, only if they brought new users. Anyone who hadn't entered the Immortal Tranquility Grotto before was considered a new user. Those who had already visited were collectively termed as old users. Worse yet, there were immediate examples of cultivators directly completing tasks by stealing progress. Congratulations to cultivator name, who used the progress stealing method to reach 100% progress and obtained a supreme grade spirit level bone eroding black dragon egg. Congratulations to cultivator name, who used the progress stealing method to reach 100% progress and obtained a supreme grade rank 1 dragon sword. Congratulations to cultivator name, who used the progress stealing method to reach 100% progress and obtained a vial of supreme grade rank 2 divine protection pill. Seeing these examples of progress being stolen to complete tasks, many cultivators started breathing rapidly, even though they knew this was likely a new tactic from the Immortal Tranquility Grotto. Even though they suspected it might be a trick, they still fell for it. They really couldn't resist. Stealing opportunities required bringing in new users. Otherwise, one risked becoming a victim of theft themselves. I'm leaving right away. There are still many unresolved matters in the mortal world, and I can use those resources to gain 5 levels of stealing opportunities every day. Ha ha ha. My progress has already been stolen down to 10%. All shameless bunch. I need to go find some recruits. Don't anyone try to stop me. Whoever stole 1% of my progress, watch out. I'll definitely steal it back. Many cultivators angrily left the Immortal Tranquility Grotto, while others decided to give up on its rewards. Not everyone had the time to linger at the Immortal Tranquility Grotto. Some cultivators had already gotten subpar results, just spirit-level materials. After all, the Immortal Tranquility Grotto genuinely offered treasures now, unlike before when it was all promises and dreams. Some giving up could be understood. Cord watched all of this unfold, but had no intention of losing these users. This was an explosive period, and once it stabilized, he planned to bring those cultivators back. Speaking of the little kitchen helper, Lawrence had become something of a symbol for the Immortal Tranquility Grotto. After Cord's intervention, Lawrence fully absorbed the supreme grade spirit moon spring water. Black impurities seeped out through his pores and pooled on the ground. Upon regaining consciousness, Lawrence learned that Cord had saved him. Huey knelt down and repeatedly bowed, shouting loudly. This junior Lawrence vows from today onward to dedicate himself to promoting the Immortal Tranquility Grotto. Instead of dismissing Lawrence, Cord allowed him to cultivate within the grotto. There were plenty of cultivation methods inside, and Cord casually threw a few to the kitchen helper. Lawrence didn't picky, and his realm progressed incredibly fast. Every time he cultivated, 3 blossoms would converge above his head, symbolizing rapid advancement. Huey swiftly surpassed the native-like stage, reaching the Foundation Establishment realm. Within just a few dozen days, he achieved great perfection in the Foundation Establishment stage, and was half a step away from the bone-washing realm. But everyone knew that Lawrence's transition to bone-washing would be easier because, before entering cultivation, he had already purified his spiritual roots using supreme-grade materials. At this point, all the cultivators could only envy him, especially the few cultivators from Xiuxian's sect, whose eyes turned red with envy. Chapter 25. Never mock a poor youth. A mere kitchen helper, and yet he managed to turn his life around. Huey only had a month's worth of patience more than we did. What gives him the right? The cultivator from Xiuxian Gate, Jediah, gritted his teeth in frustration. The kitchen helper Lawrence was an insignificant figure, but he clung to the lifeline that was Zayoyo Cave Estate and changed his fate. Holt Cave Estate easily offered opportunities that could alter the course of one's life, but only Lawrence seized this chance. Cultivators from Xiuxian Gate believed Holt Cave Estate was misleading and played tricks on them, so they didn't even bother persisting with the routine tasks. Reflecting now, they deeply regret it. Yet despite this, the cultivators from Xiuxian Gate still envied Lawrence intensely, especially those who brought him to Holt Cave Estate. Upon hearing Eric's remarks, the old man Humbert Aaron, who was drinking to alleviate his boredom, also sighed. This is all down to destiny. I considered myself experienced enough to be among the first to notice something amiss at Holt Cave Estate. Yet, my cleverness turned into folly. Perhaps the path of cultivation works like this. The more astute and worldly wise you are, the more likely you are to miss out on many opportunities. As far as I'm concerned, even if Lawrence has risen high, he shouldn't have ignored us brothers. Isn't it reasonable to share a sip of that supreme, immortal-grade Erengiu spring water with us? The youngest, Argyle, also agreed. For cultivators, practice cannot be interrupted for a single day, but these 4 disciples of Xiuxian Gate couldn't focus on their cultivation at all. They were completely preoccupied with Lawrence's situation. Especially Roland. When Argyle spoke like this, it felt as though a massive rock had lodged in his heart. Upon learning that Lawrence had obtained the immortal grade opportunity, Roland went mad for 3 whole days. Originally, this opportunity should have been his. Huey was the first cultivator to receive it, and he brought everyone else along. Now it was the kitchen helper Lawrence who received the opportunity. When he obtained another chance from Holt Cave Estate, Roland only received an extraordinary spirit-level snow ginseng root. Normally, he would have been overjoyed. But now, seeing the contrast and feeling the gap between him and Lawrence, Roland was resentful. I'll go talk to the kitchen helper. Roland stood up and entered Holt Cave Estate. Finding Lawrence meditating, he cut straight to the point. Kitchen helper, I brought you here. You should at least share some spring water with us. I've been waiting for you all to come speak with me for quite some time. Lawrence opened his eyes slightly, interrupting his cultivation. An indescribable aura of dignity radiated from him, completely transforming his demeanor from a month ago. All this stemmed from a bottle of supreme immortal-grade Erengiu spring water awarded by Cord. Just now, he had broken through to the peak Foundation Establishment realm, directly advancing into the bone-washing stage. Now, he had surpassed Xiuxian Gate's top senior brother and had superiority in terms of realm. Even standing before him, Roland felt significant pressure. You've been waiting for us to come talk? Were you willing to share some spring water with us? Greedy looks surfaced on Roland's face. Ordinarily, his relationship with the kitchen helper wasn't bad. Otherwise, he wouldn't have called him to participate in seeking opportunities. But the kitchen helper gave a mocking laugh and held a white porcelain bottle with 2 fingers. There's still a small half of a mortal spring water inside, enough to cleanse your mortal body. Yes, yes, but I won't give it to you. The kitchen helper smiled. This froze Roland's expression. He hadn't expected the kitchen helper to refuse so decisively and without mercy. You, if it weren't for Xuanhuan Gate, you would have frozen to death on the streets long ago. Roland lunged forward, grabbing the kitchen helper's collar, looking furious. That's true, but Xuanhuan Gate saved me. What does it have to do with you? I treated you well, didn't I? After speaking, Roland suddenly recalled something and choked on his words. Do you feel guilty? Have you forgotten how I begged you back then? The smile on the kitchen helper's face slowly turned into hatred. Roland knew exactly what Lawrence was referring to. In the particularly cold winter 2 years ago, the elderly gatekeeper Aranda had fallen ill in the courtyard and lay there overnight until he was discovered by the kitchen helper returning from shopping. The doctor said there was no hope unless a 3rd-grade spirit-level wanyang herb and several other spirit-level medicinal herbs could be found to save his life. For the kitchen helper, such spirit-level herbs were unattainable, and he continually pleaded with the cultivators in the sect for help. Hearing that spirit-level medicinal herbs were needed to save a life, the cultivators in the sect refused. To them, someone's life was less important than cultivation. Among those who refused was Roland. The next day, the gatekeeper died, and the kitchen helper honored him with due respect. At that time, Roland lightly told the kitchen helper, the deceased are gone, please try not to grieve too much. They thought this settled things. But for the kitchen helper, it could never be forgotten. You remember now? Back then, I asked you for a 3rd-grade spirit-level herb in vain. Now, you ask me for supreme immortal-grade engsub spring water. How thick-skinned can you get? The kitchen helper Lawrence spoke coldly, draining all the strength from Roland's body. ####Chapter 26. Forget it. I'll bestow you an opportunity. Actually, that matters. Sigh. Jerome opened his mouth as if he wanted to say something, but in the end, no words came out. Huey turned and left dejectedly. The young kitchen helper was right. Back then, the helper had only asked him for a 3rd-grade spirit-level warm young grass, and he couldn't even provide that. It wasn't that Jerome was unwilling. It was that he simply couldn't find it. His realm was too low, and time had been tight, leaving him no chance to look for it. But these words were difficult for him to admit. Huey felt ashamed, asking the young kitchen helper for immortal-level spring water. Furthermore, it wasn't just others' ridicule that had shaken Jerome's resolve. Deep down, he doubted whether he should trust Xiuxian Cave or not. I didn't expect the kitchen helper to be so resolute. It seems anyone, even ordinary people, have potential. Who knows? They might attain enlightenment one day. Shepard, who witnessed this scene, muttered to himself. With Lawrence's increasing realm, the amount of public support he could offer daily grew more substantial. After driving Jerome away, Lawrence didn't seem overly pleased. Instead, a look of relief mixed with melancholy appeared on his face. After all, Xuanhuan Gate had once saved him from starvation. Over the years, Jerome and others felt some guilt toward him and treated him well. But Lawrence still harbored resentment. Resentment over old man Aaron, the gatekeeper. Jerome turned and left Xiuxian Cave in a daze. Another 10 days passed in a flash. During this period, Jerome continued signing in at Xiuxian Cave. On the 14th day, he finally obtained his reward, seeing a line of golden text before him. 14 days signed and completed. You are about to receive your reward. Obtaining reward. Obtain failed. Someone stole 0.01% of your progress. Ding. You're exceptionally lucky today. You've been hit by an opportunity card. Your current progress is 99.99%. You can submit a spirit-level treasure or herb to gain 0.01% progress, potentially obtaining a top-grade snow ginseng root. Jerome finally reached the final step of signing in. However, Xiuxian Cave indeed lived up to its reputation for twists. First, they made you lose 0.01% of your progress, and then made you buy it back with a spirit-level artifact. Deception layered upon deception. Had it been the old Jerome, he would have laughed it off and cursed Xiuxian Cave, then left without looking back. But after the incident with the kitchen helper, Jerome refused to give up. Even if the highest reward he could get was a top-grade snow ginseng root, he didn't want to let this chance slip away. This time, he decided to fully trust Xiuxian Cave. I will submit my 3rd-grade spirit-level wind sword. Biting his lip, Jerome took out his most valuable weapon, a sword he found next to the body of a fallen cultivator. Huey had always treasured it. But now, for the top-grade snow ginseng root, he was willing to risk everything. Snow ginseng root is an extremely versatile cultivation material. Unlike ice-cold immortal grass, though both are cold in nature, ice-cold immortal grass has limited use, mainly benefiting ice cultivators who need to enhance their ice spiritual power. Snow ginseng root, however, is highly effective in solving spiritual fires during cultivation. Furthermore, according to ancient medical records, consuming snow ginseng root lightens the body and prevents aging with prolonged use. It's also beneficial for longevity. This makes it a premium choice for innate and postnatal cultivators alike. A top-grade snow ginseng root would even make innate wash marrow cultivators envious. Note, Shantan Shi Thoi is translated as innate wash marrow to maintain the mystical tone and ensure it reads naturally in English. If further context or explanation is needed, please let me know. Though not comparable to immortal-level Erenjiu spring water, it's still a fantastic cultivation material. If Jerome obtained this snow ginseng root, he could break through to the innate stage soon. So now, Jerome offered his most cherished weapon, hoping to get the herb. Is this testing my character? Looking at the wind sword Jerome submitted, Shepard chuckled. Well, here you go. It's randomly generated anyway, but since I'm giving it to you, do me a favor and spread the word. With that thought, Shepard transferred a 2nd-grade Xuanji snow ginseng root from the Xiuxian Cave to Jerome. Note, Shenji is translated as Xuanji to maintain consistency in terminology and style, assuming it's a specific term within the context of the story. Meanwhile, local cultivators watched as Jerome sacrificed his long-held weapon to Xiuxian Cave. Jerome, You signed in for 14 days and traded your trusted weapon for progress? Are you out of your mind? You mean that new trap? I tried with a spirit level herb before, only to fall into another scheme. It was all for nothing. What a scam. A complete scam. Cultivators from Xuanji sect shook their heads. Xuanji sect was the largest sect within 100 miles. Though it couldn't compare with Wuxia sect, it was vastly superior to Zhengyang sect. Moreover, Xuanji sect had conflicts with Zhengyang sect due to past events involving Xiuxian cave. When a few of Xuanji sect's cultivators were eaten by the rainbow-devouring sky python, they dared not seek revenge on Shepherd and blamed Zhengyang sect instead. Seeing Jerome's mistake, they couldn't help but mock him. Ding! Congratulations to Zhengyang sect cultivator Jerome, who received a top-grade snow ginseng root. Reward critical hit. Obtained a second-grade Xin-level snow ginseng root, which can be planted. Note: Shinji is translated as Xin level to maintain consistency and readability in English. When the reward notification popped up, the Xuanji sect cultivators were dumbstruck. Kneeling on the ground, tears streaming down his face, Jerome held the pale brown snow ginseng root reverently and thanked Xiuxian cave. Thank you, immortal Holt, for your kindness. I will cherish this opportunity and dedicate myself to the path of cultivation, ensuring everyone can cultivate. Huey misunderstands my intention. Huey thinks I want everyone to cultivate, whereas I merely want them to sign in at Xiuxian cave. After a moment's thought, Shepherd spoke. Chapter 27. Tao cultivation for all. If you truly have a heart of gratitude, bring more cultivators here. I wish to make it so that everyone in this world can cultivate the Tao. Cord's voice echoed through the cave dwelling, stirring the hearts of the cultivators. Everyone having the opportunity to cultivate the Tao. What a grand aspiration. What kind of immortal was immortal Cord before his fall? What calamity could have befallen him to lead to such an end? These mysteries lingered in the minds of the many cultivators. Regardless, even after falling, immortal Cord still cared about all the cultivators, wishing for them to find their path in Tao cultivation. Was he not just an immortal but a sage? I understand. In the future, I will promote the cave dwelling of freedom wherever I go. Right now, I'll return to Zhengyang sect and gather my fellow disciples to preach around nearby cities. Roland answered loudly. I never thought Senior Cord, even in his fall, still cared for everyone. Huey must not be deceiving us but testing us. I get it. Suddenly, a cultivator shouted loudly, drawing everyone's attention. What did you understand? The journey of cultivation spans centuries. Encountering countless mind demons is common. Sometimes, a single act of wickedness can obstruct our mental state, preventing any further progress. Immortal Cord is using these activities to temper our willpower. Amidst the crowd, a middle-aged cultivator with an ordinary appearance reverently called out to the cave dwelling, raising the status of Immortal Cord immensely. The other cultivators suddenly understood. So that's how it is. Immortal Cord designed those frustrating activities to hone their minds. I get it, I really do. After enduring the trials at the cave dwelling of freedom, we won't fear mind demons during our future cultivation stages. Indeed. I truly underestimated Immortal Cord's intentions. Thinking logically, I assumed he was on level 1, and those who thought he was tricking cultivators were on level 2. Turns out he was on level 5. Is this what immortals are like? No doubt. Absolutely. What could be more tormenting than having your progress stolen when it's nearly complete? As long as one can endure without going mad, mind demons, they're nothing much. Right. Our mind demons are like imperial exams for mortals. Immortal Cord is simply giving us practice problems. Truly worthy of being Immortal Cord. All the cultivators looked at the cave dwelling of freedom with newfound sincerity. Even in death, he continued to help the next generation so discreetly, truly a model of sainthood. Huey, these cultivators, Cord thought to himself, feeling a mix of amusement and exasperation. In truth, it wasn't so complicated. Huey just didn't want to give away celestial level artifacts. Other artifacts naturally couldn't be obtained easily either. Otherwise, how would he milk their popularity? Thus, it wasn't as complex as they imagined. Currently, even if Cord distributed rewards, he still needed the cultivators to exchange something in return. Huey had further plans ahead, and the activities were only the beginning. However, there was a problem. He couldn't protect the cultivators' safety once they left the cave dwelling. Inside, they were safe, but outside, they risked being robbed. The young kitchen helper Lawrence never left the cave dwelling. Currently, Cord had no good solution, only letting the cultivators fend for themselves once they descended from Green Pine Mountain. This was detrimental to his growth, as dead cultivators couldn't provide popularity, but it was a temporary dilemma, leaving him somewhat helpless. The only method was to keep the rewards of successful cultivators confidential, but doing so would hinder promotion efforts. To gain trust and spread the word, Cord had to expose the rewards of the kitchen helper and Roland. As a result, many sects were now closely watching Roland. A Xin, grade spirit herb with broad applicability and the ability to be cultivated was a tremendous asset for any sect. Note: Xin grade seems to be a direct translation from Chinese which doesn't make sense in English. If Xin grade is a specific term used in your context, please provide more information or clarify what it means so I can translate it more accurately. Revised. As a result, many sects were now closely watching Roland. A high-grade spirit herb with broad applicability and the ability to be cultivated was a tremendous asset for any sect. Huier, I have replaced Xin grade with high grade to ensure the sentence reads naturally in English. Major sects might not deign to compete for it, but smaller ones definitely would. At this moment, cultivators from Xuanyi sect silently observed Roland from a corner. The entrance alone of the cave dwelling of freedom could accommodate thousands or even tens of thousands of cultivators, with its interior vast beyond imagination. Thus, Roland might not notice anyone lurking in hidden corners. Roland actually obtained a Xin grade spirit herb that can be cultivated. If he takes it back to Zhengyang sect, won't it boost their strength? Note: Xin grade seems out of context in English. Typically, grades for items in such narratives are described using terms like rare, epic, legendary, etc. If Shen is meant to represent a specific grade or quality, it should be consistently translated or explained earlier in the text. For this edit, I kept it as Shen, grade, to stay true to the provided segment, but consider replacing Shen with an appropriate descriptor if it's meant to be understood by an English-speaking audience. I never expected Roland to receive such a reward. It seems none of us from Xuanhuan sect has gotten anything yet? Not yet, but Zhengyang sect's treasures are ours, aren't they? Seeing Roland obtain such fortune, the Xuanhuan sect cultivators grew envious. They weren't a major sect, but compared to Zhengyang sect, they held an advantage. Their sect leader had reached the 7th level of inborn core formation, making him exceptionally powerful among mortals. The leader of Zhengyang sect, however, was only at the inborn bone cleansing stage and quite old, usually staying in seclusion. Thus, Xuanhuan sect harbored malicious intentions. A single Xian-grade cultivatable spirit herb was worth instigating a conflict over. Chapter 28. An innocent man has no crime, but possessing a treasure brings sin. Jerome clearly did not notice the impending danger. He was still immersed in the joy of having received a rare opportunity. Even though it wasn't a downgrade opportunity, the profound level snow ginseng root could still ensure that Zhengyang sect thrived. Congratulations, Taoist fellow Jerome, for obtaining the wandering immortal opportunity. Congratulations, Taoist fellow Jerome. Congratulations, fellow Taoist. The cultivators inside the cave abode all sent their congratulatory messages, making Jerome feel even more elated and oblivious to the hidden crisis. Well, even without a downgrade opportunity, this one spiritual herb is enough to truly set my feet on the path of cultivation. A man should know when to be content. Jerome shook his head, readjusting his mindset. Compared to him, things were far worse at Wuxia sect. Not only did they fail to secure an opportunity, but Gervais was frozen into an ice sculpture, which took several days to thaw out. In the end, it was Cord who asked Blythe to intervene and save him. His goal was to recruit cultivators, not to kill or rob them. After the ice melted, Gervais no longer dared to act rashly, diligently signing in daily and working with other sect members to complete Cord's daily activities. However, the coldness lingering in his body caused him to sneeze hundreds of times each day, looking rather miserable as he waited for the odd treasure within the wandering immortal cave to release him from the cold. Compared to Gervais, Jerome was incredibly lucky. Seeing him come out, the cultivators of Zhengyang sect gathered around. Argyle, the youngest among them, eyes gleaming with excitement, exclaimed, "Big brother Vicky, you actually obtained an opportunity from the wandering immortal cave. This is an opportunity that will benefit our entire sect. The profound level snow ginseng root, we shouldn't eat it right away. Let's plant it for 10 days, or so until new buds sprout. Then we can consume the tender shoots." Exactly. For innate cultivators, these young leaves are sufficient. In 3 to 5 months, our entire sect strength will rise significantly. Jerome's few close friends' eyes sparkled. This was a glimmer of hope. They diligently cultivated every day, knowing well their own limitations. Even the best among them, Eric, would barely rank as an outer disciple in a large sect like Immortal Origin Mountain. How could they say? They were just small-time cultivators in the lower echelons. After lifetimes of effort, most might only reach the threshold of innate stage. Yet, an opportunity from the wandering immortal cave could completely change their destinies, reigniting their hopes of pursuing the way. A single profound level snow ginseng root, if used wisely, could help them break through to the innate stage. Once they achieve the innate realm, their lifespan would increase to 700 or 800 years. Over such a long span, who knew what other opportunities would arise? Even a mere kitchen helper like Lawrence had transformed like a carp leaping over the dragon gate. Now they too had such an opportunity, a chance given by Cord. "Thank you, immortal Cord." Jerome spoke with a complex expression, shaking his head. Originally, he should have been granted a downgrade opportunity. As the first cultivator to discover the cave abode, he expected special treatment. Alas, he hadn't cherished it properly. If given another chance, he would have said those 4 words without hesitation: "I believe in you." And if he must assign a time frame to that trust, he hoped it would last 10,000 years. "Why don't we plant this snow ginseng root here?" The eldest among them, Humbert Aaron, suggested suddenly. Everyone understood his meaning. If they brought the spiritual herb back to Zhengyang sect, it wouldn't be long before someone came to snatch it away. The wandering immortal cave abode wouldn't protect them once they left its premises. What if we move Zhengyang sect to Green Pine Mountain? Sawyer Sawyergong, the most senior cultivator, offered another suggestion. "Brother Sawyer, is that possible? The entire Green Pine Mountain is now under Immortal Cord's domain. No sect would dare move here, but planting it near the wandering immortal cave sounds feasible." Jerome nodded, agreeing with the idea. No cultivator, no matter how bold, would dare provoke the wandering immortal cave, guarded by immortal beasts. Eric Lawrence, the kitchen helper who never left after receiving his opportunity, staying close ensured safety. "Yes, let's plant it here, and we can take turns guarding it," Humbert Aaron concurred, finding this approach the safest. Any cultivator from another sect would need to weigh whether provoking Immortal Cord's wrath was worth the risk. Having planted the snow ginseng root at the entrance of the wandering immortal cave, the Zhengyang sect cultivators discussed returning to report the good news. Today's sign-in event was complete. It was time to return to their sect. Jerome and the others descended the mountain joyfully, talking about their future aspirations, the dream of becoming immortals and sages, shared by everyone in the world. Upon returning to the sect, Jerome suddenly sensed something amiss. It was evening, yet there was no smoke coming from the kitchen and no disciples practicing in the square. The entire sect was eerily quiet, as if only they were present. Something was wrong, very wrong. "Oh, finally back. I thought you'd run off with the treasure." A teasing voice rang out, and Jerome and the others turned towards the source, rushing forward with anger etched on their faces. "What are you doing?" Chapter 29. Direct Threat. A group of blue-robed cultivators surrounded and restrained the entire Zhengyang sect, including its leader Kimball, who was bound with a spirit-binding rope and thrown on the ground. These cultivators were all disciples of Xuanhuan sect, led by their new patriarch Nicholas, who had ascended to this position only a few years ago. Nicholas was exceptionally talented, born with a mid-grade Xian-level spirit root. In this region, he was considered a prodigy. A master of Earth Dao techniques, his spear skills were also unparalleled. Last year, he officially entered the Xiangan realm of the innate stage, advancing rapidly and reportedly reaching the 5th level of Xiangan. Note: I removed the Chinese characters Shenji and replaced it with Xin level to maintain consistency and fluency in English. Hui had completely outstripped the realm and cultivation of Zhengyang sect's patriarch. His ambition was to unify all sects within 100 miles. Consolidating resources might even attract major sects like the Wuxia sect to affiliate. Upon seeing Roland obtain a rare opportunity, Nicholas's silence was immediately broken, and he took action. Hui believed that the one who should lead all within 100 miles was him, Nicholas. Stepping on Patriarch Kimball's back, Nicholas sneered, "What good is it if Zhengyang sect continues to exist? Look at your patriarch's caliber, why even start a sect?" "You," Roland fumed, nearly popping his eyes out in anger. Though Zhengyang sect was small, it held dignity as a cultivator. Defending their sect was a fundamental principle. The patriarch was like a father figure. In the divine continent, betraying one's sect was greatly despised. Thus, despite the opportunity gained, Roland never intended to abandon Zhengyang sect. Facing Roland's fury, Nicholas merely smiled, exuding youthful arrogance. Hui looked up at Roland and said, "So what? I think your cultivation isn't too bad. If you hand over that snow ginseng root to me, I can allow you to join Xuanhuan sect. Being my disciple would be far more promising than staying here. Aren't you afraid of Immortal Holt's retribution for forcibly taking treasures? Ha, he's just a lingering soul. Even with immortal beasts guarding the cave, will he leave to help you? Are you kidding?" Nicholas smirked, tightening his step. Patriarch Kimball showed signs of pain. He was very old, over 90 in human years, and without reaching the Jindan realm, his lifespan was limited. "Run, don't worry about me. You're my children." Roland clenched his teeth. On one side, there was the sect he had lived in for so long, filled with unforgettable memories. Many cultivators wouldn't forsake their original sects even at the highest realms. It was a precious connection. Cultivators highly valued these bonds. Once, a cultivator stuck at the last stage before transcension finally broke through after returning to his initial sect, remembering why he began cultivation. It propelled him directly to the tribulation transcending realm. Thus, sect loyalty was deeply significant, not easily betrayed. Roland couldn't let go. But on the other side was the newly obtained treasure. Hui had acquired a Xin-class snow ginseng root from Immortal Holt's cave, a valuable find that could boost his future beyond the innate realm. Many didn't understand the impact of a single herb, but a Xin-class snow ginseng root could shorten much of his cultivation time. Time was life to cultivators. Saving time could truly elevate his achievements, opening unseen horizons. Caught between both, Roland felt torn, unsure if he should surrender the snow ginseng root. Brother Vicky, youngest member Argyle, remained speechless, knowing the choice was incredibly difficult. "In truth, whether we agree or not, the outcome will be the same," spoke Humbert Aaron, the eldest and most experienced among them. All eyes turned to him. "If we refuse, Nicholas will kill us and forcibly take Roland to Holt's cave. If we comply, he won't spare us after obtaining the snow ginseng root." Humbert Aaron sighed. The cultivation world was brutal, with countless conflicts sparked by treasures. Haha, still, the old man has some insight. "If you're worried, I swear upon Huivenly Dao, if you give me the snow ginseng root, I'll spare your lives and let you join Xuanhuan sect, following me to greater heights. How does that sound?" Nicholas laughed, repeatedly pressing down on the patriarch. All eyes shifted to Roland. What would he choose? Chapter 30. Roland's submission. "Dasong, don't worry about me. I've lived long enough. Chongyang Gate now has a once-in-a-lifetime opportunity. We cannot give up this spirit herb." Eddie, the patriarch of Chongyang Gate under Nicholas's foot, struggled and shouted. His white Taoist robe was stained with mud, his shoulder bruised badly, and his beard clumped with dirt water. The formerly gaunt old man looked 10 years older, completely losing the appearance of a sect leader. Roland gritted his teeth until they almost broke. Hui didn't know what to choose. Though he was simple-minded with a bit of cunning, always trying to avoid trouble while seeking advantages, Roland was not a despicable traitor. Hui couldn't betray his sect in a crisis. For cultivators, their sect is like home. Even if they change sects due to higher cultivation, it should be an amicable departure. In the future, they would mention their former sect as alumni do their alma mater. At this moment, seeing his sect in crisis, Roland could not live with himself if he only thought of self-preservation. "Actually, your friend is right. You have no choice." Nicholas laughed, increasing the pressure on his foot, causing Eddie to look extremely pained. Chongyang Gate disciples turned away, unable to bear the sight. "That's enough." This sentence was almost forced out through Roland's clenched teeth. Hui had made his decision. The patriarch's life was more important. Roland, once just a secular merchant, was saved by Eddie from a tiger during a business trip. Repaying kindness with kindness, he couldn't bear to see Chongyang Gate destroyed. "Spare Chongyang Gate, and I'll lead you to the snow ginseng root." When these words left his mouth, he felt all strength drained from him. Hui felt incredibly unlucky. First, he encountered an immortal level opportunity but hesitated, which led to its loss, letting a young kitchen helper obtain immortal spring water instead. Later, he finally obtained an expert-grade snow ginseng root from Carefree Cave, seemingly on track for a smooth path in cultivation, only for the mystical opportunities sect to threaten him with force. Roland sighed deeply. Perhaps he really wasn't destined for cultivation. "Big brother Vicky, that's your own opportunity." Argyle beside him grew anxious and tried to persuade him, but the other fellow disciples opened their mouths but remained silent. This was the cruel truth of the cultivation world where weak sects faced immense pressure. Ha ha ha, a wise man adapts to the times. Merging Chongyang Gate into Mystical Opportunities sect might not be bad. It could be a blessing for you. Nicholas laughed heartily, feeling immensely satisfied. Young and accomplished, he suddenly thought of his father, the former patriarch of Mystical Opportunities sect, who spent his whole life managing the sect, achieving only moderate success. Under Nicholas's leadership, things had blossomed within a few years. My father always talked about forming good connections. What a joke. Is there any need to be kind to the weak? Using my methods will surely make our sect flourish. This thought flashed through Nicholas's mind before he pressed the group back to Green Pine Mountain. Night had deepened, and the stars were brilliant. They went straight to the place where the snow ginseng root was planted, still guarded by Chongyang Gate disciples. Indeed, no one dared to fight for the opportunity outside Carefree Cave, fearing provoking Cord. This is the expert-grade snow ginseng root? Wonderful, wonderful. I can feel my blood and chi circulating better already. Nicholas laughed aloud, believing that with this grade of herb, he would soon break through to the bone-washing realm. How detestable, how detestable. Why isn't this big brother Vicky's opportunity? Argyle, who had been at the rear, suddenly yelled and rushed into Carefree Cave, ignoring everyone's attempts to stop him. Huey raised his head and continued shouting. Ancestor Holt, didn't you bestow this expert-grade snow ginseng root upon big brother Vicky? Now, there are evil people trying to steal it. Cord, having anticipated this scenario, watched Roland and asked in the cave. Roland, is this true? And no, not true. Roland glared and forced these words through his teeth. Yes, this opportunity was bought from him, at considerable cost. Don't speak nonsense here. Everyone can see I didn't force him. Nicholas hadn't expected Argyle to create a scene. Was this youthful impulsiveness? Since nothing wrong has happened and Roland is unharmed, it does not violate the rules set by this master. With that, Cord vanished. Huey couldn't manage every trivial matter. He wasn't a compassionate Buddha who saves everyone. Huey only needed popularity. As long as cultivators kept coming to his cave, it didn't matter who came. Watching this, the little kitchen helper Lawrence sneered sarcastically. Taking treasure is easy, guarding it is hard. So, did you finally decide to show it? Errantal kitchen helper, how can you stab someone when they're down? Mystical Opportunities sect used the lives of the Patriarch and Chongyang Gate brothers to threaten us. Otherwise, why would big brother Vicky hand over the treasure? Argyle shouted anxiously. Oh, does Roland actually have conscience? If he valued human lives, why didn't he save old Aaron at the gate who died on his bed? The kitchen helper raised his brows, bringing up past grievances. This unresolved matter gnawed at him. What nonsense are you spouting? Big brother Vicky did his best at the time. Don't you understand that? Chapter 31. Spiritual treasure stolen. How could a single comforting word make up for all the efforts? The young kitchen helper Lawrence said coldly, clearly not believing Argyle's words. Back then, to save someone, brother Vicky almost traded his Hamish sword. It was only because Gay passed away suddenly within a day that the transaction didn't happen. Since then, brother Vicky has always felt indebted to you, so he took great care of you. If not for this, would he have brought you here to the Tranquil Abode cave? The quick-talking Argyle blurted out the details of what happened back then. Actually, with some thought, it was understandable. To save a life, they needed a spirit-level herb, but Roland was merely an afterbirth realm cultivator. Finding a spirit-level herb as an afterbirth realm cultivator was already extremely difficult, let alone within one day. Thus, Roland wasn't unwilling to help. He simply couldn't do anything. Of course, these were things he couldn't explain to the young kitchen helper Lawrence. From the outcome, it looked like Roland had abandoned him to die. Upon learning the truth, Lawrence fell silent. His vision had been clouded by hatred, and he had felt bitter inside. Now, hearing Argyle's explanation, he realized there might be some truth to what he said. Had he always misjudged Roland? Ah, Xiao Daniel, stop talking. Roland sighed. Huey personally pulled out the snow ginseng root and publicly handed it over to Nicholas, the new leader of Xuanhuan sect. This time, no punishment from the Tranquil Abode cave was triggered. Cord did not concern himself with disputes between cultivators. These factional struggles were beyond his jurisdiction. Moreover, Roland had explicitly said it was voluntary. So, it was considered voluntary. Nicholas, upon receiving the level 2 Xian-grade snow ginseng root from Roland, felt the warmth and texture of the herb. This medicinal plant had turned jade-like, emitting a faint fluorescence. Overjoyed, Nicholas ordered his men to release Clem from the spirit-binding ropes and patted Roland on the shoulder, saying, ha ha ha, very well. From now on Xingyang sect will join Xuanhuan sect. We can all seek the Tao together. Excellent. None of Xingyang sect's disciples spoke, especially their leader Clem, who shook his head and sighed in sorrow. A treasure that could have put Xingyang sect back on track was just snatched away. Roland gritted his teeth but still forced a smile. Yes, Xingyang sect joining Xuanhuan sect might actually be a good thing. Witnessing this, many cultivators sighed softly. What a disgrace. To preserve their sect, junior cultivators had to endure such humiliation. Not only losing their treasures, but also having their entire sect swallowed up. Tragic indeed. Why, Senior Yi, aren't you usually fair and just? Why didn't you punish Nicholas this time? Argyle was nearly in tears, seeking hope from Cord. Roland acted voluntarily, and I won't intervene, Cord replied again. Huey wouldn't get involved in disputes among cultivators unless it affected the Tranquil Abode cave's popularity or caused disturbances within the cave. Huey had protected the young kitchen helper Lawrence because Gervais wanted to forcibly take it. But now, Roland gave it willingly. It was a completely different situation. How can this be? Are junior cultivators destined to be devoured? Even though we're a small sect, we've never oppressed mortals. Desperate, Argyle didn't know where to turn for help. At this moment, the disciples of Xuanhuan sect were leading the way down the mountain to return to their sect and plant the level 2 Xian-grade snow ginseng root. Xuanhuan sect was located in Xuanhuan Valley, which had protective formations set up. Even late-stage cave realm cultivators or early-stage tribulation realm cultivators might find it hard to breach these formations. They were far from the state of Xingyang sect with little foundation. Speaking of high realm cultivators, they were generally respected and probably wouldn't stoop to seizing this level 2 Xian grade snow ginseng root. Ah, it's just that we failed to protect our opportunities. Such is everyone's fate. Roland sighed heavily, sitting limp on the ground as if he had lost all strength. Huey gazed at the 4 large characters of Tranquil Abode Cave in a daze. Unnoticed by anyone, a figure left the Tranquil Abode Cave. At the foot of Green Pine Mountain, this area was no longer part of the Tranquil Abode Cave territory. Cord had established rules that no cultivator searching for treasures on the mountain should obstruct others from ascending. Initially intended to prevent a decline in the cave's popularity, later rumors spread that there should be no conflicts on Green Pine Mountain. Most cultivators visiting the Tranquil Abode Cave adhered to this rule. A dozen or so disciples of Xuanhuan sect walked merrily around their new leader, Nicholas. Ha ha ha, when I return to Xuanhuan sect, I'll plant this treasure and bless the disciples. Nicholas laughed heartily. The disciples of Zhengyang sect, are they about to merge into Xuanhuan sect? They can also? A Xuanhuan sect cultivator hesitated, implying they were true Xuanhuan sect disciples and didn't want to share with Zhengyang sect. Haha, rest assured, those fish-out-of-water cultivators from Zhengyang sect aren't worthy of Xian-grade treasures. Let them eat wild grass, ha ha ha. Nicholas laughed loudly. In truth, he didn't even want to share with his own sect members. This would be his personal treasure after returning, and why would he give the snow ginseng root to Zhengyang sect disciples? Just talk about merging, did they really believe it? If any from Zhengyang sect came under duress, Nicholas would only assign them as outer sect disciples. Spoken well, unworthy fish-out-of-water cultivators can't deserve this Xian-grade treasure, nor can you. Suddenly, an unharmonious voice sounded. Everyone looked up to see the path ahead blocked by a lone figure. They were puzzled. How could it be him? Chapter 32. My fate is in my hands, not Huey's. A half-grown youth blocked the path of Xuanjimin and others. Huey wore tattered coarse hemp clothes, with hair as disheveled as a bird's nest, holding a sword almost as tall as himself, and had a blade of grass dangling from his mouth. Just standing there, this young man exuded an intense pressure that made Trevor feel increasingly uneasy. The descent down the mountain was not going to be easy. Norbert, what are you doing here? Trevor spoke first, his attitude not overly arrogant because he felt a threatening aura emanating from Norbert. The latter's cultivation realm was as stable as a mountain. Hearing Trevor's question, Norbert laughed lightly. His demeanor now was completely different from the timid little kitchen helper he once was. Back then, he was just a silent, cowardly figure in the Zhengyangmin kitchen. But now, having stepped into the world of cultivation with full-fledged celestial spirit roots, Norbert was considered a sought-after genius even by immortal sections. Huey was full of confidence, his every movement exuding vigor. Even though his clothes were ragged and his appearance unkempt, his youthful eyes shone brightly. Why am I here? To take your spirit treasure, of course. Didn't you say Zhengyangmen lacked the strength to possess Xian-class spirit treasures? From where I stand, neither do you. Errantal kitchen helper Norbert declared these words arrogantly. As soon as he spoke, he felt a tremendous sense of relief. Would he have dared to say such things to the head of Xuanjimin before? Within less than a month, he had undergone a complete transformation thanks to the opportunity he gained from Xiao Yao Cave Mansion. You want to intercept me? With just a kitchen helper? Ridiculous. Trevor narrowed his eyes in fury. Huey had heard of the small kitchen helper's background and knew that before gaining his opportunity, he was merely an ordinary mortal, a nameless kitchen helper in Zhengyangmen. Having only just obtained a minor opportunity from Xiao Yao Cave Mansion, he dared to act so boldly? Huey's no more than a fellow cultivator at the congenital body refinement stage. Why should I fear him? Thought young Tiansa. It's you who's being outrageous. If my family hadn't suffered misfortune, I could command Xuanjimin. No, Wu Jimin to vanish into thin air with a mere word. Norbert felt agitated, nearly forgetting himself in the moment. Having pretended to be an ordinary mortal for too long, he had begun to think of himself as just a nameless kitchen helper. However, his eyes gleamed sharply. Since he could cultivate, he would reclaim everything that belonged to him someday. You are utterly arrogant. How dare you spout nonsense after just getting a tiny bit of fortune from Xiao Yao Cave Mansion? Can you really challenge Wu Jimin? Before the words were fully out of his mouth, Trevor abruptly lashed out at Norbert. As a cultivator at the congenital body refinement stage, he had no rivals within a 100-mile radius. At this stage, cultivators began to display powers far beyond ordinary humans. They could throw stones like arrows and shatter huge rocks or trees with a single punch. Body refinement cultivators purify their bodies until their power flowed smoothly, each bone capable of moving freely according to their will. When they exerted force, their joints cracked like firecrackers, and their vision became incredibly sharp. In battle, they could dodge showers of arrows effortlessly and punch through the air. Each step felt as if it shortened distances. At this stage, cultivators learned various evasive techniques and spells, far beyond what ordinary mortals can confront. They seemed magical to commoners, resembling land immortals with thunderous voices and shadow-like movements. Put simply, a body refinement stage cultivator looked more like a supernatural being to normal people. Despite being a body refinement stage expert, Trevor took the initiative to attack the kitchen helper, aiming to strike first. Dozens of steel needles about a half-inch thick shot out from his sleeve, turning into black streaks aimed at Norbert's meridian points. Hidden weapons were generally considered beneath most cultivators' standards. They only served well in lower stages of cultivation. Once one advanced, would hidden weapons still be effective? Even if one could obtain hidden weapon treasures, cultivators at higher levels would already have learned spells and possessed spiritual energy, rendering mundane weapon skills obsolete. Thus, few cultivators practiced hidden weapons, making them unexpected in combat. However, hidden weapons could surprise opponents, especially in the acquired and congenital realms. Trevor, appearing respectable, often used hidden weapons unexpectedly while chatting, harming many cultivators. Huey even named his combination, chat and kill. Ha, mere tricks. Norbert smirked, spat out the grass, which clashed against the steel needles, emitting metallic sounds. Furthermore, the grass, imbued with golden light, darted straight toward Trevor's face. Golden light? Golden light? You're a core formation cultivator. Trevor's face turned deathly pale. Huey knew he had no chance from the first move. Though he was at the 5th level of body refinement, Norbert had reached the core formation stage. There was a vast gap between them. Exceptional geniuses might defeat opponents 1 or 2 realms above them. Outstanding talents might barely handle opponents 3 realms above. Only monstrous geniuses could challenge foes 5 realms above. But defeating enemies multiple realms above? That was something only fictional characters like Xiuxian could do. Trevor was not even a genius cultivator. Challenging someone far above him was pure fantasy. You can't kill me. I've already arranged with wuxia sect's leader Luther. Xuanhuan has become an affiliated sect of wuxia sect since yesterday. Killing me means opposing wuxia sect. Facing life or death, Trevor revealed his backing. It wasn't false talk. The opening of Xiao Yao Cave Mansion provided opportunities for many cultivators to interact. Whether major sects or lone cultivators, all came to sign in, leading to familiar connections. Counting back 3 generations, Trevor found some connection with wuxia sect. Adding reasonable promises, wuxia sect's leader Luther agreed to make xuanhuan an affiliate. Affiliation differed greatly from annexation. Affiliated sects retained their foundation, whereas annexation meant complete integration. Being an affiliate had its perks, like advancement opportunities, exchanges, and protection in times of crisis. Major sects valued their reputation and wouldn't ignore troubles within their affiliates. So, Trevor attempted to intimidate Norbert, hurriedly producing a token marked wuxia. See? This is wuxia sect's token. Opposing me to take the ginseng route means opposing wuxia sect. Norbert's expression turned playful, then he burst into laughter, suddenly becoming serious. Truly laughable. You, a cultivator, need a protector. I swallowed a golden core and henceforth, my fate lies in my own hands, not heaven's. Who cares if you have a protector? With that, the little kitchen helper drew the Erong Adelian sword from his embrace. In one stroke, Norbert ended Trevor's life. Chapter 33. How dare you kill a member of the wuxia sect? Grandmaster Nicholas of the xuanji sect, at the 5th layer of the innate bone-washing stage, was powerless against the gold core cultivator. His highest level spiritual treasure was a heart-protecting armor, rated at grade 4 spirit level. Aaron Lawrence's Erengian sword, obtained from a lucky encounter in the free and easy cave mansion, was an ultimate grade spirit item. Furthermore, this Erengian sword had been forged by a master craftsman of the cloud-soaring sect from northern continent centuries ago, imbued with additional spiritual enhancements and effects for breaking formations. Its damage far exceeded that of ordinary ultimate grade spirit items. Moreover, Lawrence now held overwhelming power over lower realms. A gold core cultivator's entire body radiated thick layers of condensed spiritual energy, emitting golden light, making even petals and fallen leaves into potential swords. Below the gold core realm, it was exceedingly difficult to break through this layer of golden light. Huiance, the dozens of steel needles thrown by Nicholas were effortlessly neutralized by a single blade of grass. Each realm in cultivation marked a world of difference in strength, and therefore, killing Nicholas in an instant was only logical. Disciples of the wuxia sect, witnessing their grandmaster's death, trembled with fear. Simultaneously, their gazes turned toward Green Pine Mountain behind Lawrence with newfound respect and anticipation. Lawrence, the little kitchen helper, was originally just a mere mortal, not even a cultivator. Reportedly, his spiritual roots were so obstructed that he was incapable of cultivation. However, due to an opportunity at the free and easy cave mansion, he soared to unprecedented heights, achieving the gold core realm within a matter of days. These cultivators immediately decided that henceforth, they would visit the free and easy cave mansion daily to sign in. You all, if you do not wish to avenge your grandmaster and challenge me, leave now, Lawrence said coolly. Yes. The cultivators present hurriedly agreed, retreating without daring to look at the kitchen helper. Lawrence picked up the snow ginseng root beside Nicholas and stretched lazily. Unbeknownst to him, a lamp in the immortal Ehrenfee Hall of the largest secular force in Eastern Continent, the Sawyer dynasty, suddenly ignited. The Sawyer dynasty, the greatest power in the secular world, had many connections with the cultivation world. Cultivator sects typically remained detached from worldly affairs, yet someone still needed to manage them. Thus, after centuries of wars, Chaz finally unified Eastern Continent, establishing a dual governance system between the secular world and the cultivation realm, ensuring secular wars did not disturb the cultivator's seclusion. Despite being pleased with Chaz, the cultivation realm couldn't help but be disappointed that Chaz's age and efforts spent on unifying the continent trapped him at the peak of the innate golden core realm, with no more time to advance. Now, a spark flickered in the immortal Ehrenfee Hall, and the head eunuch's face lit up with joy as he crawled out exclaiming, "The lamp in the immortal Ehrenfee Hall is still burning. It's still burning." Huey soon reached the deepest part of the palace where an expansive area held a spirit gathering array with 36 points, each filled with life-prolonging treasures. In the center stood a humble straw hut, starkly contrasting with the opulent palace surroundings. Inside lived Chaz, the founder of the Sawyer dynasty, who had resided there for 100 years, no longer attending court sessions. Many in the imperial court didn't even know their emperor emeritus was still alive. "Your Majesty, the immortal Ehrenfee Hall." A lamp has lit up. The elderly eunuch knelt outside the array, tears streaming down his face. "Another lamp still burns? Why did you discover this now?" An aged voice emerged from the straw hut. Previously, this person must have had obstructed spiritual roots, unable to sense spiritual energy, so the immortal Ehrenfee lamp couldn't detect him. "Whose son?" "Franz." The eunuch spoke, and silence fell over the hut before it continued. "Where?" "East, Green Pine Mountain." "Green Pine Mountain?" Recent rumors suggest an immortal cave mansion appeared there, stirring excitement among powerful cultivators. Franz's son must have obtained some fortune, allowing the immortal Ehrenfee lamp to detect him once more. A murmur sounded from within the hut. "Go, Send Sawyer Hewing to personally fetch Franz's son from Green Pine Mountain.
Yes.
The elderly eunuch bowed and left. Sawyer Hewing, the current emperor of the Sawyer dynasty, was a powerful transformative spirit stage cultivator. Though the Sawyer dynasty adhered to principles of non-interference with cultivators, numerous famous cultivators had emerged under its rule, especially those at the gold core stage. Cutting ties entirely was impossible. Moreover, seeking out one youth didn't violate their rules significantly. Franz's son, wasn't he named Lawrence? To name oneself, hoping your child remains immortal? How absurd. Laughter echoed from the straw hut, followed by a burst of golden light. Franz, how dare you hide your son? If not for the immortal Ehrenfee lamp, you would have escaped detection. As tension built, little kitchen helper Lawrence remained unaware of being discovered. Carrying the snow ginseng root up Green Pine Mountain, he anticipated tomorrow's sign-in with joy. Xiuxian Roland and others certainly fosters good karma. Before he could take a few steps, Gervais arrived on a flying sword and berated him immediately. Lawrence, how dare you kill a member of the wuxia sect? Chapter 34. Understanding of the Golden Core. Facing the furious Gervais, Lawrence was not afraid. Huey strolled past the stone monument engraved with xiuxian and replied with a smile. The subordinate forces of major sects, aren't they all dogs you keep? Without benefit, would you really stand up for them? If I let you kill someone and leave unscathed, where would my wuxiaman's face go? Gervais's face was filled with anger, as if he were about to explode at any moment. The eruption of an elder could be terrifying indeed. Despite Gervais's fury, Lawrence chuckled lightly. Are you planning to say next that using the supreme immortal-grade Erengiu spring water will calm your rage? Erental Kitchen Helper wasn't some pure-hearted cultivator devoted solely to cultivation. Huey didn't need many years to accumulate experience. What he experienced at 8 years old was more than many cultivators would encounter in their entire lives. Family upheaval, living on the streets. Overnight, from being high and mighty to fleeing incognito. Watching those who protected him die one by one. His parents separated by life and death. When he had no hope in life, a gatekeeper picked him up and took him home, raising him until he was 15, then passed away. Not because of enemies chasing him, but simply because of cold, illness, and poverty. Having tasted the warmth and coldness of human society, Erental Kitchen Huilper, now 17, understood life deeply. So within a month of obtaining the spiritual treasure, he had already reached the Golden Core realm. Facing Gervais, he showed no fear whatsoever, even piercing through Gervais's facade completely, seeing through every detail. Who do you take this old man for? A hint of embarrassment flashed across Gervais's face as he was hit right on the nail by the young kitchen helper. Fortunately, having lived long enough to develop a thick skin, he concealed his surprise well. In truth, that bit of Erengiu spring water is a treasure for mortals, but not necessarily for you. You are already in the grand completion phase of the cave hiding stage of the Yuan infant realm. That small amount of Erengiu spring water is like trying to bail out the ocean with a cup. At best, it would refine your spiritual roots a little more, even if it can help you advance to the transformation god realm. So what? Shaking his head, the little kitchen helper continued. Although the function of the immortal grade spiritual treasure wasn't as insignificant as he claimed, it would indeed have a significant effect on Gervais. But the kitchen helper wanted to undermine the significance of the immortal treasure. Without waiting for Gervais's response, the little kitchen helper continued coolly, your thinking is too narrow. Have you ever considered that at 17, I'm already a congenital Golden Core realm cultivator? Perhaps next month I'll reach the grand completion stage of the Golden Core realm, or even advance to the cave hiding stage. In another year or two, I might begin challenging the Thunder Tribulation. You don't try to curry favor with me, but instead, consider killing me. Isn't that cutting off your nose to spite your face? Wouldn't future gains from befriending me be better? Besides, if you plan to attack me, think clearly. First, the immortal treasure isn't with me, and second, the little kitchen helper Lawrence smiled, stepping on the ground and turning to look up the mountain, continuing, this area is already within Xiuxian's territory. Do you intend to fight me here? Has the great sect master Eren expelled all the cold chi from his body? His words were neither servile nor arrogant, infused with confidence in breaking through the Thunder Tribulation and achieving greatness. Gervais's feigned anger was shattered. Huey knew his inner thoughts had been swayed. Lawrence was only a Golden Core cultivator, yet his words carried conviction. The Golden Core realm actually has a certain corrective influence on a cultivator's personality. Golden Core cultivators are not people whose abdomen reveals a round ball when cut open. That's gallstones. A Golden Core appears as a shiny golden sphere during internal observation of the Dantian. As cultivators continually refine the Golden Core, it also refines their character, making timid ones courageous and fierce ones adept in handling all situations. So there are no exceptionally foolish cultivators. Cultivating immortality also enhances intelligence. Lawrence's words made Gervais realize that Lawrence had profound insight into the Golden Core realm. This understanding surpassed even Gervais's own. What kind of past must Lawrence have had to see so clearly through the Golden Core realm? At this moment, Gervais did not doubt Lawrence's words. Huey believed Lawrence would definitely break through to the cave hiding stage, and that day wouldn't be far off. After weighing the pros and cons, Gervais burst into hearty laughter. Haha, young friend Lawrence, no need to worry. I just came to prevent Xuanhuan from causing trouble. Since they have already been dealt with, everything is fine. The surrounding cultivators stared in amazement. Is this what living nearly 1,000 years does to someone? His skin thick. Do I go back to my free and easy cave residence then? Please do, please do. Gervais smiled warmly and waved his hand, signaling permission. In truth, what Gervais feared most was the 7-colored sky-swallowing python of Xiuxian. Lawrence's potential was limitless, but only potential. If outside Xiuxian, killing him would have been easy. But Lawrence was cunning. Conversing and laughing, he had already entered Xiuxian's territory. Huey dealt decisively with cultivators he could handle like Nicholas, but stalled as much as possible against Gervais, whom he couldn't defeat. By the time Gervais realized, Lawrence was already inside Xuanhuan. Gervais dared not risk triggering the seven-colored sky-swallowing python, fearing another freeze might end his life. After Lawrence left, a cultivator approached and asked quietly, "Sect Master, just let that boy be so arrogant? Don't rush. I've already written to the Immortal Essence Mountain's Burt Taoist. They will arrive soon." Gervais thought for a moment and whispered further instructions. "Write another letter to send to the Sawyer dynasty and ask them to send some golden core killers here to use as cannon fodder." "What are you planning? How can I let Lawrence off easily? The half bottle of Erengiu spring water in his hands. If it falls into the hands of Immortal Essence Mountain, will there be anything left for me?" Chapter 35. Is someone really stealing progress? As previously mentioned, no cultivator is a fool. Gervais appeared to be interested in Lawrence's potential, but in reality, it was only because Lawrence had entered the territory of Qingsong Mountain. If not within the territory, Gervais would have directly lashed out. No matter how talented you are, you can't surpass your cultivation stage. Gervais was at the cave concealment stage, while Lawrence was at the innate stage. Unless it's the big boss surnamed Xiao from those storybooks who personally arrives, who else could challenge beyond their level? But Lawrence was smart and sneaked onto Qingsong Mountain. If Gervais wanted to make a move, he'd need to think twice. Huey had already been frozen into an ice statue once, leaving a psychological shadow. Yet, Gervais was envious of that small half bottle of immortal-grade spirit treasure Lawrence possessed and would do everything possible to snatch it. No matter how Lawrence tried to talk him down, it wouldn't change Gervais's intent to seize the treasure. To take the treasure, he needed to muddy the waters. Better yet, find a force to act as his scapegoat. Immortal Essence Mountain was not an option. They were the leg up Ehrenmittless Gate finally managed to cling to. Huey needed to find a powerful faction that, even if deceived, wouldn't dare to retaliate against Up Ehrenmittless Gate. After some thought, only the Sawyer dynasty fit this description. Up Ehrenmittless Gate had influence within the Sawyer dynasty, and the current emperor, Sawyer Huing, was nominally Gervais's disciple. Borrowing some loyal guards should not be too difficult. Gate Master, we couldn't take down the grotto ourselves. Will the Sawyer dynasty succeed? Shouldn't we call on Immortal Essence Mountain? A disciple with poor wisdom blurted out these questions without fully understanding the relationships involved. Gervais merely shook his head. How dim-witted, truly dim-witted. Can we command Immortal Essence Mountain? Besides, if they killed Lawrence, would that half bottle of Moonlight Spring Spirit treasure end up in my hands? Gervais explained irritably. Gate Master has considered thoroughly. I've already sent a spirit dove to Immortal Essence Mountain. I expect the Burt Taoist to arrive soon. Perhaps he can subdue that seven-colored swallow sky python. Without the guardian beast, the Sawyer dynasty helping us on the front lines, would they really get that spirit treasure? Gervais continued. His disciples behind him looked enlightened. Indeed, a veteran cultivator? No, a seasoned elder. Managing to exploit the situation amid sect conflicts was impressive. Now, we just wait for Immortal Essence Mountain to come, Gervais said indifferently. Immortal Essence Mountain, a sect where immortals once walked, naturally possessed means to deal with them. Suppressing an immortal beast shouldn't be too difficult. No matter how strong Cord might be, after death, he's just a lingering soul. Without the seven-colored swallow sky python, he stands no chance against Immortal Essence Mountain. Indeed, Cord's cultivation level remained at the Chi Practitioner stage. After accumulating for several days, his Chi Practitioner stage reached 500 layers. His popularity also reached 10,000. At 10,000 popularity points, something special happened. He discovered he could form a human shape. Huey examined himself in a reflective stone, looking exactly as he did before his transmigration. For words described him, unbelievably handsome. Huey feared male cultivators visiting the grotto would feel inferior and shy away upon seeing his true appearance. Being too handsome, sometimes, is a problem. 10,000 popularity points only got me to the 500th layer of the Chi Practitioner stage. When will I reach the 100,000th layer? Cord sighed in frustration, wandering around the depths of the grotto. The deep parts of the grotto were off limits to other cultivators, empty and desolate. Cord usually practiced here and adjusted the grotto settings. These setting displays resembled surveillance footage, but allowed free manipulation of content. Ever since I implemented the progress theft system, cultivators seem resentful, claiming I manipulate things maliciously. But there aren't so many cases of mutual stealing, right? Cord noticed complaints about the progress theft feature, suggesting few actual instances. They were all respected cultivators, friendly and familiar. Would they really engage in such malicious behavior? But Cord swore he hadn't rigged the backend. Cultivators were indeed stealing each other's progress. With recent popularity gains slowing, it was time to stimulate the cultivators. Huey tuned in to a conversation among cultivators. Huey, Brother Aaron, how far along are you in obtaining progress? I've reached fortune points and should receive fortune in 3 days if nobody steals my progress. Haha, isn't that Brother Huey? It's been years since our last encounter at the sect election. That duel seems like yesterday. Huey, I was almost at fortune points, but my progress was stolen again. How infuriating. Brother Aaron, I wonder if there's no one actually stealing progress. Maybe it's just the owner of this grotto stirring trouble. Yeah, why would cultivators do such a thing? Probably Cord doesn't want to give us the treasure and set up this event. This comment garnered agreement from nearby cultivators. They all believed the chaos came from Cord's grotto. Then a message floated by, now announcing the list of those stealing progress. Snap. Those who had just called each other brothers suddenly grew uneasy. Chapter 36. Plastic Brotherhood. The cultivators who had just been addressing each other as brothers and sisters first looked embarrassed, then bewildered, and finally furious. AAA. Brother Aaron, I considered you a brother, but you actually stole my progress. Progress is for the capable to obtain. Haven't you ever stolen from others? AAA. Sister Vicky, I trusted you so much, yet you stole from me 3 times. You even brought in 15 people to steal my progress. From now on, we are through. The situation exploded among the cultivators. At first, they thought Cord had set up some trick to prevent them from obtaining the spirit treasures and to create suspicion among them. But now they discovered they were back at the first level. They thought they had seen through Cord's cave mansion's tactics, but instead, their true nature had been exposed, down to their last stitch. If it weren't for the combat ban within the cave, there would have probably been chaos already. Cultivators glared at each other. Past brothers and friends crumbled under the pressure of spirit treasures, especially those who smiled to their faces while stealing their progress. It was infuriating. Ladies and gentlemen, please do not be too angry. The purpose of this activity is to encourage interaction. Direct retaliation is a poor strategy. If you wish to retaliate, bring more friends over. That way, you can gain extra chances to steal progress. Cord's voice echoed through the cave. His initial intention was to make cultivators find ways to get more people to check in calmly. Huey did not mean to spark a war in the cultivation world. Each cultivator provided valuable popularity points, and he couldn't bear losing any of them. Ah, I see. The mortal you make sense. What's the point of fighting? Even if I kill someone, others will still come to steal my progress. It's better to get enough progress myself, and if anyone steals from me, I'll steal right back. Very wise. Vengeance only leads to more trouble. We all just want opportunities, no need for killing. The best revenge is to steal it back. Understood, Brother Aaron. Just wait. I'll get my family to help me steal all your progress. Suddenly, everyone saw the light. While being stolen from made them furious, the best form of retaliation was to steal back. Killing could only satisfy immediate anger because after one person was dead, others would still come to steal. Could he kill everyone? And the entanglements involved in killing were deep. If his victim turned out to be a disciple of a great sect or a young master of a prestigious family, things would get complicated. Bringing in more people to steal the progress was a much better option. These cultivators are finally getting active again. Now, with 5,000 people checking in daily, management is becoming challenging. Multiple zones should be prepared, putting higher-level cultivators in inner areas, Cord pondered. The system differed from internet models. Cultivators couldn't check in online. With more people, various issues emerged. Not to mention, high-level cultivators mixed with commoners would feel uncomfortable. High-level cultivators needed to maintain their dignity. Cord planned a public zone and a VIP zone, where only cultivators of a certain realm could enter. This would keep high-level cultivators around, as they provided substantial popularity. Eventually, every cave would compete for high-level cultivators due to their significant contributions. Before the new batch arrives, I should prepare the VIP zone. First, I'll visit the spirit realm and buy some goods, Cord decided. Huey had 100,000 popularity points and entered the spirit realm once more, standing before the ancient city. Suddenly, Cord recalled a question and summoned the spirit assistant. Assistant, since popularity is the foundation of strength, does using popularity for transactions weaken one's power? Good question. Normally, the realm doesn't regress. However, part of the popularity is frozen. Higher realms freeze more. Transactions outside the frozen amount won't affect strength. The assistant's explanation showed this wasn't an uncommon concern. I see. Cord nodded, understanding that to maintain strength, part of the popularity was frozen. Regular transactions wouldn't affect overall power. Checking his popularity, he noticed 2,000 points were indeed frozen. Huh? With 100,000 popularity, only 2,000 are frozen. Huey was surprised but reasoned that, being a chi condensation stage cave spirit, it made sense. Perhaps a 100,000 layer chi condensation technique would be perfect for cave spirits. As he thought about what to buy, a voice called out beside him. Fellow Taoist, new here? Cheney Pavilion is having an auction today. How about joining forces? Chapter 37. Hanson? What a coincidence. Turning his head, he saw a young man dressed as a scholar standing beside him, inviting him with a mischievous smile to attend an auction at Cheney Pavilion. Cheney Pavilion's auction? Cord repeated the words. Yes, Cheney Pavilion holds an annual auction. It's partly for clearing inventory and partly to reward loyal customers. New cave spirits can often find great deals, but since they lack enough popularity, it's hard for them to make a purchase when they see good items. The best approach is to go in a group. The scholar explained, and Cord instantly understood. No matter which field, newcomers always needed to stick together for support. One new cave spirit might not be able to buy anything valuable due to insufficient popularity, but several together could manage it. Cord was quite interested in the Cheney Pavilion's auction. He had come today to shop anyway. After some thought, he asked the scholar, "What should I call you?" "I am a dealie, you wuxia." Cord couldn't help laughing out loud. Could there really be such a coincidence? Ah, brother, you don't know the whole story. My grotto is located near Qinshui Fudi, one of the 36 grottos and blissful lands of South Zhou, so it's rich in various treasures and has plenty of visiting cultivators. But recently, for some reason, a group of cultivators showed up and wrecked my place, leaving me with drastically reduced popularity. How tragic. The scholar shook his head with sighs, lamenting his misfortunes. As a newcomer cave spirit, he had endured pressures that didn't belong to his current stage, even losing hair around his scalp. Cord's brows furrowed upon hearing this. This fellow sounded incredibly unlucky, but it shouldn't have anything to do with him. Was Ajay responsible for sending people to smash this guy's cave? Didn't he tell Ajay that his name was Hanson? What a coincidence. So, this Hanson must have been extremely unfortunate. How could Ajay just send someone to trash someone's cave without hesitation? Actually, Cord realized something. Even low cultivation cave spirits who couldn't leave their caves could still assign cultivators to raid others' caves. If he were to issue a promotion now, such as a 1% progress boost for trashing AJ's cave, many cultivators would likely target AJ's residence. Disputes between cave spirits often involve cultivators. So right now, I have 2,000 popularity, and I feel very insecure about attending the Cheney Pavilion auction. If a few more brothers join us, we'd feel much more confident, Hanson said, shaking his head and continuing. Sure, let's go together then. Cord agreed on the spot. Given the 10,000 popularity he carried, he didn't need a group, but considering he was partly responsible for Hansen's misfortune, not helping him would prick his conscience. Haha, you're truly straightforward. If we win any magical treasures, we can display them in your cave for a month first, then it'll be my turn. Hansen patted Cord on the shoulder, laughing heartily. 4 newbie cultivators, sharing treasured items among multiple cave spirits, maximize their utility. But what if a cultivator takes the treasure away? Cord suddenly asked, realizing this arrangement increased the risk of the treasure being taken by a cultivator. Well, we just have to accept our bad luck. Since the treasure belongs to several cave spirits, whoever can't protect it must fully compensate the others. The scholar further explained the shared treasure rule. If a newbie cave spirit couldn't guard the treasure, they would have to pay full compensation. Being a newbie cave spirit is truly tragic. Cord couldn't help but sigh. Isn't it? Among newbies, only Bin's cave lives freely. If one can latch onto Bin's leg, the future will surely be sweet. I wonder how he did it to receive blessings from the Xuanhuan Dao. Why do you look so strange, brother? Do you know the big shot Bin? Noticing Cord's strange expression, the scholar curiously asked. It's nothing. Then why are you smiling? I was just thinking of something funny. Bin is a big shot. He wouldn't bother knowing us small fry. Cord stifled his laughter, trying to look serious. That makes sense. Someone like Bin wouldn't wear novice rough hemp clothes or enter Chinny Pavilion cautiously. By the way, Bridget, the pavilion master's daughter, isn't easy to deal with, so don't stare at her just because she's beautiful, or you'll get thrown out. The scholar warned him seriously once more. Yeah. Cord didn't respond, surprised at how widely known his wife's fiery temper had spread, even reaching newbie cave spirits. Seeing Cord's reaction, Hansen sighed. Competition among cave spirits was fierce, and newbies were often suppressed. Huey wasn't sure how far this handsome newcomer could go. Still, maybe he should help him a bit. Hashtag chapter 38, the former top of the popularity chart. Hansen led Cord to the front of Chinny Pavilion. There was already a long queue of Yohan, each with eager expressions on their faces. Most were new Yohan, and for these newcomers, buying items was always challenging. Whenever there was an opportunity like this, how could they not seize it? Huey, stay close. Entry requires 50 popularity points, but if you come in as a retainer, there's no charge. I'll handle it for you first. Gareth took on the role of an elder brother, paying the entry fee and introducing Cord as his retainer. You're pretty nice. We're all newbies. Sticking together helps us last longer. By the way, what's your name? My name is Adili Wuxia. Wow, our names are so similar. We must be destined to meet. Gareth chuckled, noting down Cord's name and leading him into the auction hall. They had bought ordinary tickets, so the regular venue was quite crowded, with thousands of Yohan crammed into a large hall waiting for the auction to start. Above them were several VIP rooms with high entry fees, but most of the top players wouldn't participate in the auction. They just came to take a look. This annual auction mainly benefited the new Yohan, and Chinny Pavilion ensured fair subsidies for newbies, keeping prices reasonable and preventing veteran Yohan from exploiting the newbies. Seeing Gareth arrive, many Yohan greeted him. Huey, brother La, you're here again this year? Last year, with your help, our group bought some spirit treasures that earned me thousands of popularity points. You've got to let me return the favor today. Sure thing. Gareth, I heard Ajay has been causing trouble for you? Huey sent cultivators to destroy the wuxia cave repeatedly in Nanzhou. Maybe you should change your name. Well, our strength is limited. We can't even leave our caves, let alone help you. But I have a spirit-level sunlight formation. If you need it, you can use it to get through this crisis. Walking through the crowd, Cord noticed that this scholar, Gareth, was quite popular among the new Yohan, which made him realize that Gareth genuinely wanted to cooperate rather than take advantage of him. You're quite well liked, Cord remarked once they finally escaped the crowd. Gareth, with his overly refined features, soft eyebrows, slender figure, watery eyes, paper-thin lips, and porcelain-like skin, almost matched Cord's own good looks. Huey looks too handsome for a guy. Huey, alright, I think since I'm a newbie, it's always right to collaborate more, Gareth said, his smile genuine. Huey seemed straightforward and easy to get along with. Huey glanced at the newbies he had helped before and continued, as Yohan, if we aren't strong enough, we can't leave our caves. Thanks to the Yohan secret realm, we have a platform to communicate. Why should we fight when we're from the same realm? Yohan were different from human cultivators. Humans had physical bodies and could roam freely across mountains and rivers, while Yohan relied on their cave systems. Weak Yohan couldn't even step outside their caves. Many Yohan strived to reach a level where they could leave their cave prisons. There was no fixed rule about which stage Yohan could leave their caves. Ideally, it would be the ascension stage when one becomes a yangshuan, allowing the spirit body to travel without being destroyed. However, some Yohan left during the concealed cave stage, like Ajay, who was protected by spirit treasures. However, that wasn't something new Yohan needed to worry about now. Humans, though short-lived, advanced in cultivation faster than any other creatures. It was common for stone spirits to reach the innate stage after 1,000 years or tree demons to enter the concealed cave stage after 10,000 years. In comparison, Yohan were closer to monsters in terms of slow advancement. Achieving the concealed cave stage was no easy feat for Yohan. Huians, the Yohan secret realm became a place for them to trade and chat. Gareth's attitude made sense. Gareth, you're still so naive, always cooperating with newbies. You'll never leave your cave like this, a discordant voice interrupted from behind. Tanya, what does this have to do with you? Gareth turned and gave the person a cold stare. Cord felt this exchange was oddly familiar, like typical villain dialogue. If his guess was correct, Tanya would likely say, ha ha ha, continue being so naive, former great Yohan. Ha ha ha, continue being so naive, former number 1 on the popularity chart. What? Cord looked at Gareth. So, he was the former number 1 on the popularity chart? How did he end up like this? Gareth didn't look anything like a top-ranking entity. He was just a poor yet optimistic scholar. Hashtag chapter 39. It seems you have a story. Once at the top of the rankings, now you're nearly at the bottom. If you continue to ally with those newbies, you'll be the next cave spirit to face punishment. Tanya continued speaking. Tanya was actually a girl, scoring around 85 out of 100 in terms of looks. She couldn't match Bridget, who was essentially free wife material, but she was still quite beautiful. Her features carried an air of elegance and confidence, and she wore a set of meticulously crafted leather armor. The attire for cave spirits could all be purchased with popularity points, though Cord had never bought any himself. Despite her harsh words, Cord could detect a hint of frustration behind them, as if Tanya regretted his fall from grace. Dropping from the top to near the bottom, Gareth's decline was indeed disheartening. Alright, don't worry about me. The auction is about to start. Brother Adelie, let's go this way. Gareth grabbed Cord's hand and left the entrance. Tanya sat in the VIP section, clearly having long since surpassed the newbie stage. Phew, didn't expect to run into such a troublesome person. Gareth chuckled wryly, wiping the sweat from his forehead. Old acquaintance? In a sense. After all, while cave spirits grow slowly in cultivation, our lifespans far exceed that of humans. Gareth did not deny it outright. Isn't Tanya currently 7th on the popularity chart? You were of the same batch, and you were even ranked 1st. How come I can't find your name in the top 50 anymore? Cord glanced at the popularity list again. Gareth wasn't even on it. If he had once been the top ranked, things must have changed significantly. Not doing too well now. Most of the spiritual treasures in my cave are nearly depleted. So few cultivators visit me anymore. Gareth spoke lightly about his situation, not taking it too seriously. What happens if you're at the bottom of the popularity ranking after 3 years? Cord suddenly remembered the punishment mentioned earlier and asked Gareth about it. Tian Dao had only mentioned punishments but never specified what they were. Hearing this question, Gareth's expression turned somewhat melancholic, yet he answered in detail. This popularity ranking affects more than just the one at the bottom. Out of the 30,000 cave spirits in our hidden realm, the bottom 1,000 will all face punishment. The punishment is simple, direct deduction of popularity points. How low can your popularity get before you disappear? Below 0, usually within about half a month. New cave spirits have a protection period, so they won't vanish even if their points drop to 0 before the first official ranking update. However, after the first update, if the points remain below 0 for over half a month, they will gradually dissipate, merging back into the cosmos, losing their spiritual form forever. This was the first time Cord heard such detailed information. Tian Dao's pressure was indeed significant. Falling below 0 would lead to complete disappearance. Wait, below? Can popularity be negative? Cord suddenly realized something. Yes, because popularity can become debt. There are many cave spirits with negative points. Gareth smiled bitterly. Cord understood now. Being among the bottom 1,000 meant likely holding negative points. After the ranking announcement and further deductions as punishment, it would be nearly impossible to escape the quagmire of low rankings, leading to inevitable extinction unless someone powerful lent a helping hand. Unless, looking at Gareth's slightly melancholic expression, Cord seemed to grasp something. You didn't give your popularity points to help those at the bottom, did you? Despite finding it hard to believe, Cord couldn't help but ask. This caused a brief change in Gareth's expression, but he quickly recovered, slapping Cord's shoulder with a smile. How could I? Who would do such selfless things? Am I not afraid of disappearing myself? Look, the auction is starting. Following Gareth's gesture, Cord saw the curtain in the middle of the hall opening, revealing a pure-looking young woman dressed in a revealing, thin veil. She flashed a radiant smile at the male cave spirits. Welcome to Chinny Pavilion's auction event. Everyone has been eagerly awaiting it, hoping to grab some bargains. Oh, wouldn't it be wonderful if some wealthy young master took me home? Michaela, I love you. Michaela, marry me, and all my popularity points are yours. Michaela, seeing you only once a year makes me miss you so much. A chorus of excited calls erupted from the cave spirits. Cord sneered inwardly. The hostess Michaela clearly fit the type of an innocent scheming bimbo. If she existed in the modern world, she'd be the queen of scamming lonely hearts. Thinking of it, cave spirits were quite similar to recluses. Both relied on their respective platforms, cave spirits on the secret realm, recluses on the internet, and rarely ventured out. Ugh, the more he thought about it, the more similar they seemed. Tisk, slutty tramp. Beside him, Gareth clenched his teeth, cursing under his breath. This piqued Cord's curiosity. Could Gareth really see through her true nature? Seems like he has a story. Chapter 40. As long as you're happy. Brother, there's a bit of a story here? Cord watched Gareth with interest. Huey suddenly wondered if this Gareth had any past entanglements with the hostess Adelia Erenglong on stage. Was there always some kind of dramatic plot no matter what form it took, as long as there were men and women involved? I don't have much of a story with that woman. She betrayed me once when I showed her kindness. I finally saw her for who she really is. Gareth said irritably. Could you give me more details? You don't know Adelia Erenglong? The famous auctioneer of Chinny Pavilion known for taking advantage of newbies? Many novice cave spirits thought they could attract popularity through her, only to end up losing everything. Gareth turned his head away in bad humor, seemingly not wanting to say more. Cord could guess why. She wouldn't be hosting auctions if it was just for charity. Taking a few victims was quite normal, wasn't it? As he spoke, the auction began, with the first item being wheeled into the auction hall. The hall could accommodate nearly 3,000 people. On the first day, the auction primarily catered to novice cave spirits. Truly powerful ones wouldn't participate in such bids, so the items auctioned were relatively ordinary. Ladies and gentlemen, welcome. Now we begin with our first exhibit, the 7-Sun Array from Buck. Adelia Erenglong's words accompanied the presentation of an array model to the center of the stage. It resembled the Big Dipper constellation, with 7 light red magical swords anchoring the 7 array points. Under the power of spirit energy, the swords began to dance, radiating intense heat, warming up the entire auction house. The first item often offers great value for a steal. If you like it, act quickly. Buck is a transcendent cultivator. This array, although only a 9th rank spirit grade array, is made of 7 spirit level swords, making its power comparable to a top-tier spirit grade array. The starting bid is just 2,000 popularity points. Don't miss out on grabbing it. Each minimum increment is 100 points. Failure to pay after purchasing will result in being blacklisted by Chinny Pavilion. Don't do something embarrassing in front of little Adelia, okay? Adelia Erenglong tapped her lips with a finger and smiled at the cave spirits present, causing laughter throughout the hall. Cord noticed that Gareth seemed captivated by the 7-sun array. It wasn't hard to understand. For new cave spirits, nothing was more precious than an array. Not everyone had a fairy-level guardian beast like Cord. Moreover, Cord owned a fairy-level cave, but had never used it for combat. Do you want to buy it? Cord raised an eyebrow. He could tell that Gareth was very fond of the array. Yes, an array is crucial for us new cave spirits. Cultivators entering the cave to seek treasures can quickly take away spiritual treasures without arrays to obstruct them. Without treasures, the cave naturally loses its appeal. Gareth quickly explained to Cord while keeping his eyes fixed on the array. 2,100 popularity points. 2,200 popularity points. 2,300 popularity points. Bids rose steadily. Cord watched as the prices kept climbing, feeling a peculiar mood stir within him. These people couldn't add popularity as fast as his cave did. Even though he was in the secret realm, cultivators still visited his cave regularly. Entering the secret realm didn't mean that time stopped in the Shinjo world. Cord could still see his popularity continuously rising. For new cave spirits, he was like someone with unlimited funds, an overwhelming advantage. Huey was merely curious about the transactions in the cave spirit secret realm. Who would have thought the lives of new cave spirits were so tough? 2,800 popularity points. After one of the cave spirits shouted this price, others stopped bidding. The 7-sun array may be good, but activating 7 spirit swords takes time. It might not kill the cultivators. Indeed, this array is powerful, but it lacks control. If a cultivator escapes, the array activation would be in vain. 2,000 points might be cheap, but 3,000 is too expensive. Several cave spirits discussed among themselves, their expertise in arrays evident. They could tell the real value of the 7-sun array at a glance. Even arrays of the same rank could vary greatly in price. For instance, some arrays allowed control over cultivators, trapping them in abnormal states, making these very valuable. Others unleashed attacks instantly, also highly valuable. But since the 7-sun array started slowly and lacked control, its price wouldn't be too high. Brother, could you lend me 500 popularity points? I'll pay you back later. Gareth, focused on the auction, suddenly grabbed Cord's shoulder, his face showing embarrassment as he tried to explain, sorry, I've been having bad luck lately. There are always cultivators causing trouble, saying they want to tear down Wuxia cave. Don't mention it. I'll lend you the points. Thinking about this, Cord felt a pang of guilt, looking at Gareth with sympathy. Huey swore he had only mentioned the name casually, never expecting there would be a cave spirit named Wuxia. The destruction of Wuxia cave was partly his doing. That's wonderful. Brother, you're such a good person. Straightforward and honest, just the type I like to be friends with. Upon hearing Cord's immediate agreement, Gareth excitedly shook Cord's shoulders. But Cord felt more guilty this time. Should he explain? Seeing Gareth's happy expression, Cord couldn't bring himself to ruin it. Erenfi as a cave spirit, it's better to remain ignorant sometimes. As long as he's happy, everything's fine. Gareth is so happy now, why spoil his joy? Chapter 41. Actually, I didn't feel awkward. Just wanted to do charity. How do I transfer popularity points? By trading? Cord asked curiously. Popularity points weren't like money. They existed in the lower right corner of his field of view and could be checked with a silent command. Huey had used popularity points to buy things before, but those were direct deductions. Huey hadn't tried transferring them yet. You focus your mind on your popularity points, then imagine dragging it to me, Hansen instructed. Cord gave it a try, and indeed, a numerical input box popped up. Entering a number would mean transferring that many popularity points to Hansen. Is this transfer a loan or a gift? A message flashed as Cord was about to complete the transfer. After some thought, Cord chose gift. To him, it didn't matter. 500 popularity points were insignificant. So trivial that he wouldn't bother picking them up if they fell on the ground. Friend, are you crazy? How can you directly gift me popularity points? Once gifted, there's no guarantee you can reclaim them. Seeing Cord choose to gift the points, Hansen was taken aback. While cave spirits could trade popularity points, the difference between a loan and a gift was significant. Loan points couldn't be used for realm advancement, just borrowed temporarily, and would be deducted automatically when due. Gifted points, however, were truly given away, to be used freely by the recipient, even for cultivation. Normally, cave spirits wouldn't easily gift their popularity points, no matter how close their relationship. But Cord's casual choice left Hansen deeply moved. I don't really know how to do this either. I just picked at random, Cord responded offhandedly. Friend, don't do this again. For newbie cave spirits, every bit of popularity is crucial. If you gifted your points to a malevolent cave spirit today, you'd never get those 500 points back. I know it took you a long time to save up these points, Hansen lectured seriously, seeing Cord's casual attitude. Cord glanced at his popularity growth rate. Postnatal cultivator plus 38, popularity plus 380. Prenatal cultivator plus 65, popularity plus 1950. It's not really that hard to accumulate, Cord admitted frankly. But Hansen clearly didn't believe him, shaking his head. Don't lie to me. I know you're just trying to make me feel better. I know how difficult it is for newbies to accumulate popularity. No, you probably don't understand. Don't fool me. I didn't expect you to be like this, pretending not to care about these 500 points to ease my conscience. You're the kind of friend I want. I really don't care. Don't deny it. You might be fooling others, but not me. With 500 points, you could get decent clothes. You don't even change your clothes, so you must have little savings. Alright, I admit I do care somewhat. Cord was too lazy to argue, and let Hansen imagine what he wanted. It was ironic that telling the truth got him less trust than ever. Sigh, deceiving cultivators in his cave daily made them believe anything, but now, finally speaking honestly in the cave spirit realm, nobody believed him. Times sure have changed. Being a cave spirit wasn't easy. These 500 popularity points must have taken you a while to gather. I will definitely repay you later. Let Brother Moon use the 7 Yang array first, Hansen said earnestly. In fact, I don't need it. See, you're being polite again. The 7 Yang array is perfect for newbies. It can protect your cave, draw more cultivators to solve puzzles, and thus gain more popularity. Hearing Cord still being courteous, Hansen grew unhappy again. To him, this co-spirited fellow was great except for being overly polite. Despite the preciousness of those points and the struggles he must have endured to accumulate them, he still acted so polite. Newbie cave spirits were just too modest these days. When Hansen first became a cave spirit, he charmed everyone and climbed to first place in the popularity rankings. Faced with Hansen's insistence, Cord helplessly replied, "Actually, I'm not being polite. I know, you're afraid I'll feel uneasy, so you're saying this deliberately. No, you really don't know." After checking his soaring popularity, which rose over 3,000 during their conversation, Cord decided not to mention it. Hansen wouldn't believe it anyway, thinking it was all bravado. Forget it. Cord focused back on the auction, pointing to the auctioneer Michaela and warning Hansen, "If you don't bid now, it'll be over." A cave spirit had just offered 2,800 points, making auctioneer Adelia Erenglong very pleased. Higher bids meant higher commission for her. She cheerfully announced the final offer, 2,800 popularity points. Last call. No one else bidding? Remember, winning this means dinner with Michaela. 3,000 popularity points. I'll take it. Hansen raised his paddle, drawing attention from everyone present. Chapter 42. Ask me first. Gareth? Huey bought this array, and it will surely be used to help another newbie cave spirit. Oh, he has already saved so many newbie cave spirits. But you can't make a silk purse out of a sow's ear. Those at the bottom have reasons for being there. It's not that easy to lift them up. But what he does is indeed great. In these years, he has at least saved dozens of cave spirits from vanishing. Seeing Gareth bid, many cave spirits shook their heads in sighs. They knew his actions were likely aimed at helping yet another struggling newbie cave spirit. Newbie cave spirits were most vulnerable during the first 6 years due to lack of human attention. If they were unlucky and remained undiscovered by cultivators for 6 years, it meant certain demise. Not everyone could release colorful auspicious clouds. Once penalized for low popularity in the first 3 years, recovery in the next 3 years was almost impossible, leaving them unable to repay their debts. Gareth had spent too much popularity rescuing these nearly dissipated cave spirits, which caused him to fall from the top of the rankings to where he was now, close to the bottom. Others thought he was foolish, but he found joy in it. Someone bids 3,000. 3,000 popularity points once, twice, sold. Congratulations to Gareth. The host, Adelia Erenglong, hesitated slightly upon reading his name but quickly resumed with a smile. Congratulations to Gareth for securing the 7 Yang array. Thank you for your support over the years. Humph. Gareth grunted and put down his bidding paddle, showing no particular feeling towards Adelia Erenglong. You don't like Adelia Erenglong? Seems like you two have history, Cord teased. I'll get mad if you bring it up again. Alright. Cord chuckled and didn't press further. Cave spirits were similar to humans, but most couldn't remember their pre-birth memories. Errant Cord, who retained memories, such cases were rare. After the auction for the first item ended, the 7 Yang array was pushed away. Once Gareth paid, he could take it home. Now we're just observers. Many cave spirits didn't plan to bid on the first item, so we managed to slip through, Gareth said happily, introducing Cord to the common strategies at auctions. Good strategy allowed one to secure desired items. As Gareth explained, they didn't participate in the next few items since his available popularity was nearly depleted, and Cord found nothing worth bidding on. Huey was here mainly for fun. The auction progressed swiftly. The second to last item appeared as Michaela gently touched it and introduced softly. The second to last item is from a dispersed cave spirit's legacy. A grade 1 spirit tool, the double flower crystal sword. Its blade glows like crystal. Let's use this as an opener with a starting bid of 3,000 popularity points. Crunch crunch. Cord turned to see Gareth clenching his teeth, making a harsh grinding sound. Do you hate this sword so much? It's mine. I have to get it. Gareth muttered between gritted teeth. Huey realized Adelia Erenglong did this on purpose. An item priced this low shouldn't be last, especially a grade 1 spirit tool, not worth 3,000 popularity. She wanted to confirm Gareth had no more popularity before revealing it. 3,100 popularity points. Oh, a bid. Anyone higher? Adelia Erenglong smiled brilliantly, her gaze shifting to Gareth. If these two didn't have some story, Cord wouldn't believe it. Watching Adelia Erenglong's smug expression, he felt like interfering. 3,200 popularity points. Gareth gritted his teeth and raised his paddle, drawing attention from other cave spirits. This item wasn't worth the price. Prince Wuxia bids 3,200 popularity points, but Michaela reminds you kindly, failure to pay for an item results in a blacklist entry, and it will be considered unsold. Michaela's innocent face showed triumph as she added, tightening Gareth's fists. Realizing his popularity shortfall, Gareth stood up and addressed the crowd. Ladies and gentlemen, I, Gareth, have helped many cave spirits. If anyone would lend me some popularity, I promise to repay it fully. This surprised Cord. Huey wanted to shout, why didn't you ask me first? Hashtag chapter 43. Finally caught you, Hansen. Why didn't you tell me you needed popularity? Cord asked in a low voice. That's enough. Brother Adelia, I know you've already done everything you can to help me. For a novice cave spirit, 500 popularity points is already the limit. I can't drain you completely. Gareth waved his hand, refusing Cord's offer. Actually, you're not really that drained. I know, Brother Adelia, you're being too polite again. No, you might not fully understand. Cord sighed in frustration. Fine, he would take care of it himself later. His current popularity was already at 110,000. As a chi cultivation stage cave spirit, he could wield an unusually high amount of popularity. At this stage, the proportion of frozen popularity was extremely low, leaving him with a large amount of tradable popularity. With 110,000 points, throwing out 10,000 would easily get him whatever exhibit he wanted. However, it seemed Gareth might not need his help after all. As soon as Gareth stood up and asked for assistance, the other cave spirits attending the auction responded one by one, nodding their heads. Gareth? I'm willing to help. Huey once helped me, and I cannot forget such kindness. I'll give 1,000 popularity points. Indeed, after so many years, this is the first time Gareth has publicly asked us for help. Of course, I will lend him 1,000. I used to be at the bottom of the rankings. If not for Gareth's help, I'll lend him 800 points. The cultivators responded eagerly, and Gareth quickly accumulated 7,000 popularity points. There was no need to worry about repayment because the Xuanhuan Dao would forcibly collect it even if someone dropped to negative points, essentially owing a debt to the heavens. Thank you all. Tears glistened in Gareth's eyes as he raised the bid card showing 3,500. Gareth bids 3,500 popularity points for the double flower crystal sword. Is there anyone who will bid higher? Michaela's smile faltered as she signaled someone in a particular area, who immediately raised another bid card. 4,000 popularity points. Someone has bid 4,000. Adelia Erenglong continued to announce the new bid. This far exceeded the original value of the spiritual treasure. A first-class spirit-level weapon, even if it were a high-quality sword, would only be around 2,000 popularity points. Incidentally, the prices for cultivation materials differed from those of spirit weapons. First-class spirit-level cultivation materials typically cost only about 100 points, whereas spirit treasures were much more expensive due to their durability compared to consumables. 4,200. Gareth gritted his teeth and bid again. With the 7,000 points he borrowed, he was determined to win the double flower crystal sword, which held immense significance for him. Adelia Erenglong, observing Gareth's resolve, felt increasingly anxious. The cave spirit bidding against Gareth was actually arranged by her. Bid further. Adelia Erenglong clenched her teeth and signaled the bidder again. 5,000 popularity points. 5,300 popularity points. No matter how high Adelia Erenglong increased the bid, Gareth relentlessly followed suit. To Adelia Erenglong, winning the sword had no practical use for her. She could afford it, but was it really worth it? When the bid reached 6,000, Adelia Erenglong hesitated. Phew, finally going to buy it. Gareth exhaled heavily, relaxing into his chair. The spiritual treasure meant too much to him. He would do anything to obtain it. 7,500 popularity points. Suddenly, a voice rang out from the upper VIP section, shocking everyone in the auction hall. The VIP seats were reserved for the big shots among the cave spirits, not ordinary novices. Who was bidding against Gareth? It's Ajay, Master Ajay himself, participating in the auction. Adelia Erenglong announced the newcomer excitedly. Upon hearing this, Gareth's face turned ashen as he gripped the armrests tightly. Why? Huey couldn't fathom why Ajay, with whom he had no past grievances, would bid 7,500 popularity points for a mere first-class spirit-level treasure. If it were a high-tier treasure, it would make sense, but this is just a basic one. What does Ajay mean? Is he deliberately targeting the former top-ranking cave spirit? But they aren't from the same era. Yes, when Gareth was top-ranked, Ajay was still a novice. They're not in the same generation, so why target him? Unthinkable, but Ajay has an absolute advantage now. Gareth won't be able to win the bid. The cultivators shook their heads in sighs. No one knew that inside the VIP seat marked Adelia. Ajay muttered to himself with a mix of anger and laughter. Finally caught you, Hanson. Sitting in the VIP section, Ajay could see the auctioneer Adelia Erenglong clearly, while the general audience seats were partially obscured from view. Cord and Gareth happened to be sitting in one of these blind spots. Thus, Ajay assumed from Adelia Erenglong's words that it was Hanson making the bid. This realization struck Cord, causing him to wear a helpless expression. Watching Gareth's gray face, Cord wondered if he should help him out. Chapter 44. Enjoying the show, one must have melon. After all, Pierce's misfortune was entirely due to Arendon. If it weren't for Arendon's rash comments in front of Ajay, Ajay wouldn't have lowered his status to intervene in a newcomer's spirit artifacts auction. Wow, Ajay is so ruthless. It seems he has a grudge against Pierce. Is he trying to prove he's better than Pierce? Huh? Pierce hasn't been number one on the list for years. They have no interaction. That's not entirely true. Not long ago, Ajay ordered some cultivators to vandalize Wuxia cave residents, and many people know about this. Thinking about this incident, Arendon felt he should apologize to those spirit artifacts from Wuxia cave residents. If he hadn't spoken recklessly, Ajay wouldn't have acted so irresponsibly. At this point, Arendon felt a pang of guilt. But then, helping out wouldn't cost too much popularity points. So, thinking this way, Arendon casually picked up Pierce's bidding paddle and scribbled a figure on it. 8,000 popularity points. Hugh Evans. Pierce actually bid 8,000 popularity points. On stage, Jade Erenglong exclaimed in shock. A first-rank spirit sword being bid up to 8,000 popularity points was unprecedented in the entire spirit artifact realm. Previously, when someone bid high, it was usually to win Jade Erenglong's smile. This time, it seemed unrelated to her. Would Pierce make her smile? Jade Erenglong shook her head. It was impossible. That wooden-headed man. How could he suddenly come to his senses? 8,200 popularity points. Another paddle went up, from the VIP seats this time. Tamara, who had entered the venue looking valiant and graceful, was now standing in the VIP area, bidding against Ajay. This sword, Pierce must want it very much. Then I shall personally shatter it, severing your past once and for all. Standing by the window, she murmured to herself, her face reflecting a mix of emotion and melancholy. The person she admired shouldn't be in such a poor and destitute state now. Huey should be traversing the seas, renowned far and wide, with the name of wuxia cave residents echoing across the Shenzhou continent. What's going on? Even Tamara is making a move. She's raised the price to 8,200 popularity points. Excitement filled Jade Erenglong's clear, youthful face. Huey's original plan was forgotten. Now she only cared about her commission. Selling a first-rank spirit sword for 8,200 popularity points was an unbreakable record. Why is Tamara meddling? I'm bidding for Pierce, 8,500 popularity points. Ajay ignored Tamara completely. Huey was determined to get this sword just to humiliate Pierce. Huh. The culprit Arendon pondered, unsure if he should continue bidding. Initially, he thought he was competing with Ajay, but somehow he ignited competition between two major figures. Ajay, you're deliberately opposing me? What do you need this sword for? I will absolutely obtain this sword. Tamara continued to raise the bid to 8,700 popularity points. The whole audience held its breath. It felt more like a high-level auction. The prices keep rising. I can't afford this. Pierce helplessly shook his head, looking at the sword with a forlorn gaze. Yet, his melancholy couldn't stop the price from soaring as Ajay and Tamara kept bidding higher, reaching 9,900 popularity points. They weren't stingy, they could offer more, but a simple first-rank spirit sword wasn't worth that price. Whoever bought it would be the fool. However, these two were competing to be that fool, pushing the price to 9,900 popularity points. Ajay, what are you trying to do? Tamara finally couldn't hold back. Such a continuous bid was too costly. I'm asking you the same question. What are you doing? Ajay was equally upset. His popularity was high, but so was his realm. Recently promoted to the hidden virtue stage, he had frozen a lot of his popularity points and didn't have much spare money. Huey needed it for other auctions and hadn't planned to spend here. Now, he inexplicably competed with Tamara, driving a spirit sword's price to 10,000 popularity points. What was the connection between Tamara and Pierce? Ajay felt incredibly frustrated. I want this sword. Can't you give it to me? Tamara voiced her request, aware her influence couldn't match Ajay's, and she might not win by force. I need it for something. So do I. Deadlock. Arendon, the root cause, bought a large watermelon from a nearby vendor, sliced it into dozens of pieces with a burst of energy, gave a slice to Pierce and said, "Come, have some melon." In my hometown, there's a custom of eating melon while watching a show. Such an intense bidding match, we can't not eat melon. Arendon explained earnestly. Pierce took a bite hesitantly, his eyes on the auction. The melon tasted exceptionally sweet, improving his mood significantly. Watching the show indeed required melon. Both of you, please don't quarrel over a small spirit treasure. Just then, the auction hall's roof opened, and a middle-aged man in purple gold robes descended. Alpha was written on his attire. It was none other than Alpha himself. Chapter 45. Did you win over my wife yet? A wave of commotion swept through the novice spirit caverns. Drake Pavilion was an extremely mysterious figure. Although he ranked only 10th in popularity, he always kept Bridget among the top 3. In the past, Drake rarely showed himself, usually making appearances only at high-level auctions. Among the entire spirit cavern realm, Drake was undoubtedly a major player. Even Ajay would have to give him some respect. Because in terms of realm, Drake surpassed Ajay. Huey had already reached the tribulation transcendent stage and could freely traverse the heavens and earth beyond his cave abode. Friends, why quarrel over something so trivial? It's just a spirit-grade treasure. If you like it, this old man will gladly gift it to you, said Drake with a chuckle. Cord glanced up. This Drake did not look like a cultivator but more like a businessman. Dressed in a luxurious purple gold robe with a pure gold belt, his face shiny from oil, he wore a black round hat adorned with jewels and exuded an air of affluence. No matter who he faced, he wore a constant smile. Drake, this sword has special significance for me. I hope Mr. Cheen can relinquish it. Tanya spoke first, directly requesting that Drake give her the sword. I too have special use for it. I hope Drake can fulfill my request. Even the proud Ajay bowed, trying to obtain the dual flower crystal sword. For him, it was mostly about saving face. But Ajay was someone easily provoked. Once at Shinny Pavilion, he had ransacked the Southern Prefecture's innocent cave complex just to outdo Cord in a challenge. This illustrated how seriously Ajay took such matters. Initially, he only intended to compete with Cord, but now Tanya had entered the fray, which annoyed him greatly. Both of you are important figures in the spirit cavern. Why be so stubborn? The old man is not keen-eyed enough to see anything special about this sword. How about exchanging it for another spirit treasure? I'll gift it to you. Drake tried to please everyone diplomatically. His attitude made even Cord nod approvingly. After all, doing business required tact. Bridget's fiery temperament being second place was likely due to significant help from others. Not acceptable. It must be this one. This time, Ajay and Tanya spoke in unison. Ajay's eyes scanned Tanya, thinking this woman dared to oppose him multiple times. It seemed yet another cave complex was in for trouble. Well then, this old man is at a loss. Both of you are esteemed guests of Chinny Pavilion. Let's put a cap of 15,000 popularity points. Whoever reaches 15,000 first gets the sword, said Drake with a compromised tone. Everyone gasped. Truly, Drake lived up to his reputation. Old fox, definitely an old fox. While Ajay and Tanya had bid up to 10,000 points, he jumped straight to 15,000, leaving them in a bind. Now let's begin. Prepare yourselves. 3, 2, 1, go. Drake gave no time for deliberation, starting the countdown immediately. 15,000. While Ajay and Tanya hesitated, someone from the regular spectator area raised a sign. It was Cord, holding Hanson's sign. Moon brother, are you crazy? When will you earn back 10,000 points? Are you new here? Surely I wouldn't misjudge a spirit's birth date. Hanson was flabbergasted. He never expected Cord to raise the bid so boldly. Wasn't this going to offend Ajay and Tanya? You're digging your own grave. I'm new indeed, but earning 15,000 points isn't as hard as you think, Cord replied calmly. Now, all attention was on him. The crowd buzzed with curiosity about this newcomer. Who's that spirit? A new face? Yes, I'd remember any spirit that frequently visits the realm, but I've never seen this young brother. Ah, I've seen this young brother. Huey bought Grey Mist Cloud for 100 points from my stall before. Isn't he new? How does he have 15,000 points? Crazy, simply crazy. How will he survive in the spirit cavern realm now? If he's new and owes over 10,000 points, he'll never pay it off. Numerous spirits shook their heads upon seeing Cord's beginner attire. They could roughly estimate each other's age, much like humans could guess someone's age by appearance. To them, Cord was clearly brand new. How could he earn 15,000 points? Azariah, sure enough, it's you. Seeing Cord's bid, Ajay exploded with anger. Huh. Hansen raised an eyebrow. When did he cross Ajay? No wonder Ajay had been targeting him, but he couldn't figure out what had upset Ajay. Ajay hasn't seen you in a while. Did you win over Bridget yet? Cord laughed lightly, delivering the sentence that left Ajay utterly devastated, ready to vomit blood. Chapter 46. Keep guessing. Ajay's pursuit of Bridget wasn't a short-term endeavor. Previously, he had spent large sums of money on her, but while the Tang family gladly accepted the gifts, it was up to him to win Bridget's heart with his own efforts. Ajay always believed he stood a good chance. After all, he was not only handsome but also ranked first on the popularity list of the cave spirit realm. It seemed like a classic scenario where the top student pursued the class beauty. It was supposed to be a no-brainer, right? However, Bridget simply wasn't interested in Ajay. But Ajay refused to give up, believing that sincerity could melt even the hardest stone. Women, especially cave spirits, were known for their reserve. Since the day they came into existence, cave spirits had lived in solitude, unable to communicate with anyone. Even when interacting with cultivators, they were often mistaken as spirits of the cave owners. Perhaps this was why the Xiuxian Li Dao created the cave spirit realm, to allow cave spirits to interact with one another. It made sense that after enduring such loneliness for so long, their hearts would naturally be difficult to open. Ajay always thought this way, and with no serious rivals around Bridget, he remained confident. But then something unexpected happened. Bridget was arranged by the Xiuxian Li Dao to be married. She wouldn't even disclose who the groom was. This completely shattered Ajay's plans. Unable to take out his frustration on Bridget, he vented his anger on Cord, better known as the damned Hansen. Hansen, don't get cocky. Wait until I find your cave, and I'll tear it down. Ajay pointed angrily at Cord, issuing a threat. So, you two know each other? Gareth, standing nearby, suddenly understood something. The newbie he had randomly picked outside the auction house was actually Ajay's rival? Was that why Ajay had been so hostile towards him just because of a misheard name? Moreover, Ajay's mention of destroying caves suggested that the cultivators who attacked earlier were sent by him. Gareth seemed to connect the dots. So his cave was destroyed just because he got dragged into this mess? Huey looked at Cord with complex emotions. Just what kind of powerhouse was this guy? Cord didn't pay much attention to Gareth. Smiling lightly, he responded calmly to Ajay's furious accusations. Haha, I'm Bridget's husband. You still bring that up? I have a higher cultivation level than you. I'm already at the practice emptiness stage of the hidden cavern realm. Haha, I'm Bridget's husband. I'm the #1 on the cave spirit popularity list with limitless potential. I'm Bridget's husband. Are you ever going to stop? Can you not bring this up? Is being her husband so great? Ajay roared in frustration. To sum it up, the woman he had pursued for years had been snatched away by someone else. While he hadn't even gotten close, the other person had already won her over. How could he not be angry? What should I say? That Bridget is my wife? Cord's words once again caused Ajay's face to turn red with fury. Huey lashed out at Cord without hesitation. Just talking big, huh? Go to hell. Netherworld Dark Palm. A huge green palm erupted from Ajay's hand, burning with ghostly flames as it surged toward Cord. Everyone was stunned. No one expected Ajay to attack directly in the cave spirit realm. In the cave spirit realm, physical attacks were hard to kill an opponent. Instead, they usually damaged the cave. Unless the cave was extremely decrepit, it was impossible to make a cave spirit dissipate. Normally, cave spirits maintained some decorum and refrained from direct violence. If there was a need to fight, they usually returned and sought cultivators to besiege and destroy the other's cave. High-level cave spirits could even come directly to demolish a home. In simple terms, the cave spirit realm was like the internet, a place for interaction. High-level cave spirits could trace back and engage in real combat. Since Ajay initiated the attack here, it proved he was indeed incredibly angry. Brother Adili, Gareth was startled and couldn't help calling out. Your special effects are pretty good, but the temperature is a bit low. At this temperature, even my cave stones won't catch fire. Cord strolled leisurely through the green flames, unaffected by the green palms striking him. Ajay's attack appeared to have little impact, which left Ajay feeling bewildered. His attacks targeted Cord's cave directly. If the cave was of a lower grade, it might have collapsed instantly. Even if it were high grade, there should have been some effect, unless Cord's cave was beyond the hidden cavern grade. Caves had different levels. Some were constructed by high-level cultivators, and thus were highly graded. Or cave spirits improved their caves through effort, making them more durable. Higher-level caves were more resilient in the cave spirit realm, better defended against attacks. But Cord's defenses were unusually strong, something Ajay had never seen before. It's impossible. How can you withstand my attacks? Your cave isn't scathed? What kind of cave do you possess? Ajay was shocked, and so were the onlookers. Considering Ajay was the top-ranked cave spirit in the realm, if he couldn't harm Cord, it begged the question. Was his cave forged from solid adamantine? Is your cave perhaps of the Tribulation Crossing, or even Ascension grade? Ajay couldn't help pressing further. The classification of caves differed from spirit treasures, divided into Xiuxian, Earth, Xian, and Huang grades. instead following a similar ranking system as cultivators. Upon hearing this, Cord couldn't help shaking his head. AJ's perspective was too narrow. Why not keep guessing upward? Chapter 47. His brain is on a different frequency. Becoming an immortal was the most sought-after realm by all cultivators in China. Above the world of China, there existed a Penglai immortal realm, visible faintly no matter where one stood in the world, as long as they looked up. Legend had it that only after transcending the mortal coil could one officially become an immortal. This was every cultivator's goal, to attain enlightenment and immortality, achieving a state of absolute freedom. The treasures left behind by immortals were unmatched in their rarity and value. Not to mention, a cave abode. An immortal-level cave abode? Unimaginable. Haha, never mind what level my cave abode is. I've just won the bid for the double bloom glass sword. Shouldn't you hand it over now? Cord laughed. After all, he had bid 15,000 popularity points for the sword. Surely, it should be announced that he won? Upon hearing Cord re-raise the auction topic, Ajay immediately grew anxious, pointing at him. How did you win? It was clearly between Tanya and me. Ah, your statement isn't entirely correct. As I recall, Drake said whoever bids 15,000 first gets the item. Isn't that so? Cord refused to argue with Ajay, instead turning his gaze towards Drake, seizing on any loophole. Oh, yes, that's what I said. Drake found himself in a predicament. As a businessman, he couldn't break his word. Most importantly, he didn't want to offend Ajay or Tanya, both from precious client families. Cave spirits too had clans, could marry within secret realms, and have children. And being communal by nature, large families were commonplace. The Xiuxian Pavilion feared offending powerful families. So, let Cord be the scapegoat. Either Ajay or Tanya could take their grievances to him. Thus, Drake continued with difficulty. Well, all guests are honored, and I can't favor one over another. Since young Azariah bid successfully, then it belongs to him. At the entrance, Cord registered under Azariah, thus everyone now knew him by this name. As for the auctioned item, I'll take it. Really, what are you two doing? It's not some invaluable artifact. A first-rank spirit sword. Don't tell me you don't have one. If you don't, I can give you a few. Cord shrugged, completely unfazed. Beside him, Pierce gaped in astonishment, finally stammering out. Moon brother, you just casually put down 15,000 points? It's not much. Ajay surely has more than me. Cord sighed, a hint of regret in his tone. Nonsense. Pierce almost blurted out. Ajay had years of accumulation, while Cord, based on unique cave spirit aura, was definitely new. Even without exact time, the approximate age was clear, like not mistaking a 20-year-old human for a 50-year-old unless that 20-year-old wrote novels. Writing novels brought immense pressure. Editors demanded revisions, readers clamored for updates, and when readers disappeared, writers pulled their hair out trying to think up plots. Straying off topic. Primarily, Cord's attitude, wanting top rankings despite still being new, was infuriating yet endearing. Yet even as Pierce wanted to scold, he was touched, grabbing Cord's shoulders. Moon brother, I know you're trying to ease my guilt. Despite your origin from Transcendence or even Ascension realms, having been born relatively recently, you mustn't have many reserves. This must be everything you had. Maybe even owing the Tao. I just like round numbers, Cord calmly replied. Having a minor obsession with round numbers, 11,000 points felt uncomfortable, whereas 10,000 felt right. I understand. 0 is also a round number. Your kindness, I'll never forget. No need. Cord shook his head. Huey simply wanted a round number, and thought he might have taken advantage of Azariah. Mainly, it was about the round number. It wasn't that complicated. Seeing the situation clarified, the chubby Drake gestured to the auctioneer Adelia Erenglong. Since Azariah has won the bid, Michaela, why stand idle? Bring the double bloom glass sword over. Oh. Adelia Erenglong snapped out of her daze. In the blink of an eye, Drake had passed off the hot potato, earned 15,000 popularity points, and shifted all blame onto Azariah. Truly a crafty fox and worthy leader of Xiuxian Pavilion. The auctioned item was personally delivered by Adelia Erenglong to Cord. She drew her finger across his palm, flashing a seductive smile. What? Loved, not dating, prioritize bigger issues, save mom, short on money, anything else? Cord gave her a series of perplexing questions, thoroughly confusing Adelia Erenglong. You don't get it? You're asking me if we were in love and broke up. Answer. Loved. Are we meeting again? Answer. Not meeting. Difficult childbirth? Save the larger life? Seeing her confusion, Cord started explaining. 30 seconds later, Adelia Erenglong understood one thing. This man's brain operates on a different frequency. Chapter 48. Call me master? Then will you become the event prize? Bridget, who had been following behind the Thousand East Pavilion master, couldn't help but laugh after overhearing Cord's conversation with Adelia Erenglong. Where did one find a guy like him? Huey rejected people without giving them any face at all, expressing not interested to its extreme. I just saw Bridget smile. My heart almost melted. Man, I saw it too. Xinyue's smile outshines even a sea of flowers. Just who managed to make the stern-faced Bridget smile so brightly? The male cave spirits present were dumbstruck. In terms of looks, Bridget was unparalleled. When she smiled, it could topple nations. Some big-shot cave spirit once spent enormous popularity points just to see Bridget smile. She didn't even care then, yet today, she actually laughed. No spirit treasure, but making Xinyue laugh is enough to save me some embarrassment. Ajay grunted and returned to his VIP seat. Unable to obtain the twin flower glass sword, Tanya could only sit back as well, mirroring AJ's actions. Thus, the twin flower glass sword officially became Cord's. Up close, this grade 1 spirit grade sword looked delicate and beautiful, with a body that shimmered like glass. The hilt bore 2 peach blossoms, warm and smooth like jade. By any worldly standard, it was an unparalleled sword. Brother Adili, this? Ahmed gazed at Cord eagerly. His expectation was obvious. He'd sold everything for this sword. It's yours. Cord twirled the sword effortlessly and tossed it to Ahmed. Thank you, brother Adili. Ahmed received the sword reverently, gently stroking its blade. A look of tenderness mixed with melancholy filled his eyes. Buzz. Feeling Ahmed's caress, the sword began to vibrate slightly, as if responding to something. Sister Xuanhuan, you've retained your consciousness? Do you want? An indescribable joy spread across Ahmed's face. Huey swung the sword vigorously, and a graceful silhouette emerged from it. She appeared to be about 15 or 16 years old, with neat bangs covering her eyebrows and clear, sparkling eyes, delicate and endearing. In an instant, every cave spirit in the auction house held their breath. What's going on? Is this a sword spirit? This can't be. A grade 1 spirit grade spell sword has produced a sword spirit. Damn, a refined spirit entity. Although I am also a cave spirit, forming a sword spirit is much harder than a cave spirit. If it truly has a sword spirit, that sword wouldn't have stopped at 15,000 popularity points. Good heavens, even 150,000 points would be worth it. A sword spirit, like a cave spirit, is a type of spiritual entity. However, they are far rarer. Cave spirits originate from caves, while sword spirits come from swords. The birth and death of a sword spirit aren't significantly tied to popularity. Often, it stems from a lingering will. Even another person's will might retain the spiritual entity, transforming it into a sword spirit. A weapon accompanied by a spiritual entity means it can continually upgrade. Even a mundane grade weapon could eventually reach the celestial grade. Had everyone known the twin flower glass sword carried a sword spirit, they definitely wouldn't have let it go for just 15,000 popularity points. At the very least, it would cost 150,000 points, and still be hard to get. Seeing the revealed sword spirit, the master of Thousand Ease Pavilion frowned, his expression turning reflective as he stepped forward and asked, You're Christiana? It's been centuries since I last saw you. Who are you? The girl blinked curiously, examining the master of Thousand Ease Pavilion. Centuries. For cave spirits, that was quite a long time ago. Some of us older cave spirits remember. Christiana was a cave spirit, who was once erased by the Huivenly Tao. I didn't expect her spiritual entity to parasitize within the sword without dissipating. One long-lived cave spirit recalled. Cave spirits, like cultivators, usually have excellent memory, especially once they reach the cavern storage phase. They could easily match top memorizers. Remembering events from centuries ago wasn't unusual. Sister Xuanhuan, do you remember me? Ahmed approached, his face filled with wistfulness. Ah, Lu, brother. How do you feel? Feel like I've just woken up from a long sleep, as if my true love woke me. Adelia Erenglong chuckled, patting her forehead before her gaze began searching for her lover. Then, Huey's eyes fell on Cord. Master. Christiana rushed towards Cord, affectionately latching onto his arm. All the cave spirits in the room stared enviously. Why him? Spending 15,000 popularity points on a random spirit greatsword, and he got a premium item with a sword spirit. And this little sword spirit was so adorable and obedient. Sigh. Why him? A sword with a sword spirit must be pretty special, right? Cord rubbed his chin thoughtfully. Obviously, an ordinary spirit treasure with a spiritual entity is a world treasure. Not to mention, it's Sister Xuanhuan. Ahmed replied matter-of-factly. Indeed. Cord gave the sword spirit Christiana a mischievous glance, smiling broadly. Oriental girl, since you call me master, does that mean you'll do anything I say? Does master want? Yes, exactly what I want. I need to prepare myself mentally. Christiana took a deep breath, then with bright, moon-like eyes, lifted her adorable face and asked eagerly, what does master want me to do? I just wanted to ask if you'd be willing to become an event prize? Chapter 49. You're the cave mansion mascot? The prize for an event? What's that? Christiana's innocent eyes sparkled with curiosity. Don't worry, you'll know soon enough. Cord patted her shoulder, his gaze filled with encouragement. Since Sister Huiluan likes following you, consider yourself lucky. Seeing Christiana's affectionate attachment to Cord, Gareth grunted, as if he had just bestowed a rare treasure. If Gareth knew that Cord intended to use the double flower Lo Li sword as an event prize, he would surely be enraged. Note, Lo Li is typically translated as Rui or Jade in English for names or specific terms. For context and fluency, it's better to either transliterate or provide an explanation if necessary. Here, I kept it as Lo Li since it might be a specific name or term within the story's context. Revised for fluency. If Gareth knew that Cord intended to use the double flower Rui sword as an event prize, he would surely be enraged. The scene just now was all clear to me. Master is so kind and handsome. Following him will never be wrong. Not only Gareth but even Christiana blinked excitedly in agreement. Looking at the utterly pure Christiana, Cord scratched his face awkwardly. Don't believe me so easily. I was just planning to give you away as an event prize. Huiluan. So your name is Christiana. The auctioneer Adelia Erenglong's gaze focused on Christiana. Cord suddenly realized their names seemed somewhat similar. Could they be related somehow? Huey, Arental Erenglong. Long time no see. Do I call you sister? Adelia Erenglong turned back around, her voice tinged with uncertainty. You know each other? Gareth raised an eyebrow, not aware that Adelia Erenglong and Christiana had a connection. Otherwise, he wouldn't have treated Adelia Erenglong with such coldness. Yes, we are twin cave spirits of the same cave, born many years apart. I was almost disappearing when Erenglong was just born. Christiana nodded, succinctly explaining her relationship with Adelia Erenglong. Seeing Christiana, Adelia Erenglong felt more complex emotions rather than joy. After holding her fist for a moment, she blurted out, I will not fade away like you, sister. With that, Adelia Erenglong returned to the auction stage, addressing the gathering cave spirits cheerfully. Ladies and gentlemen, let's skip this interlude and continue with the auction. The final item on display is the spiritual treasure used by Bridget. The crowd erupted into excitement, completely forgetting the earlier interruption by the sword spirit. Bridget being the unmatched beauty, any spiritual treasure she used would fetch any price. I'm leaving. Cord suddenly stood up, intending to leave the auction hall. Huey had no intention of bidding on the last item. There was no need. Bridget was his wife, and the closest thing to her would naturally be himself. All else was external possessions. Moreover, based on his businessman's instincts, Cord felt sure that the master of the 1,000 Easy Pavilion would leverage Bridget's reputation to drive up the price sky high. Why join in that frenzy? Seeing Cord stand to leave, Gareth shot him a puzzled look. The final item is a spiritual treasure used by Miss Bridget. Isn't that what male cave spirits in the mystic realm yearn for? Haha, I'm not interested. Cord casually remarked. His intent was to imply that since Bridget was already his wife, these external treasures meant nothing to him. However, to Gareth, it instantly elevated Cord's standing in his eyes. How could someone be so noble, showing no interest in either Christiana or Bridget? The announcement of the last item brought the crowd to a fever pitch. As the star, Bridget was accustomed to such attention, but this time she felt a bit hopeful. She wanted to see how much Cord would bid for her, but he never raised his hand. On closer inspection, he had already left without any intention of staying. That guy. Bridget clenched her teeth in frustration. Despite the little glimmer of hope she had, he didn't even bother to compete, turning away immediately. Is he even human? Though cave spirits aren't really human. Achoo. Cord sneezed. Was someone talking about him behind his back? Huey didn't return directly to the cave mansion, but instead went to the 1,000 Easy Pavilion to buy a large quantity of spiritual treasures, approximately purchasing goods worth nearly 30,000 popularity points. Huey still had 70,000 points left. Inside the cave mansion were over 10 stored spiritual treasures, but Cord knew he needed to offer some sweet rewards to the cultivators or trouble might arise. Also, he wanted to test how far his golden thumb could evolve the spiritual treasures. Let's head back first. Let's see how the sword spirit fares. Cord glanced at Christiana behind him, thinking for a moment before casually asking, Adelia Huey, how do you pronounce that word? It sounds the same as Luan. Call me Xiao Savannah from now on, master. Oh, okay, Michaela, what are you good at? Given how precious sword spirits are, she must have some unique skills. But Cord's question made Christiana's expression falter. What can I do? Being cute counts? After much thought, Christiana finally recalled a genuine ability, though it was quite insignificant, which is why she had forgotten about it herself. I do have a special ability. I can foresee a person's fortune for a particular day, and also add a bit of luck, Christiana said hesitantly. Actually, every cave spirit has unique abilities. Hueyers made her a mascot? Thus, she couldn't attract enough cultivators, leading to insufficient popularity and eventual dispersion. But Cord's eyes lit up upon hearing Christiana's words. This girl truly lives up to being a sword spirit. Her ability is impressive indeed. Chapter 50. Kneeling to the big shot. But don't come any closer. Cord's unique ability was random evolution, which could harness public support to increase fortune and thereby evolve better spirit treasures. Erana's ability allowed her to see a person's daily fortune and project an auspicious charm that boosted one's luck. How improbable were the odds of these two meeting? In an instant, Cord realized Erana's value to him. Seizing her shoulders tightly, he said with utmost sincerity, Great. What I need most in my immortal abode is someone like you. Someone like me? Me. Wait, your immortal abode? Didn't you call yourself Hansen? And isn't your abode named wuxia immortal abode? Erana looked puzzled after hearing Cord's words. Throughout the auction, Cord had been using the name Hansen, making it logical for his place to be called the wuxia immortal abode. That name was just a casual choice. Cord laughed as he stepped out of the secret realm, instantly transporting himself back to his immortal abode with a wave of his hand. It was early morning now. The cultivators who had spent the night in meditation slowly stretched their limbs upon waking up, forming an impressive scene as thousands did so simultaneously, leaving Erana staring in amazement. What kind of immortal abode was this? Why would there be thousands of cultivators resting here? Several new areas have opened recently. These are the cultivators in the communal area, roughly 7,000 of them. Cord explained while smiling. His trip to the cave spirit secret realm hadn't taken much time. Only several hours, going there at night and returning by dawn. The Xinjiang Gate cultivators were yet to leave the mountain, all waiting for today's check-in before departing. Seeing the bustling abode and harmonious cultivators, Erana immediately knelt down. Why are you kneeling? Cord asked. Big shot. Just let me hold onto your legs. How do you even manage this? Erana looked at the immortal abode with tears streaming down her face. The amount of public support here was absurdly overwhelming, and those cultivators seemed unusually strange. They weren't seeking treasure or engaging in conflict among themselves, but lingered in the immortal abode, providing support without moving on. Where did one find such obedient cultivators? If she had just 10 cultivators like this supporting her, she wouldn't have vanished due to low public support. Yet, Cord had over 7,000 such cultivators. Huey, actually there aren't many. Many ordinary people I didn't even let in, Cord chuckled, explaining that commoners contributed the least amount of public support, and repeated check-ins brought even less. Not many, you're mocking me. Fortunately, I've already turned into a sword spirit. Otherwise, I would be envious to the point of madness. Erana spoke frankly. No cave spirit witnessing such a scene could resist feeling envy bordering on red-eye jealousy. It felt like everyone was opening new shops selling snacks, with daily earnings fluctuating around 100. Then Cord came along, skyrocketing his earnings past 10,000. A similar feeling of disparity. Alright, you will be my poster girl from now on, acting like someone who's seen the world. Cord gently pinched Erana's chubby cheeks, finding it soft and pleasant to touch. What's a poster girl? Something like a mascot. Don't mind the details. Mascot? This I can do. Erana raised her little hands happily, confident she could fulfill the task. Cord observed her quietly for a moment before saying helplessly, "Are you proud of being a mascot? I can guess how you might have disappeared. Don't bring up the past. Alright then, tell me about my fortune today." Skipping the unnecessary banter, they were now floating deep within the immortal abode. Through Cord's adjustments, they could observe the cultivators inside, who couldn't see them, a special mirror effect. This space was vast and empty, filled with spirit treasures Cord had purchased from the secret realm, ready for experimenting with Irana's abilities. My ability? Didn't you say you could see others' fortune? Tell me about mine today, Cord pointed at himself. Let me take a look then. Xiuxian talent required no incantations, so Irana simply gazed at Cord directly. After a moment, she rubbed her eyes and sighed. Your fortune today is average. If we rate it from 1 to 100, what score does my luck get today? About 60? Irana hesitated slightly as she bit her lip. What about yours? Mine has always been 100, though that's because 100 is the maximum limit. Ah. Cord extended a long ah, sending shivers down Irana's spine. Well, I won't hide it. I too have a special ability, evolving spirit treasures. Cord revealed his unique skill. Wow, that's amazing. If you can evolve a mundane artifact to a spirit level and further to an imperial level, wouldn't you be the most outstanding cave spirit? Irana quickly grasped the power of this ability, but sometimes it fails. Cord demonstrated by casually attempting to evolve a mundane herb, which instantly turned into black powder. So indeed, luck needs to improve. Yeah, success rates are also related to the spirit treasure itself. So, if there's a spirit treasure naturally born with full luck, do you think evolution would succeed? Cord threw out the question. Should be very likely, since the success rate is connected to the treasure. Irana stopped mid-sentence, suddenly realizing something as she noticed the eager gleam in Cord's eyes. A chill ran through her body. Big shot W, what are you thinking? Irana backed away timidly. Just hold still, almost done. Ah, please don't come any closer. Chapter 51. Elevating the sword spirit to immortal rank. Irana stared at the ashes left from the failed evolution, feeling utterly dumbfounded. Putting aside her status as a precious sword spirit, with her pure and irresistible appearance combined with her innocent and lively personality, shouldn't she be universally adored? Cord had initially treated her as a prize for the hidden cave's activities and now wanted to evolve her again. Was this behavior even remotely normal? If Cord knew what she was thinking, he would undoubtedly scoff at her thoughts. A sword spirit wasn't all that remarkable, considering he was a cave spirit himself. Everyone was just spirits of different kinds. There was no need to be so delicate. Moreover, if you had better luck, you wouldn't have experienced that failed evolution. Who had Irana claim to have full luck today? Since she was convinced her luck was at its peak, it should logically mean success was assured. Failure could only indicate that her judgment was off. Xiuxian, Cord did not retreat, but approached her step by step with a smile on his face. Keep screaming. Nobody will come to your rescue. Ah, no, please don't. Ha ha ha, you can't escape. At that moment, Cord felt like a perfect villain. Being evil seemed kind of thrilling. Start the random evolution? Xiuxian grabbed the dual flower crystal sword and initiated the evolution process. If Gareth knew that Cord was using Irana for this, he would surely fight him tooth and nail. However, those outside the cave were completely unaware of what was happening inside. No, it's over. I just woke up and now I'm going to disappear. Woohoo! Irana helplessly covered her eyes, unwilling to see the outcome. If the evolution failed and the dual flower crystal sword turned into black dust, she would have nowhere to exist and would naturally dissipate into the universe. Enhance with good fortune. Convert popularity into good fortune to guarantee a baseline evolution. Just as the evolution began, Cord used the popularity boost to ensure a safe evolution. The baseline evolution meant it would at least remain a first-class spirit-grade artifact without exploding, costing him nearly 5,000 points of popularity. Even if the evolution failed, the dual flower crystal sword would not explode. Cord merely intended to scare Irana a bit. Scaring the innocent and lively girl seemed interesting, imagining she would cry for a long time. Begin baseline random evolution? Golden text flashed across, followed by golden light emanating from the dual flower crystal sword. This light pierced through the depths of the hidden cave, illuminating the front entrance. The cultivators who had just awoken suddenly became alert. A golden legend. This signified the emergence of another supreme spiritual treasure within the hidden cave. Golden light. It's golden light. Isn't this only produced by master craftsmen? A master-crafted artifact has emerged within the hidden cave. I know, such craftsmanship is almost lost to history. Only ancient grand sects would possess this knowledge. It's like a legend, hence outsiders call it the golden legend. The opportunity event must have an update soon. Wonder who will receive this supreme blessing. Cultivators eagerly awaited the results. The appearance of golden light indicated that the hidden cave was definitely producing an exceptional artifact. Artifacts, also known as spirit artifacts, were valued more than medicinal herbs and cultivation materials because they could be used for a long time, and enhancing one's strength via an artifact was the fastest means possible. Even immortals would compete with immortal-level artifacts, illustrating how crucial these items were to cultivators. As sages once said, a gentleman differs not in nature from others, but excels in utilizing external resources. This wisdom held true in the cultivation world too. Thus, every somewhat skilled cultivator anticipated the birth of a new spirit artifact within the hidden cave. In the cave's depths, after the blinding golden light subsided, Irana cautiously peeked through her fingers. Yay? She hadn't turned to ash. Did that mean the evolution succeeded? I told you my luck isn't bad. A smiling girl always has good luck. Ha ha ha. Irana grinned broadly, still unaware of the changes within her. Not even unlucky girls laugh, Cord retorted. Speaking of which, your luck seems a little excessive. Cord swallowed as an evolution notification popped up before him. Dual flower crystal sword evolution completed. Fortune boost resulted in a critical success. Quality upgraded from first-class spirit artifact to first-class immortal artifact. Spirit treasures and artifacts are categorized into mundane, spirit, xian, and immortal ranks. The classification of spirit treasures has its own independent system due to the complexity and variety of their origins. Golden legend lights appeared when a xian class or higher artifact emerged. But Erana had gone beyond xian rank and reached the first-class immortal rank. Huier power surged accordingly, leaping to the peak yang deity stage of the Ascension realm. Indeed, a sword spirit could cultivate. While everything had a spirit, each type had distinct cultivation methods. Human cultivators relied on spirit energy. Cave spirits relied on popularity. And sword spirits relied on weapon quality. The higher the weapon's quality, the stronger the sword spirit became. Thanks to the spirit sword now reaching immortal grade, Erana's strength soared immeasurably. If human cultivators saw this, they would undoubtedly lament bitterly. Achievements they couldn't reach in a lifetime had been achieved by Erana in the blink of an eye. These cultivators would likely kneel before the hidden cave and tearfully ask, "Grandmaster, can you evolve humans?" Chapter 52. A signboard maiden and she wants to run? The answer, of course, is no. It's not that the system locks her from evolving. Rather, it's just too costly in terms of popularity for a human cultivator to evolve directly. Evolving sentient beings requires millions or even tens of millions of popularity points. So temporarily, directly evolving into a cultivator is impractical. The only option is to evolve various spiritual treasures, allowing cultivators to gain fate and improve themselves. Ah, my realm. My realm is actually Ascension stage Yangshan. Now I can detach from the host spirit weapon by thousands of kilometers. Ha ha ha. Upon sensing her new realm, Christiana went wild with joy. She never imagined she would rise so high one day. When she was a cave spirit, her realm was low, and wherever she went, people looked down on her. But after becoming a sword spirit and being awakened, a lunatic boosted her spirit weapon rank to immortal level, pushing her straight into the Yangshan realm. After the cave hidden stage comes the tribulation transcending stage, followed by the ascension stage. Within the ascension stage, there are three realms: Earth God, Xiuxian, and Yangshan. Achieving the Earth God realm is akin to being a celestial being in the eyes of most cultivators, capable of moving mountains. Once upon a time, there was a mortal whose home had a mountain blocking the entrance. To reach town, he had to walk a long mountain path each time. Huey planned to dig through the mountain to move away, and the villagers called him Adelia Gong, foolish old man. One day, Adelia Gong entertained a traveling merchant who stayed for 7 days without charge. When the merchant insisted on paying, Adelia Gong said, "If you insist on paying, take a cartload of stones and help me dispose of them at the foot of the mountain." Having heard Adelia Gong's story, the merchant laughed and agreed. That night, the entire mountain was moved hundreds of miles away. The merchant left this message: "Thank you for your hospitality. Moving a mountain takes the effort of many generations, but for an earth god, it's as simple as raising a hand." Since then, cultivators have called the first realm of the Ascension stage Earth God. By this stage, they already possess the power to move mountains. After Earth God comes Xiuxian, and only when fully perfected can one step into the Yangshan realm. Yangshan is only a half step away from true immortality. Just climb the Penglai paradise and break through the Yangshan realm, and one becomes a true celestial being. Now Christiana has already achieved the Yangshan realm. Yangshan, not bad. Your luck is indeed incredible, Cord sighed. Christiana truly lived up to being a lucky charm, perfectly complementing his own golden thumb. The random evolution ceiling was astonishing. In one go, she shot straight to the Yangshan realm. This time, the random evolution added a safeguard ensuring that a grade 1 spirit wouldn't explode from the boost. Still, reaching immortal quality depends on Christiana's good fortune. Ha ha ha, green mountains remain, and rivers flow forever. We'll meet again. Overjoyed, Christiana cackled arrogantly, ready to make her escape. Where are you going? You're my signboard maiden. Cord blocked Christiana's path. Now that I've become Yangshan, isn't the vast Sunzhou world mine to explore? Should I stay here as a servant girl? You must be dreaming. Note, Sunzhou is literally translated as Sunzhou here, but it might be better understood as the vast world, or the expansive world of cultivation, depending on the context. For smoother reading, you could adjust it to, now that I've become Yangshan, isn't the vast world of cultivation mine to explore? For a more fluent and natural read in English, now that I've reached the Yangshan realm, isn't the vast world of cultivation mine to explore? Should I stay here as a servant girl? You must be dreaming. Christiana's nose nearly touched the sky. As a Yangshan, she couldn't be prouder. In the secret realm they were in, no one could match her current strength. She had every right to be arrogant and proud. You were kneeling and begging for mercy just now. How was I supposed to know you were a lunatic who grabbed me for reinforcement? What if it failed? Anyway, now that I've advanced in realm, I'm free. Goodbye. Maybe we'll meet another day. If you want to be my servant, consider it. Christiana remained arrogantly stuck in her euphoria over the realm increase. Do you really want to leave? Cord asked again. Leave, why not? Right now. Arental flower, go. Without further ado, Cord summoned the 7-colored swallowing sky python. These creatures with initially low wisdom often have purer emotions. Arental flower knew Cord made it immortal, so it revered him as its true master. Hearing Cord's command, Arental flower immediately poked its snake head out, flicking its tongue at Christiana. Seeing the 7-colored swallowing sky python, Christiana was dumbfounded, stuttering, immortal beast? Even the weakest immortal beasts still overwhelm Yangshan realms. This python could swallow Christiana in one bite. Christiana was faced with two choices: submit or fight with all her might to escape. On one side was the vast and open Sunzhou world offering freedom. On the other, servitude within Cord's cave. After just a second, she made her decision. Yangshan realm, nothing can cloud my sight or stop my heart. Not even this mere immortal beast will hold me back. I shall cultivate for 3,000 years and return to exact revenge. Christiana screamed, her translucent figure shrinking into the sword and flying towards the entrance of Cord's cave. Moving incredibly fast, Arental Flower, however, caught up instantly, overpowering her in realm. Arental Flower, don't kill her. She's our signboard maiden. Cord quickly instructed, causing the seven-colored swallowing sky python to hesitate. That hesitation gave Christiana a narrow opening to slip through, laughing madly. Ha 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 ha, I'm free. From now on, I'm a carefree sword spirit, roaming the Sunzhou world, reclining on the Penglai Immortal Mountain. Edited for fluency and consistency. Ha 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 ha, I'm free. From now on, I'm a carefree sword spirit, roaming the vast Sunzhou world, reclining on the Penglai Immortal Mountain. Note, Sunzhou is left untranslated as it's a proper noun referring to a specific fictional world or place in the context. Naive. If I can't leave, how can a signboard maiden like you? As he spoke, Cord waved to the speeding twin flowery glass sword, which slowed down dramatically, like a snail. Christiana reappeared, staring at Cord in shock. What did this lunatic do now? Chapter 52. Now that I'm your mascot, you think I can still run? The answer, of course, is no. It's not because the system locks down and doesn't allow evolution. It's simply that the popularity required for a cultivator to evolve is extremely high. Evolving living beings requires popularity measured in millions, or even tens of millions. Therefore, directly evolving into a cultivator is currently unreliable. The only feasible approach is to evolve various spiritual treasures, allowing cultivators to enhance themselves after gaining fortune. Ha ha ha, my realm. My realm has actually reached the ascension stage, young god. Now I can be thousands of kilometers away from the parasitic spirit artifact. Ha ha ha. After sensing her new realm, Christiana went wild with joy. She never imagined she would have this kind of day. Rising from a lowly existence, back when she was a cave spirit, her realm was too low, and wherever she went, people looked down on her. Who knew that right after awakening as a sword spirit, a lunatic boosted her spirit artifact to immortal grade, propelling her straight to the young god realm. After the cave concealment stage comes the tribulation transcending stage, and then the ascension stage. The ascension stage itself is divided into three realms: Earth God, Chandler God, and Young God. Achieving Earth God is practically equivalent to being a celestial being in the eyes of ordinary cultivators. At this point, one gains the power to move mountains. Once upon a time, there was a mortal whose house had a mountain blocking the path to town. Each trip to town meant traversing a long stretch of mountain road. Determined to remove the mountain, the man dug every day. The villagers mocked him as the foolish old man. One day, the foolish old man entertained a traveling merchant who stayed 7 days without paying. When the merchant insisted on paying, the old man said, "If you truly want to pay, take a cartload of stones and toss them at the foot of the mountain." After staying for a week, the merchant understood the old man's story and laughed, agreeing readily. That night, the entire mountain was moved hundreds of miles away. Before leaving, the merchant left these words for the old man. "Thank you for your hospitality. It took countless generations for the foolish old man to move a mountain, but an earth god moves a mountain with just a wave of his hand." Since then, cultivators began calling the first realm of the ascension stage, Earth God. At this stage, they already possess the power to move mountains. After Earth God comes Chandler God, and only after reaching peak Chandler God can one step into the Young God realm. Being a Young God is just half a step away from becoming a true celestial being. One must enter the Penglai paradise and break through the Young God realm to become a genuine celestial. Currently, Christiana has already achieved the Young God realm. Young God, impressive indeed. You're really lucky, Cord marveled. Christiana's luck was unparalleled, perfectly matching his own good fortune. After all, the upper limit of random evolution is quite extraordinary. In one random evolution, she skyrocketed directly to the Young God realm. This time, he added enough popularity points to ensure a spirit-grade artifact wouldn't explode, but achieving immortal grade still relied heavily on Christiana's good luck. Ha ha ha, green hills and clear streams will endure. We'll meet again someday. Ecstatic, Christiana laughed arrogantly and turned to run away. Hey, where are you going? You're my mascot. Cord blocked Christiana's path. Now that I've become a Young God, the vast Sunzhou world is mine to explore. Why should I stay as your servant? Nice try though. Christiana's nose almost pointed to the sky. Now a Young God, she couldn't be more arrogant. Previously, in their cave spirit's secret realm, no one had a higher cultivation than her. She had every reason to be proud. Moments ago, you were kneeling and begging me to save you. How could I have known you were insane, forcing me through a dangerous upgrade? What if it failed? Anyway, now I've advanced and am off. Goodbye, see you never. If you want to be my lackey, I might consider it. Christiana's attitude was thoroughly arrogant, unable to contain her joy over her newfound power. Do you really want to leave? Cord asked again. Leave, why not? Right now. Arental Flower, attack? Without hesitation, Cord summoned the seven-colored swallowing xiuxian python. Such creatures with relatively low intelligence often have purer emotions. Arental Flower knew Cord helped it become immortal, treating him as a true master. Hearing Cord's command, Arental Flower extended its snake head, flicking its tongue at Christiana. Seeing the seven-colored swallowing xiuxian python, Christiana froze, stuttering. An immortal beast? Even the lowest immortal beast towers above a Young God. One bite from this snake could swallow Christiana whole. Christiana faced two choices, submit or flee with all her strength. On one side lay the boundless freedom of the Sunzhou world, on the other, servitude within the Xianxia cave manor. In an instant, she made her decision. Young God realm, I won't let heaven blind my sight, nor earth bind my heart, let alone a mere immortal beast. It can't stop me. Give me 3,000 years of cultivation outside, and I'll return to seek revenge. Christiana screamed, her semi-transparent figure shrinking back into the sword, speeding towards the entrance of the Xianxia cave manor. Her speed was incredibly fast, But Arental Flower's tongue strike followed just as swiftly. As an immortal beast, it had the upper hand. Arental Flower, don't kill her. She's our mascot. Cord quickly instructed. Arental Flower hesitated for a moment. In that split second, Christiana slipped away, laughing wildly. Haha, I'm free. From now on, I'm a free-spirited sword spirit, roaming the Sunzhou world, drinking by the Penglai Fairy Mountain. Naive. I can't get out either. And you think you can just leave as a mascot? Cord waved at the flying sword of Twin Flower Jade. Instantly, the lightning-fast flying sword slowed to a snail's pace. Christiana reappeared, staring in shock at Cord. What madness was this? Chapter 53. Who would fire a mascot? Christiana, who had just experienced the wonders of the Yangshan realm, suddenly found that her realm was gone. Well, not exactly gone. She had dropped from the Yangshan realm all the way down to the Qi cultivation stage of the acquired period. It was like plummeting from the highest cloud straight to the ground, leaving Christiana utterly bewildered. I clearly reached the Yangshan realm, and the quality of the double flower crystal sword hasn't degraded either. Why? Why did I turn into this? Christiana's shock was evident on her face. Having lived many years as a cave spirit, she could never have imagined something so out of her understanding. To pull down a cultivator from the Yangshan realm to the Qi cultivation stage, it had to be the work of an immortal. I said, "You're my Xinxia Cave Manor's mascot. Where are you going?" Cord approached with a smile that appeared civil, harmonious, friendly, and warm. With every step he took, Christiana retreated further back. "You, don't come any closer. Call for help if you want. No one will come to your rescue," Cord replied. Suddenly, he realized his line sounded too much like a villain's. But it didn't matter. Playing the villain felt strangely satisfying. Seeing that resistance was futile, facing Cord's strong stance, Arental Adelia put on a pitiful look, huddled up, and sobbed softly. Brother Holt. Arental Adelia just got confused for a moment. "Please forgive me. Please let me go." What? When Cord heard Brother Holt, he couldn't help but feel a surge of emotion. Recalling the days when he had watched Chinese fantasy adventure, he had also wished for a cute girl who would call him Brother Holt. Sadly, despite his looks, his interactions with girls never lasted long enough for them to reach the point where they would address him that way before they parted ways. Note: I replaced Shenzhen Qixia with Chinese fantasy adventure to ensure it reads naturally in English while maintaining the meaning. If you prefer to keep the original title or have an official English title for it, please let me know. Incredibly, in this world of divine continent, someone actually called him that. In that moment, he was overwhelmed with mixed feelings. Brother Holt. Say it 1,000 more times. Let's hear you. Cord waved a finger at Christiana, whose face instantly turned rigid and stone-like. Was this still human behavior? Could he not act so dog-like? Christiana cursed inwardly. She might not be human, but Cord sure acted like a dog. Unfortunately, living under someone's roof meant she had to bow her head. If she could just leave this wretched cave manor and get away from Cord, wouldn't she be free to explore wherever she pleased? As a sword spirit at the Yangshan level, she'd be highly sought after by any sect or clan. To regain her freedom, Christiana decided to submit. She plastered a sweet, obedient smile on her face and whispered softly, "Brother Holt, Brother Holt, Brother Oyao." She called him 1,000 times, swearing not to miss a single one. "I finished calling. Can I go now?" Christiana forced a smile, looking extremely obedient as she pleaded once again. The 591st and 298th times lacked emotion. "Start over." Cord stretched lazily, thoroughly enjoying being called Brother Holt 1,000 times by an adorable girl. Huey was already plotting how to make Bridget publicly call him Brother Holt 1,000 times after winning first place in the popularity list 3 years later. Thinking about it made him feel relaxed. But while Cord felt at ease, hearing she had to do another 1,000 calls finally broke Christiana's resolve. "Are you serious? I've never met anyone like you. What do you really want?" "I'm a Yangshan spirit. Do you know what that means? One wave of my hand, and I can move mountains. I don't want to be a mascot anymore. Let's fight." In my hometown, many girls also said they've never seen a guy as direct as me, but I think I'm fine. Cord thought seriously for a moment. "No, you're wrong. That's a misunderstanding." Christiana's defenses had completely broken down. Initially, she believed Cord was kind-hearted and had decided to follow him. But upon returning to the cave manor, she faced a life-and-death crisis that exposed his true nature, an insane person. After finally reaching the Yangshan realm, she thought she could pursue the way and freely explore the vast divine continent. However, Cord, the madman, intercepted her once again. Arenfi's ups and downs were too intense. I see no problem. Think of your original intention. You wanted to follow me, right? I helped you reach the Yangshan realm. From today onward, you'll be the mascot of the Xinxia Cave Manor. You'll also serve as a reward for activities. If a cultivator completes the tasks and takes you away, I'll let you go. Cord promised. Activity? What does that mean? Christiana asked. Here's the activity list of the Xinxia Cave Manor. These are events that cultivators participate in, and they earn rewards for completing them. Cord showed Christiana the list, ensuring she, as the second employee, knew all the rules and activities well. Christiana studied the list carefully, a spark of hope igniting within her. If any cultivator could complete the activity and take her away, she could leave the Xinxia Cave Manor. Fine, I agree. If a cultivator completes your task, immediately let me leave with them. Christiana desperately hoped a cultivator on a rainbow cloud would save her from this misery. Originally, she thought Cord was promising and even felt confident about joining him. Seeing the Xinxia Cave Manor confirmed she had made the right choice. But once he started evolving her, she realized this man was beyond her control. Better to escape while she could. This is fine. Cord nodded smilingly. You won't renege later? Not at all. If you call me Brother Holt another 1,000 times, maybe I'll be in a good mood and let you go. Bull. I won't call you again. I'm waiting for a cultivator to complete your activity. Christiana firmly refused, having developed a phobia towards Brother Holt. Seeing her resolve, Cord couldn't help but sigh. This girl was still young. If she continued calling him Brother Holt, she might indeed get a chance to leave. After all, Cord disliked forcing people. No one who came to his cave manor was ever coerced. They all came willingly. Now that Christiana chose to wait for a cultivator to complete the task, who knew when that would happen? Once she became the cave manor's mascot, would Cord ever let her go? Who would fire a store's mascot, anyway? Chapter 54, Daily Sword Spirit Collection. At this moment, in the Transcendent Cavern, all cultivators were eagerly waiting to find out what kind of spirit treasure was about to be introduced. It emitted such dazzling golden light. Its brilliance rivaled that of the midday sun. Now, we announce the latest activity of the Transcendent Cavern, Daily Sword Spirit Collection. Activity details. Sword spirits are celestial souls housed within spiritual weapons, making them extremely rare. The new sword spirit in the cavern can be taken away by any cultivator who meets the conditions. The three announcements flashed across the Transcendent Cavern, and numerous cultivators held their breaths. No way. They are actually giving away sword spirits? The sword, the king of weapons, is also the most favored weapon among cultivators, suitable for most people. So many cultivators use swords, but a sword with a spirit is once in 1,000 years rare. The birth of a sword spirit is exceedingly stringent. However, as long as a weapon has a sword spirit, no matter how low its grade is, it will definitely be cherished as a family heirloom. The reason is simple. For ordinary spirit weapons, the grade is fixed upon creation. For example, if you used an excellent weapon during the inborn stage, it would seem rather weak when you reach the grotto stage, and by the time you reach the tribulation stage, it would be nearly useless. But if the magic weapon houses a celestial soul, the situation could be entirely different, as it possesses infinite potential due to the soul's presence. With enough materials and time, even an ordinary weapon could be upgraded to a celestial grade. This is not completely impossible. Cultivators strive for miracles, as everything in the world goes through life, old age, sickness, and death, which is the will of heaven. Yet cultivators go against the heavens, reversing yin and yang from the beginning, seeking a glimmer of vitality in the vast cosmic principles and finding their own path. Ultimately, cultivating itself is a kind of miracle. What cultivators pursue is that sliver of heavenly opportunity. A weapon imbued with a spirit contains a spark of hope. Compared to many spirit weapons that cannot evolve, it holds more promise. Many legendary immortals had celestial weapons that possess their own consciousness. This round of opportunities actually involves gifting sword spirits? I'm stunned. Who left behind the Transcendent Cavern? Everything is available here. Yes, the previous celestial grade opportunities had too low a probability of acquisition, and the regular rewards were barely satisfactory. This sword spirit certainly piques my interest. I hope the probability isn't as low as the previous celestial grade treasures. The current success rate for obtaining celestial grade opportunities is less than 1 in 1,000 cultivators. Huey, right? I've never seen anyone complete it. It said that one cultivator brought thousands of mortals to aid him, but in the final step, his progress was sabotaged because, according to the Transcendent Cavern's rules, mortals can't compete with cultivators. Those you bring to assist must have a certain realm to avoid being sabotaged easily. Regardless of the past, it's a new activity. If I can take a sword spirit with me, I'll dedicate my whole heart to nurturing it. The cultivators stretched their necks in anticipation. Clang! A weapon enveloped in golden light flew out from the cavern and landed steadily at the center of the public area. The twin-flower crystal sword looked splendid from the outside. Its ordinary bronze blade shone with the luster of glass, exuding an elegant and refreshing aura. A figure emerged from the sword, greeting the crowd. Greetings, fellow cultivators. I am Christiana, the sword spirit of the twin-flower crystal sword. If any cultivator doesn't mind taking me, feel free to participate in the daily sword spirit collection event. Huier words left the crowd momentarily silent, followed by an explosive reaction, wave after wave of excitement. Cultivators rushed madly toward Christiana. Sword spirit sister, I'll take you. Pick me, please. An intelligent and adorable sword spirit like her. Good heavens, with her company on the long journey of cultivation, it wouldn't matter if I were alone. Sword spirit sister, are you half from Ijo and half from Zhongzhou? Otherwise, why do you resemble my dream lover so much? The cultivators screamed wildly. Higher realm cultivators remained somewhat calm, but how many high realm cultivators were there? Most were still at the inborn stage. Inborn stage cultivators typically lack solid mental fortitude, so their frenzy wasn't surprising. Only by completing the daily sword spirit collection event can you take me with you. Christiana continued her adorable charm, which elicited a wolf-like roar from lower realm cultivators. Higher realm cultivators sighed slightly. Although the twin-flower crystal sword has a sword spirit, the spirit strength is only at the chi practitioner level. Additionally, the sword's quality is just first-class spirit grade. Slightly low. If the difficulty isn't too high, it's worth considering. Otherwise, it might not be worth spending time and energy on. On the side, the twin-flower crystal sword originally evolved to celestial grade. But due to the decline in its sword spirit strength, its quality was temporarily sealed. As long as it leaves the Transcendent Cavern or cord removes the restriction, it becomes a celestial grade magical weapon. Not called a spirit weapon anymore, but a celestial weapon. If it remains in the Transcendent Cavern, it stays at the first-class spirit grade. The cultivators who receive the chance to obtain the daily sword spirit will now be announced. Another line of text flashed across the Transcendent Cavern. This time, Cord didn't hide anything and directly announced the list of cultivators who received the opportunity. Huey set the probability of obtaining the opportunity at around 0.5%. Out of 200 cultivators, one would receive the event opportunity. The probability isn't very high, nor is it too low. Among the 7,000 plus cultivators present, statistically, around 30 should be able to obtain it. However, consideration must be given to the opportunity refresh issues. Since many of the 7,000 have already participated in other events, they need to either give up or complete those first before accepting the sword spirit opportunity. After the first round of screening, fewer than 10 people received the opportunity, which made the remaining cultivators incredibly envious. These fellow Taoists' luck is too good. I didn't manage to grab the opportunity. Even if you abandon the current probability, you may not be able to obtain the sword spirit opportunity, as the probability isn't high. Now that there are 10 people, it means the probability is higher than that of celestial spirit treasures. But why? Celestial level opportunities are truly celestial. Does the Transcendent Cavern think the value of the sword spirit opportunity matches the celestial level treasure? Some cultivators noticed this issue. The probability of obtaining a sword spirit opportunity was so low it rivaled that of celestial opportunities. But that was for a celestial opportunity, while here it's just a first-class spirit sword. Even with a sword spirit, its value shouldn't be so high. You don't understand. Can the value of sword spirit sister be measured by ordinary standards? Since the Transcendent Cavern recognizes her value, it shows she has limitless potential. That's right. Most importantly, she is gentle and lovely, possibly once a close attendant of immortal Xiao. That makes sense. Fellow Taoist speaks wisely. The sword spirit opportunity must be worth its value. Unfortunately, I didn't draw the opportunity and can only try again tomorrow. Cultivators discussing these points raise the perceived value of the sword spirit opportunity to new heights. Many believe that Christiana was indeed immortal Xiao's personal attendant. Some even imagined a touching love story. Let's see the list of cultivators who received the opportunity. That first name, I've seen it before. A cultivator examined the published list, lost in thought. The name of the first cultivator to receive the sword spirit opportunity seemed somewhat familiar. Chapter 55, Accountability? Huey's already dead. Congratulations to Taoist friend Roland for receiving the sword spirit opportunity. Especially lucky. Congratulations on being hit by the lucky acquisition card, which helps you complete 96% of the acquisition progress. As long as you check in with the sword spirit, you can directly obtain 1% of the progress. Do you want to acquire it? A line of text floated before Roland. At the same moment, envious and resentful gazes from the cultivators all gathered towards him. Why is it this guy again? Huey previously gave up a Shan level opportunity, and now he has actually been struck by the sword spirit opportunity. His luck is just too good. Note, Shanji should be consistently translated as Shan level, or better yet, transcendent level to maintain consistency and fluency in English. Revised. Why is it this guy again? Huey previously gave up a transcendent level opportunity, and now he has actually been struck by the sword spirit opportunity. His luck is just too good. Is this for real? It's Roland again? Didn't he give up the immortal level opportunity before? Could he be related to Immortal Murray? Why so much favoritism? Not really. Later, he finally got a snow ginseng root, but was immediately scared into a coward by other sections. Huey's a disgrace to the world of cultivators. If I were him, I wouldn't have the face to accept this opportunity. The surrounding cultivators cast disdainful glances, their tones dripping with envy. Roland's giving up of the immortal level opportunity wasn't a secret. Huey had gone crazy for several days, causing quite a commotion. Yesterday, his opportunity gained from Murray Cave Temple was taken away by Xuanhuan sect, a truly wretched turn of events. Cultivators cultivate for one breath, a breath that could swallow rivers and mountains, a punch that shatters the void. Golden core cultivators should especially live by the creed my fate is in my own hands, not determined by heaven. If one is always fearful and hesitant, then it's better to stop cultivating early. The fiery cultivators would choose to fight Xuanhuan sect to the death, while the more selfish ones would flee with the spirit treasures. Though it may be humiliating, who would dare mention past embarrassments after becoming a big shot centuries later? Roland chose to compromise, handing over the spirit treasure, which, in the eyes of cultivators, was a very wretched action. This guy, his luck seems pretty decent. Yi Murray couldn't help but laugh and cry at the same time. That Roland could regain an opportunity was something even Yi Murray hadn't expected. According to probability theory, as long as there were no task-bearing cultivators within the Murray Cave Temple, anyone had a chance to gain the sword spirit opportunity. So, Roland regaining the supreme opportunity was both unexpected yet reasonable. After all, every time in the Murray Cave Temple, probabilities reset, allowing those without current activities to attempt participating in daily sword spirit draws. However, Roland did not choose to accept the opportunity immediately. There was no expression of extreme joy on his face either. Hearing the criticisms from fellow cultivators, seeing the puzzled looks of Zhang Yang's sect disciples, and witnessing the size of his friends, Roland's face revealed a bitter smile. Again, it's me? Roland hadn't expected the Murray Cave Temple to offer him another chance. What he had done was indeed hard to admit. First, he didn't trust the Murray Cave Temple, and then he was robbed of its spirit treasures. Now, gaining the supreme opportunity once more made him feel like the Murray Cave Temple was treating him with kindness despite his actions. With trembling legs, he knelt on the ground and, facing the empty cave temple, choked out, "Thank you, Immortal Murray, for giving this junior another chance, but I feel unworthy." People say a few words, and you think you're unworthy. Why do you care what others say? Before Roland could finish his sentence, a cultivator holding a spirit sword entered from outside the cave. It was none other than Lawrence, the young helper who had left earlier. After killing Nicholas, Lawrence did not climb the mountain directly, but took a detour to ensure Gervais hadn't followed him before daring to return to the Murray Cave Temple. Actually, not only did Gervais fear Lawrence, but Lawrence also feared Gervais might act recklessly. Although Chingsong Mountain was under the control of the Murray Cave Temple, no one could guarantee if Gervais dared to take action, whether the seven-colored swallowing Huevan python could intervene in time. Therefore, Lawrence had some qualms. After initially intimidating Gervais, Lawrence took a roundabout path and climbed from another direction. Huey only returned to the Murray Cave Temple at dawn. Cultivators' psychological battles often involved multiple layers. Just upon returning, Lawrence saw Roland receive the supreme opportunity again, but noticed he seemed ready to refuse. Lawrence immediately reprimanded Roland sternly. Hearing Lawrence's words, Roland looked up with a somewhat dazed expression and asked, "Lawrence, where were you?" "I went out and picked up something." As Lawrence spoke, he pulled out a rank 1 Xian grade spirit medicine, the snow ginseng root, and threw it to Roland. The local cultivators were shocked. What happened? Xuanhuan sect was the #1 power here, and they had just taken the snow ginseng root from Roland. Now, Lawrence was returning it? You. Roland was so moved he couldn't speak coherently. The opportunity given to you by Immortal Murray, you should cherish it. The Immortal gives you this opportunity, not for you to casually hand it over. Lawrence lectured briefly. Lawrence, you've caused a major disaster. Your strength is high, that's fine, but our Zhengyang sect strength is minimal. If Nicholas holds us accountable, the oldest member of Zhengyang sect, Humbert Aaron, showed a worried expression. Don't worry, Nicholas will never trouble you again. Huey's dead. Lawrence said the cruelest words softly. Chapter 56, The Enchantress Sienna. Could it be true that Nicholas, who had reached the Xiantian Shisha realm, was dead? The local cultivators found this hard to believe. In the cultivation world, reaching the Xiantian Shisha realm only meant one had just crossed the threshold. But in the 20-mile radius around Green Pine Mountain, he was already the strongest cultivator, and yet he died like this? And he was killed by Lawrence. After all, a month ago, before Lawrence obtained the chance from Immortal Leisure Cave, he was merely an ordinary person. Thinking about this, the cultivators looked at the Immortal Leisure Cave with even greater fervor. Those incessant event mechanics seemed adorable now. Lawrence continued talking calmly to Roland, who was somewhat stunned. If you abandon this opportunity just because of what others say, then you might as well not pursue the Tao. I've been told since childhood that I'd never step into the cultivation world. Yet, I just killed Nicholas. Nothing in this world is impossible. These words awakened Roland like a splash of cold water on his face. Hadn't he initially given up on this immortal level opportunity due to other people's sarcastic remarks? If he hadn't, today he would have been Roland, the sudden Xiantian Golden Core Realm cultivator. With renewed determination, Roland chose to accept the Sword Spirit opportunity. Choose to accept the Sword Spirit opportunity. Congratulations, fellow Taoist. You have accepted the Sword Spirit opportunity. Current progress towards obtaining the Sword Spirit, Irana, is 96%. Congratulations on getting a progress boost card today. Signing in can grant 1% progress. Do you wish to sign in? Familiar lines appeared, but this time, Roland didn't hesitate. He agreed immediately. Sign in. Signing in. Sign in failed. There are currently 91 people ahead of you in the queue. Would you like to use a skip queue card by finding support from 10 friends? Roland was nearly in tears. Were these tasks even possible? Huey wasn't the only one who received the Sword Spirit opportunity. Other cultivators also got it. Among them was a female cultivator dressed in purple robes, who laughed behind her hand after several attempts. She originally looked average, but when she smiled, her beauty became mesmerizing. Seeing her smile, the cultivators nearby were stunned as if they had turned to stone. So beautiful. How could someone have such a beautiful smile? Then she let out a string of laughter like tinkling bells. Ha ha ha. Isn't this daily Sword Spirit opportunity just playing tricks? Needing a skip queue card for sign-ins. How amusing. Huey's words drew the attention of the surrounding cultivators, who were also transfixed by her smile. Only cultivators who had reached the Tongzong realm and condensed their Yuan Ing showed some resistance. Yet, even they had only limited resistance. Gervais from Wujimin was still dumbfounded. Clearly an old man approaching the end of his life. He couldn't help being drawn in. Even Frank of the Immortal Leisure sect, a Tongzong realm cultivator, couldn't resist, his gaze fixating on the woman and unable to tear away. Huey bit his tongue hard to snap himself out of it. Frank felt a great shock. Huey was a Tongzong realm cultivator, which means he had purified his mind, readying himself for the Tribulation realm. At this level, his mental fortitude was unparalleled and shouldn't waver easily. Moreover, as a disciple of the Immortal Leisure sect who loved freedom, he should be more resistant to temptations. Thus, when his mind faltered, Frank didn't feel admiration but fear. Who are you? Frank backed off sharply, shouting aloud. This method of enchantment was something he had never encountered. Something was seriously wrong with this woman. Don't I look like just an ordinary wandering cultivator? Neither my appearance nor my talent is anything special. Does Lord find me attractive? She laughed softly, even more beguilingly. Huey's slender figure resembled a willow branch, supple and graceful like water. Beauty reveals itself through bone structure. Despite her ordinary appearance, this allure alone was enough to ensnare anyone. This is not your true form. Frank reacted instantly, staring at her as if facing a formidable enemy. A woman with such allure couldn't possibly be plain-looking. Realizing she couldn't ensnare Frank, she chuckled again, waving her sleeve to reveal a face so beautiful it could topple cities and nations. Huey's skin was like snow, her eyes filled with autumnal waves, and her teeth were as white as jade. Seeing her face, Frank lost his composure again, his heart stirring wildly like a storm sweeping a calm sea. His effort to maintain sanity felt like a small boat caught in a rainstorm. Even Cord, a cave spirit, couldn't help sighing. Her beauty was only slightly inferior to his wife's. But this woman's allure was completely different from Bridget's. It was a type of ravishing, incomparably gorgeous charm. A teardrop mole adorned her eye corner, adding to her bewitching allure. Even though her attire was modest, she exuded sensuality from within. You are, from the Blissful Valley. Frank finally identified her. Only a demonic woman from the Blissful Valley could possess such captivating allure. Haha, would you like to visit our Blissful Valley? My girls will ensure you never want to leave. The female cultivator's light laugh left Frank struggling against her charm. An ordinary demoness would never make my mind so unsettled. You are not just a demoness from the Blissful Valley. You are its ruler, Sienna. Upon saying this, Frank's spirit crumbled completely. Chapter 57. She actually wants to subdue a celestial beast? In the divine continent, the path of cultivation is long and arduous. The orthodox method involves guiding spirit energy into the body to gradually transform the cultivator. However, many cultivators get stuck at certain stages and can never advance further in their lives. Unable to accept this stagnation, they devise different methods to cultivate. After years of exploration, there were cultivators who forcefully retained spirit energy within their bodies, while others utilized the spirit energy of others for their cultivation. Such variations were countless, but all could be generally categorized as demonic cultivators. The Bliss Valley, a sect founded by women, had a nature that was evident from its name. They perfected the art of plundering the essence and vitality of others. Thus, the demonic cultivators of Bliss Valley earned both love and hate from other cultivators. Cough, cough. The ones who loved her mainly being male cultivators. Most female cultivators still disliked Bliss Valley. Many years ago, orthodox practitioners had carried out large-scale purges against demonic cultivators. That battle was lost by the demonic cultivators. Yet one sect, Bliss Valley, remained almost unscathed. Back then, the head of Bliss Valley had an unspeakable relationship with the orthodox leader. From this, it was evident how terrifying the demonic cultivators of Bliss Valley were, having managed to subdue the orthodox leader known as the Eternal Ice Mountain, even breaking his purity. And Sienna was the current leader of Bliss Valley. Bliss Valley's power was not much weaker than Immortal Origin Mountain. If categorized according to Cord's previous life gaming ranks, both belonged to the Radiant Diamond tier. However, the cultivators from Immortal Origin Mountain hadn't arrived yet. Instead, it was Bliss Valley Sienna who showed up first. This is Sienna? I feel like I've completely fallen in love with her. I would do anything for her. If I could have a day with this woman, I would gladly give up my cultivation. I've heard about how bewitchingly beautiful the leader of Bliss Valley is. Seeing her today, she's indeed captivating. Any man would fall for her. Sienna, let me join Bliss Valley. I know you're always recruiting male guests. The cultivators didn't retreat upon hearing the name Sienna. Rather, they became more infatuated. Many even proposed joining Bliss Valley as guest cultivators. Typically, these cultivators boasted of their lofty ambitions, claiming that if they encountered demonic cultivators, they would uproot them to protect the world, especially Bliss Valley, which had harmed many male counterparts. They swore to seal the valley and prevent the demonic women from seducing any more cultivators. Yet today, seeing Sienna, they couldn't even move. The few who managed to maintain their composure struggled to resist her charm. Ha ha ha, so these are the orthodox cultivators? Why don't you all come over to Bliss Valley? We are quite welcoming, Sienna giggled, her laughter like a silver bell, embodying the saying, a single smile reveals 100 enchantments, a second smile brings down a city. Only Cord managed to remain unperturbed among those present. The reason was simple. His celestial appointed wife was more beautiful than Sienna. Moreover, as a cave spirit, he was inherently resistant to her allure. Yes, this is the first powerful cultivator visiting my cave. I wonder how high her realm is, Cord thought. Checking the popularity meter, Huey discovered that Sienna was already at the solar deity realm, a realm on par with his cave's mascot. Although Sienna was probably stronger than Christiana, who was brought up artificially using the pulling radishes method. In fact, Sienna's foundation wasn't very stable, but compared to Christiana, who was directly pulled from a spirit rank 1 to solar deity, Sienna's situation was far less exaggerated. Cord realized, she's a solar deity cultivator and has given me several 10,000 points of popularity. Indeed, these powerful cultivators are more valuable than ordinary ones. Not only did Sienna provide such high popularity, but the female cultivators she brought along also possessed incredibly high realms. I need to find a way to keep Sienna here. If I can consistently attract her, it would be best. Cord decided to nurture this high-quality customer. Meanwhile, Sienna strolled among the crowd with ease. Only the female cultivators dared to glare at her. A Bliss Valley cultivator? I'll fight you to the death. You made my Dao companion leave me, leading to his eventual death. How hateful. A middle-aged female cultivator attacked. She was a high-ranking cultivator, reaching the nascent soul stage, and was the leader of the extinction sect. Huey, her young lover, had been seduced by Bliss Valley's demons, abandoning her. Since then, she had despised romantic relationships, founding the extinction sect to eradicate emotions. Seeing Bliss Valley cultivators now, her anger surged, and she couldn't help but attack. Haha, auntie, with your looks, you'd need extensive training to join Bliss Valley, Sienna laughed, waving her hand and releasing several spirit arrows. These arrows, fired by a solar deity, could instantly destroy a nascent soul cultivator. However, this was Cord's cave, where no fighting was allowed. Remember, no troublemaking in Cord's cave. The voice echoed as the Rainbow Devourer appeared, swallowing the female sect leader whole. Of course, swallowing didn't necessarily mean killing. Cultivators provided popularity and could continue cultivating, generating even more popularity. This was business. Whoever killed their customers. Great. So this is the celestial guardian beast, the Rainbow Devourer. Truly a celestial beast. Open the formation. I, Sienna, will subdue this celestial beast today. Upon seeing Blythe, the Rainbow Devourer, Sienna's eyes burned with zeal, deciding to subdue the beast. Cord smirked. Interesting. Chapter 58. I, Rosalie, will slay the immortal with mortal flesh. Even the lowest ranked immortal possesses abilities that ordinary cultivators can hardly imagine. At the ascension stage of Yangshan realm, one can already move mountains and fill lakes. What could an immortal do? In fact, many cultivators have no concept of this at all. However, the gap between ascension to immortality in the Yangshan realm is almost insurmountable. As recorded in the Shinjo annals, for an immortal to kill a cultivator at the Yangshan stage is merely a snap of the fingers. All beings below the rank of immortals are but ants. Thus, Cord believed that this 7-colored swallowing sky python would give him enough reason to be proud for a long time. But it turned out that before long, a cultivator had come to challenge the immortal level guardian beast, and it was even a challenge beyond her own level. Yet, Cord was also curious if Sally, the famous seven-colored swallowing sky python from the Shinjo world, could still maintain its former dominance against Sienna. Do not, Valley Master Adeliang, this is an immortal beast, whose power surpasses the imagination of ordinary cultivators. The immortal beast's strength. I cannot even imagine how powerful it is. Every cultivator who has previously challenged the seven-colored swallowing sky python has failed. Since Valley Master May dares to challenge the immortal level guardian beast, we will certainly follow. Seeing Sienna take action against the seven-colored swallowing sky python, the onlookers among the cultivators immediately voiced their support for her. This scene left Cord sighing in despair. The world has declined, and hearts are not as they used to be. Just a second ago they were calling me immortal Cord, and the next second, they vowed eternal loyalty to Sienna. Prioritizing beauty over friendship, prioritizing beauty over friendship. Or perhaps it's more accurate to say, prioritizing beauty over opportunity. Prioritizing beauty over opportunity. Sisters, form the array. We must subdue this immortal beast. Once we claim all treasures from immortal Cord's cave, we shall become first class within Shinjo. Yes. The disciples from Joyful Valley that Sienna brought along echoed in response. They were all girls personally trained by Sienna. Each one could serve as a beauty icon in other sects. If you thought they only knew how to extract essence, then you'd be grossly mistaken. They had learned to form arrays since childhood, even before they stepped into the cultivation world. One such array transferred their spirit energy temporarily to Sienna. While within this formation, Sienna's strength would greatly increase. It was called the Joyful Unity Formation. Joyful Unity Formation formed. When the last girl took her position, a yin-yang fish symbolizing the way appeared under Sienna's feet. 36 girls stood at their respective positions until the formation was complete. Not a single error could be tolerated. Even half a step too far or too short would result in all 36 being retaliated against by the Yangshan force. Their highest realm was only at the tribulation transcending stage. They couldn't withstand the retaliation. Should the formation fail, they would all die. Such was the brutality of this formation. Yet these 36 had practiced countless times, so that when it truly came to use, there would be no deviation. The Joyful Unity Formation. Isn't this the array used by Joyful Valley to extract male cultivators' essence? How? This is the true Joyful Unity Formation. The essence extraction array was derived from this. I initially thought Joyful Valley was just a group of women skilled in seduction and enticement, but now it seems that may not be the case. Dangerous. Incredibly dangerous. Even as a disciple from Fughua sect renowned for formations, I find it perilous. Yet, they coordinate so perfectly. The female cultivators present, in this moment, put aside their prejudices, for what they were about to witness was a mortal cultivator attempting to slay an immortal. Even if it were an immortal beast, it was still an immortal. 36 lives bet on their master Sienna winning. A visible pale green spirit energy rose from the formation, coiling around Sienna. With each breath Sienna took, she inhaled vast amounts of spirit energy, exhaling impurities. Yangshan 9th layer. Yangshan 9th layer small perfection. Yangshan 9th layer perfection. Yangshan 9th layer great perfection. Sienna's realm kept ascending, reaching the peak of Yangshan 9th layer great perfection. She was now infinitely close to the realm of immortals. Still stuck at Yangshan 9th layer great perfection? Sienna sighed regretfully, looking at the seven-colored swallowing sky python. It felt like a mountain lay before her, difficult to climb. This was the difference between the ascension stage cultivators and immortals. The seven-colored swallowing sky python showed no fear. It didn't act because Cord hadn't given the order. Its large snake eyes carried a look of disdain. Not enough, even at the peak of Yangshan, I still cannot handle an immortal. A difference in major realms is like heaven and earth, let alone the difference between immortals and mortals. Sienna, she's losing. Many female cultivators shook their heads, showing looks of pity. At this moment, they also admired Sienna's courage to challenge an immortal with mortal flesh. Feeling that Sienna was absolutely amazing, some female cultivators even considered enrolling at Joyful Valley. Cultivation itself was quite dull. If they could slack off, wouldn't that be better? Getting off track. Sienna knew that she currently stood no chance against the immortal beast, but she did not show any sign of despair. Oh great serpent, are you mocking me? I know you possess intelligence. You will regret not killing me earlier, though whether you could do it is another matter. Staring at the seven-colored swallowing sky python, Sienna said word by word. At the same time, she reached into her pocket and pulled out a piece of fabric she carried close to her body. The surrounding cultivators gasped, not because of where the fabric was kept, but due to the Tao aura radiating from the fabric. It was an immortal grade formation. Sienna intended to use an immortal grade formation to counter the immortal grade seven-colored swallowing sky python. Chapter 59. The incomplete array of equal existence. The immortal beast falls from its pedestal. The seven-colored swallowing xiuxian python is an immortal beast, and to subdue an immortal beast, one must use the methods of immortals. Sienna's greatest trump card is not the 36 combined bliss formation, but this ancient immortal formation. This formation is named Equal Existence, and was obtained by Sienna from the immortal's hidden abode. The purpose of this formation is simple. It forcefully reduces the opponent's realm to match her own. However, the formation is incomplete, requiring a perfected Yangshan realm to activate, and it can only be used on a single target. Despite these limitations, Sienna feels that this immortal formation is overwhelmingly terrifying. Imagine, transcending realms in battle is what cultivators of wuxia find most difficult. A Xiantian realm practitioner cannot defeat a Dongsong realm practitioner. A Dongsong realm practitioner cannot defeat a Dujie realm practitioner. And a Dujie realm practitioner cannot defeat a Feishing realm practitioner. This revision ensures that the terminology is consistent with the context provided in the original text, making it clearer and more coherent for English readers. The terms Dujie and Feishing are used as direct translations to maintain consistency with how such cultivation realms are often referred to in English translations of Chinese cultivation novels. These were supposed to be unchangeable laws. But with this formation, everything changes. If a Xiantian realm cultivator activates this formation, they can instantly suppress their opponent's realm to Xiantian. Even if the opponent is a tribulation transcender or ascended realm practitioner, they would be instantly reduced to the Xiantian realm. All advantages are erased. Even millennia of cultivation become useless. It can truly make one spit blood from frustration. This formation truly lives up to its name, equal existence. Sienna couldn't imagine that an incomplete formation could reduce an immortal's realm. How terrifying would a complete equal existence formation be? A complete equal existence formation? Does it even exist? How could it? Thinking about this, she shook her head with a laugh. Even obtaining this incomplete formation required her to risk death after mistakenly entering an immortal's abode. Fortunately, that immortal was a lover of beauty, sparing her life due to her looks. In the end, she learned that this immortal was a renowned array master in the immortal realm. Later, pursued by enemies, he fell to the mortal world and set up multiple barriers to prevent his immediate death. Unfortunately, heavily injured, the spirit energy in the mortal world was insufficient to heal him. Huey eventually passed away within his abode, but he claimed that even in the immortal realm, his formations were among the best. This immortal formation might be very famous. How could there be a complete immortal formation in the mortal world? This thought crossed Sienna's mind as the formation in her hand floated out, growing larger in the wind, embodying some heavenly principle. No matter how the seven-colored swallowing Hueven Python Blythe tried to evade, it was futile. Finally, the damaged formation firmly adhered to the seven-colored swallowing Hueven Python's head. SSS. Immortal Beast Blythe raised its head high, its tongue flickering, eyes full of disbelief. The realm of the seven-colored swallowing Hueven Python Blythe began to drop from immortal beast level until it became Xiuxian level. All present cultivators took a deep breath. What prowess Sienna has. She actually managed to bring down an immortal beast into the mortal realm. In this way, the immortal beast no longer stood supreme. Is Sienna truly going to slay an immortal? I faced countless dangers and endured many trials to obtain this equal existence immortal formation. Today, I will use it to slay an immortal and strengthen my path to enlightenment. Sienna shouted. At this moment, her figure inspired awe in all the cultivators, her passionate words stirring hearts. Using mortal power to slay an immortal requires immense courage and strength. Female cultivators who initially saw Sienna as just a pretty face now looked at her with admiration. Male cultivators were even more captivated, lower realm males already completely charmed, likely ready to serve as guests at Joyful Valley. Who would have thought Sienna would really try to slay an immortal? Not only is her courage formidable, but so are her methods. A Xiuxian can actually possess means to slay immortals. Indeed. We are all female cultivators. Perhaps I've been too conservative. To pursue the ultimate Tao, any means are necessary. I previously thought Sienna was a demonic woman harming cultivators. Seeing her today, I understand her charm. Many female cultivators looked up at Sienna, their eyes filled with reverence. At this moment inside the carefree abode, everyone hoped Sienna would succeed in slaying the immortal, for then the carefree abode would no longer be invincible. Without an immortal guardian beast, cultivators wouldn't need to follow activity rules. They could directly raid it, without having to check in daily, watching acquisition progress increase by mere fractions, or waiting for random opportunities. It's really heart-wrenching. Almost finished, then suddenly an incident occurs, setting the progress back. If the immortal guardian beast Blythe was gone, enraged cultivators might unleash their fury on the abode. Of course, they can't destroy it. The carefree abode is also an immortal level abode with far greater powers than guardian beast Blythe. Getting sidetracked, now the guardian beast, seven-colored swallowing Hueven Python Blythe, has been forcibly reduced to perfected Xiuxian realm, matching Sienna's realm. They began a life-and-death struggle. Battle imminent. All cultivators eagerly awaited, hoping Sienna would succeed in slaying the immortal, establishing the invincible legend of Dongzhou mortals. Chapter 60. Immortal Level. The unyielding spirit of human cultivators. To challenge an immortal level entity with merely immortal realm strength. This was nothing short of a miracle. Who could have imagined that such a feat would be accomplished by the notorious evil cultivator Sienna? Sienna suppressed the seven-colored swallow Hueven Python to her own level and summoned her life-bound magic treasure. A long thorn slightly curved like a bee's tail, apparently laced with deadly poison. Bee Shadow Thorn. This is Sienna's life-bound magic treasure. She has used this weapon to poison countless righteous cultivators. Even the head disciple of the horizontal training sect died from its venom. Yes, I remember. During the last war against demon cultivators, the Bee Shadow Thorn was already infamous as a formidable weapon. But using poison against a seven-colored swallow Hueven Python, doesn't that seem too naive? Female cultivators looked up, discussing Sienna's weapon animatedly. Absolute Shadow Clone. Sienna flickered, splitting into two identical shadows, each indistinguishable from her original form, even down to their auras. Today, I shall challenge an immortal level entity with my mortal body. With a loud cry, three figures charged towards the seven-colored swallow Hueven Python. The python, Sally, showed visible annoyance in its eyes, feeling very disgruntled, like a strong man whose energy had been sapped. Descending in rank, especially from the immortal stage to the mortal realm, made Sally extremely uncomfortable. In simpler terms, it was holding in a bellyful of anger, and now intended to unleash it on Sienna. Its attack held no mercy, given their different species. To the python, Sienna, admired by human cultivators as a temptress, was just like the neighbor town's ant who occasionally picked herbs from the mountainside. Sally raised its head, glaring with snake eyes glowing yellow, immobilizing Sienna in place. Yellow snake eye errant. It's said to be the hallmark power of the swallow Hueven Python, containing the essence of the great Tao. I've heard that when spirit beasts reach the pinnacle of cultivation, they can glimpse fragments of xuanhuan Tao through their eyes. If one climbs the peak of wuxia at Yangshan realm and witnesses sunrise on Mount Panglai, they gain enlightenment of the great Tao, making their eyes glow. This light can cause lesser cultivators to bleed from 7 orifices, or lose their cultivation and die instantly. That's because lower-level cultivators cannot withstand the essence of the great Tao. I've also heard that when a swallow xuanhuan python's eyes glow yellow, it's about to ascend to immortal rank. What a rare sight today, indeed a worthwhile trip. Experienced cultivators watched this historic battle intently without blinking. With the focus now on the python, Sienna's allure had lessened, allowing several powerful cultivators to regain some clarity. Witnessing near-immortal combat stirred their hearts. Indeed, if not for being within Zoyo Cave Mansion, they wouldn't dare watch. It was too dangerous. Even looking was out of the question. Except for Gusk Valley cultivators, xuanhuan was the highest-ranking cultivator present. But what realm was xuanhuan? Huey was only in the late grotto concealing stage, not even at the tribulation transcending stage. After the grotto concealing stage came the tribulation transcending stage, followed by the ascension stage. Only the final stage of ascension reached the Yangshan realm. The span between these realms was enormous. For other cultivators, even more so. Yet here in Zoyo Cave Mansion, they felt secure, knowing the intense battle couldn't harm them. They sensed no danger at all, due to the safety provided by Zoyo Cave Mansion. Struck by yellow errant, Sienna is surely defeated, many cultivators murmured. Haha, if you were still at immortal rank, this light would have annihilated my soul. Alas, you're only at the Yangshan realm. Sienna's laughter echoed from within the yellow light as a black shadow shot toward the python like lightning. Clank. SSSSS. Metallic screeches resounded, turning into a sharp, slicing sound. Sienna actually tore through the python's scales. Post-evolution, Sally's scales were as hard as precious artifacts, yet Sienna managed to slash them open. This astonishing scene left the onlookers breathless. Could the seemingly invincible 7-colored swallow xuanhuan python really be breached? This displayed the might of Dongzhou Gusk Valley's leader. Even among all of Wuxia, Gusk Valley was a formidable force. No one expected its leader to be so terrifying, daring to pull an immortal beast into the mortal world at Mid-Yangshan realm. Terrifying, truly terrifying. Is Sienna winning? The poison from the bee's shadow thorn can barely be resisted even by human cultivators of the same rank. Difficult to say, but hope shines through. Lady Valley Master May's power is indeed horrifying. Amidst exclamations, the python's immense body bore a half-meter-long wound oozing black liquid where the bee's shadow thorn had scraped it. Hiss! The python glared fiercely at Sienna. Now it was genuinely enraged. Although the wound looked ghastly, for its enormous body, it was minor, equivalent to a minor scratch for a human. A single blow likely couldn't take down Sally. The immortal beast was just beginning to exert its full power. Chapter 61. The Terror of the 7-Colored Swallowing xuanhuan Python. The 7-Colored Swallowing xuanhuan Python is a renowned celestial beast mentioned in the ancient compendium, Shenzhou Annals. This Shenzhou Annals is an ancient legend passed down through the ages, originally compiled by a Taoist named Adelian Yu. After attaining the Yangshan realm, he realized he could no longer advance further and ascend to the Panglai Immortal Mountain. Thus, he embarked on a long journey, visiting places rarely trodden by humans, observing the spiritual beasts and marvels of nature. In these journeys, Adelian Yu saw mountains that spewed ice, lakes ablaze with fire, and more. Huey documented all his experiences into a book for future generations to understand the wonders and rare treasures of Shenzhou. The classification of Orange Bao, Xian, Erong, and Fan, immortal, transcendent, spirit, mortal, as well as the 4 grades of xuanhuan, earthly, mystical, and yellow essence roots, also originated from Shenzhou Annals. Later, to honor Adelian Yu Xianren, this classification system was preserved, leading to a unique hierarchy among cultivators. After traveling throughout Shenzhou, Adelian Yu completed the Shenzhou Annals. It was then that the majority of people and cultivators learned about the 4 continents and the central land of Shenzhou. The northern continent had a cold climate with icy landscapes and snow wolves that spat blizzards. The eastern continent enjoyed a pleasant climate with clear waters and lush mountains, hosting numerous immortal caves. After completing Shenzhou Annals, Adelian Yu Xianren suddenly attained enlightenment and ascended the Panglai Immortal Mountain step by step, leaving behind a widely circulated legend. The swallowing xuanhuan python is mentioned several times in Shenzhou Annals with extensive descriptions. In the mountains, there lives a snake. By day, it climbs to the peak. By night, it absorbs moonlight. Repeating this process, it gains intelligence and can ingest the essence of the sun and moon. After 1,000 years, its skin changes color. It can drink rivers, becoming the swallowing xuanhuan python. When it reaches its peak, it undergoes transformation. Its scales turn 7 colors, and it ascends the Panglai Immortal Mountain through a rainbow of 7 hues. Beyond this, its powers are beyond human comprehension. Only known is that its scales are like treasured jade, and its eyes emit yellow light containing the truth of the Tao, capable of annihilating a cultivator's soul. Upon seeing it, one must bow 300 times to retreat or risk death. This passage describes the swallowing xuanhuan python as documented in Shenzhou Annals. Even Adelian Yu Xianren dared only observe it from afar as it transformed into the 7-colored swallowing xuanhuan python. Its abilities remained largely unknown even to him, except for the extraordinary hardness of its scales and the terrifying power of its yellow light, which could force cultivators to flee upon sight. Now, within the free and easy abode, cultivators were about to witness the true might of the 7-colored swallowing xuanhuan python. The little 7-colored swallowing xuanhuan python took a deep breath and released a fine thread of flame from its mouth. This flame shone as brightly as the sun, illuminating the entire free and easy abode as if it were daylight. This is the 3 pure flaming fire? A cultivator familiar with Shenzhou Annals immediately recognized it. Run. The temperature of the three pure flaming fire can turn glaciers into volcanoes and set rocks ablaze. It is a flame that embodies the essence of the Tao. Xiuxian. Hasn't the seven-colored swallowing Xiuxian python already fallen below the celestial rank? How can it still possess such terrifying abilities? Hearing this, the cultivators' faces turned pale, and they scrambled to find cover. Everyone, no need to panic. Cord stepped forward, bringing order to the chaos. However, this was the free and easy abode, and Cord wouldn't let his guardian beast destroy it. Huey had already activated the protective function of the celestial abode to shield the cultivators. The three pure flaming fire missed Sienna and struck the walls of the abode, not even sparking. Seeing this, the cultivators were shocked beyond belief. No way. Even the three pure flaming fire couldn't burn through this abode? Who could the original owner of this place have been? Even ordinary immortals couldn't achieve this. Is Sienna dead? Someone asked, remembering that she hadn't been protected by the abode's defenses. She had come to destroy, so naturally, Cord hadn't protected her. By now, the three pure flaming fire was directly in front of Sienna. The bright, scorching flame made her break into a sweat, as if resisting it alone exhausted her. I can't hold on. I can't escape. If I relax for a moment, it will pierce me through. Sienna is doomed. Pierce through? Even a small burn would allow the three pure flaming fire to spread uncontrollably. Yes, once it touches the skin, it creates a sea of flames, embodying the essence of the Tao. Its power is unimaginable. The cultivators knew that Sienna's defeat was inevitable. Celestial beasts, even if suppressed, still retained their abilities. Though reduced in power, they were beyond what Yangshan realm cultivators could handle. Stinking snake, you like spitting fire, right? How about feeling your own flames? Sienna, driven to the brink, smiled maniacally. She abandoned her defenses and reached into her robe to pull out an ancient bronze mirror. Recognizing it, a well-read cultivator exclaimed, "The Fuxing mirror?" The Fuxing mirror, too, was famous in Shenzhou annals. An immortal, finding the world dull, tried to create his own universe but failed due to insufficient cultivation. Nevertheless, the mirror he crafted remained. A false world within the mirror reflected any attack back at its origin, trapping the attacker inescapably until the mirror was broken. Buried in the immortal's abode, the Fuxing mirror was eventually discovered by a minor cultivator who became a feared powerhouse using the mirror. His most notorious ability was making enemies die by their own strongest moves. After many twists and turns, the mirror vanished. Yet, today, it reappeared in Sienna's hands. The three pure flaming fire struck the Fuxing mirror, and the fiery light pierced through the surface, entering the false world created by the immortal, circling inside before emerging to rush straight towards the seven-colored swallowing Xiuxian python again. Puff! An acrid smell rose, and the seven-colored swallowing Xiuxian python was injured once more. Chapter 62. Cord appears, truly displaying the powers of a fairy. Suffering defeat twice at Rosalie's hands, Flower felt deeply humiliated. In fact, the intelligence of the seven-colored celestial python had long surpassed that of ordinary people. If it wanted to win, the best strategy would be to dismantle the Xiuxian array. As long as the disciples maintaining the array were killed, the Xiuxian array would naturally be broken. Once it was broken, Flower could return to its original celestial beast form, and no matter what cards Rosalie played, it wouldn't stand a chance. But Flower didn't choose this path. It was very upset because it felt it had lost face in front of Cord. Since it had been suppressed to the Yangshan realm by Rosalie, it was determined to defeat her at this level. For Flower, there was a certain pride involved. Once upon a time, it was just an ordinary little snake, drinking water from caves and basking in the moonlight at night. Nothing more than prey for farmers' soup pots. But the master of Holt Cave, Cord, hadn't looked down on its humble beginnings. He had given it a chance, directly elevating it to the celestial level. This transformed it from a common snake into a revered celestial beast admired by all. Flower wasn't human, but it knew gratitude. It understood who had helped it rise to prominence, so it willingly stayed in Holt Cave as a guardian beast. This loyalty was something many human cultivators couldn't match. Helan, for instance, couldn't do it. Upon reaching the Yangshan realm, Helan yearned for freedom and exploration. The seven-colored celestial python regarded Cord as its master and naturally wanted to show off before him. So, in defiance, it kept attacking the Fuxing mirror, even though the mirror reflected all attacks back. Hiss hiss. The seven-colored celestial python continuously spewed ice, poison, heavy water, each attack containing elements of cosmic principles. If not for its limited realm and Rosalie's possession of a celestial artifact, the seven-colored celestial python would have already won. But unfortunately, the Fuxing mirror was also a celestial artifact and wouldn't be easily broken. Even as Rosalie's resistance weakened, the mirror remained intact, with every attack returning to Flower, inflicting wounds all over its body. Isn't the intelligence of the seven-colored celestial python supposed to be high? What is it doing? Why does it keep attacking the Fuxing mirror? It feels like it's sulking, maybe quarreling with the owner of the Fuxing mirror. This isn't a fight between it and Rosalie. It's a fight between it and the mirror's owner. If this continues, the seven-colored celestial python will lose. Its realm has been suppressed before. The cultivators watching realized that the seven-colored celestial python wasn't trying to defeat Rosalie, but focusing entirely on breaking the Fuxing mirror. You foul snake, daring to ignore me. Get down here. Rosalie gritted her teeth. Xiuxian's situation wasn't good either. Even if Flower targeted the Fuxing mirror, the aftershocks still affected her, and she found them unbearable. She never expected the seven-colored celestial python to control 7 types of elemental forces, including flames, ice, heavy water, and lightning, with endless means. She had underestimated the celestial beast. Had the python not been stubborn, she would surely have been defeated today. But now, it was hard to say. The seven-colored celestial python's condition was worse than hers. Every attack it spat out returned to hit it, leaving its body riddled with injuries. While Rosalie's damage was minor, the self-inflicted damage was severe, akin to burns. Yet, despite everything, Arental Flower continued attacking, intending to break the mirror. Celestials, humans, and beasts alike can be quite obstinate. Thus, the injured seven-colored celestial python emitted a smooth light sphere. It was ready to give it everything. Beast Core. The seven-colored celestial python is going all out. The cultivators were shocked, never expecting the python's determination to reach such a level. Even facing certain death, it aimed to break the Fuxing mirror. A beast core was both a spirit beast's most formidable weapon and its greatest weakness. If the beast core was destroyed, the spirit beast would lose all cultivation. Summoning the beast core meant it was ready to go all out. This stubborn snake. Let's see if you can break the Fuxing mirror. Rosalie's expression turned fierce. She too was going all out. If the Fuxing mirror broke, she would die. This was the cruelty of cultivation. If interests clashed, one fought until only one remained standing, regardless of identity or years lived. On one side stood Rosalie, wielding the celestial artifact Fuxing mirror and supported by the 36 xiuxian rays. On the other side was the seven-colored celestial python, suppressed and spewing its beast core. All the cultivators held their breath, wondering who would emerge victorious. Suddenly, a young figure dressed in rough hemp clothing appeared between them. One hand halted the seven-colored celestial python's actions, while the other gently patted Rosalie's head. Enough, take a break. Cord spoke softly. Naturally, Arental Flower obeyed, stepping back and swallowing its beast core. As for Rosalie, she stared at Cord with confusion, but her movements didn't stop as her beast shadow stinger darted toward his face. When she saw his features, she was momentarily dazed. How could someone be so handsome? Huey, aren't you going to stop? Cord shrugged helplessly. No way. No matter how handsome you are, that won't make me stop. Rosalie bit her tongue, usually the one enchanting others. Yet today she felt inexplicably captivated by a mere youth. Move aside. What if I don't? Then you must come back to the Bliss Valley with me and become my man. Rosalie said matter-of-factly. Cord smiled helplessly. This was why he avoided showing himself. Being too handsome often led to trouble and made male cultivators feel inferior. Huey was aware of his looks. Sorry, I don't plan to leave Holt Cave. Actually, he couldn't leave. Being at the chi condensation stage of the innate realm, how could he? Only after reaching the void condensation stage of the cave realm could he barely leave the cave. Young man, you don't get to choose. Follow sister back to the Bliss Valley. Guaranteed nightly pleasures. Can you do that? How couldn't I? Sister has many methods. Wait, what did you do? Rosalie sensed something amiss as she moved to attack. Things were drastically wrong. How did she suddenly feel so weak? The 36 xiuxian rays had stopped, and her current chi sensing revealed she was at the innate chi condensation stage. Rosalie, the notorious female demon ruler of the Bliss Valley, had become a mere chi condensation cultivator? Chapter 63. The free and easy immortal finally appears. Additional update. Sienna could hardly focus on her discomfort. She was now overwhelmed by shock. Under the influence of the xiuxian formation, her cultivation had already reached the pinnacle of the solar deity realm. She was just one step away from becoming an immortal, only to be suppressed back to the innate stage chi refinement realm. Cultivators' major realms are divided into acquired stage, innate stage, grotto treasure stage, tribulation transcending stage, and ascension stage. The solar deity realm is the last stage before ascension. To suddenly drop back to the innate stage? Such a method was simply unheard of and unprecedented. So, this is an immortal? Sienna's face revealed a bitter smile as she finally realized where she had trespassed. Everyone thought that a celestial-level guardian beast was all that the free and easy cave contained, but it was merely the tip of the iceberg. Is this stunningly handsome youth the free and easy immortal? Oh, he's so handsome. I feel my Tao heart wavering. Could this young man be practicing seduction techniques as well? No. The free and easy immortal exudes a sunny disposition with a majestic air. Huey's a scholar general who cares for all life and has the demeanor of swallowing mountains and rivers. How could he have practiced those outer sect evil techniques? Female cultivators in the area were abuzz with discussions. Ever since they saw Cord, they felt dizzy. Some even thought Cord practiced seduction arts similar to those of the Joyful Valley, but a moment's perception would reveal his imposing and honest aura, which was entirely different from Joyful Valley's practices. His captivating nature was purely due to his handsomeness, and they shouldn't overthink it. Male cultivators, considering themselves handsome, lowered their heads, recalling how they too had been called handsome and striking. They felt ashamed. They were like fireflies not daring to compare with the sun. Upon seeing Cord, they knew they couldn't measure up. From now on, if anyone praised their looks, they would take it as mockery and provocation. They had seen the truly good-looking, charm-radiating free and easy immortal. As the saying goes, once you've seen the sea, it's hard to find ordinary water impressive. The power of the free and easy immortal, I can no longer imagine. Huey casually reduced the peaked solar deity Sienna to chi refinement with a wave of his hand. Truly, such methods belong only to immortals. Sigh, he can rely on his looks, yet he must possess such strength. Envy cannot describe it. This is the free and easy immortal? A lingering soul is still so vivid and lifelike, truly worthy of being an immortal. Many cultivators didn't know about the cave spirit and mistook Cord for a lingering soul of a deceased immortal. Yet, whether it was a soul or an immortal, they were impressed when he first restrained the celestial beast, the seven-colored swallowing python, at the brink of eruption. With a simple touch, he demoted the peaked solar deity Sienna to chi refinement, extinguishing what could have been an epic battle. Such methods could only belong to an immortal. Ha, I told you you'd fail, Cord said with a confident smile. In truth, he wasn't an immortal and was only at the innate stage chi refinement, albeit with hundreds of layers instead of 9. With 900 layers, Cord couldn't estimate his strength without a test dummy. But But he could reduce Sienna's realm due to the equal treatment for all beings formation in the free and easy cave, which could suppress any living entity entering to his level. Earlier, Sienna used this formation to suppress the 7-colored swallowing python to solar deity level, never expecting it would work against her now. But you managed to activate it at chi refinement. Does this mean the formation in your cave is complete? Sienna, recovering from her shock, deduced quickly. Yes, use your imagination. I clearly wrote down the rules of the cave. Is my word air to you? Cord's expression turned stern. Despite appearing young, his single sentence rendered the cave silent. No one dared interrupt him. Everyone admired the imposing presence, a true mark of an immortal. Junior naturally saw the rules. I was just joking with the immortal. Don't you like jokes? Sienna, eyeing Cord seductively, approached him, mimicking a mischievous girl. This act quickened many male cultivators' hearts, but not in a trance-like state as before. Xiuxian's seductive powers were suppressed along with her realm. However, her charm alone still captivated some. Joking? Is it funny? Let me joke back. How about imprisoning you in the cave for 30 years? Cord suggested with a smirk. Sienna's face froze, then broke into a flirtatious smile as she leaned closer. Of course, I'd gladly stay even for 300 or 3,000 years if invited by an immortal. Cord listed several rules, leaving Sienna stunned. After listening, she realized he was serious about imprisoning them. Why this look? Didn't you say you were willing? Why leave after offending me here? Stay and sign in as hostages. Reflecting, imprisoning cultivators might actually benefit the cave by increasing its popularity, though it might damage its reputation. Only exceptional cases warranted imprisonment. Hearing Cord's words, Sienna's face changed rapidly. Suddenly, she lashed out, shouting, even as a lingering soul, you wish to imprison us? I'll exterminate the immortals today. Xiuxian's declaration startled everyone. A chi refinement cultivating exterminator. Initially, most thought she was courting death, but soon someone shouted, wait, that lingering soul is also chi refinement. Chapter 64. Even the maidens are at the perfection of solar deity realm? The collapse of Rosalie. The astonishment among the cultivators lasted only a moment, because in the next second, Cord made his move. Cord felt a bit amused. Just now, it was somewhat plausible that you, at the perfection of solar deity realm, could slay immortals. Now, you're just at the mere cultivation chi stage. Slay immortals? Wake up, girl. But Rosalie didn't seem to be joking at all. Since Rosalie had guessed that Cord used the all beings equality formation, it meant Cord's realm was indeed at the cultivation chi stage. Regardless of whether Cord was suppressing his realm or for other reasons, at this moment, Rosalie believed she had a chance to take down Cord. Both were at the cultivation chi stage, yet Cord was unarmed while Rosalie wielded an extraordinary Xian-grade supreme weapon called Fengying Ci, B Shadow Stinger. What she didn't know was that Cord's cultivation chi level surpassed 900 layers. How powerful is a 900-layer cultivation chi stage? No one knew. Because no one had ever cultivated to such a high layer of the cultivation chi stage. Usually, upon reaching the great perfection of the cultivation chi stage, further advancement would be difficult, and cultivators would then strive to reach the next realm, which is the bone cleansing stage. But Cord's realm was stuck at the innate cultivation chi stage. Xiuxian gently waved his hand above Rosalie's head and chuckled softly. Xiuxian. Boom. The entire free and easy abode resembled being hit by a violent storm, directly pinning Rosalie to the ground so she couldn't move. Xiuxian tightly gripped B Shadow Stinger was pressed into the ground. That notorious weapon from the battle against demons was effortlessly picked up by Cord. Your weapon isn't bad. I'll confiscate it. Hearing this, Rosalie felt like spitting blood. Not bad. It was a supreme Xian-grade spirit tool, and after all those years of her wholehearted cultivation, the B Shadow Stinger could be considered her life-bound treasure, which she planned to continue using even at the immortal realm. Yet it was taken away by Cord with a casual, not bad. She felt a myriad of pain and helplessness she couldn't express. Meanwhile, seeing Rosalie pinned to the ground unable to move, the thousands of cultivators present felt chills run down their spines. This is an immortal's cultivation chi stage. I've never seen a cultivator with such profound cultivation chi. Just unbelievable. This is still the innate cultivation chi stage? It feels more like Golden Core realm. No, even cultivators at the cave concealment stage might not stir up such a huge scene. Swallowing rivers and mountains, truly swallowing rivers and mountains. As the divine continent annals say, an immortal can sever mountains and swallow rivers. Today's witness truly lived up to its name. Cultivators marveled one after another. They selectively forgot that many high-realm cultivators could also achieve what Cord did now. Honestly speaking, he merely subdued a cultivation chi stage cultivator from Joyful Valley. What was there to marvel about? But, if high-realm cultivators regressed to the cultivation chi stage and tried to subdue Joyful Valley's master Rosalie, there was no cultivator in Divine Continent who could guarantee they could do it as smoothly and decisively. Moreover, even if Rosalie regressed to the cultivation chi stage, her weapon remained genuinely formidable, yet she was pinned to the ground without even touching Cord. Fearful. Indeed, the power of immortals was terrifying. Pinned to the ground, Rosalie seemed held down by an invisible hand, unable even to turn her head. She managed a forced smile and said softly, "Senior, I was just joking with you. What are you doing? Joking again? Then let me play a joke on you two. You stay here for 300 years. Cord laughed heartily, leaving Rosalie's face stiffening. Under someone else's roof, one had to bow. Rosalie deeply understood this and continued with her seductive smile. To serve beside a senior is my honor. Earlier, I got carried away and joked around with you, senior. Is that so? Of course. Please be merciful, senior, and let me up. There are so many cultivators watching. Rosalie put on a pitiful act, begging earnestly. She didn't believe Cord wouldn't be moved. Having previously trespassed into an immortal's cave dwelling and obtained the incomplete all beings equality formation through her beauty and cuteness. Today, She intended to use the same trick. Alright, keeping you pinned down forever won't do. Cord nodded, making Rosalie wildly elated. Indeed, he fell for it. But first, bring out all your spiritual treasures and magic artifacts. Let my maid examine you, Michaela. Come check Rosalie, miss nothing. If anything's missing, don't think about leaving. Cord beckoned sword spirit Adelia and Savannah, standing nearby. Actually, it wasn't that Cord was overly righteous in having Michaela check Rosalie. Huey planned to use this as an excuse later, ensuring Adelia and Savannah couldn't leave the free and easy abode. Then, Cord could say, when you checked Maywe, you overlooked some treasures, so you must stay another 1,000 years. Naive Adelia and Savannah had no clue about this deep scheme and hurried over, supporting Rosalie and leading her into the depths of the free and easy abode. Once out of Cord's sight, Rosalie suddenly changed from her defeated appearance, revealing determination in her eyes. This is a servant of the free and easy abode? Now is a great chance to escape. Rosalie immediately decided to flee. Without Cord around, there was only a small servant. By knocking out this servant and sneaking out of the free and easy abode, she could regain her realm and strength. Once she regrouped, she'd come back to settle accounts with the free and easy abode. Even if caught again, that immortal doesn't seem intent on killing me. This servant looks gentle. Hope she forgives me for hitting her too hard. Maybe I can bring her to Joyful Valley in the future. Looking at Adelia and Savannah, Rosalie couldn't help but feel fondness. Indeed, Michaela was quite likable. But freedom was paramount, and such fondness wouldn't matter. Rosalie raised her hand like a blade, striking Michaela's swan-like neck. Clank! A metallic sound rang out. Rosalie felt as if her hand would break. What the? Was this servant's neck made of steel? No, cultivators at the cultivation chi stage could barely break steel. Why was this girl's neck unscathed? Do you want to knock me out? Michaela smiled kindly. No, just joking around. I love joking. Rosalie kept retreating. Sensing carefully, she realized two things. First, this servant wasn't human. If guessed correctly, it should be a sword spirit. Second, for a sword spirit to leave the sword body so far, it meant the original realm must have been very high, only suppressed. Suppressed? Similar to Rosalie? Love joking around? Actually, I enjoy it too. After stripping you naked, I'll thoroughly check you. Adelia and Savannah approached step by step. Wait, weren't you forced to stay too? May I ask your realm? I'm at the middle stage solar deity. If I can leave, I'll definitely take you with me. Rosalie quickly painted a rosy picture, hoping the pure-hearted girl might believe it. Upon hearing Rosalie's promise, Adelia Erenglong scoffed disdainfully. Middle stage solar deity? I'm at the perfection of solar deity. Snap. This time, Rosalie's mental defenses finally began to crumble. Perfection of solar deity and still forced to be a servant. Was her future truly destined to remain in the free and easy abode? Chapter 65. Indeed, there are free and easy immortals. Looking at Rosalie's ashen face, Christiana smirked inwardly. It seemed like it was quite fun inside the immortal abode of freedom. Since she arrived first, perhaps she could even become a big sister figure. At this moment, the battle for subjugation within the immortal abode of freedom came to an end with the appearance of Cord. Ultimately, Rosalie failed to subdue the seven-colored swallow sky python. To say slaughter would be inappropriate. It might be more accurate to call it self-injury. Cord approached the side of the seven-colored swallow sky python. Sally gently stroked its head and shook his head with a bitter smile. Why did you do this? Why must you challenge a mirror? If you break this mirror, I'll have to punish you. Upon hearing these words from Cord, Sally drooped its head listlessly, like a child who had done something wrong. Its demeanor was incredibly sentient. Well then, go rest. I'll rinse you with Spirit Moon spring water. As he spoke, Cord waved his hand again, and the Spirit Moon spring water directly washed over the seven-colored swallow sky python. The immortal-grade spring water rapidly healed the python's wounds. The scene left the onlooking cultivators speechless. They found it hard to get a bottle of immortal-grade spirit treasure, yet it was being used to wash the guardian beast of the cave abode? Such extravagance. It truly was such extravagance. If they could get just one drop of that water. Unfortunately, not a single drop could be obtained by them. Each drop of the spring water was wrapped in a special force of the immortal abode of freedom. Not only couldn't they get a drop, not even the water vapor was spared. They could only watch helplessly. Unless they could breach this immortal-grade cave abode, they could only stare. Everyone, work hard to seize your opportunities. Perhaps the next one to gain an immortal-grade opportunity will be you. Cord greeted the cultivators with a smile. This was his first appearance. Previously, there was no way for him to appear since he hadn't reached the chi refining stage, making it impossible for the cave spirit to show itself. But the cultivators didn't know that. They thought Cord was deliberately being mysterious, which led them to doubt the various activities in the immortal abode of freedom. Now, seeing the true form of the immortal and witnessing Cord controlling the rampaging seven-colored swallow sky python with one hand, while suppressing the great perfection Yangshan cultivator with the other, and even manipulating the immortal-grade spirit moon spring water, all their previous doubts were dispelled. They firmly believed that the opportunities within the immortal abode of freedom were indeed promising. Immortal Senior Yi, I will certainly complete my tasks diligently. I still have considerable power in the secular world. Tomorrow, I will send forces up the mountain. To think it's a real immortal. Seeing an immortal in this lifetime is enough for me to die without regrets. It turns out the activities of the immortal abode of freedom have always been genuine. The difficulty might have been a test from our predecessors. Yet we continually doubted whether the owner of this cave was tricking us. The cultivators, regaining their composure, looked at Cord with complex expressions. Respect, admiration, malice, various emotions shone in their eyes. But Cord didn't comment. All he cared about was getting the cultivators to check in. Huey needed more popularity. After Rosalie's arrival, his popularity returned to 120,000. Over 10,000 popularity points might seem like a lot, but Cord knew, even if he used his toes to think, that Bridget, a veteran cave spirit, would definitely have accumulated much deeper roots, possibly with tens of millions of popularity points. If he wanted to surpass Bridget, avoid public humiliation, and make Bridget kneel and sing conquer, it would not be an easy task. Even regardless of Bridget, Cord needed to secure the top spot on the popularity list. The list was updated every 3 years, and the higher the rank, the better the rewards. If possible, Cord intended to continuously dominate the top spot. The competition among cave spirits was brutal. Just look at Gareth, a former top-ranked cave spirit who had now fallen so far. The competition among cave spirits meant rowing upstream. Any relaxation would result in falling back. Once you fell to the bottom ranks, you'd sink into a vicious cycle, where lower ranks meant harsher punishments, and harsher punishments made climbing back up even harder. Thus, Cord had to maintain his high popularity and strive for the top spot within 3 years. With Rosalie's arrival, I gained an extraordinary peak-level weapon and the immortal artifact mirror of floating Erenfi. It seems provoking high-level cultivators has quite good returns. Cord began thinking of ways to get high-realm cultivators to provoke him. Of course, he wouldn't make the first move. If he did, other cultivators would feel fear. They feared being imprisoned or plundered, and thus wouldn't come again. However, if a high-realm cultivator initiated the attack, the situation would be different. That would mean they challenged the immortal abode of freedom, and naturally, the abode would have reason to retaliate. The present cultivators couldn't say anything either. But after even Rosalie's defeat, probably no cultivator would dare to challenge the immortal abode of freedom. Master. Just as Cord was pondering, Christiana hopped out from deep within the immortal abode of freedom, followed by Rosalie dressed in maidservant attire. Oh, Adelia, you've completed the inventory? Cord turned around with a slight smile, subtly concealing Rosalie's shadow thorn and the mirror of floating Erenfi. I've finished, master. Please review. Chapter 66. Counting the spoils, I trust you. Christiana giggled and handed over a list. This girl looked obedient but was actually quite mischievous. When Christiana gained her power and realm, Cord already knew she wasn't as innocent as she seemed. Glancing at the list, Cord took a sharp breath. Not because Sienna had too many treasures, but rather too few. It was pitifully scant. For example, there were only 10 pounds of top-grade spirit stones. What could you do with 10 pounds of spirit stones? To clarify, spirit stones are classified similarly to spiritual treasures as ordinary, spirit, noble, and immortal. Many cultivators use spirit stones for cultivation, especially high-level ones for whom the chi in the heavens and earth is insufficient. Instead, spirit stones containing celestial chi serve as excellent materials for cultivation. Thus, cultivators usually carry the most spirit stones. Yet the list provided by Christiana showed an astonishingly small number of spirit stones, not even any noble-level ones. Could this girl not even fabricate properly? Cord sighed and suddenly looked up at the sky outside the cave, turning his back to speak. Adelia, do you know what embezzlement means? Embezzlement? Yes, it's like taking kickbacks or something. Christiana replied matter-of-factly, but with a hint of panic in her voice. Though cunning, she lacked psychological fortitude. She was easily scared into tears. Do you know how embezzlement is dealt with in my homeland? No, I don't. For example, once a cultivator embezzled a spiritual sword. When discovered by the sect, they poured molten lava on the sword, then plunged the scorching sword into an icy cellar. Can you guess what happened? Oh how! Alas, though it was just a first-grade spirit sword, it bore a sentient blade spirit. The blade spirit suffered from burning lava and then extreme cold. It was tragic. When found, its skin had peeled off in patches. Just a story, mind you. I trust you wouldn't embezzle, right? As he spoke, Cord glanced sideways and saw Christiana shivering like a sieve. No way. How could I? Oh, I made a mistake earlier. There weren't 10 pounds of top-grade spirit stones. It was 1,000 pounds, and there are 800 pounds of noble-level spirit stones and various noble treasures and magical artifacts. They were noted in another book. Shaking, Christiana handed over a new little notebook. Oh, Kiri, another story comes to mind. Once, there was a sword spirit at the Yangshan realm who loved to hide his master's jewelry. Later, the master discovered this. Can you guess what happened? They bound the sword spirit in iron and locked it on Thunder Mountain to endure lightning strikes day and night for 49 days. That's truly sinful. I'm not targeting you. I believe your character would never do such a thing. Cord said casually, humming a tune while turning away. Thunder Mountain was the place with the most thunderstorms in China. If cultivators sought excitement during their tribulations, they'd go to Thunder Mountain. It was thrilling. 49 days under thunder. Just thinking about it made Christiana shudder. I must have picked up the wrong one again. The ledger in your hands is from my earlier inventory. Here's the latest one. 10,000 pounds of top-grade spirit stones, 5 noble-level Sumera rings filled with noble treasures, and 8,000 pounds of noble spirit stones. Christiana hurriedly handed over a new register detailing all of Sienna's assets. But had Sienna's wealth been completely accounted for? Cord didn't need to question further. He could see everything in the cave residence clearly, including the 3 treasures hidden by Christiana. To clarify and enhance the translation for natural fluency and consistency, Christiana hurriedly handed over another ledger that detailed all of Sienna's assets. But was Sienna's wealth fully accounted for? Cord didn't need to press further. He could see everything clearly within the cave residence, including the 3 treasures that Christiana had secretly kept for herself. This little girl, trembling with fear yet hiding treasures. A unique servant indeed. I'm not really doubting you or trying to scare you, just telling stories. Look, I trust you so much, I'm too lazy to count again. Cord took the ledger, gently patting Christiana's shoulder. Of course, Master is heaven, Master is earth, may heaven and earth witness. How could I hide anything? Seeing Cord seemingly deceived, Christiana smiled ingratiatingly. She finally handed over the 3 treasures. Actually, sword spirits have limited use for treasures, but it was a habit from when Christiana was a cave spirit. With low foot traffic, She always seized valuables like plucking feathers from flying geese. With today's memories, back when I was a sword spirit, I'd always hide the 3 most valuable items after each battle. Once, I hid my master's late wife's necklace. Can you guess what happened? The master smashed me into 3 pieces. It was tragic. After Cord finished speaking, Christiana tearfully presented the 3 treasures, sobbing, "I was wrong. Please don't break me into 3 pieces." "Huh, I never doubted you. This must be a slip-up." "Alright, counting was hard work. Go guide cultivators and activities. You'll still be busy later." Cord, feeling refreshed from frightening Christiana, promptly sent her off to work while pondering Sienna's wealth. A renowned Xiuxian cultivator's riches far exceeded Cord's imagination. Leveraging this wealth, his popularity could skyrocket. If sold through the cave spirit's secret realm, his followers would likely surpass 1 million. Such was the terror of a Xiuxian cultivator. But killing a Xiuxian cultivator was no easy feat throughout history. Few cave spirits managed to slay them. Cave spirits controlled caverns, while Xiuxian cultivators were nearly immortal beings. Killing such a powerful cultivator required near-deity killing methods. Otherwise, the Xiuxian cultivator could still flee. Historically, only a few notorious places could kill Xiuxian cultivators and plunder their wealth. However, with time, these dangerous places cave spirits mostly perished. Why? Everyone knew these were death traps. Xiuxian cultivators died, so why would others dare come? Thus, this was a one-time deal. It was a crucial reason why Cord tried to avoid taking lives. If no lives were lost, cultivators would consider the Holt Cave mansion safe. Even if he stripped a Xiuxian cultivator of their wealth, it wouldn't cause unease among others. This approach ensured sustainable development for Cord. By maintaining safety and minimizing disturbances, he could continue operating without raising suspicion or fear among other cultivators. This sustainable development aligned with Cord's goals. Additionally, thanks to Sumeru rings, which functioned as spatial rings, high-level cultivators often carried many items. Casually scanning Sienna's possessions, Cord picked up a broken zither, one of the 3 treasures secretly stashed by Christiana, clearly valuable to the money-hungry servant. But this ancient zither is heavily damaged. Would anyone want it? "Don't touch my zither." Suddenly, Sienna stormed out of the depths, frantically rushing towards him. "Just because you say not to touch it, am I supposed to lose face? Not only will I touch it, but I'll also hang it up as a prize." Chapter 66, Counting the Spoils, I Trust You. Christiana grinned and handed over a list. This girl looked obedient but was actually quite mischievous. When Cord first encountered Christiana and observed her gaining strength and realm, he knew she wasn't as innocent as she appeared. Huey scanned the bill and sucked in a breath, not because Sienna had too many treasures, but rather too few. The lack of valuable items was pitiful. For instance, there were only 10 pounds of top-grade spirit stones. What could you do with just 10 pounds of spirit stones? Let me briefly explain spirit stones. Spirit stones are categorized like spirit treasures into ordinary, spirit, celestial, and immortal grades. Many cultivators use spirit stones to cultivate, especially high-realm cultivators whose cultivation exceeds what the natural world can provide. Spirit stones, which contain essence energy from heaven and earth, are excellent cultivation materials. Therefore, cultivators usually carry the most spirit stones. But this list given by Christiana had so few spirit stones that it didn't even mention celestial grade stones. Wasn't she even trying to fake it properly? Cord sighed and suddenly looked up at the sky outside his cave, turning away as he said, "Arantiladelia, do you know what embezzlement means?" "Embezzlement? Sure, it's taking kickbacks or something like that." Christiana answered matter-of-factly, though her voice betrayed a hint of nervousness. Despite her clever mind, she lacked mental fortitude and would easily be frightened to tears. "Do you know how embezzlement is dealt with where I come from?" "No, I don't." For example, a cultivator once embezzled a spirit sword. When the sect found out, they poured molten lava on the sword repeatedly, then plunged it into an extremely cold ice cellar. Can you guess what happened next? How did it go? That spirit sword was only grade 1, yet it gave birth to a sword spirit. The sword spirit endured intense lava torture, followed immediately by freezing cold. Truly tragic. When people discovered it, its skin was peeling off. Just a story, nothing more. I'm sure you wouldn't embezzle anything. As Cord spoke, he glanced sideways and saw Christiana trembling like a sieve. It couldn't happen, right? Oh, I must have made a mistake earlier. Actually, we had 10,000 pounds of top-grade spirit stones, 800 pounds of celestial-grade spirit stones, and numerous celestial-grade treasures and magical artifacts. I must have written them down elsewhere. Christiana, still trembling, handed over another small book. Hey, I remember another story. Once, a Xiuxian stage sword spirit liked hiding its master's jewels. When discovered, it was bound in iron and locked on Thunder Mountain, enduring daily thunderstorms for 49 days. A true calamity. It's not about you. I trust you wouldn't do such a thing. Cord said casually, humming a tune while turning around again. Thunder Mountain, known for frequent heavenly thunder, could offer an intense experience for cultivators undergoing heavenly tribulations. 49 days under continuous thunderstruck skies sent shivers through Christiana's body just thinking about it. "Oh, sorry, I got it wrong again. This old ledger you have is from my previous inventory. Here's the latest one. The top-grade spirit stones total 10,000 pounds, and there are 5 storage rings filled with celestial-grade treasures, plus 8,000 pounds of celestial-grade spirit stones." Christiana hastily presented a new booklet with detailed records of Sienna's wealth. Was all of Sienna's wealth really accounted for? Cord didn't need thorough questioning. Everything inside the Holt Cave was visible to him, including 3 hidden treasures. This young girl was shaking in fear, yet still privately kept 3 celestial-grade magical artifacts. This little girl. Cord couldn't help but laugh. She feared him yet still hid things. What a unique servant. Don't worry, I don't suspect you or scare you. I'm just telling stories. Look, how much I trust you. I don't even want to recount the inventory again. Cord took the booklet, gently patting Christiana's shoulder as he spoke. Indeed, Master is heaven and earth, and the heavens and earth bear witness that I dare not hide anything. Seeing that Cord seemed convinced, Christiana smiled ingratiatingly. She finally handed over the 3 treasures, sobbing, I was wrong. Please, Master, don't punish me. Well, I never doubted you. This must be your oversight. Anyway, you've worked hard counting. Now, please guide the cultivators in their activities. There's a lot left to do. After scaring Christiana, Cord felt refreshed and promptly dismissed her to work while he began assessing the gains from Sienna. The wealth of a renowned Yangtian stage cultivator far exceeded Cord's expectations. With this wealth, his reputation and assets would skyrocket. If sold in the cave realm, Cord's popularity might exceed 1 million points. Such was the terrifying impact of a Yangtian cultivator's wealth. However, killing a Yangtian cultivator was no easy feat throughout thousands of years of coexistence between cave spirits and cultivators. Very few cave spirits have successfully killed Yangtian cultivators. Cave spirits typically control a single cave, while Yangtian cultivators approach the level of immortals. Killing such powerful cultivators required almost immortal slaying abilities. Otherwise, even if defeated, Yangtian cultivators could escape. Throughout history, only a few notorious perilous areas could kill Yangtian cultivators and seize their accumulated wealth. Over time, those perilous areas dwindled due to their infamy. Knowing the danger, cultivators avoided these places. Consequently, this became a one-off transaction. This was also why Cord aimed to avoid killing. As long as no lives were lost, cultivators would find Holt Cave safe, and exploiting Sienna's wealth wouldn't cause unrest among others. This ensured sustainable development for Cord. By the way, due to spatial rings like the Numinous Ring, High Realm cultivators carried many items. Scanning Sienna's possessions, Cord picked up an ancient zither, one of the 3 treasures Christiana secretly stashed. Since the greedy servant valued it, it must be significant. But seeing the damaged zither, he questioned, this broken zither, would anyone want it? Don't touch my zither. At that moment, Sienna, emerging from within the cave, rushed over frantically. You say don't touch, and I lose face? Not only will I touch it, but I'll also hang it as a reward. Cord casually put away the ancient zither, but he didn't notice that Sienna's lips curled into a barely perceptible smile. If Cord dared to hang this zither out, the Holt Cave Manor would face impending disaster. This translation maintains the original tone and style, ensuring natural fluency and consistency with the previous content. It also adheres to the paragraph structure and line breaks of the original text. Chapter 67. The Lushan Flowing Water Zither. Why was Rosalie so confident? Because the zither's origin was no less prestigious than the Fuxing Mirror. Though the Fuxing Mirror is a divine artifact, it is after all the relic of an exiled powerful figure from the celestial realm. Simply put, its owner has long since perished, thus in the divine land world, it carries no particular power or influence. Furthermore, if the owner of the Fuxing Mirror had been truly formidable, they wouldn't have reached a point where their fate was sealed by death. But this zither was a different matter altogether. Currently, the tattered ancient zither held by Cord was fully known as the Lushan Flowing Water Zither. In reality, it was a damaged divine artifact. And its grand lineage? It was once the paramount treasure of the Buddhist music sect. What status did the Buddhist music sect hold? To summarize it briefly, they were even more influential than the combined might of Immortal Origin Mountain and Joyful Valley. They were one of the 3 major cultivation forces in Central Divine Land. Their disciples embarked on the path of Tao through sound, significantly stronger than cultivators of equivalent rank. Music had accompanied humanity since its inception. When primordial great beings hadn't yet mastered fire by friction, they already knew to beat rhythms to transcend wilderness darkness. This was a profoundly ancient method of cultivation. If categorized in the realm of online games, the Buddhist Sound Valley's strength far exceeded Radiant Diamond level. Amongst them were revered immortals, which meant that unlike the Joyful Valley, the Buddhist Sound Valley genuinely possessed immortal cultivators. Having genuine immortal cultivators implied the capability to breach Cord's residence. That's why Rosalie believed that should Cord openly display this zither, his residence would certainly face catastrophic disaster. As for how the zither fell into Rosalie's hands, this story stretched back some time. At that time, the Buddhist sound sect's leader, Vinny, roamed the lands of Divine Land, hoping to tread paths once walked by cloud-wandering immortals. Huey chanced upon Huey Sky Mountain, where sword flying wasn't possible, and encountered a heavy rainstorm. The gravity there was unusual. Each raindrop falling carried a force not unlike a full attack from a peak-stage Chandlershan cultivator. Thus, Vinny sought shelter under a large rock, gazing at the waterfall-like raindrops while playing the Lushan Flowing Water Zither, creating music that perfectly matched the atmosphere. However, someone heard the zither's melody, responding with admiration and laughter like silver bells from another end. Truly a wonderful mountain downpour. One can hear the essence of a stormy mountain through your music. Vinny instantly rejoiced, rounding the rock to see a breathtaking beauty. This marked the first encounter between Rosalie and Vinny. Back then, Rosalie used a false identity named Huiliu E, and her appearance was disguised, but her mannerisms still deeply captivated Vinny. Later on, as their relationship deepened and wedding plans were made, wherever Vinny went, he introduced Huiliu E as his fiancée, saying meeting her was the happiest event of his life. Soon, the call to purge demons grew louder among cultivators, and as one of the righteous commanders, Vinny began cleansing the area of demon cultivators. The demon cultivators could not resist. All hopes rested on Rosalie. Seeing the righteous cultivators reach Joyful Valley territory, she revealed her true identity to Vinny and fled with the Lushan Flowing Water Zither to save her sect members. Upon discovering that the one he loved for years was actually a demoness from Joyful Valley, Vinny was devastated. His anguish tore across thousands of miles, snapping the Lushan Flowing Water Zither completely. By then, Vinny had already reached peak Yangshan realm. After being betrayed, he severed all ties and vanished from public sight. As for what happened afterward, nobody knew. Some said Vinny died, others that he ascended to become an immortal. Regardless, the Buddhist Sound Valley remained hush-hush about the incident. It was their sect's shame, which spurred their relentless efforts to retrieve the Lushan flowing water zither. But Rosalie excelled in disguise and hiding identities. Joyful Valley itself was located in a unique, small world within Divine Land's domain, inaccessible without invitation. Even immortals couldn't forcefully enter a small world. Subsequently, immortals in the Buddhist Sound Valley gradually ascended to the Penglai paradise. Although they revered immortals, the sect no longer housed any actual immortals, only capable of temporarily invoking divine power. In such circumstances, finding Rosalie became exceedingly difficult. The only clue was the broken Lushan flowing water zither. Once it resurfaced, the Buddhist Sound Valley's cultivators would clearly sense it, and when they attacked, Rosalie doubted Cord could withstand it. She played her borrowed knife strategy adeptly. Did Rosalie harbor any affection for Vinny back then? Simply put, Gaoshan was moved, but Lu Shui was indifferent. Truthfully, Rosalie didn't particularly enjoy music herself. Initially approaching Vinny was purely to obtain his essence chi. For experts like Rosalie, absorbing essence chi required no direct contact. Even extracting essence chi from peers just involved staying nearby, undetected. Ahem. Straying off topic. In short, Rosalie eagerly awaited watching Cord publicly display the Lushan flowing water zither, then be wiped out by the Buddhist Sound Valley's cultivators. Then, she would regain her freedom. Her plan seemed perfect, except for one thing. She didn't understand Krista's depth of strategy. Chapter 68. New activity. Play the immortal zither every day. The zither can only be sensed by the Vairocana sect members when it leaves the free and easy cave. Would Cord casually let a cultivator take away a broken immortal artifact from his cave? Haha, don't get your hopes up. Since its opening, only the kitchen helper Lawrence has taken away an immortal-grade spirit treasure from the free and easy cave, while everyone else considered themselves lacking in perseverance and kept trying tirelessly. The difficulty of obtaining an immortal-grade magic weapon was much higher than others. Lawrence could get it because Cord wanted to establish an image, one where diligence brings opportunities within the free and easy cave. As for others, it depends on whether anyone can pass Bing by Shi's 1,000 layers of tricks. Now, acquisition progress can be stolen. If one invites weak helpers, such as ordinary people, they would find out later that their friends were judged as weaker compared to other cultivators' friends within the free and easy cave, resulting in rapid loss of progress. In other words, this forced cultivators to make friends with higher-class cultivators to have any chance of taking away immortal treasures. Although the mountain stream zither was already broken, in Cord's eyes, it still bore the name Broken Immortal Artifact. All items entering the free and easy cave were automatically tagged, so Cord had a general idea of the possessions cultivators carried. Even if he did not know the background story of this zither, he knew it was a broken immortal artifact. And even though broken, it remained an immortal artifact. Would he easily let someone take it away? If anyone managed to take the mountain stream zither within 100 years, he would write his name backward. Unfortunately, Sienna didn't know this. Hang this zither up, see if any cultivators are willing to choose it. Cord put away the mountain stream zither and launched a new activity within the free and easy cave. New activity online. Play the immortal zither every day. Persistently playing each day might lead to its acknowledgement, after which you can take it away. It is expected that 7 days of consistent playing will allow you to take the zither. With the announcement of the activity, a primitive black ancient zither appeared at one corner of the cave, labeled Broken Immortal Zither. Now, the activities inside the free and easy cave were quite diverse, allowing cultivators to choose based on personal preference. For example, if one felt lucky, they could try daily cutting immortal grade moondrop stone, checking in at Spirit Moon Spring, or watching the swallowing sky python, among other immortal grade activities. However, the success rate for undertaking these tasks was pitifully low. Even if successful, whether it was beneficial or not remained questionable due to the completion difficulties sufficient to drive any cultivator mad. Seeing the new activity in the free and easy cave, cultivators became interested and gathered around the mountain stream zither. Another immortal artifact. How many immortal artifacts does this free and easy cave have? I'm bewildered. This immortal artifact? It's a pity. I use a sword. Only the Vairocana sect from Central Sunzhou, Xiuxian, is obsessed with zither-type immortal artifacts. Come to think of it, doesn't this bear a resemblance to the sect's lost treasure? Note, Sunzhou, Xiuxian. Seems out of context and not fully translated properly. The correct term should be Zhongtu for Central Sunzhou, which means Central Land or Central Earth, often referring to China in ancient contexts. Revised. This immortal artifact? It's a pity. I use a sword. Only the Vairocana sect from Central Earth is obsessed with zither-type immortal artifacts. Come to think of it, doesn't this bear a resemblance to the sect's lost treasure? You're dreaming. How long has the mountain stream zither been lost? No current cultivators have seen it, and whenever this topic comes up, Vairocana sect cultivators remain tight-lipped, revealing nothing. Yes. Moreover, during the last demon extermination battle, Vairocana sect's leader Vinny acted strangely, actually ascending just as they were about to crush the demon cultivators, leaving worldly affairs behind. We don't understand either. It's hard to say. Cultivators shook their heads repeatedly. Musical instruments like the zither had high usage restrictions unless one cultivated through music. Otherwise, it wasn't very useful. As for whether this zither was the mountain stream zither, the present cultivators couldn't figure it out, as the Vairocana sect hid this matter deeply, making it impossible for outsiders to pry any information from them. Rumors grew more bizarre. It was said that solving the Vairocana sect's hidden secrets would yield their greatest treasure, thus mastering the Tao of music and reaching ascension. Once, Vairocana sect's leader Vinny mastered this truth and directly ascended. Some claimed the mountain stream zither harbored the sect's deepest secret, the supreme method of cultivating through music. These legends were numerous, but these cultivators might never guess the true reason. Vairocana sect's face couldn't stand the embarrassment. Their own leader who ascended was deceived by a demonic enchantress, thinking they would marry only to be robbed of the mountain stream zither. The disgrace was unbearable, and they couldn't speak about it. Thus, this became Virokana sect's biggest secret, hidden till now. From the moment the mountain stream zither went missing, they focused on recovering their sect's treasure. Unfortunately, no Virokana sect members were present. Otherwise, they would instantly recognize the treasure. It seems this new activity isn't very appealing, observed Cord, seeing the lack of enthusiasm. This wasn't surprising since there were few cultivators who entered Dao through music, and this was a broken immortal artifact. To boost their enthusiasm and bring in more disciples, Cord introduced another recently acquired immortal artifact, the floating Arenfi mirror. That May girl, go ahead and display the floating Arenfi mirror to attract some guests. Show some serving maidens initiative, okay? Cord casually called out to Sienna. Shocked, Sienna, as the esteemed cultivator of Joyful Valley and Peak Yangshan Realm cultivator, questioned if she really needed to act as a serving maid here. Hashtag chapter 69. 30 years east of the river, 30 years west. Don't mock a poor maiden. The servant girl is not even as impressive as Irana, who still manages to be the board maiden. I am the master of Joyful Valley. Are you a man at all? Can you not be captivated by my beauty? Can you not give me some respect? Sienna grumbled irritably, but her realm had dropped to chi refinement, and she no longer possessed that intense, alluring charm which bewitched everyone. Even though she still exuded an air of allure, her seductive prowess paled in comparison to when she was at Yang's spirit grand completion, a time when Cord was already unmoved. Upon hearing Sienna's words, Cord laughed with disdain. So what if it's impressive? I look this handsome, so what did I say? Indeed, you can rely on your looks, yet you still want to attract cultivators with your talent. A cave spirit like you is rare, Sienna nodded in agreement. She naturally knew about cave spirits because Joyful Valley was a major force, giving her a broader perspective than ordinary cultivators. Ordinary cultivators considered the spirit within the cave as merely the lingering soul of the cave owner. However, advanced cultivators knew it was a cave spirit, born from the cave's wisdom. Many high-ranking cultivators had traded with cave spirits before, so it wasn't surprising for Sienna to know Cord's identity. Good that you understand. There are those who look better than you but still strive harder. What do you have to complain about? Hurry up and take it out. If you do well, you can also be a board maiden. Maybe you can leave in 30 years. Cord dangled another carrot in front of Sienna. Really? Sienna raised an eyebrow. Really? Cord smiled lightly. All right then, since Lord speaks, this humble woman will follow orders. Sienna sighed, holding the mirror of transience, ready to leave the depths of Cord's cave. As she reached the corner, she paused, turned around, and flirtatiously asked again while twirling her hair near her ear. Does Lord truly want me to remain a servant? Since we are so compatible, why not let this humble woman serve you? Oh, actually, I'm married, Cord replied nonchalantly. Do you mind having one more lady around? I don't mind, but I wonder if my wife does. Cord's response left Sienna speechless. Who brings up their wife as an excuse? Huir was a man completely unmoved by allurement. Was he even a man? But Cord had his concerns. Whether it was Irana or Sienna, they were now at the Yang's spirit realm, while he was only at chi refinement level 1500. Considering the Huevenly realm had paired him with Bridget, did he need to inform Hueven if he wished to take a concubine outside the cave spirit world? Besides, would there be reproductive isolation between a cave spirit and a human cultivator? Could a relationship impact his speed in attracting attention? Too many questions made Cord temporarily set aside any thoughts of romance. Huey wanted to focus on being a heartless machine to snatch popularity. Everyone should cultivate Dao, and every cultivator in China should visit his cave. With such lofty ambitions, how could there be room for romantic feelings? Still, Sienna wouldn't give up. She smirked, hooking her lips with delicate fingers. What are you saying, Lord? You, the carefree traveler of the great Dao, are afraid of your wife's words? Just replace her. Are you rejecting this humble woman? Undoubtedly, Sienna was a temptress. Even without her formidable seductive arts, her every gesture could ensnare a man's heart. Talking to her felt like being gently scratched by kitten claws. The beauty mark at the corner of her eye added to her allure, making many cultivators willing to abandon their pursuit of the Dao just to be with her. Unfortunately, this charm didn't work much on Cord. Huey had too much pressure regarding popularity. Failing to meet the ranking requirements would mean elimination, a direct path to extinction. Facing life and death, any means must be employed to increase popularity. You think you're beautiful? Go stand at the cave entrance to attract cultivators. You're skilled at luring people? Start luring cultivators here right away. What are you waiting for? So Cord looked at the coquettish Sienna and responded with a half smile. The key point is, actually, you're not as beautiful as my wife. These words froze Sienna in place. Ugh, how hurtful. Unbelievably hurtful. Not liking her was fine, but why must he be so cruel? Sienna was very confident in her feminine charm, yet here she was, brushed off by a simple, you're not as beautiful as my wife. Annoying, incredibly annoying. This humiliation, Sienna vowed to remember forever. She carried the mirror of transience out, determined to introduce the zither of mountains and waters to entice the monks of Brahma Sound Valley to come and dismantle this free and easy cave. Then, she would sit on Cord's face, making him experience today's humiliation. You're smiling foolishly. Take the mirror of transience out quickly. If you think you're beautiful, go stand guard at the cave entrance. Cord urged once more. Clenching her teeth, Sienna thought, 30 years east of the river, 30 years west. Don't mock a poor maiden. Wait for me. Chapter 70. Friendship can capsize in an instant. When Rosalie walked out wearing green servant attire, all the cultivators inside the immortal cave fell into silence. It was as if you could hear a pin drop. The impact on the cultivators was immense. Although the seven-colored swallowing sky python is a guardian beast of the immortal realm cave, it had always been inside the cave. While the sight initially shocked the cultivators, they gradually grew accustomed to it. As for Yangshan sword spirits Adelia and Savannah, no one knew about them. Despite being at the Yangshan stage, they never revealed themselves, and their treasure ranks were considered low, just first-grade spirit treasures. No one knew that the double flower lily sword had already reached the immortal artifact level, and as sword spirits, Adelia and Savannah were both at the Yangshan realm. Note: I made a slight adjustment to immortal tool to immortal artifact, as it is a more common translation for Daojir, tool, in the context of cultivations or mystical items in English literature. If you prefer to keep it as immortal tool, feel free to do so, but immortal artifact tends to be more standard in this genre. If this news ever spread, the entrance to the Leisure Immortal Cave would likely be trampled flat by cultivators. Therefore, although there were many powerful beings within the Leisure Immortal Cave, none of them truly impacted the minds of the cultivators. Rosalie was different. The cultivators watched as she stepped onto the stage as the Joyful Valley's master, achieving Yangshan perfection and battling the immortal level guardian beast. They witnessed her unleashing celestial abilities to vanquish immortals, only to have her cultivation nullified with a gentle touch from immortal cord. Now, she was merely a small maid in his immortal cave. The present cultivators couldn't help but swallow hard. They must indeed abide by the rules here. In short, the principle was simple. You can opt out of activities, but you mustn't cause trouble. Otherwise, you'll meet the same fate as Rosalie. Right? I should set performance metrics for Adelia, Savannah, and Rosalie, Cord suddenly thought. Now, more events were happening within the immortal cave, but the most popular activity was randomly claimed daily fortunes. Jerome had previously obtained the Shin level snow ginseng root from this event. Note: Shin level should be Shin level to maintain consistency in terminology and style. Due to its high acceptance and completion rates, it was the most popular among cultivators. Other activities offered tempting rewards, but most weren't sure if they could even accept or complete them, leading to frustration. Since participation enthusiasm was waning, Cord thought he should introduce event guides. Naturally, the 7-colored swallowing sky python wasn't suitable, so the responsibility fell on Rosalie and Adelia Savannah. If they can meet the quarterly targets, give them some rewards, Cord pondered. What reward was most precious? Freedom? Freedom felt like the most valuable thing. Huey decided to give them occasional holidays to go out and enjoy. So, Cord directly conveyed this to Rosalie and Adelia Savannah. Aronston up. From now on, you two will manage different fortune events. The tasks are listed here. If you perform well, you get 4 holidays per year to leave the Leisure Immortal Cave and wander around. Cord's words caused Rosalie and Adelia Savannah to shiver. The women who had just addressed each other as elder sister May and younger sister Adelia now had eyes filled with fierce determination. They looked like enemies meeting face to face. Leaving the Leisure Immortal Cave meant what? It meant Adelia and Savannah could regain their Yangshan state, soar freely without restraint, and escape the unpredictable Cord. Adelia Savannah couldn't guarantee such luck every time. For Rosalie, leaving meant reclaiming her status as the Joyful Valley's master, ascending from a humble maid back to her esteemed position. Just enduring one day as a maid, she couldn't handle the surprised gazes of the cultivators. She wanted adoration and admiration, not shock. Thus, Cord's single sentence capsized the friendship between Rosalie and Adelia Savannah, revealing shallow sisterhood ties. Both opened the activity list Cord sent, a golden light ball that turned into visible text only to them. It detailed their respective responsibilities and employee guidelines. To summarize, Rosalie managed newer events like the mirror reflections, where one mirrors oneself before the floating Arenfi mirror daily for potential fortune. Daily plucking celestial harp, an event previously introduced. Conversely, Adelia Savannah oversaw older events like daily chiseling moondrop stone or checking in at Spirit Moon Spring. Additionally, Cord outlined specific employee guidelines, like not revealing the Leisure Immortal Cave secrets under penalty of another 300 years of confinement. This frightened Rosalie and Adelia Savannah into thoroughly reviewing the guidelines. Cultivators had excellent memory due to refined divine senses, yet they meticulously double-checked. Another 300 years of confinement? Death would be preferable. After reviewing, Rosalie took the initiative, holding the floating Arenfi mirror and smiling seductively at the gathered cultivators. Your humble servant, Adelia E. Chandler, greets everyone. You're welcome to participate in the Mirror Reflections event. If your fortune triggers, you might take the mirror away. Let me tell you privately, you may take more than just the mirror. She tapped her neck with slender fingers, making male cultivators' breathing quicken. Was she implying she herself could be taken? Chapter 71. I have no interest in Andes. Taking away Rosalie. How many cultivators dream of this? But is it possible? Rosalie is a cultivator at the solar deity realm. Combined, all the male cultivators present wouldn't match her level. But there are always exceptions. And now, Rosalie is not what she used to be. She has been suppressed by immortal Xian Yao. Perhaps she will remain suppressed forever. Even if they know the possibility is low, the cultivators can't help but feel a stirring hope. What if? If a man doesn't have dreams, isn't he just a dead fish? Maybe they could win her heart while Rosalie's realm is being suppressed. If one could truly obtain Rosalie, the master of Bliss Valley, that would be more tempting than any immortal artifact. Master May, what do you mean? Could it be that by seizing this opportunity from immortal Xian Yao, we can drink and chat with you? Why call me Master May? Just call me Arental Adelie. Rosalie retorted with a scolding tone, without giving a direct answer. But just her words triggered a storm among the male cultivators. One of them howled like a wolf, raising his weapon high and shouting, "Forget it. My life will never reach the path of enlightenment. If I can spend a night with Rosalie, death would be worth it? You filthy wolf. You're disgracing our fellow cultivators. I joined this mirror viewing activity purely to discuss cultivation techniques with Master May. If I get the floating Arenfi mirror, I might soar to heights unknown." A cultivator dressed in green with an exceptionally suave appearance sneered disdainfully, declaring he only wished to exchange cultivation methods with Rosalie. What hypocrisy. Master May practices blissful cultivation. What techniques do you plan to discuss? How to be drained of essence, perhaps. An experienced cultivator revealed a look of dissatisfaction. Let's clarify again. Female cultivators from Bliss Valley absorb essence just by being close to other cultivators. Essence is a faint presence everyone naturally exudes, quite different from the defilement as perceived by ordinary people. This essence, simply put, represents one's vigor. Some people may appear frail but have abundant vigor. This means their bodies are weak, but their essence is strong. However, this is rare. Usually, a healthy body results in better vigor. Xiuxian brings about the increase of essence. Cultivators use luck and energy to transform chaotic, heavenly qi into personal essence. Given the vast world, not everywhere is blessed with fertile land for cultivation. Inhaling and transforming chaotic, heavenly qi into essence is the first step. The second step involves refining essence into spirit, essentially ensuring one's vigor does not easily dissipate and maintaining peak mental and physical state. The third step, refining spirit into primordial qi. This is when one starts condensing innate qi. Actually, the qi refinement stage should be named qi refining stage, due to the concept of innate qi. Due to its extensive nature, details need not be discussed. However, cultivators from Bliss Valley diverged from the standard path right from the start. Instead of refining chaotic, heavenly qi, they directly steal others' essence to refine their own. This saves them much time. As they delve deeper into the sect's cultivation method, many do not need to engage in unsavory acts. Moreover, the victim often enjoys the process immensely. Thus, some cultivators even seek them out voluntarily. Everyone knew Rosalie was the master of Bliss Valley, a practitioner of profound demonic arts. If one could discuss cultivation techniques with her, there would be no greater joy on the path. Facing the laments of the cultivators, Rosalie smiled faintly, neither confirming nor denying, and merely invited the cultivators to join her activities continuously. Adeliahan Savannah observed this scene through gritted teeth, muttering under her breath, "Humph, seductive vixen, using such crude methods to lure us. If only I weren't still developing." Adeliahan Savannah glanced down at her flat chest, lifting it up, but few cultivators paid attention. Shepard, watching backstage, almost burst into laughter. Adeliahan Savannah, though cute, had caused quite a stir earlier, but compared to Rosalie, it was like a firefly competing with the moon. No comparison meant no harm, but it was cruel indeed. Was it true then? Cuteness crumbles before sensuality. Absorbing another's essence for cultivation is merely a side path. A discordant voice broke the harmony. It wasn't Adeliahan Savannah speaking jealously. These inappropriate words came from a male cultivator. If anyone else said this, they would be mocked for sour grapes. But the speaker was Lawrence. Lawrence, an obscure kitchen helper in Zhangyang sect, was the first to gain an immortal level opportunity. After drinking Erenjiu spring water, he soared from immortal to the gold core realm within days, even decapitating Wilge yesterday. While insignificant in the broader cultivation world, Wilge was the head of the dominant force within 20 miles. Huey was exceptionally talented since childhood. Yet, this rising star was killed by Lawrence with one strike. From immortal gaining an opportunity to reaching the gold core realm, it took less than 2 months. Countless cultivators can't even approach the innate stage. This showcased the immense power of opportunities in Holt Cave. Many cultivators even regarded Lawrence as the spokesman for Holt Cave, wanting to hear his insights. Suddenly, the crowd around Rosalie thinned, but Rosalie remained composed, smiling enticingly at Lawrence. "Erental brother, it seems you have a prejudice against Bliss Valley. I understand. Young men always crave attention. Why don't we discuss the path tonight?" With one sentence, Rosalie portrayed Lawrence as a youth seeking attention through deliberate defiance. If Lawrence were swayed by her charm, it would validate her statement. But Lawrence stood firm, coldly stating, "I have no interest in aunties." Shepard, deep within Holt Cave, couldn't help but laugh out loud at these words. Chapter 72. Moonspell's Broken Defense. "I have no interest in aunties." This line later became a classic among the cold and aloof cultivators. Whenever they wanted to reject a female cultivator, they could pull out this sentence. It was not particularly harmful but extremely insulting, as it touched on age, an especially sensitive topic for high-level female cultivators. After all, cultivators in the Xiantianjin dance stage could live beyond 300 years, and at the Adelian Chandler realm, their lifespan was almost comparable to that of spirits, with no clear upper limit. Some might only live 500 years, while others could reach nearly 1,000. Yet, even the shortest lived among them would still live at least 500 years. As they advanced further, age became increasingly insignificant. Many cultivators had long lost their sense of time, having already transcended the Surthu, secular, world. There was once a cultivator who ascended to the Adelian Chandler realm and, struck by a sudden urge, left his sect to return to his hometown. Huey found everything changed. His once thriving family had declined, and only an old woman with a cane remained, standing before 2 graves. Beside the graves was an empty tomb. Upon speaking with her, he discovered that the old woman was his own granddaughter. Years pass unnoticed in the mountains, but returning home feels like a lifetime has passed. Hearing this story, many cultivators sighed deeply, finding resonance in it. Even decades away from home could change everything. Time was inherently cruel, but once a cultivator embarked on the path of cultivation, they severed ties with the secular world. The concept of time in the secular world no longer applied to them. It was common for female cultivators at the Dongzong stage to take spouses from the Xiantianjin dance stage. Sometimes, their age difference could be close to a millennium. Yet, these female cultivators retained their youth, showing no signs of aging despite the passage of 1,000 years. Not only that, their skin and appearance often surpassed those of teenage girls in the secular world. This was even more true for Sienna, a cultivator at the Yangshan realm. Though she was one of the most talented cultivators in Xuanhuan Valley and naturally suited for demon cultivation, she had lived for at least several hundred years. When Lawrence addressed her as aunt, she almost lost her composure. After a moment, she sighed softly, seemingly pitying herself. "Do I really have no charm anymore? I feel no different from a young girl in my teens. Am I mistaken? Absolutely not mistaken. Many cultivators couldn't help but think this. How could any secular woman compare to a female cultivator? With their meridians nourished by spiritual energy, they never developed acne, skin problems, or wrinkles. They remained youthful indefinitely. Not to mention Sienna, whose skin was as smooth as a baby's. She was deliberately using this approach, retreating to advance. After all, as a centuries-old veteran, she wouldn't react like a po fu shrew, even if her sore spot was touched. No, Valley Lord May, you are beautiful beyond compare. It's just this boy who doesn't know how to appreciate it. That's right. Lawrence must be trying to catch Valley Lord May's attention. What a cunning little guy. I also think Valley Lord May. No, I can't lie about this. Male cultivators rushed to comfort Sienna. At that moment, without her Maigong charms, Sienna seemed like a helpless young girl, greatly stirring the protective instincts of the male cultivators present. They momentarily forgot that she was a powerful figure at the peak of the Xiuxian realm, capable of slaying immortals. Lawrence, holding his sword, remained unfazed by their teasing. Huey continued, strength obtained through others will eventually leave you. The smoother your path has been, the harder it will become. And let me repeat, I have no interest in Ant, especially an opportunistic one. Lawrence repeated, Ant, twice, pushing Sienna to her limit. It had been so long since any man dared speak to her like this. If it were under normal circumstances, she would have slapped Lawrence into oblivion long ago. But now, alas, she was only a Qi cultivation stage cultivator, weaker than Lawrence, who was at the Xiantianjin dance stage. What's your name? Sienna narrowed her eyes, adopting a serious demeanor. Lawrence. Very well. I remember you. I, Sienna, swear that I will make you fall in love with me. Clenching her teeth, she spoke these words. The other cultivators were shocked. None of them expected her to take it seriously. Valley Lord May, I think you're not attractive either. Exactly. You're just average. Please make me fall in love with you too. Oh, Lawrence is really clever. He got away with it. The cultivators slapped their thighs in regret, wishing they had tried harder. Who knew provocation would actually work on Sienna? No matter her age, she was still a woman, and women couldn't escape the issue of age. Those who think I'm unattractive, please line up behind Lawrence. Thank you. Sienna forced a smile, though everyone could hear the anger in her voice. As one advanced further, age became less significant. Many cultivators had lost their sense of time, having long transcended the mundane world. Once, a cultivator who reached the Adelian Chandler realm felt whimsical and left his sect to return home. Huey found his hometown had changed beyond recognition. His once thriving family had declined, leaving only an old woman standing by two graves, holding a cane. Next to the two graves was an empty tomb. Upon speaking with her, he discovered she was his granddaughter. This story resonated deeply with many cultivators who could relate to the detachment from the passage of time. Even decades away could bring unrecognizable changes. Time was indeed cruel, but once on the path of cultivation, one's connection to the secular world was severed, making the concept of time irrelevant. Cultivators often saw differences in age lose significance. Female cultivators at the Cave Hueven stage might take younger cultivators at the Gold Core stage as partners, sometimes with nearly 1,000 years difference in age. Yet, these female cultivators retained their youthful appearance, untouched by the passage of time. Not only that, but even after living for over 1,000 years, their skin remained as smooth as a young girl's. Such was the case with Rosalie, a Pekiang Sun Realm cultivator. Despite her immense talent and suitability for the path of demonic cultivation, she had lived for several centuries. When Lawrence called her auntie, it nearly broke her composure. After a moment, she sighed somewhat pitifully. Have I truly lost my charm? I feel no different from a young girl. Could it be just my imagination? It was definitely not her imagination. The thought crossed many cultivators' minds. Mundane women could not compare to female cultivators, whose bodies were nourished by spiritual energy, preventing acne, skin issues, aging, and wrinkles. Not to mention Rosalie's skin, as tender as a baby's. She said this deliberately, using reverse psychology. After all, as a centuries-old cultivator, she wouldn't react like an ordinary woman, even if her pride was wounded. There's no way, Lady Mayway, you are beautiful. It's this boy who lacks appreciation. Indeed, Lawrence must be trying to get your attention, quite cunning of him. I also feel. No, I can't lie about this. The male cultivators tried to console her, and in that moment, Rosalie seemed like a helpless maiden, greatly stirring their protective instincts. They temporarily forgot she was a Pekiang Sun cultivator, capable of slaying immortals. Lawrence, unfazed by their ridicule, continued. Strength obtained from others will eventually leave you. The smoother your path has been, the harder it will become. And again, I have no interest in an auntie, especially not one who resorts to underhanded tactics. Repeating auntie, Lawrence pushed Rosalie to the brink of fury. It had been years since any man dared speak to her this way. Normally, she would have struck Lawrence dead without hesitation. But now, as a Qi condensation cultivator, she couldn't even match Lawrence, who was at the Gold Core stage. What's your name? Rosalie narrowed her eyes, taking a serious tone. Lawrence. Very well, I remember you. I, Rosalie, swear here and now that I will make you fall in love with me. Huier words stunned everyone present. No one expected her to take the bait so seriously. Lady Mayway, I think you're not attractive either. Agreed. Really average. Please make me fall in love with you too. Huevens, this Lawrence is sly. He really got away with it. The other cultivators lamented, regretting not trying the same tactic. They realized provocation worked on Rosalie, regardless of her age or power. As a woman, she still couldn't escape the sensitivity to age. Those who find me unattractive, please queue up behind Lawrence. Thank you. Rosalie forced a smile, her voice trembling with suppressed anger. In the mountains, practicing Tao makes one oblivious to the passage of time. Returning home, one finds everything has changed. Hearing this story, many cultivators sighed deeply, finding resonance. Even after a few decades away, everything had changed upon return. Time was indeed cruel, but since stepping onto the path of cultivation, cultivators severed ties with the mundane world, making the mundane concept of time irrelevant to them. It was not uncommon for female cultivators at the Dongtang Qilan Xiuxian cavern storage period ethereal realm to become Dao companions, with cultivators at the Shantanqi Jindan Jingjia congenital period golden core realm. Sometimes, the age difference between them could be close to a millennium. However, these female cultivators could remain eternally youthful, with millennia passing without leaving a trace on their faces. Not only that, even after living for thousands of years, their skin and appearance could still be smoother than that of a teenager. Note: for better understanding and fluency in English, I suggest using cavern storage period ethereal realm, Dao partners, congenital period golden core realm, instead of direct transliterations. The revised paragraph would read: it was not uncommon for female cultivators at the cavern storage period ethereal realm to become Dao partners with cultivators at the congenital period golden core realm. Sometimes, the age difference between them could be close to a millennium. However, these female cultivators could remain eternally youthful, with millennia passing without leaving a trace on their faces. Not only that, even after living for thousands of years, their skin and appearance could still be smoother than that of a teenager. And then there was Moonspell, a Yangshan realm cultivator. Despite being the most talented cultivator in the Pleasure Valley and naturally suited to the path of devil cultivation, she had surely lived for hundreds of years. When Lawrence addressed her as auntie, it nearly broke her composure. After a moment, she sighed pityingly. Am I really losing my charm? I feel no different from a teenage girl. Could it be my imagination? This wasn't just her imagination. Many cultivators couldn't help but think this was far from the truth. Mundane women could never compare to female cultivators, whose meridians nurtured by spiritual energy meant they never developed acne, skin issues, wrinkles, or signs of aging. Not to mention Moonspell, whose skin was as smooth as an infant's. She said this intentionally, employing a tactic of retreat to advance. After all, having lived for centuries, even if stung, she wouldn't react like a shrew cursing on the street. No, sect leader Moonspell, you are beautiful beyond compare. It's this boy who doesn't know how to appreciate it. That's right. Lawrence must be trying to get your attention. Clever boy. As for me, I can't bring myself to lie about sect leader Moonspell's beauty. The male cultivators rushed forward to comfort her. In that moment, without her charm techniques, Moonspell seemed like a pitiful young woman, greatly stirring the protective instincts of the men present. They conveniently forgot that Moonspell was a formidable Yangshan realm cultivator. Holding his sword, Lawrence remained unperturbed by their comments. Huey continued, power obtained through others will eventually leave you. The smoother your path has been, the harder it will be later. And let me reiterate, I have no interest in an auntie, especially one who tries to take shortcuts. Lawrence's repeated use of auntie infuriated Moonspell to her limit. How many years had it been since any man dared speak to her this way? In normal circumstances, Moonspell would have already struck Lawrence down. But now, she was only at the chi condensation stage, weaker even than Lawrence who was at the golden core stage. What is your name? Moonspell narrowed her eyes, adopting a serious demeanor. Lawrence. Very well. I remember you. I, Moonspell, swear that I will make you fall in love with me. Huier words stunned everyone. Who would have thought Moonspell would take this seriously? Sect leader Moonspell, I don't find you attractive either. Really, you're quite average. I wish you'd also make me fall in love with you. Oh, Lawrence, you sly dog. You really got away with it. The cultivators lamented loudly, regretting not trying such tactics themselves. No matter how old she was, Moonspell was still a woman, and thus sensitive about age. Anyone who thinks I'm unattractive should line up behind Lawrence, thank you. Moonspell forced a smile, barely masking her fury. Everyone could sense the anger in her voice. Am I really losing my charm? I feel no different from any secular teenage girl. Is it just my imagination? Absolutely not your imagination. The thought sprang to mind among the numerous cultivators. How could secular women compare to female cultivators whose meridians were nurtured by spiritual energy, preventing pimples, skin problems, aging, or wrinkles, not to mention Moonspell's skin smooth as a baby's? She said this deliberately, retreating to advance. As a centuries-old adept, she wouldn't lose her composure like a vulgar woman even if her sore point was touched. No way, Moonspell master, you are beautiful beyond words. It's this young man who lacks appreciation. Indeed, Lawrence must be trying to draw your attention, clever boy. But honestly, I can't lie about Moonspell master's looks. Male cultivators hurriedly stepped forward to console Moonspell, momentarily forgetting that she was a Yangshan realm master capable of slaying immortals. Without her meishu, beguiling art, she seemed helplessly appealing, stirring up protective instincts in the men present. Improvements, rushed, changed to hurriedly stepped, for a more formal tone. Appealing, used instead of lovely, to better fit the context. Stirring up, replaces arousing, for a more natural expression. To further refine and ensure natural flow, male cultivators hurriedly stepped forward to comfort Moonspell, temporarily forgetting that she was a Yangshan realm master capable of slaying immortals. Without her beguiling arts, she appeared innocently appealing, greatly jifa, arousing, the protective instincts of the men present. Note: I have maintained the term beguiling arts as it better conveys the meaning in English and removed Chinese characters not essential for the translation. Final refined version. Male cultivators hurriedly stepped forward to comfort Moonspell, temporarily forgetting that she was a Yangshan realm master capable of slaying immortals. Without her beguiling arts, she appeared innocently appealing, greatly arousing the protective instincts of the men present. Lawrence, sword in hand, remained unfazed by the criticism and continued. Power gained through others will eventually leave you. The smoother your path has been, the more difficult it will become later. And again, I have no interest in an auntie, especially a cunning one. Repeating the word auntie twice, Lawrence pushed Moonspell to her limit. It had been so long since any man dared speak to her like this. Ordinarily, she would have killed him instantly, but now, unfortunately, she was only at the cultivation chi realm while Lawrence was at the Shentan chi Jindan Jingjia, Xiantian period Jindan realm. Thus, she couldn't even defeat him. Note: I kept the original terms Tan Chi Jindan Jingjia and Ho Tan Chi Lan Chi Jing in pinyin as their specific meanings may be significant in the context of the cultivation terminology in this novel. To ensure it reads fluently and maintains consistency, repeating the phrase auntie twice, Lawrence infuriated Moonspell to her limit. It had been years, centuries even, since any man dared to speak to her this way. Normally, she would have ended his life instantly, but now she was merely at the postnatal cultivation chi realm, while Lawrence stood at the prenatal golden core realm. She could not even match his strength. What's your name? Moonspell narrowed her eyes, adopting a serious tone. Lawrence. Very well, I remember you. I, Moonspell, swear here and now to make you fall in love with me. Her teeth clenched, the vow sent shockwaves among the onlookers. They never expected her to take it seriously. Moonspell master, I actually think you're not attractive either. Exactly. You're mediocre, please make me fall in love with you too. Lawrence is slick. This is what you get. The cultivators slapped their thighs in regret, wishing they had tried to provoke her too. She was, after all, still a woman and thus susceptible to age-related insults. Anyone who thinks I'm unattractive, please queue up beside Lawrence, thank you. Moonspell forced a smile, but everyone could hear the fury simmering beneath her words. Chapter 73, Cold Lawrence. A single sentence made it clear to the cultivators present just how angry Rosalie was. They all understood that they couldn't use the same tricks as little kitchen helper Lawrence to catch Rosalie's attention. The first person might get lucky, but anyone after that would seem too deliberate and forced. Thinking about how Lawrence cunningly won Rosalie's attention irked everyone. That quiet type either kept silent or hit the bullseye when he spoke. Lawrence was truly one of a kind to have made Rosalie declare her love for him. However, Lawrence himself didn't feel honored at all. Huey turned and walked towards Christiana, which made her ecstatic. She greeted him with a broad smile. Parental brother has good taste. Girls like that flashy and cheap tart are dime a dozen. Charming ones like me are rare finds. What event are you looking for? Why not choose this one? The daily random opportunity event where the chances of getting an opportunity are super high. Christiana enthusiastically introduced various events. In reality, she knew that Lawrence had already chosen the daily clock-in for Erengiu spring water activity. But to improve her performance metrics, she needed to persuade Lawrence to switch activities. The logic was simple. In the performance evaluation algorithm, the metrics for continuing an existing activity were different from those for switching activities. Switching activities meant treating the cultivator as a new user. Essentially, it was equivalent to making them abandon their previous efforts, giving Cord a free boost in popularity without having to provide rewards. Therefore, the performance outcomes were different. No, I will continue with the Erengiu spring water clock-in. Lawrence replied expressionlessly. Come on. You've already benefited from Erengiu spring water, your body is already heavenly essence root. What do you need Erengiu spring water for? Other events offer easier opportunities for new rewards. Seeing that Lawrence wasn't budging, Christiana resorted to being adorable and pouted sweetly, saying, if you switch, I'll call you brother from now on. Sorry, I have no interest in children. Lawrence said calmly. Click. Christiana froze on the spot. Backstage, Cord burst out laughing. Lawrence was just too much. Refusing both a seductive older woman and a cute, innocent girl. Truly a role model for cultivation. But who molded Lawrence into such a character? In theory, Lawrence used to be an ordinary person, unable to cultivate and feeling frustrated and unfulfilled. So it was understandable he was quiet and introverted. But he advanced to the Golden Core realm in just 1 or 2 months. Shouldn't he be basking in youthful pride and ambition by now? Who taught him this attitude? Who taught Lawrence to treat women like this? Could he have some childhood trauma? Cord pondered. Unconsciously, he found himself quite intrigued by Lawrence. After all, Lawrence was the first cultivator in his immortal cave residence to obtain a divine-level opportunity. Naturally, Cord was curious to see how far he could grow. It felt like playing a nurturing game. While Cord was deep in thought, Christiana, fuming with anger, kicked Lawrence's calf and said with a face full of grievance, Who's the child here? Who's the child? I haven't fully developed yet, okay? You'll never find a Dao companion with that attitude. Women only slow down my drawing of the sword. Lawrence suddenly said something that sounded very familiar to Cord. This? Cord suddenly recalled he had said something similar before. When distributing rewards for the daily random opportunity event, a cultivator received a spirit-grade weapon but was unhappy because it looked like a black, blunt stick for firewood, a spirit-grade 7th-tier blunt sword. Its appearance was like it had been doused in black paint, resembling a cooking tool. Huey thought it was too ugly and believed he wouldn't find a Dao companion with such a weapon. Imagining everyone flying gracefully on their swords while he stomped around with a firewood stick, the situation was absurd. Finding a Dao companion seemed impossible. Thus, he wanted to give up that opportunity. Cord persuaded him, saying, Women only slow down your drawing of the sword. Hearing this, the bearded cultivator felt enlightened. If he got a Dao companion, all resources found would be communal property, affecting his cultivation. If even a mortal Yi said so, it must be true. So, he happily took the firewood stick away. In fact, most of these uglier weapons were randomly generated by Cord, causing many aesthetically minded cultivators to resist. Selling them wasn't easy. What started as a casual remark was picked up by Lawrence beside him. In other words, Lawrence's transformation owed much to Cord's influence. Sinful indeed. Cord sighed inwardly, realizing he inadvertently created an ice-cold face. However, Lawrence's ability to upset both billboard characters demonstrated remarkable talent. At present, Lawrence had no interest in Dao companions or relationships. A burning passion still fueled him, the drive to revenge. This fiery resolve pushed him to practice through winter's chill and summer's heat, never giving up on becoming a cultivator. Huey wanted revenge. Although worldly matters faded as he ascended in cultivation, unless his enemy was also a cultivator, there was little to remember or resent. For example, if his enemy was immortal, within a century, he would be nothing more than dust. If a century wasn't enough, 2 centuries. Therefore, grudges from the secular world rarely extended into the cultivation realm. But Lawrence sought vengeance because his enemy was a cultivator, unlikely to die soon. If a cultivator carried unresolved emotional baggage, it could become a heart demon, stalling their advancement, especially during critical phases like tribulation ascension and ascension. Once it escalated, it could lead to ruin. A righteous cultivator once suffered due to guilt over a hidden spiritual herb that led to his senior brother's death. This guilt, like a heart demon, held back his cultivation until it exploded during the Great Tribulation phase, driving him to slaughter 3,000 disciples and then suicide. Since then, cultivators seeking the path should aim for a clear mind. If one's mindset was unhealthy, it was best not to let it fester. In fact, most heart demons originated from the early stages of cultivation when the mind was unstable. Lawrence's hatred, stemming from his childhood, had become his heart demon. Without revenge, he couldn't rest. I am already at the golden core realm of the innate stage. Soon I can seek vengeance. Lawrence looked up at the immortal cave residence. Alongside his burning hatred, there was profound gratitude. The immortal cave residence was truly a divine place. A single opportunity completely transformed his life. If fortune favored him and he survived, he would serve immortally faithfully. Chapter 74. Lawrence, unwilling to be ordinary. Lawrence, surnamed Sawyer. In Dongzhou, the largest imperial power in the ordinary world, also bears the surname Sawyer. It wasn't particularly strange, but Lawrence remembered playing in the palaces of the Sawyer imperial dynasty. Huey was born in magnificent palaces and revered by tens of thousands. Huey thought he could grow up carefree and become the heir to the Sawyer imperial dynasty. But that day felt like a nightmare. Just thinking about it made Lawrence's blood boil. His feelings of hatred surged fiercely within him. Every sleepless night, Lawrence dug his fingernails into his arms, recalling that horrific day. He hid in the embrace of an eunuch, peeking through the gaps in his clothes to see his father, who he adored so much, impaled in the chest by his grandfather. His father's robust body withered instantly. His family all lay dead beside him, lifeless. Huey wanted to cry but was restrained by the eunuch, unable even to sob. The eunuch took him out of the palace, stripped him of his warm and splendid coat, dressed him in beggar's rags, and hid him in a tavern. From then on, Lawrence never saw that eunuch again. Huey went from being a high-ranking royal grandson to a street beggar. That winter, Lawrence nearly froze to death on the streets. Naive and ignorant, to survive, he begged, stole, and scavenged leftovers. Huey did whatever it took to live. By the time he was under 10 years old, he had already experienced every hardship imaginable. Later, he was taken in by old Aaron at Zhongyang Gate. By then, almost a year had passed since he wandered the streets. Huey lived as an ordinary person until he was 17. Aaron being as an ordinary person for so long, he almost forgot who he was, only remembering that unextinguished hatred at night. Huey thought he would never be able to take revenge, never get justice for his family's tragic deaths. But one day, he was brought to an immortal's cave dwelling. He obtained unprecedented opportunities, completely changing the trajectory of his life. With strength, he would seek revenge. At this moment, Lawrence looked out of the cave. Once he reached the cavern essence stage, it would be the day for vengeance. Of course, apart from avenging his family. After gaining strength, Lawrence also did some things that pleased him, like killing Will and reclaiming the Xingray ginseng root, earning gratitude from everyone at Zhongyang Gate. Oriental kitchen helper. No, Lawrence, your great kindness to our Zhongyang Gate will never be forgotten. Roland couldn't help but come forward and express his gratitude when he saw Lawrence resting against the side of the cave. Mayuad Chantler's troublemaking incident hadn't even lasted a day. On the timeline, Lawrence had killed Will just last night. There's no need for thanks. This is to repay Uncle Aaron for taking me in, but I suggest you don't get too close to me, or it will bring disaster upon you. Lawrence replied coldly. All right, I understand. Seeing Lawrence's coldness, Roland gave a bitter smile and turned to leave, but Lawrence called him back. Zhongyang Gate's leader, Clem, is not right. It's best if you keep your distance from him. That's impossible. Master Xiao has honor and righteousness. Huey led us into cultivation and even asked us to leave when faced with Will's threat. Roland showed astonishment, never expecting Lawrence to say such things. You should take care of yourself. I'm just giving you a warning. When we'll seize the treasure at Zhongyang Gate, Clem's state was suspicious. Lawrence closed his eyes and meditated, ceasing conversation with Roland. Huey wasn't saying this baselessly. Lawrence's golden core stage was actually more refined than many cultivators, giving him greater insight. Clem and Will were both bone-cleansing realm cultivators. If Clem had resisted Will, his injuries would have been much more severe. Moreover, Clem was very old, stuck at the bone-cleansing realm. But obtaining half of a Xingray ginseng root might allow his cultivation to break through to the golden core stage. If Lawrence were in Clem's place, the best plan would be to collaborate with Will to put on a show. This way, he wouldn't gain ill repute and could split the spiritual treasure to reach the golden core stage. Or perhaps Mystic Opportunity Sect promised something to Clem. None of this could be confirmed now that Will was dead. Well, these are just speculations. What's most important now is breaking through to the golden core stage. Lawrence put aside trivial matters and focused on meditation to reach the cavern essence stage. Only reaching the cavern essence stage would give him the qualification to return to the Sawyer imperial dynasty and avenge his family. Incidentally, the cultivation techniques he practiced were given to him by Cord. Cord occasionally evolved techniques which he randomly handed over to Lawrence, including 2 Xian grade cultivation methods. Cultivators, after receiving immortal level opportunities and meeting certain conditions, could also obtain rewards. Otherwise, those receiving immortal level opportunities would revolt. Because of these small favors, they realized they didn't necessarily need to receive immortal level opportunities to get rewards. For example, in the activity of chopping moondrop stones daily, during the 5th chain of activities, cultivators needed to find friends' assistance to collect the 4 characters Holt Cave Dwelling to obtain a progress protection card. Finding the same font of the 4 characters 100 times earned a stage reward. No one had found all 4 characters yet, but someone had found 500 xiao characters. That cultivator was frustrated, finding 500 xiao characters but still missing the other 3. Core drew inspiration from a similar 5 blessing activity. Fortunately, that cultivator had received 5 stage rewards, so he wasn't entirely fruitless, and he continued seeking friends' assistance, trying to find all 4 characters to protect his progress. Time passed between activities and cultivation. Over the next half-month, cultivators gradually accepted Mayuet Chandler, becoming the receptionist. Many cultivators liked receiving opportunities from her. Opportunities could now be obtained from Mayuet Chandler and Adelia Huilian besides being struck in the Holt Cave. Management became easier, making it more convenient for cultivators to receive opportunities. Cultivators far and wide came to Holt Cave daily, raising Cord's popularity to nearly 300,000. Spiritual Qi reached the 3,000th floor. On the 8th day, a massive procession arrived at the foot of Green Pine Mountain, not an army of cultivators, but the Sawyer Imperial Dynasty's contingent. The people from the Sawyer Imperial Dynasty had come. They were looking for Lawrence. A middle-aged man in a pure gold sedan leaned his chin in his hand, exclaiming impatiently, "Is Lawrence hiding on this mountain? Come, level it for me." ###Chapter 75. You want to take away the master of Bliss Valley? Are you awake yet? The Sawyer dynasty is the largest secular power in East Continent. It has existed for several centuries, and although the secular world and the cultivation realm are largely separate, a few hundred years is considered extremely short by cultivator standards. Higher realms barely care about such time spans. However, the cultivation realm cannot completely detach from the secular world. Most low-rank cultivators originate from ordinary life, escaping from mundane affairs. Therefore, the Sawyer dynasty actually possesses the largest base of cultivators. Many high-realm cultivators also have connections with the Sawyer dynasty because their families and descendants remain in the secular world, benefiting from its protection. Various intertwined relationships make the Sawyer dynasty's influence deeply rooted within the cultivation realm, even though it is not a cultivation sect. This mountain is rather obstructive. Have 3,000 foundation establishment cultivators clear it away. The man sitting on a pure gold palanquin spoke casually. Huey was a middle-aged man with a handsome mustache, exuding an aura of imperial dominance. Huey was none other than the current emperor of the Sawyer dynasty, Andre. Andre had reached the nascent soul stage in the cave concealment realm, a notable figure even within the entire East Continent's cultivation world. Moreover, he was quite young, as records indicated that he hadn't even reached a century old yet. Despite this, Andre appeared middle-aged, which puzzled many. As he gazed at the leisure grotto, he recalled various legends he had heard on his way here and felt indignant. This was merely a mountain cave residence. Sect Tranquility and Eremitless Gate were third-rate sections. How could they dare to boast so much about this grotto with just a handful of people? Despite Shun Huiji of Sect Tranquility having a higher realm than Andre, the latter held him in contempt. Such a rural sect lacked any significant history or resources, and thus couldn't be taken seriously. As for Eremitless Gate, it shared the same patron as the Sawyer dynasty, the immortal Origin Mountain. Therefore, there wasn't much reverence for them either. However, Andre had his own powerful backers behind the scenes. Compared to the Sawyer dynasty, Eremitless Gate had far fewer cultivators. The true strength of the Sawyer dynasty was like an iceberg, only revealing a small portion. Flattening Eremitless Gate would not be difficult if they chose to do so. Thus, Andre had no fear or respect for this grotto when he arrived. An immortal? Nonsense. There's no such thing as immortals in grottos. It's merely a spirit residing within. The Sawyer dynasty's vast influence meant they had deeper knowledge about grottos than most cultivators. Everything had a spirit, and grottos could generate spiritual entities. A spirit impersonating a fallen great cultivator was no longer a secret within the royal family. So Andre came with two intentions: to retrieve Lawrence and to expose the so-called immortal spirit inside the grotto. Just as Andre ordered the destruction of Green Pine Mountain, a minister responsible for intelligence collection stepped forward and loudly protested. "Your Majesty, please reconsider. I have received accurate information that this place indeed has immortal beasts guarding it. All troublemakers on Green Pine Mountain have been punished, including Gervais of Eremitless Gate, who was frozen into an ice sculpture and still struggles to expel the cold energy." Ordinarily, hearing about immortal beasts would terrify anyone, but Andre remained fearless and continued. "Immortal beast? What arrogance! How can there be real immortal beasts? These incompetent cultivators mistake ascending stage spirit beasts for immortal beasts." His displeasure grew, believing it was all talk from lower-tier cultivators. "Your Majesty, our mission is simply to retrieve Lawrence. Let's not complicate matters," the intelligence minister pleaded. In reality, his realm was even higher than Andre's, assisting but also monitoring the operation. Emperor Chaz worried about his descendants overreaching, so he sent a confidant along. Fine. I understand. Don't nag. I will personally capture Lawrence." With a wave of his sleeve, Andre stepped into the air, and his golden dragon throne transformed into a golden dragon under his feet. Not only was it his seat, but it was also a treasure, a rank 9 xuanhuan grade magical artifact. For a cave concealment cultivator to possess a rank 9 xuanhuan grade weapon was exceptional. Above 9 was perfect, then supreme. Even Yang Shan realm Rosalie only wielded a supreme xuanhuan grade weapon. Despite being just a rank 9, Andre's golden dragon carriage demonstrated immense wealth and power. Flying through the sky, the The golden dragon carriage soon arrived at the entrance of the leisure grotto. Crowds gathered as cultivators noticed the airborne arrival of Andre. Who is this guy? To dare fly on Green Pine Mountain, he must be seeking death. Yet technically, Cord never banned flying. It was a tacit agreement among the cultivators. So this is the leisure grotto? My blood resonates so strongly. Yes, Lawrence is here. Confirming Lawrence's presence, Andre landed before the grotto and was about to enter when a silvery voice stopped him. Fellow Taoist, have you obtained the ultimate fortune of the leisure grotto? Would you like to see, little me? Turning his head, Andre was instantly stunned. Huey saw Rosalie, dressed as a maid and smiling at him. At that moment, he finally understood the phrase, a glance that creates 1,000 graces. His harem was nothing compared to her beauty. How could such a woman exist and work as a maid here? What a waste. Woman, say no more. Come back with me to the dynasty, and I will provide you a life of unimaginable nobility. Huey declared boldly, walking up to Rosalie. Nearby cultivators raised eyebrows. Where did this brute come from? Did he know who he was speaking to? Trying to offer noble life to the master of Bliss Valley, Rosalie? The situation was too complex to describe. Translation notes. Leisure Grotto and Bliss Valley are used for the locations. Pinyin names are maintained as provided. The tone and style of the original text are preserved while ensuring fluent English. Chapter 76. Actually hiding a divine beast? Luciano had clearly never met Rosalie before. Perhaps he had once heard the name of Rosalie, the master of Huanxi Valley, but given his level, he was not yet in the same league as Rosalie. Huanxi Valley did not take the entire Sawyer Imperial Dynasty seriously at all. If divided by the standards of Cord's previous online games, the Sawyer Imperial Dynasty could barely be considered a gold-tier force at best. Huanxi Valley was a brilliant diamond, and the Sawyer Imperial Dynasty didn't even know which way the doors of Huanxi Valley opened. The disparity between them was self-evident. However, the rulers of the Sawyer Imperial Dynasty were delusional. Luciano always believed that the Sawyer Imperial Dynasty was a first-class power and was comparable to Xuanhuan Mountain. There was some reason for this misconception. Many senior cultivators from East Continent had come from the Sawyer Imperial Dynasty. Cultivators usually gave their hometowns a little favor and refrained from exposing everything. Plus, the wide reach of the Sawyer Imperial Dynasty meant they had found many immortal abodes and accumulated profound resources, leading them to mistakenly believe in their own strength. Much like a gold-tier player mistakenly thinking they were on par with a diamond-tier player. At this moment, Luciano felt no reverence at all and directly said he wanted to take Rosalie away. Huey, sure thing. If young master can complete the opportunity event in Holt Cave, there will truly be a chance to take me away. Rosalie smiled radiantly, her eyes curving into crescent moons, while the beauty spot at the corner of her eye added a touch of seductiveness. This made Luciano stare in awe. His Tao heart and imperial mind were shaken by a mere breath stage attendant. Huey even felt an urge to abandon everything for her love, forsaking his kingdom for beauty. But Luciano hadn't thought about why none of the cultivators present dared to forcibly take Rosalie. They weren't blind. I am taking you away today. Come back with me to the Sawyer Imperial Dynasty, and henceforth you shall be the Empress, second only to one person but above 10,000 others. If you wish to step into the cultivation world, I will pour all resources onto you. Luciano directly made promises to Rosalie. An emperor's word was sacred. If Luciano said it, it must be true. If this promise was heard by any breath stage cultivator, they would be overjoyed. The foundation of the Sawyer Imperial Dynasty was enough for a cultivator to break through the innate stage. But what did this mean to Rosalie? Cord had taken 5 rings from her, and all the foundations of the Sawyer Imperial Dynasty combined couldn't match even one of those rings. Out of politeness and performance evaluation, Rosalie still replied with a friendly smile. Young master, if you wish to take me away, you must complete the event. Otherwise, you cannot take me away. Upon hearing this, Luciano threw his head back and laughed crazily. Haha, laughable, utterly laughable. I, the mighty emperor of the Sawyer Imperial Dynasty, cannot take you away. The expressions of the cultivators present turned peculiar again. It was just the emperor of the Sawyer Imperial Dynasty, not someone particularly noteworthy. To cultivators, the Sawyer Imperial Dynasty was just a mundane power. It couldn't compare to the genuine might of powerful cultivator forces, let alone Holt Cave allowing Luciano to take Rosalie away. Even if he managed to do so, Rosalie was a formidable being at the Yangshan realm. At the time, Luciano's low realm wouldn't withstand being drained dry. But the cultivators remained silent, bearing with it. Those of lower realms knew speaking up would be ignored by Luciano, while those of higher realms just waited to see the show and didn't bother telling him the truth. Why did he think he could arrogantly take Rosalie away right after arriving? Didn't he see all the cultivators diligently doing tasks? Facing Luciano's arrogance, Rosalie maintained her gentle smile. She tried hard not to laugh. Her training meant she wouldn't lose composure unless she couldn't help it. Recalling how she had once stepped into the grand completion of the Harmony formation, wielding a divine weapon and treading on a celestial formation, only to be easily suppressed by Cord, Luciano actually imagined challenging Holt Cave. What else could that be but courting death? Seeing him act so arrogantly without realizing it was foolish, she found it amusing yet couldn't laugh. This was the first time Rosalie felt that being a mascot wasn't easy. I am taking you away today. Let's see who can stop me. As Luciano reached out to grab Rosalie's hand, almost instantaneously, an extremely cold blast shot out from Holt Cave, heading straight for his face, seemingly also enveloping Rosalie beside him. Hold on, you foul snake. Are you holding a grudge? You challenged the Fuxing mirror yourself and now blame me? Rosalie jumped in surprise and immediately protested. Now that she was an employee of Holt Cave, its power naturally protected her. Unless the cave was breached, it was nearly impossible to harm her within it. After the ice mist dissipated, strangely, Luciano wasn't entirely frozen, but he shivered violently, covered in thick white frost. This cave truly has something strange. Without the Jalan Sanctuary's battle robe, I probably would have frozen to death here today. Are there really divine beasts? Luciano hadn't expected Holt Cave to actually have divine beasts guarding it. Huey wore a battle robe from Jialan Sanctuary, inscribed with an array that transferred damage to the watch sky pond of Jialan Sanctuary. Speaking of Luciano's lineage, the Jialan Sanctuary, though relatively young, it was already a top-tier force on the continent. The origin of this sanctuary was a story in itself. Years ago, a cultivator with full-element celestial spirit roots named Jamie washed himself with supreme spirit moon water, swiftly breaking through to the immortal realm, stunning the entire land. After his successful ascension to Penglai Immortal Mountain, the remaining forces gradually developed around the spirit moon water, riding on the momentum of an immortal, eventually forming the current Jialan Sanctuary. The strength of Jialan Sanctuary surpassed even xuanhuan Mountain, making it a top force in Central Land. Few people knew that Luciano, the emperor of the Sire Imperial Dynasty, was actually an inner disciple of Jialan Sanctuary. Over years of development, the Sire Imperial Dynasty's influence had intertwined deeply with Jialan Sanctuary, and Jialan valued the Sire Imperial Dynasty as a key partner for expanding into East Continent. Thus, Luciano was accepted as a core inner disciple and given a spiritual artifact from the sanctuary. Any lethal attacks against Luciano would be redirected to Jialan's Watch Sky Pond, where the sanctuary's great ones could protect him. Due to this, Luciano acted arrogantly. Yet, the attack from the divine beast caused considerable trouble for Jialan Sanctuary. Chapter 77. The Jialan Holy Land, the two elders of absolute sound. The Humbert Tianqi is the place where high-ranking cultivators in the Jialan Holy Land come for secluded cultivation. This was once the site of an exquisite Xuanch-level spirit moon clear spring. After so many years of use, the original spring had long since dried up. It's clear that the full-nature Huevenly root cultivators who ascended to immortality lived hundreds or even 1,000 years ago, and their legacy, including the spiritual treasure sites, were naturally excavated dry by others. For the sake of becoming immortals, every generation of patriarchs must have tried digging here several times, inevitably leading to its drying up over time. The current Humbert Tianqi now holds only first-grade spirit moon, clear spring water of the Xuanch level. High-ranking cultivators do not absorb the spring water but sit here, gazing at the sky, sensing the faint traces of celestial fate left behind by the great powers of the Holy Land from ages past. Suddenly, a frigid qi descended from the heavens, this ice qi being intensely and cold, astonishingly containing the essence of the Tao. The entire Humbert Tianqi began freezing over at an incredible speed. Many Yangshan realm cultivators attempted to block it, shivering uncontrollably from the cold. Only those who had achieved full Yangshan could resist slightly. How can this be? 12 of us Yangshan cultivators couldn't stop this chill? What level of attack is this? A full Yangshan? Celestial grade? I feel my divine consciousness is about to freeze over. It absolutely cannot be a Yangshan attack. This is celestial grade. There's a celestial entity attacking the Jialan Holy Land. Quickly summon an immortal. Full Yangshan cultivators can invite down an immortal, which can then suppress the spreading cold. Cultivators working together against the cold each summoned their magical treasures, confining the icy qi within the Humbert Tianqi. Wherever the cold qi passed, 10,000-year-old solid ice formed. Where it didn't pass, life remained lush and thriving. In no time, chaos erupted. A chaotic scene filled with conflicting opinions and shouts. Everyone thought some celestial power was attacking the Jialan Holy Land. Low-ranking cultivators, without any resistance, immediately flew off on their swords to find senior figures from the Holy Land for help. Soon enough, two full Yangshan cultivators arrived on the scene. One tall and slender, holding a qin, a type of zither, the other robust and thick-set, wielding drumsticks. Both were at the peak Yangshan realm, known as the two elders of absolute sound in the Jialan Holy Land. These two used to be cultivators from the Vibration Valley before joining the Jialan Holy Land, creating quite a stir back then. Once they joined, they became particularly sensitive to the detection of immortals and obtained celestial abilities, leading the Jialan Holy Land to elevate them from guest elders to full elder positions. Elders, please step in to block this icy qi and resist the celestial assault. The cultivators of the Jialan Holy Land urgently requested. Celestial assault? This is merely a casual strike from an immortal. Celestial requires celestial to counter. Let me beseech the immortals to bestow their abilities upon us. The slender Jace waved his hand, and his fingers swept across the qin like iron hooks, producing battle array-like melodies. His gaunt frame seemed to transform into a robust figure, akin to a great general commanding thousands on the battlefield. Bam, bam, bam. Accompanying the qin melody was the sound of drumsticks. The sturdy man beside him pounded the air, creating thunderous sounds and the imagery of thousands of troops marching. Two apparitions gradually materialized behind the two elders of absolute sound, both former immortals of the Jialan Holy Land. If these immortals willingly bestowed their celestial abilities, it showed how highly they regarded the two elders. Please, grant your celestial ability, Immortal Cortez of the Jialan Holy Land. Please, grant your celestial ability, Immortal Abdul of the Jialan Holy Land. As if responding to chants, the apparitions gradually solidified and then fragmented, entering the bodies of the two elders. When an immortal bestows celestial abilities, it doesn't mean their soul possesses the recipient. An immortal's fragment of soul may be too intense for a Yangshan cultivator to handle. Cultivators need to reach a certain level to fortify their divine consciousness to such an extent that it can withstand the impact. But sects with immortals want to benefit from their predecessors' protection. So, they opt to receive celestial abilities. By using certain means, they contact immortal forefathers on Penglai Mountain to send down a strand of fortune, thereby empowering cultivators to possess celestial killing abilities even at the Yangshan stage. Now, the two elders of absolute sound, possessing the abilities of two immortals, are far more formidable than ordinary full Yangshan cultivators. They can truly slay celestials. Himph, what audacious brute dares to challenge the Jialan Holy Land? You're courting death. Jace grunted, waving his sleeve, and it seemed everything came back to life, covering the ice with a fine drizzle. Raindrops should have frozen instantly, yet this rain carried vibrant energy, making even the source-level ice incapable of stopping it. Indeed, which novice immortal dared intrude on the Jialan Holy Land? To be so arrogant right after ascending? Jarrett also joined in, his celestial energy reviving all living things, with various plants sprouting from the drizzle, directly melting the solid ice. They worked alternately to disperse the cold until layers of ice mist vanished, stunning all cultivators in the Jialan Holy Land. Where was the intruder? Chapter 78. Shut up, who do you think you are to order around a mortal court? When the ice mist finally dissipated, everyone realized that there was no intruder at all. It felt as if a cold breeze had swept through, coming and going in an instant. Did we make a mistake? Where's the intruder? There is no intruder. It seems the attack came directly from 1,000 miles away. If I'm not mistaken, it followed the Shutu cave. The Shutu spirit treasure is only bestowed upon core inner disciples, right? Which disciple managed to provoke an immortal? The great powers of Jialan Holy Land were instantly flustered. The Shutu spirit treasure, simply put, is equipment provided by Jialan Holy Land for its core inner disciples. To prevent these core disciples from easily perishing, they have set up formations on the magical treasures. Once an enemy's attack exceeds the disciple's realm, the disciple would be teleported via the Shutu cave to the Humbert Tian Pond, where the great powers there would handle the threat. Such equipment is called the Shutu spirit treasure, almost considered a specialty of Jialan Holy Land. This arrangement allows their disciples to be very assertive when traveling outside. Over the years, while the traveling disciples caused quite a few incidents, the attacks they attracted were nothing serious. The Humbert Tian Pond houses many Xiuxian cultivators. Couldn't they handle small issues like concealment or tribulation transcendence realms? No one expected that today an immortal level attack would be provoked. It almost froze the entire Humbert Tian Pond. It's indeed an attack by an immortal who struck from 1,000 miles away. But even immortals cannot recklessly provoke our Jialan Holy Land. Right, let's go see which immortal friend is troubling our core disciples. After saying this, the two elders manually opened the Shutu cave and stepped directly into the void. The Xiuxian cultivators watched enviously. This was the power of immortals. With each step, they shrunk vast distances to mere inches, traversing 1,000 miles in an instant. Meanwhile, deep within Jialan Holy Land, there was a spring bubbling up half a meter deep. 3 elderly cultivators sat in a circle around it. One of them spoke. Arwen went out to resolve the issue? Let them be. The more immortals they seek help from, the less likely they are to become immortals themselves. You're right. Becoming an immortal depends on oneself. Relying on others' power will never make one truly great. The 3 elders exchanged glances and then fell into a meditation akin to deep sleep. If any Jialan Holy Land cultivator saw these 3, they would surely drop their jaws in shock. Jialan Holy Land has 4 immortals in total. The first one was naturally the demon cultivator with a full Chandler Shang, Hu evenly root. The other 3 are the immortals Lynette, Abdul, and Erong Mo, all former abbots whose likenesses are carved into the stone statues in the center of the Holy Land. Yet the 3 figures before them were identical to those statues. They are Jialan Holy Land's greatest safeguards, known only to the current abbot. Far in the East Continent, Andre, still unaware of the trouble he caused, felt the coldness inside him dissipate. A look of disdain appeared on his face. Haha, an immortal beast? So what if it's an immortal beast? It couldn't even kill a concealment realm cultivator. No matter who owns this cave, listen to me. Behind me stands Jialan Holy Land. If you don't want your cave destroyed, release the woman and let Lawrence come out now. The cold wind reminded Andre of his original purpose, to bring back Lawrence. This was a command from Emperor Noel, which Andre could not refuse, even though his cultivation level publicly exceeded that of Noel. Huey knew that the centuries-old demon wasn't simple. Though appearing powerful, he himself was essentially a puppet, capable of being deposed at any moment. Thus, his true backing was Jialan Holy Land, and because of this support, he acted without restraint. Jialan Holy Land? So, the Emperor of the Sawyer Imperial Dynasty is a core inner disciple of Jialan Holy Land? I've heard that Jialan Holy Land's core inner disciples possess a treasure called the Shutu Spirit Treasure, which redirects enemy attacks to the Humbert Tian Pond, filled with powerful cultivators awaiting immortality. My goodness. So, if Humbert Tian Pond remains unbroken, it's nearly impossible to kill a core disciple. Discussions among the present cultivators were lively, and it seemed Andre indeed had reason to act arrogantly. Jialan Holy Land was notoriously protective of its own, so he has backing. No wonder a concealment realm cultivator dares to be so arrogant. Cord pondered inwardly, feeling that cultivators were like radishes. Pulling one out brought along a bunch of roots. Jialan Holy Land sounded impressive just by name. If their cultivators were to join his side, Cord imagined drooling over the thought. Having an entire top-tier sect under his command, the popularity would soar. But it depended on the situation. He needed to see Jialan Holy Land's stance first. Did you hear that, cave owner? This humble servant is a core disciple of Jialan Holy Land. If you don't wish to oppose Jialan Holy Land, quickly bring out Lawrence and let me take the maid away. Andre continued his imperious roar, exuding regal authority. Shut up. Who do you think you are to order around immortal Cord? A young figure slowly emerged from Cord's cave. Lawrence, born ordinary but refusing to remain so, carrying a long sword matching his height, appeared in the common area of the cave. Only then did the gathered cultivators realize that Lawrence had already reached the concealment realm. Chapter 79. Is this an assault on Free and Easy Cave? Has Lawrence reached the cavern concealment stage? The cultivators within the cave showed astonishment. They had watched Lawrence step into the cultivation world as a commoner and witnessed his rapid growth. Now, he had actually become a cavern concealment cultivator. After breaking through from the great perfection of the gold core stage, one would enter the cavern concealment's nascent sea stage. At this point, a baby-like form begins to manifest in the cultivator's sea of consciousness. Upon reaching this stage, a cultivator's appearance and skin would become as delicate as a newborn's. Their personality also becomes more genuine. If summarized in 4 words, it means returning to simplicity. Whereas the gold core stage signifies control over one's destiny, at the nascent sea stage, cultivators revert to their truest nature. Even elderly cultivators at this stage give off the impression of being newly born. Just like Gervais of the Wuxia sect, despite his age, he has youthful looks that defy his actual years. With every breath, they inhale the essence of heaven and earth purely, akin to infants. Their mindset is likened to that of a newborn, untainted and innocent. This is the first realm of the cavern concealment stage, the nascent sea. At this point, cultivators can be said to be invincible. They no longer participate in mortal wars, even severing worldly ties. Many gold core cultivators dream about how to break through to the cavern concealment stage. Now, looking at Lawrence, they felt admiration, envy, and reverence. Sigh, back then, Lawrence disregarded everyone's ridicule, obtaining the immortal-grade treasure of the free and easy cave. Indeed, he soared above us all. Yes, it's terrifying. To reach the nascent sea stage in just 2 months, unheard of. This boy will surely become great in the future. Indeed, Gervais previously thought highly of Lawrence. From now, I bet Lawrence could destroy the Wuxia sect in half a year. It's because the free and easy cave offers powerful opportunities. If I got my hands on an immortal-grade spirit treasure, I could do it too. The cultivators sighed in awe. What they didn't know was that Lawrence's achievement of the cavern concealment stage wasn't without reason. At a young age, he had tasted the full range of human experiences, falling from a high-ranking imperial grandson to picking through scraps on the street, sleeping in doghouses during winter, warming himself beside dogs. Having gone through such diverse experiences, he naturally excelled at the gold core stage. When Lawrence entered the gold core stage, his level was already higher than many who had been at the gold core for years. Combined with his innate heavenly spiritual root, he broke through the gold core stage in record time. Lawrence stepped out of the cave and asked Ainsworth word by word. It's been a long time. What should I call you? My external uncle? Huey didn't attack directly because Lawrence knew the rules of the free and easy cave. So, even facing an enemy, he prioritized these rules. This was Lawrence's respect for the free and easy cave. Lawrence, I never thought one spawn escaped our net. But you've cultivated yourself to the cavern concealment stage. Fine, very fine. Saves us the trouble of nurturing you. Follow me. Ainsworth moved against Lawrence, unleashing his full power as a cavern concealment cultivator, his spirit energy bursting forth dramatically. Under his command, the golden dragon carriage surged within the free and easy cave, its mouth opening wide to bite at Lawrence. A slight smile formed on Lawrence's lips. Despite being an outsider and having suffered setbacks before, Ainsworth still didn't take the free and easy cave's rules seriously. However, Ainsworth believed that the Jialan Holy Land could withstand immortal beast Sally's attack, so he paid little attention. Accustomed to tyranny, he harbored no fear, not even before experts. In analogy, it's like encountering numerous online gamers who assume they can defeat those ranked much higher. It's somewhat like that feeling. Before Lawrence, the golden dragon carriage erupted in dazzling light, while Ainsworth unleashed all his abilities, holding nothing back. But Lawrence didn't even defend, believing in the established rules of the free and easy cave. Do you think this revered one is mere decoration? Cord's voice roared like thunder, and the 7-colored swallow Hueven python Sally acted instantly, aiming the Dao yellow light of its snake eyes at Ainsworth. This time, Cord wasn't holding back. First time, warning. Second time, defending the honor of the free and easy cave. Huey wouldn't allow anyone to challenge the authority repeatedly. If rule violations only led to punishment, what would uphold the rules? Therefore, Cord wanted to set an example. The cultivators within were the monkeys, and Ainsworth was the chicken. Snake eye yellow light? Quite an immortal grade technique, truly intending to kill. With an immortal guardian beast, why struggle with a cavern concealment cultivator, lowering your dignity? Just as Sally struck, 2 figures appeared before Ainsworth, blocking the lethal yellow light. It was the soundless elder and absolute elder of the Jialan Holy Land, emerging from Ainsworth's blood-red battle robe. Both possessed immortal powers, and collectively nullified Sally's attack. Someone can block Sally's attack? Isn't she supposed to have the highest potential for maxed-out fortune? Cord raised an eyebrow. Today's events seemed unusually complex. Could these 2 be immortals too? Cord anticipated immortals eventually coming, but didn't expect them so soon. Seeing the soundless elder and absolute elder counteract the 7-colored swallow Hueven python's attack, the cultivators looked at them in confusion. These 2 are. One melody breaks hearts. Where can one find a soulmate under the vast sky? They are the soundless and absolute elders of the Jialan Holy Land. Soundless and absolute elders? Guest elders of the Jialan Holy Land, who can summon immortals. Are they going to assault the free and easy cave? The cultivators craned their necks. Would the free and easy cave fall today to 2 immortals? This marked the first clash between the top-notch mainland force, Jialan Holy Land, and the free and easy cave. Chapter 80. Xiuxian Grand Perfection Immortal Ability Cultivator? Join the Qi condensation stage for some fun. Haha, so many Dao companions are here. Today we will protect Andre. Does the cave owner still intend to forcibly deliver a killing blow? The twin Jace Fagan chuckled, clearly believing that Cord wouldn't dare take action. Even if he were an initial stage immortal, encountering 2 Xiuxian Grand Perfection cultivators with immortal abilities would make him think twice. Though it's said that all beings beneath immortals are mere ants. If those ants have immortal abilities, then it's an entirely different matter. They wouldn't be ordinary ants. They'd be army ants capable of causing lethal damage. Initial stage immortals often don't have a firm grasp on immortal techniques. In such situations, being suppressed by an immortal ability user is not entirely impossible. But the twin Jace Fagan underestimated Cord's determination to establish and enforce his rules. If Cord backed down now, all his painstakingly laid down rules would amount to nothing. Cultivators would come to know that as long as one had enough power, they could seize opportunities and treasures from the Holt Cave. While they might understand that there was little they could do, they would undoubtedly feel disheartened. To put it plainly, the prosperity of the Holt Cave stemmed from achieving three things: fairness, fairness, and more fairness. Human hearts don't easily crumble but can be shattered quickly by unfairness. Currently, in the Holt Cave, whether it's Ascension Stage Xiuxian cultivators or Constitution Forging cultivators at the secondary level, everyone is diligently participating in events to gain opportunities together. If, someday, a cultivator were to forcibly break the balance of the Holt Cave through sheer strength, everyone might inevitably develop the thought that enough power could overturn the Holt Cave. This would be extremely fatal for both Cord and the reputation of the Holt Cave. So Cord did not intend to give these immortal ability users any face. Even if an immortal personally came, as long as they were within the cave, Cord would not back down. Both of you, Andre has repeatedly challenged my cave's rules. Huey must die. Anyone who protects him shall meet the same fate. Cord's voice echoed throughout the cave, and he himself revealed his presence. The twin Jace Fagan, who had lived for countless years, felt a brief dizziness upon seeing Cord. In all their years, they had never encountered someone so handsome and valiant. Such beauty only existed in the legends of the Divine Continent Annals. The Divine Continent Annals once recorded the people with the highest beauty in the world, almost beyond description. These mythical figures were referred to as readers by wandering immortals, and it was said that every reader was stunningly handsome. But one day they all vanished, leaving behind only legendary tales about their beauty. Now, Cord's appearance matched those ancient figures in the Divine Continent Annals, showcasing just how handsome he was. However, the twin Jace Fagan soon recovered, as Cord wasn't a practitioner of seductive arts like the Bliss Valley, unable to captivate them for long. The tall cultivator holding a chain steadied himself and loudly asked Cord, "Are you the owner of the Holt Cave?" "Yes. We are here today to protect Andre. Can you let us pass?" "No." Cord remained unperturbed. Anyone who dared challenge the Holt Cave's rules multiple times had to be eliminated. It was a demonstration, a way to show that the Holt Cave even defied immortals, or else future cultivators would continue to question its integrity. "Do you really not give any face at all?" "That's not entirely true. If you two serve as stewards in the Holt Cave for 1,000 years, I can consider sparing his life." Cord put forward his condition, having the twin Jace Fagan serve as stewards in the Holt Cave for a millennium. That way, they could provide unparalleled popularity. Unfortunately, the twin Jace Fagan had no intention of agreeing to Cord's terms. Upon hearing this, they displayed signs of humiliation and anger. A gentleman can be killed but not humiliated. To imprison us for 1,000 years might as well be death. With that, they launched an attack imbued with immortal abilities straight at Cord. Alas, what a pity, even Rosalie agreed. "Why can't you agree?" Cord sighed. Since negotiations had failed, he decided to let Blythe handle the situation. Blythe, the seven-colored swallowing xiuxian python, was a famous immortal beast from the Divine Continent Annals. Its mere presence alone made the twin Jace Fagan feel immense pressure. When the seven-colored swallowing xiuxian python appeared, the twin Jace Fagan were utterly shocked, their resolve crumbling without any desire to resist. They were merely immortal ability users, while Blythe was a true immortal beast. There was a huge disparity in power. Run. Faced with such a formidable immortal beast, the twin Jace Fagan had no thoughts of staying. Initially, they seemed fierce, but after encountering the immortal beast, they deeply realized it was beyond their capability to fight. Unless they were willing to risk everything, they couldn't possibly match Blythe. "Do you want to leave after coming here?" Cord instantly suppressed the twin Jace Fagan, reducing their realm from Yangshan Grand Perfection with immortal abilities directly to the Qi condensation stage. This left the twin Jace Fagan in a state of shock. Immortal ability users could be suppressed? How outrageous. What kind of background does this cave have? The immortal abilities bestowed by the upper realms have vanished? There must be an immortal formation inside the cave. "Skinny old man, we've hit a tough nail today. We should directly invite an immortal." This time, the twin Jace Fagan held nothing back. They decided to invoke an immortal's descent. Typically, Yangshan Grand Perfection cultivators couldn't withstand a single thread of immortal soul from an immortal, and the arrival of an immortal would greatly impact the cultivators. But there are always exceptions, and these rules didn't apply to the twin Jace Fagan, who had received too many grants of immortal abilities, gradually adapting their bodies to temporarily contain a thread of immortal soul. Still, the consequences were severe. At this point, they didn't care much. To escape the Holt Cave, or perhaps dismantle it, the twin Jace Fagan were ready to fight to the death. Chapter 81. Possessed by an immortal? Not a chance. Summoning an immortal to possess one's body is the most potent technique in the mortal world for cultivators. After reaching Mount Ponglai, immortals rarely return to the earthly realm. Their immortal bodies require a vast amount of spiritual energy to sustain, and the spiritual energy in the earthly realm cannot support them. Thus, it's uncommon to see immortals in the lower realms unless they are hunted down and fall from the immortal realm. Even then, their survival is unlikely due to their inability to heal injuries. This was the case with the immortal in Sienna's accidentally trespassed immortal cave, who, having been injured in the pursuit, eventually perished within his own cave. Since immortals seldom descend into the earthly realm, what should sects do if they face catastrophic destruction? There are two methods. The first involves receiving divine power from the immortal. A great perfection Yang spirit cultivator can accept a portion of the immortal's power, boosting their strength temporarily beyond the Yang spirit stage to resolve a crisis. The second method is summoning an immortal for possession. The idea originated when cultivators observed weasels transforming into spirits that could possess humans. Lower realm cultivators would use special means to invite these spirit weasels into their bodies, performing various supernatural acts, even fortune-telling and answering questions. To commoners, this seemed miraculous, but to cultivators, it was a trivial sideshow, not to be taken seriously. However, there was one individual from the common folk who played tricks involving the summoning of spirits. Upon entering the cultivation world, he gradually ascended to become an immortal known as Immortal Elliot. Huey established a sect called the Erenji sect, leaving behind the method of inviting immortals to possess practitioners. But over time, the Erenji sect couldn't withstand the test of time. Its disciples relied too heavily on spirit possession, weakening their foundations. They were severely weakened during a great battle against demon cultivators and ultimately disappeared, their secret techniques scattered. Later, this spirit summoning technique came into the hands of the Jialan Sanctuary, which then passed it to the two seniors Chandler and Fagan. After long-term training with the granted divine power from immortals, they had developed the ability to invite immortals to possess them. Now, under suppression by Cord, they had no choice but to invoke the immortals. Disciple in distress, humbly beseeching the Penglai fairyland, may a wisp of immortal Cortez's soul enter my body. Disciple in distress, humbly beseeching the Penglai fairyland, may a wisp of immortal Abdul's soul enter my body. Seniors Chandler and Fagan raised their hands high, chanting aloud. Their feet moved in extremely complex patterns, seemingly imbued with the essence of the Tao. Their words sounded like incantations of street sorcerers, yet carried the solemnity of immortals. Mist began to emerge from their eyes, and their chi cultivation level soared rapidly, returning from the transcendent stage back to the great perfection young spirit stage in the blink of an eye. The two seniors were in excruciating discomfort. Such drastic fluctuations in their cultivation levels posed immense strain on their bodies. Summoning immortals? So the ultimate secret of the Erenji sect has indeed fallen into the hands of the Jialan Sanctuary. Rumors are not unfounded after all. Who would have thought I'd witness the Erenji sect's ultimate skill today? Two immortals of the Jialan Sanctuary summoned. These are truly renowned cultivators. Yes, Immortal Cortez once single-handedly pursued a powerful evil cultivator to the far west of China, where their fierce battle caused a rainless desert to receive continuous drizzle for 49 days. Immortal Cortez gained fame from this feat. And Immortal Abdul was equally formidable. When northern cultivators came south to seize resources due to the sparse spiritual energy in the north, the newly ascended Immortal Abdul transformed miles of frozen wasteland into lush green fields, enabling crops to grow, thereby ending the conflict between southern and northern cultivators. The assembled cultivators spoke non-stop about the two immortals of the Jialan Sanctuary, captivated by their stories. As they narrated the immortals' deeds, their eyes shone with anticipation. Legendary immortals were before them. Even if only as wisps of souls, they were true immortals. Where are we? There's an immortal beast here. No wonder they wanted us to possess them. Jace, possessing the soul of Immortal Cortez, opened his eyes first. His appearance changed dramatically. His skin became delicate, water trickled uncontrollably from his eyes, and lifting a hand made his sleeves appear drenched in rain. This was a disadvantage of great perfection young spirit summoning. An immortal's wisp was too much for the body to handle, causing various mutations. As it turns out, we're facing a 7-colored swallow xuanhuan python. No wonder they needed us. Unfortunately, this body won't defeat the python. We must leave. Jarrett, possessing Immortal Abdul, underwent even more dramatic changes. Plants sprouted all over his body, and a green spirit herb grew from his eyes, appearing quite terrifying. Upon possession, the immortals quickly understood the situation but chose not to engage, immediately retreating towards the exit of the Xinxia cave. What? The immortals are retreating? They aren't going to fight? The cultivators were stunned. The immortals' first action was to retreat. Not so fast. Stay right there. Cord raised his hand toward the immortals, activating the cave's grand formation to stop them. Witnessing this, the cultivators went wild. Immortals trying to escape, and Cord wouldn't let them? They always knew they underestimated the Xinxia cave, but now realized it wasn't just underestimation. It was a lack of imagination. Chapter 82. Not even immortals are exempt. Damn it, no way. Was Edlin going to detain an immortal? At the sight of immortals, my first thought is to pay homage. They are the ultimate goal for all cultivators like us. Yet Edlin is still detaining immortals. How terrifying. Getting on his bad side is truly horrifying. What the hell? I've never seen anyone so domineering and arrogant. Anyone who doesn't abide by the rules won't be spared, not even immortals. Immortal Cortez and Immortal Abdul are legendary figures, but they can't act recklessly within Tranquil Freedom Cave. Tranquil Freedom Cave indeed values fairness. It's real fairness. From latter-day cultivators to immortals, everyone is treated equally. Impressive. The cultivators were all in a frenzy. They couldn't believe Cord was truly daring enough to take action against immortals, even with the presence of a celestial-grade guardian beast inside the cave. Erentalhua, the rainbow swallow xuanhuan python, was just one, and whether it could take on two immortals was uncertain. Even if it could win, it would likely be a narrow victory at great cost. But despite this, Cord was resolutely using forceful means to uphold the authority of Tranquil Freedom Cave, refusing to let anyone casually break his established rules. The logic was simple. If Andre insisted on forcibly taking Rosalie away without participating in the activity, the first time was a warning. The second time would mean death. No one could protect him, not even immortals. This was the rule. Nobody could cross it, not even immortals. Thinking about this, low-level cultivators felt their blood boil. Truly, Edlin had the means of an immortal. You actually dared to make a move? Feeling Cord activate the All Beings Equality Array again, Immortal Cortez and Immortal Abdul immediately flared up, glaring angrily at Cord. They hadn't expected a being from the lower realms to have such audacity, daring to act even against two immortals. The All Beings Equality Array was indeed a celestial array, but it mostly targeted classes below immortals. For beings above the immortal level, it wouldn't take immediate effect. At this moment, a thin, almost invisible barrier rose around Jaysexy and Jaretdui, resisting the invasion of the All Beings Equality Array. The array launched its attack as if thousands of swords were striking at once. Though the barrier was barely holding up under this assault, it seemed like it could withstand it for a few more seconds. A few seconds were enough for the two elders to escape from Tranquil Freedom Cave. Yes, escape. If people outside knew this, probably no one in the entire Divine Continent would believe that two immortals had to escape from a single cave. But this was reality. Both Immortal Cortez and Immortal Abdul acknowledged they might not be able to defeat the Rainbow Day Python. Correction, slay, has been changed to defeat, for a more natural fit in English, assuming Tun Day Python is intentionally left untranslated. If Tun should be translated, please provide context or preferred translation for that term. For the most accurate and fluent translation, it would be beneficial to have Tun properly translated or explained. Could you clarify if Tun should remain as is or be translated to something like swallow, or another term fitting the context? Especially with the All Beings Equality Array, carrying fragments of Supreme Tao, continuously assaulting their immortal barriers. The Immortal Barrier, also known as the unbreachable boundary between mortals and immortals. In all these years on the Divine Continent, records of killing immortals were few and far between. The reason was simple. Immortals were cultivators who had climbed the Mount Penglai, witnessing extraordinary sights and mastering unique arts. These should be called celestial arts. The most basic defensive celestial art was the Immortal Barrier, a thin layer that for mortal cultivators was an insurmountable chasm. Once, a nascent immortal who had yet to ascend opened the Immortal Barrier and allowed an entire sect's disciples to attack it, only to find that after 3 days and nights of attacks by dozens of Yangshan grandmasters, the barrier remained unbroken. Later, the Immortal Barrier was universally recognized as unbreakable by mortal cultivators. Now, however, it seemed Cord was about to penetrate this shield. The All Beings Equality Array unleashed tens of thousands, even hundreds of thousands of tiny origin Tao celestial needles, constantly attacking Immortal Cortez and Immortal Abdul. Once the barrier was broken, their realms would immediately be suppressed down to chi cultivation. Witnessing this scene, the cultivators stared in disbelief, muttering, "The barriers of the two immortals are severely worn. If I hadn't seen it with my own eyes, I wouldn't believe it. Worn out? Looks like it can barely hold. The power of each celestial needle from Tranquil Freedom Cave is enough to kill me 100 times over. This is what a battle between immortals looks like? Terrifying, absolutely terrifying. I never knew Tranquil Freedom Cave had such a fearsome array. No wonder Rosalie was instantly suppressed. What unfolded in mid-air surpassed the imaginations of the cultivators. First, Andre provoked Tranquil Freedom Cave twice. Then, the two guest elders from Jalan's sacred land arrived with their celestial abilities. Then they were instantly suppressed by Cord. But Elders Chanlerxi and Fagandui did not yield, directly using the Spirit Wilderness sect's ultimate skills to summon immortals into their bodies. The first thing the immortals did upon possession was attempt to flee Tranquil Freedom Cave. Those were immortals. The situation was so absurd that the minds of the cultivators struggled to keep up. The most unbelievable part wasn't the immortals trying to flee. It was that Cord didn't allow them to flee. Two esteemed immortals, capable of summoning deserts or turning hands into icy plains, and Cord was still blocking them. The most frightening thing was that Tranquil Freedom Cave genuinely had this ability. Friend Taoist, leave room for future encounters. I don't care if you destroy the Sawyer Imperial Dynasty, but since this person is a core disciple of the inner circle of Jalan's sacred land, he must not die. Jace, or perhaps now Immortal Cortez, shouted loudly. By this point, they know, these two immortals, were bearing down on the entrance of the cave with Andre, nearly ready to leave Tranquil Freedom Cave. Hope shone in their eyes. Until, Chapter 83, Every Man for Himself in Times of Crisis. Suddenly, a pitch-black snake mouth lunged toward them, poised to swallow the three into its belly. Cheatsai Tunshin Python Sally was a genuine celestial beast. Even if the two immortals Lynette and Abdul were present in person, Sally might not fear them. Not to mention they only had a sliver of an immortal soul possessing their bodies. This was why, at the very moment they saw the Cheatsai Tunshin Python, immortals Lynette and Abdul chose to flee without even considering negotiating with Cord. Perhaps many cultivators' understanding of the Cheatsai Tunshin Python came only from the divine records of Shenzhou, so they did not know how formidable Sally truly was. But the more one interacted with it, the more one understood, and consequently, the more fear one felt. After all, divine records of Shenzhou was a travelogue written by traveling immortals before ascending to the Penglai paradise. If those immortals descended again, they would certainly revise divine records of Shenzhou to let cultivators know just how famous this celestial beast was in the paradise. Let's put it this way, the Cheatsai Tunshin Python was an incomparably powerful existence even in the Penglai paradise, having devoured countless fledgling immortals. Those who could manipulate weather in the lower realms were helpless, even risking their lives against this sky-piercing giant serpent. Earlier, Rosalie could wound Sally, but that injury was superficial, barely needing a bandage. For a celestial beast, such minor damage didn't count as a true wound. The only thing that could truly injure Sally was its own attack, its stubborn attempt to shatter the mirror of Erenfi. Otherwise, even if Rosalie struck for 49 days, there might still be no serious wounds. Simply put, the blows were not severe enough to harm it. Seeing the two immortals attempting to escape, this terrifying Cheatsai Tunshin Python immediately made its move. Oh no! Immortal Lynette shouted. Their attention had been focused on the grand array of the Cord's cave residents, momentarily forgetting the celestial guardian beast. At this moment, both immortals felt bitter. How could they have imagined that a small cave residence harbored such formidable power? Quickly, under this urgent situation, Immortal Abdul disregarded his image and curled up in midair, trying to roll away like a tumbleweed. Unexpectedly, Errol, as a core disciple of Jalan Holy Land, suddenly stomped on Immortal Abdul's back. Black-blue energy erupted wildly, sending Abdul forcefully toward the massive mouth of the Cheatsai Tunshin Python. You scoundrel, dare you do this? Abdul was livid, never expecting to be betrayed. Ha ha ha, weren't the two immortals here to save me? Why not go all the way and send me to safety? At this life or death juncture, Errol showed his treacherous nature, willing to betray two immortals to save himself. Clearly, he deemed his own survival paramount. In normal circumstances, would he dare kick an immortal? That barrier would instantly shatter his leg into powder. But now, immortal Abdul's shield was fully resisting the eroding array of equality, thinning almost invisibly, leaving him defenseless and completely unprepared for Sawyer's action. Errol, how dare you do this? Don't forget we are just strands of immortal souls. Even if Chandlerju elders xuanhuan are destroyed, we will remain. Then your Sawyer imperial dynasty will face disaster. Lynette's tone turned icy, seeing this betrayal. As immortals, they had come to save a core inner disciple, only to be betrayed by him at a critical moment. Though they were mere strands of immortal souls, failure to withdraw would cause them injury. Immortal's wrath was something Errol absolutely couldn't withstand. Ha ha ha, if one does not act in self-interest, one risks annihilation. You think my backing is only Jialan Holy Land? How naive, too naive. Let the Sawyer dynasty perish if you will. Wouldn't I rather see you destroy the Sawyer dynasty yourselves? Would you dare to when Jialan has long wished to extend its reach into East Continent? Errol burst into maniacal laughter, filled with overbearing confidence, then swiftly turned and fled the Cord's cave residence, riding a 9th-grade Supreme Golden Dragon carriage. Cord, unable to leave the cave to chase after him, could only watch Sawyer vanish into the distance. How could the culprit actually escape? Cord frowned. Sawyer had twice provoked Cord's cave residence. Logically, he should have been killed as a warning. However, he hadn't anticipated Sawyer had so many cards to play, or that he could use the immortals as stepping stones to escape. Should I let Sally chase him? Cord pondered. If Sally pursued him, undoubtedly it could kill Sawyer. But that would attract too much attention. Cord intended only for the Chitsai Tunshin python to serve as a guardian of the cave, wary that too much prominence might invite various forces to attack the cave. As a businessman aiming to build connections with cultivators, Cord wanted harmonious relationships, not attacks. For now, the Chitsai Tunshin python should stay within the cave. It seems I can only let it be. Relying solely on the immortal residents and beasts is inconvenient. I must attain the 10,000-layer chi condensation stage soon to leave the cave. Cord thought inwardly. His current residents and celestial beasts were top-notch, but he was weak, merely in the chi condensation stage, unable to leave the cave. To gain more cultivators' trust, he needed to work harder. Chapter 84. I come from Earth. Xian had fled, leaving an awkward silence. The two immortals trapped in the seven-colored sky swallowing Python's mouth. Would Cord still kill them? Initially, they were only caught up in the conflict and then betrayed mercilessly by Xian. It truly was a tragic situation. Finally, Cord broke the awkwardness. Errantal Flower, let them go, he said with a shake of his head. Since Xian had escaped, there was no longer a reason for him to kill the immortals. Immortals, even just their soul strands, provided an astronomical amount of prestige. One immortal directly added 50,000 points of prestige. They had lingered long enough to begin contributing to the popularity of Cord's estate. To clarify, high-level cultivators did not provide prestige merely by stepping into the estate. Although they could contribute 50,000 points, they needed to stay within the estate for 3 hours. Earlier, Rosalie was also like this. It wasn't an instant 50,000. It required time to accumulate. But now that Rosalie was imprisoned within Cord's estate, this was no major issue. Cord turned his attention back to the two immortals. Both immortal friends, since you've come all this way, would you like to sit down for a while in my estate? Cord invited Lynette and Abdul. The two immortals exchanged glances, then looked at the seven-colored sky swallowing Python and sighed inwardly. There was no choice. Circumstances dictated the outcome. Did they really have the option to refuse? It's fine. I didn't expect your estate to actually have an immortal formation, and such a complete one at that. I only managed to hold on for a few breaths, Lynette sighed, maintaining a respectful tone. After all, losing even a strand of an immortal soul would be significant. The feeling inside a snake's mouth is truly unpleasant, sticky and suffocating. However, I didn't think you could command a seven-colored sky swallowing python to such a degree. Abdul added with a hint of admiration. They were now very polite towards Cord, hoping to retrieve their soul strands. Moreover, Cord's capabilities genuinely surprised them. Well, both immortal friends were misled by that despicable person. Otherwise, you would certainly be the most honored guests in my estate. Please, step inside, Cord said with a sunny smile, which was completely at odds with his earlier lethal intent. Cord's main target was Xian. Anyone who violated the rules of the estate could not be pardoned, even if they were immortals. This impression was firmly etched into the minds of the onlookers. Just achieving this much was sufficient. Immortal Yi, are you making peace with these two immortals? Makes sense. After all, there's no deep-seated hatred. Yeah, initially, the two immortals wanted to protect their core disciples and save face, while Immortal Yi wanted to establish order. Now that the main conflict is gone, naturally, he won't continue to kill. Immortal Yi is quite enlightened. Otherwise, the Sound Sealing Elders would surely be dead today. Xian sure has a lot of guts, offending the immortals so severely. On one hand, the cultivators present were awed by Cord's decisive measures against those who repeatedly violated the estate's rules. He would not hesitate to kill, even immortals might not be spared. On the other hand, they felt that Cord treated cultivators well. As long as they didn't break the estate's rules, he immediately stopped any hostility. Of course, these cultivators didn't know that if the two immortals hadn't started contributing prestige, Cord might have suffocated them to death and taken away the Sound Sealing Elders' magical treasures. It all came down to prestige. What Cord sought was simply for cultivators to spend time in his estate. That's all. In the depths of the estate, what was once a barren black stone wall, Cord lazily avoided doing home decor. But now, hosting two immortals seemed too modest, so Cord waved his hand. Immediately, glowing stalactites adorned the dark recesses of the cave, below which stood an elegant courtyard in ancient Chinese style, its entrance painted vermilion for a grand appearance. Pushing open the gate revealed a garden with a small bridge over running water, fragrant green lawns on either side, and elegant young bamboo along the paths, a quintessential Eastern landscape. The two immortals felt a sudden appreciation for its refined elegance, the essence of the Tao. With just a wave of his hand, Cord created a courtyard imbued with Taoist intent. What kind of artistic depth was this? Immortal Yi indeed has incredible skills. A casually built garden can carry the essence of the Tao. I must admit, I thought the architecture in the immortal realm was already top-notch, but compared to Immortal Ye's effortless creation, never mind, better not mention it. They couldn't help but praise Cord, now that they were under his roof. Moreover, the garden genuinely impressed them. Really? In my hometown, such gardens aren't uncommon. Hearing these words, Cord took it as politeness. These were ordinary Suzhou-style gardens, but he didn't expect immortals to be so courteous and insincere. Sigh, can't people be a bit more genuine? Errant Cord, who sincerely wanted to keep the immortals in his estate to boost its prestige. This kind of architecture is common in Immortal Ye's homeland? Which heavenly realm do you come from? Daluojing? Zhou Tianjing? Oh, I come from Earth. Chapter 85. This is actually a celestial class cave. When Cord mentioned he came from Earth, the two immortals Lynette and Abdul fell into deep thought, eventually concluding they had never heard of this celestial realm. Immortal Lynette smiled and said to Cord, Earth realm? I've never heard of it before. If there's a chance, perhaps Immortal Holt can take us to visit one day. Of course. Cord readily agreed. Looking at the two immortals, a strange idea suddenly struck him. Now that a strand of the immortal celestial souls had descended upon the two elders Arwen, what if their spiritual bodies were to come out? Could the two elders provide the aura of a great perfection Yangshan cultivator? If so, that would be two great perfection Yangshan cultivators plus the aura of immortals. Wouldn't the popularity of Cord's cave surge dramatically? Both of you, if you're worried about staying too long in the form of celestial souls, you can leave the bodies of the Arwen elders, suggested Cord. Ordinary cultivator souls might be able to, but we are celestial souls. If we leave our host bodies and linger within the cave, it could easily cause the cave to collapse. We wouldn't want to damage Immortal Holt's residence. Yes, the caves of the lower realms cannot withstand our celestial souls unless the cave itself is already at the level of a celestial artifact, which is impossible, explained the two immortals with smiles, clarifying why they couldn't leave their hosts. The Arwen elders were specially trained to bear the weight of celestial souls, while ordinary caves would instantly collapse once a celestial soul attached to them. Come out. No need for compensation if the Cord cave collapses. Cord insisted further. No way. Unless it's a celestial class cave, it won't hold up. But how could there be a celestial mountain like Penglai in the lower realms? Immortal Holt, surely you know that? The two celestial souls continued to refuse. Come on, don't be so formal. Do I have to invite you out? As he spoke, Cord gradually activated the equality formation, causing an immediate change in the two immortals' expressions. This was truly over the top, taking advantage of a celestial formation to act so arrogantly. When this strand of celestial soul returns, Lynette and Abdul would come back to tear down the Cord cave. But now, they sighed and decided to compromise. Sigh, understood, Immortal Holt, please calm down. Too much activation of formations isn't good. I suddenly think that Cord cave is so grand, it just might support our celestial souls. Since Immortal Holt insists, he must be very confident. Saying this, the two celestial souls floated up. The spirit body of Immortal Lynette appeared as an old man with white hair and beard, his appearance exuding Taoist grace, eyes half closed, resembling a Taoist priest in a temple. Immortal Abdul looked much younger but had dark skin and a physique bulging like a small hill, akin to a farmer tilling fields. They expected the Cord cave to collapse, but nothing happened. Absolutely nothing. Instantly, both immortals showed signs of shock. You even forbid. Do you own an entire celestial mountain, Immortal Holt? Incredible. The whole Green Pine Mountain is actually a celestial mountain? Cord cave is actually a celestial class cave? The two immortals were profoundly stunned. Since it could bear their celestial souls, it must indeed be a celestial class cave. Any mountain below the celestial class simply could not withstand their celestial souls. In Penglai realm, although celestial mountains were everywhere, each mountain housed thousands or even tens of thousands of immortals. How could anyone, like Cord, own a celestial mountain all by themselves? Ridiculous. Absolutely ridiculous. Haha, just lucky, Cord replied modestly, though his smile seemed somewhat insincere. After the immortal souls left, the Arwen elders regained control of their bodies. The burden of hosting celestial souls was quite heavy. Jace, who was lean, and Jarrett, who was plump, looked like they had just been rescued from drowning, gulping fresh air greedily. Upon realizing how lush the spiritual energy was around them, they felt grateful the immortals had chosen such a spiritually rich place to leave. Phew, where are we? Have the immortal souls returned? Who cares where this is? This can't be Cord Cave anymore. With immortals intervening, Cord Cave would definitely be torn down. And the seven-colored swallow sky python, probably killed too. The Arwen elders had full confidence in the immortals but forgot that Arantal Hua, the seven-colored swallow sky python, was also a renowned celestial beast, famous even in Penglai realm. No mere strand of celestial soul could kill it. This was a result of blind reverence for immortals. Watching the Arwen elders, Cord showed a faint smile. Indeed, the popularity value was increasing much faster now. The Arwen elders counted as two great perfection Yangshan cultivators, adding to the Cord Cave's popularity. Since they had come, he wouldn't let them go in a hurry, not by force. Huey would cordially invite them to stay until the last second. Chapter 86, Immortal Guidance. You two must gain some fortune. The slightly recovered Jace and Jarrett lifted their heads and saw the immortals Lynette and Abdul. They were immediately stunned. It turned out that the immortals hadn't left. Only their immortal souls had departed from their bodies. Immortals reappear. Junior from the Jalong Sacred Land, guest Jace, greets the immortals. Junior from the Jalong Sacred Land, Jared, greets the immortals. Chandler and Fagin, their names are single characters. In fact, single character names are not uncommon in the Divine Continent, especially in the southwestern part of Central Earth, where a portion of people use single character names. The Fanchandler sect is precisely located in that region, so it's quite normal for some cultivators to have single character names. Names are trivial matters. At this moment, Elders Chandler and Fagin were extremely excited. Invoking the presence of immortals was something they had done multiple times, but they had never truly seen Lynette and Abdul before. This was their first encounter. Their hearts raced with excitement. This time, invoking the immortals was truly worth it. If the immortals could offer some guidance on their path of cultivation, Elders Chandler and Fagin might directly break through to the Xiuxian realm, thereby stepping into the realm of immortality and living freely and joyfully. In truth, Elders Chandler and Fagin were not young. Even though cultivators can live for several thousand years, time is merciless, and a cultivator's life is full of trials. Birth, aging, sickness, and death are natural laws governing all things. Seeking the Tao to live as long as heaven and earth goes against these natural laws. Leaving aside any latent ailments or hidden problems one might inherit, once a cultivator reaches the grotto concealment stage, the struggles between sects intensify. Can you guarantee complete safety during these battles? Suppose you survive the grotto concealment stage without incident. The next phase is the most perilous, heavenly tribulation stage. At this stage, even lone rangers who have never meddled in factional disputes must face the suppression of heavenly rules. Cultivation, although it defies nature, doesn't initially attract the attention of the heavens. Just like you wouldn't care about an ant's lifespan, whether it lives for days or weeks. But by the heavenly tribulation stage, the little ant seems to challenge the heavens. Adhering to the laws of birth, aging, sickness, and death, the heavens suppress these cultivators. This is the heavenly tribulation. During this stage, can anyone guarantee they can withstand the heavenly tribulation? Who can ensure they emerge unscathed? Even if they survive the heavenly tribulation, there's still the ascension stage. The dangers at this stage far exceed those of the heavenly tribulation. Earth gods start forging divine bodies to prepare for immortality. Chandlershan beings start refining divine souls for the same purpose. Xiuxian beings integrate internally and externally, preparing to ascend to the Penglai paradise. The dangers during this phase cannot be fully described in just a few words. In short, those who reach the Xiuxian realm are among the fiercest of the fierce. And don't mention reaching the peak of Xiuxian completeness. Being fierce, bumps and bruises are inevitable. Thus, although cultivators can live for several thousand years, very few actually manage to do so. Past injuries can affect a cultivator's longevity. Someone who might have lived for 10,000 years may end up living only a few hundred due to severe injuries that can't be healed. There are countless examples of this. Such a difficult path has led non-cultivators to question. Since cultivating is so challenging, why do humans choose to fight against natural laws? Why not accept their fate honestly? To this, there's a saying among cultivators, struggling against heaven and earth brings infinite joy. Now, Elders Chandler and Fagin have reached the stage of struggling against heaven and earth. As Grand Masters of the Xiuxian realm, the heavens watch them closely. Wanting to further defy, or even break the natural laws to climb the Penglai mountain is no easy feat. Many cultivators get stuck at the peak of Xiuxian completeness. Xiuxians, Elders Chandler and Fagin were so excited to see the immortals. Perhaps this would be the opportunity to break through the bottleneck they've been stuck in for so long. Seizing this chance, before the immortals could respond, Jace asked respectfully, "Esteemed immortal forefathers, could you give us juniors some guidance so we may transcend the mundane world and reach the Penglai paradise sooner? Right? We've invited immortals many times and experienced the feeling of becoming immortals, but why do we feel so empty after the effects fade away?" Jared added, "This issue is closely related to the Erangel sect. The summoning technique was created by the founding patriarch of the Erangel sect for disciples to invoke spirits in times of crisis for protection. It was meant to be used as a last resort. However, the disciples misused it, focusing more on gaining divine abilities and experiencing what it feels like to be an immortal. By the third generation, the sect was wiped out. So this technique has both benefits and drawbacks. The more times Chandler and Fagin summoned the immortals, the more they fell into the illusion that their strength was approaching that of immortals, which actually hindered their true path to immortality. Unfortunately, they didn't realize this. Lynette and Abdul also did not plan to tell them, instead giving a perfunctory response. You two, if you wish to advance further, you will need some external opportunities. Sometimes, a suitable immortal artifact can help you achieve immortality smoothly. Upon hearing this, Elders Chandler and Fagin suddenly froze, recalling a place. Speaking of opportunities, isn't that the Xian dynasty cave? Unfortunately, they have deeply offended the cave now, making it difficult to obtain such an opportunity again. Chapter 87. Truly a sage's magnanimity. That's really quite regrettable. Just now, when we were at the free and easy cave, we saw many cultivators seeking opportunities. If we could obtain a Shanjing level opportunity, alas. Correction. That's really quite regrettable. Just now, when we were at the free and easy cave, we saw many cultivators seeking opportunities. If we could obtain a Shanji level opportunity, alas. Note, Shanjing should be translated as Shanji, which means immortal level or transcendent level. Here I choose immortal level for more natural reading in English. So the revised sentence is, that's really quite regrettable. Just now, when we were at the free and easy cave, we saw many cultivators seeking opportunities. If we could obtain an immortal level opportunity, alas. Now that we've offended the free and easy cave so much, it's impossible to return there to seek more opportunities. The two elders of sound and silence sighed wistfully. Since so many cultivators were all there seeking opportunities, it indicated that the free and easy cave was reliable. Many must have already obtained their destinies, or else how would the cave attract so many people? If those cultivators knew what the two elders thought, they would probably cry. They couldn't get anything. The intricate layers of the free and easy cave were simply endless. For example, it started with needing 5 friends to slash once, then getting stuck at 99.99% progress. To get the last 0.01%, one needed to sign in for 20 days. Signing in for the first few days was fine, but starting from the 7th day, you'd need friends' assistance to sign in. Otherwise, you'd be stuck in an endless queue. Some cultivators thought it didn't matter if they waited. It mattered, didn't it? On the 10th day, during sign-in, a prompt would show that 300 people were ahead in line. Without help from friends, you might not sign in all day. As things got more complicated, one lone wolf cultivator couldn't find any friends to help and had 7,000 people in front of him, directly delaying his sign-in by a month. There were too many such tricks. While the opportunities of the free and easy cave were tempting, very few cultivators obtained high-level spirit treasures. Only Lawrence had ever gotten a Shan grade treasure so far. Note, Shan grade should be Shanjing, which translates to transcendent grade in this context for better understanding in English. Revised. There were too many such tricks. While the opportunities of the free and easy cave were tempting, very few cultivators obtained high-level spirit treasures. Only Lawrence had ever gotten a transcendent grade treasure so far. So if the cultivators knew what the two elders were thinking, they would weep and say, "You two are really too naive." Indeed, even after living for thousands of years, in the face of the 1,000 layers of tricks from the free and easy cave, the two elders of sound and silence could still be called young. But unfortunately, they didn't know this, and they were still regretting missing the chance to enter the free and easy cave. At this moment, Cord felt he could extend an invitation now. Everyone had seen that he wasn't forcing anyone. It was the two elders who wanted to seek opportunities. Both of you, if you want our free and easy cave's treasures, you must follow our rules. Any transgression will result in a warning first, then severe punishment without exception. Cord slowly appeared before the two elders. What? The master of the free and easy cave? Why is he here? These two sages. It's this guy who has been bullying our Golan sacred land, treating it as nothing. Seeing Cord, the two elders immediately turned to Adelia and Abdul for help, but things developed unexpectedly. The almighty sages looked troubled after hearing their plea. Don't talk about it. We have a good relationship with Dao friend free and easy. Why would he bully the Golan sacred land? That's right. We've understood clearly. It was Elder Andre who offended the free and easy cave. You're protecting him despite knowing better. Shock. Faced with accusations from the two sages, the two elders' first reaction was immense shock. These were sages with boundless power, always their pursuit and idol, guardians of the Golan sacred land. But today, instead of protecting the sacred land, they defended Cord. It was truly bewildering. The two elders wondered what happened while the sages possessed them and questioned why Cord was still here since they were no longer in the free and easy cave, but in the sages' residence. Do you two really think like that? We've left the free and easy cave. We don't have to endure its oppression anymore. Jace, ignoring his mind spinning, asked the sages again, braving through his shock. No more talk, no more talk. The two sages were troubled expressions. Hearing this, Cord smiled. In fact, all 4 of us are still within the free and easy cave. Click. The two elders were dumbfounded. Huiel, they summoned sages and still couldn't escape? Based on the current situation, even the sages were being held hostage? Ridiculous, too ridiculous. We are still inside the free and easy cave? Jarrett murmured, unable to believe this fact. Though they suspected it, they didn't want to accept it. Yes, I am someone who likes helping others. Aren't you seeking opportunities? You can join our cave's activities. Cord continued inviting them with a smile. Both were great perfected young immortals. They would provide popularity if kept. Why let them run? We too can really participate? The two elders were shocked again. Cultivators were usually stingy with spirit treasures, only giving them to destined recipients. Yet after offending the free and easy cave, Cord invited them back for opportunities. Truly a sage's magnanimity. Admiration arose in their hearts. Moreover, they grew extremely interested in the opportunities within Yi Xiaoxiao's cave. Obtaining a Shanjing level opportunity would make one soar to new heights, wouldn't it? Note, Shanjing is not properly translated into English in the original input. If you could provide a proper English term for Shanjing, that would be helpful. For now, I've kept it as is to ensure accuracy. For a more fluent read, we can adjust Shanjing to a suitable English term like immortal level or divine level. Admiration arose in their hearts. Moreover, they grew extremely interested in the opportunities within Yi Xiaoxiao's cave. Obtaining an immortal level opportunity would make one soar to new heights, wouldn't it? To which Cord only thought, have you woken up yet? Chapter 88. I feel an instant connection with immortal Darren. Want to obtain a divine level spirit treasure from Cord? Unless the two elders of Arwen can get through the 1,000-layer schemes set by Cord. Even if all of the Jalan Holy Land come to their aid, they might only obtain a small vial of spirit moon spring water similar to Lawrence's tiny bottle. Divine level spirit treasures are the ultimate means for Cord to attract cultivators. Without these, the popularity of Cord's abode would plummet. Thus, it is predestined that he cannot be charitable and must use various cunning schemes to keep these cultivators interested. Cord nodded. Prohibiting killing and robbery was also crucial for him. If he were a fantasy cultivator practicing like ordinary cultivators, then murdering cultivators to validate his Dao and plundering treasures from them would indeed be justified. After all, people often say one should not act selfishly, or they would be condemned by heaven and earth. However, Cord is now a cave spirit whose power, and very existence, derives from cultivators. Each cultivator is a client. Have you ever heard of a businessman wishing for his clients to pass away sooner? How could Cord's abode survive if its clients vanished? Therefore, not only must he retain cultivators, but he must also ensure their safety. Killing and robbing are not as beneficial as imprisoning and seizing. Indeed, just like Sienna. Instead of killing her, taking her spirit treasure and imprisoning her in the abode as a maid. Achoo. Sienna sneezed while welcoming cultivators, sensing someone was talking about her. No wonder so many cultivators gather within Cord's abode, without any hint of conflict. Turns out there are rules. Ainsworth dared to break the rules directly. Huey deserves death. We two really lost our touch trying to protect such a scoundrel. The two elders of Arwen sighed deeply, regretting their actions. On one side, Ainsworth betrayed them, fleeing during a critical moment, epitomizing low behavior. On the other hand, Cord did not hold their actions against them, and even allowed them to participate in the abode activities to win divine treasures. The difference in character became instantly apparent. As the two elders chatted animatedly with Cord, Lynette and Abdul quietly stepped back and said to Cord, "Immortal Darren, since you have become instant friends and chat happily, Old Man and Immortal Abdul will take our leave. Indeed, we should keep in touch. All immortals can exchange insights anytime." Cord looked at the two immortals with a half smile. "Leaving after coming? Is it that easy? Gentlemen, don't be in such a rush. Didn't you say this garden residence was exquisite? Why not stay a while? 10 years or more. I won't ask for rent." Cord smiled warmly, resembling a host warmly inviting guests to stay longer. Seeing Cord's intention to detain them, Immortal Lynette felt a chill in his heart but still calmly responded, "Immortal Darren, there's no need. An immortal soul being detached from the body for too long isn't advisable, especially causing great pressure on your abode." "No problem, I don't mind. An immortal soul being detached for too long isn't good. That's all right. I believe both immortals possess formidable strength. We have urgent matters." "What urgent matters could an immortal have? Isn't freedom what immortals cherish?" After a moment, the two immortals had run out of excuses yet couldn't convince Cord. They felt extremely frustrated. Fight? A mere thread of an immortal soul truly cannot match Cord, who even has a celestial beast under his command. Run? They can't escape, as Cord possesses the all-equal celestial array, which could reduce them to mere breath condensation stage before they even leave the abode. Speak? Every excuse they made was rejected. They felt helpless. Immortal Darren, you misunderstand our intentions. We intended to help capture Ainsworth, who repeatedly challenged the authority of the abode. We cannot stand it. Immortal Lynette proposed helping Cord capture Ainsworth to escape the abode. Yes, Ainsworth dared kick me, and I want to smash his skull open. Immortal Abdul, still annoyed by the kick, showed muscles bulging under his dark skin, determined to finish Ainsworth off. However, this was merely to leave the abode. What happened afterward would be another story. Seeing the two immortals' resistance, Cord sighed deeply. "I haven't seen any immortal friend for thousands of years. I just want to know the current situation of the immortal realm and discuss some matters with you too." "What matters?" "Regarding the all-equal celestial array, several core components actually have issues. I can't repair them alone and need help from an immortal. But if it's inconvenient for you both, please return." Before Cord finished, Immortal Lynette immediately stepped forward confidently. "I have an instant connection with Immortal Darren. This task suits me perfectly. Not to boast, but my expertise in arrays is unparalleled." "Old man, aren't you ashamed? You're clearly just hungry for that array." Immortals feel little attachment to mortal affairs because they don't need it. But for a celestial array like the all-equal celestial array, they indeed felt tempted. Immortals having no worries is a romanticized perception held by mortals and cultivators. Only those who have ascended to the immortal realm truly know its reality. And since immortals are cultivated from cultivators, the immortal realm might not be as blissful as imagined, perhaps fraught with unexpected dangers. So, the allure of a celestial array to them is significant. Seeing the two immortals so eager, Cord felt relieved. Even immortals can fall for schemes. Assuming Cord only employs Pink Sixie tactics within his abode would be a grave mistake. As an employee of Pink Sixie, this spirit of scheming is embedded deep into his being and applies everywhere. Two immortals wish to study the all-equal celestial array? Sure, but it depends on Cord's mood. Perhaps centuries later. But Ainsworth's issue does need resolution. Perhaps arrange an activity to hunt Ainsworth? Cord pondered. Though not a ruthless person, Cord valued rules. Ainsworth violated the abode's rules without receiving due punishment. Cord always keeps his word. Any violator, no matter how far, will face retribution. Chapter 89. Second-class cultivator. A whole new grading system for the Carefree Grotto. This issue now went beyond just Isaac. It was a matter concerning the rules of the Carefree Grotto. If cultivators could flee from the Carefree Grotto and not face punishment, people would surely start killing and robbing others, relying on their strength to escape. Now that there was a precedent set by Isaac escaping, other cultivators would likely attempt the same, harboring hope. If Isaac didn't leave the Carefree Grotto, Cord might not have killed him. But since he fled, he had to die. Only in this way would other cultivators clearly understand that even if they ran out of the Carefree Grotto, they would still be hunted down. "Let's do it this way," Cord nodded, deciding to hunt down Isaac. To make an example, how could he let the chicken escape? A new event, daily hunting order. Mission content, hunt down Isaac. Mission reward, increase the completion rate of a mortal grade opportunity by up to 1%. The first person to accept this mission gets an additional 1,000 experience points. When the new activity appeared, the cultivators exchanged glances. They were no longer newbies. They scrutinized every word of the Carefree Grotto's activities carefully. What did up to 1% mean? It implied that the minimum was unlimited. Perhaps after killing Isaac, one might return only to find their progress increased by 0.001%, or even needing to chase others to claim the reward. If hunting others is involved, I'll pass. Isaac is at the Cave Concealment Netherworld stage, which I can't handle. Isaac has the backing of the Sawyer Imperial Dynasty. Huey even dared to provoke the Jalan Sanctuary, kicking a Jalan immortal down into a snake's mouth. I guarantee he has a powerful force backing him. Didn't you see the dark blue light when he kicked the immortal? That's the distinctive aura of the Azure Dark Hall. Cultivators from the Dark Hall are good at concealing their cultivation levels. Isaac might be stronger than the cave concealment netherworld stage. The cultivators murmured among themselves, but no one dared to accept the new activity. The reason was simple. Previous events in the Carefree Grotto required almost no effort from cultivators, who merely needed to stay in the grotto daily. Even if Cord tried to trick them, they could bear it. Cultivators live long lives. Missing out on rewards wasn't such a big deal. But now Cord wanted them to hunt down Isaac. Setting aside whether Isaac had any backing, few present dared to offend the Sawyer imperial dynasty. All participate. Lawrence stood up to accept the task. The cultivators wondered why. After all, the Carefree Grotto allowed only one active mission per cultivator, and Lawrence had an immortal grade opportunity. How could he participate in another event? Surely he wouldn't abandon his immortal grade opportunity just to hunt Isaac? While the cultivators were baffled, Cord sent a message. Congratulations to Cultivator Lawrence, the first to reach level 2 in the Carefree Grotto. Level 2 cultivators unlock more privileges and enjoy VIP services, allowing up to 2 missions to be accepted simultaneously. A line of text appeared above Lawrence's head, reading Level 2 Cultivator of the Carefree Grotto. The cultivators then realized the Carefree Grotto had a level system. Upon seeing the level 2 privileges, accepting 2 opportunities simultaneously, signing in for 2 tasks daily, stealing progress 5 more times daily, the cultivators were amazed. Being a level 2 cultivator was too good. No matter how high a cultivator's realm was, the most daily steals they could make was 10. But level 2 added 5 more steals, and accepting 2 opportunities simultaneously with daily sign-ins was simply amazing. How did Lawrence reach level 2? I'm puzzled, one cultivator remarked. Huey must be Cord's son, another said. This clearly favors Lawrence. The cultivators began to murmur unhappily, feeling the Carefree Grotto was biased towards Lawrence. For Cord, however, Lawrence was cultivated under his watch. Who else should he favor? Cord also needed a model, a cultivator who transformed their fate through an opportunity from the Carefree Grotto. Lawrence, a commoner bearing deep grudges yet unable to avenge them, transformed his life trajectory by believing in the Carefree Grotto and receiving an opportunity. Advancing realms, killing cultivators, rising in fame. All started from a Carefree Grotto opportunity. Cord aimed to create this impression for millions of cultivators in the mortal world. Thus, Lawrence became a symbol of the Carefree Grotto changing cultivators' fates. With the plan level system, naturally the model would receive privileges first to incite jealousy among other cultivators. Please calm down. Lawrence obtained the level 2 title through proper channels within the Carefree Grotto. Each event earns experience points, and completing immortal grade opportunities, even partially, yields substantial experience points. Longer consecutive check-ins gain higher experience. I've already detailed this, Cord explained directly. Experience points and the level system would bind cultivators more tightly, preventing them from leaving the Carefree Grotto. When level 1 cultivators lagged behind level 2 in obtaining progress, they would strive to become level 2. Hearing Cord's explanation, the cultivators examined the mission panel and discovered the experience and level system. Oh, there it is. I didn't notice before. Wow, there are up to 9 levels, and beyond that, prestigious levels. Check out the privileges. Prestigious level gives a direct immortal grade reward. How do we get experience points? By completing tasks and signing in? More tasks or higher quality completions earn more points. I just noticed that the first to accept the limited time mission to hunt Isaac gained 1,000 experience points. No wonder Lawrence reached level 2. The cultivators regretted not noticing the system earlier, but it was just added by Cord when announcing the hunt on Isaac. Of course, none would have noticed. Level 2, huh? Thank you, Immortal Yi, for giving me another chance. I will bring back Isaac's head. Lawrence looked up at Cord, filled with determination. The cultivators turned to look, wondering if Lawrence could defeat someone who dared kick immortals. If Isaac had stayed in the Carefree Grotto, Cord might not have killed him. But since he ran, he must die. Only then would other cultivators understand that running away would result in relentless pursuit. Let's do it this way. Cord nodded, deciding to hunt down Isaac. How could he scare the chickens if one of them managed to escape? New event, daily hunt order. Task content, pursue Isaac. Task reward, up to plus 1% towards immortal grade opportunity completion. The first person to accept the task receives plus 1,000 experience points. The announcement left the cultivators exchanging puzzled glances. They were no longer newbies and knew they needed to carefully examine every detail of these events. What did up to 1% mean? It implied there was no lower limit. Perhaps killing Isaac might only add 0.001%, or even require hunting down more targets to receive the reward. If it involves hunting anyone else, forget it. Isaac is at the late-stage embryonic cave realm with an origin embryo, far beyond my reach. Pondering Isaac's background tied to the Sawyer dynasty, and daring to provoke the Jalab's sacred land by kicking their immortal off a cliff, I bet he has an exceptionally powerful faction backing him. Did you see the dark blue light when he kicked the immortal? That's the hallmark aura of the Dark Azure Hall. Cultivators from there are adept at concealing their cultivation levels. Isaac might be stronger than we think. Despite the buzz of discussion, no one dared to take on the new event. It was simple. Previous activities in the Carefree Grotto required almost no sacrifice from cultivators, merely asking them to stay within its confines daily. Even if Cord schemed against them, they could endure, given how long-lived cultivators are. Missing out on rewards wasn't a big deal. They could always boast about their experiences. Now, Cord wanted them to hunt down Isaac. Setting aside whether he had a powerful backing, the Sawyer dynasty alone was daunting enough for most cultivators present. I'll do it. At this point, Lawrence stood up and accepted the task. Everyone was baffled. After all, the Carefree Grotto only allowed cultivators to undertake one task at a time, and Lawrence already had an ongoing immortal grade opportunity. Did he mean to give up on that to chase Isaac? Before everyone could figure it out, Cord sent a message. Congratulations to Cultivator Lawrence, the first to achieve second-class status in the Carefree Grotto. Second-class cultivators unlock additional privileges, enjoy VIP services, and can undertake one additional task per day. A line appeared above Lawrence's head, reading Second-Class Cultivator of the Carefree Grotto, revealing that the Carefree Grotto had a classification system. Upon seeing the privileges, the cultivators grew restless. Second-class cultivators could take on 2 opportunities simultaneously, sign in for 2 tasks daily, steal progress 5 more times per day. The myriad benefits left everyone dazzled. To become a second-class cultivator was too appealing. Regardless of one's realm, one could only steal progress 10 times a day, but second-class cultivators got 5 extra attempts. Plus, handling 2 opportunities and signing in for both each day. Simply delightful. Why did Lawrence become a second-class cultivator? This is so strange. Huey must be the carefree immortal's biological son. How unfair, favoring Lawrence like this. From initial astonishment to current disgruntlement, the cultivators felt the Carefree Grotto was overly partial to Lawrence. For Cord, however, Lawrence was his protege, whom he nurtured. Moreover, he needed a role model, a cultivator whose destiny changed thanks to a Carefree Grotto opportunity. Consider Lawrence, once a commoner burdened with deep enmity, yet powerless to avenge. Believing in the Carefree Grotto and obtaining an opportunity transformed his life trajectory entirely. Advancing in realms, killing cultivators, gaining fame, all stemming from that initial opportunity. Cord aimed to instill this impression among millions of cultivators. Xiuxian, Lawrence became a benchmark symbolizing how the Carefree Grotto could change lives. Introducing the grading system made sense, letting this role model gain privileges first to stir envy among others. Calm down, everyone. Lawrence obtained second-class status through legitimate means. Every activity here offers experience points, and completing an immortal grade opportunity yields vast amounts. The longer one participates continuously, the more experience points earned. Detailed information is available. Cord revealed himself to explain. Experience points and a grading system would bind cultivators more tightly to the Carefree Grotto. First-class cultivators would inevitably strive to become second-class due to increased privileges. After hearing his explanation, the cultivators checked the mission panel within the grotto and discovered the experience-based grading system. Oh, there it is. Missed it before? Holy cow, there's even 9th class and Venerable class. What perks does Venerable class offer? Wow, they get an immortal grade opportunity as a reward. How do we earn experience points? Through completing tasks and signing in daily? More or better quality tasks yield more points. I just realized accepting the first limited time task, hunting Isaac, gave 1,000 experience points. No wonder Lawrence hit second class. The cultivators regretted not noticing this earlier. However, the system was introduced only moments ago by Cord, coinciding with the launch of the hunt. Noticed it? I will bring back Isaac's head. Lawrence looked up at Cord, determination in his voice. Everyone turned to look at him, wondering if he could actually defeat someone who dared kick an immortal. Chapter 90. Can Huey leave the free and easy manner now? Although Lawrence had accepted the mission to pursue and kill Andre, few cultivators on the scene believed he could complete it. The reason was simple. There was a significant gap in cultivation realms. Even with his openly displayed strength, Andre was at the pinnacle of the grotto hidden stage as a great completion nascent soul expert, while Lawrence had just entered the nascent soul stage. The disparity between them was vast. Not to mention, Andre must have hidden cards up his sleeve. The audacity to deceive even immortals. It was utterly unbelievable. What did this imply? It implied either that Andre was brainless and reckless, or that his true hidden capabilities were such that he feared no immortal. Lawrence was merely an ordinary person who obtained a stroke of luck within the free and easy manner. Even though his cleansed universal spirit roots allowed him to soar past lower realms effortlessly, the disadvantages of having universal spirit roots still held him back for now. With all attributes being supreme talents, minimal effort would grant him achievements others might spend years, or even lifetimes trying to attain at low realms. However, as the realm grew slightly higher, certain drawbacks began to show. Universal spirit roots demanded a massive amount of spirit energy for breakthroughs. If a cultivator had only exceptionally outstanding fire spirit roots, they would need only accumulate enough spirit energy to fill those roots to break through. Many strong lone cultivators fit this category, with other spirit roots blocked and thus not needing any distribution of spirit energy. In contrast, universal spirit roots meant all spirit roots were interconnected. This required 5 times the spirit energy other cultivators needed to break through. A single attribute heavenly spirit root acted like a pipe, channeling spirit energy to one point, while 5 attribute heavenly spirit roots were like 5 pipes, requiring much more spirit energy. Therefore, what Lawrence needed most now wasn't enlightenment but the accumulation of spirit energy. By the time he reached the grotto hidden stage, the amount of spirit energy required was incomparable to the innate stage. If the innate stage could accommodate a small pond of spirit energy, the grotto hidden stage required a lake. For major sects, this was nothing, thanks to their profound reserves, but Lawrence was a lone cultivator. In other words, there was no way Lawrence could rely on another breakthrough to pursue and kill Andre. He was only a recently ascended grotto hidden nascent soul cultivator. No matter how talented he was, without support from a large clan or sect, he lacked the necessary spirit energy. Huey would have to fight beyond his level, killing a higher realm Andre, a task that was too difficult. Lawrence is likely not a match for Andre. Even if he accepted the mission, it's unlikely he'll succeed. Huey previously relied on realm breakthroughs to defeat Nicholas, but now that won't work. No matter how talented he is, it's impossible for him to enhance his realm while pursuing Andre. I'm already at the grotto hidden ethereal stage, and if I didn't have daily sign-ins, I'd definitely go out to hunt Andre. That's right. Daily sign-ins mean no one knows where Andre is hiding. Interrupting the free and easy manner sign-in would be counterproductive. Many cultivators shook their heads. The pursuit mission seemed good but was filled with practical difficulties. Andre's formidable strength, the powerful backing behind him, and the fact that no one could locate him. Given these points, few cultivators were willing to take on the pursuit. Unless driven by deep-seated enmity, no one would dare. Yet, there was one person here. Regardless of Andre's strength or his backing, he could find Andre and harbor deep-seated hatred toward him. That person was Lawrence. After accepting the mission, Lawrence ignored the murmurs and left the manor immediately. Andre, if it weren't for you, my father wouldn't have been killed so easily. Recalling that day's details, Lawrence's eyes blazed with fury. They had gone to Andre's house as guests, only to be summoned into the palace temporarily. Despite being the first-rate genius of the Sawyer dynasty, Lawrence's father was effortlessly killed by the grand ancestor, unable to display his full power. Before dying, Lawrence saw his father mouth, "Don't trust anyone." Connecting the dots, Lawrence understood everything. If not for Andre using methods to suppress his father's strength, Lawrence's father, who had already reached the ascension stage, would not have died so easily. Regardless of the actual facts, Lawrence now felt intense hatred towards the Sawyer dynasty. Holding his sword, he left the free and easy manor and easily located Andre's whereabouts. Andre seemed to have been waiting for Lawrence. The royal family's techniques were open, allowing any Sawyer bloodline member to feel the origin technique easily. Waiting for me? Meaning I can't kill you? Lawrence sneered, holding his sword and walking down Green Pine Mountain, flying off once he exited its territory, a gesture of respect towards Cord. Lawrence has left. We don't know if he can take down Andre, Cord pondered. If Lawrence died, it would be a significant loss. After all, he represented the transformation of an ordinary person's fate. With just the luck from the free and easy manor, he could soar high. Cord wanted to write a legendary story about the unmatched fortune of the free and easy manor. Huey didn't want this legend to fall too soon. A fallen legend wasn't a legend but a dead man. You're too partial to Lawrence. Is he your descendant? Seeing Cord's concern, Sienna couldn't help but ask. She had returned to the depths of the manor after work, living in the same garden villa with Cord, two immortals, and the two elders of Sound Cut Off. Everyone was astonished when they met each other. The two elders of Sound Cut Off, seeing Sienna working here as a maid, were struck speechless, especially upon encountering the invaluable flowing water Qin of the Virokana sect. They joined the daily playing Immortal Qin event. Sienna mostly lived with Cord now, serving tea and washing feet every day. Not that cave spirits needed foot washing, but it symbolized servitude. In short, after work, she was Cord's little maid. Cord treated her well, allowing employees 4 hours of rest daily. Some might think it was too little. What? 4 hours are too few? Remember, Golden Core cultivators feel refreshed after an hour of meditation, let alone the solar deity realm Sienna. Cultivators don't sleep. Giving her 4 hours of rest was already kind-hearted. How considerate of Cord, one of the 10 best employers in wuxia. Hearing Sienna's words, Cord smiled and said, being partial to Lawrence is normal. Should I be partial to Andre? You have a point. I can't argue with that. Go out and follow Lawrence. Solve any issues that arise. Sienna's eyes lit up, surprised. Could she leave the free and easy manor? Was that possible? Chapter 91. Arrogant Andre. Upon hearing this news, Sienna was overjoyed. No matter how mature her mind had become, and no matter how composed she usually remained in front of men. Now, even the enchantingly beautiful Sienna couldn't help but reveal her excitement on her face. At this moment, she felt like crying. Could she finally leave the free and easy cave estate? I will definitely keep a close watch on Lawrence. I promise nothing bad will happen to him. Sienna firmly assured Cord, yet despite her determined expression, her eyes were still as alluring as water, and her voice carried a hint of sultry laziness. Cord couldn't help but marvel at what a truly captivating employee she was for attracting cultivators. Yes, I have one more thing to tell you. I'll compress the all beings equality formation onto your body, which will burst forth after 6 hours. In other words, 6 hours later, your strength will revert to the chi condensation stage. If you don't return, you'll remain at that level forever. Consider this carefully. Cord earnestly explained. Sienna was stunned on the spot. What a beast. How could anyone be so despicable? She didn't realize the complete version of the all beings equality formation could be used this way. Her lips twitched, and her expression turned rigid. Despite her bewitching charm, she found it hard to utter a complete sentence in front of Cord. This? By the way, I've recently found the chi condensation stage quite amusing. Perhaps I'll stay there for several decades. When to advance depends entirely on my mood, Cord added. Currently, everyone was unaware that Cord's true strength was only at the chi condensation stage. They believed he acted arbitrarily as an immortal. After all, mortals couldn't fathom the thoughts of immortals. Who would have thought Cord, who possessed immortal-level caves, immortal treasures, and immortal guardian beasts, was actually just at the chi condensation stage? After accumulating immense popularity from various cultivators, his chi condensation stage had reached an astounding 18,000 layers. Even Cord himself wasn't sure what that meant. However, he still couldn't leave the cave estate. The reason was simple. Leaving required the cave concealment stage, and he hadn't reached that realm. Unfortunately, he practiced the 100,000 layers of chi condensation, leading to such a predicament. Hearing Cord's statement, Sienna couldn't hold back any longer. Initially, she thought she could finally leave the free and easy cave estate, but now it turned out she was only going out for a short break. Once done, she'd have to come back or else remain at the chi condensation stage forever. Given Joyful Valley's infamous reputation on the central continent and the numerous enemies she had, many righteous male cultivators originally came to attack Joyful Valley but ended up unable to move once they entered. This wasn't figurative language. It literally meant they couldn't walk due to being weakened by the valley's allure. The resentment of their spouses toward Joyful Valley thus became intense. In the East Continent, which female cultivator wouldn't gnash her teeth when mentioning Sienna? If Sienna, merely at the chi condensation stage, wandered outside, wouldn't she be chopped into 18 pieces by her enemies? How long is 6 hours? Cord asked with a smile, watching Sienna's changing expression. Teasing a beautiful girl was always entertaining. Speaking of beauty, Cord thought of his easygoing wife Bridget. 3 years later, if she tried to divorce him and discovered he was far more popular than she, the look on her face would be priceless. Why 3 years? According to heavenly decree, one must wait at least 3 years before ending a marriage. Seeing how cave spirits only cared about increasing cave popularity and ignored romantic matters, Huiwen Dao felt anxious as an elder. Cough, let's not digress. Hearing Cord's question, Sienna's expression stiffened again before she forced a smile. Not too long, not too long. I'm just concerned that the time might not be enough. For example, if Lawrence can't find Andre, it might take a very long time. 6 hours might not suffice. Cord easily saw through Sienna's little scheme. She just wanted more freedom. Huey wasn't that stingy. Then I'll give you 7 hours. A Yangshan realm cultivator can travel very far within 7 hours, right? Cord generously extended the time by an hour. 7 hours equated to 14 hours, which might not seem like much for ordinary people, but for high-ranking cultivators, 5 hours already allowed for plenty of activities. If they flew without restraint, their speed far surpassed that of aircraft. Ugh, can it be any longer? Do you want to go or not? If not, I'll send Adelia and Savannah instead. Of course. I'll definitely go and ensure the task is completed. Hearing someone else might go, Sienna immediately changed her tone. Very well. 7 hours. Timing starts now. One more thing. If Lawrence dies, I might lose interest in advancing my realm and stay at the chi condensation stage for 100 years. Cord said casually. As Sienna left, she stumbled slightly. Then, her strength restored, she exploded into action, soaring skyward. Andre, where are you? Get out here now. All present cultivators stared in disbelief. Had Sienna regained her power? What kind of grudge did she have against Andre? Just because Andre wanted to take her away? Who among the male cultivators here didn't wish to take Sienna away? What did Andre do wrong? Huey only wanted to do what everyone wished to do. As Sienna soared into the sky, Lawrence had already found Andre. Andre hadn't run far. Huey went to the foot of Green Pine Mountain, near the entrance of the Xuanhuan sect. Truly arrogant, Andre knew there were immortal guardian beasts inside the free and easy cave estate, yet he dared to linger after escaping. The cultivators of Xuanhuan sect were trapped in the courtyard, watching Andre fearfully. Xuanhuan sect was tiny, almost bordering the mortal realm. Its highest-ranking leader, Patriarch Clem, was only at the bone-cleansing stage of the innate realm. Meanwhile, Andre was at the cave concealment stage, a huge difference. At this moment, Clem introduced Andre flatteringly. Your Majesty, I never expected you to be the emperor of the Sawyer dynasty. The Lawrence you mentioned has a good relationship with Xuanhuan sect. Huey even helped us reclaim a Schwanzigrade spirit grass last time. Huey, quite interesting. Andre smiled and glanced at the Xuanhuan sect cultivators in the courtyard. With a point of his finger, one cultivator fell like a broken sack, completely devoid of life. Since Lawrence cares about this place, destroying it will surely draw him out. Andre gazed at the remaining trembling junior cultivators, revealing a cruel smile. Chapter 92. Argyle's Dao Huey Art. You actually slaughter the innocent like this. Seeing the cultivators of Xuanhuan Gate being killed, Argyle, the youngest disciple, could not help but glare angrily at Ainsworth and speak his mind. Argyle was the youngest disciple of Xuanhuan Gate. Huey had a delicate appearance with childishness still evident on his face. A straightforward person without ulterior motives, he shared a common dream with many young cultivators, to become strong and aspire to one day be a cultivator who eradicates demons and upholds justice. Watching Ainsworth casually massacre the cultivators of Xuanhuan Gate, the spirited and youthful Argyle could not contain himself. His fellow senior brother, with whom he had laughed and conversed just yesterday, was now dead without a trace, as if life held no meaning. All the daily efforts and hardships of cultivation were rendered mere past events. Ha ha, under the sky, all land belongs to the king. Under the sky, all subjects belong to the king. All of Eastjo is part of our Sawyer dynasty. Do you really think that small sects like Xuanhuan Gate can be considered true cultivation forces? Hearing Argyle's anger, Ainsworth did not get angry but laughed instead. Huey looked at Argyle as if he were an ant. To low-realm cultivators, high-realm cultivators were practically from another world. Ainsworth could kill Argyle with a mere wave of his hand. Argyle definitely knew this, but still dared to rebuke Ainsworth. This intrigued Ainsworth initially. You cannot murder people like this. It's wrong. Facing the overwhelmingly powerful and intimidating Ainsworth, Argyle felt immense pressure. All his rage turned into the feeble words, it's wrong. Indeed, it was wrong, but who could stop him? Ainsworth stared at Argyle, his smile fading into stern silence. Raising a finger, he asked Argyle word by word. Wrong? How laughable. You are merely subjects of the Sawyer dynasty. If the ruler wants his subjects dead, they must die. I give you one more chance. Was my action right or wrong? The threat in Ainsworth's tone was evident. An unsatisfactory answer would likely cost Argyle his life. No. Pang. Before Argyle could finish speaking, Ainsworth flicked his finger, breaking Argyle's right leg bone mid-sentence. Shock quickly turned to extreme pain, distorting Argyle's face. Pain. Endless excruciating pain racked his brain. At this moment, Argyle even began to question his entire path of cultivation. Huey had practiced diligently year after year, through scorching summers and freezing winters, never stopping for a rest. Yet here he was, being beaten like a helpless insect. This was the world of cultivators, a world without laws to protect novice cultivators, where the strong preyed on the weak. The only thing restraining high-realm cultivators from slaughtering innocently was their own moral code. Generally, cultivators did not indulge in bloodlust. Orthodox cultivators paid close attention to their Dao heart, striving to keep it unblemished. Indiscriminate killing of low-realm cultivators and mortals would taint the Dao heart, leading to the gradual growth of heart demons. While it mattered little in lower realms, heart demons could hinder a cultivator's path when reaching the ascension stage. Therefore, high-realm cultivators rarely indulged in senseless killing. Unless, of course, they were demon cultivators driven by a lust for slaughter. And Ainsworth happened to be a demon cultivator. Dark blue mist emerged from Ainsworth's fingers, pressing down on Argyle, forcing him to kneel in submission. I ask you again, Was my action right or wrong? Ainsworth asked calmly, once more. Wrong. Argyle shouted stubbornly. His voice trembled, his mouth twitched, but he did not change his stance. Pang! A streak of blue mist struck again, breaking Argyle's left leg this time. Huey writhed on the ground like a worm, struggling to hold himself up despite the agony. I ask you one more time, was my action right or wrong? Ainsworth's tone grew colder. In truth, he could have killed Argyle outright, but mere killing no longer satisfied him. Huey found greater pleasure in making someone yield first before ending their life. People thought yielding meant survival, but just as they celebrated staying alive, Ainsworth would strike again, taking their lives. The expressions of indignation, anger, confusion, and regret on their faces afterward. But Argyle did not falter. Even as an unknown cultivator, deep down, he believed such brutality was wrong. Huey struggled to stand again. Junior brother, don't get up. Ainsworth is not wrong. Junior brother wuxia, don't say anything. It's the weakness and cowardice of us senior brothers. Junior brother, this is reality. The weak will always be bullied by the strong. Without backing, we can't oppose the Sawyer dynasty. Even if you die, no one will avenge you. The Xuanhuan Gate cultivators couldn't bear to watch and tried to reason with him. They didn't understand Ainsworth's intentions, but hoped that Argyle's submission might spare his life. What's wrong is wrong. Senseless killing is not what our kind should do. We cultivators should eradicate evil and uphold righteousness. If this is how things are in the divine continent, if there's no light, then I shall burn myself to become a faint candlelight. What you've done is wrong and despicable. Argyle pointed at Ainsworth, shouting angrily. For a moment, the entire Xuanhuan Gate fell silent. No one expected the usually gentle and cheerful Argyle to be so unbending, with such a resolute Tao heart. Such unwavering resolve was essential for becoming a true cultivator. No matter what others said or how dire the situation, he believed wrong was wrong and would not waver. This was the pure heart of a true seeker. Back then, Lawrence faced similar ridicule, yet he ultimately obtained the immortal-grade treasure from the free and easy cave. Facing Argyle's accusation, Ainsworth felt displeased. Huey waved his finger, his expression showing impatience. Since you think my actions were wrong, then off you go. A dark blue glow burst forth, targeting Argyle's heart this time. With both legs broken, Argyle had nowhere to run. Closing his eyes, he suddenly recalled the meaning behind his cultivation. Originally the son of a merchant from a neighboring town, 10 years ago, during a harsh winter, their caravan was attacked by hungry wolves. After a brutal battle, most perished, leaving the survivors in despair. It was then that a Xuanhuan Gate cultivator passed by and saved them. From that day forward, Argyle became a disciple of Xuanhuan Gate. After 3 years of cultivation, during another frigid winter, along the same trade route, Argyle encountered a caravan attacked by wolves. Huey saved them, earning their gratitude and reverence. That look of respect made Argyle understand the true purpose of cultivation, helping the weak and upholding justice. This was Argyle's Tao. Even facing a formidable and overwhelming Ainsworth, he would not yield, even if he was about to die in the next second. Pang, 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 pang. 4 consecutive explosions sounded. Roland, Humbert Aaron, Eric, and Jediah, who were closest to Argyle, stepped in front of him, shielding him from the lethal blow. But their bodies were all pierced, barely clinging to life. Brothers, why did you? Tears streaming down his face, Argyle asked in disbelief. You are a junior brother of Xuanhuan Gate. When enemies attack the sect, whose place is it to step forward? Roland managed to utter these words with his last ounce of strength. Blood dripped from his mouth. All 4 had been pierced in the abdomen, their vitality rapidly draining. If it weren't for the extraordinary resilience of cultivators, if it weren't for Ainsworth's casual strike, they wouldn't even have the chance to leave a final message. Is there truly no justice under the heavens? Can one do as they please just because they are powerful? Is this what the great Tao is? Argyle hopelessly asked the sky in 3 consecutive questions. As a cultivator, you don't even know that heaven and earth show no mercy, treating all things as straw dogs. Truly, your ignorance is laughable. If you love being buried alive so much, then I will bury the entire Xuanhuan Gate with you. After Ainsworth said this, he became slightly more serious, summoning a circle of blue fire to scorch the Xuanhuan Gate cultivators. The cultivators wanted to escape, but found themselves bound somehow. They could only await death. Are we really going to die here like insignificant ants, not even leaving a trace? The Xuanhuan Gate cultivators fell into despair, believing no one would come to save them. Sword whiz. A spiritual sword sliced through the air, directly dispersing the coalesced blue fire circle. Who dares to intervene? Ainsworth frowned, surprised and angered. I am Lawrence, a kitchen helper at Xuanhuan Gate. Is there really no justice in the world? Can brute strength truly allow one to act without restraint? Is this the way of the universe? Argyle asked the heavens in despair. As cultivators, if you still do not understand that heaven and earth are impartial, treating all things as straw dogs, it is laughably ignorant. Since you enjoy being buried alive so much, I will let the entire Xuanhuan Gate accompany you in death. Andre became slightly more serious as he summoned a blue fiery ring to burn toward the Xuanhuan Gate cultivators. The cultivators tried to escape, but found themselves inexplicably bound. They could only wait for death. Are we to die here like ants, unable to leave even a trace behind? The cultivators of Xuanhuan Gate fell into despair, believing no one would come to save them. Screech. A spiritual sword tore through the air, directly dispersing the condensed blue fiery ring. Who dares to interfere? Andre furrowed his brows, startled and furious. I am a kitchen helper at Xuanhuan Gate, Lawrence. Chapter 93. The Benevolent Bond with Xuanhuan Gate. Lawrence, after being cast out of the palace and experiencing the myriad facets of human life, was eventually taken in by Xuanhuan Gate. To him, Xuanhuan Gate became a second home. Although he was particularly close only to the late gatekeeper, Elder Daniel, Lawrence had spent over a decade there. longer than his time either in the palace or wandering outside. Therefore, when the spiritual treasure of Xiuxian Gate was stolen, and misunderstandings were cleared, he stood up. When Xiuxian Gate faced its crisis, he once again stepped forward, drawing his sword against Xian. This was the benevolent bond between Xiuxian Gate and Lawrence. During his hardships, Xiuxian Gate took him in, and now that Lawrence had obtained a trace of immortal grade opportunities, becoming renowned in the cultivation world, he naturally came forward again to help Xiuxian Gate in its hour of need. All things in this world have their cause and effect. Lawrence? Perfect timing. I'm just about to bring you back to the Sawyer Imperial Dynasty. That old man needs you. I'm still working under him, so if you're angry, blame him, Xian said with a cruel smile upon seeing Lawrence approach on his flying sword. Huey no longer tried to hide his intentions and laid everything bare. The cultivators of Xiuxian Gate saw Lawrence's arrival as a beacon of hope and exclaimed excitedly, "Lawrence is here. Huey's come to save us. I knew this kid wouldn't abandon us when he made it big. Although he's usually quiet, we've always treated him well. Lawrence is also at the cavern concealment stage. We're saved. Saved." There were 42 cultivators in total at Xiuxian Gate, and they all looked at Lawrence with renewed hope, the light of salvation in their eyes. "I merely accepted a task from the immortal abode to pursue Xian and save our sect. Saving Xiuxian Gate was simply an added benefit." Lawrence spoke coldly. His personality had always been taciturn, and obtaining strength only made him colder. Speaking of which, this was all because of Cord. Once, Cord had casually mentioned that he admired aloof cultivators. Initially, one cultivator acted aloof, thinking little of the immortal abode. But when Cord bestowed a grand opportunity, this aloof cultivator instantly changed his tune and showed great respect to Cord. Then, Cord said, "I prefer the aloof you." Unknowingly, Lawrence heard this and started emulating it. Ahem, but that's another story. Now, all hopes rested on Lawrence. Even the heavily injured Argyle managed a pained smile toward Lawrence. His 4 brothers-in-arms were on the brink of death, while he himself had both legs broken and his left shoulder shattered. Xian's casual attack had pierced through Roland and 3 others before striking Argyle's shoulder, reducing it to pulp. Argyle's suffering was immense. Recalling the excitement of Roland when they all rushed off to the immortal abode with Lawrence, and the thrill of obtaining the snow ginseng root, an extremity-grade spiritual treasure, it felt like yesterday. But now, everything had changed because they didn't persist in believing in the immortal abode. Had they remained steadfast, one of them might have advanced to the cavern concealment stage and avoided this tragedy. "You 5 take this, Argyle." Lawrence tossed a porcelain bottle toward Argyle. The breaths of all present quickened. They knew what this bottle meant. It contained immortal-grade supreme spirit spring water, a top-tier immortal-grade spiritual treasure, an unparalleled treasure across the entire great divine continent. This water could repair any damaged spirit roots, even congenital obstructions, making it incredibly precious. Note: I replaced Great Sunjo, Great Divine Continent, with Great Divine Continent for fluency and accuracy in English. Additionally, the spirit spring water had a mild nature and was exceptionally effective for healing lower realm cultivators. Is this a gift? Argyle was astounded. Everyone knew Lawrence had half a bottle of immortal-grade supreme spirit spring water, but none expected him to share it with 5 members of Xiuxian Gate. "Yes, hurry. They're dying," Lawrence replied coolly, showing no hint of generosity. Gratitude beyond measure. Argyle couldn't afford to be polite now. Huey drank from the bottle, then crawled to the others, applying the remaining contents to their wounds. The moment the bottle was opened, strange phenomena occurred. Using it invoked the Huevenly Tao, with ethereal shadows circling around Roland and the others. Upon witnessing this, Xian immediately recognized the top-tier spiritual treasure. Such an item could drive any cultivator mad with desire. Frenzied, he shouted, "You dare use such a supreme treasure? Stop, or I'll devour your flesh and blood." Xian aimed to snatch the spirit spring water, but Lawrence stood between him and the prize. "This is mine. I can do as I please. Don't you think it's time we settle accounts?" Lawrence pulled out the Erengian sword from the ground, his gaze filled with murderous intent as he fixed it on Xian. Xian knew that without killing Lawrence, he would never obtain the immortal-grade treasure. Initially, his goal was to return Lawrence to the dynasty, but now he couldn't hold back. An immortal-grade supreme spirit spring water was more precious than anything else. "If you seek death, then don't blame me." Xian laughed maniacally. For such a treasure to end up in the hands of mere innate cultivators was a waste. Huey summoned blue flames, dark and ominous, sweeping toward Lawrence. Strangely, though the grass didn't burn, every plant it touched withered and died, losing all vitality instantly. Flowers turned to dry petals, fresh grass to dead straw, disintegrating into powder with a breeze. Huevens, that's blue nether flame, representing death and decay on the great divine continent. Any living creature touched dies instantly. A treasure of the Azure Dark Temple. How did Xian get it? A cultivator who enjoyed reading chronicles of the great divine continent stared in shock. In fact, many cultivators liked reading chronicles, familiarizing themselves with matters of the great divine continent, so this wasn't surprising. This is not the true blue nether flame but a single flame petal reserved for core disciples of the Azure Dark Temple. Even a strand of blue nether flame can obliterate a cavern concealment cultivator. How can Lawrence possibly counter it? The Xiuxian Gate cultivators grew anxious. Blue nether flame was a heaven-defying fire containing the power of creation and destruction. Many cultivators had perished trying to conquer it. If burned, one aged and died instantly. A cavern concealment cultivator couldn't withstand its heat, let alone Lawrence. How could Lawrence possibly stand against this devastating force from the Azure Dark Temple? Chapter 94. Rosalie makes an entrance, and the tide turns. Facing Lan Mingyan, Lawrence's figure flickered continuously, creating 7 distinct shadows that seemed to follow a certain pattern as if treading on the 7 stars. However, his movements could not be described simply as ghostly. They were profound and mysterious. Watching Lawrence's steps, the cultivators were reminded of their childhood days spent gazing up at the night sky, admiring the Big Dipper. Back then, everyone wondered what the constellations in the night sky represented. Many cultivators tried to unravel the secrets hidden within them, studying the xiuxian will and the Great Tao. A considerable number of cultivators began their path from the stars. Finally, a genius cultivator discerned the cosmic laws from the Big Dipper and developed a cultivation method suitable for cultivators. At that time, this cultivator was known as the Seven Stars Taoist, founding the once prosperous Seven Stars sect. Among their skills, their stepping technique was most renowned, with every step aligning the seven stars perfectly. Unfortunately, during a war with demon cultivators, most of the Seven Stars sect's core members were killed, leading to a talent shortage. The once thriving sect gradually faded into obscurity over time. Until now, the Seven Stars sect still exists, but their ultimate skill, the Seven Star Step, has been lost. Without the Seven Star Step, many of their techniques became unpracticed, reducing them to a minor sect. But no one expected this move to reappear through Lawrence. The Seven Star Step, it's actually the Seven Stars sect's ultimate technique. Casting 7 shadows with each step matches the description in the Chronicles of Divine Territory perfectly. Faced with Lan Mingyan, Lawrence's figure continuously flickered, producing 7 afterimages as if treading upon the Big Dipper, hinting at some inherent pattern. However, this movement can't be described simply as ghostly. It should be called mystical. Looking at Lawrence's steps, the cultivators were reminded of their childhood days spent gazing up at the night sky, looking at the spoon-shaped Big Dipper. Back then, everyone wondered what the stars in the night sky represented. Many cultivators tried to fathom its secrets, researching the heavenly will and Tao contained within. Quite a few cultivators entered the path of cultivation by studying the starry sky. Finally, a genius cultivator deciphered the cosmic laws of the Big Dipper and developed a suitable cultivation method for cultivators. That cultivator was then known as the Seven Stars Taoist, who once established the illustrious Seven Stars sect. The most famous among their techniques was their body movement, where every step aligned like the Big Dipper. Sadly, during a war against demon cultivators, the Seven Stars sect suffered heavy casualties, leading to a shortage of successors, causing the once thriving sect to gradually fade into oblivion over time. Until now, the Seven Stars sect still exists, but their ultimate technique, the Seven Star Step, has been lost. Without the Seven Star Step, many of the sect's techniques couldn't be performed properly, and they have now degenerated into an insignificant minor sect. But no one expected that this move would reappear on Lawrence. The Seven Star Step, it's actually the Seven Stars sect's ultimate technique. Casting 7 shadows with each step matches the description in the Chronicles of Divine Territory perfectly. Yes, definitely the Seven Star Step. I never thought Lawrence would know this lost ultimate technique. Where did he learn it? So envious. Do we even need to ask? It must be from the Free and Easy Grotto. Since becoming a cultivator, Lawrence has always stayed low-key inside the Free and Easy Grotto. Being able to learn such an ultimate technique must be due to the fortune of the Free and Easy Grotto. Envy, truly envy. Even if one cannot complete the final step of the immortal level fortune, there are stage rewards. I didn't expect the stage reward to be this ultimate cultivation method. In the past, we also had immortal level fortune. We didn't cherish it back then, even doubting Sage Immortal Xian. Truly regretful. So regretful. The cultivators from Zhangyang's sect kept shaking their heads. They were the ones who persuaded Jerome to give up the opportunity in the Free and Easy Grotto. Who would have thought that today, Lawrence, relying on the fortune from the Free and Easy Grotto, could fight Andre to a stalemate? After all, Andre could obliterate the Zhangyang sect with just a flick of his finger. Thinking about this, the Zhangyang sect cultivators looked at Lawrence with envy and regret. Seeing Lan Mingyan struggle to hit Lawrence, Andre's face revealed a hint of impatience, saying coldly, "Hide like a rat here and there? Aren't you supposed to protect them? Let me kill them all, and you continue hiding." As he spoke, the concentrated Lan Mingyan in his hand changed direction, aiming at the Zhangyang sect cultivators. If Lawrence continued to dodge, the entire Zhangyang sect would face utter destruction. If Lawrence takes this hit, he might not withstand it. That is Lan Mingyan. The Zhangyang sect cultivators looked panicked. They felt that Lawrence definitely wouldn't block the attack for them. After all, cultivators ultimately prioritize themselves. To help others is already a great favor. Sacrificing oneself for others is extremely rare. But Lawrence did not move. Huey stood before the Zhangyang sect cultivators, sword held horizontally across his chest, facing the formidable enemy. This was the first time Lawrence encountered a strong enemy since entering the world of cultivation. Any mistake could lead to endless calamity. Ha 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 ha, you want to block it head on then die. Andre laughed maniacally, his hair fluttering wildly, emanating a demonic aura, looking invincible. The Zhangyang sect cultivators watched the impending clash anxiously, holding their breaths, fearing any disturbance to Lawrence. Boom! A tremendous sound exploded, like a meteor striking the ground. When the smoke cleared, a graceful figure appeared in the center. Rosalie appeared directly. She was originally a fully accomplished Yangshan realm cultivator, and the time away from the Free and Easy Grotto was enough for her to circle Song Mountain 3 times. Finding Lawrence and Andre wasn't surprising. You are? Confronted by Rosalie's power, Andre was astonished. Huey couldn't believe that a servant girl from the Free and Easy Grotto had such a high realm. Did he sense it wrong? Huey's spiritual energy was so vast, likely having reached the Ascension. No, the Nirvana stage. The spiritual energy carried a righteous and pure aura, surpassing the Chandlerview stage and reaching the Yangshan stage. A servant girl from the Free and Easy Grotto turned out to be a Yangshan realm cultivator? Andre felt dizzy. What kind of place is the Free and Easy Grotto? Andre, I finally found you. Didn't you want to take me away? Why are you in such a hurry to leave? Rosalie smiled sweetly at Andre. If only based on her appearance and tone, She seemed like an innocent young girl chasing after her love interest. But Andre felt an icy chill run through him, because he sensed deadly intent from Rosalie. Without replying, Andre attempted to retreat rapidly. However, when he saw Rosalie raise her hand, he felt himself completely restrained. Huey couldn't move, which was the difference between an Ascension stage cultivator and a Cavern Hidden stage cultivator. Previously, Andre relied on his higher realm to bully the lower realm cultivators of Xuanhuan sect, treating them like insects. Now, it was his turn to taste this bitter reality. Yes, definitely the 7-star step. I didn't expect Lawrence to know such a lost secret art. Where did he learn it? How enviable. Is there even a question? It must be from the Immortal Leisure Grotto. Ever since becoming a cultivator, Lawrence has secluded himself there. Learning such a secret art surely comes from the opportunities within the Immortal Leisure Grotto. I envy him so much. Even if one doesn't complete the final step of a transcendent opportunity, partial rewards can be obtained. Who would have thought that these partial rewards would be such ultimate skills? We also had transcendent opportunities back then, but we didn't cherish them and even misunderstood Immortal Leisure. What a regrettable mistake. The cultivators of Xuanhuan sect shook their heads repeatedly. They were the ones who persuaded Roland to give up on the Immortal Leisure Grotto's opportunity. But who would have thought that today, Lawrence relies on the opportunities from the Immortal Leisure Grotto to match Xian. Considering Xian could easily destroy the Xuanhuan sect with a snap of his fingers, the Xuanhuan sect cultivators looked at Lawrence with a mix of envy and regret. Seeing that Lan Mingyan couldn't hit Lawrence, a trace of impatience appeared on Xian's face, and he said coldly, "Aren't a rat darting around? Aren't you trying to protect them? I'll kill them all, and you keep hiding." Huey redirected the gathered Lan Mingyan towards the Xuanhuan sect cultivators. If Lawrence continued dodging, the entire Xuanhuan sect would face annihilation. Lawrence might not withstand this attack. That is Lan Mingyan. The Xuanhuan sect cultivators showed panic-stricken expressions, thinking Lawrence wouldn't block the damage for them. After all, cultivators ultimately prioritize themselves. Helping others already counts as a great favor. Sacrificing oneself for others is exceedingly rare among cultivators. But Lawrence didn't retreat. He stood in front of the Xuanhuan sect cultivators, sword at chest, ready for battle. This was Lawrence's first encounter with a formidable enemy after entering the cultivation world. Any misstep could lead to endless calamity. Ha 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 ha, you're going to take it head-on, die then. Xian laughed wildly, his hair fluttering with the wind, exuding an overwhelming demonic aura. The Xuanhuan sect cultivators watched tensely as both sides clashed, even holding their breath to avoid distracting Lawrence. Boom! An enormous explosion erupted like a meteor crashing into the earth. When the smoke cleared, a graceful figure appeared on the scene. Rosalie made her entrance. She was originally a grand completion Yang Deity Realm cultivator. The time it took her to leave the Immortal Leisure Grotto was enough to circle Qing Song Mountain thrice. Finding Lawrence and Xian was not difficult. You are? Faced with Rosalie's strength, Xian revealed a stunned expression. Huey never imagined that a servant from the Immortal Leisure Grotto could reach such a high realm. Did he sense it incorrectly? Huey's spiritual energy was so vast, almost touching the Ascension realm. No, Transcendence realm. It carried a bright, orthodox vibe, indicating she had surpassed the Chandler Deity realm and entered the Yang Deity realm. A servant from the Immortal Leisure Grotto was actually a Yang Deity realm cultivator? Xian felt dizzy. What kind of place is the Immortal Leisure Grotto? Xian, I finally found you. Didn't you want to take me away? Why the rush? Rosalie looked at Xian with a gentle smile, seeming like an ignorant maiden chasing after her lover. Yet Xian felt chills run down his spine, because he sensed lethal killing intent from Rosalie. Without a word, Xian attempted to retreat hastily. However, as Rosalie raised her hand, his body felt restrained. Huey was completely immobilized, displaying the gap between a Transcendence Realm cultivator and a Cave Concealment Realm cultivator. Earlier, Xian had dominated the Xuanhuan sect with his superior realm, treating lower realm cultivators like insects. Now, it was his turn to taste that bitterness. Chapter 95. Women, they only affect my sword drawing speed. You can't kill me. Behind the Sawyer dynasty is actually the Azure Dark Hall providing support. If you kill me, they won't just let this go. Andre said in a panic. Huey dared to kick the immortals to escape, but that didn't mean he had the power to defeat them. Back at the free and easy cave abode, it was because two immortals were too focused on countering the equality array to notice him, which allowed Andre to use the situation to his advantage. Now, facing a solar deity realm cultivator directly, Andre started panicking. Really? As it happens, I have some connections with the Azure Hall Master. Rosalie chuckled upon hearing the mention of the Azure Dark Hall. If there's an acquaintance, it's easier to talk things over. Let me go. I'm an inner disciple of the Azure Dark Hall. Andre tried to establish a rapport. Huey wanted to curse himself now. He had intended to take Rosalie away from the free and easy cave abode and make her his imperial concubine. Who would have thought she was actually a solar deity realm cultivator? Who could imagine a solar deity realm cultivator serving as a maidservant in a cave abode? Do I lack charm? Why are you so eager to leave? Rosalie still wore a faint smile that instantly entranced Andre. Huey opened his mouth but couldn't form a complete sentence. Reason told him to run, to get as far away as possible. This woman was like a venomous rose. But emotionally, he couldn't bring himself to leave. Rosalie was no longer a chi condensation realm practitioner. She was a solar deity realm cultivator. For someone who practiced enchanting techniques, charming a hidden treasures realm practitioner should be effortless. Don't interfere. Just as Rosalie prepared to deal with Andre, a cold voice came from behind her. The voice was so frigid that Rosalie wondered if her cultivation had dropped. Since reaching the solar deity realm and perfecting her enchanting skills, almost no male cultivators spoke to her with such coldness. She turned to see Lawrence standing behind her, his expression icy, eyes filled with determination. It seemed Lawrence didn't want any help from her. What a wooden-headed fool Lawrence is. Having Rosalie assist him isn't a good thing? Rosalie actually left the free and easy cave abode to help him. Doesn't this prove how much the abode values Lawrence? Envy him. Really envy him. The Xuanhuan sect cultivators couldn't hide their envy. Lawrence received protection for a mere assassination task, treated like a son. Yet, he showed no gratitude. Really, a wooden head. Not letting me act? Without my help, you would have been dead already. Rosalie covered her mouth with a gentle laugh, causing several dozen Xuanhuan sect cultivators to catch their breaths. Even the imprisoned Andre felt his heart churn with emotions. This is a mission I accepted. If you kill Andre, I have many ways to make sure you stay in the free and easy cave abode forever. I know the rules of the cave abode better than you do. Facing Rosalie, a beauty among beauties, Lawrence calmly issued a threat. This frosty demeanor made Rosalie almost furious. Doesn't he understand the value of compassion? Isn't admiring beauty a natural human instinct? In her opinion, no cultivator in the central continent surpassed her in charm. Yet, Lawrence remained unmoved. How could a mere Hidden Treasures realm practitioner resist her enchanting skills? Rosalie didn't understand, and she wouldn't. At this moment, all Lawrence could think of was one phrase: women, they only affect my sword-drawing speed. A casual remark from Cord made Lawrence immune to her allure. Lawrence admired Cord even more. Such a simple phrase could steady his heart more effectively than any chastity spell. Do you really dislike my help so much? What if I lend a hand? Rosalie asked pitifully. But Lawrence remained unfazed, saying, if you kill Andre, I can't complete the mission. Do you want to stay in the cave abode for years? Looking at Lawrence's cold face, Rosalie clenched her teeth, considering her next move. Killing Andre would be a trivial matter. However, Lawrence, who was like Cord's own son, forbade her from doing so. If Lawrence indeed had ways to keep her in the cave abode for decades, it would be a poor trade. Moreover, her mission from Cord was simply to protect Lawrence, not to kill Andre. Weighing the pros and cons quickly, she changed her tone, smiling slyly. I jest, my lord. Since you're confident in your victory, I'll refrain from interfering. I'm not that confident. Just, whatever. Rosalie felt suffocated. Was this man deliberately being difficult? So ungrateful. At first, Rosalie thought that returning to the solar deity realm meant she could easily turn Lawrence into a puppy. She even proclaimed her intention to make him fall in love with her. Now, it seemed not so easy. Feeling resentful, Rosalie turned to Andre, saying, did you hear everything? Teach this boy a lesson. Well, Andre hesitated. A solar deity realm cultivator was too formidable. Unless he threw his future away, they could crush him effortlessly. And Rosalie clearly wanted to protect Lawrence, confusing his understanding of her intentions. Do something, or you'll never get the chance. Kill Lawrence, and maybe I'll let you go, or even invite you to Joyful Valley. Joyful Valley? That requires the approval of its master, Rosalie. What, do I look unlike one? Hearing this, Andre's eyes gradually lost focus. His expression grew cold as dark azure aura enveloped him. Now, leaving wasn't important. Visiting Joyful Valley was. Lawrence, since you've offended Master Rosalie of Joyful Valley, I won't take you back to the Sawyer dynasty. I'll kill you here. Idiot. Lawrence couldn't hold back these two words, then surprisingly took the initiative to attack Andre. Chapter 96. Treading the Formation, Subduing the Dragon. Additional update. Lawrence actually refused Rosalie's help. How unbending this kid is. If the Master of Blissful Valley, Rosalie, were willing to help me, I'd be happy to die for her. This Lawrence. With no help from Master May, can Lawrence really defeat Elder Davis? The cultivators of Xinjiang sect shook their heads repeatedly. They couldn't comprehend Lawrence's behavior. Clearly, he could have relied on others, but chose to exert himself instead. That brat Lawrence has made things difficult for me multiple times. Best would be if Davis breaks all but one of his limbs, as the Grotto Lord never specified that Lawrence should be returned unscathed. Rosalie, seeing Lawrence's obstinate expression, couldn't help but entertain this thought. Cord had indeed promised to protect Lawrence's life, but hadn't said anything about keeping him intact. Bringing him back with only a thread of life left would still count as completing the task. As for the people of Xinjiang sect, Rosalie took a gentle step and blocked the Xinjiang sect cultivators. She was also curious whether Lawrence could overcome his powerful enemy and didn't want any external factors to interfere. After interrupting the battle between Lawrence and Davis, Rosalie signaled for them to resume. This time, Davis truly couldn't use the Xinjiang sect members to threaten Lawrence. Actually, he didn't disdain to do so. He was just furious after failing to instantly defeat Lawrence. Now, having calmed down and focused on Lawrence, his demeanor wasn't as enraged as before. Dark blue mist hovered around Davis, who stood atop a golden dragon palanquin encircled by azure nether flames. His domain expanded, compressing Lawrence's available space. Lawrence, you came to take revenge on me? I'm not afraid to tell you now. It was indeed I who killed your family. Your father was poisoned by me, his meridian sealed, unable to release spiritual energy, leading to his tragic death under the hands of our ancestor. Ha ha ha. After arranging his offensive perimeter, Davis began mocking Lawrence verbally. In truth, his forte was not attack but defense. The golden dragon palanquin was actually a defensive weapon capable of generating an overwhelming protective formation. Many believed Davis's arrogance implied recklessness, but in fact, it was the opposite. Huey flaunted his arrogant side when circumstances allowed, creating an illusion of levity. But when situations turned unfavorable, he became exceedingly cautious. Erink now, though far superior to Lawrence, upon witnessing Lawrence's impressive agility, he promptly shifted tactics. First, he established a defensive stronghold, then retreated within, baiting Lawrence with taunts. This was simply cowardly. Upon hearing Davis's words, the Xinjiang sect cultivators finally understood Lawrence's background. A mere kitchen helper, yet he possessed such a rich and dramatic past. The hell, who knew Lawrence, quiet and reserved, had such an explosive history? The imperial family of the Sawyer dynasty is darker than we thought, losing his father to his own great-grandfather. It's terrifying how much Lawrence has borne alone. Won't he fall for it? After hearing that, anyone would lose control. Of course, an enemy right in front of you. Anger takes over. No one could hold back. But if Lawrence falls for it, he'll be at a severe disadvantage. Though he has learned the 7 stars steps, Davis suppresses him and has already set up a formation, waiting like a trap. The cultivators chattered among themselves, feeling secure now that Rosalie stood guard in front of them, giving them a free pass to express their thoughts. Rosalie's beautiful face remained emotionless, except for a faint flicker in her eyes. Lawrence's story resonated with her in some way, reminding her of events from centuries ago during her time in the mortal world. That era felt so distant, even recalling it caused sighs. At that moment, she found herself somewhat hoping Lawrence could slay his enemy. Facing Davis's mockery, Lawrence remained unmoved, stepping steadily closer using the 7-star steps. Just as he entered the boundary of Davis's formation, a smirk appeared on Davis's face. Huey fell for it. This day, Lawrence will die. To your death, Davis roared loudly, and the golden dragon palanquin transformed into a massive golden dragon lunging towards Lawrence with unparalleled might. It was a Xin-level grade 9 weapon, its strength epitomized by the golden dragon. When the dragon emerged, all must submit. This was a royal heirloom of the Sawyer dynasty, crafted using materials collected across Dongzhou since they established their empire. Only true emperors could command the golden dragon palanquin. In Lawrence's hand was merely a top-grade spirit tier sword. The cultivators couldn't imagine how he could win. You rely on the golden dragon palanquin, Jialan sacred ground, Azure dark temple, Azure nether flames, thinking such dependencies can defeat me? Lawrence spoke calmly, then charged directly towards the golden dragon. Huey aimed to subdue the dragon. Chapter 97. 7 Rainbow Protective Armor, / the Dragon Horn. No one expected that Lawrence, who had the advantage of agile movement, would choose to confront the dragon head-on. This was the golden dragon, symbolizing the nation's fortune. If Lawrence could subdue this golden dragon, it might prove that the momentum of the Sawyer dynasty was coming to an end. The young, indifferent boy wielded a sword as tall as himself and charged towards the golden dragon's head. This scene stirred the hearts of the cultivators, imagining how a child, barely out of diapers, escaped from the palace and wandered the streets, tasting all the bitterness of life before finally obtaining an incomparable opportunity. Now, he was about to start his revenge, confronting the golden dragon which symbolized the Sawyer dynasty's power, facing off against the monstrous Sawyer dynasty with his sword. This spirit was like that of a doomed cultivator defying the Huevenly Dao, intending to go against the heavens. Seeing Lawrence's suicidal move, Davis burst into maniacal laughter. Haha, fool. You actually chose to face it head-on. The Golden Dragon Chariot is a level 9 transcendent grade weapon crafted by the Sawyer dynasty using countless materials. Without any armor, you think your supreme spirit grade sword can withstand a single strike. Huey wasn't wrong. To most cultivators, Lawrence was courting death, because the Erengian sword in Lawrence's hand was only a supreme spirit grade weapon, which was already considered excellent among ordinary cave-dwelling stage cultivators. Not every cave-dwelling cultivator could own a transcendent grade weapon. However, Davis was no ordinary cave-dwelling cultivator. Huey possessed the legacy of the Sawyer dynasty, along with a level 9 transcendent grade Golden Dragon Chariot. What did that mean? Even Rosalie's Erenfee-bound weapon, the Bee Shadow Stinger, was only transcendent grade supreme. The Golden Dragon Chariot was just one level below the Bee Shadow Stinger. Such a formidable weapon elevated Davis's strength to another level. His strength was already superior to Lawrence's, with both realm and weapon advantages. A collision would likely kill Lawrence instantly. The cultivators couldn't understand. Lawrence could have used his agility to maneuver and stay alive, as long as he wasn't caught by the Golden Dragon. But now he chose direct confrontation. Facing the Golden Dragon, Lawrence showed no fear. At the moment of close combat, 7 rainbow colors burst from his body. 7 rainbows formed a shield-like barrier, protecting Lawrence from the Golden Dragon's attack. The appearance of the 7-colored shield even made the Golden Dragon slightly dim. This was actually a supreme transcendent grade defensive spirit tool. The collision produced deafening boom sounds, like heavy wooden hammers striking ancient temple bells. The cultivators at Zhengyang Gate felt dizzy. It wasn't just due to the impact shockwave, but more because of Lawrence's 7 rainbow spirit tool. Some cultivators recognized the origin of this spirit tool. It was the lost treasure of the Rainbow Sect, the 7 rainbow protective armor. My god, the 7 rainbow protective armor. It's actually the 7 rainbow protective armor. How does Lawrence possess such a spirit tool? No way. The Rainbow Sect faded 300 years ago. How could their sect's treasure end up with Lawrence? There's no mistake, no mistake. The Chronicle of Divine Land clearly states that the 7 rainbow protective armor was created by the first patriarch of the Rainbow Sect using the power of a rainbow. The cultivators were beside themselves. This was a lost transcendent grade spirit tool. Lawrence, a mere cave-dwelling cultivator, without the support of Jialan Sanctuary or Azure Dark Hall, and without any faction dedicating all resources to create a weapon for him, how could he possess a supreme transcendent grade spirit tool? And it was the 7 rainbow protective armor. In the ancient times, the spiritual energy on the divine continent was richer, and various wonders abounded, with ancient practitioners achieving enlightenment by observing stars or ocean waves. On a high mountain in East Continent, whose height and name are unknown, the mountain is simply called High Mountain in the Chronicle of Divine Land. White clouds wrapped around its waist, and commoners could not climb due to its sheer height. A clear spring existed in the mountains, always adorned with a 7-colored rainbow. One cultivator saw this wonder and tried to harness the power of the rainbow. But rainbows were just natural phenomena, no different from ordinary spiritual energy areas. Interest gradually waned. Decades later, a woodcutter discovered that stones near the Rainbow Lake seemed to attract rainbow energy, turning them into 7-colored stones. Of course, it wasn't a secret. Many cultivators noticed this. But once dug up, the stones turned ordinary. Many cultivators puzzled over these stones without finding anything extraordinary. The woodcutter, after digging out a stone that lost its colors, kept digging several feet down, and he found something interesting. Underneath the stones lay grass that changed colors continuously, emitting a faint glow, looking like the seven-color rainbow condensed within. The grass had fine filaments extending into the soil, causing the stones to reflect 7 colors. However, the 7-color grass was shy and would retract when touched, explaining why cultivators didn't find it when they took the stones. As the woodcutter picked up a grass to study, countless fine filaments covered his mouth and nose, directly embedding the 7-color grass into his body. From then on, he saw the world surrounded by 7-colored spiritual energy, stepping onto the path of cultivation. Huey founded the Rainbow Sect, becoming a renowned major sect. Eventually, the woodcutter reached the ascension stage, about to transcend from Chandler deity to Yang deity. 9 celestial thunderbolts descended, aiming to stop his advancement. Aware of his imminent failure, he returned to the high mountain and approached the Rainbow Lake. Stepping into the Rainbow Lake, he knelt down, tears streaming down his face. Brothers and sisters, I've returned. I ask for your help to overcome this tribulation and achieve Yang deity. If I become immortal, you will all share my immortal soul. Turns out, the woodcutter had died long ago, and the 7-color grass had taken human form to cultivate. What happened next remained unclear, except that soon after the woodcutter left the high mountain, it collapsed, and outsiders could never find the Rainbow Lake again. Everything became legend, and the Rainbow Sect gained a new treasure, the 7 Rainbow Protective Armor. Later, the woodcutter achieved Yang deity status and became immortal after 1,000 years. But the 7 Rainbow Protective Armor disappeared. Yet, today, the 7 Rainbow Protective Armor appeared on Lawrence. Even if the Golden Dragon chariot was fearsome, it couldn't pierce through the rainbow armor. Lawrence rode atop the Golden Dragon's head, emitting 7 colors from his hands, gripping the dragon's neck tightly, and raised the Erengian sword high, slashing towards the dragon's horn. Clang! Metallic sparks flew. You dare! Davis roared in fury. Break! Lawrence slashed again, severing the dragon's horn. The Golden Dragon chariot lost one of its side rails. The crowd held their breath, completely astounded by Lawrence's overwhelming power. Hashtag chapter 98. Huey actually knows the B-Shadow technique. No one expected Lawrence to be so fierce. Huey stomped on the dragon's head and slashed its horns, preparing to subdue the dragon. Lawrence had just entered the Grotto treasure stage of the Adelian Chandlered realm, while Xian was already at the transforming god realm, a full realm higher. Moreover, Xian's Golden Dragon palanquin acted as a defensive formation. Yet, Lawrence forcibly broke through it, even severing half of the dragon's horn. Witnesses marveled at his ferocity and strength. Lawrence had always been silent and sparing with words, but he was incredibly fierce in action, truly embodying stillness like a virgin and swiftness like a hare. Lawrence can gain the upper hand mainly because of the 7 Rainbow defensive armor, but I don't understand. Hasn't Tianhong Sect's treasure been missing for years? How did it end up with Lawrence? A cultivator from the Zhengyang Gate raised a doubt. Indeed, the Tianhong Sect had disappeared hundreds of years ago, and logically their prized artifact should have long been lost somewhere. How could it fall into Lawrence's hands? Do we even need to ask? It must be from the Leisure Immortal Manor. Only such an opportunity could give him these treasures. Yes, it must be true. Lawrence really seems like the immortal man of Leisure's son. Not only did he obtain an immortal level opportunity, but also such powerful defensive artifacts. It's truly enviable. Lawrence has persistently frequented the Leisure Immortal Manor despite everyone else giving up. Now we are merely adding flowers to brocade, while he provides coal in the snow. The immortal man of Leisure is indeed an immortal. He easily saw through us. Cultivators from Zhengyang Gate sighed and shook their heads. They too had initially approached the Leisure Immortal Manor, but thought they had seen through its tricks. Until did they know, while they were on the first floor, the immortal man of Leisure was 5 floors ahead. Before they knew it, Lawrence seized an immortal level opportunity and now possessed supreme treasures. The cultivators couldn't help feeling regret. If they too had obtained the immortal level opportunities from the Leisure Immortal Manor, they wouldn't fear Xian at all. You actually possess the 7 Rainbow defensive armor. You're nothing but an outcast waste, unworthy of such a treasure. Xian was going mad, roaring and causing the Golden Dragon to burst with brilliant light, attempting to shake Lawrence off. But the 7 Rainbow defensive armor's light enveloped Lawrence securely, allowing him to stand on the dragon's head effortlessly. Slash. This strike will tear the Sawyer Imperial family's dragon scales apart. This strike will sever your dragon tendons, turning the Sawyer Imperial family from dragons into worms. This strike will break your dragon bones, leading to the complete downfall of the Sawyer Imperial family. Lawrence's voice was firm and resolute, executing each word faithfully, his Erengian sword slashing across the Golden Dragon beneath his feet. The Erengian sword was forged by Master Zhuai Tai of the Erengian sect. Though Master Zhuai Tai wasn't of high cultivation, his craftsmanship was unparalleled. Many cultivators still seek his weapons at the Erengian sect. Being crafted by a renowned master, the Erengian sword held unique power. This sword was imbued with a sharpness-enhancing array. Its considerable length was designed to accommodate this array. Though only a peak spirit-level weapon, it could still cut through the 9th-grade spirit treasure of the Golden Dragon. The Erengian sword seemed to match Lawrence's madness, disregarding any damage as it accompanied Lawrence in battling the dragon. Lawrence, how dare you damage my Golden Dragon palanquin? We are now sworn enemies. Wherever you go, you will be the mortal enemy of the Dark Azure Hall. Raging, Xian withdrew the Golden Dragon palanquin. When using spirit treasures against opponents, there was always a risk of damage if faced with strong adversaries. Once withdrawn, the Golden Dragon lay wounded and bruised, clearly suffering severe injuries from Lawrence. Ignoring Xian's silence, Lawrence pressed forward, aiming his sword at Xian's face. Strike at heart, eyes first, the vanguard of courage. Lawrence aimed directly at Xian's face, intending to take his life. At this moment, all cultivators were silent. Recently a commoner, Lawrence was now poised to deliver a fatal blow to a grotto treasure cultivator. The opportunities from the leisure immortal manor were truly formidable. Faced with Lawrence's strike, Xian narrowly dodged the lethal blow by turning his head slightly. However, the sharpness of the Erengian sword exceeded his expectations, far surpassing what a spirit-level weapon should be. Or rather, in Lawrence's hands, it was beyond its grade, unnaturally sharp. Something's not right. Does the Erengian sword have that much killing power? The Erengian sword isn't unique. Inner disciples of the Erengian sect all have one. It shouldn't be this powerful. It's not the weapon, it's Lawrence. Huey definitely has a technique to enhance the weapon's power. Look at the Erengian sword in Lawrence's hand. It's about to snap. A cultivator from Xingyang Gate pointed at Lawrence's sword. Indeed, Lawrence's Erengian sword was covered in scars, more damaged than the Golden Dragon Palanquin. Ordinary grotto treasure cultivators would find it difficult to destroy a peak spirit-level weapon, as they were quite durable. But exceptions existed. Cultivators who practiced techniques to maximize weapon potential could push spirit weapons to their limits. Lawrence's situation was clearly unusual. It's actually the Beast Shadow technique. Only inner disciples of Joyful Valley can learn it. I didn't think a man like Lawrence could learn it. Sienna narrowed her eyes. She was familiar with the technique since she created it. Thanks to the Beast Shadow technique, Sienna could injure celestial beasts like the seven-colored sky swallowing python as a mortal. Huier Erenfi-bound weapon, Beast Shadow Stinger, many believe to be highly toxic, but its true characteristic was indestructibility. During its creation, Sienna infused it with deep earth from Ponglai Mountain. She obtained this material from the Immortal's Manor. Each particle of soil was extremely heavy, yet after forging, the weapon felt featherlight and easy to wield. Moreover, no matter how she used the Beast Shadow technique, it never reached its limit. Even clashing with immortal-level weapons left no marks on the Beast Shadow Stinger. This satisfied Sienna greatly. Deep down, she was insane, and finding an indestructible weapon made her ecstatic. She never imagined Cord would steal both her weapon and her technique. Leisure Immortal Manor. How did he manage it? Did someone betray the Joyful Valley? That doesn't make sense. Inner disciples are absolutely loyal to me. Why would they betray me? Sienna was baffled. How did Cord obtain the technique? If Cord knew her thoughts, he'd probably laugh and shake his head. It wasn't complex. He just played around during evolution, accidentally creating these techniques. Finding them useless, he gave them to Lawrence. Lawrence cherished them and quietly practiced. Thus, now he pierced through Xian's protective aura with a single strike, sending the latter's prestigious hair ribbon flying. Instantly disheveled, Xian looked quite pathetic. You resemble the beggar I was in those days. Lawrence pointed his sword downwards, finally smiling. Seeing vengeance within reach, he couldn't suppress his joy. Lowering his head in a passive stance, Xian suddenly let out an eerie, ha-ha-ha laugh, saying without lifting his head, "Haha, is that all? Is this all you've got? Don't forget, I am from the Dark Azure Hall. I haven't even started." Chapter 99. The Demon Cultivator Andre. The Azure Dark Hall was a dreaded demonic force within the world of cultivators. Initially, this power existed only in legends. It was said that a low-realm cultivator had his family wiped out by a major sect, watching helplessly as his wife and children died before him. Frustrated by failed attempts at revenge, he fell into despair and retreated deep into the mountains to escape worldly matters. One day, he stumbled upon an extraordinarily vast hall adorned with ancient copper-colored statues of Asuras holding lamps, where an eternal blue flame burned. A ghostly voice echoed from the ceiling, repeatedly whispering into his ear, "Do you crave power?" This voice was irresistible. Anyone desiring strength couldn't help but be drawn in. Suddenly recalling the humiliation and betrayal he had suffered, he saw the faces of his enemies magnified tenfold. Huey accepted this power instantly, falling into the path of demons, a single thought turning him into one. Years later, engulfed in azure flames, he stormed the peak of power sect that had wronged him. For 49 days, the blue flames raged as he fought hundreds of experts alone. By the 50th day, what was once a mountain had been reduced to flat ground, and the flourishing sect turned to ashes, carried away by the wind. The name of this cultivator was lost to time, but all remembered that he came from the Azure Dark Hall. Afterward, countless cultivators frantically sought the Azure Dark Hall, which gradually emerged from the shadows. It truly could rapidly elevate one's cultivation in a short period. However, it also drastically altered their personalities and shortened their lifespans like burning candles. Thus, it soon became categorized as a demon force. Yet, even this couldn't deter those who sought power. A cultivator's life was filled with trials, cases of spirit roots being stolen, tendons severed, betrayed by fellow disciples, or forced marriages with enemies were not uncommon. Not every cultivator had golden fingers, so they pinned their hopes on the Azure Dark Hall. Over time, the Azure Dark Hall grew into a formidable force. In every demon hunting campaign, its cultivators became thorns in the sides of righteous practitioners, for the simple reason that they were incredibly powerful. And Andre was a disciple of the Azure Dark Hall. Blue flames erupted around him, transforming him into a fearsome war deity, forcing Lawrence to retreat. Only then did everyone remember that Andre still had cards up his sleeve. Almost forgot, Andre is a cultivator of the Azure Dark Hall. His strength can't be just that of a cave concealment stage practitioner. You're right. If the Azure Dark Hall intensely cultivates a disciple, their strength would rival Lawrence's. Andre, being a core disciple, might even surpass ordinary cave concealment stage cultivators. Cultivators from the Bright Yang sect cried out in panic. Lawrence, unable to dodge in time, was burned by the azure flames. The seven-color protective armor appeared but seemed inadequate to fully block the flames. Immediately, a streak of white hair appeared amidst Lawrence's black hair. For cultivators, jet black and lush hair was a sign of health, while the appearance of white hair was ominous, indicating damaged lifespan. Fespin was critically important for cultivators. Even if one had great talent, failing to live long enough to advance was tragic. Now, the azure flames had directly impacted Lawrence's lifespan. Ha ha ha, you're the castaway of the Sawyer Imperial dynasty. Once a castaway, always a castaway. Do you think a castaway can turn things around? Seeing Lawrence wounded, Andre smiled wildly, but soon shifted his gaze to Rosalie. The greatest uncertainty was Rosalie. Being a Sun God Realm cultivator, if she intervened, Andre wouldn't be able to kill Lawrence forcefully. But nothing happened. Rosalie remained calm, even signaling Andre to continue. For a moment, Andre couldn't gauge Rosalie's stance. Did she support Lawrence? If Rosalie doesn't interfere, Lawrence will surely die today. Andre clenched his teeth. Lawrence's rapid growth and intense hatred toward the Sawyer Imperial dynasty posed a serious threat. Left unchecked, the dynasty would eventually fall. So, Andre decided not to hold back. Originally planning to kidnap Lawrence, he now resolved to kill him on the spot. Die! With a roar, azure flames poured into the golden dragon carriage. The previously listless dragon's mouth, nose, and eyes emitted blue flames. Its formerly righteous aura turned sinister and domineering, becoming vicious and ruthless. Whereas the righteous golden dragon was prone to breaking, the blue flame-infused dragon knew patience, cruelty, and how to strike with deadly precision. The azure flame dragon coiled up again, lunging viciously at Lawrence, seemingly remembering the torment Lawrence had intended. Lawrence has lost. Yes, originally, the biggest protection for Lawrence was the 7-color protective armor, but now the azure flames bypass it, hurting Lawrence directly. A few more burns and Lawrence's lifespan may give out. Seeing Lawrence fleeing in disarray, the crowd shook their heads. Facing the suddenly strengthened Andre, Lawrence struggled, using all his efforts to dodge the blue flame dragon. After dodging for a while, Lawrence, covered in wounds, halted his retreat. Aware that running wasn't a solution, he steeled himself, deciding to face Andre head-on. Andre, I will kill you today. I want you to understand that relying solely on external aids, one can never achieve the great Tao. Lawrence shouted, charging through the azure flames with his sword, like a drill. This move startled the crowd. Wasn't this suicide? Haha, Lawrence, you are seeking death. Your cloud-ascending sword is about to break. Do you really think my blue flame dragon can't penetrate your armor? Find your death. Seeing Lawrence charge, Andre laughed maniacally, his hair floating wildly as he channeled all his power into the dragon. Since Lawrence insisted on confronting him, Andre wanted to teach him the true gap in their strength. Andre aimed to end Lawrence with his strongest attack. Didn't Lawrence always say that reliance on external aids hindered achieving the great Tao? Boom boom boom. The azure flames surrounding Andre thickened, ready for the final blow. Lawrence plunged into the azure flames, clashing fiercely with Andre's strongest strike. All spectators covered their eyes, finding Lawrence's decision foolish. Just as most sighed, a sharp-eyed spectator exclaimed, "Look, what is Lawrence holding in his hand?" Chapter 100, The Power of a One-Day Trial. When the cultivators saw what was in Lawrence's hands, they were all struck speechless. Some even shed tears. How could this be? Lawrence wasn't holding a spirit artifact but a transcendent artifact. The Mirror of Fleeting Erranfee, originally an unparalleled transcendent artifact used by Rosalie to deal with the rainbow swallow xiuxian python, was obtained from a sage's tomb. She had gone through countless life and death situations. Finally, fortunately, that sage had adored beauties before his death and couldn't bear to see Rosalie perish, so he granted her an opportunity. One could say Rosalie got the Mirror of Fleeting Erranfee purely due to her beauty. In this world, how could an opportunity gained through looks not be precious? With the Mirror of Fleeting Erranfee, Rosalie could even reflect back the attacks of the immortal beast, the rainbow swallow xiuxian python. This showed the power of the transcendent artifact. But no one expected it to fall into Lawrence's hands. At this moment, the cultivators felt immensely regretful. They initially thought that Lawrence obtaining the immortal-grade spirit moon spring water was already a grace bestowed by the leisurely immortal. Who would have thought Lawrence would also acquire the 7-colored guarding armor? Fine. Everyone figured if that's what he managed to obtain, it must indeed be an exceptional fortune of the leisurely cave. Though envious, it didn't drive them insane. But when Lawrence openly took out another transcendent artifact before everyone, the cultivators' mental barriers crumbled. They didn't think about escaping from Xian at this moment. They only hoped these two would finish their fight quickly so they could return to the leisurely cave for more opportunities. Xiuxian, how generous the leisurely immortal is. This is the fortune of the leisurely cave, giving Lawrence a transcendent artifact again. I once laughed at Lawrence for not seeing through the leisurely cave's pattern. Now it seems I'm the one who couldn't see it. Another transcendent artifact? Lawrence's name will soon spread across the Central Plains. This opportunity should have been mine. The cultivators were red with envy, so much that they felt psychologically broken. Now, holding the Mirror of Fleeting Erranfee, Lawrence directly sucked in the blue flame golden dragon and then released a grayish-white dragon from the mirror, which viciously bit toward Xian. This was the reflected attack of the Mirror of Fleeting Erranfee. Xian couldn't dodge. He could only take his own strongest blow head-on. Facing the grayish-white dragon, Xian's eyes bulged in rage. Huey never thought that Lawrence deliberately lowering all defenses was just to provoke him into unleashing his full power, letting him believe it was needle against thorn, only for Lawrence to directly pull out a skillet. It was a clear violation of the rules on weaponry. Lawrence, didn't you say cultivators should rely on their own strength? That's despicable. As he was being devoured by grayness, Xian let out a tragic wail. Foolish. When I was 6, I knew you needed bricks to fight. You've lived for centuries yet still act so naive, believing everything I say? Lawrence sneered, then charged again with his sword. All the cultivators present swallowed hard, imagining the same scene. A 6-year-old child, preaching about relying on oneself in a fight, while chasing others around with a brick. The contrast in Lawrence was quite significant, but it was understandable. Lawrence had always been someone willing to do anything to survive. If he didn't, he wouldn't have made it this far. After becoming a cultivator, how could he possibly not use a transcendent artifact? If he truly did as he preached, he shouldn't practice any cultivation techniques or wield weapons, just relying on pure cultivation for attacks. Only a fool would do that. Yet, the cultivators still felt uneasy, mainly because Lawrence had been criticizing Xian for relying on weapons, only to turn around and pull out an even more potent weapon himself. Hypocrisy at its finest. Seeing Lawrence take out the mirror of fleeting errantry, Rosalie couldn't stay calm either. Her eyes narrowed slightly. The mirror of fleeting errantry, this was my weapon. Who would have thought it would end up in Lawrence's hands? If I kill him and escape, can I avoid the impact of the all beings equal formation? At this moment, Rosalie was tightly restricted by cord, or she might have attempted to kill Lawrence and escape. But now, she dared not risk it. If she couldn't escape the influence of the all beings equal formation, and cord didn't advance in cultivation for centuries, Rosalie would remain stuck at the Qi cultivation stage forever. She certainly didn't have a cultivation technique called 10,000 levels of Qi cultivation. After pondering, Rosalie decided to endure until she left the leisurely cave. Then she could chase down Lawrence and retrieve the mirror of fleeting errantry. Wouldn't that be perfect? But Rosalie was mistaken on 2 counts. First, cord wouldn't let her leave easily after offending the leisurely cave. Hadn't she seen 2 sages being imprisoned? Second, the mirror of fleeting errantry wasn't really in Lawrence's possession, since he only had 1 day's usage rights. The 1-day usage right for the mirror of fleeting errantry was Lawrence's Jiadanxing reward. Revised asterisk. The 1-day usage right for the mirror of fleeting errantry was Lawrence's stage-based reward. Further improved for fluency and consistency asterisk. The 1-day usage right of the mirror of fleeting errantry served as Lawrence's Jiadanxing reward from this phase of trials. For better readability and natural flow in English, it should be. The 1-day usage right of the mirror of fleeting errantry served as Lawrence's reward for this phase of the trials. The leisurely cave, as a sage-level cave, naturally had privileges beyond mere all beings equal. It could also forcibly reclaim spirit artifacts taken out of the cave via a special array known as returning home. Initially, the returning home array was created by a cultivator to prevent theft of items from their cave. Back then, the cultivation world hadn't invented the space-time ring, so cultivators stored all their spiritual treasures back in their caves, leading to rampant cave raids. To counter the thieves, cultivators carved this array within their caves. Soon, they realized the effect of the array was related to the cave's level. The higher the level, the stronger the effect. But high-level caves weren't common. Across the entire Central Plains, very few possessed a sage-level cave like Cord. Later, with the rise of space-time rings, the returning home array gradually became lost. The leisurely cave had hundreds of functional arrays because it was a top-tier cave. So, based on the returning home array, Cord created rewards like the Mirror of Fleeting Errantry, 1-day trial. These rewards were distributed as cards to cultivators. Once opened, the treasure would be teleported to the user for a day's trial. If there was only one piece of such treasure, once one person used it that day, others couldn't. Lawrence could get the Mirror of Fleeting Errantry today, not because he actually obtained the Transcendent Artifact, but because he had a 1-day trial card. Activate Supreme Quality Spirit Weapon Sky and Earth Sword, 1-day trial. Activate Supreme Quality Paperman Soul Annihilating Formation, 1-day trial. Activate Supreme Quality Spirit Weapon Tin-Faced Lock Chess, 1-day trial. As Lawrence continuously activated these 1-day trial cards, bizarre spirit artifacts appeared in his hands. Huey aimed to take advantage of Xian's weakened state and end his life. Boom boom boom. The attacks came relentlessly. Once Lawrence unleashed his lightning-fast tactics, he gave no quarter, determined to crush Xian. At the critical moment, Xian suddenly widened his eyes, filled with blue flames, and emitted an elderly voice. Is it you, Lawrence? I am Ancestor Chaz of the Sawyer Imperial Dynasty. Release soon, Xiuxian, and I'll let you claim your lineage. Claim lineage? What good is a clan like yours to me? I'd rather destroy my ancestors and clan. Ignoring the sudden old voice from Xian, Lawrence thrust his sword straight at Xian's face. Hashtag Chapter 101. The Death of Andre. Rebellious son. How dare you really attempt to kill? The Sawyer Dynasty and the Azure Blue Dark Temple will never forgive you. The aged voice trembled with rage. He could not believe that Lawrence dared to make such a move. In Dongzhou, who would dare challenge the authority of the centuries-old Sawyer Dynasty? Countless cultivators had emerged from its ranks over the years, creating an intricate network of influence that stretched far and wide. Though technically a mortal realm, many cultivators originated from the Sawyer Dynasty, and their families were still under its protection. Even the powers within the cultivation world gave the Sawyer Dynasty some respect. The soul attached to Andre was actually that of the founding emperor of the Sawyer Dynasty, Emperor Chaz. Chaz was born during a time of great turmoil when various factions vied for control, leaving the people suffering immensely. Cultivators were indifferent to the plight of ordinary people, seeking only the path to enlightenment. It was then that Chaz appeared. On the night of his birth, a white snake as thick as a bowl coiled around the beam of his house, refusing to leave, while the 9 stars in the sky formed a magnificent array. Even more astonishingly, Chaz was born with 9 golden moles on his body, forming the shape of a golden dragon. His skin was covered with spiderweb-like lines, startling his parents, who thought this was an ill omen and planned to drown him. However, at that moment, a Taoist adept who specialized in divination happened to pass by. Seeing the unusual sight of a white snake coiling around the house and golden light emanating from it, he entered to investigate. Huey coincidentally encountered Chaz's parents trying to kill him. After quickly deducing the situation, blood gushed from his 7 orifices, and he pointed at Chaz, shouting, "This is the ruler of all realms, the ruler of all realms." At 16, Chaz began his military campaigns across Dongzhou, and by 38, he had conquered all mortal realms in Dongzhou, establishing the rule of the Sawyer dynasty which lasted for hundreds of years. After ascending to the throne, Chaz soon retired behind the scenes but continued to be the true ruler for centuries. Few outside the inner court knew he was still alive and maintained absolute power. But today, this emperor who could command anything had someone refuse him any face. Lawrence was determined to kill Andre. No matter what titles the Sawyer dynasty or the Azure Blue Dark Temple held, they were useless here. Within arm's reach, even possessing a nation offered no protection. As soon as the Grand Patriarch of the Sawyer dynasty possessed Andre, Lawrence decapitated him. Andre had already suffered severe injuries and could not resist Lawrence's onslaught. Rebellious son, you actually dare. The Sawyer dynasty will never rest until your death. Andre's severed head flew away, eyes wide open, still denouncing Lawrence. Hearing Chaz's threat, Lawrence showed no fear, instead smiling calmly. Huey, the Sawyer dynasty is about to fall. You're merely a cave concealment realm cultivator. I'm just 3 months away from catching up to you. Aren't you scared? This remark left Chaz speechless, unable to argue back because Andre was dead. The current emperor of the Sawyer dynasty died anonymously in an unknown sect. His former glory now faded into obscurity. Once he ruled with an iron fist, but in death, everything vanished. Rain started falling lightly from the sky. Inside the Xuanhuan gate, there was complete silence. Although everyone expected Lawrence to kill Andre, the reality of it still felt surreal. After all, a few months ago, Lawrence was just an ordinary mortal. Due to a threat of fortune from the immortal Tranquility Grotto, he grew so rapidly he could now slay the emperor of the Sawyer dynasty. Andre is truly dead. Finally, someone spoke aloud, the news causing shockwaves through the mortal realm of Dongzhou. What did Lawrence mean by his last words? Was he threatening another attack? Not only did he show no fear of retaliation from the Sawyer dynasty, but he also made a bold statement about attacking them. Was this possible? Lawrence had advanced to the cave concealment stage in just a few months, killing the emperor of the Sawyer dynasty. In 1 or 2 years, he might indeed bring down the entire dynasty. So many talented cultivators can rise swiftly with a stroke of luck. Sienna squinted thoughtfully. Witnessing this unprecedented event stirred her own thoughts. Mentioning the Sawyer dynasty and the Azure Blue Dark Temple triggered a new idea. The Azure Blue Dark Temple was a top-notch power in central China with immortals among its ranks. Although the immortal Tranquility Grotto had immortal arrays, facing real immortals would be a different matter. Sienna saw firsthand how the Great Equality immortal array could suppress her instantly, but couldn't instantly subdue a true immortal. If immortals from the Azure Blue Dark Temple could go to the immortal Tranquility Grotto to punish Cord, wouldn't she regain her freedom? Thinking of this possibility, Sienna perked up. Freedom was the most important thing to her. The Sawyer dynasty? Blame yourselves for associating with the Azure Blue Dark Temple. Sienna sneered, thinking differently from righteous cultivators who would immediately aim to destroy the Azure Blue Dark Temple upon hearing about it. Instead, she considered using the temple to her advantage, given its known retributive nature. Seeing no immediate action, Sienna decided to speed things up. Swoosh! Without a word, Sienna unleashed her spiritual energy and left Xuanhuan Gate. What's happening? Did Sienna leave without a word? The Xuanhuan Gate cultivators looked up, confused. Did Sienna leave? The Sawyer dynasty will suffer. I can't believe I missed my chance for revenge. Lawrence sighed, realizing what Sienna intended, but she moved too quickly for him to stop. Why would Sienna seek trouble with the Sawyer dynasty? The Xuanhuan Gate cultivators exchanged puzzled glances, unable to fathom the reasoning. Deep within the Sawyer dynasty palace in Dongzhou, a peaceful thatched hut suddenly exploded. A gaunt old man sat inside, his eyes flashing red with fury. Lawrence, you dared to kill Andre. May you die. The Sawyer dynasty will never let this rest. Chaz didn't yet realize that an impending crisis sufficient to topple the Sawyer dynasty was on its way. ###Chapter 102. The weak woman from the Tranquil Cave is coming to kill. It's difficult for most people to describe just how fast a cultivator at the Yangshan realm can be. In the eyes of ordinary mortals, any cultivator beyond the innate stage is akin to a god. However, the speed difference between each realm for cultivators is quite significant. If an innate stage cultivator can travel 100 miles in a day without tiring, a Dongsang stage cultivator can already project their divine soul and kill someone 1,000 miles away in one night. At the wuxia stage, it gets even more terrifying. When a cultivator exerts all their strength, mortals can only see a streak of lightning. Lower realm cultivators can't even follow their speed with their eyes. By this point, flying through mountains and seas on a sword becomes no trouble at all. A wuxia stage cultivator has the qualifications to circumnavigate the Shenzhou world. Before reaching the wuxia stage, it would take an impractical amount of time to make such a journey. Even at the Feishing stage, especially its first realm, the understanding of speed changes completely. Imagine 2 black dots on a piece of white paper. How do you travel between them at the fastest possible speed? Any 5-year-old would know that a straight line is the shortest distance. No matter how fast one travels, a straight line remains the shortest path. But at the Feishing stage, cultivators understand speed in an entirely different way. The best way to travel the fastest distance between 2 points is not along a straight line, but by folding the paper so the 2 points overlap. If Cord knew that these Shenzhou cultivators had such advanced thinking, he'd be pretty shocked. This principle is based on the spatial wormhole theory. These cultivators, who haven't studied junior high physics and don't know about Einstein, somehow understand this highly advanced concept. Between 2 points, a straight line is indeed the shortest distance on a flat plane. But if you fold the plane, the 2 points directly overlap, forming a spatial wormhole, thus eliminating distance altogether. Naturally, this is shorter than a straight line. Feishing stage cultivators have mastered this power. Why are cultivators in the first realm of the Feishing stage called Earth Gods? It's because they can compress distances into mere inches with a single step, folding space to appear dozens of miles away. Of course, within the Tranquil Cave, this ability cannot be used. The reason is simple. The Tranquil Cave is a divine level cave. Its space isn't like paper but like steel. You can fold paper, but you can't necessarily fold steel. Just a basic understanding suffices here. Since Feishan cultivators can compress distances, what about Chanlershan and Yangshan cultivators when they exert themselves fully? To put it simply, if they avoid various forbidden areas, dangerous zones, and cave relics where the ability to compress distances can't be utilized, a Yangshan stage cultivator can easily circumnavigate Dongzhou in a single day. How large is Dongzhou? Cord also wondered this, so he looked it up in the Annals of Shenzhou. According to the annals, Dongzhou's circumference exceeds Earth's by 100 times. This means a Yangshan cultivator can circle the Earth more than 100 times in a day, faster than any fighter jet. In the morning, Rosalie left Jingyang Gate and arrived at the Sire Imperial City by afternoon. Her arrival was accompanied by a stormy presence, bringing typhoons and floods, causing the Imperial City to tremble as if struck by an earthquake. The city guards knelt in worship, believing it to be an act of heaven's wrath. Which fellow Taoist has traveled far? Would you not join us in the palace for a discussion? Patrick, the Grand Emperor of the Sire dynasty, spoke, his voice like rolling thunder, echoing in the sky, filled with authority, trying to match Rosalie's imposing presence. Haha, trivial skills, Rosalie laughed lightly as she landed in the palace, her aura fully unleashed. Seeing Rosalie, the eunuchs' hearts raced excessively, causing them to spit blood and die. Even though eunuchs are detached, upon seeing Rosalie, they couldn't help but experience rapid heartbeats until they died. Meanwhile, the maids were drawn to her, feeling inferior and ashamed, vowing never to look in a mirror again. This was the effect of Rosalie's full power. She usually didn't do this, but when she did, it signaled her intention to provoke. Facing Rosalie's challenge, Patrick's voice rang out again. Fellow Taoist, who are you? The Sire dynasty has no grudges with you. We should not have provoked you. Ha ha, quite some face. Knowing your realm is so much lower than mine, yet you don't come out to meet me? Does this weak woman lack charm? Oh well, I've come to find you. Rosalie chuckled 3 times, stepping forward and appearing before Patrick in the next moment. Patrick, looking like withered wood, had muscles that were almost non-existent, with long eyebrows trailing down to his abdomen. Sitting cross-legged, he raised his head upon hearing her voice. Instantly, his gaze was riveted. Even in his twilight years, Patrick couldn't help but feel stirred by Rosalie's beauty. But he quickly regained his composure, being a Dongsong stage cultivator with void refinement realm strength, unmatched by common mortals or innate cultivators. Lawrence could resist Rosalie's allure, and Patrick naturally could too. Huey averted his gaze and said slowly, fellow Taoist jests. This old man has lived nearly 1,000 years and has never seen a woman as beautiful as you. You saw your people are quite peculiar. Being at the Dongsong void refinement stage, you shouldn't be so old. Do you have deep ties with the Azure Dark Hall? Rosalie asked curiously, but this made Patrick realize instantly that she had come to provoke him. Because when Isaac died, Rosalie must have been there. Otherwise she wouldn't have used you people. Fellow Taoist, did you see Zunzan? Patrick's tone turned cold. He knew Rosalie meant no good. Yes, he died right before this weak woman's eyes. Were you responsible for his death? Not really. A weak woman like me, how can I kill anyone? I am rather regretful I couldn't save young Master Sawyer. Huey said he would take me away from the Tranquil Cave. Rosalie smiled sweetly. So, why are you here? To kill you, of course. Rosalie maintained her smile, delivering the coldest message with the best attitude. Kill this old man? Ha ha ha. Are you not afraid of inviting trouble from the Azure Dark Hall? Patrick laughed maniacally. Not at all. If I feared, I wouldn't have come. With the Tranquil Cave protecting me, what is there to fear? Quickly summon help from the Azure Dark Hall, or you won't have the chance, old man. Rosalie laughed lightly, radiating killing intent. Don't get too cocky. Even if you're a Yangshan cultivator, you cannot act so arrogantly. Hall Lord, lend me your strength. With Patrick's roar, a blue light exploded within the palace, and his strength began to climb wildly. Hashtag Chapter 103, Assistance from the Azure Dark Hall. Chaz, hundreds of years ago, was an emperor of the Sire dynasty. A life on the battlefield had left him with countless hidden injuries, and he knew that ordinary cultivation methods could no longer help him advance. Many people assume that those who are skilled in warfare must also be powerful cultivators, but this is not always true. Warfare often leads to frequent injuries, and these injuries require a person's essential chi to heal. If one does not take proper care, these minor injuries can gradually become deep-seated ailments. Too many such ailments would definitely hinder one's cultivation. The surface-level issues were clear, but the deeper impact was even more severe. People engaged in war tend to carry heavy hearts filled with slaughter and bloodshed. This aura is not conducive to cultivation, as cultivation emphasizes harmony between heaven and man. The Tao is emotionless, treating all things as insignificant. Therefore, some cultivators avoid entanglements in the mortal world entirely. However, for an emperor, especially one who established his rule through war and slaughter, these entanglements run too deep. For these reasons, it was impossible for Chaz to transcend naturally. But Chaz did not give up. After years of searching, he found the Azure Dark Hall and joined it. His cultivation rapidly advanced to new heights. However, this came at a steep cost, the rapid consumption of his lifespan. To resolve this problem, he cultivated an extremely evil technique called eating sons, which allowed him to transfer his descendants' lifespans to himself. As a result, the Sawyer dynasty had very few direct descendants of Chaz, including the current emperor, Ainsworth, who was not Chaz's biological heir but merely an adopted son and puppet. With this technique and the support of the Azure Dark Hall, Chaz's realm reached the peak of the cave concealment stage, Nirvanic Void. Huey needed only to capture Lawrence to further his advancement. Unfortunately, Ainsworth failed and instead brought back a massive trouble. Fellow Taoist, you've gone too far. You know my backing comes from the Azure Dark Hall. Are you still willing to act rashly? Chaz stared angrily at Maxine. Maxine's suppression was undeniable, but what was Chaz best known for? Turning the tide when facing absolute despair. Before the Sawyer dynasty became a significant power, the nation's territory was limited, and its military strength was inferior to the other powerful nations of that time. Yet Chaz led his troops from dire straits to carve out their empire. Facing overwhelming odds, Chaz never retreated. With just 3,000 soldiers, he once repelled an enemy force of 10,000. Just as he remained fearless then, he would not fear Maxine now, even at the celestial immortal realm. Maxine, however, was among the top-ranking experts in Dongzhou and did not fear Chaz's threats. In fact, she eagerly anticipated retaliation from the Azure Dark Hall. Destroying their abode would be perfect. Then, Maxine covered her mouth and laughed softly. At this point, do you think I am threatening you? Before the words even finished, the shadow beneath Maxine shot toward Chaz at blinding speed. The shadow wielded a blade formed from condensed shadows, striking Chaz from an unexpected angle. Celestial immortal techniques were indeed diverse, allowing even shadows to kill. You. Chaz felt waves of anger and surprise. It seemed no matter where he went, the shadow locked onto him, leaving nowhere to hide. Who are you? I don't remember the Sawyer dynasty ever offending such a formidable cultivator like you. Chaz roared, using all his resources to defend. Even defensive treasures were shattered by Maxine's attack. Only after throwing a substitution talisman did Chaz manage to roll away, avoiding a fatal strike. And this was merely a casual gesture from Maxine. Oh, you're still alive? Since so, allow me to make your death clearer. I come from the free and easy abode and am merely a small attendant there. Remember to target us properly if you wish to seek revenge. Maxine emphasized the name, free and easy abode, ensuring the Azure Dark Hall would not forget it. She even carved the words, free and easy abode servant has come to kill, into the ground. Xiuxian arrogance was incomparable. She left her mark to taunt potential revenge seekers. The free and easy abode. How dare you humiliate me like this, treating me like a rat to toy with. I, Chaz, will show you today that higher cultivation doesn't mean you can act recklessly. Even if you're a celestial immortal, I will dare to fight you. As the blue light in the palace grew stronger, Chaz's realm broke through from the cave concealment stage to the tribulation transcending stage. Moreover, his appearance rapidly rejuvenated, his wrinkles smoothing out, muscles filling, posture straightening. He looked decades younger within moments. Interesting. I've heard of a technique in the Azure Dark Hall that can suppress one's realm. When unleashed, it allows a burst to a new height. It's surprising to see it in action. However, this burst is like a fleeting flower. Although powerful, it leaves the cultivator in a pitiful state, severely damaging lifespan. Maxine watched Chaz with interest. She had never seen this technique before. Killing you and capturing Lawrence might allow me to break through to the Ascension stage. Chaz, now appearing as a 17 or 18-year-old youth, pointed his sword at Maxine confidently. Haha, kill me? Where do you get such confidence? Maxine couldn't help laughing. To her, Chaz was nothing more than a slightly strengthened insect. The realm gap was simply too vast. A mere girl, ignorant of the Azure Dark Hall's prowess. Lord of the Hall, please call upon the Spirit Hall cultivators to aid me. As Chaz shouted, roaring blue flame erupted around him, enveloped in azure nether flame. His voice turned cold and stern. At this moment, he was no longer merely Chaz. A powerful being from the Azure Dark Hall had taken control of his body. The being's realm was also at the celestial immortal stage. The moment he opened his eyes, he revealed a look of rage. Who dares to mock a disciple of the Azure Dark Hall? Ha ha ha, I thought who you summoned was someone important. Isn't this just a jumped-up clown? Maxine continued laughing. The powerful being from the Azure Dark Hall, hearing her voice, shuddered. Turning around, he saw Maxine smiling. Instantly, he felt a chill run down his spine. How did Chaz offend this formidable lady? She wasn't just anyone. This was none other than the master of Bliss Valley, Maxine. What business did she have stirring trouble in the Sawyer dynasty? Errantly, Maxine sought conflict with the Azure Dark Hall, leading her to instigate chaos here. Hashtag chapter 104. What is Xiuxian true backing? Why do you, from the Valley of Joy, who have no enmity or grievances with the Azure Dark Hall, insist on crossing us? A cultivator from within Chaz's body spoke up. Actually, this was different from the sound-blocking elders summoning celestial beings. The sound-blocking elders truly summoned two celestial beings, Ansel and Abdul. However, Chaz's summoning assistance only involved the blue inferno flame. Chaz also possessed a strand of blue inferno flame, and when his realm exceeded the hidden cavern stage, he could request the master of the Azure Dark Hall to dispatch subordinates for protection. Powerful cultivators from the Azure Dark Hall would then traverse into this strand of blue inferno flame, as seen now. If it were an ordinary Xiuxian realm cultivator, they would certainly retreat upon seeing a cultivator of the same realm from the Azure Dark Hall. But in front of Chaz stood Rosalie, fearless of heaven and earth, seeking only freedom. Rosalie came to provoke intentionally. Hearing the cultivator's words, she waved her hand and laughed lightly. You little puppet, why not? Let me tell you straightforwardly, our Valley of Joy has found a backer named the Carefree Cave Manor, so we're not afraid of your Azure Dark Hall at all. Compared to the Carefree Cave Manor, the Azure Dark Hall is just a broken temple. Rosalie aggressively provoked Cord, reasoning simply that if she couldn't escape the Carefree Cave Manor, other forces should deal with it. Especially since the Azure Dark Hall had a reputation and even celestial beings, they might be able to handle the Carefree Cave Manor. Once the Carefree Cave Manor fell, she, Rosalie, would regain her freedom. Rosalie, you've gone too far. No matter what backing you've found, defying the Azure Dark Hall means self-destruction. The cultivator formed from the blue inferno flame reprimanded sternly. Ha ha ha, come find me at the Carefree Cave Manor if you seek revenge. With that, Rosalie truly acted. She had been waiting for the Azure Dark Hall's cultivator to appear. Now that they did, there was no need to hold back. Rosalie unleashed her full powers, surrounding herself with vibrant red spirit energy. The shadow split into 36 blood-colored forms, each holding sharp spikes, rushing towards the blue inferno flame. Within moments, the blue inferno flame was completely scattered. After all, it was just a strand of blue inferno flame formed into a cultivator, possessing the Xiuxian realm but far inferior in combat strength compared to its main body. Rosalie, you will regret this. We, the Azure Dark Hall, remember the carefree cave manor. Before dissipating, the blue inferno flame roared in fury. Remember this, the carefree cave manor, located on Green Pine Mountain. Don't get it wrong. Rosalie giggled, waving and emphasizing again. With the obstruction gone, Rosalie turned her attention back to Chaz. Now deprived of any backing, he was just a realm-crossing cultivator. Spare me, otherwise the Azure Dark Hall, Chaz began, but realized something was amiss. Rosalie had completely disregarded the threat from the Azure Dark Hall's cultivator. Wasn't he being foolish by still using the Azure Dark Hall as a crutch? Haha, why are you speechless now? Rosalie laughed, closing in step by step. Do you really want to kill me? Chaz asked, puzzled. There's no choice. It's not easy to find cultivators from the Azure Dark Hall, especially one of such high realm. A woman like me wouldn't even know where to start. Rosalie sighed, extending her hand and lightly tapping Chaz's forehead through the air. Chaz fell dead immediately. Thus perished the once formidable Chaz, dying under somewhat absurd circumstances. Because Rosalie wanted to offend the Azure Dark Hall, she killed him. Well, where to next? Rosalie stretched lazily, planning her next move to offend another force. If Cord knew about this, he'd be moved to tears. This was dedication, making him feel like having one of the top 10 employees of China. Cord was troubled about how to attract people and what excuse to use for imprisoning high-realm cultivators. Now, thanks to Rosalie causing trouble everywhere, more people would surely visit the carefree cave manor, most of them seeking vengeance. Seeking vengeance means conflict. Once engaged in battle, leaving the carefree cave manor would be impossible. At this moment, deep in a grand hall in a remote mountain of central China, a blue flame lantern suddenly lit up, forming a human shape, Chaz's form. Cursed. How could they kill my main body? If not for my principle of multiple backups, I would have died without knowing why. Chaz was furious. This blue inferno eternal light was ignited with his split soul. Upon the death of his main body, the split soul inherited the main body's memories, albeit greatly reduced in cultivation to merely the hidden cavern transforming spirit stage, a drastic fall. But compared to outright death, it was better. That woman doesn't fear offending the Azure Dark Hall. Does she think they won't retaliate? She is mistaken. The Azure Dark Hall never tolerates defiance, and they will soon strike back. Chaz thought and left his room, meeting the equally sullen-faced Dean, a Xiuxian realm cultivator who had been in the blue inferno flame and was defeated by Rosalie. Dean was rather slim and didn't possess a cultivator's demeanor. Instead, he looked like a thief. Curious, Rosalie called him a jumping clown. Aranong brother. Chaz hurried over. Seeing Chaz still alive, Dean was clearly surprised. You're still alive? I didn't expect you to trade hall credits for the eternal Aranong lamp. Igniting this lamp requires splitting the soul, rendering it unable to be used against enemies normally. Few cultivators do this. At higher realms, cultivators can use their divine souls against foes, like Rosalie manipulating shadows as attack tools. By igniting the eternal Aranong lamp, Chaz demonstrated he prioritized survival over combat prowess, which greatly strengthened his chances of surviving, even eluding detection by Rosalie. If I hadn't done this, I would have perished today. I didn't expect such a powerful cultivator to come after the Sawyer dynasty. Chaz shook his head, not expecting that even with the backing of the Azure Dark Hall, the opponent showed no fear. Hearing this, Dean frowned and pondered for a moment before responding sternly. This isn't your fault. She came specifically for the Azure Dark Hall. What? For the Azure Dark Hall? Who exactly is that woman? Chaz was shocked. She is the Valley of Joy's leader, Rosalie, already at the Xiuxian realm. So she's Rosalie, the leader of the Valley of Joy. No wonder she isn't afraid of the Azure Dark Hall. Chaz chuckled bitterly, originally thinking the trouble was targeting the Sawyer dynasty. But it seemed he was merely caught between two top-tier forces, becoming an unfortunate casualty. Rosalie isn't much of a concern, but her mentioned backer, the carefree cave manor, needs serious attention. What kind of backing did she find to be so audacious? Dean muttered. Provoking the Azure Dark Hall wasn't trivial, and Rosalie's boldness stemmed from finding new backing. What was the true nature of this backing? Chapter 105. The Secret Meeting at the Azure Dark Hall. The Azure Dark Hall, a top-tier dark force in the central continent, was a revered yet terrifying hall nestled deep within the mountains. Despite its ancient appearance, it struck immense fear into the hearts of righteous cultivators. Within the Azure Dark Hall, members were divided into various ranks, with the most powerful being the Spirit Warriors Hall. Today, the Lord of the Azure Dark Hall issued 12 Soul Warrior orders to awaken and recall all cultivators from the Spirit Warriors Hall for an urgent meeting. What's happening? Did someone dare recall the 12 generals of the Spirit Warriors Hall? Is the Azure Dark Hall facing imminent destruction? A cultivator clad entirely in bronze armor asked gravely. The armor bore an ancient character 7. Blue flames flickered through the cracks in his armor. If any righteous cultivator saw him, they would turn and flee immediately. This was Ted, the 7th combat general of the Spirit Warriors Hall, also known as the Carnage Armor. It was said that no one had ever seen his face. He was like a ruthless killing machine, creating carnage wherever he went. Ordinary righteous sects wouldn't dare provoke him and could be described as fleeing at the sight of him. Major righteous sects had considered setting up formations to kill him, but Ted was a natural-born warrior with a realm as high as grand perfection of solar deity. A cultivator at the peak of the solar deity realm is not easily killed, let alone one who is a main combatant and a battle general of the Azure Dark Palace's heroic Spirit Hall. Is it true that one of the Valor Hall warriors was humiliated? This version maintains the meaning. reads naturally in English, and keeps the terminology consistent. Someone actually dared to insult a warrior of the Spirit Hall? This is an outright disregard for the Dark Azure Hall. Who was disrespected? Was it number 12? The cultivators of the heroic Spirit Hall were all immensely powerful, with the lowest rank being mid-stage solar deity. Dean, who was slightly inferior to Sienna, could only be ranked 12th, at the bottom of the heroic Spirit Hall. They often referred to each other by numbers. If it's about 12, then let 7 handle it. After all, 7 is a Yangshan realm expert specialized in slaughter. Let's wait and see how the Dantu plans to arrange this. To ensure it reads naturally and fluently in English, I would suggest. Let's wait and see how the Lord of the Hall plans to handle this. This maintains consistency in terminology and style, ensuring it accurately conveys the meaning of the original text. After speaking, all 12 of the Spirit Hall warriors turned their gaze toward the empty throne in the hall. This seat was usually unoccupied, and only when there were important matters did the Lord of the Azure Dark Hall descend to take it. Soon, a soul entity, indistinguishable from a living person, landed on the throne. Huey was a young man with sharp eyebrows and bright eyes, exuding an aura of authority even without showing anger. Huey wore light armor adorned with blue patterns. Looking at the many cultivators of the Azure Dark Hall, he wasted no time and went straight to the point. I have summoned you here. I assume you already know the reason why? Indeed, it's said that a disciple of the Dark Hall was killed, and even the Chandlerling warrior who was sent out was humiliated. The top-ranked warrior of the Chandler Soul Hall spoke up. Huey was wearing a robe that was half black and half white, with heavy makeup on his face that made him appear as if he were painted in 2 colors. His name was Jetty, and he had already reached the realm of immortal. Huey had specially descended from the Penglai Paradise today due to the summon meeting by the Azure Dark Temple. This matter doesn't require the involvement of any warrior ranked higher than 6. I can handle it alone, Your Excellency. The battle-obsessed warrior Ted, completely shrouded in armor, spoke in a deep voice. None could see his face, only the blue flames seeping through the cracks in his armor. You might not be able to handle this. Let 12 explain the situation. The palace master, seated on the throne, said coldly. His word was law, and none of the spirits dared to challenge him, not even Jetty, who had reached the immortal realm, raised any objections. The 12, referred to by the hall master, is Dean, the 12th rank cultivator in the heroic Spirit Hall, who was previously humbled by Sienna. Despite this defeat, Dean, being a Yangshan realm cultivator, did not dwell on it and instead stepped forward to address the group. Fellow warriors, yesterday someone provoked us at the Dark Hall, showing no respect and directly killing Emperor Chaz of the Sawyer Imperial Dynasty. This edit ensures that the translation reads more naturally in English while preserving the original meaning and style. It also maintains consistency in terminology and character names. What? Chaz was actually killed? You should know that Chaz is the Emperor of the Sawyer Dynasty in Dongzhou, and we were planning to establish a base there through him. Note: the term Zhangshi Huangchao de Diwang is translated as Emperor of the Sawyer Dynasty for clarity. Dongzhou is translated as Dongzhou, maintaining consistency in terminology. The revised sentence reads more naturally in English while preserving the original meaning. Indeed, cultivators usually focus on investigating disciples from major sects when looking for demonic cult practitioners. If ordinary mortals were to learn the cultivation techniques of the Azure Dark Hall and become cultivators, they might not be detected. I didn't expect this plan to fail. This revision maintains the meaning while ensuring it reads naturally in English and fits the context of the story. Who has the nerve to kill one of our Yolan Andan cultivators? The 12 powerful cultivators of the Yingling Dan were outraged upon hearing Dean's report. Note: for better fluency in English, it might be better to translate Yolan Andan and Yingling Dan with their descriptions or suitable names if they have been introduced before. Huier is an improved version assuming these terms are specific names that should remain untranslated. Who has the nerve to kill one of our Dark Azure Hall cultivators? The 12 powerful warriors of the Spirit Huiro Hall were outraged upon hearing Dean's report. The righteous sects are unwilling to provoke the cultivators of the Azure Dark Hall for another reason. The cultivators of the Azure Dark Hall are extremely protective of their own. You might think that killing an unknown minor figure is no big deal, but you never know. It's not a small matter. It's like poking a hornet's nest. To avenge their fellow hall members, the Azure Dark Hall can take extremely ruthless actions. For example, now they have even summoned a transcendent being down to the mortal realm just to avenge Chaz and help Dean regain his reputation. Actually, you might all know who provoked us. It's none other than Rosalie, the Valley Master of Xuanhuan Valley. She's at the 6th level of the Yangshan realm, while I am only at the 5th level. Moreover, I was merely a manifestation of the blue oblivion flame, so I was no match for her, Dean continued to explain. This statement caused even greater uproar among the 11 mighty cultivators of the heroic Spirit Hall. What kind of force was Bliss Valley? It barely qualified as a first-rate power and couldn't be compared to the top-tier power like the Azure Dark Temple. If we were to use rankings to describe them, Bliss Valley would only be at the Diamond level, while the Azure Dark Temple was at the Grandmaster level, a huge gap of an entire tier. The strongest member of Bliss Valley, its Valley Master, would only rank as the 11th heroic warrior in the Azure Dark Temple. This clearly showed the extent of the disparity. #### notes. 1. Accuracy. Ensure that the comparison between Bliss Valley and Azure Dark Temple is clear and accurately reflects the original text. 2. Fluency. Use natural English expressions to convey the meaning. 3. Consistency. Maintain the terminology used in the rest of the translation, such as Heroic Spirit Hall and Azure Dark Temple. 4. Style. Retain the dramatic and engaging style of the original text. Sienna is a smart person. Why would she provoke us? What's so strange about that? Mutual killings among demon cultivators are quite normal. We can just wipe out Joyful Valley as well? Can you believe it? A mere Happy Valley dares to take action against us. They must have lost their minds. We'll soon teach the ladies of Happy Valley what it means to make a mistake. The powerful warriors of the Spirit Hall were furious and issued dire threats, determined to make Happy Valley pay. Although Happy Valley is protected by a barrier, many of its members frequently travel outside. The Spirit Hall warriors plan to target these wandering disciples of Happy Valley. No, the critical issue is not Rosalie herself, but the force behind her. I heard with my own ears that she claimed to be a junior servant of the Holt Cave Temple. Aaron Angjuan shook his head as he relayed what he had witnessed and heard. What? The Guju of Joyful Valley, Sienna, is actually serving as a maid? Impossible. Edit. What? The leader of Joyful Valley, Sienna, is actually serving as a maid? That's impossible. For better fluency and natural reading in English, it should be adjusted as follows. What? Sienna, the leader of Joyful Valley, is actually serving as a maid? That's impossible. As cultivators, we seek the great way of freedom and ease. We would rather die than become a servant. If this is true, what kind of place is the Xiaoyao Dongfu, Holt Cave Mansion, that could make her submit like this? The powerful beings in the Chandlergling Hall were stunned by Dean's words. It was simply inconceivable that a cultivator at the Yangshan realm, and the leader of a renowned sect, would serve as a servant to someone else. Note, Xiaoyao Dongfu is transliterated as Holt Cave Mansion to maintain consistency and style, but you can replace it with an appropriate translation or name if needed. After hearing Dean's words, the top-ranked Chandlergling warrior, Jetty, paused for a moment before speaking up. Did everyone hear that? The real concern is the force behind her. However, if I recall correctly, didn't Ardanju already send someone to investigate the Xiaoyao Dongfu? Note, for better readability and consistency in English, we should translate specific names and titles fully. Here's the improved version with full translations included. After hearing Dean's words, the top-ranked Chandlergling warrior, Jetty, paused for a moment before speaking up. Did everyone hear that? The real concern is the force behind her. However, if I recall correctly, didn't our Hall Lord already send someone to investigate the Tranquil Abode? Tranquil Abode is used here as a translation for Xiaoyao Dongfu to maintain the mystical tone of the setting. Who was sent to investigate? To ensure the translation meets your requirements, here is the full edited translation of the provided text. Chapter 105. The Secret Meeting at Azure Dark Hall. The Azure Dark Hall is one of the top dark forces in the central continent. Its ancient hall hidden deep in the mountains, striking fear into the hearts of righteous cultivators. Within the Azure Dark Hall, there are different ranks, with the strongest hall being the Spirit Warrior Hall. Today, the Lord of Azure Dark Hall issued 12 orders to summon all cultivators from the Spirit Warrior Hall for an emergency meeting. What's going on? To recall the 12 generals of the Spirit Warrior Hall, has the Azure Dark Hall faced a catastrophic disaster? A cultivator clad entirely in bronze armor asked in a grave voice. An ancient 7 was inscribed on his armor. Blue flames flickered through the cracks of his armor. If any righteous cultivator were here, they would turn and flee at the sight of this person. The 7th warrior of the Spirit Warrior Hall, Ted, also known as the Slaughter Armor. It is said that no one has ever seen his face. He is like an emotionless killing machine, spreading destruction wherever he goes. Ordinary righteous sects dare not provoke him, often fleeing at the mere mention of his name. Several major righteous sects have considered forming an array to kill him, but Ted is a born warrior, with a realm of Yangshan Grand Completion. Yangshan Grand Completion cultivators are not easily killed, let alone the main combatant of the Azure Dark Hall's Spirit Warrior Hall. Is it rumored that a warrior of the Spirit Warrior Hall was humiliated? Someone dared to humiliate a warrior of the Spirit Warrior Hall? They clearly do not take the Azure Dark Hall seriously. Who was wronged? The 12th general? Warriors of the Spirit Warrior Hall are all powerful beings, with the lowest being at the Mid-Yangshan realm. Dean, who was slightly inferior to Sienna, could only be ranked 12th in the Spirit Warrior Hall. They mostly refer to each other by numbers. If it's about the 12th general, sending the 7th should be enough. After all, the 7th is a Yangshan Grand Completion specialist in slaughter. Let's wait and see what the Lord decides. Thereupon, the 12 spirit warriors turned their eyes to the empty throne inside the hall. This throne is usually vacant, occupied only when the Lord of the Azure Dark Hall deigns to descend during important matters. Soon, a soul body indistinguishable from a human landed on the throne. Huey had sharp brows and bright eyes, wearing blue-patterned light armor, exuding an aura of authority even without displaying anger. Looking at the many cultivators of the Azure Dark Hall, he did not waste words and went straight to the point. I summoned you because I believe you already know the reason. Yes, rumors say that disciples of the Dark Hall were killed, and even warriors from the Spirit Warrior Hall were humiliated. The first-ranked warrior of the Spirit Warrior Hall spoke, dressed in black and white robes, with his face painted in heavy makeup in the same colors. Huey is called Jetty and has reached the Immortal Realm. Huey came down from the Penglai Immortal Realm especially for the meeting called by the Azure Dark Hall. This matter doesn't require the involvement of warriors above rank 6. Let me handle it. Ted, encased in his armor, said coldly, his blue flames visible only through the cracks of his armor. You might not be able to handle it. Let the 12th explain. Sitting on the throne, the Lord's words carried absolute authority, with none of the spirit warriors daring to question him, not even Jetty, who had already attained the Immortal Realm. The 12th, referred to by the Lord of the Dark Hall, was Dean, previously humbled by Sienna. However, Dean, being a Yangshan Realm cultivator, took the initiative to stand up and report. Fellow warriors, yesterday our Dark Hall was challenged and disrespected. Patrick, the Emperor of the Sawyer dynasty, was directly killed. What? Patrick was killed? Remember, Patrick was the Emperor of the Eastern Continent's Sawyer dynasty, and we plan to establish a base in the East through him. That's right. Cultivators always focus on eliminating demons within major sects, but if ordinary mortals learned the techniques of the Azure Dark Hall and became cultivators, they might not detect them. This plan has been put on hold? Who has the nerve to kill one of our cultivators? Aaron stinning to Dean's report, the 12 powerful warriors of the Spirit Warrior Hall expressed indignation. The reason righteous sects do not wish to provoke the Azure Dark Hall is that its members are extremely protective of their own. Killing even an unknown minor figure can be like stirring up a hornet's nest. To avenge its members, the Azure Dark Hall can take extreme actions, such as calling down an immortal just to avenge Patrick and save face for Dean. In fact, the challenger is someone we all know, Sienna, the master of Bliss Valley. Hui's strength is at the 6th layer of the Xiuxian realm, while I am only at the 5th layer. Moreover, I only used blue nether flame, making me no match for her. Dean continued, causing the 11 mighty warriors of the Spirit Warrior Hall to erupt in shock. Bliss Valley is barely considered a top-tier force, nowhere near the caliber of the Azure Dark Hall. Using rankings, Bliss Valley would be at most a diamond rank, while the Azure Dark Hall is a master rank, a significant difference. Bliss Valley's strongest master, placed in the Azure Dark Hall, would barely qualify as the 11th ranking Spirit Warrior. This shows the huge disparity. How could someone as clever as Sienna provoke us? Oh, killing among demonic cultivators is common. We can also destroy Bliss Valley. How dare Bliss Valley strike against us? We will make the girls of Bliss Valley learn how to right wrong. The powerful warriors of the Spirit Warrior Hall vowed retribution. Although Bliss Valley is protected by a barrier, many of its disciples move around outside. The Spirit Warriors plan to deal with these wandering disciples. No, the critical point is not Sienna but the power behind her. I heard her say she is a servant of the Leisure Grotto. Dean shook his head and recounted what he had witnessed. What? The master of Bliss Valley, Sienna, serving someone as a servant? Impossible. As cultivators, we seek freedom and immortality. Death is preferable to servitude. If this is true, what kind of place is Leisure Grotto that made her submit? Hearing Dean's words, the mighty warriors of the Spirit Warrior Hall were stunned. A Xiuxian realm master and renowned sect leader becoming a servant was incomprehensible. After listening to Dean, the first-ranked warrior, Jetty, pondered and said, "Did you hear that? The force behind her is our real concern. If I'm not mistaken, didn't the Lord send someone to investigate the Leisure Grotto before? Who was sent to investigate? Seems it was a disciple from the Green Phoenix Hall named Alf. It seems a disciple from the Green Phoenix Palace named Alf was sent to investigate." Chapter 106, Alf, struck by a transcendent opportunity. The classification of the Dark Azure Hall's level starts from the lowest tier, the White Spirit Hall, followed by the Green Phoenix Hall, and then the Purple Prosperity Hall, all the way up to the highest tier, the Heroic Spirit Hall. Depending on the strength of the cultivators, they can enter different halls. Reaching the Green Phoenix Hall indicates that a cultivator is at most in the early stage of Tribulation Ascension, which has 3 substages: Body Fusion, Great Vehicle, and Huiven Thunder. Each promotion requires enduring heavenly tribulations previously unencountered. Achieving the Body Fusion stage makes one extremely rare across the entire continent. Alf of the Green Phoenix Hall is a cultivator currently at the Body Fusion stage of Tribulation Ascension. When did he start heading for East Continent's Free and Easy Cave residence? It was quite early actually, when the Free and Easy Cave residence released the second 7-colored auspicious clouds. Alf had already received a mission from the Dark Azure Hall to head to Mount Qingsong in East Continent. By the time the Heroic Spirit Conference convened, Alf had already arrived before the Free and Easy Cave residence. Alf's body was as round as a ball, and his movements were sluggish and heavy due to his corpulent frame. Originally a merchant, he gradually expanded his business in the mortal world until he inadvertently ventured into dealings with cultivators and gained a sliver of opportunity. Upon receiving this chance, he discovered he indeed possessed innate talent for cultivation. Thus, Alf abandoned his family business and the commercial empire he built from scratch to embark on his path of cultivation. Cultivation is an arduous journey, and Alf, coming from a mercantile background, quickly realized how slow the conventional method of cultivation could be. Huiance, he began exploring dark practices outside orthodox cultivation techniques. Seeking information proactively, he eventually found the Dark Azure Hall. Within the hall, he was not particularly renowned, and his realm advancement remained mediocre. Even after a century, he was still stuck in the Green Phoenix Hall. Initially, he thought his Dao career would proceed as such, but opportunities often favor the prepared, and he received a mission to explore Mount Qingsong in East Continent. Being originally from East Continent and having frequently traveled through Mount Qingsong during his business ventures, he was familiar with the area and readily accepted the reconnaissance mission. Alf thought if he could gather intelligence about the Free and Easy Cave residence, it might attract the attention of higher-ups within the Dark Azure Hall. Unbeknownst to him, every move he made was being monitored by powerful figures within the Dark Azure Hall. Standing before the Free and Easy Cave residence, he softly remarked, "This is the Free and Easy Cave residence that has released the 7-colored auspicious clouds twice? The entrance indeed is grand." At the same time, these powerful figures within the Dark Azure Hall were observing the Free and Easy Cave residence through Alf. With a wave of Jetty's hand, the scene visible to Alf was projected onto the rock walls. Only the greats within the Dark Azure Hall could perform such feats. Seeing the Free and Easy Cave residence appear before them, Ted, the bloodthirsty battle fanatic who hid in his flaming armor, remarked with a booming voice, "Is that it? That's the Free and Easy Cave residence? Besides its size, there's nothing notable about it. If the Hallmaster allows me to launch an attack, I can dismantle the opposing residence within 3 days." 7th Senior Brother, please calm down and observe. A cultivator carrying a large sword interjected, silencing Ted. No matter how notorious Ted was, he ranked only 7th in the Heroic Spirit Hall, meaning 6 others surpassed him in power. Is this Alf encountering an extraordinary opportunity? A highly ranked Heroic Spirit General suddenly exclaimed, redirecting everyone's attention back to Alf. Indeed, golden characters appeared before Alf's eyes. Congratulations, Taoist friend, for being struck by an incomparable opportunity. If you persist in signing in for 5 days, you will receive a celestial chin, zither. What? Alf was struck by an opportunity from the Free and Easy Cave residence, and can even obtain a celestial chin? The cultivators of the Dark Azure Hall were thoroughly astonished. Alf was merely dispatched for reconnaissance, yet he encountered an incomparable opportunity. Completely unaware of being monitored, Alf was overjoyed upon seeing the message. Huey never expected a remote cave residence to offer a transcendent opportunity. O divine path above, could this be my fate? Initially, I aimed to complete the mission to gain some attention from the greats, but who would have thought this reconnaissance mission would grant me an opportunity for a celestial weapon? Tears welled up in Alf's eyes. Opportunities are hard to come by for cultivators. After years of searching, Alf had found none worth mentioning. Either formidable guardian beasts protected them or major sects had already claimed them. Yet now, he received an exclusive opportunity for himself. Overwhelmed with excitement, Alf's joy was evident. But soon, his merchant instincts reminded him not to expose his wealth prematurely, and he composed himself carefully, glancing around at the other cultivators. Alf also noticed the unusually large number of cultivators present at the free and easy cave residence. Observers within the cave residence watched Alf with amusement, recognizing his familiar expression of exhilaration followed by caution. They had seen this countless times, initially concealing newfound opportunities before eventually joining the sign-in group. If one didn't steal progress, peace prevailed among courteous and harmonious cultivators. However, when daily stealing commenced, chaos ensued with red-eyed cultivators berating each other. Suddenly, Alf received his second piece of good news. Congratulations, Taoist friend Alf, for your exceptionally lucky fortune today. You have obtained a super progress doubling card, increasing your progress toward the celestial chain by 68%, reaching 98% completion. Reaching 100% completes your acquisition. Invite friends to assist you to accelerate your sign-in time. Inviting friends now can shorten the sign-in period by 1 day. Stunned by the messages before him, Alf trembled. Huey could truly obtain a celestial weapon. Yet, seasoned free and easy cave residents inhabitants shook their heads. This newcomer would soon realize the difficulties ahead. Hashtag chapter 107. Need Huey help from friends? I can lend you a hand. I never thought that I, Alf, would actually gain an immortal grade opportunity. Alf was incredibly excited. Huey felt his luck had been incredible. First, he entered the cultivation world and transformed from a mere mortal merchant into a cultivator who practiced Tao with the heavens. Not long after stepping into the cultivation world, he accidentally came into contact with the Azure Dark Hall. It was a rainy night when a pursued disciple of the Azure Dark Hall fled into his courtyard. Though the disciple died from severe injuries, due to Alf's protection, he established ties with the Azure Dark Hall. Upon entering the Azure Dark Hall, Alf realized how vast the world of cultivators truly was. Next, he found several relics, which led to a surge in his cultivation realm, reaching the tribulation transcending stage. Naturally, he then smoothly entered the Green Phoenix Hall. But after entering the Green Phoenix Hall, it seemed as if his luck had run out. Even after cultivating for 100 years, he failed to enhance his realm. Huey even felt that he would be stuck in the Green Phoenix Hall for the rest of his life. But who could have thought? Who could have imagined that he would obtain an immortal grade opportunity at the Tranquil Cave Mansion? It felt as though all these years of bad luck had merely accumulated for this moment to encounter the Tranquil Cave Mansion. At this point, Alf felt extraordinarily lucky and couldn't help but ponder. Rumors speak of heaven-chosen individuals who carry good fortune and always have good luck wherever they go. Never did I think that I, Alf, might have the potential of being such a fortunate one. If other cultivators knew what Alf was thinking, they would surely shake their heads, laughing at how naive he was. Ever since the daily Celestial Harp event started, numerous cultivators had received this task. Yet, the flowing water zither still lay quietly inside the Tranquil Cave Mansion. The ones most captivated by the zither were actually the two elder sound masters, Jace and Jarrett. They were originally cultivators of the Dermic sound sect, mainly practicing techniques from there. At the sight of the flowing water zither, they couldn't take their eyes off it. Even if Cord tried to shoo them away, they wouldn't budge. These two young deity realm cultivators clocked in daily, gathered friends to assist, yet failed to take the flowing water zither away. Alf believed he could do it, which was indeed youthful naivety. However, as an Azure Dark Hall disciple who hadn't witnessed the Tranquil Cave Mansion's routine, he envied Alf's opportunity. Unbelievable. A disciple of the Green Phoenix Hall actually gains such an opportunity. An immortal grade opportunity. Even we young deity cultivators covet it. This is the Tranquil Cave Mansion, directly giving immortal grade opportunities to those who enter. It's outrageous. Yes, indeed. An immortal grade opportunity is already the peak of all opportunities in the lower realms. Isn't this the flowing water zither of the Dermic sound sect? Even I am somewhat tempted. Even Jetty, already at the celestial realm, showed great interest in the flowing water zither. The Palai Fairyland isn't full of celestial artifacts everywhere. Many nascent celestials still use lesser grade weapons. If one could obtain a celestial grade weapon, it would absolutely result in a significant boost in power. One celestial grade weapon even made the Azure Dark Hall disciples' hearts stir with murderous intent. Knowing how protective the Azure Dark Hall was, even they couldn't resist thoughts of harming their fellow disciples. This showed just how tempting a single celestial grade artifact could be. Isn't Alf yet to obtain the celestial grade treasure? Why are you envious? At this point, the Azure Seymour spoke up, silencing the incessant whispers among the hall members. Indeed, Alf had not yet obtained the immortal grade opportunity, but he had gained super lucky momentum. His progress was already at 98%, just 2% away from getting the immortal grade opportunity. What difference did it make? The only thing Alf needed to worry about was being robbed after obtaining the immortal grade opportunity. Of course, Alf understood this well. Huey carefully observed the other cultivators, his gaze wary, fearing others discovering his opportunity. But he soon noticed the other cultivators inside the Tranquil Cave Mansion looking at him with faint smiles, not speaking. I just need 5 friends to help me get the divine harp. I'll find people immediately. Alf took a deep breath, suppressing his excitement. Watching the divine harp, his eyes reddened, afraid it might be taken if he waited any longer. Determined, he prepared to leave the Tranquil Cave Mansion when a slender old man called out to him. Wait, Taoist friend, you probably want others to assist you. If the number isn't too many, why not let us help you? You know I've received the cave opportunity? Alf's expression darkened. The other party saying so meant they likely knew about his opportunity. Though Alf didn't know how they found out, he understood the truth can't stay hidden forever. Since it was exposed, he mustn't hold back and eliminate any potential threat. You small old man, you dare covet my opportunity despite being at the grotto concealment realm? Looking for death. Alf was about to attack when the elderly man showed no fear and calmly said, Please wait, Taoist friend. Look at the rules of the tranquil cave mansion. Combat here is forbidden. If you insist on starting a fight, you may not leave the mansion. Don't say I didn't warn you. This elderly man was only at the grotto concealment stage, separated from Alf by a major cultivation stage. Yet, the old man showed no fear of Alf. There were only two explanations. Either the cultivator was mentally unstable or something extraordinary was happening, and he was emboldened by it. With a businessman's instinctive intuition, Alf suppressed his killing intent. Now he realized that cultivators of various realms surrounded him, but none engaged in combat. Seeing this, Alf decided to watch before acting. After all, his cultivation was high, so he didn't need to be scared. Old man, who are you? And what does assisting me mean? Alf put aside his killing intent and conversed with the old man. Hui, this humble one is Gervais, the leader of the Wuxia Gate, one of the 3,000 outer sects of immortal Adelian Mountain. Ah, leader Aaron, your name is well known and widely recognized. Alf chuckled. Although he had never heard of Gervais, being a central land cultivator, he would unlikely know an eastern continent minor sect leader. But Gervais didn't care and continued smiling. Taoist friend, we are all here seeking opportunities in the tranquil cave mansion. Mutual assistance is key. If you need help, my disciples can assist you. Ah, in that case, let's be straightforward. I indeed need help. Haha, everyone coming here needs assistance. But old man is not offering free help. You'd only need to pay a small price. How about it? Alf was incredibly excited. Huey felt his luck had been overwhelming. First, he stepped into the cultivation world, transforming from a mere mortal merchant into a cultivator practicing Tao with the heavens. Not long after entering the cultivation world, he inadvertently came into contact with the Azure Dark Hall. On a rainy night, an Azure Dark Hall disciple who was being pursued by righteous cultivators fled into his courtyard. Although the disciple could not be saved due to severe injuries, because Alf had sheltered him, he established a connection with the Azure Dark Hall. After entering the Azure Dark Hall, Alf realized how vast the world of cultivators truly was. Next, Alf found several relics, boosting his realm significantly to the Tribulation Ascension stage. Huey naturally and smoothly entered the Green Phoenix Palace. However, after entering the Green Phoenix Palace, it seemed his luck had run out. Even after cultivating for 100 years, he could not advance his realm. Huey even felt that he would remain stuck in the Green Phoenix Palace for the rest of his life. But who would have thought? Who would have imagined that he actually obtained an immortal grade opportunity at the free and easy grotto? It felt as if all the setbacks over the years were merely accumulating luck for this encounter with the free and easy grotto. At this moment, Alf felt extremely fortunate and couldn't help but ponder. Legend has it there are even chosen ones, blessed with fortune, always encountering good luck wherever they go. Who would have thought that I, Alf, might have the potential of being one such fortunate soul? If other cultivators knew what Alf was thinking, they would surely shake their heads, laughing at his naivety. Since the Play the Immortal Loot Every Day event began, tens of cultivators had taken on this task. Yet, the high mountain flowing water loot still lay quietly within the free and easy grotto. The most fascinated by this loot were the Soundless Two Elders. Originally both cultivators of the Brahma Sound sect, their main cultivation techniques were also from this sect. Upon seeing the high mountain flowing water loot, they could not take their eyes off it. Even if Cord chased them away, they wouldn't leave. Two young Shen realm cultivators, each day diligently signing in, bringing along friends and fellow Taoists to assist, could not take away the high mountain flowing water loot. Yet Alf actually believed he could do it. How young and naive. However, as an Azure Dark Hall disciple who had not experienced the tricks of the free and easy grotto, he felt envious of Alf's opportunity. Who would have thought? A mere Green Phoenix Palace disciple could obtain such an opportunity. An immortal grade opportunity. Even we young Shen cultivators find it highly desirable. This is the free and easy grotto? Directly giving immortal grade opportunities to cultivators entering. It's simply unbelievable. Yeah, indeed. An immortal grade opportunity is already the pinnacle of any opportunity in the lower realms. Isn't this the Brahma Sound sect's high mountain flowing water loot? Even I am tempted. Even Erong Chandler Shang, already at the immortal realm, was greatly interested in the high mountain flowing water loot. Penglai Immortal Land isn't filled with immortal weapons everywhere. Many nascent immortals still use Xian class weapons. Obtaining an immortal weapon would undoubtedly bring a qualitative leap in strength. Note, Shenji, Xian class, is directly translated to Xian class, as it seems to be a specific classification within the context of the story's universe. The high mountain flowing water loot was so enticing that it stirred murderous intentions among the Azure Dark Hall cultivators present. Given that the Azure Dark Hall was known for protecting its own, even they couldn't resist wanting to harm their fellow disciples for this opportunity. What can you envy about Alf? Huey hasn't obtained the immortal grade treasure yet? At this moment, the Azure Seymour spoke up, immediately silencing the chattering hall members. Indeed, Alf had not yet obtained the immortal grade opportunity, but he had received an extraordinary stroke of luck, reaching 98% progress in acquiring it. Only 2% away from getting the immortal grade opportunity. What difference did it make? What Alf needed to worry about now was being robbed once he obtained the treasure. Aware of this, Alf cautiously observed the other cultivators, his gaze wary, afraid that others would know about his opportunity. But soon, he noticed that the other cultivators within the free and easy grotto seemed to look at him with amused smiles, saying nothing. I only need 5 friends to obtain the immortal loot. I must find them right away. Taking a deep breath, Alf barely suppressed his excitement. His eyes red, he feared losing this opportunity if he waited too long. Determined, he prepared to leave the free and easy grotto. As he turned to leave, a slender old man called out to him. Please stop, fellow Taoist. Are you seeking assistance? If not too many people are required, why don't we help you? Huh? Do you know I obtained the grotto's opportunity? Alf's face darkened instantly. The man's words indicated he likely knew about his opportunity. Although Alf didn't understand how the man knew, he realized the secret couldn't stay hidden forever. Since it was exposed, he had to act decisively to eliminate the threat. You, little old man, just at the cavern storage realm, dare covet my opportunity? Asking for death. Alf was about to attack when the elderly man showed no fear, shaking his head slowly. Fellow Taoist, please hold your move. Check the rules of the free and easy grotto. Combat is not allowed here. If you force a fight, you may not leave the grotto. Don't say I didn't warn you. This old man was only at the cavern storage realm, separated from Alf by a major cultivation stage. Yet, the old man did not show any fear towards Alf. This left two explanations. Either this cultivator lacked clarity, or something unusual was happening, indicating he had ulterior motives. Relying on his businessman's instinct, Alf held back his killing intent. Only now did he notice that cultivators of various realms surrounded him, yet none engaged in combat. Seeing this, Alf decided to observe further, confident in his higher realm that he didn't need to fear. Old man, who are you? What do you mean by assisting me? Alf retracted his killing intent and conversed with the old man. Ha ha, this old man is Gervais, the patriarch of the Eremmitless Gate, one of the 3,000 outer sects of immortal Adelian Mountain. Ah, Patriarch Aaron, it's a pleasure to meet you. Your name is well known. Alf chuckled. Huey hadn't heard of Gervais, given that he was a cultivator from Central Plains and would unlikely know an Eastern Continent minor sect's patriarch. But Gervais didn't care and continued cheerfully. Fellow Taoist, since we are all here to seek opportunities, mutual assistance is crucial. If you need help, my disciples can assist you. Oh, since that's the case, let's speak openly. I do indeed need assistance. Haha, anyone who comes here needs help from friends. But this old man isn't helping you for free. You only need to pay a small price. How does that sound? Hashtag chapter 108. Seems Aaron Huey's obsessed. Tell me what price you require. Alf replied in a serious tone. If Gervais was truly indifferent to material gains, then there might be something fishy going on. Now that Gervais had set a price, it indicated that this was merely a transaction, not a favor. Huey, the old man doesn't need much. You can provide some cultivation materials or magical treasures and weapons. Gervais smiled. Just that? Alf was slightly surprised, not because Gervais asked for too much, but because he asked for so little. Ridiculously little. Yes, just that. I mainly want to establish a good connection with you, Gervais chuckled, like a kind-hearted elder. Is it really so poor for orthodox cultivators? Sending their disciples to help only yield such minimal rewards? Alf couldn't help thinking. Huey had already decided to make this deal with Gervais. The reason was simple, proximity and efficiency. If Alf left the immortal abode, who knew what might happen? By the time he brought his friend back, this opportunity could be snatched away. Definitely not an option. So, he decided to let Gervais's disciples assist him. Since Brother Aaron wants to help, I won't be stingy either. Each of the 5 friends who assist me can receive a spirit level rank 7 or lower magical weapon or treasure, along with several hundred pounds of spirit stones, Alf said generously, waving his hand. Huey felt incredibly elated now, and didn't care about these minor expenses. Being hit by this celestial grade opportunity, how could his mood be bad? Moreover, from Alf's perspective, this wasn't a big deal at all. Only orthodox cultivators would care so much about these trifles. In that case, let me thank your disciples on their behalf. Gervais replied with a full smile. The cooperation was thus established. Gervais casually selected a few of his most talented disciples to assist Alf. Assisting was quite simple, just play the high mountain flowing water melody on the chain. For someone who spent a long time inside the immortal abode, Gervais was very familiar with this. Soon, 4 cultivators finished their assistance. Alf was overjoyed internally because after the 4 assistants' contributions, his progress had reached 99.8%. Just one more friend's assistance, and he could obtain the celestial instrument. That was a real celestial instrument. At this moment, his joy was indescribable. If I get the celestial instrument, it will be equivalent to seizing celestial fortune. Thereafter, relying on the celestial instrument can aid my cultivation. Perhaps this thread of celestial fortune could even help me advance to the celestial realm. Alf couldn't stop thinking about becoming a celestial being. He dreamed about it every night. Only when one reached the tribulation ascension stage would they realize how difficult the path to immortality truly was. If he had a celestial instrument, overcoming various tribulations would be like using cheats in a game. The 5th disciple from Wuxia started assisting, and Alf kept his eyes glued to his mission bar. Drawing assistance from your friend? Assistance complete. Gained 0.01% progress. Current progress is 99.99%. Quickly find more friends to assist. A line of golden text popped up, causing Alf to pause. What was happening? It was supposed to take 5 friends to gain the celestial chain, right? But now at 99.99%, reaching 100% meant he could get the celestial reward. Not exactly deceptive. Finding another person to assist should do the trick. Alf took a deep breath and looked back at Gervais. Before he could speak, Gervais smiled and said, Brother, isn't the assistance from friends not enough? By now, Alf had noticed something was off, but the desire for the celestial instrument overshadowed everything else. Huey nodded without much thought. No problem, I can lend you more helpers. We're all about mutual assistance here, Gervais laughed, bringing out a few more disciples who hadn't participated before. Great. I didn't expect Brother Aaron to be so enthusiastic. Here's a spirit level supreme shanti, which I'll give to you. It has great benefits for cultivators at the cavern concealment stage, Alf said awkwardly, summoning a blue glowing artifact to pass to Gervais. It was a ready brewed tea, but its form was jelly-like rather than liquid, emitting a faint blue glow. Just sniffing it made one feel refreshed. Haha, We merely wanted to establish a good connection with you. Since you're generous, we have no choice but to accept your offer. Gervais accepted the Shin tea directly, knowing its value exceeded all previous materials combined. So, please continue to assist me. Alf stared at his mission panel. Of course, I'll assist you immediately. With that, Gervais's disciples came forward again to help Alf. His excitement soared once more. At 99.99%, surely nothing else would go wrong this time, right? But, things never go as planned. When Alf's friends assisted again, the progress gained this time turned into energy points. Gervais borrowed a total of 8 people, piling the energy points to 98. And 100 energy points could exchange for 0.01% progress. In other words, reaching 100 energy points meant getting the celestial instrument. 2 energy points short. Brother Aaron, borrow me a few more. Alf seemed almost addicted. Huey no longer bothered with politeness and directly asked Gervais for more people. I suppose it's possible, but you must understand, our mutual assistance has limits. If I help you, how can I help others? Gervais appeared somewhat hesitant, as if to refuse. Brother Aaron, I can provide more cultivation resources. I must obtain this opportunity now. Alf's expression grew agitated. He couldn't maintain his initial composure anymore. This phenomenon was called obsession. The immortal abode seemed to tease him just a bit more each time, always one step away. Since you are so insistent, all right, bring some more resources to compensate my disciples, and I can ask if anyone else is willing to assist you, Gervais finally indicated. Unable to resist, Alf directly pulled out a Shin class weapon. Brother Aaron, I'll trade this Shin class demon suppression mace for 100 of your disciples' assistance. This bold move drew attention from nearby cultivators, who shook their heads. This newcomer from afar seemed obsessed. Chapter 109. Within this Arental bit Aaron's a universe of stars and seas. When Alf mentioned the price of a Shin-level demon suppressing mallet, Gervais's smile widened even further. Foreign cultivators were always easy to deceive with their seemingly limitless resources and naivety. No problem. We are all seekers of the Tao. Friend Taoist needs 100 people, right? But it would be too little for you given your Shin-level weapon. I will send 200 more disciples to assist. Gervais displayed an extremely generous demeanor, offering 200 additional disciples. This made Alf overjoyed. There wouldn't be any more issues this time, right? Currently, his energy value was at 98 points, just 2 points shy of completion. Once it reached 100, he could directly gain 0.01% progress towards obtaining the immortal zither, securing his supreme opportunity. Good, very good. Since Brother Aaron is so kind, when I obtain my opportunity, I definitely won't forget your help. Alf looked at him with gratitude. It wasn't that he was foolish enough to trust Gervais blindly. Huey simply thought of himself as a tribulation transcender. Cultivators within the free and easy cave mansion didn't seem to have high realms, so they would naturally fawn over a tribulation transcender, wouldn't they? There was no way they would try to trick him. Gervais was merely at the cavern concealment stage, and only the outer sect master of Immortal Origin Mountain. Even Immortal Origin Mountain was insignificant before the Azure Dark Temple. It was natural for lower realm cultivators to flatter higher realm ones. For them to try deceiving a higher realm cultivator, they wouldn't know how they died. Any force, regardless of its size, could be obliterated by a tribulation transcender like Alf overnight. Unless Gervais was courting death, there was no reason for him to trick him. From Alf's perspective, this belief was quite logical. Thus, Alf accepted the 200 disciples Gervais brought, and chose to let them assist. Huey watched as the number of assistants increased, each contribution dropping from 0.1 to 0.01, then to 0.001. After almost 200 assistants, the energy value climbed to 99.99, just 0.001 away from completion. Alf's anticipation soared again. This was an immortal artifact opportunity. Once he obtained this, he would soar to great heights. The numerous obstacles on the path of cultivation would become much fewer. An immortal artifact opportunity was the dream of all cultivators, and he, Alf, was about to make his dream come true today. Other cultivators in the cave mansion probably had no idea he had been bestowed such an opportunity. It was laughable. They came every day waiting for an opportunity, unaware their fortune was insufficient, while the immortal opportunity was nearly within his grasp. At this moment, Alf felt a hint of pity for the other cultivators in the free and easy cave mansion. What did it mean to be truly favored by fate? Alf raised his head slightly and looked at the next assistant from the Boundless sect. Friends assistance +1, energy value insufficient, requiring sufficient opportunities to gain energy. Every 500 opportunity points can exchange for 0.001 energy value. Opportunity points can be gained by spinning the Wheel of Destiny. You still have 3 spins today. Would you like to spin? 2 lines of golden text appeared before Alf. His originally enraged mood was forcibly suppressed. Since there was a Wheel of Destiny, it provided a way forward. Huey had no reason to give up after spending so many resources for Gervais's assistance. As the wheel spun, Alf's gaze remained fixed, afraid to miss any detail. The needle slowly stopped at a tiny red section. Ding! Congratulations, esteemed friend. As a cultivator of supreme opportunity, you have received 439 opportunity points. Finding 15 more friends should allow you to reach 500 points in exchange for energy. Congratulations on your supreme luck. You now rank first in the immortal artifact opportunity, with acquisition difficulty being exceptionally low. Would you like to continue spinning the Wheel of Destiny? 3 lines of text made Alf dizzy. Originally, he wanted to berate this activity for being a scam, but ranking first with such ease was overwhelming. Looking at the high mountains and flowing streams zither, his eyes burned with fervent light. Huey was indeed a son of fate. Who else could casually draw over 400 opportunity points? I still have 2 more spins. Continue. Alf couldn't resist muttering silently as the golden wheel of destiny spun again. Congratulations, friend. Gained 50 opportunity points. Total now at 489. Congratulations, friend. Gain 6 opportunity points, total now at 495. Congratulations, friend. Soon you will obtain the supreme reward and become a chosen one of the free and easy cave mansion. Again, 3 lines of golden text appeared before him. Huey took a deep breath, looking at the golden wheel of destiny and silently urging it. Continue spinning. Insufficient spins today. Inviting friends to assist can get you more chances. Expectedly, 10 friends should grant you another spin. The familiar gimmick made Alf feel a surge of frustration in his chest. Giving up would mean conceding defeat with nothing gained. But continuing might lead to more traps. I still have 30 boundless sect disciples in used. Let them assist me immediately. If it fails, so be it. Alf decided not to be toyed with by the free and easy cave mansion. Friend needs more assistance? What are you waiting for? Assist him immediately. Seeing Alf's troubled expression, Gervais instructed the remaining disciples to assist. The first person granted me a level 3 spin chance for the Wheel of Destiny. Alright, let's spin. Alf suppressed his excitement. After all, it was an immortal opportunity, so some difficulty was normal. The golden Wheel of Destiny spun again, giving 1 point of opportunity. Now Alf had 496 points. This time, a message emerged that lifted his spirits. Congratulations, gaining a minimum guarantee during spins. Each spin will grant at least 0.1 opportunity points. What? A guaranteed minimum? So if I spin enough times, I will surely accumulate enough points without any more tricks. Upon seeing this, Alf was incredibly excited. With a minimum guarantee, he needed just 4 more points, meaning he would need only 40 spins to reach 500 points. Once he had 500 points, he could exchange for energy. And once energy was full, he could redeem progress. Huey was so close to obtaining the immortal artifact opportunity. If other cultivators in the free and easy cave mansion knew his thoughts, they would sigh and console him. Young man, you're too inexperienced. Within this little bit lies a universe of stars and seas. Chapter 110. Is it not delightful for a friend to come from afar? After the 30 Wuxia sect disciples had assisted Alf, his opportunity points had reached 499. Alf was incredibly excited. Because the wheel mechanism did have a minimum guarantee, each spin could fetch 0.1 opportunity points. This meant that if he spun the wheel 10 more times, he could obtain the immortal grade opportunity. There are still 10 people needed. I need 10 more people to assist. Alf said to Gervais in an uncontrollably excited voice. Gervais, who had already received a large amount of cultivation resources, now started to show signs of difficulty on his face, planning to play hard to get again. At the same time, their transaction was noticed by even more people. That fat sheep from another region that Gervais has been dealing with? Even after being fleeced several times, he's still continuing? Seems like a big catch. Huey really is both naive and rich. That visiting cultivator just gave out at least several hundred pounds of spirit stones, top-grade spirit treasures, and even Shin-level weapons. Gervais has made a fortune. Visiting cultivators are easy to take advantage of. Haha, fellow Taoist, if you still need assistance, consider our xuanhuan pavilion. Our fees are much cheaper. A nearby cultivator quickly interjected, offering a friendly smile to Alf before Gervais could. They all saw that Alf was a genuine outsider, with high realms and abundant resources. It was indeed delightful when friends came from afar. These kinds of friends were what they loved the most. Now, the leisure immortal manor wasn't just about Cord deceiving others. Mutual deceit among cultivators was commonplace. Visitors always had to pay a tuition fee. What's going on? Why are these cultivators so strange? They seem to know about my supreme opportunity and are willing to provide help. Alf was utterly confused, unsure why Gervais and others would do this. Strange, it was all too strange. But the immortal grade weapon was right there within reach, and he simply couldn't give up. Honestly speaking, all these cultivators combined weren't enough to match him. Naturally, Alf felt these cultivators wouldn't dare deceive him, so he cupped his hands and said, I currently need 10 friends to assist me. If any brother wishes to help me, Alf, I will be eternally grateful. Oh no, 10 won't be enough. I'll offer 50 friends to assist you. Just give me some small gifts as a token of thanks. I can provide 100. Brother, you can throw your unused weapons and spirit treasures at me. As a transcendent stage cultivator, many of your equipment must be outdated. 150. I only wish to be friends with you. I know transcenders don't use spirit-level spirit stones anymore. How about throwing away your junk to me, reducing your burden? Cultivators willing to help Alf came in an endless stream. They all rushed to Gervais, making him frantically shout, You guys aren't fair. This old man got here first. Kong Taoist, I'm closest to you. Just tell me how many you need. The enthusiasm of these cultivators frightened Alf a little. Huey knew something was definitely off in this manner, and it had driven these cultivators mad. But all he wanted now was his opportunity. Alf believed in his luck. Huey felt he was chosen by heaven, and the opportunities he obtained would be different from others. Otherwise, it would have been impossible to accumulate such high opportunity points so quickly. So, despite his doubts, Alf quickly selected 10 cultivators. This time, he still chose to ask Gervais for help. Thank you, Kong Taoist. The Wuxia sect is always your friend. If you need more people, just let me know. Gervais squeezed through the crowd with a bright smile. Huey used to be the patriarch of the Wuxia sect, a 1,000-year-old monster, but soon realized that putting on airs in the leisure immortal manor was pointless. What good was a high realm? Could he kill anyone in the leisure immortal manor? Gradually, Gervais dropped his facade and became a cunning fox, specializing in exploiting visiting cultivators. Alright, I also think Aaron Brother is reliable and honorable. Lend me 10 more people, and I'll get my opportunity soon, promising a generous reward then. Alf clasped his hands and spoke. This time, Gervais didn't wait patiently but showed his true colors because he knew further delay was futile. The fat sheep had already sensed something was wrong, and prolonging it would make it harder to exploit. Thus, Gervais humbly suggested, I think we don't need to wait until then. Kong Taoist, why not give us some more opportunities now? I'll give you 300 people to ensure you have enough help. Now? Alf was stunned. never expecting Gervais to directly ask for gifts so bluntly. Yes now, my disciples haven't had it easy. They've been waiting just to assist the destined ones. I know I'm not qualified for the leisure immortal manners opportunities, but they are meant for truly blessed cultivators like Brother Kong. Gervais said, sighing deeply. On one hand, he expressed their hardships as low-level cultivators unable to find opportunities. On the other, he praised Alf as a truly blessed cultivator deserving the leisure immortal manners favor. These words resonated with Alf, who nodded approvingly. Didn't expect such self-awareness among righteous cultivators. Fine, I'll give your sect some opportunities. As long as I get the immortal grade weapon, this isn't much. Alf pondered, and then took out a red glowing flower. Its presence seemed to raise the temperature, burning the surrounding air. This is the blazing flower, a third-rank Xian grade item. When planted, its roots spread 100 meters, producing hundreds of blazing fruits annually, excellent cultivation materials. Seeing that your sect's disciples have low realms, I'll gift this to you. Praise sky high, Alf happily handed over a significant opportunity to Gervais. Gervais's eyes shone brightly. Xian grade items, usually for transcendent stage or ascending stage cultivators. Even low-rank Xian grade items were highly valuable to the wuxia sect, especially one that could produce flowers and fruits. It was perfect. This even surpassed the value of the leisure immortal manners opportunities. Thank you, Kong Daoist. Thank you. Kong Daoist is generous. Everyone, assist Kong Daoist and help him secure his opportunity. Gervais loudly rallied, and more wuxia sect disciples prepared to assist Alf. Seeing so many helping, Alf felt relieved, believing that with so much support, he would definitely obtain the immortal grade weapon. Keep spinning the opportunity wheel. With renewed confidence, Alf began spinning the opportunity wheel again. But just as he did, another line of text appeared. Hashtag chapter 111. I only hope you can persist a until longer. The luck required to spin the wheel of destiny is insufficient. You can seek more friends to provide enough luck. Spinning the wheel once requires 1,000 luck points. You currently have 78 points from your friend's assistance. Congratulations, Daoist fellow Kong. You have received a 10-fold luck card. The assistance provided by friends will be multiplied 10-fold, totaling 780 points. Now, you only need 20 more friends to assist, bringing your total luck points to 1,000, allowing you to spin the wheel of destiny. The 3 lines of golden text appeared again, and Alf's expression froze. Indeed, spinning the wheel of destiny has a guaranteed minimum, with the lowest possible outcome being 0.1 destiny points. Currently, Alf already had 499 destiny points, just 1 point away from reaching 500 and completing his immortal treasure destiny. However, he never expected this. The wheel did have a guaranteed minimum, but it wasn't easy to spin now. It turned out that the wheel needed specific conditions to be met before it could be spun. If the conditions weren't satisfied, it couldn't be spun at all. Huey needed 1,000 luck points to spin, and currently had 780. Furthermore, the assistance provided by friends was multiplied 10-fold. It seemed like it would be easy to complete, but for some reason, Alf felt an inexplicable fear toward the immortal retreat cave. It felt as if he had stepped into an endless loop, unable to escape the intricate schemes of the immortal retreat cave. At this moment, seeing Alf standing there in a daze, Gervais approached and knowingly asked, Daoist fellow Kong, you're on a streak of good fortune. Have you already obtained the supreme destiny of the immortal retreat cave? Do you still need assistance from my disciples? Yes. Of course yes. Alf gritted his teeth. Huey had spent considerable resources to secure assistance from hundreds of wuxian disciples. There were still over 100 unused. There was no way he would give up now. Keep assisting me. Alf instructed the wuxian disciples to continue providing assistance. Soon, the luck bar beneath the wheel of destiny rapidly increased. Before long, he obtained his first opportunity to spin the wheel. Huey immediately used it and gained another 0.1 destiny point. His current destiny point stood at 499.1, just 0.9 points away from obtaining the immortal treasure and achieving supreme destiny. The good news was that the wheel of destiny indeed had a guaranteed minimum. Each spin would yield at least 0.1 points. This gave Alf hope that this destiny was not unattainable but could be completed. In truth, if Alf had thought about it seriously, he would have realized he'd had this feeling from early on. Yet, he hadn't managed to obtain the immortal treasure yet. But he was hooked. Despite knowing he might be falling into a trap, he couldn't resist the temptation of the immortal treasure, stepping deeper into the snare. Keep assisting, keep assisting. Alf continued urging the wuxian disciples forward. Huey obtained another opportunity to spin the wheel. Now, there were only 8 more spins needed to reach the guaranteed minimum. However, the wuxian disciples' assistance opportunities had been exhausted. To find more help, he had no choice but to turn to Gervais again. For the sake of the immortal treasure. Aaron brother, there's no need to say more. I know what Kong brother wants. Wuxian has 3,000 disciples. If Kong brother needs them, they're all available for assistance. Gervais, aren't you afraid of choking on all that greed? Can one person alone consume the resources meant for a transcendent cultivator? Daoist fellow Kong, don't trust Gervais. This old man is notorious for high fees within the immortal retreat cave. Look at our xuanhuan pavilion. Our fees are cheap, and we have high-quality cultivators, unlike wuxian who recruits indiscriminately. Indeed, Daoist fellow Kong, you should believe in others at least once. We offer the best deal. A grade 1 Xian weapon for 700 people, transparently priced and openly advertised. Seeing Alf about to fall prey to Gervais again, nearby cultivators finally couldn't hold back their objections. Actually, to reduce such fierce competition, the cultivators inside the immortal retreat cave had established many rules, including a ban on poaching clients. However, Gervais's massive profits and apparent monopolistic behavior made other cultivators lose patience. Through mutual assistance and sabotaging progress, the earliest batch of cultivators entering the immortal retreat cave had already realized that the place's schemes were insurmountable. Rather than relying on vague fate, they focused on immediate opportunities, providing friendship and assistance to new arrivals. After all, newly arrived cultivators entered the cave with dreams of supreme destiny. No one was an exception. When they first entered, even if someone warned them, they believed others were merely jealous. Thus, instead of watching them fall into traps, these cultivators chose to help deepen their involvement. Through this method, Gervais profited immensely. Cord neither discouraged nor encouraged such behavior by the sects, choosing to tolerate it for the time being. The reasoning was simple. Each person could only assist others once within 3 months. To maintain this mutual assistance model, sects needed a constant influx of new members. As long as a steady stream of people entered the immortal retreat cave, its popularity would rise steadily. What the cultivators engaged in for profit didn't concern Cord. Huey had observed that cultivators like Alf rarely gave up after being deceived. They usually persisted due to pride and ambition. Take Soundless Elder and Broderick, for instance, who still clocked in daily, hoping to claim the Flowing Waters Ither. Now popularity has reached 300,000? Let's check cultivation level. Already at 30,000 layers. Cord glanced at his own cultivation. Without ever cultivating, he had unknowingly reached 30,000 layers of the cultivation chi stage. Cultivators progressed from the acquired stage, which included body tempering, cultivation chi, and pulse connecting stages. Ordinary people, given some effort and minimal resources with the support of a decent sect, could mostly reach the innate stage within their lifetimes. Cultivation chi stage cultivators typically broke through after the 10th layer, as continuing further offered diminishing returns. Yet, reaching 30,000 layers of the cultivation chi stage. No one knew what this entailed. I'll be able to break through at 100,000 layers. Imagine. It's a little thrilling. Cord anticipated the day he could break through. Only by advancing to the grotto hidden stage could he leave the cave. Watching his popularity grow, the day seemed to draw closer. During this period, his sole entertainment within the cave was observing the daily struggles and mutual support among cultivators. Alf also caught Cord's attention. Huey wondered how long this external cultivator would persist. If he gave up too quickly, wouldn't the 108 stratagems prepared by Cord go to waste? Chapter 112. The progress was stolen. Indeed, Cord was somewhat looking forward to seeing if any cultivator could complete the scheme he had set up. An immortal level opportunity wasn't impossible to obtain. The current Cord was different from before. He no longer relied entirely on immortal level opportunities. Huey had 300,000 popularity points, allowing him to shop extravagantly in the spirit cavern realm, and since his cultivation level wasn't high, the frozen popularity points were minimal, almost negligible. Huey could be considered a major tycoon in the spirit cavern realm. If someone can finish the scheme I've set up and complete the activities of the Carefree Grotto Manor, I wouldn't mind bestowing them with an opportunity. How generous I am. Cord shook his head in reminiscence, knowing full well that if those who had experienced his schemes heard this, they would surely spit blood. Do you know how mentally taxing your setup is? It's almost enough to drive a person insane. At this moment, Alf felt just like that. Huey felt his mental state gradually crumbling while anger piled up inside him. His anger was like floodwater behind a dam, and the mental barrier was about to collapse. After spinning the fortune wheel 4 times, Alf noticed he couldn't move it as easily anymore. Because after the 4th spin, each rotation still required 1,000 fortune points, but now a cultivator's assistance provided only 0.1 point. Even if it could be multiplied by 10-fold, each assistant could only provide 1 point. It now required 1,000 helpers for every spin. Alf knew deep down he had been tricked again, both by the Carefree Grotto Manor and its cultivators. Thinking of this, Alf asked through gritted teeth, I ask you, has anyone truly obtained the opportunity at Carefree Grotto Manor? Facing Alf's angry question, Gervais, who was closest, immediately replied, of course, and it was an immortal level opportunity. It changed a mortal's fate, allowing him to reach the concealment stage within months, which is common knowledge here. Yes, it was true. The reason Cord initially bestowed Lawrence with this immortal level opportunity was to set an example. This way, when anyone doubted the existence of such opportunities at Carefree Grotto Manor, countless cultivators would jump in to accuse them of short-sightedness. They had all witnessed firsthand how an immortal level opportunity could change one's destiny. Did someone really get an immortal level opportunity? Alf looked skeptical. Friend Taoist Kong, old Gervais isn't lying to you. It's indeed true. Moreover, it's rumored that more than one person has received an immortal level opportunity, but only Lawrence made it public, another cultivator quickly added, supporting Gervais. Regarding the rumor of multiple recipients of the immortal level opportunity, Cord frequently announced in the manor updates that someone had gained an immortal level opportunity. Whether it was true or not, no one knew for sure. I can vouch for this too. Lawrence did receive an immortal level opportunity. I even saw him almost die from using it, saved only by immortal Cord. Huier. Obtaining an immortal level opportunity means receiving divine assistance to use it. Talking about the immortal level opportunity, these cultivators spoke eloquently and sincerely. To Alf, their words seemed trustworthy. At his level, he could discern much about cultivators below him, including their lies and intentions. These cultivators weren't lying. They were telling the truth. So, it meant someone at Carefree Grotto Manor had indeed received an immortal level opportunity. What exactly is this Carefree Grotto Manor, with so many immortal level opportunities? Although Alf knew the cultivators wouldn't lie to him, he couldn't help but ask. Friend Taoist Kong doesn't know. This Carefree Grotto Manor is a divine grotto, complete with immortal level guardian beasts. Yeah, there are countless immortal level opportunities. I've seen Immortal Cord use divine treasures to heal the guardian beast. I saw it too. What a waste of precious resources. The cultivators reminisced about witnessing these grand moments. During Mayuing's battle with Arental Flower was severely injured. Later, Cord used divine moonspring water to cleanse her wounds. That moment shocked the cultivators. Carefree Grotto Manor indeed treated immortal level opportunities like they were free. So this kind of thing happens? It proves the opportunities at Carefree Grotto Manor aren't fake. I just haven't completed the event. Well, let me try again. Since I've come this far. Alf clenched his teeth. determined to complete the immortal level opportunity despite the challenges ahead. Huey didn't believe it. He couldn't possibly be bankrupted by a simple helping hand. Friends Taoists, assist me, and I'll offer gifts in return. Friends Taoists, please send me assistance. I will buy them outright. Friends Taoists, forget it. Who's available to go down to the mortal realm and deliver a letter to the Kong Clan Merchant Guild? I have small gifts to offer. Since entering Carefree Grotto Manor, a day had passed for Alf. From being confident to nearly bankrupt with trembling hands, it took only a day. Huey felt as if he'd stepped into a whirlpool where major sects took turns providing disciples to assist him. However, the fortune wheel demanded more and more luck as time went on, and he had to provide increasing amounts of cultivation resources. Initially, he could generously give out assistance, but soon, he would be broke. Various spirit stones were spent wildly, but exchanging for 1,000 or 2 disciples was futile. The fortune wheel was like a bottomless pit. Eventually, Alf couldn't keep up and had to seek secular forces. Originally, he was from Dongzhou and had family businesses there that thrived due to his cultivation. Huey summoned the Kong Clan Patriarch, lining up tens of thousands of people to assist him. This allowed his luck to steadily increase until he finally spun the wheel 9 times, reaching the 10th. The 10th spin guaranteed 0.1 fortune value, bringing his total to 499.9, needing only 0.1 more to reach 500. As long as Carefree Grotto Manor kept its word, he would get it. Spinning the 10th time, Alf's fingers trembled. Finally, he would acquire the divine artifact after going bankrupt. Ding! Congratulations, Taoist friend. You've gained 0.1 fortune value. Your fortune value has reached 500. Phew! Alf breathed a sigh of relief. It was finally done. In this moment, he wanted to cry, to sob uncontrollably. Even as a high-level cultivator, he couldn't withstand how mentally taxing Carefree Grotto Manor was. Exchange the fortune value for energy value, Alf said shakily, eyes glued to the exchange interface, fearing another twist. Ding! Exchange successful. You've exchanged 1 point of energy value. Energy value is full, ready to exchange for 0.01% progress. Exchange now? Yes. Alf shouted excitedly. Huey was truly a blessed one. Huey had obtained an immortal level opportunity. Boom! A golden light shot upward, and Alf, with tears streaming down his face, turned around. Wasn't this light supposed to be on him? Why did it emanate from Gervais? Congratulations, Taoist Gervais, for stealing 1% progress and completing the daily opportunity hunt event, earning an opportunity from Carefree Grotto Manor. A line of golden text flashed, confirming that Gervais had obtained the opportunity. So it was Brother Aaron who completed the opportunity event. Congratulations. Then what about mine? Wait, why did my progress decrease so much? Brother Gervais, you damned old man. You actually dared to steal my progress? Alf glanced at his own progress and instantly erupted in fury. His progress had been stolen, and the one who stole the most from him was none other than Gervais. In other words, the reason Gervais could complete his opportunity was that he had stolen Alf's progress. Chapter 113. Those who play in caves have dirty Huey arts. Alf could not have imagined that just as he was about to secure the opportunity of an immortal artifact, the cultivators inside the transcendent cave would actually steal from him. Huey wanted to see how Gervais and the others would explain themselves this time. If they couldn't provide an explanation, he wouldn't blame himself for unleashing his boundless fury through a bloodbath. But facing Alf's accusations, Gervais showed no signs of panic. Instead, he stood up straight and admitted everything boldly. Indeed, it was me who stole. So what? Seeking opportunities in the transcendent cave can involve stealing each other's chances. If you're not convinced, go ahead and steal back. This firm stance formed a stark contrast with the previously submissive old man, making Alf so furious that his fingers trembled. Pointing at Gervais, he said shakily. Very well, if you're seeking death, don't blame me. Everyone who stole my progress just now must die. Not one will be spared. Alf came from the Azure Dark Temple, which was a demonic cultivation force feared by righteous cultivators. Since he was a demon cultivator, he was certainly no benevolent person. Ordinary cultivators had to consider their opponent's background, sect, and backing before killing anyone. But demon cultivators killed as they pleased. Alf was extremely angry now, and wanted those who stole from him dead. I advise you, Brother Kong, to calm down. If you feel wronged, you can steal back. But if you act rashly, think carefully, it's still the transcendent cave. Gervais sneered coldly, showing no sign of fear. However, before Gervais finished speaking, an enraged Alf slapped him. I don't care about any cave. Die. A massive black palm appeared before Alf, pushing fiercely towards Gervais. This is the power of a tribulation transcending cultivation method, the soul-searing black palm. One strike can make one's soul burn painfully. A cultivator present recognized Alf's technique and mentioned it with interest, but Gervais remained unafraid, standing still without even dodging. This attitude infuriated Alf further, and he exerted all his strength to unleash his technique, aiming to obliterate Gervais in one strike. Boom, boom, boom. The giant palm surged forward like an explosion towards Gervais. Just as it was about to hit, a cold wind swept in, freezing the mighty black palm instantly. Alf was suddenly alarmed. As a tribulation transcending cultivator, could his full strength attack be countered? Who could be such a formidable adversary? Hiss. Blythe lifted her snake head, yawning. The icy wind intensified, directly blowing towards Alf, leaving him unable to evade. In a hurry, he conjured several spiritual shields for defense, but they were shattered instantly. Even various treasures he used proved ineffective. In that moment, Alf saw a colossal rainbow-colored python, immediately understanding why those cultivators acted so boldly. Rainbow-swallowing Huevenly python. It's really a rainbow-swallowing Huevenly python. The cultivators weren't lying. There are truly immortal beasts guarding here. Immediately after, a gust of cold wind froze Alf entirely, numbing his body and seemingly halting his spirit energy pathways. Historical records in a northern kingdom describe the rainbow-swallowing xiuxian python as follows. A snake perches atop a mountain peak, its scales shimmering in 7 colors, stretching for miles unseen. Hidden in clouds, opening its eyes brings sunrise, closing them brings sunset. Exhaling creates winter and transforms into eternal snow on the peak. Inhaling brings summer, causing whirlwinds on the ground. To ordinary people, just a single breath from the rainbow-swallowing xiuxian python signified the arrival of winter, inspiring great reverence. They believed the beast possessed divine powers. Confronting the immortal beast, Alf realized that his past cultivation seemed trivial. This immortal beast could kill him with a single breath. Facing the intense cold, Alf thought he was done for. But after the cold surge, he found himself alive, albeit completely frozen stiff. Cultivator Alf has severely violated the transcendent cave rules once more. Any further transgression will result in immediate death. Cord's voice thundered out, shocking Alf. It wasn't luck that saved him from the immortal beast. It was the grace of the cave's master. Tribulation transcending cultivators should be spared if possible. Alf is different from Luciano. Huey invested many resources and efforts into the transcendent cave and won't give up easily. Cord looked at the popularity provided by Alf and thought, note, I have replaced the Chinese term runqi with popularity to ensure the translation reads naturally in English while maintaining the meaning. A tribulation transcending cultivator could provide nearly 7,000 popularity points on the first day and continuously contribute thereafter. They were valuable clients. While ascension level Yangshan cultivators offered more, they were hard to find. Tribulation transcending cultivators, in game terms, were already purple gear. Yangshan cultivators were golden legends. As for 2 immortal souls, those were not gold but legendary rainbow. Finding ascension level cultivators was tough, so Cord valued Alf, hoping he would bring friends to boost the cave's popularity. His punishment was light, serving only as a warning. Phew, is this the transcendent cave? Truly an immortal cave. Alf fell to the ground, thoughts racing. To command an immortal guardian beast and gain the respect of tens of thousands of cultivators, this was true immortal prowess. Brother Kong, you needn't be so angry. We've all been there. I was once frozen by the rainbow-swallowing xiuxian python too. Unpleasant indeed, but now we're family. Gervais chuckled, bowing without any hint of guilt. This behavior infuriated Alf, but he had no recourse because using force would invite the wrath of the immortal beast. Reining in his anger, Alf asked Gervais sternly, can I continue the immortal artifact quest? Of course. Enable protection against theft quickly, or you'll get stolen again. Gervais helpfully reminded him. Alf hurriedly focused, activating Obtain Progress, floating before his eyes. Almost fainting from shock, he saw his progress had been reduced to just 35%. Ha ha ha, you all wait. I'll take it back soon. Alf burst into mad laughter, drawing sympathetic shakes of heads from the other cultivators. Ah, what a fine cultivator, driven mad. But everyone goes through this phase. It just needs getting used to. Elsewhere, the Azure Dark Temple watched Alf silently. They saw firsthand how he was manipulated and ultimately driven mad. Finally, Dean, the 12th warrior of the heroic shrine, couldn't hold back. The transcendent cave and its immortal, truly dirty. Chapter 114. Storms are brewing, grotto rankings. The word dirty couldn't describe it any more fittingly. However, this isn't referring to the cleanliness of the Tranquil Way grotto environment. It merely refers to how dirty Cord's heart truly is. First, he dangled a series of celestial opportunities to entice cultivators into the grotto, then systematically drove them insane. No dirty mind could concoct such elaborate schemes. Just a slight shift in perspective made Dean realize he might have made the same choice as Alf. The allure of a celestial artifact was indeed too great. Is Tranquil Way grotto playing with fire? Cultivators' lives are incredibly long. While this method may attract cultivators for now, if they cannot provide rewards later, wouldn't that lead to retaliation? General Jetty couldn't help but frown and ponder over this issue. Huey knew about cave spirits like the one orchestrating these activities in the Tranquil Way grotto. It could very well be playing with fire. Chandler Yang, a man seated on a throne, slowly spoke. Huey was the hawk. Indeed, Azure Dark Hall was, at its core, a grotto. Yes, the demonic force that plagued righteous cultivators originated from a grotto where a cave spirit had been born. The master of Dark Hall was none other than a cave spirit. Master, I am here, Jetty respectfully replied. If anyone else witnessed this scene, they would find it hard to believe since Jetty was a true celestial cultivator who typically wouldn't bow to any entity, yet the hawk could command such respect. You take the 12 generals of the heroic spirit hall and tear apart the Tranquil Way grotto. Make sure you completely dismantle it. The hawk, staring intently at what Alf saw, ordered. All the generals of the heroic spirit hall were shocked. They hadn't mobilized for even the righteous campaigns against demon forces. Why did one single grotto require the mobilization of the 12 generals? Master, isn't this an overreaction? Asked Jetty, the only general who could converse directly with the master. His face showed confusion as he didn't understand why the master took such serious action against the Tranquil Way grotto. Not just serious, but as if confronting a formidable foe. Though the generals knew their master was a cave spirit, they were unaware of the rivalries between cave spirits and why their master seemed so intent on targeting Cord. No, I will never underestimate an enemy or allow one to grow unchecked, especially when this grotto is developing so rapidly, the master of Dark Hall said with a grim look. The generals looked at each other, not understanding what had offended Azure Dark Hall. Yet, questioning the master wasn't an option. Only Jetty, after a moment's silence, dared to continue. Hyman, we're currently campaigning against the Thousand Moon Grotto. Summoning us back for this meeting already breaches protocol. Are we also expected to attack a grotto that houses a celestial beast simultaneously? Azure Dark Hall often launched external campaigns against grottos, converting them into subhalls. They were currently engaged in conquering Thousand Moon Grotto, a well-fortified place with powerful formations that even celestials found hard to breach. Already facing resistance at Thousand Moon Grotto, the master intended to provoke another grotto housing a celestial beast, which even Azure Dark Hall's celestial cultivators would find taxing. This takes precedence over Thousand Moon Grotto, and I shall explain to our superiors myself. Called Deep Blue, the master showed no intention of altering his plan, intending to deploy all 12 generals to Tranquil Way Grotto. Huey aimed to destroy it due to its rapid development and innovative methods of attracting attention. Cave Spirit's power depended on their popularity. Rapid growth signaled immense potential. Hyman had already analyzed maps, nearly certain Cord wouldn't ally with him. Eliminating enemies before they grew stronger was the wisest move. Huey wouldn't send mere minions like a villain in a novel. He would commit fully, knowing well that even lions must use full strength to catch rabbits. Since Hyman has decided, Chandler Young has nothing further to say. I'll head to Tranquil Way Grotto immediately. Seeing the master's determination, Jetty left without further argument. Hold on, Chandler Young. Is your true self here, or just a projection? My true self is here. The others remain near Thousand Moon Grotto, replied Jetty. Of the 12 generals, only the top 4 were Celestial Realm cultivators, while the rest were Great Perfection Yangshan cultivators. Most Celestial cultivators possess projections, making it challenging to eliminate them easily. You're here in person, good. You engaged the 7-colored devouring python, while the rest demolished Tranquil Way Grotto. Deep Blue had already prioritized Tranquil Way Grotto greatly, dispatching all available resources. Had he been free, he would have led the assault himself. Cave spirits beyond hidden storage stage could leave their grottos, but Cord remained stuck at Chi condensation stage. Unbeknownst to Cord, a crisis threatening Tranquil Way Grotto was approaching swiftly. Currently, he focused on constructing privileges within the grotto. If Tranquil Way Grotto's cultivators are ranked, shouldn't the grotto itself also have levels? This would highlight prestige. Cord rubbed his chin thoughtfully. Without enough privileges for higher ranks, how could he incite a frenzy among cultivators? Let's divide it into 9 levels, with different tiers for various rank cultivators. Cord immediately set to work renovating Tranquil Way Grotto. The benefits of a Celestial Realm Grotto allowed limitless customization and size adjustment. Even if Chingsong Mountain couldn't accommodate hundreds of thousands, Tranquil Way Grotto could. If numbers exceeded capacity, the grotto automatically activated shrink arrays, adjusting the size of cultivators inside. Thus, accommodation wasn't a concern. Dividing it into 9 levels, lower-rank cultivators occupied the ground floor. Only those earning sufficient contribution points could ascend. The tier system caused an uproar among cultivators. Achieving level 2 status in Tranquil Way Grotto became every cultivator's dream. Hashtag Chapter 115. New privileges for level 2 cultivators. The arrival of Taoist Godric. The privileges for level 2 cultivators were already known to everyone. They could accept 2 opportunities at once, steal progress 5 more times per day, and also punch in for 2 different activities simultaneously. Everyone was familiar with these 3 privileges. But now, the Immortal Mansion was about to introduce a tiered system. The second threshold for entry would be Ascension Realm. This meant that all cultivators in the Ascension Realm would be active in the second area of the Immortal Mansion. However, there was another way to enter the second floor. Becoming a level 2 cultivator of the Immortal Mansion. As soon as one became a level 2 cultivator, they could go up to the second floor and share luxurious quarters with Ascension Realm cultivators. Higher realm cultivators often possessed a certain arrogance, and naturally wouldn't want to mix with lower realm cultivators on a daily basis. They usually cared about their status, so after punching in, they would leave immediately. But if there were a second floor, it would symbolize prestige and privilege. Moreover, if low realm cultivators became level 2 cultivators of the mansion, they could directly interact with Ascension Realm cultivators and gain more chances for guidance. Ascension Realm cultivators were almost at the pinnacle of cultivation in the Shenzhou continent, with the potential to climb the mythical Ponglai paradise. If one could receive their guidance, it would be far better than joining any sect or school like the Free and Easy sect or the Infinite Gate. So, does this mean that Jace Fagan has already ascended to the second floor? Huey casually pointed out flaws in my cultivation technique before, which helped me advance a realm. The second floor, how high-end. I don't have to squeeze together with other cultivators. I'm still 894 experience points short of the next level. I want to reach the second floor too. To be on the same floor as Ascension Realm cultivators, the privileges for level 2 cultivators are becoming more prestigious. But now, it seems only Lawrence can get them. How envious. The original privileges for level 2 cultivators in the Immortal Mansion were already enough to make people envious, but Cord had now expanded those privileges even further. This made the cultivators even more enthusiastic about the Immortal Mansion's activities. In a way, it also curbed the small tricks cultivators played privately, such as providing help to friends. For instance, Gervais would let unassisted disciples help new cultivators. While Cord didn't oppose this behavior, he didn't encourage it either. Now, with the new policy in place, Gervais was regretting his decision. The Infinite Gate actually had quite an influence in East Zhou. If Gervais had focused on getting assistance from his disciples, he might be a level 2 cultivator by now. But for short-term gains, he had his disciples assist other cultivators. As a result, his current experience points were even lower than Alf's. Truly, alas, such small tricks before Immortal Holt. It's easily seen through. Just adding a new privilege instantly changed the meaning of assisting others. After reading the new regulations for the second floor of the Immortal Mansion, Gervais sighed deeply. The original level 2 privileges were tempting but offered no real tangible benefits. Everyone knew completing opportunities in the Immortal Mansion was extremely difficult. If the privileges only aided in completing activities, though attractive, Gervais decided against becoming a level 2 cultivator when weighing the benefits. But now, the privileges for level 2 cultivators had significantly improved, not only enjoying prestigious services on the second floor, but also coexisting with Ascension Realm cultivators on the same level. Coexisting on one level wasn't like having thousands of cultivators crammed together. It could mean being the only level 2 cultivator among multiple Ascension Realm greats, possibly receiving guidance from several of them. Gervais had been stuck in the nascent soul stage for many years. If he received guidance from these greats, he might break through immediately. Interacting with such powerful figures was itself an unparalleled resource. The current tiered system provided this resource. I also regret helping incoming cultivators with Gervais. Now we're just doing favors for others. That's true. How many disciples do I have? All used to help others, and I'm still just a level 1 cultivator. Many cultivators lamented. Cultivators should now focus on the Immortal Mansion's opportunities. Let's plan the next steps. Cord began thinking. With the tiered system established, the Immortal Mansion was divided into 9 levels. New cultivators seeking opportunities started on the first level. Those in the Ascension realm or level 2 cultivators were on the second level, and beyond that, the third level upward, Cord hadn't set up yet, as no one had qualified for level 3 privileges. Currently, the first level environment resembled a stalactite cave. After entering, cultivators would see a vast plaza with glowing stalactites hanging down like stars in the night sky. The second level was designed as a garden. Cord transformed the second level of the Immortal Mansion into an elegant garden with small bridges and flowing water. Though the borders looked narrow, cultivators found they could never reach the end, ensuring no congestion issues. The Immortal Mansion had some mysterious functions as a divine level cave. After setting up the 9-tier system, Cord glanced at the entire Immortal Mansion and suddenly noticed a very powerful cultivator approaching from outside. Huey was also at the Tribulation Transcending stage, but at a higher realm than Alf. There seem to be many high-realm cultivators recently, Cord remarked and cast his gaze outward. At the entrance stood a bald man with a large head and round face, barefoot and open-chested, with smooth, baby-like skin devoid of hair. This person was Taoist Godric from the immortal Adelian Mountain. Huey had received Gervais's message a month ago and wanted to see what the famous Immortal Mansion was like. A month ago, Gervais's message was rudimentary, offering limited information. So Taoist Godric didn't rush over and instead took his time. When he arrived near the Immortal Mansion, he coincidentally saw Alf. Huey instantly recognized Alf as a disciple of the Azure Dark Temple, a follower of the Demon Path. Huey hadn't expected someone from the Demon Path to seek treasures in the same Immortal Mansion. Since they had met, he decided to kill Alf. Alf had plundered countless treasures from orthodox sects, making him a valuable target. If Taoist Godric could kill Alf, it would greatly benefit his cultivation. Taoist Godric was in the final stage of the Tribulation Transcending Realm, the Huevenly Thunder stage, always on the verge of facing the Heavenly Thunder Tribulation. No cultivator dared claim they could safely pass through the Lightning Tribulation. But Taoist Godric knew Alf possessed a Ronkning Tribulation shield, once a prized possession of an orthodox sect, something he had coveted for a long time. Given this opportunity, he couldn't let Alf go. Thinking this, he entered the Immortal Mansion, and immediately a notification appeared. Congratulations, fellow Taoist. You have been hit by a supreme opportunity. Chapter 116. Huey's panicking. Congratulations on being struck by an extraordinary opportunity, Taoist friend. Estimated to receive the Transcendent Divine Artifact Ronkning Raid Shield after more than 7 days of participation. Do you wish to join the daily opportunity-seeking event? A line of golden text popped up in front of Taoist Bert. Let me explain. New cultivators entering the leisurely cave are likely to be hit by opportunity events, but this is based on probability. Just like how cultivators now accept opportunities with varying probabilities, the highest probability event among these is the daily opportunity seeking. The daily opportunity seeking event indeed allows one to obtain rewards, and is the most popular event among cultivators. Now, Taoist Bert was not struck by a transcendent opportunity, but rather by the daily opportunity seeking event, and the reward coincidentally happened to be the very Ronkning Raid Shield he had been longing for. However, Taoist Bert's wild joy lasted only a moment before he regained his composure. There's a plot. There must be a plot. How could the owner of this cave know that he needed the Ronkning Raid Shield? Moreover, Alf has not emerged from the cave for so long. There might even be ties between the cave owner and the demon cultivators. Demon cultivators love using such tricks to lure others into traps. Inhale, exhale. You're 10,000 years too early if you think you can trick me, Taoist Bert. Taoist Bert took a deep breath, forcefully suppressing the desire within him and resolutely chose no. Although he desperately wanted the Ronkning Raid Shield, he resisted the temptation. Not surprisingly, as a righteous cultivator from immortal Adelian Mountain, his mental fortitude far surpassed that of ordinary people. Walking into the cave, Taoist Bert looked around. Inside the cave, it was akin to a mysterious stalactite cavern, where glowing stalactites hung down, and looking up felt like gazing at boundless starry skies. The edges remained unseen, while thunderous waterfalls echoed in his ears. Why is there a waterfall here? Wait, this is? Taoist Bert's mouth dropped open in disbelief. It was unbelievable, truly unbelievable. It turned out to be a transcendent spiritual moon waterfall. An ordinary person just drinking a sip of such spring water could transcend mundanity and enter the cultivation realm, even becoming the brightest new star in the cultivation world. After all, this was a transcendent spiritual treasure and possibly the pinnacle of immortal treasures. Taoist Bert was utterly astonished. It's a transcendent opportunity. Hugh even does have eyes. Really it does. I, Taoist Bert, am finally about to soar high. If I can obtain the transcendent spiritual moon waterfall, my aptitude will be purified to its best state, and enduring the lightning tribulation will no longer be an issue. At this moment, Taoist Bert felt like crying. After so many years, he finally found his extraordinary opportunity. The brilliance of the immortal treasure is truly incomparable. Even the top of the cave is moistened by the lunar spring water, which explains why it emits sparkling lights, hence the ample illumination within the cave. Taoist Bert couldn't help but marvel. The radiance of the immortal treasure was truly dazzling. In the entire cave, only another rock could compare with the lunar spring water. Wait, another rock? Taoist Bert was shocked once again. His eyes were immediately glued to what he saw next. This is a supreme transcendent moondrop stone. Huey blurted out in disbelief. How could Taoist Bert have ever imagined that leisurely cave contained two immortal treasures? The mortal treasures were the supreme treasures of the Shenzhou world, something even immortals would envy. And there were two within one cave. What kind of concept was this? It was unheard of. Ha 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 ha. I, Taoist Bert, shall attain enlightenment today and ascend to the Penglai immortal realm right away. Taoist Bert burst into an exuberant laugh. No matter how steadfast his mentality or how cautious he was about leisurely cave, he couldn't hold back upon seeing the immortal treasure. No cultivator could resist the allure of an immortal treasure. If there was anyone who could, then give them another one. The path of cultivation was perilous, filled with dangers at every turn. Who knew when death might come? But with an immortal treasure, it was like having a VIP lane open for you, allowing you to soar directly to the heavens. Taoist Bert couldn't help but feel agitated. What's that bald Taoist getting excited about? Sure enough, he's an outsider hick who can't move past a transcendent opportunity. Ha ha ha, hick is well used. The last one was still raving mad. Gervais, will you still help the outsiders now? Help my ass. Old man here also wants to become a level 2 cultivator and see the scenery of the second floor of Leisurely Cave. Wait, why does that bald Taoist look so much like Master Taoist Bert? Gervais looked at the newcomer, finding him increasingly familiar. Huey suddenly slapped his forehead. He had once written to immortal Adelian Mountain. So when Master Taoist Bert received the letter, he did come. Master Bert. Gervais ran over and shouted loudly. Huey hearing Gervais's cry, Taoist Bert snapped out of his excitement. His gaze towards Gervais was filled with caution. The reason was simple. He wanted to monopolize the immortal treasures. Master, it's Changsheng. 12 years ago, I attended lectures in the Grand Hall of Immortal Adelian Mountain. Have you forgotten me? Gervais immediately tried to get closer, but Taoist Bert asked coldly. Gervais, I remember you. What are you doing here? The same as everyone else. Aren't cultivators coming to Leisurely Cave all seeking opportunities? Gervais shrugged. Same as everyone seeking opportunities? Upon hearing this, Taoist Bert shifted his focus from the two immortal treasures. Only then did he realize the cave was already filled with cultivators. Huey had failed to notice them earlier because his attention was completely captured by the treasures. This was inevitable. Any cultivator entering Leisurely Cave first had their gaze drawn by the two treasures. Now, Taoist Bert had almost forgotten his initial goal of slaying demon cultivator Alf. How are there so many cultivators in this Leisurely Cave? Taoist Bert frowned as he asked Gervais. Follow me, master. Let me explain slowly. Then, Gervais detailed the opportunities within Leisurely Cave, the assistance from friends, the hierarchy system, and the punishment rules. The more he heard, the tighter Taoist Bert's frown became. Master Bert, obtaining the transcendent opportunity within Leisurely Cave isn't as easy as you think. Enough. Gervais, you're now at the cave stage. How could you fall into someone's trap without realizing it? Is Leisurely Cave really as terrible as you say? Taoist Bert interrupted Gervais directly. This stunned Gervais. He had never seen Taoist Bert act this way before. But the reason was simple, summed up in one sentence. Huey's panicking. Right now, Taoist Bert is panicking. Initially, he thought he alone had found the two transcendent opportunities, but now he had to share with so many other cultivators. Moreover, he had to go through Leisurely Cave's routine to complete the task. How could he endure that? I don't believe Leisurely Cave is as terrifying as you say. Now I'm going to take what's rightfully mine. Let's see who dares stop me. Just as Taoist Bert was about to act, he sensed a familiar demonic aura and froze when he turned to look. Chapter 117. Maxine is just a maid. Alf? Huey's really here. Taoist Bert had a look of confirmation. Huey had earlier suspected that Xinsha Cave might be associated with demonic forces. I see. You are all just traps set by the demonic forces for me. To lure me in. You've gone to great lengths to even perfectly imitate my disciple. Taoist Bert's face revealed an expression of sudden realization. Huey believed Xinsha Cave couldn't be as terrifying as Gervais described it, and even Gervais and other cultivators were merely illusions conjured up by Xinsha Cave and the demonic forces, aiming to monopolize this heavenly opportunity. Because if they made it seem difficult enough, many cultivators would shy away from the divine level opportunity, allowing them to easily drive away righteous great cultivators. For their goal, they even created an illusion of his disciple, which could only be described as painstakingly elaborate. If Cord knew about Taoist Bert's rich inner world, he would surely feel that this man was destined to be a novelist. However, despite his words, Taoist Bert was indeed somewhat bewitched. Huey refused to believe that reality was as Gervais described it. He wanted to take the divine level opportunity. The cruelest thing in the world isn't failing to find a divine level opportunity, but having one right before your eyes and being unable to obtain it. Ha 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 ha, I'm about to get the divine treasure. My progress bar is full. Where is immortal Xinsha? Why hasn't he given me the divine treasure yet? Suddenly, Alf's frantic shouting interrupted Taoist Bert's thoughts. Alf appeared disheveled, his expression wild, muttering that he had completed the trial in Xinsha Cave. But the next second, Alf's face completely changed. Huey wiped his mouth with his sleeve, sobbing uncontrollably. My progress is only 35%. Xinsha Cave is a scam. Everyone, don't fall for it. It's impossible to complete. Seeing this scene, Taoist Bert felt as if his worldview had shattered. What must a cultivator have experienced to become like this? If this were fake, the cost Alf paid was too high. After all, he was a demonic cultivator at the ascension stage, now behaving like a madman, crying and wailing. If this were an act, Alf should quit cultivation and become an actor instead. Cultivators at certain realms can generally discern lies and disguises from lower realms, but Taoist Bert couldn't see through Alf because, to him, Alf wasn't pretending. He was genuinely insane. We all went through this. Gervais suddenly sighed. Do other cultivators also end up like this? Taoist Bert was stunned. So this wasn't just an isolated case. What kind of place is Xinsha Cave that it can drive cultivators mad? Being driven mad was bad enough, but after going mad, they still wouldn't leave. bound to the cave. It was utterly absurd. Yes, I've been here for some time, and have witnessed many cultivators go from proud to mad. The higher their self-esteem, the easier it is for them to go mad. Gervais shook his head, as if seeing such things was commonplace. Good that they're mad, good that they're mad. Since they're mad, I'll eliminate the demonic cultivators and uphold righteousness. Taoist Bert finally remembered his original purpose. He came to kill Alf. Master wants to kill within the cave? Did I not explain clearly enough? Xiuxian cave has its rules, and breaking them will lead to terrible consequences. Gervais hurriedly tried to dissuade him, fearing Taoist Bert might do something reckless. Humph, I heard you loud and clear, but I don't believe Xiuxian cave has such power. You are only at the initial stage of cave cultivation, mistaking ascension stage spirit beasts for divine ones. Taoist Bert grunted, ignoring Gervais's advice and preparing to attack Alf. Just as he was about to move, a lazy female voice rang out. Oh, back from a walk, feeling refreshed. This voice was like a gentle spring breeze, stirring waves in Taoist Bert's once calm heart. Taoist Bert was greatly startled. Huey couldn't understand why just a voice could rouse emotions he thought long buried. Turning his head, he saw a graceful, alluring woman enter Xiuxian cave, holding a pale pink folding fan, gently fanning herself. Maxine? Taoist Bert's eyes widened significantly. Huey had met Maxine decades ago, and from then on, he struggled to maintain the tranquility required of a cultivator. After secluding himself for decades at the immortal Adelian mountain, he finally calmed his emotions. For cultivators, intense desires that cannot be fulfilled can also be a form of heart demon. At the time, Taoist Bert believed he had developed such a heart demon, and only after decades of seclusion did he rid himself of it. Now, encountering Maxine again, he had developed some resistance. Huey quickly regained his composure, realizing this was not the time for romantic pursuits. Maxine was a high-ranking demonic cultivator. Huey's presence here confirmed the connection between Xiuxian cave and demonic cultivators. It might even be a gathering place for them, and he had likely wandered into a demonic pit. Adeliang is back? It feels like ages since we last met. Move aside, move aside. I've completed the first phase of the Huevenly mirror activity. Adeliang, wait for me. I'll take you away soon. Adeliang is back. I thought you wouldn't return, but immortal Xiuxian has a way with women? The cultivators inside Xiuxian cave seemed fearless towards Maxine, even teasing and joking with her. This scene made Taoist Bert sigh. These people didn't know how ruthless Maxine could be. Although she wasn't known for slaughter, she was still a demonic cultivator. Engaging her like this, wouldn't they be killed immediately? But the situation surprised Taoist Bert again. Maxine didn't move, and even responded like an ordinary girl with a smile. Sure, sure, Adeliang will wait for you to take her away. I'll always wait. Snap. Taoist Bert felt his worldview shatter once more. Was this still Maxine, the charming leader of Joyful Valley? Was this still that enchanting woman? If it weren't for Maxine's unique aura that couldn't be imitated, Taoist Bert would think she was someone else. At this point, he couldn't delude himself any longer. Huey couldn't easily take the divine treasure from the cave. Immortal Xiuxian's methods exceeded his expectations. Who would have thought Maxine would be here? With her guarding the cave, I can't obtain the opportunity. Taoist Bert couldn't help but sigh. Huey had been deceiving himself until Maxine appeared. With her guarding the cave, it was impossible for him to take the divine treasure. Actually, Maxine isn't responsible for guarding the cave. Gervais added. Then what does she do? She's considered a maid of immortal Xiuxian. Gervais's words plunged Taoist Bert into deep thought. Even a great demonic cultivator like Maxine became a maid. What kind of place is this? Translation maintained the original tone, style, and paragraph structure while ensuring fluency and accuracy. Chapter 118. A furrowed brow, realizing matters were not simple. What? Mei Adeliang is just a maid? Taoist Godric couldn't accept it. Over the past few decades before he entered seclusion, he dreamt of Mei Adeliang every night. It was because, during the demon extermination battle, he had once seen Mei Adeliang at the entrance of Joyful Valley. From then on, encountering such a beauty through his cultivation off course, and his mind could never find peace. Huey clearly knew that the righteous and demonic paths were irreconcilable enemies, and Sienna practiced Maigong, which was particularly abhorred by all righteous cultivators. Note: for better fluency and consistency, Mei Adeliang should be referred to as Sienna, following English naming conventions. Also, highly despised, is changed to particularly abhorred for a more natural expression. But Taoist Godric couldn't resist the urge in his heart. Ah, how truly love can make one forget life and death. It took him decades to finally xiaochu the influence of Mei Adeliang on his mental state, demonstrating just how powerful her Maigong truly was. Revised. It took him decades to finally rid himself of Mei Adeliang's influence on his mental state, demonstrating just how powerful her charm technique truly was. Note: Maigong is translated as charm technique for better fluency and understanding in English, and such a formidable and beautiful cultivator could only be a maid in the Xianyao grotto. For Taoist Godric, this was like having the goddess he longed for day and night, serving Yi Xianyao as a mere servant. She would daily serve tea and foot-washing water, or even have to do various things to warm his bed. Just thinking about it made Taoist Godric feel an inexplicable anger. How could his goddess do such menial tasks? Moreover, seeing the indifferent attitude of the cultivators within the Xianyao grotto made it seem as if they were accustomed to it. This grotto has connections with the demonic path. I must discuss this with the ancient forefathers of Xuanhuan Mountain and have them destroy this demonic grotto. Taoist Godric said with a solemn expression. Perhaps this was also a turning point. If he freed Mei Adeliang when the Xianyao grotto was destroyed, they might become cultivation partners. If he could form a bond with Mei Adeliang, forsaking righteousness would not matter. Just as Taoist Godric was lost in these wonderful fantasies, he suddenly heard a hoarse voice from behind. Please step aside. Taoist Godric paused, turned around, and saw two old men dressed in somewhat ragged clothes standing behind him. One was tall and slender, the other short and chubby. They both wore round dark glasses. Sure, Taoist Godric subconsciously replied, but immediately realized something was wrong. Something was definitely amiss. Huey was a xiuxian Orangning stage cultivator at the highest stage of the Tribulation Ascension realm, with his sensitivity to the surroundings reaching its peak. As long as he didn't shield his hearing, he could hear ants crawling 100 miles away. Ordinary cultivators would be detected before they got within 300 meters, impossible to hide due to their spiritual energy fluctuations being harder to conceal than heartbeat sounds. But these two old men had approached him without him noticing. Had they harbored murderous intent, Taoist Godric would already be dead. Such skill could not belong to ordinary people. One tall and slender, one short and chubby, two elderly men. This must be the Broderick and Roman of the Fan Chandler sect. No, now of the Jialan Holy Land. Why are they here? A tumultuous wave surged in Taoist Godric's heart. Huey had practically grown up hearing legends about the sound in Brodericks. The Roman was skilled in playing the guzheng, whose music was forceful and resonant, carrying a killing intent as strong as iron cavalry in dreams. Once his music played, it felt like 1,000 horses rushing into battle. The Broderick was adept at drumming. His drums sounded as if signaling the opening of a grand battlefield, allowing the troops full rein. They were quite famous when young, especially after the last great demon extermination battle, becoming admired objects for many righteous cultivators. In their most famous battle, they had trapped thousands of demon cultivators within their sect and killed them all with the power of their music and drums. Later, their realms reached the peak of Solar Deity realm, leading to a falling out with the leader of the Fan Chandler sect, causing them to leave and join the Jialan Holy Land. Yet, even there, they were renowned and distinguished among competitors. Being peak Solar Deity realm cultivators meant they were among the top cultivators in the Shenzhou world. Just above the peak Solar Deity realm lay immortals, making them first-rate cultivators. Having grown up hearing their legendary stories, Taoist Godric was immensely excited upon seeing the sound in Brodericks. Elders. Xianhuan immortal, I've already completed 32 routines, haven't you finished yet? I want to curse, really, I want to curse. That Xianhuan immortal, looking so young. How can he devise such tormenting tasks? I doubt I will ever get my reward within my lifetime. There they were, the sound and Brodericks cursing loudly into the air. Taoist Godric watched in shock again. What happened? These elders, renowned for maintaining dignity, were disregarding it all. For cultivators of their stature to behave this way, it simply did not make sense. What had they endured inside the Xianyao grotto that led them to act so wildly? Ahaha, where are you two at now? Have you surpassed Lawrence? How can we compare to Lawrence? It seems as if Xianyao immortal treats Lawrence like his own son. Huey apparently already received a day's use of the floating Aranfi mirror. Yeah, getting to use an immortal artifact for a day is amazing. After all, touching a real immortal artifact is definitely beneficial for cultivation. Other cultivators chatted, showing no surprise at the identity of the sound and Brodericks, treating them as if they were two common woodcutters at Green Pine Mountain. Feeling strange but knowing everyone else was unperturbed, Taoist Godric decided to show respect, hoping to earn favor. Junior High Bert pays respects to the sound and Brodericks. You came for what? Trying to help? We don't need your help. We can find our own assistance. Unnecessary politeness always hides ulterior motives. Don't think you can trick us with such tricks. To Taoist Godric's surprise, his respectful demeanor only increased the elder's wariness. Huey was once again utterly shocked. What experiences had these top cultivators of Shenzhou undergone to lose all trust in others? Where was the genuine sincerity and friendship between humans? Yes, the experience of the sound and Brodericks inside the Xianyao grotto could be likened to that of the Conscience sect. Initially, cultivators hesitated to trick them, considering their esteemed status. But once the first person stepped forward, everyone realized just how much advantage could be reaped from tricking these top figures, finding it immensely satisfying. Compared to the Conscience sect, the sound and Brodericks were overconfident, believing they could complete all the routines set by Xianyao immortal and obtain the flowing water zither. Now, they were at the brink of collapse, clutching their wallets tightly and looking highly suspicious whenever they encountered any junior cultivators greeting them. Realizing all this, Taoist Godric began to sense that matters were far from simple. Chapter 119. There is no medicine for regret, only pain. Although he was unsure of what had happened to the soundless elder, Taoist Godric had a vague feeling that something was not quite right. The most elite cultivators in the Divine Continent were not revered here. Instead, Rosalie, the leader of Blissful Valley, was working as a servant here. Clearly, Immortal Abode wasn't simple at all. Taoist Godric immediately turned to look at Gervais with a serious expression and asked, Changsheng, have you been in the Immortal Abode for some time? Yes, I've been in the Immortal Abode for quite a while, Gervais nodded. How did it go? The gains were abundant. When talking about his gains, Gervais felt a bit embarrassed because his main source of gains didn't come from opportunities within the Immortal Abode, but rather from outside cultivators. The idea of taking advantage of outsider cultivators actually came from Gervais himself. Huey found that the protection offered by the Immortal Abode to cultivators was too strong, so he thought of using this protection to trick outsider cultivators. After all, he had also suffered losses before, knowing how absolute the rules of the Immortal Abode were. Ere until did he expect that being too smart would lead to his own downfall. Originally, he had the chance to become a level 2 cultivator and ascend to the second floor, but because he often helped others, he failed to accumulate enough contribution points in the Immortal Abode. However, he felt too embarrassed to admit this and could only swallow the bitter fruit on his own. Abundant. So the opportunities and rewards in Immortal Abode are real? Taoist Godric muttered to himself, but Gervais heard him clearly and immediately replied, yes, many cultivators in our abode have received rewards. Immortal grade spirit moon water, immortal grade moon dew stones? Some people have obtained them and even drank the immortal grade spirit moon water right in front of us. Gervais answered truthfully. These were facts, and he wasn't exaggerating. In fact, Cord deliberately let them witness these facts to dispel any doubts among cultivators. If Cord only kept posting reward notices, the cultivators would definitely have their suspicions. To completely erase those doubts, the best method was to let them see someone obtain an immortal grade opportunity and change their life's fate because of it. Thus, if anyone questioned the immortal abode in the future, the 10,000 cultivators inside would speak up in unison to prove Cord's credibility. Hearing this, Taoist Godric's heart suddenly clenched. Huey distinctly remembered being hit by an opportunity when he first entered the immortal abode. That opportunity's reward was the Thunderbolt shield he had long yearned for. The Thunderbolt shield wasn't really a shield. It was a talisman crafted by a master specifically used to resist the thunder calamity encountered during Transcension. The Thunderbolt shield certainly had grade distinctions, but even the lowest grade Thunderbolt shield was a rarity, precious, and hard to find. Just moments ago, due to caution and seasoned composure, Taoist Godric had directly given up the Thunderbolt shield opportunity provided by the immortal abode. Now, Taoist Godric felt so uncomfortable that he almost wanted to vomit. Seeing Taoist Godric's unpleasant expression, Gervais quickly changed his attitude and started speaking about the disadvantages of the immortal grade opportunities. If Master obtains an immortal grade opportunity, giving it up can also be a good choice since many cannot complete these opportunities and won't get the immortal treasure. What if it isn't an immortal grade opportunity? For us, the best choice should be the daily quest event. It often produces cultivation materials we can use, and the completion difficulty is not high. The rewards are mostly top-notch. I wonder where the owner of this abode gets so many top-notch resources. Talking about the daily quests, Gervais was eloquent, having done plenty of them. But the more he talked, the more uneasy Taoist Godric felt, and he interrupted him with a pale face. A top-grade Thunderbolt shield? I can't believe I was so close to my dream. Huey had been chasing Alf for a long time, who only possessed a second-grade Thunderbolt shield. Yet, the immortal abode most likely offered a top-grade one. Taoist Godric wished he could slap himself right then and there. Why did he doubt the immortal abode's opportunities? Feeling so clever? If I give up the daily quests now and start again, will the reward be the same? Taoist Godric clung to the last shred of hope. No, it won't be the same. At least, I've never heard of anyone receiving the same reward twice. Gervais wiped the sweat from his forehead, revealing an awkward smile. Huey now understood that Taoist Godric had likely taken an opportunity he wanted, but chose to give it up, leading to his current discomfort. Taoist Godric felt a sweetness in his throat, realizing he had regrets so deep they caused internal injuries. Huey cursed himself for being overly cautious earlier. The world's greatest pain is regret. Once missed, things cannot be redone. Now Taoist Godric deeply understood this truth. At the same time, he realized why Alf became crazy and why the two legendary cultivators, Soundless Elders, had become so obsessive. This immortal abode truly messed with one's mind. Master, don't be discouraged. As long as you participate in the same event again, you might get the same reward. Gervais encouraged him. For now, that's the only option. Taoist Godric sighed, shifting his gaze to Sienna and then focusing on the Soundless Elders. Actually, he just wanted to sneak a glance at Sienna without seeming obvious, hence the pretense. Taoist Godric spoke sincerely. Changsheng, see how no cultivators respect the Soundless Elders? If you gain their favor now, it would benefit Wujiman and Xuanhuan Mountain. Gervais's face turned even more awkward upon hearing this. Huey was the one who led the effort to help the Soundless Elders, and all the disciples of Wujiman had assisted them. His actions led to their current reclusive state. Repairing the relationship? Probably impossible. Some might think that offending the Soundless Elders means trouble for Gervais's sect even if he hides in the immortal abode. Good question. Some sects, fearing this issue, moved their entire sect into the immortal abode. The immortal abode was wondrous and could accommodate entire sections. Cord allowed this, as more people meant better for the abode. Even he couldn't specify its full capacity. If the number of cultivators increased significantly, they would automatically shrink slightly, but the degree wouldn't catch their attention, ensuring the abode never felt crowded regardless of the number of occupants. Of course, moving a sect required Cord's consent. Cough, getting off topic. Mainly, Gervais could only awkwardly respond to Taoist Godric's words, saying, in the immortal abode, the Soundless Elders aren't that special. They're only level 2 cultivators, and not as distinguished in everyone's minds. What? The Soundless Elders aren't special? What then qualifies as special? Taoist Godric was shocked. It's, Lawrence has returned. Huey killed Sawyerzoon and is claiming his bounty reward. Someone suddenly shouted. Taoist Godric noticed all the cultivators in the abode, turning their attention to the entrance. When the Soundless Elders came out earlier, they didn't receive such focused attention. Who was Lawrence, and what kind of abilities did he possess to attract so much attention from cultivators? Chapter 120. The Patriarch of Immortal Origin Mountain is coming too. As Lawrence walked into the Transcendent Cave, it caught the attention of many cultivators. Huey was more noticeable than those in the Ascension stage, who, despite their high realm, felt almost like they belonged to a different world from ordinary cultivators. There were simply too many cultivators on the first level. If one couldn't ascend to the second level, they could only barely become familiar faces to Ascension stage cultivators. Wanting to ingratiate oneself without a clear path would be futile. Even if the two elders hadn't been deceived initially, the gap between them and ordinary cultivators remained immense. Unwarranted sycophancy would have no effect. To truly be in the same league, one either had to elevate their own cultivation to the Ascension stage, or become a second-level cultivator in the Transcendent Cave. The former was naturally difficult. If everyone could reach the Ascension stage, why would they need to curry favor? They aspired to gain experience because they couldn't advance to the Ascension stage. Therefore, the only option left was to become a second-level cultivator in the Transcendent Cave and ascend to its second level. The number of people on the second level was far fewer than on the first. Currently, only the two elders Arwen, Lawrence, and Cord's two maidservants, Rosalie and Adelia Heelan, inhabited it. If one could make it to the second floor, the difficulty of forming close relationships would decrease significantly, and they might even receive personal instruction from the two elders. Given such favorable conditions, numerous cultivators now had an opportunity, becoming a second-level cultivator. However, so far, the only second-level cultivator in the Transcendent Cave was Lawrence. Thus, he became the focus of everyone's attention. Cultivators believed that Lawrence must know the cave's secrets, understand Cord's temperament, and even have shortcuts to becoming a second-level cultivator. Brother Lawrence, please tell us which activity is easiest for advancing to a second-level cultivator. If I succeed, I'll definitely repay you. Pa, repay you? Brother Lawrence, share your experience of becoming a second-level cultivator. As long as it's swift and effective, I can give you 3 treasures of my choice from our sect's collection. Young Master Lawrence, tell me the method to become a second-level cultivator, and I will serve you on the second level. From then on, I belong to you. No, treat me as just an object. Not only righteous cultivators, but also female demonic cultivators were interested in learning the shortcut. Rosalie, before being a maid in the Transcendent Cave, was the matriarch of Joy Valley, and there were still many Joy Valley women within the cave. Joy Valley's recruitment criteria differed from other sections. Other sects looked for disciples with exceptional physical qualities, while Joy Valley focused entirely on appearance. Those with high beauty standards were personally abducted by Rosalie, and talent meant nothing if one didn't meet this standard. Thus, all female Joy Valley cultivators were exceptionally beautiful, making many lower realm righteous cultivators blush even when talking to an average Joy Valley woman. The female cultivators of Joy Valley were passionate and forward, flirting openly and even joking about having children with Lawrence. Oh, the decline of morals in these times. Many righteous cultivators sighed, while ogling the Joy Valley women. But Lawrence was almost immune to such temptations. Not even Rosalie could sway him, let alone her disciples. Huey always remembered Cord's words, "Women only slow down my sword." So Lawrence ignored all allure and addressed the crowd. Brothers and sisters, the method to become a second-level cultivator is already written in your task list. Accumulate enough experience points, and you can become a second-level cultivator. Many cultivators clearly didn't believe Lawrence. How could he accept and complete tasks without hesitation when everyone else hesitated? Especially when receiving temporary tasks like pursuing Andre, there were no level requirements. Yet, Lawrence was the only one to take and complete the task. Considering his previous acquisition of a celestial-grade fortune, cultivators suspected Lawrence had insider information about the Transcendent Cave. Despite Lawrence's explanations, many cultivators still surrounded him, asking for shortcuts. Reuben watched Lawrence being swarmed and sighed deeply. What had happened to the cultivation world? High-level cultivators were ignored, while an unknown person who mastered the cave's secrets gained admiration. Jingle jingle. A wind chime sounded next to Reuben. Huey immediately cast a characterless talisman, and a white light appeared. Reuben heard the voice of the patriarch of Immortal Origin Mountain. The Mortal Origin Mountain was one of the top few cultivation sects in Eastern Continent, with 100 inner mountains and 3,000 outer sect forces. The man leading these forces was called Honor. Born at an unknown time, his recorded lifespan exceeded 2,000 years. 2 millennia ago, during the Great Righteous Demonic War, Honor was famous for his chess array, a powerful cultivator among the most powerful. Rumors suggested Honor had already ascended to immortality and reached Punglai Paradise. Huey chose not to become an immortal because he cared for Immortal Origin Mountain's cultivators. However, rumors were just rumors, and over the past few centuries, Honor had been very low profile, reducing the spread of news about him. Patriarch. Reuben hurriedly adopted a respectful tone. Before Gervais, he was a highly ranked Ascension Stage cultivator, but before Honor, he was just a mountain master, far inferior in status. Honor, I heard a cave in Eastern Continent has produced 2 rainbows of auspicious clouds recently, near Wuxia sect, which is one of our outer sect forces under your jurisdiction. Do you know anything about this? The voice from the talisman was fatherly, surprising Reuben and Gervais by how quickly the news had spread to the patriarch of Immortal Origin Mountain. Immortal Origin Mountain was more formidable than Joy Valley. Reuben, as an inner mountain master, didn't dare to be disrespectful. Huey respectfully replied. The cave is called Transcendent Cave. Speaking of this cave, I do have some understanding. Reuben repeated Gervais's earlier account, filling in any gaps himself. After listening, Patriarch Honor responded immediately. What? Celestial grade fortunes and the 2 elders are there? This old man must go. Please note that for names like Cord, Lawrence, Gervais, Honor, etc., I have kept the opinion form as requested. The story maintains its natural flow and coherence from the previous content. Hashtag chapter 121. Do you know what it means to be so close yet so far? What? Master is coming too? Taoist Godric was taken aback. After all, Honor hadn't left Immortal Adelian Mountain for many years, having been in deep seclusion there. Outsiders believed it was only natural for him to eventually become a celestial being, but matters in the cultivation world didn't always follow that logic. Honor had been stuck at the great perfection of Yang's spirit realm for 1,000 years, and no one knew why he couldn't break through. To achieve a breakthrough, Honor had also been in closed-door meditation for a long time, rarely leaving Immortal Adelian Mountain. But Taoist Godric never imagined that today Honor would actually be emerging from his seclusion. Suddenly, a talisman in front of him glowed brightly, and an energetic old man cautiously stepped out with one foot. The old man's hair and beard were white, yet his demeanor was somewhat mischievous, resembling a sly figure rather than a dignified sect leader. This was the true Honor. Those who knew him understood his childlike and carefree nature. Huey was also known as the Old Child. Indeed, the sect leader has come. Greetings, sect leader. Godric was stunned. Huey bent over to perform the proper salutation for cultivators, showing utmost respect. Oh, Godric, what are you doing? We're not at Immortal Adelian Mountain. I don't need to maintain the formality here among old fools. There's no need for such a formal bow. Honor waved his hand, indicating Godric didn't have to be so formal. Sect leader. Godric, Have you finally pursued that female cultivator who caused your heart to be haunted? Oh, if you like someone, just go for it. When I was at the innate stage, I dared to pursue a senior sister who was already at the tribulation transcending stage. I even had a grand love affair with the tyrant of the demon path. What do you have to fear? Honor laughed loudly and patted Godric on the back. With this single statement, he hit the nail on the head regarding Godric's concerns, nearly causing him to lose his composure. Thankfully, due to Honor's strength and status, Godric didn't dare to act rashly. You jest, sect leader. No, I used a precious primordial communication talisman not to joke around. Is this really the immortal level cave mansion that offers great opportunities? It indeed looks incredibly mysterious. Honor shook his head. The talisman he used to communicate with Honor was called a primordial communication talisman, made by a great immortal from immortal Adelian Mountain. Even Honor himself needed several years to produce one, making it extremely valuable. In the past, these talismans were used to protect core disciples, some of whom were protected due to their extraordinary talent and the fear they might perish. Through celestial derivation calculations, Honor discovered that Godric was surrounded by countless opportunities and thus contacted him directly. In truth, Honor wanted those opportunities for himself. Huey had been told long ago that he lacked one more divine opportunity to become a celestial being. Over the millennia, he watched as the talented cultivators of his sect ascended step by step, while others rose despite initial clumsiness, even surpassing him to become celestial beings. Huey had long reached the great perfection of Yang's spirit realm but couldn't break through. Only Honor knew the reason. Since he couldn't resolve it, he postponed it for years. After years of seclusion, Honor tried learning celestial derivation techniques, hoping to gain insight into the path to immortality. Through his calculations, he saw a trace of the divine opportunity within Godric, prompting him to leave immortal Adelian Mountain and come to the immortal Freedom Cave Mansion. At this moment, Cord saw Honor arrive and immediately smiled, thinking it was a big catch. High-level cultivators could provide substantial popularity. Although Cord had Imo-Chanleriwa, a 6th-layer Yang spirit realm beauty as his secretary, he still lacked managerial talent. An immortal Adelian Mountain sect leader would surely be well-versed in management. Once inside the immortal Freedom Cave Mansion, there'd be no easy way out. Not even 2 celestial souls were able to escape. Cultivators like Honor either cause trouble or seek opportunities for immortality. Regular opportunities aren't tempting enough for them. Directly offer him a celestial level opportunity. Cord thought and tossed the celestial level Supreme Moon Drop Stone opportunity event to Honor. Immediately, Honor saw 3 lines of golden text appear before him. Congratulations, fellow Taoist, you've been struck by an unrivaled opportunity and have obtained a celestial level Supreme Moon Drop Stone opportunity. Current progress, 1%. Expected completion after signing in for 7 days to obtain the celestial level Moon Drop Stone. Since it's your first visit to the cave mansion, we've helped you draw a progress card. Ding. Super lucky critical hit. Congratulations, fellow Taoist, you obtained a top-tier progress card, adding plus 98% progress. Current progress 99%. When progress reaches 100%, you can take away the celestial level Moon Drop Stone. Would you like to sign in now to advance the progress? The golden text made Honor's eyes shine. Could this be the celestial opportunity he had lacked for so many years? Just by signing in, he could take away the supreme celestial level Moon Drop Stone? Huey had never encountered true celestial artifacts or items, nor found a celestial being's cave mansion. This was because Honor lacked celestial fortune, and hence nothing related to celestial beings had any connection with him. It was the will of heaven. Defying it would lead to catastrophic consequences. But Honor never imagined. Upon entering the immortal Freedom Cave Mansion, he instantly saw the celestial opportunity. If he could obtain the true celestial level Supreme Moon Drop Stone, he might break his curse and ascend directly to immortality. Sign in. Honor shouted inwardly. Signing you in? Ding. Due to heavy traffic, there are currently 3,700 cultivators waiting to sign in ahead of you. You can invite friends to help. To advance 1,000 positions, you need to invite 1 friend. Inviting 3 friends should get you signed in successfully. These words made Honor pause, but it wasn't a difficult task. All he needed to do was invite friends, which Honor could easily do. Godric, give me some help, Honor said with a slightly serious expression. This time, it was Godric's turn to be taken aback. Huey didn't expect the sect leader to ask for his first-time assistance right away. One couldn't assist another for 3 months after offering help once. That was the rule set by the immortal Freedom Cave Mansion. Alright, but what kind of opportunity did you get, sect leader? I received the Daily Seek opportunity. According to Changsheng, unless it's a celestial level opportunity, the difficulty isn't that high. I got the celestial level Supreme Moon Drop Stone opportunity. Honor spoke bluntly. Upon hearing this, Gervais, who had been respectful all along, suddenly changed his expression. Knowing the place from days spent in the immortal Freedom Cave Mansion, he realized this was the hardest event to complete. Even if they brought all of immortal Adelian Mountain's cultivators, they might not finish it. About helping, what do you think, Changsheng? Godric looked at Gervais. Sect leader, with your high realm, you don't necessarily need to follow the usual procedures. You can directly meet the immortal freedom deity on the 2nd floor. Perhaps you'll receive the celestial opportunity directly. This is a privilege for ascension stage cultivators. Gervais didn't want to assist anymore and came up with this excuse. Is there a 2nd floor here? Alright, let's go up and see. Hearing about the privilege, Honor laughed and quickly found the entrance to the 2nd floor. Upon reaching the 2nd floor, Honor was immediately amazed by the profound garden filled with Taoist ambience. A celestial being's touch, truly a celestial being's touch. This is the day I'm closest to celestial fortune. Hearing Honor's words, 2 ragged elders turned around in the garden. They were just Sound and Broderick's, who had just completed tasks on the 1st floor. Seeing the excited Honor, they shook their heads. The day closest to celestial fortune? Soon, you'll understand what it means to be so close yet so far. Chapter 122. Is your immortal affinity just the cave activity? Truly, As Jace Fagan saw the head of Immortal Adelian Mountain, Honor, the latter also noticed them. Although he had already heard from Daoist Birth that the two elders Arwen were seeking opportunities in the Tranquil Cave, seeing them in person still left Honor with a somewhat complex feeling. Huey and the two elders Arwen were of the same generation of cultivators, both powerful righteous path cultivators, so knowing each other was quite natural. However, while familiarity bred recognition, it also bred conflicts. It's easy to understand. Cultivators live long lives, which always bring opportunities for friction. There had once been two cultivators who hadn't spoken to each other for nearly 1,000 years due to differing views on cultivation. Various trivial matters could cause animosity, not to mention cultivators' personalities. They were all about self-determination and defying fate. Friction was inevitable. Moreover, Honor's personality could be described as mischievous, often causing chaos in other sects, including the Fanchandler sect. So even though they knew each other, their relationship wasn't particularly good. Jace Fagan, you two old fellows haven't died yet? After serving Temperance Holy Land for so many years, can you become immortals by pleasing them? Honor laughed and immediately poked at the sore spots of the two elders Arwen. His verbal strikes merciless. The outside world didn't know why the two elders Arwen had betrayed the Fanchandler sect since too much time had passed and the rumors surrounding them had faded. But Honor, being the leader of Immortal Adelian Mountain and part of the same generation as the two elders, naturally knew why they had betrayed the Fanchandler sect. The reason was exceptionally simple. The two elders wanted to become immortals. They had reached their limits in the Fanchandler sect. While the Fanchandler sect did revere immortals, there was no way to summon an immortal at that time. RNG sect's methods weren't publicly known then. To experience what becoming an immortal felt like, the two elders left the Fanchandler sect and joined Temperance Holy Land, which possessed the means to summon immortals. Later on, even when major sects obtained ways to summon and gift immortal power, the two elders felt embarrassed to return to the Fanchandler sect. What the two elders sought was very pure, to attain immortality and pursue the boundless path with their finite lives. They were more straightforward than Lawrence, whose cultivation was largely driven by revenge. The two elders' aspiration to become immortals wasn't exactly a secret in the cultivation world at the time, but over time, most who knew this secret were either dead or aged out. And after pursuing immortality for so long, the two elders remained at the peak of the Yangshan stage, making immortality a deep-seated pain point for them. In response to Honor's taunts, the two elders exchanged glances and retaliated. Ha, when old man, you haven't made much progress either, hiding in Immortal Adelian Mountain for years just to extend your lifespan? I heard you learned the xiuxian derivation art. Have you seen when you will become an immortal? These words were equally vicious. Honor also longed to become an immortal, but without the necessary affinity, he could never perceive the realm of immortality. So he studied the xiuxian derivation art to find his own immortal affinity. After dedicating years to studying the xiuxian derivation art, Honor still hadn't advanced to the realm of an immortal. In some respects, he and the two elders Arwen were quite similar, both seeking immortality in vain. Upon hearing this, Honor smiled calmly. Ha, such trash talk doesn't work on me anymore. I've already found my immortal affinity. Oh, when do you expect to become an immortal? Chandler Elder fired back without hesitation. If immortality were so easy to obtain, they wouldn't be stuck signing in and participating in activities at the Tranquil Cave every day. Honor and the two elders Arwen belonged to the same generation of cultivators. Since the two elders themselves hadn't become immortals, they naturally doubted Honor's claim. Humph, my day of becoming an immortal is near. I don't mind telling you two old fellows, I've already obtained the highest grade immortal opportunity in the Tranquil Cave, and I'm about to get the supreme grade Moondrop Stone. Upon hearing this, the two elders' faces turned strangely awkward. Their feelings were mixed, especially regarding Honor's claim about the immortal affinity in the Tranquil Cave. It was a complicated affair. If it were that easy, the two elders wouldn't still be here. Seeing Honor's proud expression, the two elders almost felt pity. How interesting it would be to see Honor's face when he fell into Cord's traps. The immortal level opportunities in the Tranquil Cave were designed to drive even immortals crazy, with the easiest supposedly being playing the immortal loot daily, and the hardest being obtaining the supreme grade Moondrop Stone. The reason was simple. The broken waterfall loot was a damaged immortal artifact that needed repair, making it the easiest to obtain. But the supreme grade Moondrop Stone was a genuine high-grade immortal opportunity. Even in the immortal world, not every immortal could find such an opportunity, especially for new immortals. This kind of immortal treasure, Cord wouldn't give away easily. Even smelling its immortal aura would be a luxury. Cough. So it's the immortal affinity in the Tranquil Cave. That's quite lucky for you, said Chandler Elder with a dry cough and a forced laugh. Huey couldn't decide if Honor was pitiful or fortunate. They wondered how many traps he'd have to go through just to smell the supreme grade Moondrop Stone's immortal aura. You two don't need to be jealous. The Tranquil Cave has plenty of opportunities. Try your best, maybe you can seize one, Honor said mockingly. His tone only made the two elders feel more sorry for him. They saw a shadow of their own past in him. At first, they too thought completing these tasks would be easy. But doing them revealed the true depth of difficulty. The terms like expected and estimated sounded harmless but were deceiving. Really, everything turned out to be heart-wrenching. If it were that easy, the two elders wouldn't be so frustrated. We wish Brotherwin good luck, and hope you complete the Tranquil Cave's activity soon. Wishing you a prosperous Dao journey. The two elders saluted Honor, not planning to reveal how difficult the task truly was, letting Honor experience it firsthand. Humph, with my status, how could I lower myself to participate in activities? I am here to negotiate with the master of the Tranquil Cave. What conditions should I offer to obtain this immortal affinity? Honor raised his head slightly, looking askance as he asked aloud. This caused Cord, who had been watching the second floor, to momentarily freeze in surprise. He hadn't expected Honor to think this far and even seek negotiation. If negotiations are refused, I am the leader of Immortal Adelian Mountain with numerous disciples. Before Honor could finish, his words faltered, and his expression turned shockingly bewildered. Inside the Tranquil Cave, How could there be? End of chapter. Chapter 123. Who are you? The patriarch of immortal origin mountain, Honor, stood there with his mouth agape. Huey saw a figure that exuded an aura of immortality and transcendence, with flowing white hair. How could this immortal be here? The moment Honor laid eyes on the immortal, his memories were instantly transported back several thousand years. Back then, there weren't as many cultivators in China's mystic lands, and the forces of righteousness and malevolence were in fierce opposition, making for a chaotic era. Honor grew up in a Taoist temple on immortal origin mountain from a young age, displaying exceptional talent in cultivation. Every cultivator who met him believed he would have an illustrious future. By the time he reached the cavern concealment stage, Honor had already made a name for himself by slaying many notorious demon path cultivators locally. Huey even received accolades from the leader of the righteous sects at that time, and his future looked exceptionally promising. Later, as he advanced in cultivation, he smoothly ascended to the peak of the Yang spirit realm. In reality, any cultivator who had lived for so many years was undoubtedly an extraordinary individual. After reaching the peak of the Yang spirit realm, however, Honor struggled to perceive the Penglai fairyland, meaning he couldn't ascend to become an immortal. If it were just a temporary setback, Honor could have tolerated it. But after decades and even centuries passed without him knowing how to become an immortal or reach the Penglai fairyland, frustration crept into his heart. Despite other cultivators reassuring him that it was just a matter of time, he decided to leave Immortal Origin Mountain and travel the world. During his travels, he arrived at the holy land of Jialan, where he witnessed a cultivator ascending to immortality. That scene was etched vividly in his memory as if it happened yesterday. A shadowy form of Mount Penglai appeared behind the new immortal, accompanied by celestial music, while Tao fragments filled the air. Honor was captivated. This was what he had dreamed of. With great ambition, he hoped that his own ascension would be even more grandiose. The newly ascended immortal gave talks for 3 consecutive days, answering the doubts of fellow cultivators along their path. As a renowned gifted cultivator, Honor approached the immortal under everyone's watchful eyes and asked directly how he could become an immortal. The answer from the immortal left Honor feeling like he had fallen into an icy pit. You lack the affinity for immortality, making it difficult for you to ascend. Without affinity for immortality, Honor could not accept this statement. Huey had always been a prodigy. Wherever he went, he outshone others. Why did he alone lack affinity? So, he challenged the immortal. Even if you are an immortal, surely you must make mistakes at times? Cultivators like us should have confidence and the belief that our fate is determined by us, not by heaven. This remark sent ripples through the crowd. No one expected Honor to openly confront an immortal who had just ascended. However, the immortal remained unperturbed and calmly added, "Without affinity for immortality, you shall remain so for another 1,000 years." At the time, Honor brushed off these words. Until did he know they would come true 1,000 years later. No matter how hard he tried, he still couldn't find his way to Penglai. The immortal's words haunted him like a curse. Honor wanted to know why the immortal said those things about him, and claimed he lacked affinity for immortality. To uncover this, he learned the Huivan deriving art but still found no trace of his destiny towards immortality. Huey wished to ask the immortal once again, but he knew it was impossible, as immortals resided in Penglai and not the mortal world. Who could have predicted that Honor would encounter the immortal again within the Xiuxian cave mansion? Huey remembered the immortal's name, Immortal Ansel. Speaking of Immortal Ansel, he too was in an unfortunate situation. Originally intending to intervene for the disciples as the elder of Shang Chandler, he ended up in a fairy-level cave mansion and encountered a fairy-level guardian beast. Now trapped in Xiuxian cave mansion, he spent his days leisurely tending to the garden on the 2nd level. Cord mentioned that when he felt the 2 immortals were sufficiently impressed by his hospitality, he would release them. But Ansel and Huey Feng truly didn't understand why Cord was keeping them captive. Even immortals didn't know about the need for popularity to empower the cave spirit, which was a secret of the natural laws revealed only to cave spirits upon their creation. Thus, even immortals didn't know about the need for popularity in the cave mansion. Cough, a bit of a tangent. Mostly, Honor was shocked to see Immortal Ansel tending the garden. Huey shed tears of emotion. After so many years, he finally saw the immortal again. Finally, he could ask about that incident clearly. Why did he lack affinity for immortality, and how did Ansel recognize it? Never thought I'd see an actual immortal here. Honor was moved deeply. Only a remnant soul? Chandler Ju, the 2 elders exchanged glances before saying, "The presence of an immortal certainly adds glory to Xiuxian cave mansion. It shows respect for its host." Tears streamed down Honor's face as he exclaimed, "To be able to predict his future, this person must possess supreme Tao." But Chandler Ju, the 2 elders exchanged another glance. 2 remnant souls residing here? They had initially thought so too, but soon realized the immortals were imprisoned here, unable to leave. I never expected the 2nd level of Xiuxian cave mansion to have such privileges. Talking to an immortal. There's something special about this place indeed. Honor tidied his clothes and approached Immortal Ansel like a humble student, seeking the Tao, bowing respectfully. This humble one is Honor. "Greetings, Immortal Ansel." New neighbors? Ansel looked up, his wise yet weary face showing his mental exhaustion. An immortal being trapped in a cave mansion was indeed a tragic affair. "Do you remember me, immortal? Many years ago, shortly after your ascension, you gave a lecture, addressing my lack of affinity. I did not believe it then, but time has proven your words true. I only wish to know now how I can gain affinity and ascend to immortality." Fearing no second chance, he spoke at length. However, Ansel stopped watering the flowers and asked bewilderedly, "Who are you?" Chapter 124. Truly worthy of a sage. Your words are indeed illuminating. For immortal Lynette, he really did not recognize Honor. Honor became famous during the era of intense conflict between righteous and demonic forces. However, in Lynette's time, there was no distinction between righteousness and demons. practitioners went to extreme lengths to achieve immortality and enlightenment. There were alchemists, body snatchers, those who underwent 9 transformations for rebirth, and many other cultivation methods were constantly emerging. Sects were fewer back then, and it was common for one sect to practice different techniques. If today's standards for distinguishing righteousness from demons were applied, it wasn't uncommon for senior disciples to be demon cultivators, while junior ones were righteous cultivators. In short, these two never lived in the same era. In his own time, Lynette was also an exceptional figure. It was rumored that he had been the son of the richest man in the mortal world. From a young age, he possessed profound insights into worldly affairs. At the age of 10, while sitting in a room watching the rain, despite having no prior cultivation training, he could recall the position where each raindrop fell, achieving an extremely calm state of mind. After a single rainfall, he entered the innate stage of cultivation, skipping the postnatal stage entirely. Without any prior accumulation, he could already control spiritual energy. This marked the innate foundation stage. Afterward, he developed an even deeper understanding of rain. Huey recorded the falling positions of raindrops, forming powerful formations that surpassed his peers. Once his realm advanced, he could summon rain arrays with a wave of his hand, making him fearless even when fighting beyond his level. By the time he reached grand perfection of the Yang Soul stage, he spent most of his time in seclusion, and over millennia, the outside world began to distinguish between righteousness and demons. Eventually, he ascended to become an immortal and vanquished a demon immortal in the desert. Rainfall, which had never occurred there before, lasted for 3 months, turning the desert into an oasis. After talking about how extraordinary Lynette was, it essentially means one thing. He was naturally gifted, having seen through the illusions of the world from a young age and being able to perceive the great Tao by simply watching the rain. But how would he teach others? Telling people to stop cultivating and wait for rainy days to count raindrops? If someone was at a slightly lower level, Lynette might provide some guidance. But if someone at the grand perfection of the Yang Soul stage asked him how to become an immortal, he couldn't answer. The only explanation was talent. Huey couldn't say this outright as it would undermine his reputation. So, he always responded to seekers with the same phrase, "You lack the destiny to become an immortal." This response gave an air of profound wisdom but was essentially meaningless. Destiny to become an immortal can represent talent. If you asked Lynette how he became an immortal, he would tell you that he did nothing more than watch the rain in Jialan Holy Land for 1,000 years until one day, Mount Penglai appeared before him. His divine soul crossed the mountain, and he ascended to Penglai immortal realm. However, even he didn't know how he got so close to Mount Penglai. Therefore, anyone who hadn't achieved immortality lacked this destiny. This statement wasn't wrong. Additionally, destiny could mean encountering opportunities for immortality. Yet, finding such opportunities in the divine state was incredibly rare. Normal Yang Soul grandmasters might spend their entire lives without ever discovering an immortal cave or opportunity. Thus, Lynette's statement held true, even if it took a millennium to confirm. Lynette had told numerous Yang Soul grandmasters the same thing. So when Honor approached him again, Lynette had no recollection of who he was. Moreover, Honor had been brimming with confidence, a celebrity among cultivators, and once clashed with Lynette. Thus, Lynette's criticism made sense given the context. However, after millennia, Lynette had forgotten this encounter. Huey casually mentioned it at the time without knowing if Honor could become an immortal. His puzzled reaction left Honor feeling disheartened. Having reached the grand perfection of the Yang Soul stage and becoming famous, how could Lynette not remember him? Honor adjusted his mindset and sincerely said, "Immortal Lynette indeed has much on your mind. I am Honor, head of Xuanhuan Mountain. 1,000 years ago, you said I lacked the destiny to become an immortal. At the time, I did not believe you. Yet, after 1,000 years, I still haven't found Mount Penglai. Even with heavenly derivation techniques, I can't find my destiny. Now I realize you were right. Today, I seek your guidance again." Honor didn't know Lynette had just been speaking casually, thinking he wouldn't need to interact with mortal cultivators anymore once he became an immortal. Lynette remembered telling many Yang Soul cultivators similar things, feeling somewhat embarrassed. Back then, he didn't expect to meet past seekers again in the mortal world. Seeing this, Cord felt both amused and sympathetic. Huey understood Lynette's dilemma. It seemed Lynette had forgotten his casual remarks. Poor Honor had taken them seriously. After a long pause, Lynette finally said, "The destiny to become an immortal is far yet near." Upon hearing this, Honor first looked confused but then suddenly comprehended, his eyes gleaming with excitement. Cord, observing this, was baffled. How could Honor understand such vague words? Far yet near? Wasn't this just empty rhetoric? I understand. I truly understand. Thank you, immortal. One sentence from you surpasses 1,000 years of cultivation. Honor exclaimed emotionally. Lynette, now embarrassed, didn't understand either. How did Honor comprehend? You truly live up to being an immortal. You saw through it immediately. Initially, I doubted whether the supreme quality moondrop stone in the Xianyao cave could be real. Now I see it's within reach. Is it just that simple, to obtain this opportunity and become an immortal? Honor continued excitedly. Lynette, playing along, remained silent, maintaining an air of profundity. Cord watched, torn between laughing and crying. Could this work? Could this help him secure a loyal customer? Having witnessed Lynette's endorsement, Cord was sure Honor wouldn't leave until he obtained the opportunity. Huiance, there was potential for cooperation. Cooperation. Translation maintained the paragraph structure and line breaks as requested. Chapter 125. How important is the Patriarch of Immortal Origin Mountain? I'll challenge you right away. At first, Cord designed the initial opportunities for cultivators in a way that was not too difficult to complete. Initially, he only required cultivators to invite a few friends to help them along. For example, when they started the daily cutting of the Moondrop Stone activity, ordinary cultivators receiving this immortal grade opportunity would see a notification saying they could complete their progress by inviting 5 more friends. Setting it too hard at the beginning might have discouraged many cultivators. After all, Quite a few of them were lone cultivators who didn't have many friends. But Honor was different. The reason being, Fairy Cortez was his deepest regret. 1,000 years ago, Fairy Cortez had once said that he had no connection with immortality and could never become an immortal. Huey refused to believe it. But even after mastering Huevenly evolution art, he still couldn't predict where his path to immortality lay. So he had to believe her. After all those years of inner conflict, deep down, he completely believed what Fairy Cortez had said. Now that the immortal said that the path to immortality was within reach yet seemed so distant, wasn't she talking about the opportunity within the Cord Cave? Since Fairy Cortez had spoken, the opportunity in Cord's cave must be genuine. Cord knew that whatever happened, Honor would firmly continue down this path. Hadn't he failed to ascend because he got distracted by learning Huevenly evolution art? If he hadn't learned the art and dismissed Fairy Cortez's words, he might already be an immortal. But who knows? The future is unpredictable, especially in matters of cultivation. Honor is the patriarch of Immortal Origin Mountain, and he will surely finish the cave routine, so there's no need to worry. Cord smirked and immediately modified Honor's received opportunity. Ding! Due to your failure to find friends' assistance for a long time, your progress has been stolen by other cultivators. To reclaim it, you need 50 friends' support. A golden prompt appeared before Honor, causing his smile to freeze. Huey had originally been at 99% progress due to the super luck card. That's why he was so confident about getting the opportunity in Cord's cave. But now, another cultivator had stolen his progress. How outrageous and despicable. Is the owner of the Cord cave here? Who dares to steal my progress? Honor roared angrily. To protect others' privacy, I cannot answer your question, Cord replied calmly, but his voice sounded deeper and more resonant due to the cave's enhancement. This mysterious demeanor made Honor take a deep breath. Looking at Fairy Cortez and Elders Chandler and Fagin, he realized that these people weren't causing trouble in the cave, which made it clear the place wasn't simple. Huey chose to endure, thinking it was just about getting 50 friends' help. He could accomplish it right away. Thus, Honor stormed back to the first level of the cave, completely forgetting his original intention to negotiate with Cord. Watching his back, Jay sighed deeply. This guy seems like he has never lost before. Has he ever even tried the friend assistance thing? Huey probably hasn't. If his friends had helped him, he would have noticed something was wrong. Also, doesn't Cord seem to be favoring him? Why did he lose progress even before starting? Jarrett, a sturdy man, also voiced his confusion in a gruff tone. Initially, Cord's cave tasks seemed easy to complete. The stealing progress mechanism usually appeared after several routines. It was unprecedented for someone like Honor to lose progress right from the start, but Honor was unaware of this. Huey rushed to the first level of the cave and yelled, "Which thief dared to steal my progress? Come out and take responsibility, or you will make an enemy of Immortal Origin Mountain, ensuring your soul's destruction." His furious appearance didn't frighten the cultivators much, mainly because they were used to it. Stealing progress. Everyone had either been stolen from or done the stealing themselves. Those who hadn't participated in the initial activities shouldn't even speak loudly in the cave. What was there to shout about over a bit of stolen progress? When Honor saw no response to his angry question, he became even angrier. Who was he? The patriarch of Immortal Origin Mountain, the strongest sect leader in Dongzhou, a mighty cultivator at the peak Xiuxian realm. Even in the entire Shanzhou world, every major force would respect him. Yet here in Cord's cave, he was ignored by cultivators at lower stages. Where was his face? Thus, an enraged Honor shouted again. As cultivators, we should act openly and honestly. Stealing progress is as despicable as chicken thieving. I can easily find out who did this using Huevenly evolution art. I despise such underhanded acts. Using terms like chicken thieving repeatedly, the cultivators finally responded. Don't look down on everyone. Have some integrity and stop stealing others' progress. In Cord's cave, if you didn't steal progress from others after being stolen from, you'd be doomed forever, unable to complete any activities. Each cultivator had 10 daily chances to steal progress, one of the main ways to gain progress apart from signing in and receiving assistance. Why were second-stage cultivators so sought after? One reason was their ability to steal progress 5 extra times daily. Mutual theft of progress had become a tacit understanding among residents of the cave. But Honor didn't know this. Hearing the response only fanned his anger further. Who dares to talk to me like this? If I knew your sect, I'd destroy it immediately. Do you think everyone fears Immortal Origin Mountain? Worst case, I won't leave the cave until I reach peak Xiuxian. I'm without sect or family, so come kill me inside the cave. The previously disgruntled cultivator retorted. Immortal Origin Mountain's patriarch? Peak Xiuxian cultivator? So what? Even dragons have to bow here in Cord's cave. Look at Rosalie from Joyful Valley, who forced herself to the peak Xiuxian realm to slay immortals, but ended up as a servant. Or the 2 elders Chandler and Fagin from Jalayahan Sanctuary, who summoned their immortal souls, but now diligently do daily tasks. An Immortal Origin Mountain patriarch boasting? What good does it do? Hearing this, Honor grew angrier than ever. No one had ever talked back to him like this, and it came from a nobody. Pointing at the cultivator furiously, he shouted, "So you dare to challenge me, a Huevenly solitary star? Patriarch, don't." Gervais interrupted, standing in front of Honor. You're pleading for him? Do you deserve to be a disciple of Immortal Origin Mountain? Honor barked. Gervais felt wronged. You think I'm saving that nobody? I'm saving you. You idiot. Translation completed, maintaining the paragraph structure, style, and tone while ensuring fluency and coherence with previous content. Chapter 126. I would never be so despicable. But the leader of the Immortal Origin Mountain, Honor, was unaware of this. Huey simply believed that the outer sect leader of his own mountain was cowardly and thought Gervais was exaggerating. Even though there were immortal souls residing in the free and easy cave mansion, those immortals belonged to the sacred land of Jalambra and not to the free and easy cave mansion. This meant the mansion might be taking advantage by leveraging the power of the immortals to bully new cultivators. While Gervais might fear such tactics, Honor didn't. The only reason he stayed in the free and easy cave mansion was for the opportunity that seemed both distant and within reach. Thus, when faced with Gervais's interference, Honor felt extremely puzzled. Huey remained very firm and said, "You are mere cultivators seeking an immortal encounter. You have not even reached the tribulation transcending stage. How dare you, at this ant-like level, steal my progress? If this were not the free and easy cave mansion, I would immediately kill all of you." Upon hearing these words, Gervais realized he could no longer protect his highest leadership. Huey couldn't help but sigh. It didn't matter where one encountered these cultivators, just not inside the free and easy cave mansion, because all these cultivators knew how strong the rules here were. Even if you were a dragon, you had to lay low here. If even immortals could be imprisoned, what was an immortal origin mountain leader? Could he surpass the seven-colored celestial devourer python and kill people? So as soon as Honor spoke, he noticed his progress decreasing rapidly. All the cultivators in the cave mansion were stealing his progress, instantly dropping it below 70%. Initially, Honor might not have provoked such anger, but he always saw himself as superior to others. Therefore, the cultivators in the free and easy cave mansion naturally decided to teach him a lesson about life. Who is it? Who dares to steal my progress? What shameless scoundrels! Honor roared angrily, but could not figure out who was stealing his progress. The surrounding cultivators all looked like they were enjoying the show. Even if they were the culprits, Honor wouldn't know. Moreover, private aggression in the free and easy cave mansion was forbidden. If Honor made a move, the seven-colored celestial devourer python would attack instantly. Thus, Honor's anger raged on impotently. Huey couldn't do anything about killing them. What despicable deed! In the free and easy cave mansion, everyone can steal 10 times per day from another's progress. Don't blame others for not reading the rules. You're welcome not to use this privilege. The cultivator who confronted Honor continued speaking, which kept Honor's rage high. Presently, Honor had not stolen anyone's progress. Huey deemed such behavior dishonorable and did not wish to stoop so low. Thus, Honor retorted loudly, "I am already in the peak sun god realm, so what if I don't use the privilege to steal progress?" Upon hearing this, many cultivators targeting Honor stopped speaking. They admired Honor as a true man. Stealing progress was a main method of gaining progress. If one gave up the daily 10 steals, it meant only being stolen from without the chance to steal back. That sounded miserable. I don't believe it unless Director Wen takes an oath under the xiuxian way, promising never to steal progress for the rest of your life. A nobody continued, stoking the fire. Could the head of a major sect endure such insults? Without hesitation, Honor swore aloud, "I hereby swear to the xiuxian way that I shall be straightforward and will never steal progress from others." A vow under the xiuxian way was the most binding oath. Breaking it meant suffering through the 9-layered, heavenly thunderbolt punishment. Acting against heaven was already displeasing to the will of the xiuxian way, and now making an oath in its name and then breaking it. Such actions warranted the harshest punishments. Originally, Gervais wanted to stop him, but it happened too quickly. Swearing an oath, after all, took only moments. Once the leader of Immortal Origin Mountain finished swearing, the cultivators who had targeted him suddenly wore friendly smiles. They adored such bigwigs who disdained stealing progress. They could steal every day without worrying about retaliation, a situation they found delightful indeed. At a loss were the greats of Immortal Origin Mountain, however. Director Wen says this, "It is truly generous beyond measure. I admire Director Wen's broad-mindedness. Truly commendable. To dare say such words, refusing to steal progress, truly worthy of being the head of Immortal Origin Mountain." Many cultivators clasped their hands and expressed admiration. Originally, they had indifferent attitudes toward Honor, but now they were friendlier. Of course, there was a reason. If Honor started stealing progress, others would find it hard to resist because the effectiveness of stealing in the free and easy cave mansion largely depended on the strength of the cultivator and his ally. If they were weak, stealing progress would likely fail. But if they were strong, it would be easier to defend against theft. Thus, someone at Honor's peak sun god realm could essentially steal from anyone. Losing progress was inconsequential since he could regain it any time. Now that Honor vowed not to steal anymore, how could other cultivators not be delighted? I suggest Director Wen think again. Making such a decision requires great courage, Cord advised Honor directly. Abandoning the privilege of stealing progress meant submitting oneself to a lower status. But Honor waved his hand firmly and declared, "I simply do not need to steal. Such despicable acts I will not engage in." Cord was at a loss. Since the other party had spoken thus, what could he do? Huey could only agree. Many considered the leader of Immortal Origin Mountain foolish, because this made completing progress nearly impossible for Honor. However, Honor knew his actions held meaning. Huey remained in the free and easy cave mansion solely for the hope of meeting Lynette, the immortal. As for the rest, it was all external possessions. Being stolen from? Honor believed he would not be stolen from at all, and if he were, he could reclaim it through strength. If Cord blocked Honor's path to revenge, Honor didn't mind showing him the might of the Eastern Continent's top cultivation sect. Immortal Origin Mountain did not hold the free and easy cave mansion in high regard, even with an immortal present. Immortals would never admit to being imprisoned here, but would provide grandiose excuses. Arriving here, Honor accepted such explanations, seeing immortals as omnipotent and ignoring the opinions of others. Huey did not take the free and easy cave mansion seriously at all. Chapter 127, Stubborn Honor. At this moment, Honor still did not believe that Cord had the ability to subdue him. Although he had met Chandler's two elders and also saw Immortal Cortez, the Chandler's two elders were merely completing tasks for opportunity, while Immortal Cortez's immortal soul seemed to be recuperating within the cave dwelling. Honor could not even imagine that a strand of an immortal soul would be imprisoned. Thus, Honor thought that the opportunities in Cord's cave dwelling weren't as exaggerated as Gervais described. The reason Honor had not yet turned against Cord was because he hadn't started experiencing the various routines inside the cave dwelling. At this point, Honor still harbored a mentality that he would try these opportunities. If he couldn't complete them, he would simply forcefully take them. Because he had absolute confidence in his strength, Honor felt that even without stealing others' progress, it wouldn't matter. He could always resort to force later. If I can lock Honor inside the free and easy cave dwellings and get him to move the entire immortal essence mountain here, I could gain a lot of popularity. The next ranking is approaching, and I need more popularity, Cord pondered. Huey didn't know his current rank or position, but what he knew was that the bottom-ranking cave spirits would face punishment, whereas those at the top would receive rewards. If he dropped into the punishment zone, this punishment would snowball negatively. Low-popularity cave spirits would suffer further reductions in popularity. Without popularity, a cave spirit's existence in the cave's secret realm would be miserable, with constant dangers of dispersion, and competition among cave spirits was extremely intense, especially for veteran cave spirits who dominated the top ranks. Generally, the more popular cave dwellings would secure more resources and attract even more popularity. Cases like the former top-ranked Hansen were exceptions. Hansen used his popularity to aid low-popularity cave spirits to prevent their dispersion, a truly selfless act. Otherwise, as long as one remained atop, fluctuations in popularity would hardly cause a drop to the punishment zone. Because of this popularity system, it was very worth it for Cord to attract all the cultivators from Immortal Essence Mountain. With the arrival of the entire sect's cultivators, the cave dwelling's popularity would skyrocket. This differed greatly from becoming a secret realm of some sect. If it became a sect's secret realm, when would the sect send people to the cave dwelling? Surely only during annual training exercises for new disciples. Each year, only fixed numbers of new disciples would enter the secret realm to seek opportunities. For a cave spirit solely seeking popularity, this meant no way out. However, if the cave dwelling held events to attract major sect cultivators, or even the entire sect like Wuxia sect, the cave dwelling's popularity would see significant growth. Cord now intended to win over all the cultivators from Immortal Essence Mountain, which was an even larger force than Happy Valley. Unlike Happy Valley's unique recruitment methods based on appearance, Immortal Essence Mountain was the aspiration of Dongzhou's righteous cultivators, with many disciples under its banner. Their presence in the free and easy cave dwellings would significantly boost his popularity. Huey revealed his true form, approached Honor, and said in a profound voice, "Honor, Immortal Essence Mountain is already tied to your fortune. While Immortal Essence Mountain is excellent, it lacks something critical that has prevented you from ascending to immortality for so long. That thing resides within the free and easy cave dwellings, indicated by Immortal Cortez. I have bestowed this opportunity upon you. Whether you seize it depends on your own abilities." Cord's words drew a mocking laugh from Honor. Since Honor didn't trust Cord, he only believed in Immortal Cortez. During Honor's conversation with Immortal Cortez, Cord had been present, so Honor didn't think this immortal opportunity came from Cord. Perhaps it was Immortal Cortez who prepared it, with Cord merely delivering the message. So Honor replied with a smile. "Your concern is unnecessary. You should worry about how to take care of the two immortals. They seem quite content here in the free and easy cave dwellings." Honor refused gratitude and instead urged Cord to treat the immortals well, implying that Cord was merely borrowing the name of immortals to deceive the world. But Cord, who actually valued the immortals for the high popularity they provided, did not get angry. No cultivator could resist the routines of the free and easy cave dwellings, not even Yangshan Great Perfection. Initially, the two elders Chandlerju doubted Cord too, but eventually obediently completed their tasks. The prouder Honor was now, the humbler he would be in the future. Beside him, Gervais watched with growing anxiety. Why was the Grandmaster so uncooperative? Would anyone else receive such hints from Immortal Ben personally? Yet, their Grandmaster didn't show appreciation, maintained pride, and didn't trust Cord. Sigh, recalling Honor swearing to the heavens not to steal others' progress. How foolish. As the saying goes, a timid soldier is one person's mistake. A foolish general ruins everyone. Seeing his leader act so foolishly, Gervais began wondering whether he should switch allegiances. But sighing again, Gervais knew changing allegiances wasn't that simple. After all, the sect was like a cultivator's home. If Wuxia sect didn't rely on Immortal Essence Mountain, who would they rely on? The free and easy cave dwellings? Thinking this, Gervais immediately went to Honor and whispered, "Grandmaster, since Immortal Ben says so, your opportunity to become an immortal lies within the cave dwelling. I think we should show respect to Immortal Ben." "Humph, who knows where he came from? Why should I respect him? That immortal opportunity wasn't given by your Immortal Ben but by Immortal Cortez. The cave dwelling might just be a vessel." It wasn't surprising Honor thought this way. From celestial divination, he deduced the immortal opportunity lay in the free and easy cave dwellings. Though he gained an opportunity upon arrival, he soon saw Immortal Cortez upstairs. Immortal Cortez's words, "far away in heaven, near at hand," made Honor believe Cortez knew of the opportunity he obtained. So, it was understandable Honor thought Cortez gave him the opportunity. "Grandmaster, I can assure you, these opportunities come from Immortal Ben." When he granted them, Immortal Cortez hadn't arrived at the cave dwelling. "Humph, perhaps he stumbled upon the immortal setup and is deceiving here. I won't be easily fooled. If you want me to believe your Immortal Ben has the power of an immortal, let him defeat one right now." Honor remained stubborn. Otherwise, he wouldn't be called old child. Just then, a surge of aura outside the free and easy cave dwellings caused the heavens to darken. Honor's expression grew heavy. Huey sensed another immortal approaching. Chapter 128. The arrival of the Demon Dao Immortal, terrifying beyond measure. The aura of the immortal surged through the free and easy abode like a storm, dark, domineering, and filled with killing intent. Countless cultivators felt as helpless and weak as lone sails on the surface of a stormy sea in the face of such power. Whether one was at the hidden grotto stage, tribulation transcending stage, or even ascension stage, they all seemed powerless against the full force of an immortal's might. This is a Demon Dao Immortal. This kind of cold killing intent is not something we righteous cultivators can emit. Honor's face turned pale. Huey had never felt such a presence before. It felt like the depths of an endless abyss, suffocating him. Terrifying, terrifying. If this demon Dao immortal wanted to kill, they could do nothing but wait for death. Boom. Another wave of demon chi surged into the sky, filled with a murderous aura. It was chaotic and varied, as if countless souls were wailing and crying out in grievance over their wrongful deaths. Demon cultivator. Demon Dao immortal. In the divine realm, once a demon Dao cultivator attained immortality, there was no specific name for them. They were still considered immortals, only customarily referred to as demon Dao immortals. The biggest difference between a demon cultivator who achieved immortality and a standard immortal was that a standard immortal's aura shone like the sun, vibrant and pure, without any sense of extreme chaos. If a person's spiritual energy appeared chaotic, it indicated shortcuts had been taken during cultivation, leading to impurities in their essence. Such issues would likely arise if Rosalie ascended to immortality. It was actually more challenging for a demon Dao cultivator to achieve immortality compared to a normal cultivator. Yet, unexpectedly, two demon Dao immortals appeared outside the free and easy abode. Huiven, two demon Dao immortals? Why are two demon Dao immortals here simultaneously? If they harm the world, it will be a disaster. Is the calamity of the demon Dao upon us again? Honor was shocked beyond measure. The so-called calamity of the demon Dao referred to demon Dao cultivators wreaking havoc on the world. This phenomenon wasn't too rare and was easily understandable. Since a demon Dao cultivator's essence was chaotic and complex, long-term effects would inevitably cause changes in their character. Character is influenced by the mind. A cultivator's spirit, made up of vital essence and divine soul, is closely linked to spiritual energy. Once spiritual energy is tainted, the vital essence and divine soul become susceptible to issues. Common symptoms include hallucinations, where the most infuriating past events constantly repeat in front of their eyes. Those who withstand it may undergo personality changes. But those who can't bear it might succumb to madness, releasing their heart demons in catastrophic killings. This is the calamity of the demon Dao. In the past, one demon Dao immortal caused a disaster that destroyed 3 countries in the divine realm. Now, 2 demon Dao immortals were gathered outside the free and easy abode. What were they planning? Honor dared not think further. Boom, boom. 2 more waves of demon chi erupted. 2 more demon Dao immortals. This left Honor utterly bewildered. This was no longer just about the mortal realm suffering. 4 demon Dao immortals could flatten the immortal origin mountain multiple times over. What was happening? Were they attacking the base of the righteous cultivators? It was outrageous, absurd. Huiven, what is going on? 4 demon Dao immortals gathering outside. Has the 6th great war between righteousness and demon cultivators begun? Honor's face was filled with fear and unease. If a war started, he'd be right on the front lines, facing immediate destruction from these immortals. Not only is there an immortal's aura, but there are also 8 ascension stage demon cultivators. Have they lost their minds? 12 top-tier demon cultivators moving together. Are they here to exterminate the major orthodox sects? The measurable Taoist muttered to himself, unable to fathom why 12 high-level demon cultivators were gathering. Their strength was terrifying. If they intended to attack, flattening Immortal Origin Mountain and Blissful Valley would be effortless. I wonder if they know a large number of cultivators have gathered here, and are here to refine their demonic arts using us. Gervais, standing at the back, pondered and guessed aloud. There were tens of thousands of cultivators within the free and easy abode. Using so many cultivators to refine evil techniques would be extremely effective. It was like leveling up by farming experience points. After hearing Gervais, immeasurable Taoist and Honor's faces became even paler. The higher their cultivation, the more they understood the terror of the demon Dao cultivators outside. If what Gervais said were true, no cultivator inside the abode would survive. Just as the cultivators felt uneasy, someone suddenly spoke. If the demon Dao immortals intend to kill us, wouldn't it violate the rules of the free and easy abode? These words struck everyone like enlightenment. They immediately realized. Yes, they were under the protection of the free and easy immortal within the abode. Even if demon Dao immortals were present, nothing might happen to them. You're right. Within the abode, if they attempt to kill forcibly, they'll violate the rules of the free and easy abode. The free and easy immortal will protect us. We must trust the free and easy immortal. But how powerful is the enemy? They can flatten even the top orthodox forces. Can the free and easy immortal truly protect us? Some cultivators believed while others wavered. It was natural, given that outside were genuine demon Dao immortals. Still, most cultivators chose to trust Cord. Honor felt uncomfortable. Huey had just stated that if Cord could handle immortals, he would admit Cord wasn't a fraud. But now, so many cultivators believed Cord could protect them from 4 demon Dao immortals. Where did their confidence come from? Was the rule of the free and easy abode so absolute? Boom. Suddenly, a sound like an ancient bell reverberated. The demon chi that entered the abode dissipated instantly, like snow meeting the sun. Previously, the abode felt dark and full of fear and killing intent. Now, the entire abode regained its mystic and righteous nature, shining with the light of the Dao like warm sunlight. Nothing could penetrate the free and easy abode, not even demon Dao immortals. Hope flickered in the eyes of many cultivators. They hadn't expected that the free and easy abode would stand firm against 4 demon Dao immortals, maintaining its rules. No matter who came, it remained steadfast. Great power of the free and easy immortal. Someone shouted, followed by echoes from the cultivators. Great power. Great power. After the demon chi vanished completely, a clear and soft voice echoed outside the free and easy abode. I jetty swear by the Huivenly Dao. Whoever leaves the free and easy abode will not be killed. If they remain, they shall be enemies of my azure dark palace. Shocked, the cultivators inside the free and easy abode were astonished. The abode actually forced the leaders of the azure dark palace to mobilize entirely. What kind of situation was this? Chapter 129. Even if Jetty were to come, the rules must be followed. The Azure Dark Hall is a paramount demonic force in the Divine Land realm, having existed for over 1,000 years. Even after the last battle between the righteous and the demons ended unfavorably for the dark side, and despite the entire demon path being eradicated, the thorn of the Azure Dark Hall remained deeply embedded. Within a few short centuries, it had once again grown into a place that sent shivers down the spines of righteous cultivators. Now, all the high-ranking cultivators of the Azure Dark Hall are mobilized to surround Xianyao's cave temple. Unbelievable. It's just too unbelievable. That demon immortal said his name was Jedi? The same Jedi who controls the Enyang chessboard, who once slaughtered 3,000 righteous sects. Some cultivators, upon hearing the name Jedi, immediately recognized him. Hui was a supreme power among the demons, a born prodigy whose strength was terrifying. Across the whole of the Divine Land realm, no righteous sect dared claim its immortals could definitely defeat Jedi. Even in the era when Lynette, an immortal who mixed with both sides and revered power, roamed the lands, very few dared claim they could win against Jedi. Even Lynette himself never crossed paths with Jedi, not out of luck but out of purposeful avoidance, as Lynette sensed a threat of death from him. Cultivators tend to pursue benefits and avoid harm. Many practice celestial divination precisely to avoid danger. As seekers of the Tao, their intuition subtly aligns with the will of the Tao. Every individual seeks survival, none seek death. Since Lynette felt the instinct of impending doom around Jedi, he naturally would not get close to such a person. Thus, even Lynette did not dare provoke Jedi back in those days, indicating just how terrifying he truly was. Jedi? Is this the legendary demon Immortal Jedi? If it's really him, he could easily kill us all like squashing bugs. Even a grandmaster at full Yang spirit cultivation wouldn't stand a chance. Upon realizing the demon Immortal outside was indeed Jedi, many cultivators showed looks of despair. Such legendary figures of the demon path truly instilled fear and awe. Legend has it that on the day Jedi was born, unusual phenomena occurred, including his eyes displaying a black and white yin-yang pattern. His mother, a lowly performer without even a proper name, named him Jedi. It was said he seemed able to see through life and death even at birth, harboring no pity for death, a true practitioner of dark arts. Recalling tales about Jedi, the cultivator continued, it was said that Jedi could perceive the lifespan of others from the moment he was born. Birth and death were always shrouded in mystery, unpredictable even for the most robust cultivator who could still meet sudden doom. Errand-wise, a frail patient might find fortune and step onto the path of cultivation. Only death was certain. Yet Jedi could predict the exact time of anyone's death. His father, a gambler, sold his pregnant mother to slave traders to pay off debts. Through her escape and hiding, Jedi was born successfully. However, soon after, debt collectors arrived, intending to drag away his mother and strangle the newborn. Upon birth, Jedi calmly predicted the deaths of everyone present. A baby predicting death so calmly was chilling enough, but what was more shocking, he could alter those predictions. Hui pointed at a strong debt collector, stating he would die immediately, and the man promptly spat blood and died. The debt collector fled in terror, and for miles around, Jedi was regarded as a devil child, feared by all. Errand fee for Jedi and his mother was harsh. At age 5, Jedi told his mother when she would die. Helpless to change her fate, he watched her die before leaving the village. For the next 20 years, no one knew where he went. When he reappeared, his skin was split into distinct black and white sections, and he had reached the void refinement stage of the cave realm, astonishing the world. His cold detachment towards life made him a symbol of death, and no cultivator wished to cross paths with him. Fear of him, especially the fear of death, persisted. With such a figure blocking their cave entrance, the cultivators inside felt dread, fearing imminent demise. Indeed, they feared death, the very reason they embarked on cultivation in the first place. Now, standing outside Xianyao's cave temple, death felt palpable. How could they not fear? Just now, did Jedi say if we leave Xianyao's cave temple now, we won't be harmed? Suddenly, someone recalled what Jedi had said. Hui promised not to hinder them if they left now. Would a demon lord renege on his word? This caused many to pause, torn between the demon lord's promise and the rules set by Xianyao's cave temple. Time for a decision. Believe the demon lord or trust Eve. As everyone wavered, Lawrence stepped forward. With firm resolve, he declared, no matter what outsiders say, I will not leave Xianyao's cave temple. His words gave unspoken confidence to the cultivators. When everyone ridiculed Xianyao's cave temple, Lawrence believed in it, consistently signing in daily. From a common mortal, he became a shining star in the cultivation world due to his faith in the temple's blessings. If anyone else had his experience, they too would have become legends. Witnessing Lawrence's growth, his vengeance, and the beheading of his enemy Zion. A vivid tale of an ordinary man ascending to immortality. All this stemmed from Lawrence's initial trust in Xianyao's cave temple. Precisely what Lawrence said. If we abandon Xianyao's cave temple at the first sign of trouble, how can we face Xianyao and ask for favors? Others agreed, building a sense of unity among the cultivators. Do not believe the lies of demon cultivators. Inside the temple, we are safe. Xianyao will protect us. Even demon immortals must abide by the rules of Xianyao's cave temple. More voices joined in support. Despite Jedi's presence outside and his offer to spare those who leave, no one wanted to abandon the cave temple. Staying within seemed the only source of safety, granting them reassurance. Even demon immortals entering must follow Xianyao's cave temple rules. Chapter 130, Direct Engagement, Useless Tactics? Outside the immortal abode of tranquility, the 12 elite spirit warriors from the Azure Dark Hall had already gathered. They did not bring any subordinates because these 12 alone were worth more than thousands of troops. Such a gathering of the 12 elite spirit warriors from the Azure Dark Hall was unprecedented even during the height of the righteous and demonic battles. The top-ranked spirit warriors like Jedi had already been dispatched to Penglai Paradise. Only under exceptional circumstances would they descend to the mortal realm. Simply put, the Azure Dark Hall had discovered the Thousand Moon Cave, which was well developed with abundant resources. They intended to occupy it. However, the defenses of the Thousand Moon Cave were extremely strong, even beyond the capabilities of a fully accomplished solar deity cultivator, or possibly even a couple of immortals. Thus, the deep azure lord of the Azure Dark Hall recalled the already enlightened spirit warriors. In the middle of attacking the Thousand Moon Cave, Alf found the immortal abode of tranquility and showcased its various tactics. The deep azure lord immediately changed his mind and ordered the 12 spirit warriors to seize the immortal abode of tranquility at all costs, bringing back all cultivators inside for the highest priority mission. At first, the spirit warriors thought it would be easy. What could be difficult? Just scare the righteous cultivators away, right? Even Jetty believed this, but out of respect for the Lord, he followed orders and brought the 12 spirit warriors. But things did not go as expected. These low-level cultivators, seemingly weak in comparison, were surprisingly tough. Facing threats from Jetty, the cultivators inside the immortal abode of tranquility remained unmoved. Seeing no one fleeing, the top-ranking spirit warriors began joking. Ha ha ha, Xuanhuan, you've been an immortal too long. There are no legends about you left in the lower realms. These cultivators truly fear no death. Back when Xuanhuan vowed to kill up to Huivenly Gate sect for a maiden, it wiped out that first-rate power of southern continent within half a day. Ignorance is indeed bliss. Ignorance is bliss. The spirit warriors laughed and shook their heads. Many didn't think the tranquility cultivators were brave, but rather ignorant of Jetty. But Jetty sensed something wasn't quite right. After laughing for a few moments, the second-ranked warrior intervened. Xuanhuan's reputation is too grand. Lower-level cultivators may never have heard of him. Let's try Ted instead. Ted, an accomplished solar deity adept specializing in slaughter techniques, was notorious among righteous sects, his crimes inscribed in countless scrolls. Anyone seeking revenge on Ted ended up dead while he thrived. Upon being called, Ted stepped silently to the door of the immortal abode of tranquility and boomed through his dark green armor. Arenston up, I am Ted. You should know who I am. I count to 3, and if no one comes out, everyone inside will die. 1. His heavy voice echoed with boundless killing intent and blood-soaked aura, terrifying even those who just heard it. Humph. Cord lightly huffed, restoring the abode's bright and mystical atmosphere. The killing intent was just an illusion. Even Jetty couldn't influence the immortal abode of tranquility, so what could Ted do? The cultivators inside weren't unaware of Jetty. They recognized him but chose not to come out. For them, staying within the abode was the safest option. 2. Ted's voice now clearly held displeasure. His name usually struck fear into any sect or hiding cultivator who would flee upon sight. To summarize, Ted's name was incredibly infamous, especially among righteous sections. No one unfamiliar with Ted seemed plausible. 3. Counting to 3, still no cultivator exited the immortal abode of tranquility. They bet on Cord protecting them. Of course, not everyone was so steadfast. Some considered escaping and returning after the danger passed. After all, cultivators often avoid danger. Fearing the dark cultists outside, running away seemed reasonable. Trusting Cord completely was actually unusual. Only a majority believed in him. But those planning to escape were quickly identified by loyal cultivators. United, they warned anyone intending to flee. If you leave now, expect to face a collective backlash upon return, being stolen from until their progress resets. Considering this, those planning to flee stayed put, unwilling to abandon their current opportunities. Thus, none dared leave the immortal abode of tranquility, making Ted feel increasingly awkward. A blue-black mist vented from his helmet seams, signifying extreme anger. These cultivators were fearless, even against a renowned modern dark cultivator. They dare ignore our Azure Dark Hall. Do they really think we won't enter? Enraged, Ted attempted to step in but was stopped by Jetty. Jetty shook his head and whispered, "There's something off. This abode is no ordinary place. We must be cautious." Even Xuanhuan thinks so? Other warriors were shocked by Jetty's caution. Indeed. Let me lead the way. Jetty entered, having sensed issues even in his initial call. Cultivators should have felt an immortal's presence regardless of familiarity. Who gave these cultivators such confidence? When Jetty entered, he saw floating golden text. Congratulations, immortal friend. You have obtained supreme fortune. Recognized by Immortal Yi, you can gain the immortal abode of tranquility. Current acquisition progress, 90%, find 5 friends to complete it. Had Jetty not seen how Alf was toyed with, he might have believed it. Instead, he chuckled and dispersed the golden text into dust. Just parlor tricks. Huey decided not to play along, opting for brute force. Hashtag chapter 131. The chi condensation realm is enough to suppress you all. Jetty is a true immortal, unlike Lynette who only possesses a thread of immortal soul. A true immortal descending into the mortal world can make the earth tremble with a flip of their hand and cause thunder to roar with a wave of their palm. Immortals signify the highest level of combat strength in the Shenzhou world. The Yangshan realm at its peak is but a step away from becoming an immortal, yet that step is as vast as an insurmountable abyss. Cord can effortlessly suppress cultivators at the peak Yangshan realm because the cave abode of freedom is an immortal-grade cave abode, possessing privileges akin to those of an immortal land. But now, facing a true immortal, whether the cave abode of freedom can continue to maintain its dominance remains unknown, even to Cord. As Jetty walked into the cave abode of freedom, he looked at the thousands of cultivators inside and smiled. When he smiled, the side of his face with normal skin glowed warmly, like a friendly neighborhood boy. However, the side with darkened skin exuded a vicious and cruel expression, one that could give anyone nightmares, filled with death and icy coldness. Such contrasting auras coexisted on the same face. Smiling directly, Jetty issued a straightforward threat to the many cultivators. Why aren't you running yet? If you don't run now, there will be no chance later. I clearly see your doom. If you do not leave this cave abode, all of you will die. Gulp. The cultivators in the cave abode of freedom swallowed hard collectively. Protected by the cave abode, they did not feel the terrifying pressure emanating from Jetty. Yet, Each of them shivered involuntarily simply because Jetty stood before them uttering these words. It felt as though he wasn't threatening but stating facts. When an immortal says you'll die today, it sends chills down anyone's spine. Seeing the 12 formidable demon cultivators brimming with arrogance, Cord knew this matter would likely not end well today. Huey chose to appear directly, accompanied by the rainbow swallowing Huevenly python, which floated beside him like a 7-colored cloud. Immortal Holt, it's Immortal Holt appearing. This is the cave abode of freedom. We believe Immortal Holt can help us safely pass through this ordeal. Jetty has pressured even the immortal to come forward. Usually, he rarely appears. Indeed, Jetty deserves his reputation. All eyes were on Cord, wanting to gauge his response. Haha, so you are the master of the cave abode of freedom. Wait, Chi Condensation Realm? Immortal Holt? Ha ha ha, what a grand deception. Upon seeing Cord for the first time, Jetty was initially stunned, then burst out laughing. Chi Condensation Realm, just Chi Condensation Realm. A Chi Condensation Realm spirit cave master, mistaken as an immortal for so long. No wonder he seldom appeared. The more often he did, the easier it was to expose his true cultivation level. Indeed, some noticed Cord's actual cultivation was at the innate stage of the Chi Condensation Realm, but none dared believe it. Perhaps it was just Cord's whimsy. But Jetty was different. Having achieved immortality meant he had absolute confidence in his judgment. In one glance, he identified Cord as genuinely at the innate stage of the Chi Condensation Realm. Cultivation realms can be divided into postnatal, innate, hidden cavern, tribulation transcending, and ascending stages. After reaching the peak ascending stage, one becomes an immortal. Each cultivation stage further subdivides into 3 major realms and 9 minor levels. Cord managed to bluff cultivators by being 3 stages ahead, solely through the power of a single cave abode. Jetty couldn't help but admit that Cord had guts, but it ended here today. He would tear this disguise apart. A grand deception? To deal with you, the Chi Condensation Realm is enough. Cord replied calmly, leaving everyone speechless. How audacious. Facing the legendary immortal mage Jetty, Cord remained nonchalant, declaring that even the Chi Condensation Realm was sufficient to handle them. Bold, utterly bold. This enigmatic demeanor made the cultivators look up in awe. This was true greatness. What if he is just a Chi Condensation Realm? So what? To deal with you, the Chi Condensation Realm is enough. Excellent, excellent. I want to see what makes you so special in the Chi Condensation Realm. Without further ado, Jetty acted. Huey never enjoyed idle chatter and preferred action over words. If someone liked chatting, he made sure they couldn't speak again. With a wave of his hand, a black and white Go board appeared within the cave abode of freedom. Everyone became pieces on the board, their fates subject to Jetty's whims. Erranfee and Death Chessboard. I never thought I'd witness this legendary artifact in my lifetime. What a revelation. Taoist Honor, the patriarch of Immortal Essence Mountain, revealed a wistful expression. His body also showed black and white dual colors like Jetty's, but his white predominated. Other cultivators also displayed black and white hues, varying in proportions. Instantly, tens of thousands of cultivators were colored. Erranfee and Death Chessboard? What is it? You don't know? Seems Jetty gained fame too early. I've heard once the Erranfee and Death Chessboard appears, cultivators are stained black or white, becoming pieces. White signifies life, black signifies death. If one turns completely black, they die. A cultivator explained, panic evident on his face. This terrified the cultivators as they checked their colors. Those with more black looked fearful. The black is spreading. How can we stop it? Cultivators with more white should gather to find the gate of life, avoiding black pieces representing death. Only finding the gate can lead them off the board. As Honor spoke, a black piece landed on the board, turning a cultivator entirely black. Save me, I don't want to die. That cultivator cried out in despair. Other cultivators quickly retreated in horror, realizing the black spread upon contact. Who dared rescue him? Despair settled over the doomed cultivator as he realized he would die senselessly. Cultivation seemed like a fleeting dream. Huey art heavy with despair, he awaited his fate. Just then, starlight from the cave ceiling of the cave abode of freedom shone down, dispelling the black and breaking Jetty's Erranfee and Death Chessboard. Everyone remembered, they were in the cave abode of freedom. Cord promised to protect them. He would protect them. Huey said he would use the Chi Condensation Realm to confront enemies, and he would suppress them with it. Using the Chi Condensation Realm to defeat an immortal, such absurdity. Even storytellers beneath the Huevenly Bridge wouldn't dare exaggerate so wildly. But Cord's words made the cultivators believe. They eagerly awaited the scene where Immortal Holt would suppress the enemy with his Chi Condensation Realm. Chapter 132. Do I, a senior of the Immortal Cavern, need to handle this myself? Upon seeing his Erranfee and Death Chessboard being shattered, Jetty's first reaction was not shock but sheer ecstasy. Because only an immortal-grade cavern could shatter his Erranfee and Death Chessboard. This was a pleasant surprise. Many cultivators didn't know that caverns were actually classified by grades. An ordinary cavern was essentially just a mountain cave opened by cultivators hoping to achieve a breakthrough in their realm within it. Such cases were not uncommon because when one's cultivation reached a certain stage, they might get stuck at a certain realm and be unable to advance further. Failing to break through a realm would mean becoming no different from ordinary people once one's lifespan was depleted, eventually turning into nothing more than a handful of yellow earth. However, breaking through a realm could add hundreds or even thousands of years to one's lifespan. The act of building a cavern and retreating into seclusion to attempt a realm breakthrough was called a death gate, symbolizing rebirth from the brink of death. To make a cavern deadly, cultivators set up numerous traps and mechanisms, which meant that if they failed to break through, they couldn't leave either. This was the real reason many caverns were equipped with traps. Over millennia, many cultivators who failed their death gates left their accumulated resources inside the caverns, which, over time, transformed into treasures of nature, gradually raising the grade of the cavern. A high-grade cavern was incredibly rare. The higher a cultivator's realm, the stronger the heavenly tribulation they faced, but having an immortal-grade cavern could help resist thunder tribulations. Someone like Jetty could even bring the cavern back to the immortal world, owning an immortal-grade cavern there. Yes, it was like this. It's as if you can't afford to buy a house in a first-tier city, but then discover a luxurious castle back in your hometown and have the ability to move it away. That's roughly how it felt. Therefore, what attracted Jetty most now wasn't the various opportunities for advancement within the free and easy cavern, but the immortal-grade cavern itself. Attack together. Even if this is an immortal-grade cavern, it cannot withstand several immortals unless it's the highest level. Jetty gave the command, and 3 other immortal war spirits immediately launched their assault. These 3 immortals were not their true selves but avatars. After ascending to the immortal realm, most cultivators learned the technique of creating avatars, allowing them to produce at least one avatar. Avatars differed little from their original bodies, inheriting memories, personalities, and half the strength of their creators. When an avatar meets its original, its memories are transferred to the original. Those at even higher realms could have independent consciousnesses for their immortal souls, like Lynette's immortal soul resting in the free and easy cavern. This was an immortal's capability. Even an avatar of an immortal possessed terrifying power. It would undoubtedly be effortless to overwhelm the cultivators within the cavern. The 3 immortals silently followed Jetty's lead, their presence suffocating. A black lightning tornado rampaged within the cavern, carrying the terrifying power to destroy everything. Boom, 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 boom. Sonic booms echoed continuously as 4 immortals attacked simultaneously, a sight almost unseen in 1,000 years. All cultivators present were on edge, palms sweating, as they were incredibly scared. Surviving this catastrophe might result in a direct boost in their realms. Imagining themselves at the center of an immortal's attack, they realized they wouldn't even have a chance to escape. If they went in, they would be helpless insects to be slaughtered. Despite facing the terrifying attacks of 4 immortals, Cord remained calm, merely saying softly, "Sally." Hiss. Sally, the 7-colored sky swallowing python, bared her fangs, her massive snake eyes bursting with a gentle yellow light like the rising sun. The 3 immortal war spirits instantly changed expressions, joining forces to defend against this unexpected threat. Yellow snake eyes. It's yellow snake eyes. This 7-colored sky swallowing python isn't ordinary. To reach such a realm, no wonder the cavern owner is so formidable. We'll suppress this beast together and divide its demon core. The 3 immortals launched relentless attacks on Sally, who, surprisingly, didn't fall behind in their struggle. Compared to human cultivators, demonic beasts had distinct advantages in combat. Typically, cultivators of the same realm struggled to defeat demonic beasts alone, often requiring several to hunt one down. For those with higher bloodlines, even a group of cultivators might fail, necessitating an entire sex effort. The 7-colored sky swallowing python was a top-tier celestial beast, even worshipped as a myth in the Northern Kingdom. Thus, she faced 3 immortals without fear. This demonic creature is so strong? Hold on, I'm coming too. Seeing the 3 immortals unable to gain an advantage, Jetty summoned the Aranfian Death chessboard to join in. If all 4 immortals attacked together, Sally wouldn't stand a chance. There were varying strengths among immortals, and Jetty was undoubtedly the strongest. Activate the equality array, Cord muttered internally, and a burst of golden light illuminated the free and easy cavern as the equality array activated, aiming to suppress the immortals' realms down to chi condensation. Equality was brutally dominant, suppressing any opponent to the same level as the array user. Unfortunately for Cord, he was only at the chi condensation realm of the innate stage. Usually, such a celestial array required a higher realm to activate, but Cord could use it despite being only at the chi condensation stage. The Dark Azure Hall's immortal war spirits were caught off guard, suffering in silence. Damn it, how can someone at the chi condensation stage use a celestial array? Can you cheat any less? With the equality array active, Cord suppressed his opponent's realms and had the 7-colored sky swallowing python as a fighter. Who could breach this cavern? Don't panic. I'll hold the array while you take him down, Jetty said coldly, but he also struggled. The equality array felt like an invisible mountain pressing down on him, making it barely manageable to maintain his own realm. Fully resisting it was impossible. Huey could maintain only his and the other 3 immortals and 3 grand completion young deity spirits realms. But to resist the array, he couldn't attack, only using his lifebound artifact to hold off the array's effects. They weren't completely suppressed. Cord's heart trembled. Sally was holding off 3 immortals, but the 3 grand completion young deity spirits were unaffected. In other words, he now had to directly confront these powerful cultivators. However, Cord believed in keeping his hands clean if possible. With so many subordinates in the cavern, wouldn't it lower his status if he had to handle things himself? Chapter 133. Cultivators, ready to fight for the cave. New task released. Defend against external enemies. Task description. The Immortal Freedom Cave has been attacked by external forces. We need brave warriors to step up. Task reward. Killing 1 enemy earns an unconditional progress increase of plus 0.1%, 1,000 cave experience points, and a permanent title Protector of the Immortal Freedom Cave. Title: Protector of the Immortal Freedom Cave. Due to your efforts in defending the Immortal Freedom Cave, you gain favor with the cave and have easier access to advanced opportunities. A few lines floated before the cultivators. Cord had released a task. Let's not forget that he is the master of the Immortal Freedom Cave, so it's reasonable for him to issue tasks for cultivators to undertake. The rewards made the cultivators' breathing quicken. An unconditional progress increase of plus 0.1%. How precious is this? Many people's opportunities are stuck at 99.99%. Adding a direct 0.1% progress means they can immediately complete the task. If it were an immortal level opportunity, often it would just be missing that tiny bit of progress. If they directly received a 0.1% boost, they could claim the immortal level opportunity. Isn't this tempting enough? And adding 1000 cave experience points means directly becoming a level 2 cultivator of the Immortal Freedom Cave, reaching its second level. Level 2 is accessible only to Ascension Stage cultivators. There are even 2 Immortals, Lynette and Abdul, on the second level. If a Tribulation Stage cultivator gets the chance to ascend to the second floor and receive guidance from Ascension Stage cultivators, they might break through their current realm. The second reward was already something all cultivators aspired for. Many were striving to become level 2 cultivators of the Immortal Freedom Cave. The third reward confused many cultivators as they didn't understand what titles meant, but they could infer the meaning from the description. Gaining favor with the cave makes it easier to obtain advanced opportunities. This seemed casual, but experienced cultivators knew how precious this was. Why was Lawrence able to grow from an ordinary person to his current hidden stage, becoming the brightest star in the cultivation world? Many thought Lawrence was lucky enough to obtain an immortal level opportunity, but if they thought about it carefully, there wasn't only one person who persisted in checking into the Immortal Freedom Cave for over a month. Why did others fail while Lawrence succeeded? The only difference was that others joined the Immortal Freedom Cave's check-in later, while Lawrence kept signing in despite being mocked. It was during that month that only Lawrence entered the Immortal Freedom Cave daily, making Immortal Freedom remember him. Could it be said that Lawrence gained Immortal Freedom's favor, leading to his success? This possibility existed. Initially, cultivators thought the Immortal Freedom Cave was ownerless, believing various methods left behind were just whimsical tricks by immortals. But later they discovered that cord, or immortal freedom, truly existed within the cave. All their actions were under the watchful eye of the immortal. Thus, gaining Cord's favor naturally made it easier to obtain various privileges. In the long term, the third reward might be the most generous. Even if the last step couldn't be completed for an immortal level opportunity, stage-based rewards would still be better than other opportunities. However, not everyone could obtain an immortal level opportunity. It depended on luck. If they gained Cord's favor, they might get immortal level opportunities. Experienced cultivators looked differently at the Azure Dark Temple's 12 spirits after realizing this. This change made the spirits feel uneasy. Originally, cultivators viewed them with fear and trepidation due to their formidable reputation and overwhelming power. Now those cultivators looked like fierce deities, ready to tear them apart. The spirits were puzzled. What happened? Why did these cultivators suddenly transform from lambs into wolves? Who gave them this courage? But soon the spirit warriors calmed down. No matter how the cultivators' attitudes changed, their realms remained the same. With 3 young spirit great perfection warriors, they could easily suppress this group. They were going to crush them mercilessly to teach them a lesson. However, before the 3 young spirit great perfection warriors acted, 2 figures appeared on the first level of the Immortal Freedom Cave. A tall and slender figure spoke loudly. I request to join the battle. Eradicating demons is our righteous duty as cultivators. Jace and Jarrett entered the scene. They had heard about Cord's task rewards. They were just 0.1% away from obtaining a magical artifact, and killing the enemies could secure it instantly. Jace and Jarrett's appearance made the Azure Dark Temple's warriors frown. They hadn't expected the Immortal Freedom Cave to harbor such hidden talent, 2 formidable elders. Among young spirit great perfection cultivators, Jace and Jarrett ranked high. But fortunately, numbers were on their side, 3 against 2, still an easy victory. Hold on, Elders Chandler and Fagan, since you're involved, why don't I join too? The third young spirit great perfection cultivator, the Immortal Origin Mountain Sect Master Honor, joined the fray. Now it was a 3 versus 3 situation. The remaining 5 spirit warriors, although numerous, had their realms suppressed to postnatal chi realm by the array. Their original strength, no matter how high, became ineffective when bound and restricted. It was like fighting with tied hands and feet. How could they win? Now it was the turn for the Immortal Freedom Cave's cultivators to show off. Although their realms weren't very high, most of them were higher than postnatal chi realm and approached the suppressed 5 spirit warriors menacingly. Those 5 spirit warriors, feeling the wind change, sensed something was wrong. This cave hides so many tigers and dragons. I thought those cultivators were here only for opportunities, but now they're willing to fight for the cave? Jetty, witnessing this scene, was baffled. Those cultivators were willing to defend the Immortal Freedom Cave. Typically, cultivators enter caves for opportunities, and clearly, the Immortal Freedom Cave cultivators sought opportunities. These cultivators usually avoided danger for profit. Why were they willing to stay and protect the Immortal Freedom Cave? If this continued, they might not be able to breach this cave. Jetty gritted his teeth, taking out a Bagua array-like artifact from his miniature universe ring and gently tossing it. It was a secret array. If it could eliminate the effect of the equalization grand array, the Immortal Freedom Cave would fall. The Bagua Hueven Earth map in his hand could precisely do that. This map was extremely valuable. Jetty had only a few. Watching the throned Bagua Hueven Earth map, he felt a trace of anxiety. Would it work? Chapter 134. The 8 trigram Hueven and Earth diagram, forced assault on the cave. Tension. Jetty had not felt this way in a long time, but today he was experiencing it again. This was because the carefree grotto was full of surprises. Initially, it seemed easy to conquer. Only a Yangxian Grandmaster would suffice. Deep Blue Palace Master's concern over the carefree grotto initially struck Jetty as somewhat exaggerated. However, now he realized the wisdom in the Master's caution. The difficulty of conquering the carefree grotto turned out to be extremely high. 4 immortals together could not immediately take it down, and were even forced to use the 8 trigram Hueven and Earth diagram. This is the 8 trigram Hueven and Earth diagram? This actually is the 8 trigram Hueven and Earth diagram. Truly an immortal technique. To witness an immortal battle. What a life well lived. What a life well lived indeed. Some cultivators recognized the diagram that Jetty threw out. It was crafted according to the ancient 8 trigrams arrangement and made from extremely rare materials, the looking to sky stones. In a distant southern land, there is a bottomless cliff called End of the Earth by local cultivators, symbolizing the vast distance between the top and the bottom of the cliff. At the bottom of the end of the earth, seawater intrudes, truly reversing the flow of the ocean. Normally, seawater should fill the entire bottom. But these stones refuse to stay submerged for tens of thousands of years, striving to rise above the water and gaze at the sky. They are thus called looking-to-sky stones. Gathering places of looking-to-sky stones are known as corner of the sea, meaning the sea has sprouted apart, unwilling to sink into the depths. The 8-trigram xiuxian and earth diagram uses these looking-to-sky stones, extracting a thread inside each stone after crushing it. Thousands of stones can create one diagram. End of the earth and corner of the sea are perilous places with extreme air pressure. A regular person falling off would be crushed into powder before hitting the ground. Not to mention the sudden eruptions of sea wells, which can shatter even the defensive spiritual power of cultivators. Even ascension stage cultivators face considerable danger here, let alone humans. Only immortals can brave this place to mine looking-to-sky stones. But these stones are rare, with the internal thread being a parasitic plant that forms through fortuitous conditions. Artificial cultivation is impossible. Thus, the 8-trigram xiuxian and earth diagram is exceedingly rare, and its primary purpose is to break formations. The stone's essence seeks breakthroughs, and when refined using ancient trigram methods, they form this powerful diagram. When facing death-dealing formations, having the 8-trigram xiuxian and earth diagram offers the greatest assurance, allowing cultivators to escape deadly situations. It is also a coveted treasure for exploring caves, bypassing layered formations to obtain precious legacies within immortal caves. This sort of treasure is seldom seen, and witnessing it in the Carefree Grotto today is an eye-opener for many cultivators, proving Jetty's immortal status. Suddenly, the 8-trigram xiuxian and earth diagram grew with the wind, forming a massive shield in front of Jetty, protecting him from the pressure of the equality spell formation. If the equality spell formation breaks, Cord will be in a very disadvantageous position. Once Jetty joins the battlefield, even the rainbow swallow sky python will struggle against 4 immortals. Worse yet, the spell formation in the Carefree Grotto is about to be broken. Yes, the 8-trigram xiuxian and earth diagram is renowned for breaking formations. After all, the equality spell formation covers the entire grotto and fears such direct attacks. Unless, the equality spell formation's level surpasses the 8-trigram xiuxian and earth diagram. But how is that possible? This is a divine-grade artifact refined by an immortal. Cultivators in the Carefree Grotto revealed their worry, knowing that an immortal's techniques aren't simple. If Cord took it down easily, it wouldn't be an immortal's domain. Moreover, despite Cord's help from the rainbow swallow sky python, dealing with the well-known Dark Azure Hidden Palace's warrior spirit general remains challenging. With 4 immortals against Cord and his python, plus himself being an immortal, it's still difficult. Used specifically for breaking formations? Is my Carefree Grotto's array so easily breached? Cord sneered, driving the equality spell formation to maximum efficiency while adding spirit stones as fuel. The Carefree Grotto stores a vast number of spirit stones, the quantity mirroring Rosalie's. When she was expelled, all her resources were taken by Cord. Now, throwing spirit stones into the equality spell formation like they were worthless, causing it to run wildly. Under Cord's extravagant actions, the 8-trigram xiuxian and earth diagram was suppressed. My god, the equality spell formation suppresses the specialized formation-breaking diagram. How high is its grade, and how many spirit stones are being used? Fearful, this shows the depth of the Carefree Grotto. Spirit stones thrown in like they're free, enough to build a major sect if used to cultivate. If such quantities of spirit stones sustain the large array, no wonder it isn't afraid of the 8-trigram xiuxian and earth diagram. Plus, the equality spell formation's grade seems even higher than divine grade. Numerous cultivators gaped. They thought that an immortal's divine grade artifact wielded by Jetty would instantly break the formation. Instead, Cord intensified the formation and sustained it with countless spirit stones, successfully resisting the attack. These spirit stones, they feel familiar. They are from my home. Rosalie, watching the spectacle, suddenly recognized the stones. She felt a familiar scent, special spices added during the refining process by her sect. Seeing countless spirit stones burning, Rosalie wept bitterly, realizing she was the joke among onlookers. Years of the Happy Valley's accumulation, squandered by Cord. Seeing the 8-trigram xiuxian and earth diagram suppressed, Jetty clenched his teeth. Huey did not expect that such efforts couldn't breach the Carefree Grotto. If it were a common immortal, they might have shaken their head and retreated. But Jetty is not ordinary. As a famous Dark Path immortal and the strongest spirit warrior of the Dark Azure Hidden Palace, he refused to abandon this high-grade grotto. Hovering in the air, he coldly declared, "This formation's effect is indeed strong, but today I, Jetty, will openly break your Carefree Grotto, seizing it to make you my stepping stone." Saying this, he pulled out another item, shocking everyone. Was he going all out now? Hashtag chapter 135. No one would think that Eronger Immortal Mansion only has one immortal array, right? When Jetty took out another item, everyone inhaled sharply. It seemed he was about to go all out. In his hand was a clearly ancient incense burner, inside which faint blue flames flickered. This kind of flame seemed to have no temperature at all, akin to the blue flames burning in the netherworld. It was none other than the Azure Dark Hall's blue nether flame. Many cultivators present had seen the blue nether flame before. It wasn't much of a secret weapon for the Azure Dark Hall's disciples. However, there was a saying outside, "We're not afraid of the Dark Hall's assassins with the blue flame. We're afraid when the blue flame is contained in an incense burner." Yes, the blue nether flame housed in an incense burner was the real deal. The blue nether flame previously controlled by Sire Zun Xiyuan and others was just a single strand of flame, essentially a high-quality imitation. But the blue nether flame inside this ancient incense burner was the genuine article. Due to its authenticity, its power was incredibly strong. Even cultivators from the Azure Dark Hall, who used it as a source of strength, had to handle it with special care using unique incense burners, lest they be tormented to death by the flames before they could even use them. Once the cultivators of the Azure Dark Hall took out the incense burner, it meant they were ready to fight to the death. Their method was simple. They would directly swallow the blue nether flame within the incense burner. This would maximize the blue nether flame's power. With Jetty already at the immortal realm, using such extreme measures indicated the situation was dire beyond anyone's imagination. Being able to force me to ingest the blue nether flame is something you can be proud of, but it ends here. Break this array for me. Jetty swallowed the blue nether flame from the incense burner, and immediately blue flames spewed from his face and ears, enveloping him in an aura of dark might. Taking advantage of the lingering power of the Bagua universe diagram, he waved his hand again, summoning the Aranfi and Death chessboard. This time, the chessboard also emitted eerie blue flames. If this occurred outside, these flames would directly burn through one's lifespan, causing them to die within seconds, displaying terrifying power. Now, with the genuine blue nether flame boosting the Aranfi and Death chessboard alongside the Bagua universe diagram, they once more pressured the great equalizing array, determined to break through. The immortal has many tricks up his sleeve. If all the resources he has accumulated over the years were mine, I'd have had a crazy growth spurt, Arendon mused amidst the crisis. If he could capture an immortal like Sienna as a subordinate and strip them of their assets, that would be a huge windfall. If others knew what Arendon was thinking, they would surely be stunned. An immortal was right before him, and he was still eyeing the immortal's assets? How could he be so bold? Well then, let me get serious too, Arendon thought. Huey opened the control panel of Eronger Immortal Mansion and gazed at the long list of dormant immortal arrays, lost in thought. Huey prepared to activate another immortal array. Eronger Immortal Mansion was a top-tier mansion. No one would think it only had one immortal array, right? Would they? Just to put things into perspective, what does an immortal-grade mansion mean? In Penglai Immortal Realm, even a common immortal-grade mansion is divided among hundreds or thousands of factions. You might attack one faction successfully if your strength was sufficient, but if you wanted to capture an immortal-grade mansion, you'd face the combined forces of thousands of factions formations. This means an immortal-grade mansion can equip far more than one immortal-grade array, and Arendon possessed far more than one immortal-grade array. Huey had been using the Great Equalizing Array because it was free, coming as a bonus with the immortal-grade mansion. The other immortal-grade arrays required popularity to activate, a lot of popularity, so Arendon had never activated any of them. But today, with Jetty on the verge of breaking through the Great Equalizing Array and resorting to desperate measures, Arendon decided to give him some respect and show him the next immortal-grade array. Huey looked at the selection menu. Immortal Array Extermination. A lethal array, the pinnacle of immortal-grade defensive arrays. This array has 10 levels. Level 1 can eliminate low immortals up to Earth immortals, barely reaching Hueven immortals. Activation requires 7.5 million popularity points. Immortal Array E Mountain Ceiling. A ceiling array. Also the pinnacle of immortal-grade defensive arrays. This array has 10 levels. Level 1 can seal away low immortals, preventing them from ever escaping the mansion. Activation requires 10 million popularity points. Immortal Array. Scrolling down, the numerous immortal-grade arrays were overwhelming. Jetty was still striving to break the Great Equalizing Array, giving Arendon time to choose. Despite looking close to breaking, the Great Equalizing Array was still holding firm. The lethal array might be too frightening, unnecessary, really unnecessary. It might scare other cultivators away. Arendon crossed out the lethal arrays. Their power was too overwhelming and, most importantly, required too much popularity, something he couldn't afford. The ceiling-type arrays looked good, but they had a problem too. They were expensive. These immortal-grade arrays were exorbitant to activate. Arendon found the few 100,000 popularity points he had weren't nearly enough. Activating lower-level arrays wouldn't be effective against Jetty either. So, Arendon filtered the options. Filter for immortal arrays, sorted by price from low to high. Let me see. Glancing through the list, Arendon spotted a particularly attractive option. It was an immortal-grade array requiring only 300,000 popularity points, an amount he could pay. Immortal Array, United Strength. Not the pinnacle of immortal-grade arrays, but it can condense the power of cultivators into a combat puppet soul. When united, their strength can sever immortality. The mansion ranges from level 1 to 5, and a level 1 mansion's combat puppet soul can defeat a low immortal. This array immediately caught Arendon's attention. Currently, the many cultivators in the mansion couldn't participate in the battle or defend it despite their willingness. If this array could unify their strength and potentially repel an immortal, it was godly. With the abundant number of cultivators in Eronger Immortal Mansion, there was no better cost-effective immortal-grade array. Activate. Activating Immortal Array. Immortal Array, United Strength activated successfully. You can now use the United Strength Immortal Array. As the notification flashed before Arendon, Jetty broke through the Great Equalizing Array. You will wait for death today, and this mansion belongs to me. Jetty smiled with utmost malice. Huey, you don't think my mansion only has one immortal-grade array, do you? Activating Immortal Array, United Strength. Chapter 136, Chi-Aren Immortal Array, and more tricks? The second immortal array is named Chi-Aren. This particular immortal array isn't very famous in the celestial realm, as immortals usually prioritize their own cultivation. An array like this, which named your weak cultivators to form a combat soul puppet, was considered beneath them. Once outside its effective range, the array would be useless. Only weaker factions would resort to using such an array. Edited version. This particular immortal array isn't very well known in the celestial realm, as immortals typically prioritize their own cultivation. An array like this, which harnesses weak cultivators to form a combat soul puppet, was considered beneath them. Once outside its effective range, the array would become useless. Only weaker factions would resort to using such an array. The Chi-Aren Immortal Array was created by an immortal after ascending to the Penglai Paradise, who found himself at a disadvantage. However, he wielded significant power in the lower realms and sought to bring his forces into the celestial realm. After several centuries of research, he successfully developed the Chi-Aren Immortal Array. Upon creating it, He placed the main focal point of the array in the celestial realm and another within his lower realm forces. As a result, the combat soul puppet appeared within the celestial realm's boundaries. Initially, no one thought this array would be useful since the combat soul puppet's operational range was extremely limited and its strength mediocre, being formed from lower realm cultivators who couldn't possibly be extraordinarily powerful. Yet, the xiuxian immortal array provided this immortal with invaluable time to develop, helping him fend off several enemies and eventually ascend to the celestial immortal rank. Gradually, more newly ascended immortals recognized the importance of this array, but sadly, the creator never revealed its core secrets. With his demise during a tribulation, the xiuxian immortal array became lost, leaving behind only legends. Members of the free and unfettered grotto, I have activated the xiuxian immortal array. Lend me your cultivation temporarily, and today we will purge evil. Cord shouted aloud, his voice filled with righteous determination. It's actually the xiuxian immortal array. I read about it in Chronicles of the Mortal World, an array that can combine the strength of weak cultivators. I thought it had been lost to time, never expecting to see it today. Note, I have changed Sunjo to the mortal world to ensure it reads naturally and fluently in English while conveying the meaning accurately. Xiuxian immortal array? There's more than one immortal array in the free and unfettered grotto? Incredible and terrifying. We even planned to forcibly seize opportunities when we first arrived. Now it seems laughable. Xiuxian immortal array? It's said that experiencing the sensation of becoming a combat soul puppet helps immensely in real combat. I'll join in. I'll join too. If we can slay an enemy, won't we directly complete the opportunity event? Huiel, you don't mention it, and I nearly forgot. Killing an enemy grants rewards. There's no reason not to participate. Recalling Cord's recent announcement of new tasks and the rewards for killing enemies, the cultivators realized the reward included increased goodwill from the grotto and direct progress towards obtaining immortal opportunities. Any progress gained could lead to seizing an immortal level opportunity. Eagerly, they poured their cultivation energy into the xiuxian immortal array. Initially, they felt helpless, but now they had the means to help and no reason to hesitate. Moreover, the existence of the free and unfettered grotto benefited everyone. Without it, they'd be violating Jetty's commands, making survival impossible. Additionally, many were involved in the quest for opportunities and didn't want to abandon it now. They naturally hoped for the grotto's victory if they could assist. Their cultivation and spirit energy infused into the xiuxian immortal array produced a translucent green figure clad in armor, wielding a curved blade, a combat soul puppet radiating martial intent. This combat soul puppet also emitted immortal power, surprisingly strong despite each movement consuming vast amounts of spirit stones. The cultivator's collective strength, while formidable, still fell short of immortal realms. The high-quality nature of the xiuxian immortal array allowed the formation of the puppet, arguably surpassing its original version. Huey, so you understand how to pick sides. Go after Jetty. Cord observed the puppet and directed it to attack Jetty. Jetty, skilled in controlling life and death, saw his abilities enhanced by blue oblivion flame. Yet the combat soul puppet lacked life, formed purely from the cultivator's spirit energy. Essentially, he encountered an entity immune to his spells, wielding a blade in relentless pursuit. A combat soul puppet. The free and unfettered grotto conceals such a lost array, and there are two immortal arrays? Jetty frowned, perplexed by the grotto possessing an array lost even in the celestial realm. Huey couldn't fathom why a mortal world grotto held a higher realm's array, or how it acquired the core knowledge. Huey couldn't comprehend that the grotto wasn't built by immortals or through accumulated years. Cord evolved it using his system's golden finger feature. A top-tier immortal grotto, unmatched even in the celestial realm. As for why the rainbow-devouring sky python Blythe hadn't reached the highest echelons, it was because she had hit the ceiling of the mortal realm. To advance further, she needed to ascend to Punlai Paradise. Presently, the combat soul puppet engaged Jetty, delaying him from dealing with Cord immediately. The other three immortals were occupied by Blythe. Jetty was astonished. For immortals acting together, including desperate efforts, yet they couldn't breach the grotto. Despite activating a new array, part of the equalization array had already been broken. His effort wasn't entirely wasted. Besides the four immortals, there were 8 Yangshan realm cultivators. Slaying the grotto's inhabitants would dismantle the combat soul puppet, giving Jetty the upper hand. 3 of the 8 Yangshan realm cultivators faced the soundless elder duo and 1 xiuxian. With the equalization array compromised, more Yangshan cultivators were freed. 2 more Yangshan heroes broke free, reverting from Qi cultivation back to Yangshan realm. Haha, our realms are restored. The audacity of these cultivators in defying the Azure Shadow Hall's orders. They shall soon experience total annihilation. Power is restored. What force remains within the grotto to stop us? The 2 heroes grinned cruelly, weapons in hand, approaching the cultivators who were sustaining the combat soul puppet. Suddenly, 2 figures stepped forward, both at Yangshan realm. Startled, the heroes demanded, "Who are you?" Free and unfettered grotto, proprietress Adelia Huey. Free and unfettered grotto, maid Rosalie. Hashtag chapter 137. The innocent Christiana. It was only at this moment that many cultivators realized not just Rosalie, but Christiana was also a Grandmaster level cultivator. Rosalie was merely at the 6th stage of the solar deity realm, which could be described as mid-stage solar deity. Even so, she had already been an insurmountable figure for many cultivators. Though they jokingly teased Rosalie about taking her away from the immortal Xiaoyao cave and freeing her, deep down everyone knew it was virtually impossible to take away the Valley Master of Xuanhuan Valley, a high-ranking figure with solar deity cultivation, the leader of a major power. Note, Xiaoyao means carefree or recluse, so it might be better translated as Immortal Recluse Cave, depending on context, but I've left it as Immortal Xiaoyao Cave, to stay closer to the original. Please review the rest of the translation for consistency and style. If you have more text that needs editing, feel free to share. Thus, there was always some distance between them and Rosalie in their hearts. But Christiana was different. Since her first appearance, Christiana had always portrayed a cute, gentle, and innocent little sister image, reminding many cultivators of the girl next door wearing green gauze and holding a candy skewer. They felt no barriers towards Christiana. Indeed, many of them sincerely regarded her as a younger sister and wanted to take her away. Countless cultivators called Christiana Arental sister every day, genuinely trying to take her under their wing. But today, their hearts shattered into pieces. Their perceived innocent little sister turned out to be at the great perfection stage of the solar deity realm, higher than Rosalie's cultivation. Worse yet, even after revealing her true strength, Christiana's face still wore that sweet, innocent smile as if she knew nothing about cultivation. Ah, my heart is broken. Never again shall I judge by appearances. I always thought Christiana was an ignorant, innocent younger sister raised by immortal Xian Yao, but now I'm the one who's ignorant. Sister Xuanhuan, you've made fools of us. I really tried to take you away, only to find out my cultivation is lower than yours. Now I feel like a clown. The immortal Xiaoyao cave is truly full of hidden talents. I can't trust appearances anymore. I feel deceived. Note, the term, hidden dragons and tigers, is an idiomatic expression in Chinese that refers to a place or situation filled with hidden talents or dangers. For better fluency in English, it's translated here as full of hidden talents. Additionally, betrayed is changed to deceived to more accurately reflect the sentiment in the original text. The cultivators chorused their laments. While bringing Rosalie away had become a mere dream, many still harbored hopes of taking Christiana away once they completed their celestial opportunities, imagining her calling them senior brother and accompanying them everywhere, a matter of great pride. Moreover, Christiana was a sword spirit. Initially, they thought she was just the spirit of Aeron grade weapon, but it turned out she was actually a celestial grade sword spirit. They felt utterly deceived. How foolish they had been to think they could easily obtain the dual flower Lo Li sword. Had they known it was a celestial grade artifact, they would have abandoned any effort long ago. Note, Lo Li can be translated as Ruilvi, to maintain consistency and uniqueness of the fictional item's name in English. Furthermore, Christiana was a sword spirit. Initially, they thought she was just the spirit of Aeron grade weapon, but it turned out she was actually a celestial grade sword spirit. They felt utterly deceived. How foolish they had been to think they could easily obtain the dual flower Ruilvi sword. Had they known it was a celestial grade artifact, they would have given up long ago. Look at all those who seized opportunities with evenly harp strings, but none could remove the damaged high mountain flowing water harp. Celestial artifacts were something most had long abandoned hope for. What does shopkeeper mean? Asked the 8th-ranked spirit warrior from Azure Dark Hall, frowning. Huey thought that since the equality formation was broken, his cultivation was unmatched, making him unstoppable against the cave's occupants. Yet, here was this unexpected shopkeeper, also at the great perfection stage of the solar deity realm. The shopkeeper? Christiana replied with a sweet, innocent smile. Boss said it's like a mascot. Aaron told Jade sister, today we sisters must unite to make these intruders realize their mistakes. For my 3-month paid leave, let's give it everything. Rosalie stepped forward, eyes sharp, pressing her delicate hands, exuding formidable aura. Cultivators rarely saw such a serious Rosalie and didn't understand why her fighting spirit was so high. If they recalled correctly, Rosalie initially came to attack the immortal Xiaoyao cave, but was forcibly retained within by immortal Xiaoyao and became a servant under pressure and duress. Note, Xiaoyao is transliterated as Holt, but it seems from the context that it refers to a specific name or title, possibly Immortal Holt, or Holt Immortal. It's best to clarify this based on the broader narrative. Let me refine this further for fluency. Cultivators seldom witnessed such a serious side of Rosalie and couldn't fathom why her battle intent was so intense. If their memory served right, Rosalie had initially come to attack the immortal Holt cave, but was forcibly retained within by immortal Holt, and became a servant due to circumstances and pressure. How does this read now? Would you like any further adjustments? Why was she now defending the immortal Xiaoyao cave? Many of the cultivators didn't know that Cord had made many promises to Moonsheen and Jade Harmony to gain their help. For instance, he promised them a few months of paid vacation. Some might ask, weren't these two women foolish? If the immortal Xiaoyao cave were destroyed, wouldn't they be free to do as they pleased? Why did they have to listen to Cord and desire a paid vacation? But none of them considered what would happen if the immortal Xiaoyao cave wasn't breached. Those who didn't contribute would surely face consequences. Moreover, Moonsheen and Jade Harmony knew they weren't the last line of defense for the immortal Xiaoyao cave. If left unchecked, it likely wouldn't fall so easily. Therefore, they agreed to protect the cave with Cord, and their strength returned to its original state. On the Azure Dark Hall side, the strength of Water Unyielding, ranked 8th, and Dean, ranked 12th, also returned. Dean, having been defeated by Moonsheen before, now had no choice but to step up boldly. I'll handle Moonsheen. Old 8, you deal with that board girl. Old 8 was Water Unyielding, the 8th-ranked spirit warrior, said to command intermittent Huivi water, a unique water source in the Sunzhou world, similar to how Blue Netherflame was a special fire source. This heavy water looked ordinary but weighed as much as gold, recorded only in the annals of Shenzhou. Water Unyielding nodded slightly, stretching his hand out towards Jade Harmony. Transparent heavy water instantly surrounded her, covering even her head. Nothing more than a high realm with no real power, Water Unyielding remarked coolly. Huey remembered his past training days. Seeing Jade Harmony reminded him of his own cute junior sister. Back then, Water Unyielding was an ordinary cultivator who might have married his junior sister and traveled on their cultivation journey together. Though they might not reach great realms, they would explore many unknown peaks, travel through different countries, and experience diverse customs. But everything changed on that fateful day when an elder searching for intermittent Huivi water came to his sect, Water Dragon Sect. The elder asked for a drink of water but ended up drowning everyone after drinking it, sparing Water Unyielding due to his innate affinity for water. Witnessing his junior sister drown before his eyes, he was driven to acquire the intermittent Huivi water, which he eventually obtained after near-death experiences. His first act upon returning was to drown the elder at the sect's back mountain spring. Later, he found out the elder was a well-known cultivator. Suddenly, Water Unyielding realized something was amiss. Huey wasn't reminiscing. He was experiencing scenes flashing before his eyes. Huey felt a looming threat of death. Reacting instinctively, he turned his head sharply just as a razor-sharp sword sliced past his neck, severing it cleanly. Jade Harmony maintained her innocent smile within the heavy water, manipulating the dual blossom crystal sword with her fingers. The crowd gasped. The always obedient and adorable Jade Harmony was terrifyingly powerful. What the cultivators didn't know was that Cord had promised Rosalie and Christiana several incentives, including paid leave. Many might wonder, if the immortal Xiaoyao cave fell, wouldn't they still be free to roam wherever they wished? Why follow Cord's orders just for paid leave? Note, Xiaoyao is translated as immortal here for context, but it should be consistent with previous translations of this name. If Holt or another variant was used before, it should be used instead. This version maintains natural flow in English while ensuring the meaning is accurately conveyed. It also preserves consistency and style throughout the passage. But they hadn't considered what would happen if the immortal paradise cave wasn't breached. Those who didn't contribute would certainly face consequences. Moreover, Rosalie and Christiana knew they weren't the final line of defense. If left unchecked, the immortal paradise cave likely wouldn't fall either. Note, Xiaoyao is better translated as paradise in this context for consistency and natural reading flow in English, so they agreed to help restore the cave's defenses. On the Azure Dark Hall side, the ones recovering strength were Water Wuxia, 8th ranked, and Dean, 12th ranked. Dean, having been previously defeated by Rosalie, now faced a choiceless situation and declared, "I'll handle Rosalie. You, old 8, take care of the shopkeeper." Water Wuxia, ranked 8th, supposedly wielded unending Huivi water, a special water source akin to Blue Abyss Flame being a special fire source. This heavy water looked normal but weighed thousands of times more than ordinary water, recorded only in the Charter of Divine Continents. Water Wuxia nodded, reaching out and grasping empty space. Transparent heavy water instantly surrounded Christiana, enveloping her head. Not much, possessing the realm but lacking the strength, Water Wuxia commented coolly. A muscular, robust warrior. He glanced at Christiana wrapped in heavy water, reminiscing on his past. Once, Water Wuxia was an ordinary cultivator with an adorable junior sister. Had things gone as planned, he might have married her, exploring realms together without expecting great heights but discovering unknown peaks and seeing various landscapes. Until that day, everything changed when an elder seeking unending Huivi water came to the Dragon Gate School. After drinking water offered, the elder vomited waves, drowning everyone in the sect. Water Wuxia escaped due to his innate water affinity. Witnessing his junior sister drown before his eyes, the elder laughed maniacally, leaving Water Wuxia alive only to help obtain unending Huivi water. Behind the sect lay a bottomless spring. Sent to investigate, Water Wuxia survived countless dangers and acquired unending Huivi water. Huey returned to drown the elder in the same spring. Later, he learned the elder was a renowned cultivator. Lost in thoughts, Water Wuxia suddenly realized something was wrong. He was reliving moments too quickly, sensing imminent death. Ducking abruptly, a sharp sword sliced past his neck, severing it into two. Christiana maintained her innocent smile within the unending Huivi water, twirling her fingers to control the dual flower lily sword. The onlooking cultivators drew sharp intakes of breath, realizing just how terrifyingly powerful the once seemingly meek and innocent Christiana truly was. Note, Loli is translated as Rui or Jadeite in some contexts, but kept as is here for consistency with the original text. Chapter 138, Dean and Rosalie's Grievances. Jean's head flew high into the air, and the entire Free and Easy Abbey fell silent. They hadn't expected a Yangshan realm cultivator to fall so easily, nor had they imagined that Christiana, their seemingly innocent bored maiden, could be so ruthless, smiling while she slew. She had smiled so innocently, so radiantly. The cultivators simply couldn't reconcile this image with her mercilessness. However, this might have something to do with Christiana's experiences. Before becoming a sword spirit, she was a grotto spirit, essentially the spirit of the grotto. Most grotto spirits lacked previous memories. Hence, from the moment Christiana became self-aware, she never considered herself human. In her worldview, only Cord resembled her kind. Humans were merely another form of life to her. Killing human cultivators didn't seem wrong in her eyes, much like how humans slaughter animals. Yet, human cultivators brought vitality to the grotto spirit, so the former Christiana wouldn't kill them lightly, even attracting them with her cuteness. Now, as a sword spirit, human cultivators held no value for her, and killing outsiders even granted her a vacation. A vacation meant freedom. Trapped inside the Free and Easy Abbey daily, she felt like being under house arrest. She finally attained great perfection at the Yangshan realm, free to wander the world, but Cord tethered her here as a bored maiden. Huier days consisted of acting cute to lure cultivators into opportunity events and reminding them to check in on time. She was a Yangshan realm cultivator who longed for dreams, adventures, and the vast cosmos. So, she unleashed all her pent-up frustrations on Jean, slicing off his head in one swift move. Underestimating a great perfection sword spirit, are you? Huey, this trash actually got decapitated by a girl, nearly costing me my life. What a disgrace. Jean's severed head uttered a sinister, terrifying voice. The sight of a headless body speaking was shockingly graphic. Yet, this voice didn't sound like the previous Jean, almost like it belonged to someone else. His head is regenerating. A keen-eyed cultivator exclaimed as Jean's severed head reappeared, the previous head dissolving into water flowing back into his body. With his new head, Jean exuded a completely transformed demeanor, now more sinister, with a vicious grin on his face. I am Shui Wu Adili. Thank you, little girl, for teaching my incompetent brother a lesson. As thanks, I will drown you, he declared ominously. Shui Wu Adili? It's really him? No wonder the name sounded familiar. Huey's a notorious cultivator, believed to be dead. Never thought Lance Darkhall's Jean and xuanhuan Delii were one and the same. Huey kept joining righteous sects due to his water attribute Hueven root, then drowned everyone. Especially fond of murdering admiring younger sisters, such a sick freak. Will Sister Adelia Heelan be okay? Move aside. Who are you to worry about Sister Hueluan? Go sister, take him down. Recognizing xuanhuan Delii, the cultivators cheered for Christiana. She laughed softly, with the twin flower crystal swords swirling around her, striking xuanhuan Delii thousands of times, tearing him apart once again. Try harder, little girl. I can still hold out, mocked xuanhuan Delii. Christiana remained silent, her sword wildly cutting through xuanhuan Delii again and again. With these two locked in a stalemate, the focus shifted to Rosalie and Dean. Both 6th-layer Yangshan realm cultivators, Dean had always been Rosalie's defeated foe. But today, Dean intended to show her just how formidable he'd become. Rosalie, don't think I've always feared you. I've gained secret techniques from the Lance Darkhall, and this time, things will be different. You have no chance of escape. Dean declared confidently. Over countless years, Dean and Rosalie weren't strangers. Each encounter ended with him fleeing from her relentless pursuit. This enmity began when Dean kidnapped and accidentally killed a young woman from Xuanhuan Valley. Upon hearing this, Rosalie swore revenge on behalf of her sect. However, Dean excelled in escape techniques, managing to evade her even when she vastly surpassed him in power. His entry into the Lance Darkhall boosted his strength rapidly, making him even more elusive. 3 deep scars marred Dean's otherwise handsome, imposing figure. Huey wore a black Taoist robe and carried a sachet, with a flask of strong liquor hanging beside it. Drawing his jagged sword, he knew convincing Rosalie would require overwhelming her first. Huey, you're still boasting after endless defeats? Today, I will obliterate your soul, avenging Lori. Rosalie, wielding her errand fee-bound treasure be Shadow Spur, which Cord temporarily returned to allow her full strength. Temporarily, because Cord would gift it to others if she failed. My relationship with Lori is none of your business. If not for your constant pressure, she might still be alive. Dean retorted boldly, emboldened by the Lance Darkhall's support and 12 valiant spirits backing him. Ineffective babble. Blissful union formation. Rosalie immediately ordered female cultivators from Xuanhuan Valley to set up the array, enhancing her to Yangshan great perfection. Previously, she used this array to challenge celestial beast Arental Hua. 36 maidens arrayed, elevating Rosalie to great perfection. Normally, Dean would flee upon seeing her. Now daring to fight, Rosalie intended to show him the true power of Xuanhuan Valley's leader. Huey, you alone can enhance your realm? Without my own trump card, would I dare be so cocky? Watch as I make you submit before reasoning. Dean produced an object. Translation notes ** the original text is preserved while ensuring readability and fluency in English. The names and terms remain consistent throughout, and cultural context is explained where necessary to ensure coherence with previous content. Chapter 139. Dean's Past. Dean took out an object from his spatial magical artifact. It was the blue flame incense burner. The appearance of the blue meditation flame incense burner indicated that Dean intended to finally settle this centuries-old grudge. The blue meditation flame incense burner was a decisive magical artifact of the dark azure chamber cultivators, capable of rapidly boosting a cultivator's realm and power in a short time. However, its damage was immense, and regular dark chamber cultivators wouldn't use it lightly. Moreover, not many cultivators could obtain this incense burner. Wasn't Dean the 12th ranked spirit general? I remember him. Hundreds of years ago, he was first place in the Righteous Sword Sect competition. Yes, Dean was once the hope for the future of righteous cultivators. Unfortunately, he fell into the demonic path for a demoness. Now he's a pawn of the Dark Azure Chamber and even possesses the blue meditation flame incense burner. The moment the incense burner appeared, it signifies Dean is going all out. The woman who led Dean astray was said to be a female cultivator from Bliss Valley. Their relationship has always been intertwined with complications. I've heard bits of this story before. It's truly regrettable how the righteous lost a brilliant young cultivator back then. Now, with him invoking the incense burner, it looks like he wants to resolve his grievances with Rosalie. Many of the cultivators present sighed. In reality, they didn't have much to do as their cultivation energy was being supplied to the battle soul puppets, making them relatively idle. They were so idle that they found time to gossip about Dean and Rosalie. This drama had actually started long ago. In the past, Dean was also a genius cultivator of righteousness, but ended up falling in love with a girl during the righteous campaign against demons. Cultivators are human too. Despite seeming detached from worldly desires, most hadn't had much interaction with the opposite sex and were relatively innocent youths. What kind of people were the female cultivators from Bliss Valley? They practiced daily on how to allure men. Or more precisely, they trained on how to deceive male cultivators into willingly serving Bliss Valley as guests. So, ordinary young cultivators really couldn't resist the allure of these demon path female cultivators. Dean back then didn't resist this temptation and fell in love with a female cultivator named Pearl from Bliss Valley. Of course, at the beginning, Dean didn't know her true identity. Huey just genuinely liked her, even thinking she was an ordinary woman with a good heart. A beautiful romance began, and he brought Pearl on the path of cultivation. But just as he wasn't envious of immortals or mortal lovers, Rosalie came looking for him. It was then that Dean learned Pearl was sent by Bliss Valley to seduce him into joining their sect. Since Pearl hadn't returned for years to report, Rosalie personally sought her out. Pearl immediately knelt and pleaded with Rosalie, claiming that she and Dean were truly in love and begging her teacher to let them be. Moved by her disciple's heartfelt plea, Rosalie relented and allowed them to live happily ever after as an enviable couple. If the story ended there, Dean would never have joined the Dark Azure Chamber, and Rosalie wouldn't have pursued him relentlessly. But after Rosalie spared Dean, the righteous sects confronted him. They somehow learned of Rosalie's visit and, through thorough investigation, discovered that Dean's wife, Pearl, was a demon path cultivator. They tricked Dean to the top of a Xiuxian mountain, the headquarters of a major righteous sect, demanding he kill Pearl to prove his loyalty. Dean naturally refused and fled, but he was only a mid-rank transcendent cultivator. How could he escape the pursuit of powerful Xiuxian mountain cultivators? As Dean was about to be struck down, Pearl impaled herself on Dean's sword, spilling blood on the edge of a Xiuxian mountain's array. "Do not seek revenge for me," were Pearl's last words to Dean. That day, rain poured on a Xiuxian mountain, which never usually saw any rain. Dean carried Pearl's body down the mountain unopposed by the righteous cultivators. Thus, a righteous genius disappeared, while the dark azure chamber gained a new valiant general. On the day Dean became a spirit general, 2 immortals and 4 generals of the spirit hall stormed a Xiuxian mountain, dismantling the great Xiuxian array completely. From then on, Xiuxian mountain never regained its former glory and would flee at the sight of a demon path cultivator. But Rosalie didn't appreciate Dean's actions. She blamed him for letting Pearl die. To her, she was deeply dissatisfied with Dean's existence. Pearl had been one of her favorite disciples, and the thought of her beloved student being turned away and then killed was unacceptable. "Dean, it should have been you who died, not Wei. You, as a husband, let your wife protect you. How pathetic. Shouldn't I kill you?" Rosalie raised her shadow stinger, revealing a hint of anger. "You can never understand the love between Wei and me. How could someone like you, who treats men as playthings, comprehend true love? If you didn't use your charm techniques, I doubt any man would sacrifice for you. I hear you recently overturned the Sawyer dynasty for a youth. Are you tired of proper cultivators and want to toy with a genius youth?" Dean retorted fiercely. Previously, he wouldn't dare speak so bluntly, but now he held various trump cards. If his realm reached grand perfection of solar deity, he wouldn't need to fear Rosalie. "Don't tell me what to do." Rosalie snarled, still furious over Lawrence. "And why do you care about me and Wei? After pursuing me for so many years, today we will settle this." Dean quickly opened the incense burner and swallowed the blue flame, his cultivation rapidly ascending. Solar deity 7th rank, solar deity 8th rank, solar deity 9th rank, grand perfection of solar deity. Huey burst into the grand perfection of solar deity realm, matching Rosalie who had activated the union formation. Blue flames continuously emerged from Dean's mouth and nostrils, giving him an aura of demonic power, as if emerging from the underworld to exact vengeance. "Don't think reaching grand perfection of solar deity makes us equals. You're far behind, little boy," Rosalie shouted, charging forward with her shadow stinger, using speed to cut through the blue flame shield Dean formed. This was Dean's first time achieving grand perfection of solar deity. He was unfamiliar with many techniques, essentially stranger to this realm. However, Rosalie had already attained grand perfection of solar deity through the union formation and practiced extensively. Huey's mastery was far superior to Dean. So in comparison, Dean was like a punching bag under Rosalie's assault. Is this all of Dean's trump cards? At the same realm, he can't possibly match Rosalie, who has experienced this realm multiple times. Spectators with keen eyes could barely follow the battle between Dean and Rosalie, commenting on the scene. Do they not realize that this might be all Dean has? Even at the same realm, it's unlikely he can win. Not yet. Look at what he's taking out now. Chapter 140. Rosalie receives support from the Orthodox sects. If Dean's only trump card was the blue Inferno incense burner, he wouldn't dare to be so arrogant in front of Rosalie. Even onlookers knew that a newly ascended Xiuxian great perfection cultivator couldn't contend with Rosalie. How could Dean not know this? Huey didn't just have one trump card. His cards were a series of escalating moves. Only after swallowing the blue Inferno flame could he use his second card. Under Rosalie's intense attack, Dean produced a talisman. It was an old, yellowed piece of parchment covered in red characters. Dean pasted the talisman onto his forehead, and behind him appeared a massive shadowy figure, writhing as if in excruciating pain and howling. What is this? Many cultivators present couldn't identify the talisman, sensing its profound malevolence, but not knowing its exact nature or function. All they knew was that Dean wouldn't resort to something trivial when he was fighting for his life. He would only use a desperate relic that could turn the tide. Hearing the puzzled questions, more knowledgeable cultivators fell into contemplation. They finally found similar descriptions in their readings and exclaimed in bewilderment. This talisman, it looks eerily like something from the Evil Master sect. Evil Master sect? That notorious sect? Isn't it supposed to have been eradicated by Orthodox cultivators over 1,000 years ago? Its relics can still exist? The rumors about imprisoning cultivators' divine souls and talismans for millennia, are they true? A soul can be imprisoned outside the body? Horrifying. Just hearing about it makes my blood run cold. At the time, the Evil Master sect killed Orthodox cultivators and used their divine souls to empower their disciples, eventually inciting widespread outrage and leading to their complete annihilation. Every member was massacred, all their techniques and artifacts destroyed. Yet Dean has retained one such talisman? Bert Taoist from Immortal Origin Mountain expressed his shock aloud. Huey had an interest in obscure historical texts and knew something about the Evil Master sect. Yes, Bert Dao is right. If I'm not mistaken, the Evil Master sect specialized in... Before the learned cultivator could finish, a thunderous boom erupted. Dean unsheathed his sword. After pasting the dark red character-covered talisman on his forehead, a tormented shadow appeared behind Dean, mimicking his movements exactly. The shadow struggled violently, wildly brandishing its sword, breaking through Rosalie's assault with a single strike, sending her flying into the mountain wall of the free and easy grotto. Thump. The onlooking cultivators swallowed hard in unison, unsure what had transpired except that Rosalie, who had been dominating the fight, was now flung away. Suddenly, hundreds of cultivators inside the free and easy grotto bowed down to Dean. Leading them was a cultivator at the tribulation transcending stage, wielding a massive sword. His sect wasn't insignificant either. It was Mingjian sect, a true school of extreme swordsmanship. Unlike many cultivators who merely use swords as weapons, the Mingjian sect pursued the pinnacle of swordsmanship. Most cultivators chose swords because their straight form resonated well with the pure-hearted orthodox practitioners, making them easier to wield. Moreover, wielding a sword looked cool, which was why most cultivators preferred them. But how many truly explored the depths of sword art? Mingjian sect dedicated itself to mastering the highest echelons of swordsmanship. Despite not having exceptionally high realms, their disciples were formidable in combat. They believed in perfecting one technique over 100 years instead of pursuing new weapons. The founder of Mingjian sect, Xander, was not initially a cultivation prodigy but a master swordsman. Before entering the cultivation world, he was already his country's sword saint, having reached unparalleled heights in swordsmanship. Realizing no mortal could match him, Xander turned his sights to the cultivation world, challenging powerful cultivators. Initially, everyone thought his behavior suicidal, yet he defeated numerous cultivators, leaving none daring to seek vengeance. Thus, Xander founded the Mingjian sect, officially entering the cultivation world. It's said he once challenged and defeated a tribulation transcending cultivator despite having no realm himself. Later research suggested he indeed had a realm, just not defined by mainstream standards. Regardless, he earned the title Sword Saint, celebrated for pushing swordsmanship to its limits. However, Xander disappeared suddenly, and no one knew where he went. Unexpectedly, his image now appeared in the evil master sect's talisman, indicating he had long been murdered and ensnared within. One generation's patriarch, your divine soul has been imprisoned for a millennium. This disciple is powerless. I cannot save you. The current patriarch of Mingjian sect sobbed uncontrollably on the ground, devastated by seeing their founding ancestor suffer. Over a millennium, Mingjian sect had grown strong, balancing cultivation realms with swordsmanship, gaining respect among orthodox sections. Yet they felt helpless, witnessing their founder's torment without being able to intervene. Their eyes then turned to Rosalie, hoping she could win. Dean's actions had enraged everyone, especially using the evil master sect's relics. Even orthodox cultivators now wished for Rosalie's victory. Rosalie, destroy this evil talisman, and our Mingjian sect will forever support you. Go, Rosalie, vindicate us. Whoa, I've fallen for the demon empress Rosalie, she's so awesome. Mingjian sect's disciples cheered loudly. Rosalie emerged from the stone wall, twirling the bee shadow stinger in her hand before charging again, only to be knocked back by Dean's sword once more. Dean was previously only superficially powerful at the Xiuxian Great Perfection realm. Now, he possessed the sword Saint Xander's mastery and insights. Imagine a cultivator at Xiuxian Great Perfection wielding the power of a sword saint. How terrifying. Huey effortlessly countered Rosalie's attacks, gradually weakening her momentum. Everyone held their breath. Was Rosalie about to lose? Chapter 141. Is Rosalie weak? After Dean applied the talisman, it was as if he provided Xander with a realm while Xander offered him the utmost understanding of swordsmanship. Presently, Xander harbored intense hatred for all things. Being imprisoned for a millennium would certainly turn anyone's heart to hate this world deeply. Therefore, each move from Xander was lethal. Each strike carried killing intent. If not for Rosalie's exceptional dodging skills, she would have been pierced by Dean many times over. She transformed into shadows, continuously entangling Dean. In the impression of most cultivators, Rosalie was a bewitching woman who enchanted all, but when it came to practical combat ability, many cultivators would shake their heads. Was Rosalie truly weak? Any cultivator who had crossed swords with her would vehemently deny such a notion. Not only was Rosalie not weak, but her combat prowess far surpassed her peers within the same realm. Why did Dean, being at the same realm, never dare to retaliate even after being hunted by Rosalie for years? Was it because he felt guilty and hence dared not make a move? No, it was simply because he could not win against Rosalie. And remember, Dean was the top newcomer in the Cloud Peak sect swordsmanship competition back then. At that time, almost all young talents attended the Grand Assembly, yet Dean stood out. This exceptionally talented Dean still found himself being relentlessly pursued by Rosalie. It should be noted that Rosalie was not using the blissful array during her pursuit, staying at the 6th layer of Xiuxian realm, on par with Dean. However, even the gifted cultivator Dean could only turn and flee. Once, he barely escaped death because he didn't run fast enough. Rosalie's combat capabilities were evident. Even when she was at peak Xiuxian, she dared to confront the rainbow-devouring python, Sally, confident of her own strength. She not only mastered supreme enchantment techniques but also possessed 2 secret arts, shadows, and toxins. When she turned into shadows, her sudden attacks were unpredictable and difficult to guard against. Since birth, everyone's shadow is the most loyal companion, but the moment it betrays, it brings shock and fear. At this moment, Rosalie's lower body completely transformed into shadow-like water, always merging with Dean's shadow, continuously attacking him. If she could land one hit, her potent poison would come into play. The venom from the nether Huial tyrant flower coated on her stinger bee shadow was lethal even to Xiuxian cultivators. However, Rosalie hadn't managed to injure Dean yet. Each time she appeared, she was always met with Dean's sword, each slash heavy and powerful. Moreover, his sword seemed to carry some sort of heavenly will, making it impossible for Rosalie to dodge. Each clash forced her to take Dean's strikes head-on. This isn't good. Rosalie excels in entanglement and surprise attacks. Watching her offensive moves chills my bones. Yet Dean can intercept every single attack accurately and counter with heavy strikes. Some cultivators noticed the rapidly shifting attack and defense patterns between Rosalie and Dean. Despite appearing to be under relentless attack, Rosalie had made little progress and suffered considerable injuries. They might not lose. You may not know how terrifying cultivators specializing in shadow arts are. Their methods far exceed our imagination. They are killers lurking in darkness. Other cultivators watched Rosalie's elusive movements closely, offering insights based on their deep understanding of her. After all, living daily within the free and easy grotto, one naturally becomes well acquainted with others. Information about Rosalie was openly priced within the grotto. After all, who wouldn't want a tall, charming partner? Cough, getting off topic. In summary, the deeper the cultivators knew Rosalie, the more they realized her complexity. Shadow techniques were rare in the world, not due to insufficient power, but because they were extremely difficult to cultivate. One needed to start training in shadow techniques from a very young age, and there were very few such techniques available today. The cultivation process was slow and painful, requiring practitioners to hide their entire bodies within shadows, enduring unimaginable torment. It was akin to dissolving a person in a pool of black water, enduring both pain and the terror of darkness. If someone lacked sufficient mental fortitude, they would surely break. Many cultivators couldn't even bear immersing a single finger into a shadow. Cultivators sought freedom on the Great Path. Few would willingly endure such hardship. Furthermore, cultivators specializing in shadow techniques experienced much slower realm advancement. They were accustomed to blending into shadows, which differed from other cultivation methods. Unlike others who sensed spiritual energy from starlight or nature, shadows belonged to oneself and could not sense external energies. Thus, such cultivators either relied on vast sects or found ways to draw cultivation energy, just like Rosalie. Apart from Rosalie, no cultivator specializing in shadows had reached the xiuxian realm, so outsiders underestimated her strength. Yet, legends claimed that Rosalie, at the initial stage of transcending calamity, had already trapped and killed a late-stage transcending calamity cultivator using her elusive shadow technique. Such sudden, deadly threats were nearly impossible to defend against. Once Rosalie hits Dean even once, the toxins from the Stinger Bee shadow will surely bring his downfall. Too many righteous adepts have fallen victim to this infamous weapon. A cultivator continued to highlight Rosalie's formidable abilities. This reassurance bolstered their confidence, giving them hope. If Rosalie lost, Dean could still hold onto his wicked talisman and proceed to massacre cultivators. Inside the grotto, cultivators were maintaining war soul puppets. If attacked by a peak xiuxian cultivator, they would have no chance to escape. I know that the Stinger Bee shadow is coated with the nether huial tyrant flower's venom. This flower, originating from the netherworld, is extremely toxic, blossoming deep within the miasma swamp where the most poisonous creatures live. Even minor bugs could kill an early hidden stage cultivator in one bite. But around the nether huial tyrant flower, no insects survive. Do you know why? An erudite cultivator paused, piquing everyone's curiosity. Why? Because the toxicity of the nether huial tyrant flower is too strong. Even creatures in the miasma swamp cannot tolerate it. Transcending calamity cultivators die from poisoning within 100 meters. I wonder what means Rosalie used to obtain this world's deadliest substance and forge it into a weapon. Scary, truly scary. The cultivator sighed, shaking his head. Everyone marveled at Rosalie's incredible strength. Suddenly, Rosalie was slashed out of her shadow form, revealing herself entirely. Dean followed up with a roar, sword breaking through the clouds. Chapter 142. A sword flash. Alas, I understand underdog victories too well. Though Rosalie was formidable, Dean, endowed with Xander's comprehension of the way of the sword, was even stronger. Or rather, it wasn't that Dean had inherited Xander's understanding of swordsmanship. Instead, it was Xander who possessed the power of a fully realized xiuxian realm and an unrelenting heart filled with vengeful fury. This made him have extreme killing intent towards everything he saw. Xander could slay cultivators across realms many years ago, his peerless sword skills earning him the honorific Sword Saint, a title that countless skilled swordsmen dared not claim for themselves. It showcased just how ridiculously powerful Xander's combat abilities were. Defeating Rosalie came as a surprise, but was also to be expected. Rosalie was heavily suppressed by Xander, whose secret arts relied on being unpredictable and elusive, precisely what Xander feared the least. With a sword in his heart, the entire area became his absolute domain. Xander had already cultivated his own sword realm. Any attack within this domain would provoke an overwhelmingly strong counterattack from him. The stronger the attack, the fiercer the retaliation. In his early days of practicing swordsmanship, Xander used an iron sword to cut falling leaves during both scorching summers and bitter winters, never ceasing his training. After 3 years, he could split each leaf into 4 pieces, but still unsatisfied, he switched to a blunt, edgeless sword. For 5 years under a gigantic banyan tree, he practiced cutting falling leaves. Eventually, each leaf split into 8 pieces. Ordinary people marveled at this feat, yet Xander sought greater mastery, continually using duller swords until one day, without a sword in hand, he could shatter leaves completely. Only then did he emerge from seclusion to face the world, leaving the banyan tree bereft of its leaves. Therefore, Xander had long cultivated his sword realm, making Rosalie's attacks impossible to land. No matter how stealthy she was, Xander could predict her movements and strike down with a heavy sword blow like a mountain collapsing. A sword saint's sword isn't easy to intercept. In their final confrontation, Rosalie was visibly weakened, flying backward after receiving a blow and unable to rise for several breaths. Xander wouldn't miss such an opportunity to kill his opponent, with Dean's shadow persistently urging him to finish her off. Thus, Dean rushed forward, and Xander's shadow used Dean's strongest sword technique, breaking Cloud Huevenward. This was the same sword move that once cleaved through the great formation at Cloud Hueven Mountain, self-created by Dean and infused with his desire for vengeance, now combining with Xander's vengeful spirit, making it perfectly fitting. The sword slash burst forth with overwhelming force, the sword light resembling a rainbow. Grandmaster Xander, she was trying to save you? Alas, we are useless disciples, useless. Mingjian sect cultivators cried in despair. To them, Rosalie died for them, while the very person they wanted to save, the Grandmaster, had become her killer. They understood the strength of this strike had surpassed what even a fully realized xiuxian cultivator could endure. Regardless of Rosalie's skill and concealment, she couldn't evade this sword. Describing this sword as a flash of grace, it transcended the mortal realm, reaching heights that even deities would marvel at. Had Xander not died, He might have reached this level when fully perfected in the Yangshan realm, illustrating the terrifying extent of his capabilities. With human strength seeking to vanquish immortals, alas, he had perished. Executing this move wasn't entirely Xander but primarily Dean. As Dean unleashed the sword, a profound sense of loss overwhelmed him. An old grudge finally coming to an end. Did he truly want Rosalie dead? It was difficult to say. He couldn't be sure. After all, Rosalie was the teacher of his wife. This sword has indeed transcended the mortal realm and entered the divine. If you hadn't died, you would certainly be a legend in the divine continent. Facing the astonishing strike, Rosalie remained unperturbed. Suddenly, she revealed something before her and shouted, "Since you're dead, lie still and stop causing trouble." She flipped the object in her hand, completely absorbing the dazzling sword light within it. Everyone held their breath, too stunned to speak. The excitement was overwhelming. Rosalie and Dean's grudge unfolded with each party revealing their ultimate cards, leading to an exhibition of remarkable swordplay. Yet, despite surpassing mortal sword techniques, it still couldn't kill Rosalie due to the object in her possession. Fuxing Mirror. The Fuxing Mirror was a celestial treasure, and quite a high-grade one at that. Previously, Rosalie had challenged Xiao cave residents relying on this mirror. Later, as a servant of Xiao cave residents, this mirror was seized by grace and awarded to cultivators as part of an event reward. No one expected that the Fuxing Mirror would return to Rosalie's hands now. The radiant sword chi circled inside the Fuxing Mirror, transforming into gray sword chi aimed back at Dean. Xander's sword art had merely transcended the human realm, but the Fuxing Mirror was inherently a celestial artifact capable of returning that devastating strike. Fuxing Mirror? You actually have it. I heard Andre died under this mirror. How could you use it if you killed Andre? Dean roared, now facing the deadly blow himself. Huey couldn't withstand it. You don't know who killed Andre? The young cultivator I played with lent me the Fuxing Mirror for a day, so I could confront Sayursher dynasty. Isn't that normal? Rosalie smiled brilliantly. The mirror wasn't given to Rosalie by grace but by Lawrence, who owned experience cards allowing temporary use of the Fuxing Mirror for a day, more than one card. Before the arrival of the enemy, Lawrence handed over the card to Rosalie, enabling her to possess the Fuxing Mirror now. An unexpected twist. So that's how it is, so that's how it is. Dean shouted, then was engulfed in sword light, emerging from it in an instant. The talisman on his forehead shattered, the last remnants of Xander dissolving along with it. Moreover, Dean coughed up blood and fell to one knee, the blue nether flame dissipating completely, looking dispirited. Behind him, an identical, equally weakened shadow appeared, signifying that his divine soul was severely damaged and attempting to flee. Dean looked pitifully close to death, leaving no chance for a comeback. The ending of this feud isn't bad either. At least I can join Lori sooner. Dean gave a tragic smile and asked, somewhat reluctantly, how did you know Xander would use my ultimate killing move? If he didn't use it and wore you down gradually, your Fuxing Mirror would be useless. Huey would definitely use your ultimate move because he always fought by leveraging weaknesses. Underdogs always seize opportunities for a decisive strike. Having fought as an underdog many times, I understand this mindset very well. Rosalie explained, ensuring Dean died with clarity. You are indeed formidable. Wisdom comes with age. I'm not that old. Rosalie prepared to strike. She had suffered severe injuries as well. Taking a sword saint's blow head-on wasn't easy. As she moved to kill Dean, a sudden bloody glow approached from behind her. Hashtag chapter 143. The immortal cord takes personal action. A streak of crimson light shot towards Rosalie from behind. At this moment, Rosalie was already gravely injured with almost no spiritual energy left. Someone chose to ambush her at this critical juncture. Hold on, this crimson light looks fierce, but it's only at the chi condensation stage in terms of aura. What kind of threat can it pose? Some cultivators sensed that the aura contained within the crimson light was merely at the chi condensation stage. They turned around and saw that the crimson light was emitted by Ted, the eighth warrior among the heroic spirits. Ted was a notorious evil cultivator who had achieved his cultivation through slaughter and honed his skills through combat. Initially, he was just an ordinary evil cultivator, albeit with a brutal temperament. Any cultivator who lost to him would meet their end without exception. However, at that time, Ted wasn't overly bloodthirsty. Given the conflict between righteous and evil factions, if a malevolent cultivator were defeated by a righteous one, they'd most likely die anyway. But one day, Ted found a set of armor. After donning it, his strength skyrocketed like a rocket, easily allowing him to challenge cultivators far above his level as easily as drinking water. Moreover, Ted became exceedingly bloodthirsty. Once, a sect received his challenge but ignored it. Later, Ted visited them personally and wiped out the entire sect, leaving no trace, exemplifying the concept of complete extermination. Whenever cultivators encountered Ted, they fled at the sight of him, yet he remained undeterred, always managing to catch up with some unfortunate ones and eliminate them on the spot. Due to his high-profile actions, righteous grandmasters wouldn't stand idly by. They repeatedly organized attacks against Ted, but the more they tried to suppress him, the stronger he became. Eventually, 10 Yangshan Grand Perfection cultivators united to intercept and kill Ted, but he retreated into the Azure Dark Hall. Forcing his death would trigger another righteous malevolent war, so the matter was left unresolved. Nonetheless, anytime Ted appeared, vengeful cultivators kept coming after him. Yet those who survived were the ones who had fallen deep into the path of bloodlust, including Ted himself. Notably, among the vengeful cultivators were those who had reached the Yangshan Grand Perfection stage. Yet Ted still dominated, showcasing his formidable power. As for why Ted was so powerful, even righteous cultivators couldn't understand, given the myriad methods demonic cultivators could use to enhance their combat prowess, which made it hard to fathom. However, despite his combat strength far exceeding Dean's, being suppressed to the chi condensation stage, Ted actually launched an ambush on Rosalie with his limited power. Was he underestimating Rosalie, or the Yangshan stage? Himph, you think a chi condensation attack can harm me? Rosalie sneered, intending to disperse the incoming crimson light with a wave of her hand. As a Xiuxian stage cultivator, dispersing a qi condensation attack should have been effortless. She could have blown it away with just a breath. But like many cultivators, Rosalie underestimated the situation. She didn't anticipate that a qi condensation cultivator, regardless of talent, could unleash such a fierce attack. This crimson slash was too powerful. Despite her efforts, Rosalie failed to disperse the crimson light. In haste, she constructed the simplest spiritual defense, but before her body could retreat into the shadows, she was struck directly, rolling back several times and landing on the ground. When she managed to get up again, it was evident she had sustained severe internal injuries, barely able to regulate her breathing. No, not possible. A qi condensation attack actually injured Rosalie? Am I too outdated? Or has the world gone mad? How could a cultivator at the subsequent stage injure one at the ascension stage? How strong is Ted? No wonder he butchered nearly 10,000 righteous cultivators, with major sects chasing him yet unable to stop him. Just hearing his name makes righteous cultivators tremble. Shock filled the eyes of the observers. They never expected that even suppressed to the qi condensation stage, Ted could still wound a Xiuxian stage cultivator. There were other factors involved though. Rosalie was already at the end of her strength, and while the joyous union array temporarily boosted her to Xiuxian grand perfection, it severely drained her energy. Once the array ended, she would be exceptionally weak. Additionally, Rosalie had just fought Dean, forcing herself to withstand the sword Saint Xander's sword and maintain the immortal artifact mirror of Fusheng, all of which heavily taxed her both physically and spiritually. Due to exhaustion and injury, Rosalie grew negligent, leading to her falling victim to Ted's ambush. She hadn't anticipated that Ted could unleash such a powerful attack even at the qi condensation stage. Cough, cough. Ah, now I see, your cultivation stage is abnormal. You must have practiced beyond 10 layers of perfection and broken through the limit. While coughing and leaning against the wall to stand up, Rosalie realized that Ted's ability to transcend stages stemmed from breaking limits within his cultivation. Each stage had 10 layers, and reaching the 10th layer was called grand perfection. At this point, cultivators could break through to the next stage by continuing their practice. However, on the long path of cultivation, some eccentrics chose not to advance their stage. Instead, they forced themselves to stay at a particular stage, surpassing the 10-layer grand perfection, a feat known as breaking the limit. Breaking limits wasn't easy. Few cultivators could manage it, as staying at one stage indefinitely often led to involuntary advancement. Even if they managed to hold back, the benefits were minimal compared to advancing naturally. Thus, fewer cultivators opted for this method over time. But Ted was different. He had definitely held back his cultivation stage, advancing significantly past 10 layers, allowing him to wound Xiuxian cultivators at the qi condensation stage. Hui, suppressing my stage to qi condensation? Even immortals can't match me then. Wearing an iron mask, Ted brandished a heavy broadsword, speaking in a mechanical tone. Only then did the crowd realize that something was off with his qi condensation stage. His qi had formed a visible crimson killing aura, resembling bloody crystal amber. The issue isn't just his stage, it's his iron armor. Notice the blood patterns flowing on his armor. This is the cursed blood general armor. One observant cultivator identified the armor, showing signs of terror. The cultivators from various regions within the immortal manor had diverse knowledge. Some were fascinated by weapons, others by rare beasts, and some by historical oddities. It was natural that someone recognized Ted's armor. The blood general's iron armor? So, it really exists? What's that? Most cultivators were unfamiliar with this armor, looking puzzled. There's no time to explain. In short, this armor allows him to condense the blood qi of those he kills into his cultivation stage. Given Ted's penchant for killing, his qi condensation stage might exceed 5,000 layers. Look, he's about to kill Rosalie. If he succeeds, no one can stop him. That discerning cultivator shouted, drawing the attention of everyone. They watched as Ted raised his blade like a merciless executioner ready to slaughter an innocent girl. All hope is lost. No one can help. The cultivators thought helplessly, as each powerhouse in the immortal manor was preoccupied with their own battles, leaving none available to assist Rosalie. Even Erana were locked in battle with Xuanhuan Dili. Rosalie understood that if she couldn't hold out, she would perish here. Die. Every cultivator in this manor will be killed by me, and my blood general armor will reach the 10,000th layer of qi condensation. Ted grinned cruelly, unleashing a vicious crimson blade glow, intent on slaughtering Rosalie and everyone else in the manor. 10,000 layers of qi condensation? Interesting. Suddenly, a hand caught Ted's blade glow, followed by Cord's voice. Numerous cultivators felt an inexplicable surge of emotion. The immortal Cord had finally taken personal action. Hashtag chapter 144, thousands of layers in the qi refinement realm? That's a level from months ago. When he heard from the cultivators within his residence that Ted's qi refinement realm had reached over 5,000 layers, Cord immediately became interested. Comparing the layers of the qi refinement realm? Huey was very familiar with this. That's why, despite not intervening earlier, he suddenly took personal action against Ted, instantly neutralizing the latter's fierce attack. Cord always had perfect timing when it came to making an entrance. Halt immortal. Only now you decide to make a move? This young lady was almost bullied to death by those two filthy men. Rosalie scolded, though she was secretly touched at heart. Even someone as strong and experienced as Rosalie, who had encountered countless men, still harbored a small feminine side deep down. In times of crisis, she too wished for someone to protect her. Of course, Cord wasn't about to win her heart just yet, but he had planted a tiny seed. One of kindness, rather than malice. You are ultimately my servant in my residence, an employee of this immortal, and absolutely cannot be bullied like this. To Rosalie's surprise, Cord didn't adopt the cold demeanor he usually did. Instead, he displayed a protective, manly figure, deeply touching her. For the first time, Rosalie was genuinely moved. However, the truth was that Cord only intervened after learning that Ted's strength lay in thousands of layers within the chi refinement realm. Huey himself was at tens of thousands of layers. Why should he fear anyone? As for saving Rosalie, well, she was merely a popularity-generating machine without emotions. Leaving her in his residence would ensure daily boosts in popularity. If Rosalie ever found out what Cord really thought, she would definitely dig up that small seed of kindness and trample it into pieces. Holt immortal? Ted's expression changed. Huey hadn't expected Cord to skip participating in the immortal level battle and instead come to protect a mere servant. But the next moment, Ted's killing intent surged. What if he was an immortal? Currently, maintaining the universal equality array, Cord must also be in the chi refinement realm. As fellow cultivators in the chi refinement realm, why should Ted fear him? With his yang spirit peak understanding and the assurance of several thousand layers in the chi refinement realm, he had no fear of any immortal cultivator at the same level. Moreover, he could utilize his understanding of the yang spirit realm to differentiate his chi refinement skills, even being able to harm cultivators in the yang spirit realm. Recalling the hardships he'd endured over the years, what were immortals to him? Once, Ted was just a ruthless evil cultivator, practicing techniques that absorbed fresh blood, his cultivation not particularly high, just around the grotto concealment stage. Killing, to Ted, was as addictive as ordinary people consuming the boiling fairy powder. So-called boiling fairy powder was a powder once popular in Zhongtu, extracted from medicinal herbs, originally intended for battlefield soldiers. Later, people discovered that inhaling this powder created an euphoric sensation, mimicking the experience of ascending to immortality. Thus, it was named boiling fairy powder. It became popular in many countries and sects. However, this powder was highly addictive. One taste, and one could never break free from its allure. Those who tried to quit resorted to drastic measures, stabbing themselves to resist the temptation, but most disappeared without a trace. When their neighbors eventually checked, they found these individuals with flesh stripped from their legs, still lying by the bed with traces of white powder around their mouths and noses. The addictiveness of boiling fairy powder was evident, but Ted's addiction to killing far surpassed it, tenfold. Due to his insatiable thirst for slaughter, Ted was hunted and fell off a cliff, breaking numerous bones, and having his dantian destroyed. Huey thought he was doomed. Yet, the murderous Ted detected a stronger scent of blood, a scent not from a cliff but seemingly from a sea of blood. At the bottom of the cliff was an unnamed cave where a rusty black armor was enshrined. Drawn by the blood aura radiating from the armor, Ted approached and learned the history of its owner. The armor belonged to a general who had conquered the four seas, loved fighting fiercely in bloody battles, and served his nation faithfully. Huey was known as Blood General externally, but Blood General harbored a secret. Internally, he was brutally sadistic, enjoying the pleasure of slaughtering others. As he aged and peace prevailed in the land, Blood General, unable to suppress his killing intent, gathered all his subordinates scattered across the country, killed them using an ancient array hidden for years, and imbued their blood into his armor. And more significantly, knowing his time was limited, Blood General infused his soul into the rusty armor. Thus, a unique evil artifact was born. Since Blood General was only in the chi refinement realm during his later years, this armor's primary function was simple, to help cultivators easily break through the chi refinement stage's 10th layer. The more people it killed, the more blood it accumulated, increasing its layers and enhancing its power. This evil armor, encountering Ted, who was naturally cruel and bloodthirsty, seemed perfectly matched. Ted donned the Blood General's armor, regaining his life and drastically increasing his power. His character grew even more brutal, wiping out entire sects as easily as brushing off dirt. Accumulating killings over the years brought his chi refinement realm to an astonishing several thousand layers. Among peers in the chi refinement realm, Ted believed he could match anyone, even immortal realm cultivators. Therefore, facing Cord, Ted felt no fear and launched an attack preemptively. Blood Moon Blade Slash. A metallic sound emanated from Ted's body as his large sword emitted endless bloodlight, slashing towards Cord. This momentum, a chi refinement cultivator showing such power already surpasses when Holt Immortal restrained Rosalie. Terrifying, truly terrifying. With one slash, even a grotto concealment cultivator could be instantly killed. Why isn't Holt Immortal advancing in cultivation? Is he still resisting Ted in the chi refinement realm? The surrounding cultivators showed signs of worry. Previously, Cord had indeed demonstrated high-layer chi refinement prowess. At that time, Rosalie, suppressed to the chi refinement realm, attempted to sneak attack him but was subdued. Back then, Cord showcased significant chi refinement power. However, Ted's current momentum was even fiercer. Facing Ted's attack, Cord smiled. Wasn't this just the level he was at months ago? Why was Ted so proud of it? Months ago, yes, Cord was at a few thousand layers in the chi refinement realm, but now, he was at tens of thousands of layers. They weren't even on the same scale. Soon enough, Ted would know the vast gap between them. Hashtag chapter 145. They say you're indestructible? Under the watchful eyes of everyone, Cord simply extended one hand and gently waved it in midair towards Ted. Boom, boom, boom. An invisible spiritual force hurricane swept through the grotto, appearing semi-transparent, instantly obliterating all the bloodlight that Ted had condensed, pinning him to the ground where he couldn't move an inch. Silence. Complete silence. The cultivators inside the grotto were struck speechless. The room was as silent as a graveyard. Just moments ago, they had been passionately discussing how powerful Ted was, insisting that even immortal Cord might not be his match while still at the chi condensation stage. For by demonstrated skill alone, Ted had surpassed the earlier version of immortal Cord. But with a single move from Cord, he proved his immortal level prowess. What good were the thousands of layers of chi condensation? What use was his demonic iron armor? Huey would still be pinned to the ground, and it was this kind of overwhelming pressure that left the cultivators in the grotto utterly stunned. Because just before Cord made his move, Ted was about to slay Rosalie. Rosalie's battle with Dean had deeply impressed the cultivators, who already thought she was formidable. Yet, she was nearly killed by Ted's ambush and almost met her demise. So if Ted was even more terrifying, and yet Cord could defeat him so easily, this was the power of an immortal. After a long pause, the cultivators finally regained their composure. They looked up at Cord in awe and exclaimed, "Immortal Cord, you truly possess immortal-level strength. It's so strong, unbelievably strong. No fancy techniques or methods, just pure dominance. The purest domination. This is immortal Cord. Jetty pales in comparison. We haven't backed the wrong person. A true cultivator should be as powerful as immortal Cord. Only with such might can one traverse the world fearlessly, worthy of the name freedom." The cultivators lavished genuine praise upon Cord, especially those with deep-seated grudges against Ted. They felt as though their long-standing enmity had finally been avenged. They knelt before Cord, their faces wet with tears, and continued, "Thank you, immortal Cord, for eliminating evil and upholding justice on our behalf. I shall kneel and thank immortal Cord. From now on, anyone who dares to question the merits of Cord's grotto will receive a slap without further ado." Ted, this demon, finally got what he deserved. Immortal Cord, by killing him, has avenged countless righteous cultivators. Many righteous cultivators implored Cord to kill Ted. Visibly moved by emotion, Cord remained silent. Huey didn't consider himself a righteous cultivator, and he had no prior grievances with Ted. In fact, he had no reason to kill him. But Ted had stormed into Cord's grotto and intended to destroy his home. That was reason enough. Thus, Cord's hand again pressed down from a distance, releasing a vast, boundless spiritual force that aimed straight for Ted's head, ready to crush it. "Ha ha ha, wanna kill me? Do you think it's that easy?" Ted burst into maniacal laughter, looking quite arrogant, as if he hadn't suffered any damage. "As long as I wear this iron armor, no one can kill me, not even Jetty. Is that so?" Cord narrowed his eyes and increased the pressure. Indeed, as Ted claimed, he couldn't seem to shatter this metal canister. Although he could pin him to the ground like a dead fish, to end his life seemed to require breaking the turtle shell first. "Wait, I heard that once Isidore's iron armor is worn, it cannot be removed. But it also merges with its host. One cannot kill the wearer unless the armor is stripped off." The cultivator who had identified the armor's origin immediately added. This surprised Cord. This armor had such capabilities? Once worn, it could not be removed, yet granted its wearer immortality? Undying, many cultivators dreamt of this, but achieving it through endless slaughter and basking in bloodshed was something few would desire. Ted's strength comes from this armor. To remove it, one must conquer the Isidore within the blood array. But after years of nurturing, the Isidore possesses a realm beyond chi condensation, making it extremely difficult to enter the armor's world and conquer it. This cultivator sighed heavily. His friend's sect had been destroyed by Ted, prompting his thorough investigation into Ted's past. Regarding Isidore's iron armor, Ted wasn't its first owner, so there was some traceable history. Isidore's armor has a blood array. If a cultivator cannot defeat Isidore within this array, the armor cannot be removed, thus preventing the death of Ted. Blood array? So we need to conquer Isidore within it? Someone asked curiously. How easy do you think that is? The blood array is forged by tens of thousands of military souls. Even an immortal can't break through it forcibly. To defeat Isidore within, one must abide by his rules, and when using only chi condensation realm techniques. After years of nurturing by Ted, Isidore's realm far exceeds limits, reaching peak excellence. The cultivator roared back, having found this information after much searching in ancient records. At the chi condensation realm, wouldn't that mean immortal Cord? A cultivator suddenly muttered, and everyone else fell silent. The cultivators remembered the strength Cord had displayed at the chi condensation stage. Before Cord, none of them had ever imagined chi condensation could be so formidable. If Cord unleashed his full strength, advancing through later xiuxian, prior xiuxian and beyond, how terrifying would he be? Even the cultivators dared not contemplate it. Not only the cultivators, but Ted's face stiffened too. Huey never thought someone would know the secret of the blood array. Blood array, Isidore? Interesting. Is this how it works? Cord squeezed a drop of blood from his fingertip and pressed it against the iron armor. Looking at the rust on the armor, Cord had a peculiar thought. Would wearing this thing daily lead to tetanus? When the blood droplet touched the iron armor, a translucent, blood-colored shadow emerged, roaring wildly. Who dares activate the blood array? Do you dare challenge this old man? Come and die. Chapter 146. Is this what the heroic spirit warrior can do? The blood array is a formation cast by Isidore, using the essence of hundreds of thousands of soldiers on his iron armor. It is an extremely sinister formation that even immortals must follow its rules. Soldiers do not venerate gods or fear immortals. They possess souls of iron and blood. The rule of the blood array is simple. If one can defeat Isidore at the chi condensation stage within the array, it counts as a win. When Isidore imbued his soul into the armor, he only possessed the strength of the chi condensation stage. Neither side can leave the blood array until a winner is decided. In the past, no cultivator who challenged the blood array managed to escape alive. Either they were killed by Isidore and became nutrients for the iron armor, or they turned into emotionless killing machines like Dale. However, all cultivators before Dale went mad due to excessive killings and ended up committing suicide. Yes, others couldn't kill them. If they sought liberation, they could only end their lives themselves. Regardless of their realm, most cultivators find it difficult to adapt when suddenly demoted to the chi condensation stage. Combined with the high levels of the chi condensation stage within the blood array, no cultivator had ever defeated Isidore in the array over the years. But today is different. Cord doesn't have anything particularly outstanding except for his exceptionally high level of chi condensation. If it was a cross-realm battle, he wouldn't know his own limits. But against someone of the same realm, Cord believed no postnatal cultivator could match his 50,000 level chi condensation. As the blood array unfolded, the cultivators focused on the two figures within. Isidore appeared emaciated, holding a crescent moon saber, his entire body blood red. Huey beckoned Cord forward. Old man has killed more than 10,000 cultivators in this blood array. That you dare activate it yourself speaks volumes. To be fair, I'll let you strike first. Isidore was arrogant because for so many years, every cultivator he encountered was only at the 10th level of chi condensation. A normal cultivator simply couldn't accumulate several hundred levels. Thus, Isidore remained undefeated and built immense confidence. Really let me hit you? Cord's face showed amusement. Hit me already, don't dilly-dally. You're about to be another notch on my blade anyway. Isidore, emboldened by years of victories, had reached several thousand levels of chi condensation through the efforts of Dale. Huey felt living in this peculiar way was still a pursuit of the Tao. You heard him. He asked me to hit him. Never met such a strange request. Cord shrugged and struck out, sending a powerful punch toward the general. The other cultivators inside the immortal cave watched in complex emotions. Isidore was truly courting his own demise. Cord's chi condensation was indeed unlike any other cultivators. A loud boom echoed as Cord's punch shattered Isidore's shadow and broke through the blood array, creating a violent gust of wind in the cave that blew straight out. At the entrance stood Jetty, who blocked the attack, turning pale and secretly withdrawing his hand. One of his fingers bent unnaturally. Seeing Jetty calmly block the attack, Cord thought to himself, so, my regular punch can't hurt an immortal. Wonder if my serious punch will fare better. Ignoring Jetty, the broken blood array caused the iron armor to fall from Dale, reducing him to just a typical chi condensation cultivator, though with profound understanding at the peak of Yangshan. Dale then saw cultivators, some of whom harbored enmity towards him, approach with grim faces. They stared intently but didn't act, remembering the rules of the immortal cave. No fighting within. Please, Lord Cord, do justice for us. One cultivator knelt and pleaded. These proud cultivators, who once scorned the world, now sincerely respected Cord after being convinced by his actions. Please, Lord Cord, do justice for us. Please, immortal, judge for us. In that moment, Cord seemed to embody righteousness, eliminating demons and protecting the people. After a moment of silence, Cord spoke slowly. I have no grudge against Dale, nor am I part of the righteous path. Hearing this, the righteous cultivator's hearts sank. But Dale and his gang violated my immortal cave, disobeyed the rules, and attempted to seize it. No matter how far, punishment must be carried out. With that, Cord killed Dale with a wave of his hand, leaving nothing behind, a grisly death. The righteous cultivators, first stunned, then overjoyed, especially those with grievances against Dale, thanked Cord with tears, swearing to serve him for life. Meanwhile, seeing Dale's miserable end, Jetty realized the situation was dire. Huey struggled to maintain the equalizing formation while fending off the battle soul puppets. The other three immortals, held back by the seven-colored swallowing python, were also powerless to launch an assault. After all, these three were mere projections. They had assumed a peak Yangshan spirit warrior would easily flatten the immortal cave, yet it proved formidable. Even without the equalizing formations effect, a peak Yangshan cultivator couldn't breach it. Dale's death disrupted the delicate balance, leaving Cord free to deal with the remaining Yangshan cultivators. Jetty knew firsthand Cord's incomprehensible strength. Fight to the death? Burn my lifespan to fight. This thought crossed his mind. Suddenly, a voice came from above the cave, followed by a refined old man descending, holding a small shovel for planting flowers, with a gourd for watering tied around his waist. Jetty nearly dropped his jaw in shock. This was an immortal. They fought fiercely but failed to draw out an immortal from the immortal cave. Why continue the attack? Shouldn't they flee? Don't panic. It's just a strand of Lynette's immortal soul. It can't do much, Jetty reassured himself. Old Adelia, seeking closeness with Cord again? I should study the formations together. Another voice rang out as a dark-skinned immortal joined, nearly making Jetty spit blood. Lynette and Abdul here? Isn't this too ridiculous? Why didn't Cord reveal them earlier? Why put everyone through this humiliation? Retreat. We must retreat. Jetty issued the order. With two immortals present, they had no chance of capturing the cave. Haha, the Azure Dark Hall's spirit warriors are fleeing? Really? Lynette and Abdul are just residents of the second floor. There are 9 floors in the immortal cave. Some cultivators mocked Jetty, something they'd never imagined doing. Yet under Cord's protection, their fear of higher realms diminished. What's the big deal about immortals? As long as I stay inside the immortal cave, they can't touch me. Many cultivators couldn't help thinking this. Sensing the enemy's wavering resolve, Cord decided to finish them off. Retreat? My immortal cave isn't a place you can enter and leave as you please. The crowd gasped, wondering if Cord intended to force the 4 immortals to stay. Had the methods of the immortal become so terrifying? Chapter 147. Time-Eremited New Event. A new immortal level opportunity. No one expected Cord to boldly demand that the heroic warriors of the Azure Dark Hall stay behind. After all, they had 4 immortals among them. For immortals, throughout the entire Divine Land, this force could be considered top tier, capable of easily breaching established major powers like Immortal Adelian Mountain. If classified according to the gaming hierarchy from Cord's previous life, for immortals plus 8 perfected Yangshan realm cultivators amounted to an extraordinary master-level force, easily overpowering diamond-class forces without breaking a sweat. Yet, this formidable force found itself floundering at the Xiaoyo Grotto, barely able to escape, let alone flee. Retreat. Jetty grimly forced out this single word. Huey knew further entanglement would lead nowhere. Once Lynette and Fengxian's soul joined the fray, the tide would turn overwhelmingly against them. I said, you will all stay. Cord thundered, extending his hands toward the suppressed heroic warriors, intending to confine all these perfected Yangshan cultivators within the Xiaoyo Grotto. Escape first. Jetty roared, hurling the Erenfi death chessboard. Blue nether flames burned fiercely upon it, resisting the equality for all array. Huey realized that relying solely on the strength of perfected Xiuxian cultivators, they could not break out of this grotto. An immortal-grade grotto, possibly even one of the highest tier. Terrifying to this degree. Even if controlled by a mere breath condensation stage grotto spirit, it could subdue perfected Xiuxian cultivators, which was simply unbelievable. But Jetty couldn't understand why the cultivators inside the Xiaoyo grotto didn't know how horrifying this place was. With Cord's intentions, these cultivators would die in breaths within the grotto. Such a terrifying place. How did the cultivators remain united and fight back? Putting aside Jetty's complex thoughts, the Yongshan realm heroic warriors instantly recovered their strength, turning back only to see Jetty desperately maintaining the Erenfi death chessboard. They immediately understood he was struggling so they could escape. Escape now, we can reconsider capturing the Xiaoyo grotto later. Get out first, or else Elderate and Abdulxian's fates will be your examples. We should scatter to escape. Perhaps even the immortal Cord can't stop us all. The perfected Yongshan cultivators immediately scattered. Cord didn't even try to stop them. Without the effects of the equality for all array, even Cord couldn't hold back perfected Yongshan cultivators. He was just a small breath condensation grotto spirit. However, Cord's gaze lingered on an object, contemplating how to claim it. They are trying to escape. Stop them. The two elders of Jalamb Holy Land, Arwen, and immortal Adelian Mountain's honor, fiercely pursued them. The fleeing heroic warriors became even more frantic. If captured, they wouldn't have any chance to escape. Wait, take me with you. Erenang Juan, battered and bruised, let out a desperate roar. Earlier beaten half-dead by Rosalie, he couldn't even fly now, becoming a sacrifice left within the Xiaoyo grotto. Erenang Juan, we'll regroup outside the grotto. A perfected Yongshan warrior responded, leaving Erenang Juan utterly helpless. How could he get out? Watching the perfected Yongshan cultivators continuously escape the grotto, Cord remained silent, not attempting to stop them. Huey subtly gestured to Sally, who understood immediately, slowing down her assault on the three immortal avatars. The seven-colored sky swallowing python seems exhausted. This is our chance. I'll hold the line while you all get out. Jetty exerted all his power to maintain the defensive barrier of the Erenfi death chessboard against the equality for all array. The three immortal avatars immediately seized the opportunity to leave the Xiaoyo grotto, followed closely by the perfected Yongshan heroic warriors. Thus, their attack on the Xiaoyo grotto ended in complete failure, losing two perfected Yongshan cultivators, Erenang Juan and Abdulxian. Erenang Juan still had a chance to be saved, but Abdulxian was dead beyond recovery. Immortal Cord, Xiaoyo grotto? Huh? I will remember you both. Jetty was the last to leave, leaving a parting threat as he prepared to reclaim his Erenfi death chessboard, his birthbound treasure. Huey had used this action countless times before without any issue. However, this time, there was a slight mishap. To ensure the warrior's smooth departure, Jetty positioned himself near the exit, but the Erenfi death chessboard remained inside the grotto, countering the array. As soon as he released the chessboard's defenses to retrieve it, Sally suddenly struck, her snake tongue flicking out to engulf the Erenfi death chessboard. Foul beast, how dare you? Jetty's hair stood on end with rage. Huey never imagined the seven-colored sky swallowing python would be so bold as to swallow his weapon. The seven-colored sky swallowing python, named after its ability to devour anything, naturally had an exceptionally powerful swallowing capacity. It could consume mountains and rivers, even sun and moon. Swallowing a weapon was no big deal. But since the Erenfi death chessboard was controlled by Jetty, there was some risk involved. Cord prepared to address this risk immediately. One final blow. Cord pressed his fist to his waist, took a deep breath, then struck with all his might. A punch layered with 50,000 levels of breath condensation, aimed directly at Jetty's face. Jetty felt an overwhelming force strike him, launching him like a cannonball out of the Xiaoyo grotto. Huey flew backward at such a speed that, without his immortal-grade barrier, he might have been killed by the punch. This immortal Cord is so terrifying even at the breath condensation stage. What if he advances further? Jetty dared not contemplate it. Quickly, he tried to contact his birthbound treasure. Soon, his face showed surprise. He couldn't reach his Erenfi death chessboard. Didn't expect the Xiaoyo grotto to be so difficult to conquer. We need to discuss a strategy with the palace lord, Chandler Yang. Why do you look so troubled? The second-ranking heroic warrior asked. Huey too was an immortal, but his strength was slightly inferior to Jetty. No need for further discussion. I'm not done with this grotto yet. Jetty gritted his teeth and forced out the words. Because Erenang Juan is still inside? Huey's just a middle-stage Yongshan cultivator, easily replaceable, no need to be so concerned. No, because my weapon is left inside the Xiaoyo grotto. Jetty's face turned livid, an unimaginable disgrace. Meanwhile, inside the Xiaoyo grotto, many cultivators saw a line of golden text appear before them. To celebrate repelling our fierce adversaries for the first time, we will offer a time-limited event, 2 evenly go matches. Participate in 1 go match daily to have a chance at winning the immortal artifact, Erenfi death chessboard. This announcement left the grotto's cultivators speechless. Boss Xiaoyo was truly outrageous, snatching an immortal's artifact and turning it into an event prize. Not killing them, but thoroughly crushing their spirits. Chapter 148, Charge. Why not seize the immortal level opportunity? Silence descended upon the gathered cultivators within the cave. They dared not accept this new activity. Ordinarily, they had fewer reservations about accepting immortal level opportunities because these were usually unclaimed treasures. Possessing them wouldn't invite vengeance. However, this Erenfi death chessboard was forcibly taken from Jetty. It hadn't even been properly secured before it was put up as an opportunity for someone else to claim. Who dared to accept such a thing? Accepting this meant completely crossing paths with Jetty, and fearing being ambushed by an immortal every time they stepped out. Cultivators were not fools. They had their own considerations. Great immortal Cord, we truly dare not accept this activity. One of them finally spoke up with a bitter smile, emphasizing that while the Arenfi Death chessboard was indeed a great treasure, it was only useful if they lived to wield it. Besides, it would be hard to refine, bearing as it did the imprint of Jedi. Moreover, possessing a divine artifact they couldn't refine, and which would bring an immortal's wrath down on them. Why would they want that? Haha, you've all raised valid concerns, which I have considered. There's no need to worry about refining the item. The immortal imprint has been removed. Furthermore, I will keep the identity of the winner confidential. If there is fear of retaliation from Jedi, one can remain hidden in the cave until ascending to immortality. Cord calmly addressed their concerns. Firstly, regarding refinement, he assured them that he had already erased Jedi's immortal imprint. Secondly, concerning confidentiality, he promised absolute secrecy throughout the process, making it less likely for Jedi to find the recipient. Thirdly, for safety, if they feared Jedi's revenge, Cord could provide a residence inside the cave where the lucky cultivator could live without worries until they ascended. Addressing each concern directly, Cord struck at the heart of what the cultivators needed. Their eyes began to glint with feverish anticipation. Having witnessed the power of the Arenfi Death chessboard, they imagined the future it offered. An immortal level artifact, the ability to determine life and death, an unparalleled power. The way of Arenfi and death resonated with many cultivators, unlike the more restrictive conditions of other artifacts. Finally, one brave soul raised his voice. Since the day I embarked on the path of cultivation, I've walked against the heavens. What are immortals? Give me this immortal weapon, and one day I too shall become an immortal. I accept this activity. Xuanhuan, if the worst comes to it, I'll hide in Holt Cave forever. I don't care what happens. I accept this opportunity. Acquiring an immortal weapon could elevate my cultivation by centuries or more. How many centuries do we cultivators have? Each day is precious. I cannot pass up this chance. I will join. An immortal level opportunity. Even partial completion of the tasks yields stage rewards. I will participate. With the confirmation that the Arenfi Death chessboard could be refined, the remaining hesitations evaporated. Cultivators eagerly joined the event. Congratulations on successfully accepting the immortal level opportunity of Xuanhuan Go. By placing one chess piece daily, you can participate in a lottery for progress. Ding. Congratulations on obtaining the ultra-easy acquisition card. Progress plus 99%. Nearly ready to receive the immortal level Arenfi Death chessboard. Estimated 5 more spins to acquire. Insufficient lottery draws. Please sign in or invite friends for support. A familiar sensation overwhelmed the cultivators, tears streaming down their faces. It had begun again. This setup forced them to stay within Holt Cave, but realistically, none of them dared leave anyway, knowing that Jedi's spirit warriors might be waiting outside. Jedi, meanwhile, hadn't left. Huey was struggling to re-establish a connection with his stolen artifact. Huey couldn't fathom how his immortal mark could be erased so quickly. It's impossible. My mark can't vanish so fast. What happened? Jedi was bewildered. In truth, the answer was simple. Holt Cave was an immortal class domain, forming its own world. Once ejected from the cave, Jedi was cut off from his artifact. His immortal mark required an immortal, or more precisely, an immortal soul, to remove. Luckily, 2 immortal souls resided within Holt Cave, one being Lynette. Lynette, renowned for his expertise in immortal formations and seals, took interest in Jedi's mark. Impressed by the quality of the inscription, he effortlessly erased it in moments. Now, no matter how much effort Jedi exerted, he couldn't sense the Arenfi Death chessboard. Remember our Green Hall disciple inside the cave? Alf. Perhaps he can investigate the situation? Berkeley, the second-ranked spirit warrior, suggested. Alf, let me contact the Hall Master. Jedi retrieved a crystal from his storage ring, revealing the image of Dark Blue Hall Master. The transmission crystal allowed long-distance communication, a rare and valuable item. Hall Master, the attack on Holt Cave failed. I'd like to see Alf and gather information on the situation inside. Taking a deep breath to compose himself, Jedi avoided mentioning the loss of his artifact and instead sought to understand what was happening through Alf. Alf's mind is unclear. You may directly inhabit his body. I will impart the secret method. The Hall Master's expression revealed nothing, as though expecting failure all along. Understood. Jedi accepted the method and recited the incantation, sensing he could possess Alf. Entering his body, Jedi immediately saw golden text. To celebrate the repelling of formidable foes, we are offering the immortal level opportunity, Daily Go. Jedi felt a wave of blood rise to his throat. No sooner had he left Holt Cave than they used his Arenfi Death chessboard as an opportunity reward. Chapter 149. Participating in an event to retrieve his own immortal artifact, feeling wronged. Jedi was so furious that he felt like spitting blood. The Arenfi and Death chessboard was his life-bound magic treasure, yet it had been taken by Cord as a reward for good fortune, which was utterly outrageous. This was no ordinary immortal artifact. How could it be given away so easily? Calm down, calm down. As long as I re-establish contact with the Arenfi and Death chessboard, I can still control it and leave Cord's immortal cave. Jedi took a deep breath and began attempting to sense his life-bound magic treasure. It was refined with his own life force and bore the mark of an immortal. Unless they were worlds apart and the mark was removed by an expert in sealing formations, there should be no reason why he couldn't sense it. However, after another attempt at sensing, Jedi's expression darkened even more. Even within Cord's cave, he couldn't feel his life-bound immortal artifact. It seemed the situation had indeed worsened. Someone had taken advantage of his separation from the Arenfi and Death chessboard and erased the immortal mark. Cord's cave truly formed its own world. It was a top-tier immortal cave. Who is it? Is it that self-proclaimed immortal, Cord? Huey's still maintaining the great array of equality, remaining at the chi refinement stage, so it can't be him. In the cave, only Lynette. It must be Lynette. With his skill in observing the Tao through rain, he must excel in formation arts. Lynette, I will never forgive you. Jialan Holy Land? Just wait. A surge of anger erupted in Jedi's heart, and he directed his rage towards Jialan Holy Land. Ironically, Jialan Holy Land was quite wronged. It was truly a case of trouble falling from the sky while sitting at home. I shouldn't panic. I still have a chance. Since the errand fee and death chessboard has started this event, someone will complete it. If I control Alf's body to receive the reward, I can retrieve my errand fee and death chessboard and participate in the immortal level fortune of playing Go every day. Jetty, being an immortal, knew well that true immortals must be flexible. Now that his immortal artifact was in Cord's hands, enduring some humiliation for the event was nothing compared to the greater goal. As long as he blocked the entrance, these cultivators in the Cord's cave would remain limited. Jetty knew the patterns from previous events and understood that finding enough supportive friends could easily overwhelm other cultivators. Currently, no one else could enter Cord's cave except Jetty, who could let others in. So, whoever retrieved the errand fee and death chessboard would surely be him. Immortals are wise and know how to utilize the cave's rules. Moreover, Jetty believed Cord didn't know he had infiltrated the cave. After all, Alf was just a shadowy figure from the Azure Dark Palace, a negligible demonic cultivator. Controlling Alf's body, Jetty accepted the latest event, playing Go every day. Nearby cultivators observed curiously and asked, Brother Kong, have you returned to normal? Yes. What do you mean I wasn't normal earlier? Jetty answered calmly, his mastery over human interactions allowing him to blend in without suspicion. Haha, you suddenly fell ill and licked your feet while saying the chicken wing was too salty but tasty. Don't worry, Brother Kong. Most of us have lost our minds before. Gervais once clutched a broken rock, claiming it was his immortal fortune and would fight anyone who tried to take it. The nearby cultivators laughed uproariously, making fun of new arrivals' madness had become a daily amusement. While they might hesitate to joke about immortals, Alf was just a Tribulation Ascension stage cultivator, barely making a splash in the Cord's cave. Why not mock him? You. Jetty's chest heaved like a broken wind box, unable to speak coherently. No wonder he felt a salty taste in his mouth. It appeared soul possession needed the right timing. Entering a body during a fit of madness made such incidents likely. Patience, I must endure. Cord doesn't know who I am, and I still have a chance to get back the errand fee and death chessboard. Erong Chandler Yao took a deep breath, suppressing his anger. Previously, he would have killed these cultivators using Alf's body. Even if Alf died by the cave's rules, it would have relieved his anger. But now, retrieving the errand fee and death chessboard was paramount. Huey had to participate in the event using Alf's body, as Go Every Day was a newly released limited-time immortal level event available to all. Thus, he must bear the humiliation. Seeing this scene, Cord found it amusing and remarked, is Jetty not reacting? Truly, immortals have broad chests that can hold boats. Yes, Jetty thought Cord hadn't recognized him. Until did he know, Cord identified him from the moment he possessed Alf. At that instant, Cord saw a notification about Alf's soul and body mismatching, along with a sudden increase in prestige value matching Jetty's. So, Cord immediately deduced Jetty's identity. Huey intended to participate in the event to win back his fortune. But having never experienced the challenges of winning an immortal level reward inside Cord's cave, Jetty underestimated the difficulty. Want to retrieve your immortal artifact? Fine, I'll give you a chance. Cord shook his head. If Jetty didn't cause trouble, he wouldn't interfere. After all, Jetty provided significant prestige value as an immortal, exceeding 100,000 points. This value wasn't instantly granted, but released gradually over 20 days. Afterward, it would rapidly decrease. Therefore, even powerful factions like the Azure Dark Palace couldn't keep cultivators locked up forever. They let them wander outside and then return, refreshing their prestige value. Each cave had its methods for accumulating prestige, and Cord was the most tyrannical. Regardless of the amount, everyone must check into the Cord's cave daily. Now, Cord turned his attention to Dean and Ted's assets. These two fully perfected Yangtian stage cultivators possessed vast quantities of cultivation materials. After burning Sienna's wealth to power the immortal formation of equality, not only had the materials been replenished, but there was even a surplus. Through battle, Cord strengthened his resources. Moreover, he gained 2 additional Yangtian cultivators providing prestige. Someone might ask why just 2? This required explaining Cord's fundamental approach to handling clients. Chapter 150. A bountiful harvest after the fierce battle. Since establishing his Xianyao grotto, Cord has always adhered to a people-oriented approach and generally refrained from setting traps to kill cultivators. In the cave spirit realm, it is not uncommon for cave spirits to set up deadly formations to lure and kill cultivators. Initially, with no resources to speak of, the quickest way to accumulate wealth was through killing cultivators, using certain materials as bait before unleashing deadly formations to slaughter them en masse. This became known as the bloody accumulation of cave spirit capital. After completing this bloody phase, they would then set up various mazes and deceptive arrays to prevent cultivators from escaping. After all, while grottos did have some resources, these were quite limited. If they were used to appease cultivators, they wouldn't last long, leaving the cave spirit in dire straits. Therefore, luring and killing cultivators had become an important means for new cave spirits to accumulate wealth. Many veteran cave spirits taught newcomers to be ruthless in their approach. However, Cord fundamentally rejected this idea. Why kill cultivators? They could provide much-needed foot traffic and, in a sense, were customers of the grotto. Running a business meant treating customers well. There was no point in killing them. So, Cord aimed to coexist with cultivators from the start, viewing each one as a potential customer whom he wouldn't harm easily. His previous acts of violence had specific purposes, such as establishing the absolute authority of his grotto's rules. However, one can't always kill chickens to scare monkeys. Thus, Cord spared Ted, using a 3rd-rank Xin level replacement charm at the critical moment to save him. A charm so powerful it could even deceive a Yangtian cultivator. At the same time, he transferred Ted to an unfinished small black room within the grotto. Note, Xin should be translated as Xian to maintain consistency in terminology. Revised. His previous acts of violence had specific purposes, such as establishing the absolute authority of his grotto's rules. However, one can't always kill chickens to scare monkeys. Thus, Cord spared Ted, using a third-rank Xian-level replacement charm at the critical moment to save him. A charm so powerful it could even deceive a Yangshan cultivator. At the same time, he transferred Ted to an unfinished small black room within the grotto. Ted slowly regained consciousness in the dark room. His first thought was that he had arrived in the underworld. What is this place? Looking around, everything was pitch black. Touching the walls revealed them to be hard and solid. There were no lights, and his realm had dropped to the chi condensation stage, making even basic illumination spells uncastable. I didn't expect to die at the chi condensation stage, only to remain at this realm even after death, Ted sighed, shaking his head in bitter laughter. Looking up, he saw a suit of blue-black iron armor in front of him. Ted, your excessive killings have made even the underworld reject you. You must sign in daily to repent until the blood on this armor is cleansed, or you will be reborn as a pig for 10,000 lifetimes. Use divine power crystals to invite friends to your place of death to assist in your repentance. You died inside the Qingsong Mountain Xianyao Grotto in Easthao's Huivenly River City. Have your friends come to help you repent. If you complete your repentance, you will find this iron general armor in your next life. 3 lines of golden text appeared before Ted. Huey stared at the bloody armor, reminiscing about his past deeds. Could I really regain this armor after repenting? Could such good fortune exist? I'll start repenting immediately. I shouldn't have killed the Erong siblings. Ping. The underworld's Dao heard your repentance. Repentance critical hit, progress plus 98%. Only 2% more, and you can reincarnate. Hurry up and invite friends to assist by your grave to expedite your repentance. Completing it ensures you find the iron general armor in your next life. Estimate inviting 12 friends to purify your sins. More words flashed before Ted, making him catch his breath. Could it be? Is there really such a good deal? All he needed to do was invite 12 friends to assist him? I'll find them right away. Despite my many killings, I still have subordinates I can reach out to. Excitedly, Ted yelled as a divine power crystal appeared before him. This crystal was found in Ted's ring by Cord, revealing that cultivators could communicate over long distances, a highly useful tool. It's like a mobile phone of the divine continent. Using this crystal, distant cultivators could be summoned to the Xianyao Grotto. Upon discovering this crystal, Cord immediately came up with a detailed plan. Huiance, Ted became the guinea pig for his scheme. Of course, Ted wasn't truly in the underworld, but hidden in a black room within the Xianyao Grotto. The entire repentance process was fabricated by Cord. Though initially expecting skepticism, Ted surprisingly believed it. From his perspective, seeing himself crushed by Cord confirmed his belief that he had died. Huey Jian, where are you? Oh, you're deep in the western desert attempting breakthrough at the tribulation transcending stage? Come to Qingsong Mountain in East Zhou now. Why? To mourn me. I'm dead. Don't make me haunt you forever. Old Fong, long time no see. Not much going on. Just need you to pay respects at my grave. Crazy. Huh? Will you come, or else I expose your secrets? Even if I can't kill you, I can still ruin your reputation. That person. Ted kept contacting people, urging them to visit Qingsong Mountain to mourn him. At this point, powerless and lost in darkness, he could only see a floating suit of rusted blue-black armor in the distance, which he could never reach. Thus, Ted had little suspicion, believing he had truly died, especially given the eerie environment. Yet, while contacting people, he felt a strange familiarity. Where have I seen this before? In fact, it wasn't just Ted who fell for Cord's trick. Dean also walked into his scheme. However, dealing with Dean was simpler, just locking him up, leaving him helpless. After this intense battle, Cord captured 2 Yangshan realm cultivators to boost his grotto's human traffic, including Ted, who was at the grand complete stage of the Yangshan realm. Their assets now belonged to Cord. The rings they wore contained various top-grade spirit stones, tripling the resources of Joyful Valley. Additionally, the countless Xian level and spirit level artifacts greatly enriched the inventory of the Carefree Grotto. Initially, Carefree Grotto only had about 100 magical artifacts in storage. As a result, when Cord held events, he was quite frugal. Even if a cultivator completed the daily Seek Opportunity event, they would need to exchange their designated magical treasure for their rewards. For instance, Terrence obtained a first-grade Xian level spirit herb, but had to trade his spirit level weapon for it. Now, the situation was different. With the assets from 2 Yangshan realm cultivators and the remaining wealth from Rosalie, Cord had truly hit a jackpot, transforming Carefree Grotto into a well-endowed establishment. Initially, the Xiaoyao Cave Mansion only stored about 100 artifacts, so Cord was rather stingy during promotions. Even when cultivators completed the daily Seeking Opportunities event, they had to exchange specified treasures for rewards. For instance, just like Terrence, who had to exchange his spirit level weapon for a first-grade Xian level herb. Note: I made slight adjustments to ensure consistency in terminology, replacing Xianyao Grotto with Holt Cave Mansion to maintain the name used earlier in the text, and clarified the example to make it read more naturally. Additionally, I've ensured that the translation accurately conveys the meaning of the original text while maintaining fluency in English. But now, things were different. With the assets of 2 Yangshan cultivators plus Rosalie's remaining resources, Cord truly hit a bountiful harvest. Chapter 151. AJ's opportunistic attempt. After temporarily tallying up the resources within the cave dwelling, Cord realized he was indeed exceedingly wealthy. These resources could be used by cultivators and exchanged for popularity in the cave spirit secret realm. Other cave spirits weren't as affluent as Cord. Cultivation resources were still precious to them, and they were willing to trade their popularity for these resources. Exchange the less useful cultivator supplies for popularity, and I need Dao Crystal too. Cord thought silently about the surplus materials which he currently didn't need much of. The cultivators inside his cave dwelling weren't overly dissatisfied with the rewards because, for them, it was merely a different place to cultivate. Checking in daily allowed them to exchange medicinal herbs, magical treasures, etc., for even more valuable or advanced rewards. To them, while the activities at Freedom Cave Dwelling were challenging, they still brought gains, and they were quite content. Thus, Cord saw no immediate need to change the rewards. What he needed right now was still popularity. Apart from his current cultivation Qi realm requiring more popularity to advance before stepping out of the cave dwelling, who would have thought starting with a 10,000-layer Qi cultivation technique would be so challenging? Cord had attempted to leave, but was always met with a golden warning message. Xiuxian Dao warning. This cave spirit has not reached the hidden treasure stage. Forced departure may lead to disappearance. Proceed with caution. The possibility of disappearing frightened Cord out of taking that step. Who knew how likely that was? This warning was terrifying. If he risked dying and dissipating upon exiting, wouldn't that be an immense loss? Thus, Cord wasn't planning on attempting this risky move anytime soon. Besides, he planned to purchase large quantities of Dao crystals. After a basic inquiry, he found this resource to be quite rare and thus expensive. Even if available in the cave spirit's secret realm, acquiring them would cost him a fortune. Why did he need Dao crystals so badly? It was related to the Dark Azure Hall's cultivators blocking his entrance. Though they couldn't break in, his own cultivators couldn't leave either. More alarmingly, any aspiring newcomers would also be blocked by them. If these cultivators couldn't enter and provide popularity, Cord's development would eventually stagnate. Being blocked by high-rank cultivators posed a fatal threat to a cave spirit. First, let me go to the cave spirit's secret realm to exchange the extra resources for popularity and deal with issues step by step, Cord decided, arriving at the ancient city entrance regardless of how many times he'd seen its dark bluish-black brick walls that always left him awestruck. Go to 1000 Exchange Pavilion to swap for popularity. We're practically old acquaintances, he mused as he walked into the city. Huey suddenly thought of his cheap wife whom he hadn't contacted for a long time, wondering how she was faring. Bridget had been allocated to Cord by the Xiuxian Dao, a match neither party was particularly happy about. Coincidentally, Bridget was the heiress of 1000 Exchange Pavilion. Today, 1000 Exchange Pavilion's master, Axton, sat quietly in the VIP area of the third floor, watching a man opposite him, brow furrowed in silence. If any cave spirit witnessed this scene, they would be shocked since someone like Axton, who could command the elements in the secret realm, was rarely seen frowning. Yet outsiders didn't know that 1000 Exchange Pavilion was currently facing a crisis, primarily stemming from Bridget. Bridget had finally caught the attention of some relentless people after all those years. Axton wore a wry smile. He knew it was inevitable to avoid it forever. Escaping with Bridget for so many years was already a remarkable feat now, with her cave dwelling under blockade. Failing to solve the problem would mean no new cultivators entering, cutting off fresh popularity, a dangerous signal. Rankings would continuously plummet, leading to punishments and further reduction of popularity. A few rounds of such rankings would cause the cave spirit to dissipate. As the second-ranked cave spirit, Bridget was facing this crisis. Ajay, who ranked first, heard about this and approached 1000 Exchange Pavilion offering to rescue Bridget. Uncle Axton, why won't you agree? Xianhua dislikes Cord anyway. Cord doesn't match Xianhua at all. Don't you know I can summon immortals? No matter what crisis Xianhua faces, immortals can resolve it. Ajay pressured Axton, seeking to exploit the situation to gain leverage over Axton. Securing the father-in-law meant being closer to Bridget. Following parental commands, Bridget couldn't possibly defy, right? This is. Axton looked troubled. Summoning an immortal was doable, but the current blockaders outside Xianhua's cave dwelling were formidable, for immortals. The Dark Azure Hall's elite warriors besieged Xianhua's cave dwelling, killing many cultivators. Relying solely on the array formations inside, Xianhua wouldn't last much longer without support. Therefore, Xianhua urgently needed reinforcements, and Ajay could provide immortal assistance, solving the immediate crisis. However, agreeing, Axton felt it necessary to consult Bridget, who already had a marriage contract. Given her fierce nature, she probably wouldn't submit willingly, but not agreeing put her in danger. Thus, Axton was torn. Finally, Miss can't escape her destiny. Ajay seems helpful, but he's no match for the previous groom in looks. Shush, keep quiet. The previous groom couldn't handle the pressure of her background. Ajay might just suffice. Maidservants of 1000 Exchange Pavilion whispered among themselves, loyal servants of the Tang family who rarely hired outsiders. Regarding this, just as Axton struggled under the pressure, debating whether to agree, a servant announced loudly, Mrs. back. Upon hearing this, Axton's heart sank. Ignoring Ajay, he rushed outside to see Bridget approaching, asking anxiously, why are you back? I returned for a reason. Huh? What's Ajay doing here? Huey proposed marriage and can offer immortal help. This is exploitation. Tell him to scram. Bridget retorted coldly. Chapter 152. Low-key, powerful, and a total wife protector. Bridget's firm expression caused Axton's face to change. Huey pulled Bridget aside and said in a low voice, Xianhua, don't be unreasonable. Do you realize your situation? If your cave residence is blocked, your popularity ranking will plummet soon. Even with Chinny Pavilion supporting you, Xianhua Cave residence is one of our critical sources of popularity. It was evident that Axton was concerned. While Chinny Pavilion also had vast reserves of popularity, the Tang family needed immense amounts to maintain their influence. Most importantly, even the Tang family faced a reckoning now. Many spirit caves had their entrances blocked by cultivators, and this added to Axton's woes recently. If Xianhua Cave residents were to get blocked too, it would truly become an urgent crisis. So, Axton insisted Bridget mustn't act on impulse. Himph, still acting so high and mighty? The more arrogant she acts now, the more submissive she'll be when she becomes my woman. If it weren't for her beauty, such a personality wouldn't even reach 18th concubine. Ajay couldn't help but think this internally. On the surface, he appeared polite because he aimed to form a marriage pact with Bridget. However, once the marriage pact was established, many privileges could be exercised. The constraints of a Xiuxian marriage pact are strong, yet Cord never knew how to use them. By then, Ajay could have Bridget at his mercy. How arrogantly she acted now, only to suffer more later. Ajay knew precisely that Bridget was in dire need of assistance at present. Xiuxian cave residence was besieged by cultivators. The ones who could do this could only be immortals. An immortal blocking the entrance posed one of the most severe crises to any spirit cave. Therefore, Ajay was confident that Bridget required help. Xuanhuan, I know you're facing a crisis. I can provide you with immortal assistance, but immortals aren't free laborers. I'll bear a significant cost for this, for your sake. Ajay approached with a smile and said, Not necessary, please leave. Xuanhuan, don't be stubborn. Talk properly with Lord Qin. Axton grew anxious. This mattered to Bridget's safety and well-being. Why was she still being so stubborn? Didn't she know what responsibility she bore? If she died, what hope would Axton have left? Yes, Xuanhuan. In fact, I am loyal in love. Once married to me, I promise not to abuse the rights of a xiuxian marriage pact. All 17 concubines will be sent back home. Ajay persistently tried to persuade her with apparent sincerity, but hearing about 17 concubines made Bridget burst into anger. With 17 concubines, loyalty and love indeed. Eternally loyal to the young, beautiful, fair-skinned beauties, right? I want you to roll out of Chinny Pavilion now. If you don't, I don't mind directly engaging you, sending you back to repair your cave. Bridget raised her eyebrows, pointing at Ajay's nose without giving him an inch. Initially, Bridget was quite courteous to Ajay. Back then, Ajay did provide some help to Bridget. But later on, Ajay did many disgraceful things. Those spirits originally weren't human. Cough, extremely unethical things. To get close to Bridget, Ajay secretly befriended 2 maidservants from Chinny Pavilion just to gather information on Bridget. There were other disgusting acts as well, like publicly announcing his marriage contract with Bridget. Thus, Bridget's impression of Ajay deteriorated over time, and now seeing him only made her want to punch him. Xuanhuan, having an immortal block your entrance isn't a joke. Many spirit caves have vanished after being besieged by cultivators. Axton's face showed extreme anxiety. Father, the cultivators from Azure Dark Hall have stopped attacking. Bridget didn't mince words, delivering the critical information. What? The cultivators from Azure Dark Hall have stopped attacking? Then do they still block the entrance? Upon hearing this, Axton was stunned. No wonder Bridget could come back. She no longer needed to oversee defensive arrays within her cave. The reason being, the spirits from Azure Dark Hall were ceasing their attacks. But why would they stop? Seizing Xuanhuan Cave was their main objective. They still block the entrance, but Jetty has left. Speaking of this, Bridget's expression turned complex. Initially, she felt fortunate, yet also curious. Jetty led the assault on Xuanhuan Cave determinedly. Why did he abandon it at the critical moment? Had the attack continued for months, Bridget would have been overwhelmed. Giving up midway seemed like giving her breathing room. Later, Bridget found out through inquiries that Jetty abandoned Xuanhuan Cave because he shifted his target temporarily, and the new target was located in Dongzhou, named Holt Cave. Learning this, Bridget was utterly stunned. Impossible. Could her despicable future husband actually be a wife protector? Bridget's heart was greatly shaken. After being designated as a marriage contract partner, Bridget feared Cord might misuse the privileges of the contract. But surprisingly, he never used it, as if he was completely unaware. She couldn't help thinking he might be quite upright, perhaps devoted to one person. What she didn't know was that Cord genuinely had no clue about these privileges. If he knew, he'd definitely have acted on them right away. Cough, cough. Besides, Cord always acted carefree around Bridget, seemingly indifferent to her. But when she was truly in danger, Cord silently took on all the challenges. Huey even diverted the Azure Dark Hall cultivators to Holt Cave. One could imagine how fierce his actions must have been behind the scenes. Yet, he never told Bridget or asked for anything in return. Honestly, this deeply moved Bridget. Compared to Ajay, it highlighted the difference. What is the difference? Ajay hadn't even offered help yet and was already making demands, oblivious to the 4 immortals. If he knew, he probably would have run away. But Cord? Silently shouldering all challenges to divert attention, without showing off. Isn't this moving? The more Cord remained low-key, the more Bridget was touched. Women do favor men who quietly sacrifice and give. Moreover, Holt Cave remained unbreached, with rumors spreading that Jetty's team persisted outside, indicating they faced considerable difficulties. This meant Cord withstood the assault from 4 immortals. What power is this? Cord, low-key, powerful, and a total wife protector. Wasn't he a million times better than Ajay? Now, Bridget truly wanted to interact with Cord. Just then, Cord arrived at the front door of Chinny Pavilion. Hashtag chapter 153. Exchanging resources, the son-in-law's move. Chinny Pavilion, it's been a long time since I've been here. I wonder if that bargain bride is still around. Cord mused as he stepped into the pavilion. Actually, he didn't care much about Bridget. What was on his mind was how to boost the popularity of his grotto residence. Bridget might be beautiful, but what good is beauty? Can it increase popularity? Even Rosalie, who was also quite attractive, was assigned by Cord to be a welcoming maid. If popularity is lacking, ranking drops, and too low a rank can invite punishment from the xiuxian Dao, which could eventually lead to one's disappearance. Thinking of this made Cord feel immense pressure. Huey was a far-sighted individual. Before resolving the issue of popularity, matters of affection between men and women would have to take a back seat. Besides, now the xiuxian Dao had arranged a wife for him. How convenient. Welcome. Son-in-law, why are you here today? The maid at Chinny Pavilion recognized Cord and greeted him hurriedly. Previously, when Cord and Bridget had their marriage pact, he came to Chinny Pavilion. Bridget publicly acknowledged her engagement to Cord in front of many subordinates. Coupled with Cord's striking appearance, he stood out like a firefly in the night, dazzling even among a crowd. The maid immediately identified him. Ahaha, do you really call me that now? Does that mean I can move all of Chinny Pavilion's goods away? Cord joked, making the maid's face turn stiff. She had just said it casually. Did this guy actually plan to empty Chinny Pavilion? I need to ask sir and miss about this. The responsible maid stammered, her bobbed fringe adding to her somewhat cute appearance. No need. I'm just joking because you look adorable. How can you not take a joke? Today, I'm here to exchange resources. Cord waved his hand calmly, feeling slightly regretful. If he could use his son-in-law status to move goods from Chinny Pavilion, he'd truly find value in the Xiuxian Dao's marriage arrangement. Do you want to exchange resources? Let me get manager Adelia. Please take a seat inside the pavilion. The maid blushed and ran off, heart racing. That son-in-law, she thought to herself. Doesn't he know how handsome he is? Making such jokes, won't people stay awake all night overthinking? Soon, manager Brennan approached. Huey was so fat he looked like a ball, sweating profusely as he walked. Theoretically, cave spirits don't need to eat, but some do to satisfy their appetite. Many cave spirits maintain slim figures, highlighting Brennan's insatiable appetite. But his business acumen was impressive. Many of the Tang family's businesses were managed by him. Previously, Cord's exchanges of resources were handled by Brennan. Today, Brennan's usually composed demeanor seemed urgent. Seeing Cord, he simply greeted, "Son-in-law, what resources are you exchanging today? Try to be quick. Miss has encountered some trouble, and I need to check our inventory to see how much support we can provide." That's the case. I don't want to put you in a tough spot. Just help me exchange some cultivation resources for popularity points, and I'll buy as many mystic crystals as you have. Cord nodded, surprised to hear that Bridget was in trouble. If it could mobilize the entire Tang family, it must be serious. Huey had no emotional attachment to this bride. She once planned to break their engagement in 3 years, and even had a fiery personality. If Cord knew she was in trouble, he'd probably sit back and sneer rather than help. Thinking this, Cord became even more curious about Bridget's predicament. After purchasing the resources, he might visit her to mock her. As he thought, Cord handed over the Sumeru ring, asking, "What trouble is your miss facing?" It's a long story. Without sir's permission, I can't go into details. But suffice to say, Miss isn't dealing with small issues, ones that the Tang family may not solve. What's the point of me saying this? Anyway, let me first handle your resource exchange. Manager Brennan sighed, accepting the Sumeru ring. In reality, Brennan knew telling Cord about Bridget's troubles wouldn't help. Cord had only done minor exchanges before, despite participating in an auction. Cord was indeed a rising cave spirit, but his background wasn't comparable to AJ's. Opening the Sumeru ring, Brennan was stunned by the gleaming cultivation resources inside. Abundant high-grade materials, magical treasures, complete formations, and near-immortal artifacts. Even the seasoned Brennan was speechless. Did he raid a major sect? Since you're busy, I'll give you a smaller amount. Cord patted Brennan's shoulder. Recovering from shock, Brennan smiled bitterly. Son-in-law, you jest? This is a small amount? Haha, I have 3 more Sumeru rings, each containing more resources than this. Cord laughed heartily. Brennan forced a laugh, thinking this son-in-law was good at everything except for boasting. 3 more such rings? Wouldn't that require robbing several perfected xiuxian cultivators? Was he treating perfected xiuxian cultivators like cabbages? Not to mention, they wouldn't easily come to his cave residence, and even if they did, it wouldn't be able to retain them. I should help the young master exchange these resources for popularity points first. Brennan inhaled deeply, accepting the ring and preparing to have his subordinates meticulously count the items. Also, help me exchange for mystic crystals, however many you have. Cord added, leaving Brennan puzzled. Why did Cord need so many mystic crystals? Chapter 154. I just aren't watching women beat men. What does she understand? The divine power crystal is mined from a 7,000-meter deep pit in the southern continent of the divine land world. This crystal can sense the spiritual energy wavelengths of cultivators and project real-time images and sounds of cultivators onto it. Initially, many cultivators tried using divine power crystals for cultivation, but they soon discovered that extracting spiritual power from these crystals was extremely difficult. Even if they smashed or broke the crystals, their spiritual energy remained interconnected. Even when split into 2 pieces and sent to different corners of the divine land world, their spiritual energy could still be linked. And if a cultivator injected spiritual power into one piece of crystal, someone holding the other piece could see the cultivator's image and hear their voice from afar. Over time, divine power crystals became the primary means of communication among cultivators. Large sects would use confidentiality measures to create customized spiritual energy wavelengths, also known as spirit waves. Cultivators traveling outside could adjust their spiritual energy wavelengths slightly to contact their sects. Due to the high difficulty of mining, these divine power crystals were not widely available. However, even without divine power crystals, cultivators had various ways to communicate, so the usage of these crystals wasn't particularly high. When Cord suddenly wanted to purchase a large quantity of divine power crystals, Brennan was a bit puzzled. What was this son-in-law planning to do? Son-in-law, the application range of divine power crystals isn't very broad. Even we Johan don't need them. Why do you want them? Brennan asked curiously. It made sense that Johan didn't need this. They could meet directly in the Johan secret realm. Just forget about it, Cord replied, not wanting to delve deeper. It wasn't that he was being mysterious. It's just that he couldn't explain to these cultivators what a mobile phone was. Having been in the divine land world for several months, Cord had considered developing an industrial base but soon realized this world was vastly different from the original one. Many resources that looked familiar here produced spiritual power rather than various forms of industrial energy. Thus, humans hadn't thought of building airplanes or cannons to attack cultivators because they simply couldn't make such things in the cultivator world. Furthermore, due to the extremely long lifespans of cultivators, which common people aspire to, most families with any means would send their children to learn cultivation. Gradually, no one bothered to study industrial technology, as both societal culture and natural geography lacked the conditions for industrial development. Cord, though modern, had theoretical knowledge only on paper. Developing an electrical age was out of the question, and even smelting iron might be too much for him. So despite his desire to develop modernization, he found himself powerless. But then he discovered something remarkable, the divine power crystal. This thing was like a mobile phone in the divine land world. With a phone, how far off could a network be? Cord not only wanted cultivators from the eastern continent to check in at Holt Cave Mansion, he wanted all cultivators across the divine land world to do so. Alright, I'll go check how many divine power crystals are left in storage, Brennan said, seeing Cord's insistence, turning away without further comment. Huey glanced upstairs, wondering how Miss had fared discussing with Ajay. Get lost. Did you hear me? I don't need your help now. From 2 floors below, Cord could hear Bridget's furious roar. Huey shook his head, sighing. Anyone who married this girl would have bad luck indeed with her fiery temper. Then he saw Ajay retreating down the stairs, looking flustered, while Bridget relentlessly pursued, attacking fiercely to injure Ajay seriously so he'd have to repair his cave mansion. Bridget, I've tolerated you once twice. Don't think just because you look good, you can act shamelessly. Ajay yelled back. His strength was slightly inferior to hers, primarily because his cave mansion's grade was lower, and her cultivation techniques were stronger. If Bridget fought with full force, Ajay would spend significant manpower repairing his cave mansion. Do you expect me to tolerate it? You're not retaliating, right? Because you can't beat me. Bridget shot back, leaving Ajay feeling humiliated. Unable to fight or argue back effectively, taking Bridget down seemed to require some serious thinking. Don't forget, I lent you 1,000,000 points initially. Seeing he couldn't win, Ajay resorted to reminding her of past favors. You have the audacity to bring that up? You forced me to pay back 2,000,000, or you'd invoke evenly punishment. You could have refused to repay, as long as you agreed to marry me. Pa. Bridget sneered while continuing her relentless attacks. As she felt a peculiar gaze during her assault, she turned to see Cord smiling at her. Huey's movements froze momentarily, slowing down. Just as the saying goes, when one's mind is disturbed, their hands become sluggish. She had just learned that Cord had attracted Jetty's attention and saved Xuanhuan Cave Mansion. Not only was Cord low profile and powerful, but he also doted on his wife excessively. Bridget wasn't sure how to face him yet, hoping to leave a good impression. Just then, she had been seen by Cord in such a violent state upon descending. You guys continue. I love watching women beat up men. Cord smiled, indicating for Bridget to continue. This attitude earned him some extra favor from her. Usually, men would get incredibly jealous seeing their women interacting with others. Yet, Cord remained indifferent, making it seem like he didn't care at all. The more he acted this way, the warmer Bridget felt towards him. Sir, why would I hit anyone? Bridget stopped, forcing a smile towards Cord. Kai, Ajay, and everyone else in the shop were stunned. Bridget herself wondered what was happening. I'm not joking. I really enjoy watching women beat up men. It's thrilling. Cord continued, deliberately provoking Bridget. Previously, she would have exploded immediately, but today, she endured with a good temper. Sir has a good sense of humor. Brennan, what did Sir come here for? In fact, Bridget knew Cord came to check on her. Uncertain how to respond to his kindness, she remained reserved. But in terms of affection, Cord was already far ahead of Ajay. Huey's here to exchange supplies, Brennan explained. To exchange supplies. Huey's here to exchange supplies? Wait, I got it. Bridget exclaimed softly, leaving Cord perplexed. What did she understand now? Initially, many cultivators attempted to use divine power crystals for cultivation, but they soon discovered that extracting spiritual energy from these crystals was extremely difficult. Even when shattered, their spiritual energy remained interconnected. Even if divided into 2 pieces and placed in different corners of the divine continent, their spiritual energies would still be connected. When one piece was infused with spiritual energy, anyone holding the other piece could see the image and hear the voice of the cultivator injecting the energy. Over time, divine power crystals became the primary means of communication among cultivators. Major sects developed specialized spiritual waves or spirit waves to ensure privacy, allowing traveling cultivators to connect with their sect by fine-tuning their spiritual energy waves. However, due to the immense difficulty in mining these crystals, they were not widely used. Cultivators had other ways to communicate, so the demand for these crystals wasn't particularly high. When Cord expressed interest in purchasing large quantities of divine power crystals, Brennan was puzzled. What do you need divine power crystals for? They aren't used much even within our cave spirit realms, Brennan asked curiously. It made sense that cave spirits wouldn't need such devices since they could meet directly within their secret realm. Never mind about this, Cord replied, not intending to delve into details. Huey couldn't explain what a mobile phone was to these cultivators. Having spent several months in the divine continent world, Cord considered developing industrial advancements, but quickly realized this world operated differently. Many resources that seemed familiar actually generated spiritual energy rather than industrial power sources. Over the years, humans hadn't thought of creating planes or cannons to attack cultivators because within a world dominated by cultivators, such technologies were impossible to develop. Moreover, due to the extremely long lifespans of cultivators, which common folk greatly admired, families with even modest means would send their children to learn cultivation. Over time, this focus on cultivation left no room for the development of industrial technology. The societal and environmental conditions simply did not support the growth of industrial technology. Cord was a modern man, but his theoretical knowledge only existed on paper. Let alone advancing to the electrical age, he would likely struggle with even basic tasks like smelting iron. Thus, despite his desire to modernize, he found himself powerless to do so. Moreover, cultivators had exceptionally long lifespans, which many mortals aspired to. If a family had the means to provide food, parents would send their children to learn cultivation. Over time, industrial science faded from consideration as there was no fertile ground for its development in terms of both social and natural conditions. Cord was a modern man, but his knowledge was mostly theoretical. Developing an industrial era, let alone refining iron, seemed impossible. Thus, despite wanting to modernize, he felt powerless. But now, he had discovered a miraculous resource, divine power crystals. These were essentially phones in the divine land world. With phones, wouldn't a network follow? Cord didn't just want cultivators from the eastern continent to visit Xinxia Cave. He aimed to have all cultivators across the divine state world come. Note, Sunzhou is often translated as divine state or divine continent in many Xinxia translations, which would fit better in this context. Alright, I'll go check how many divine power crystals we have left in storage, Brennan said, seeing Cord's determination. As he turned, he glanced upstairs, wondering how Miss Bridget's discussion with Ajay went. Get out. Did you hear me? I don't need your help right now. Cord heard Bridget's furious roar from 2 floors up. Huey shook his head, sighing. Anyone who married this girl must be unlucky with her fiery temper. Huey then saw Ajay stumbling down the stairs while Bridget advanced, attacking fiercely. Huey's attacks were aimed at seriously injuring Ajay, forcing him to repair his cave. Bridget, I've tolerated your actions countless times. Don't think just because you look good, you can get away with anything. Ajay shouted. His strength was slightly weaker compared to Bridget, mainly because her cave's quality exceeded his, and her cultivation method was stronger. If Bridget dealt a fatal blow, Ajay would need considerable effort to repair his cave. You expect me to tolerate you? You can't fight back, can you? Because you can't beat me, Bridget retorted, making Ajay feel like spitting blood. Huey couldn't win a fight or an argument. It looked like capturing Bridget's heart would require more thought. Don't forget, I lent you 1,000,000 popularity points initially. Seeing he couldn't win, Ajay resorted to reminding her of past favors. You dare bring that up? You forced me to repay 2 million or face heavenly punishment. You could have refused to repay, as long as you agreed to marry me. Pa! Bridget scoffed while attacking furiously. Just as she was enjoying the fight, she sensed a peculiar gaze and turned to see Cord smiling at her. Click. Bridget froze, her movements slowing. As they say, a confused heart leads to slower hands. She had just learned that Cord had saved Xiuxian Cave from Ling Yinyang's gang and rescued her cave. Cord was not only powerful but also doted on his wife. Bridget didn't know how to face Cord after learning this, hoping to leave a good impression. But as soon as she came downstairs, Cord saw her violent side. You two continue. I love watching women beat men. Cord smiled, indicating Bridget to keep going. This attitude made Bridget appreciate him even more. Most men would be jealous seeing their partner interact with another man. Cord, however, showed indifference, seemingly unaffected by Bridget's pursuit of Ajay. The more he acted this way, the warmer Bridget felt inside. My lord Jess, why would I hit someone? Bridget stopped, forcing a smile at Cord. Click. Ajay was shocked, as were the servants in Alpha Pavilion. Even Cord was taken aback. What was Bridget doing? Huey's sudden change in behavior was disorienting. I'm not joking. I really enjoy watching women beat men. It's exciting. Cord continued, deliberately teasing Bridget. Normally, she would have exploded, but today she maintained her composure. Huey, my lord truly has a good sense of humor, Brennan. What did Lord Yi come for today? In fact, Bridget knew Cord was just checking on her. She didn't know how to respond to his kindness and was acting reservedly. But in terms of favorability, Cord was far ahead of Ajay. Huey came to exchange supplies, Brennan explained. Exchange supplies. He came to exchange supplies? Wait, I understand. Bridget couldn't help but exclaim, making Cord look puzzled. What had she understood now? Chapter 155. Huey actually met all Huey's expectations. Cord was also puzzled. What did this girl suddenly understand? And Bridget's attitude towards him today was very strange. Could she have been attracted to his good looks? Regarding his appearance, Cord had a lot of mixed feelings. Being handsome made it easy for others to take notice. Miss, what did you suddenly understand? Shopkeeper Brennan asked as he approached. Huey had only mentioned that Cord came to exchange supplies. Could this have revealed something significant to Bridget? It's nothing. I just suddenly grasped the profundity of cultivation techniques and couldn't help but blurt it out. My apologies. Bridget appeared embarrassed. When she wasn't speaking or acting out, she looked like a demure southern girl. What did she understand? Naturally, it was what Cord did for her. Exchanging supplies at such a critical juncture, what could it be for? It must be to help her through this difficult time. Bridget couldn't help but think this way, but she knew it might just be wishful thinking. After all, Cord had exchanged cultivation supplies with her before. Unless Cord brought an extraordinary amount of resources this time, requesting to exchange them for an uncommon but highly valuable item. An uncommon yet expensive item. Mystical power crystals? Due to their difficult mining process, mystical power crystals were extremely pricey, yet rather useless for cultivators of insight. If Cord exchanged a large amount of resources for mystical power crystals, it meant he wasn't there just to exchange supplies. Huey wanted to secretly help the Tang family through this crisis, supporting her in secret. Bridget's mind worked quickly. Though her temperament seemed fiery, her heart was crystal clear. She understood that one shouldn't judge by appearances alone, but look beyond what meets the eye. For instance, Ajay had always acted as if he were deeply in love with her, but in reality, he was a notorious flirt, having married 17 concubines. However, Cord never said anything, even showing indifference toward Bridget. Yet he was the first to step forward when she encountered difficulties. Now he was coming to secretly provide supplies to help the Tang family through hard times. This was true vision. Even if all this was part of Cord's plan, Bridget felt she could easily fall for it. But she still wasn't sure. Unless Cord had brought an incredible amount of supplies and was exchanging for mystical power crystals. But how could things be so coincidental? Bridget thought she might be overthinking, yet still harbored a sliver of hope as she casually asked Brennan, Manager Adelian, what is he here to exchange? At this moment, Bridget didn't know what she was expecting. Previously, Cord had always brought minimal supplies, usually low-grade spirit materials or weapons. How could he suddenly bring a large amount of high-quality supplies? Could it really be as she imagined? Bridget shook her head with a light laugh. Son-in-law brought a set of Xin level 9th rank flying swords and an Xin level 8th rank heavy golden spear. Brennan began listing the items from Cord's ring. Just mentioning the ranks stunned everyone present. The maids of the Chinny Pavilion gaped in disbelief. They had always thought Cord wasn't suited for Bridget because of his poor background. While Bridget was a wealthy Tang family heiress, their backgrounds were completely mismatched. Though Cord had great potential, he lacked time to accumulate resources. Who would have thought that Cord possessed Xin level 9th rank flying swords? Xin level 9th rank, weapons used by Yangshan realm cultivators. Moreover, not just one, but several. Crazy. The world has gone mad. Incredible. In all my years at the Cheney Pavilion, I've only seen Xin level 9th rank weapons 4 times. This is the 5th. Truly enlightening. Our son-in-law is truly inconspicuous. We initially thought he didn't match miss, believing Ajay held more promise. Aren't did we know we were short-sighted. What is Ajay? Try asking him to pursue miss with Xin level 9th rank spiritual weapons. Huey'd retreat like a turtle hiding its head. The maids whispered amongst themselves, but Ajay heard every word clearly. Ajay's face turned pig liver red with anger, but even if he tried to bring Xin level 9th rank weapons to pursue Bridget, he simply couldn't. It's just a stroke of luck. Huey happened upon some treasures, but luck runs out eventually. Ajay couldn't bear the embarrassment and could only humph, trying to belittle Cord to elevate himself. Manager Adelian, what does he want to exchange these supplies for? Bridget's breath quickened as she awaited the answer. Mystical power crystals. If Cord was willing to spend heavily on such an item, it meant he was providing financial support to the Tang family to help her through her difficulties. Moreover, he was doing so covertly. If Bridget hadn't returned unexpectedly, she might never have known about Cord's quiet support. Under Bridget's watchful gaze, Manager Brennan glanced at Cord and slowly said, Huey wants mystical power crystals. Shock, moved, and the satisfaction of her expectations being met. She hadn't expected this. Cord actually exchanged so many supplies for mystical power crystals. If he had directly exchanged popularity, it would affect the Tang family's daily operations. But exchanging for useless items was equivalent to giving supplies to the Tang family. Bridget was clear about this. Although she had hoped, she truly hadn't expected Cord to do this. She didn't know how to react. Why was he so kind to her? Why did he care for her so deeply in secret? Bridget felt she was falling for him, willingly, regardless of whether it was part of Cord's plan. Why are you buying so many mystic power crystals? Trying to attract cultivators to your door? You need to know the spirit energy fluctuations on the other side for that. Ajay mocked Cord. I have my reasons, no need to explain to fools. Cord retorted sharply. Huey ignored the mockery, feeling any further words would be redundant. You're right, master. Don't waste time on this fool. Announced to the city, Bridget has no relation to Ajay. If he continues to harass me, I will deal with him each time. Bridget echoed Cord. Cord was confused. What was Bridget up to? Was she trying to ensure he wouldn't misunderstand? Was she trying to fulfill her duty as a wife? Note, Johan was left untranslated due to the context not being entirely clear in the original text. It likely refers to a specific realm or type of cultivator, but without further context, it remains ambiguous. Hashtag chapter 156, the chief of Cheney Pavilion's negotiation skills. Bridget's change left Cord completely baffled. After thinking for a long time, he couldn't figure out the reason, and in the end, could only attribute it to her looks and body. But she had still wanted to divorce him. Was it just surface talk at that time? Maybe deep down, she didn't really mean it? Cord shook his head slightly, thinking how women's hearts were as hard to fathom as needles at the bottom of the sea. Please come upstairs to the VIP lounge, sir. There's no need to pay attention to such petty people, Bridget invited Cord with a smile. She appeared like a gentle southern Chinese girl, but her words were rather worldly, ruining any good impression at first glance. Cord shook his head. What a pity. Such a nice girl, but she spoke too bluntly. Bridget, are you mocking me? You invite him to the VIP lounge while telling me to leave? Ajay felt humiliated but didn't know what to do, so he stubbornly stuck to his stance. If one day you also use dozens of rank 10 spirit treasures and arrays to trade for divine crystals, then you will be a big customer of the Tang family as well, Bridget said with a slight lift of her face, inwardly proud of herself. This was the man chosen for her by the will of Hueyven. Not only was he generous, but also incredibly low-key. For the first time, Bridget thought the match made by the will of Hueyven was indeed excellent. Huey's a fool. Am I as foolish as him? If you like fools, go ahead and keep liking them. Let's see if he has the luck to find such a ring again. Ajay angrily left after speaking, knowing staying would only bring more humiliation. Speaking of which, Ajay's own cave residents faced some pressing issues. Huey was struggling enough already and lacked the resources to support Bridget. His pursuit of Bridget was partly to ally with the Tang family and weather the storm together. Watching Ajay walk away, Cord thought this guy sure knew how to save face, even in such a situation. If Cord pulled out the other few Sumeru rings from his pocket, would Ajay still be able to hold his ground? Huey secretly hoped Ajay would continue to put up a front because Cord found it amusing to see him being stubborn without options. Sir, please follow me upstairs. The maid from Cheney Pavilion led Cord up to the third-floor VIP lounge, her cheeks flushed. This future son-in-law was simply too charming, both handsome and rich. Just guiding him was enough to make her heart flutter. Huey, what's your name? You look quite cute. Cord teased casually. My name is Aaron Schwer. Ahaha, interested in working at my Cave of Freedom as a receptionist? The salary and benefits are pretty good, and I already have several employees who are very satisfied. Cord smiled. Though it seemed like a joke, it wasn't entirely random. Thinking about his current employees, none of them were exactly normal. Take Hua, the 7-colored swallowing sky python. She served as security. Board member Christiana, though attractive and obedient, often had private agendas. When clearing Sienna's assets, she dared to challenge Cord despite the risks, making her unsuitable as a cave manager. As for Sienna, Cord worried that having her manage the cave would turn it into a brothel within a month. While she had charm, she wasn't the type he needed. If it were a maid from the Tang family, however, she'd likely be adept at handling finances and know how to serve guests, having been a maid for so long. Huey needed a reliable manager. Sir, don't joke. It'll give me inappropriate thoughts. Maid Aaron Shuelu blushed shyly, quickly leading Cord to the VIP lounge before disappearing from view. Hui, am I joking? Cord rubbed his chin and walked into the room, which was decorated in an elegant Eastern style. Bridget was already seated at the tea table, gesturing for Cord to sit opposite her. Joining them was Axton, the chief of Chinny Pavilion. Axton and Cord had met before during the auction of the twin flower crystal sword. Bridget began introducing, Father, this is my Huevenly match, someone you've probably met before. Truly outstanding young talent. To present such a grand offer while only at the chi refinement stage is quite rare. Axton nodded. Before Cord arrived, Axton had learned from Bridget about Cord's contributions and his insistence on remaining anonymous. Additionally, Cord had helped divert Erong Chandler Yang's hatred from Bridget, which made Axton feel that this person was very reliable. His fondness for Cord skyrocketed, almost wishing they could arrange the wedding immediately. I see you, Chief Tang. Don't be formal. Let's not be formal. Call me Uncle. Axton chuckled warmly, his expression full of kindness. Cord was bewildered. What was this routine? Climbing kinship relations straight off the bat. Was he trying to welch on the deal? So Cord decided to steer the conversation back. Uncle, I'm here to discuss the exchange of divine crystals. Ah, that's easy. How many do you want? But first, answer me this. What is it, Uncle? Have you ever been married? Do you have someone special? Cord was utterly stunned. What kind of setup was this? How should he respond when he had zero experience? After a long silence, Cord finally steeled himself and replied, I haven't been married. Only the Huevenly match between Bridget and myself exists. As for someone special, no? Haha, very good. Very good. Then tell me, what's your birthday? This time, Cord really couldn't understand Chief Axton's line of thought. Before coming, Cord had heard that Axton was a smooth operator, always clear about every situation and excelled in negotiations to the point of breaking down opponents. Now, Cord felt like he wasn't negotiating, but instead enduring the inquisition of nosy relatives during the holidays. Terrifying. Chief Axton was truly terrifying. Leaving Chinny Pavilion, Cord felt dazed, still hearing Axton's matchmaking questions echoing in his mind. Regarding the divine crystals, Axton delivered as promised, providing as many as needed since they rarely used them. Overall, Cord felt he got a good deal, but the process had been exhausting. Chief Axton's negotiation skills lived up to his reputation, truly terrifying in their effectiveness. Chapter 157. The Popularity Sustainability Strategy. Returning to the free and easy cave, Cord stood in contemplation as he observed the cultivators from the Azure Dark Temple blocking the entrance. If a typical cave spirit were besieged like this, they would inevitably fight to the death, which is a devastating blow to any cave spirit. Being blocked by powerful cultivators means no new visitors can enter the cave, while the existing ones will eventually be unable to provide new popularity. This recovery has a cycle. For example, a Yangshan realm cultivator can initially provide 30,000 popularity points per cycle, but after those are depleted, the amount provided diminishes, perhaps 10,000 in the second cycle and 5,000 in the third. If this cultivator is determined not to leave the free and easy cave, there will come a day when they can no longer contribute any popularity. They need to venture out and undergo trials elsewhere to regain the ability to contribute popularity to the cave. Therefore, if old cultivators cannot leave and new ones cannot enter, the cave is doomed. As a cave spirit, what Cord fears most is if some sect finds him and treats his cave as their private secret realm. In such a case, the cave spirit would usually have to fight back desperately. Normally, a cave spirit would rush out to battle the Azure Dark Temple cultivators fiercely. The current free and easy cave possesses 2 immortal souls, a top-tier immortal beast, the rainbow-swallowing sky python, and multiple fully accomplished Yangshan cultivators. Though these forces aren't directly under Cord's command, if he issued tasks, they would most likely accept them. This force could possibly repel invaders, at least making them hesitant to besiege the entrance. But Cord chose not to do so. On one hand, forcing cultivators into a life-or-death battle would demand an enormous price. If they return only to find themselves manipulated once more, wouldn't they want to tear down the cave in anger? Moreover, rewarding them would require immortal-grade items, and Cord is notoriously frugal. He would never easily part with such precious goods. On the other hand, sending cultivators out of the cave to fight, resulting in possible deaths, would lead to significant losses. Any death among frequent visitors of Yangshan realm would mean losing irreplaceable sources of popularity. So even being besieged, Cord didn't immediately think about fighting it out. Instead, he wanted to attract more cultivators to help resolve his predicament. To get cultivators to visit, I need to accomplish 2 things. First, have resources they need, and second, spread the word. After brief consideration, Cord identified 2 key points. Huey attracted so many cultivators because the cave held the allure of immortal-grade opportunities that they coveted. But giving out these opportunities was out of the question. So, how could he offer cultivation resources that would interest them? Simple. Let them choose for themselves. Set up a platform where cultivators could list their artifacts and trade them within the free and easy cave. Key to achieving this is that Cord could see the assets of all cultivators inside the cave, even their lowest level underwear. By pulling up lists within the cave, he could easily retrieve the total assets of all resident cultivators. With this table, he solved the first problem. Learning about divine crystal powers and acquiring a large quantity of them resolved the second key issue. Now it was time to implement his plan. Cave notice. Due to irresistible special circumstances, if inviting new friends into the cave is not possible, booking assistance is now available. Booking assistance. Using divine crystals, share news of the cave's opportunities. If the invitee agrees to visit, it counts as booking friend assistance. Once they arrive, immediate genuine friend assistance can be gained. Divine crystals can be borrowed within the cave, with 1 free use daily. After the 3 messages went out, cultivators initially paused to digest the information before their eyes lit up. What was their main problem now? They couldn't invite friends to aid them in the cave. Initially, they worried Cord might issue a mission to fight outside and clear obstacles for the free and easy cave. Since their own opportunities came from him, they would have had no choice but to comply, even if they had objections, for the sake of those chances and the immortal grade artifacts. Unexpectedly, Cord didn't intend to make them fight. Instead, he offered a new method of providing friend assistance. Before, friend assistance required friends physically present to sign in and support. It was quite troublesome, given the time spent traveling back and forth. Now, however, friend assistance could be booked simply by sharing the news through divine crystals. Most major sects possess divine crystals for communication convenience. Booking friend assistance temporarily fulfills the requirement, taking effect when the friend actually arrives. This is too amazing. Does it mean that sharing the cave's opportunity with my sect and getting their agreement to visit counts as booking friend assistance? A cultivator grasped the idea, a look of jubilation on their face. Instantly, they could gain substantial booked assistance. Many of my fellow sect members don't know about the free and easy cave's cultivation methods. If they all become my booked assistants, I'll be rolling in rewards. The free and easy cave. It holds so many cultivation resources. That list is mind-blowing. How much treasure does the cave hide? Some cultivators were stunned by Cord's resource list. They hadn't seen any cave house so many cultivation resources before. It seemed like an accumulation of thousands of cultivators' assets. Indeed, Cord based that list on the wealth of cultivators within the cave. Meaning, these resources weren't cave assets, but belonged to the cultivators themselves. Cord intended to leverage these cultivators' assets to attract more visitors. Over time, this cycle would sustain indefinitely, a sustainability strategy for perpetual popularity growth. Chapter 158. Different people have different fates. Yes, Cord intended to use the resources of cultivators within the cave abode to attract other cultivators. If any cultivator or cave spirit knew about Cord's thoughts, they would certainly be astonished. How could you do this? You're using someone else's possessions as bait. What if they don't willingly give them to you? This was a good question, but Cord didn't feel it was his place to worry about it. Instead, the cultivator planning to obtain that spirit treasure should be concerned. In essence, it was like creating a platform. If Cultivator A had their eye on Cultivator B's spirit treasure or magical tool, then Cultivator B sets the price, and Cord passes the price to Cultivator A. However, both sides receive the arrangement in the form of tasks, thus forming a very simple barter system. Cord merely provided a place for exchanges, a so-called platform. In his previous life, Cord worked at Xixi, which is essentially an internet platform company. This skill became invaluable here. Many people who traveled through time relied on systems, but Cord mostly depended on his pre-travel profession. The random evolution system did play a part in his journey, but he used it sparingly due to its instability. Huey hadn't even reached 100 evolutions with it. Cord's lucky advantage might not be the strongest, but he exploited it to the fullest. Just by evolving a few top-tier items, he ushered in a golden era for cave spirits development. However, he felt it was wasteful not to use his system more extensively, and once the cave abode's resources increased, he intended to make better use of it. The Divine Power Crystal Rental Store has been set up. Please queue orderly. Another prompt appeared before each cultivator. In one corner of the cave abode's first level, many small booths were established, each containing a Divine Power Crystal. If a cultivator needed to use one, they must enter a booth to do so. Each booth utilized soundproofing arrays, ensuring privacy and preventing others from hearing the conversation inside. I'll go first. Wu Huixing, the patriarch of Immortal Origin Mountain, rushed towards the Divine Power Crystal. Huey was the most in need of progress acquisition because he had sworn to Hueven that he would never steal another cultivator's progress. Therefore, he needed massive support from friends to complete the event objectives. With Gervais's help, Reggie had completed 2 stages and was now attempting to spin the Grand Wheel of Fortune. Obtaining the final fortune value would allow him to gain enough progress. However, spinning the wheel grew increasingly difficult, and since Gervais's disciples previously helped Baron Zong, and Gervais couldn't leave the cave abode to recruit new disciples during this period, there weren't many subordinates available to assist Reggie. After the cave abode introduced additional benefits for second-level cultivators, few sects were willing to offer assistance. This time, helping would come at a significant cost due to everyone's desire for the privileges of second-level cultivators. Thus, even as the patriarch of Immortal Origin Mountain, Reggie found it challenging to find assistance to spin the Grand Wheel of Fortune. Now, with a chance to contact sects, he immediately took action. As the first cultivator to try, he entered a booth where the setup was straightforward, just a table with a mirror-sized Divine Power Crystal. The instructions were next to the crystal. One needed to channel spiritual energy into it and adjust its fluctuations to connect with corresponding sects based on the specified frequencies. Reggie, familiar with the usage, directly injected his spiritual energy, connecting to Immortal Origin Mountain. East Continent's Immortal Origin Mountain was one of the top cultivation sections. Even minor branches like the Eremmitless Gate numbered in the thousands, not to mention the internal factions within Immortal Origin Mountain. The person responsible for receiving calls on the Divine Power Crystal was a half-grown youth idly watching the sky while holding a straw in his mouth. Normally, the crystal was rarely used, making this a menial task. But this youth had already considered himself fortunate compared to his peers. Once homeless, he found kindness among Immortal Origin Mountain's cultivators and showed excellent bone structure, leading to his being taken in as a servant boy. Even such a humble role freed him from hardship and ensured he wouldn't drift aimlessly. Looking at the bright sunlight, the youth suddenly remembered his tragic past days of homelessness. I wonder how Lawrence, that street kid I used to fight with, is doing now. Huey's probably still in Tianhe City, living an ordinary life. The youth chuckled softly, recalling how they fought over scraps back then. Eventually, Lawrence was taken in by a gatekeeper, while he ended up at Immortal Origin Mountain, enjoying a carefree life as a servant boy. His good bone structure meant he would eventually cultivate seriously once he broke through to the initial chi stage. Considering this, the youth couldn't help but marvel at how different their fates turned out. Huey might never see Lawrence again. As a cultivator, and soon reaching the innate stage, decades would pass in the blink of an eye. By then, Lawrence would likely be no more than a handful of dust. Lost in thought, The youth felt a sudden vibration. Buzz. Startled. The divine power crystal had only lit up twice since he started working there, and the old man on the screen seemed somewhat familiar. Connected? I am Patriarch Reggie of Immortal Origin Mountain. Quickly gather all the cultivators here. The stern voice made the servant boy's breath quicken. Could it be? The actual Patriarch. Seeing the Patriarch was incredibly rare for regular disciples. Patriarch Reggie was known for his unpredictable nature and seldom appeared before junior disciples. Disciple Ianto, Shallow Bay. Ianto quickly connected the divine power crystals on various mountain peaks and elder chambers. Though it was his job, he usually wouldn't dare to disturb anyone without reason. But today, Ianto gambled, ready to take the blame if necessary. Huey wanted to leave a good impression on the Patriarch. You did well. What's your name? Reggie nodded approvingly. Ianto. Good, Ianto. Are you willing to assist me at East Continent Green Pine Mountains Xiao Cave Abode? One sentence filled Ianto with joy. Huey had no idea what the Xiao Cave Abode was, but he understood the significance of assisting the Patriarch. Another turning point in his life. Kneeling down, he loudly replied, Disciple is willing. Chapter 159. The Frenzy of Cultivators. Immediately after, Ianto saw the line of golden text appear before him, asking whether he wished to assist Eben and travel to the Tranquil Abode Cave on Qingsong Mountain, located on the outskirts of Tina City. If he agreed, he would have the opportunity to choose one item from the following list of opportunities. Without hesitation, Ianto chose yes, then he saw the list. Note: I've maintained the meaning and flow while ensuring it reads naturally in English and keeps consistency in terminology. This is an opportunity discovered by the sect leader? It's for distribution among disciples? Let me see. As Ianto thought this, he opened the list of opportunities, his breathing quickening, and his whole body beginning to tremble. What were these dense rows of cultivation resources and weapons? So, if he was willing to go to the Tranquil Abode Cave, he could obtain one item of his choice? What is this? What kind of abode did the sect leader discover? Ianto gaped in astonishment, unsure how to choose. There were too many top-tier options available. Various high-level spirit-grade treasures and peak spirit artifacts made him dizzy just looking at them. After the initial shock wore off, Ianto suppressed his excitement and asked the sect leader Eben with great respect. Sect leader, is the information about these opportunities true? If I choose an item, can I really obtain it once I reach the Tranquil Abode Cave? Of course, you can. This seat would not spread false information. Eben hesitated for a moment, but nodded. While he hadn't received any opportunities from the cave himself, many cultivators inside had, and they insisted that even immortal-level opportunities had been obtained. The resources listed by the immortal Xian shouldn't be deceiving. Sect leader, your immense kindness. I've always heard that Immortal Origin Mountain values opportunities without regard for one's background. I never imagined that you would grant such opportunities even to a humble servant like me. Ianto knelt gratefully, knowing his fate would change because of this list. Although he was currently at the innate stage of the Qi condensation realm, he was about to advance to the vein opening realm. At that point, he would need spiritual herbs and elixirs for the foundation establishment stage. Of course, there were also weapons. If he could obtain a top-tier weapon, it would enable him to fight beyond his level, greatly increasing his survival rate in various trials and adventures. Huey might even become a rising star in the world of wuxia, gradually accumulating fortune. The concept of fortune was rather mysterious. Many fortunate individuals didn't initially stand out, but began to shine after obtaining a divine weapon. Gaining prominence created a virtuous cycle. Better weapons allowed challenges in more difficult dungeons, leading to even greater opportunities, eventually becoming admired by all. Should he choose the herbal ingredients and elixirs for immediate benefits, or opt for a divine weapon to become a shining star in the cultivation world? Ianto pondered only for a moment before making his choice. His hand trembled as he prepared to decide when he heard the voice of sect leader Eben again. There's still time, so let me offer some advice. Please, sect leader, guide me. Ianto felt a great wave of emotion and listened attentively. Don't choose the highest grade equipment, herbs, or elixirs. Consider that others can see this list too. Everyone choosing the same items means you might not secure them. You should aim for spirit grade treasures or magical artifacts. Eben explained slowly, adding an extra word or two since he had some free time. After all, it would take time for responses from the various mountain masters and elders. Hearing this advice, Ianto felt enlightened. How could such a great opportunity come his way? The sect had countless senior elders and guests. Even ordinary disciples surpassed him. Thus, the best choice was within his capability. After some deliberation, Ianto's gaze fell upon a spirit-grade superior-grade weapon, a standard sword from the Erengian sect. Known for its forging expertise, the quality of their standard swords was very high. I choose the Erengian sword, a superior-grade spirit-grade Erengian sword, as my chosen opportunity. Determined, Ianto selected the sword. Huey knew that many senior brothers would vie for it, but without dreams, what are people? Maybe they wouldn't resist the temptation of higher-tier opportunities, leaving a gap for him. Not everyone could receive direct advice from the sect leader. 3 seconds after his choice, several lines of golden text appeared before him. Congratulations, Cultivator Ianto, for choosing the superior-grade spirit-grade weapon, the Erengian sword. Calculating compatibility with the Erengian sword. Congratulations, Cultivator Ianto. Your compatibility with the Erengian sword is a remarkable 96%. Achieve 100% compatibility to obtain this treasure. Would you like to immediately cultivate your compatibility? These golden lines filled Ianto with joy. He never expected such high compatibility, and the option to improve it further. It was a no-brainer. Yes, immediately cultivate compatibility. Cultivating compatibility. Congratulations. Super hit during cultivation. Compatibility now stands at 98%. You are now the top match for the Erengian sword among surrounding cultivators. The notification showed the names of nearby cultivators. Ianto couldn't help but laugh. Among so many talented cultivators, only he had the highest compatibility with the Erengian sword. To achieve 100% compatibility and gain the Erengian sword, Ianto silently urged himself. Keep cultivating, keep cultivating. Cultivation failed. The Erengian sword is too far away. Please proceed to Qingsong Mountain's tranquil abode cave to continue cultivation. A message appeared, and Ianto took a deep breath. Qingsong Mountain? It was near his hometown, and he could also visit Tianhe City along the way. Meanwhile, Eben distributed the list of resources from the tranquil abode cave to other members of the sect. Most experienced similar emotions to Ianto. What? There's a Huivenly demon leg bone in the tranquil abode cave? Isn't that in Captain Hui's possession? My leg has suffered severe demonic chi corrosion. With the Huivenly demon leg bone, I can restore my peak realm. Huiven heaven? The supreme 5-passage fist technique I've searched for years can be learned in the tranquil abode cave, and I have the best qualifications. I also noticed this conqueror sword isn't Dean's weapon. Can it be obtained in the tranquil abode cave? Sect leader's kindness. Sect leader's kindness. We must head to the tranquil abode cave right now. Not just that, there are immortal level opportunities here, including immortal level spiritual treasures. If we can obtain them, it will be a meteoric rise indeed. Seeing the resources in the tranquil abode cave, the cultivators became frenzied. Their eyes practically burned with desire. What kind of place had their sect leader discovered? Hashtag chapter 160. Storms are brewing, ready to join the battle. The cultivators of Immortal Origin Mountain were buzzing with excitement. The resources they had been seeking for so long had actually been found by their very own sect leader. All they needed to do was go to the place of freedom and gain that opportunity. Their hearts burned with fervor. Not only was sect leader Honor at an impasse in his cultivation, but virtually all cultivators would hit such bottlenecks at some point. Each person faced different shortages. Some lacked medicinal pills, others array formations, and still others, hard-eye, inner wisdom. Cough, cough, just a joke. In essence, there wasn't a single cultivator who didn't need more resources. Even if they had plenty of medicinal pills, wouldn't they still need weapons? Top-tier weapons? How about adding an array formation set? With arrays prepared, how about acquiring some talismans as well? A few high-grade special talismans could save one's life in many critical situations. The path of cultivation was fraught with danger. Which senior cultivator wouldn't carry hundreds of talismans? All these cultivation resources could be obtained from the place of freedom. How could the cultivators not be excited? Looking at the impassioned expressions of his disciples, Honor did not show much excitement himself. In a solemn voice, he continued, "Everyone, please calm down. I know you all desire this opportunity, but there's something else about the place of freedom I must tell you." Even Honor found the latest resource list from the place of freedom tempting, but he also knew that securing the immortal connection was currently his highest priority. Once he became an immortal, everything else would be secondary, and anything could be rebuilt. Right now, it was crucial to get support from his fellow cultivators, so the Immortal Origin Mountain disciples should hurry to assist at the place of freedom. However, Honor understood that getting his disciples into the place of freedom first required driving out the Azure Dark Temple cultivators blocking the entrance. What is it? Please instruct us, sect leader. The place of freedom is currently unsafe. Its entrance is blocked by demonic cult cultivators. Even if you reach Green Pine Mountain, you won't be able to enter the place of freedom. And even I can't leave the cave to protect you fully. Honor's heavy tone seemed like a bucket of cold water, causing a momentary silence. What level was Honor? Huey was at the peak of Yang God realm, just one step away from becoming an immortal. And he was proficient in Huivenly derivation techniques, having been a genius cultivator since youth, with extremely high combat prowess. For such a figure to say he couldn't guarantee their safety, it suggested that the demonic cult cultivators outside were terrifying indeed. Some even thought that Honor was trapped inside the place of freedom by the demonic cult. It was evident how formidable the demonic cultivators outside were. After a long silence, finally, a cultivator raised his hand and shouted sternly, "To eradicate demons and uphold righteousness is the duty of every cultivator." As soon as those words left his mouth, shock rippled through the crowd. Were you really upholding righteousness? You're going there for the opportunity. To gain the chance, you've become utterly obsessed. I agree. My body has been crippled ever since my lightning tribulation. If this damaged body can still burn brightly for a righteous cause, I'm willing to contribute. An elder in a wheelchair waved his arm enthusiastically. Everyone understood his implication. Since he was old, crippled, and unlikely to advance further without opportunities, he might as well take a last desperate gamble. I agree too. The demonic cultists have always been our greatest enemies. Everyone must join to defeat them. As more voices rose in agreement, more disciples started raising the banner against demons. It couldn't be helped. The opportunities within the place of freedom were simply too rich, making them envious. And what if the demonic cultivators seized the divine level opportunities? They'd surely be enraged. Good. I am pleased with your determination. Immediately send word to the other major sects and great powers to discuss a plan for eradicating demons together. Having said this, Honor's time using the magical crystal ended. Honor's words shook the entire Immortal Origin Mountain, and its leaders frantically contacted other sects. Storms were brewing, and a fierce battle for the place of freedom was slowly unfolding. Meanwhile, many cultivators reported the situation within the place of freedom to their own sects, hoping for support. For example, disciples from the Seven Stars sect came all the way from the westernmost part of Eastern Continent to Green Pine Mountain. They were now a third-rate sect due to the loss of the 7-star steps technique. But the chief disciple heard that a cultivator within the place of freedom had performed the lost 7-star steps and rushed over. In the resource list under cultivation techniques, he found a lone copy of the 7-star steps. Tears streaming down his face, he relayed the news back to the sect. Grandmaster, the ancestors can rest in peace now. We've finally found the 7-star steps. With your support, we can secure this technique. Really? Entering the place of freedom requires no conditions? Just going to Green Pine Mountain means direct access? It used to be that simple, but now the entrance is blocked by demonic cultists. To get in, we need to drive them off. There are 4 demon immortals guarding it. This news made the current Grandmaster of the Seven Stars sect fall silent. 4 demon immortals? On what basis could they expel them? Bravery alone? Just then, a junior cultivator ran into the room, shouting, Grandmaster! Grandmaster! Immortal Origin Mountain's magic crystal lit up, inviting us to discuss the extermination at Green Pine Mountain. Green Pine Mountain? Isn't that where the place of freedom is? Is Immortal Origin Mountain leading the anti-demon campaign? Murmuring to himself, the Grandmaster of the Seven Stars sect turned resolute. Huey turned to the incense burner behind him, lit 3 sticks of incense, and declared loudly, Disciple Eronu Xingyun, unworthy as I am, failed to recover the ancient technique on my own, but now the technique is within reach. Ancestors, aid us in eliminating the demons and restoring justice. Let us reclaim the technique and revitalize the Seven Stars sect. Thus spoke, the Grandmaster brought out the secret weapon of the Seven Stars sect. Not just the Seven Stars sect, but large powers like Cloud Summit Hall, Sunset Valley, Medicine King sect, Falling Stargate, and other major factions received messages from their disciples and Immortal Origin Mountain. Cloud Summit Hall, Dean's former sect. Originally, Cloud Summit Hall was one of the top sects in Eastern Continent, nearly dropping out of the elite rank after the previous demon eradication campaign. Now their members gathered, with the Grandmaster staring silently at the broken formation caused by sword cuts before saying, The 9-breaking Cloud Summit sword taken by Dean has been found within the place of freedom. We swear to reclaim this ancestral weapon. Additionally, I found the complete Cloud Summit array formation in the resource list. Obtaining it would allow us to reconstruct our grand array and erase our disgrace. Therefore, we will definitely participate in this battle. The disciples of Cloud Summit Hall remained silent, eyes filled with resolve. Thus, the forces of Eastern Continent in the divine world were thoroughly stirred. A storm was brewing, ready to erupt. Chapter 161. High-level demon extermination meeting. In the Eastern Continent of the Divine Land, a vast and resource-rich region with lush mountains and clear waters, it is abundantly endowed with spiritual energy, making it highly suitable for cultivators to practice. Among the countless sects, 5 major powers stand out the most. Adeliangxio Palace, Luoxi Valley, Yaowang Sect, Adeliaxing Gate, and Xuanhuan Mountain. Most other forces have significant ties to these 5 great sects. Normally, the 5 major sects are engaged in endless disputes, but today, their high-ranking elders have gathered together to discuss a grand demon extermination plan. If outsiders were to witness this scene, they would undoubtedly be utterly astonished. The leaders of these powerful factions are all immensely proud individuals who generally look down upon each other. For example, Beckett, the leader of Luoxi Valley, has always despised Adeliaxing Gate because both sects share similar cultivation techniques that involve summoning heavenly spirit arts in battle. The 2 sects have deep-rooted connections, as it is rumored that Adeliaxing Gate's founding patriarch was once an apostate from Luoxi Valley. There is a deep crater in Luoxi Valley where, legend has it, a massive meteor once fell, causing the entire valley to tremble. A cultivator witnessed this event firsthand, feeling the breath of the way within the meteor. Originally just an ordinary disciple, he eventually became a core disciple and obtained the sect's central cultivation technique due to his insights into the meteor. Based on the Luoxi Valley's techniques, he innovated and created his unique Adeliaxing art. During the Luoxi Valley's 60th year competition, he dominated his contemporaries and even defeated the chief's senior brother, showcasing the brilliance of his Adeliaxing art. However, the sect did not recognize this cultivation method and instead sought to punish the victorious disciple. Feeling alienated and betrayed by fellow disciples, he left the sect to establish Adeliaxing Gate. Because of this historical context, the 2 sects have never been able to sit down and talk. Their disciples treat each other like sworn enemies. If anyone saw the leader of Adeliaxing Gate actually discussing matters with the head of Luoxi Valley, they would be speechless in shock. I personally think Adeliaxing Gate is questionable in origin and might have connections with the demonic path. Why should we include them in our demon extermination discussions? Beckett, dressed in coarse linen robes, remarked while looking at the divine crystal displaying various dignitaries. Appearing to be in his 50s with a beard flowing down his chest, he had sharp, piercing eyes. Behind him stood numerous Luoxi Valley disciples, too intimidated to speak as the crystal screen showed leaders of the major sects. Beckett's expression was serious, knowing that launching a war against demons was no small matter. The last righteous magic conflict resulted in many casualties among the righteous side, leading to the decline or extinction of numerous sections. Therefore, such a campaign must be approached with utmost caution. Huey only agreed to attend this meeting organized by Xuanhuan Mountain because the message came from his own younger brother, Jamil. Yes, it was Beckett's younger brother, Jamil, who previously reported seeing multicolored clouds above Chingsong Mountain and later sent back a list of resources from the Immortal Cave, which stunned Beckett. Had it not been his brother's message, Beckett would have dismissed it as nonsense. Recalling Jamil's excitement, whoever obtains the Immortal Cave will dominate the Divine Land. Among the resources, the Sunset Arm Guard particularly caught Beckett's interest, a divine artifact crafted by a master of their sect. It had been lost for years due to an earlier mishap, but its retrieval would significantly benefit Beckett. As for how the Arm Guard ended up in the cave, Beckett wouldn't dare imagine. Returning to the present, Beckett looked towards the leader of Adeliaxing Gate. Their history was short. The current leader, Aaron Ongxing, was the very disciple who rebelled from Luoxi Valley. Aaron Ongxing, bearing a deep scar on his face, coldly retorted, Luoxi Valley accuses others without any grounds. I expected nothing less. Other attendees remained silent, aware of the ongoing feud between Luoxi Valley and Adeliaxing Gate. I am not interested in your feud. I only want to know if the opportunity within the Immortal Cave is real. Is Medicine Master Xueming's bell really inside? The patriarch of Yaowang Sect redirected the conversation. His figure was slender, wearing a high-collared gray robe that concealed most of his face, leaving only his eyes visible. Yaowang Sect, typically the least prominent of the 5 major sects, was known for its medicinal prowess. Our Cloud Peak Hall also seeks confirmation regarding the Immortal Cave, added the Lord of Adelianxio Palace. Answering the skepticism, Xuanhuan Mountain's first elder, Ellis, replied with a smile. I believe you would not come here without solid evidence. Indeed, all were brought together by undeniable information. Why are you representing Xuanhuan Mountain, Ellis? Where is honor? Shifting focus, Beckett temporarily set aside old grievances. The Patriarch is already inside the Immortal Cave. Our information comes directly from him. Since he cannot participate, I represent the sect, responded Ellis coolly. Surveying the other sect leaders, he continued, now, let us discuss how to deal with the demons outside the Immortal Cave. Chapter 162. The Immortals each sect must deal with, and the Loong sect. As this topic was brought up, the few major figures present fell into silence. Their resources were indeed rich, and their sects naturally had means to deal with immortals. For example, granting immortal energy, a task they all could manage. However, the issue lay in that they all knew how far apart immortal cultivators were from true immortals. The 4 immortals outside were like a heavy mountain pressing down on them, leaving them breathless. I believe everyone is aware of the 4 immortals outside the Free and Easy Abbey. We must come up with a way to deal with these evil immortals, said Ellis, the initiator of the meeting, in a solemn voice. Everyone knew this, but the question was, would it be easy to resolve? For immortals, they were the ultimate goal for mainland cultivators. Ordinarily, seeing an immortal was a reason for reverence and even seeking advice. Receiving guidance from an immortal would be a great fortune for any cultivator. Now, however, they were expected to eliminate immortals. Using mortal strength to slay immortals, on paper, it sounded heroic, but for those who had to execute it, it was utterly terrifying. How can we resolve this? Are immortals something we can handle? Evil immortals have brutal methods and immense power. Our Cloud Altars immortals haven't descended to the mortal world for a long time and cannot deal with these 4 immortals, the palace master of the Cloud Altar declared frankly. His name was Linus, who took over the Cloud Altar after Dean attacked. The former leader felt too ashamed about the incident and retired, entrusting the entire Cloud Altar to the then chief disciple Linus. Linus was youthful and ambitious, always seeking vengeance against Dean and reclaiming the treasures lost by the Cloud Altar. But the power of the Azure Dark Hall surpassed his imagination. Centuries passed without achieving retribution, and he developed a rather laid-back attitude. Upon hearing the possibility of retrieving the Cloud Altar's sacred weapon, he was filled with passion, believing that as the leader, he could finally bring glory to the sect. However, when asked to take the front line, he immediately became passive. Has the Cloud Altar been thoroughly terrified by the dark forces? When the dark sect attacked years ago, did you not even resist? The sect array was broken and still hasn't been repaired. What use is keeping such a flawed array? It should have been dismantled long ago. Beckett, the Valley Master of Sunset Valley, sneered openly. Sunset Valley now wielded much greater influence than the Cloud Altar. In the eyes of many, among the 5 major sects, the Cloud Altar barely outranked the supporting sect, Medicine King sect. Don't get too arrogant, Beckett. Why don't you go and deal with the Dark Immortals yourself? Linus retorted irritably. Our Sunset Valley intends to do exactly that. One of the immortals will be left to us. Our Sunset Valley can handle 1 immortal. Beckett said this boldly. Sunset Valley, a place where celestial energies converge, was famous for its perfect sunset. In ancient mythology, it was believed that when the sun set, it arrived at Sunset Valley, the best spot to watch the sunset in East Zhou. Due to this, the cultivators of Sunset Valley were exceptionally advanced, and the sect was in a period of rapid development. Beckett himself was nearly ready to ascend to the Penglai immortal realm, rumored to have already begun climbing, and was considered a quasi-immortal. So, he had the right to boast, the right to mock, and he made the bold claim to handle one of the Dark Immortals. But, we must prioritize selecting resources from the Free and Easy Abbey's opportunity list. Beckett added, which Linus couldn't argue with. Given they were willing to tackle 1 immortal, having first pick of resources seemed reasonable. Fine, our Medicine King sect will also take on 1 immortal, likewise requiring priority selection rights. The Patriarch of the Medicine King sect, Brent, nodded in agreement. Despite being renowned for saving lives, reaching the full Yangshan realm, people were still surprised that the Medicine King sect volunteered for an immortal. Meteor Gate, will take 1. Aaron Ongxing, the head of Meteor Gate, didn't waste words, directly offering their stance. That left only Immortal Origin Mountain and Cloud Altar. The latter simply refused to participate, so attention turned to Immortal Origin Mountain. We, Immortal Origin Mountain, will also take on 1 immortal, specifically Chandler Young Erong. Ellis laughed and spoke, representing Honor's intentions. Chandler Young Erong no longer possessed the Aaron Fee and Death chessboard, greatly weakening her. Moreover, other Dark Immortals were only sending avatars to block the Free and Easy Abbey. No one knew if their true selves would join the battle. Chandler Young Erong, lacking her innate treasure, might be the least threatening. Thus, Honor showed strategic cunning. What? Immortal Origin Mountain is actually taking on Chandler Young Erong? Looks like you are very determined to get that resource list. Beckett expressed shock outright. Not only him, but the other leaders were equally surprised, originally trying to avoid facing Chandler Young Erong, only to see Immortal Origin Mountain volunteer. Exterminating demons is the duty of cultivators. Since we have the capability, we should bear more responsibility. Ellis chuckled. All talk to appease the masses. Since the 4 Dark Immortals are settled, let's discuss dividing the resources on the list. Beckett shifted the topic back to the resources, which was the main issue needing resolution to prevent conflicts over the Free and Easy Abbey's opportunities. Those agreeing to face the Dark Immortals nodded, starting discussions on resource division, leaving the Cloud Altar out. Damn, they're looking down on the Cloud Altar. Don't expect us to honor agreements. Oh yes, I have a confidant from the Loong sect. If we can gain their support. Linus thought actively. Even if they couldn't face the Dark Immortals, they could still find backing. As one of the 5 major sects of East Zhou, he certainly had connections. one of which was the mighty Erenglong sect. With Erenglong sect's support, dealing with dark immortals would be less concerning. The problem was how to gain their support. Linus began pondering his past, confident and calculating ways to secure Erenglong sect as his backup. Unbeknownst to him, the leaders of the Erenglong sect were gathered in a cave called Thousand Moon, just recovering from a fierce battle. The dark cultivators have retreated. Cave master, they've truly retreated. A leading woman sighed in relief, turning to address a stone statue within the cave. Upon hearing this, the statue stirred and transformed into a young maiden, who said complexly, I know, and I also know where they're heading. Where are they going? Weren't they trying to conquer the Thousand Moon Cave? They are heading to East Zhou, to a place called the Free and Easy Abbey. We should set out immediately and prepare to aid the Free and Easy Abbey. The cave master's expression was complex. If Cord were here, he'd recognize this young maiden as Bridget, his nominal wife. Translation ends here. Would you like me to continue, or clarify anything further? Hashtag chapter 163. They're burning gossip, Huey Arts. Bin Cave Manor? What is that place? The leading woman of the Erenglong sect was stunned. She had never heard of this cave manor before. Furthermore, their sect leader Bridget had never asked them to support any cave manor. Bridget had always focused on developing the sect's own strength and would not get involved in conflicts between cultivators and cave manors if she could avoid it. Yet today, she suddenly asked the entire Erenglong sect to provide support for Dongzhou. And right after they had just fought a major battle. Previously, to resist the invasion of demon path cultivators, the Erenglong sect had paid a heavy price. Now was the time to rest and recover, but Bridget had ordered them to pursue and assist instead? What secrets did that cave manor hold? Bridget, isn't this decision too hasty? Our sect has already been weakened by repelling the demon path cultivators. Supporting another cave manor under these circumstances? I'm worried. The leading woman was none other than Alize, the head of the Erenglong sect. She and Bridget were very close friends. She had never seen Bridget look so flustered. The demon path cultivators had clearly retreated, yet Bridget showed no sign of joy but only concern. Please don't ask anymore. I was saved because of Bin Cave Manor. Bridget's eyes darted around nervously, her face filled with worry, and even a hint of shyness. Shyness. It was an expression Alize, her best friend, had never seen before. For so many years, Bridget had always been proud and straightforward, getting along well with everyone. Although she was not skilled in arts like music or calligraphy, she was very popular within the Erenglong sect. Many people called her Sister Xiuxian. To obtain opportunities within the sect, all one needed to do was pass through the traps and formations set up by Bridget, and she would readily grant them treasures. Thus, Alize and Bridget had been very close friends for years. She never imagined Bridget would show such bashfulness. Something's off. What's the deal with that Bin Cave Manor? Why did they help divert the Dark Knights from the Azure Dark Temple? We couldn't even stand against them ourselves, and Bin Cave Manor was willing to do it for you. Alize felt increasingly uneasy, pressing her questions. Don't ask anymore. Xiuxian, if you don't explain clearly, even as sisters, I cannot recklessly put the Erenglong sect in danger. I am responsible for the safety of our cultivators. Alize shook her head hesitantly. Only because of their close relationship did she dare to joke around like this. In truth, the Erenglong sect owed much of its development to Bridget. If not for their close friendship, she would never speak to Bridget this way. Facing Alize's questioning, Bridget blushed slightly, almost like a young girl in love. Although Bridget looked no different from a 16-year-old girl, her personality had always been very proud, never showing such girlish emotions. But today, she behaved like a regular teenager. Alize was shocked speechless. You explain. I know cave spirits communicate, but who exactly is he from Bin Cave Manor? Huey is my husband. With courage, Bridget finally uttered these words. Silence fell over the entire Xuanhuan cave manor. After a long pause, Alize stammered in disbelief, repeating what Bridget had just said. You mean he is your husband? Yes, he is my husband, which is why he came forward. Bridget admitted, slightly shyly. Initially, she hadn't liked Cord much, even thinking him somewhat shameless. However, during her most dangerous moment, Cord had risked his life to divert the powerful enemy, disregarding his own safety. Huey didn't seek recognition afterward and remained humble while checking on Bridget's condition. Even when surrounded by demon path cultivators, he didn't mention his actions once. Powerful, humble, and deeply devoted to his wife. These thoughts circled Bridget's mind. Since Cord was willing to risk his life for her, Bridget decided to let go of her reservations. This marriage contract was divinely decreed, and considering his noble character and perfection in every aspect, as well as his extraordinary looks, she was willing to accept it, at least for the duration of the contract. Once she made this confession, the Erenglong sect erupted in chaos. How can Goddess Bridget be married? Wasn't it agreed that anyone who broke through all her formations could court her? Wah, Sister Xiuxian, even though I'm a woman, I've loved you for nearly 100 years. You must be happy. Brother of Sister Xiuxian? Curious, really curious to see what he looks like. Who could possibly match Sister Xiuxian's incomparable beauty? Both male and female cultivators in the Erenglong sect went wild. Bridget wasn't just highly popular among men. Women admired her greatly as well. Now, everyone was intensely curious about what kind of man could win Bridget's heart. Actually, he is very handsome. From appearance alone, I might not deserve him. Bridget murmured softly, lowering her head. While she held a high status among cave spirits, she was always approachable within the Erenglong sect. Many women were her close friends, so she felt no need to put on airs. This statement again stunned the Erenglong sect's cultivators. What level of beauty did Bridget possess? She thought she didn't deserve the master of Bin Cave Manor. This only piqued the curiosity of the Erenglong sect's members. Alize, drawing her sword and raising her arm, shouted, Sisters, let's all go to Dongzhou and see what Xiuxian's man looks like. Yes, I'm very curious. Let's go now. I can't wait a day longer. Let's follow Alize, elder sister. To see brother Xianhua. We want to see who the divine being is who stole away Xianhua. The cultivators of the Erenglong sect were energized. Most cultivators in the Erenglong sect were women, leading to a strong penchant for gossiping. Their burning desire to know fueled their resolve. Demon path cultivators blocking their way? Kill them. Immortals not letting them through? Eliminate them immediately. Nothing could stop their thirst for gossip. At this moment, a female disciple of the Erenglong sect received a crystal communication. Pulling out the crystal, she saw a familiar face appear. Linus grinned awkwardly and asked, Sister Han, does your Erenglong sect have any free time recently? No time at all. We're going to a place called Ben Cave Manor soon, so we can't deal with you now. Hashtag chapter 164. Huey who gains the tranquil abode, gains the world. Tranquil abode? This time it was Jericho's turn to be stunned. Huey hadn't even had the chance to speak. Yet the other party already knew? Jericho, the patriarch of Cloudy Hall, one of the 5 major sects in East Continent, used to be a young man eager to take revenge for his sect and restore its former glory. However, over the years, that young man turned into a middle-aged man. Not only did he fail to restore the glory of Cloudy Hall, but he also developed an attitude of giving up on everything. Since the reputation of Cloudy Hall was already tarnished beyond repair, he figured there was no point in putting in any effort anymore. So he even started trying to rely on powerful forces from Central Land, forming alliances with cultivators from major Central Land sects at all costs. Back when he was younger, he had achieved much and had several close friends, including Mila from the Erenglong sect. Mila held a fairly high position within the Erenglong sect as the leader of inner disciples, meaning she was quite influential. If they could establish this connection, Cloudy Hall would gain a powerful ally in the future. But Jericho also knew that such connections couldn't be misused. They had to be utilized strategically. Now, during the meeting of the great figures from the East Continent, they could all deal with demonic cultivators, except for Cloudy Hall. As resources were being divided, they were left out of the distribution. Jericho found this unacceptable. Immediately, he thought of using his connection with Mila and the Erenglong sect. If the Erenglong sect agreed to help, adding their strength to the various East Continent sects, those demon cultivators outside the tranquil abode would pose no problem at all. To his surprise, before he could explain his intentions, Mila already informed him that they were about to head for the tranquil abode, then promptly ended the communication. This unexpected move made Jericho's spirit soar. He could now borrow the Erenglong sect's name to strengthen his position. With this thought, he stood taller, seemingly regaining some of his youthful vigor. Despite his usual reputation as a master of giving up, deep down, Jericho was still eager to restore the glory of Cloudy Hall. Everyone, our Cloudy Hall will also participate in this battle. Ah, we didn't say you can't participate. Beckett from Sunset Valley didn't even look up as he continued to examine the list of opportunities. This indifference made Jericho feel like vomiting. Taking a deep breath, he paused and said, That's not what I mean. What I'm saying is that Cloudy Hall will handle the demonic cultivators, and I have persuaded the mighty Erenglong sect from Central Land. They are now speeding towards the tranquil abode. What? You managed to persuade the Erenglong sect? The 4 major figures from the East Continent couldn't ignore Cloudy Hall this time. The leaders of Falling Star sect and Sunset Valley both looked displeased, apparently blaming Jericho for involving a major Central Land force. In fact, if the Erenglong sect didn't come, the resources would be divided among the 5 of them. But with the Erenglong sect involved, the resource distribution would be more complicated. The cake was only so big, and the more people involved, the smaller each share would be. Yet, they couldn't criticize Jericho, as their mission was supposed to be about eradicating demons, not competing for resources. Humbert brother truly has excellent means. We thought Cloudy Hall had lost its former glory and thus wanted to ease your burden, but who would have thought you could mobilize the entire Erenglong sect? I am deeply impressed, Humbert brother. Your wisdom is indeed unmatched. Isn't it just like bowing down to Central Land's powerful forces? Cloudy Hall already has no reputation, so continuing to act like a dog doesn't matter, does it? Beckett from Sunset Valley spoke the most bluntly, but the involvement of the Erenglong sect was now set in stone. No matter what, Jericho had seized the initiative. They had been planning the resource distribution here, but if a major Central Land force really joined, the resources would need to be redistributed. The Erenglong sect wasn't like Cloudy Hall, an easy target. I'll go confirm if the Erenglong sect is really coming. Ellis from Immortal Adelian Mountain was cautious. Huey sought confirmation from trusted informants to verify the movements of the Central Land force. His informant network was extensive, including contacts within the Erenglong sect. The response was clear. Just as Jericho said, the Erenglong sect was fully mobilizing and heading straight for the tranquil abode in the East Continent. It was said that the Erenglong sect intended to help clear the demon cultivators, blocking the entrance to the tranquil abode. This information came directly from the Erenglong sect's leader Alize. Huey heaved a sigh of relief. The Erenglong sect's mobilization is real. Who would have thought Jericho could actually get the Erenglong sect leader to offer aid to the tranquil abode? Ellis, the first elder of Immortal Adelian Mountain, exhaled deeply. Originally, he thought Jericho was exaggerating, but it turned out to be true. Ellis also relayed this information to Immortal Adelian Mountain's patriarch Honor, who was equally shocked. Huey never expected the Erenglong sect to mobilize entirely. The allure of the tranquil abode was truly formidable. Not good. We must secure favor from the Jialan Holy Land. Given the Erenglong sect's mobilization, perhaps we can win their support. Honor clenched his teeth, making a decision. Huey adjusted his spiritual energy frequency to connect with Jialan Holy Land's mystic crystal. Years ago, while traveling through various regions in the realm, Honor spent considerable time in Jialan Holy Land and naturally remembered the unique fluctuation pattern of their mystic crystal. The connection was quickly established. Recognizing Honor instantly, the other side notified the higher-ups, who hurriedly dispatched a senior elder to greet him. Honor? Haven't you been in seclusion at Immortal Adelian Mountain for many years? What brings you here today? The person chatting with Honor was Gary, a senior elder from Jialan Holy Land's inner circle. Years ago, he had met Honor, making him the perfect host. Gary looked benevolent and unassuming, his expression calm like a laughing Buddha. His demeanor was leisurely. Brother Zhou, we haven't seen each other in years, but I'm not here for idle chat. I have important news to share. Honor didn't beat around the bush, getting straight to the point. What news is so urgent that the patriarch of immortal Adelian Mountain has to deliver it personally? Seeing Honor's serious demeanor, Gary's casual attitude vanished. The tranquil abode. Does Jialan Holy Land know about it? Of course. Immortal Cortez and immortal Xiuxian's divine souls are still residing within the abode. It's not that simple. They're not guests. They can't return. 4 demon immortals are blockading the entrance to the tranquil abode. Honor spoke bluntly. 4 demon immortals? Gary was taken aback. If that were the case, their immortal souls wouldn't be able to return either. And there's more. As a favor, I'll let you know that the Erenglong sect has mobilized to drive away the demon cultivators besieging the tranquil abode. Honor revealed more critical information. This time, Gary took it seriously, sending someone to verify the news while asking, why would the Erenglong sect do this? They've never been so impulsive. Brother Zhou, you should know, there's a saying in our East continent. What saying? Huey who gains the tranquil abode, gains the world. Having said that, Honor wasted no further words, sending the list of opportunities to Gary, whose expression became very interesting indeed. Chapter 165, Persuasion, in the Jialan Sanctuary's response. Initially, when Honor mentioned, he who obtains the free and easy cave mansion shall obtain the world, Gary was rather dismissive of it. Deep down, he even had a little smirk. After all, Dongzhou was just a small region. What could they possibly have seen? Consider that the number of treacherous secret realms in the Central Plains far surpassed anything Dongzhou could offer. What kind of grottos haven't they seen? In the realm of cultivators, what did it mean to obtain the world? It wasn't referring to mundane kingdoms, but to ruling over the cultivators of the Central Plains plus the 4 continents, dominating the entire divine land, and achieving an unparalleled sect. Only then would it be called obtaining the world. It would mean that everything below Penglai Immortal Realm would belong to one sect. If gaining the free and easy cave mansion could achieve all this, it would indeed suggest that people from Dongzhou hadn't seen much. But as soon as Gary opened the resource list sent by Honor, he couldn't hold back his shock. It turned out he himself hadn't seen much. Brother One, are the resources on your so-called fortune list real? Gary's voice trembled with envy. The fortune list was divided into high-level and ordinary areas. The high-level section was outrageous. Immortal grade moon dew stones, immortal grade spirit moon spring water. Could it get any more extravagant? Yes, it could. Huey even saw the Erenfian death chessboard in the high-level section of the fortune list. Are you kidding me? Isn't the Erenfian death chessboard supposed to be Erong Chandler Yang's possession? Indeed, but obtaining the immortal grade resources is quite difficult. I suggest you look at the other levels first, Honor said, pointing to the non-immortal grade resources. At this moment, Gary noticed a tiny note next to the immortal grade list. The high-level opportunities require participants to engage in activities within the cave mansion to obtain. It didn't seem much, but Gary knew it wouldn't be easy. Could he just casually take the immortal grade opportunities? Participating in activities inside the free and easy cave mansion looked anything but simple. Knowing that greed seldom brought good results, Gary forced himself to shift his focus back to the ordinary section. The acquisition methods for the ordinary section were quite straightforward, expectedly attainable upon reaching the free and easy cave mansion. And it wasn't all junk. Most items in the ordinary section were top tier. No way, no way. Xuanhuan tree breath given away just for entering the cave mansion? I searched for that tree for nearly a century. Gary took a deep breath, feeling a slight pain in his lungs. Xuanhuan trees grow on the cliffs at the westernmost edge of the Sunzhou continent. Legends say that these trees emit a faint gray mist around their trunks, appearing and disappearing intermittently, as if the tree is breathing. Note, Sunzhou Dalu is translated as Sunzhou continent to maintain the fantasy context and keep it sounding natural in English. If Sunzhou has been established with a specific name in the rest of the document, it should be replaced accordingly. When exhaling, the mist appears. When inhaling, it disappears. When the mist is visible, ordinary people can't help but inhale it. During this time, the mist is solid enough to support human bodies, preventing them from falling off the tree. Ordinary people who inhale the mist will feel euphoric and see their happiest memories, sometimes even becoming lost in them. But once the mist disappears, the tree trunk reveals countless holes, causing anyone on it to plummet thousands of feet. For ordinary people, the mist has a charming allure but can't compare to life itself. For cultivators, however, Xuanhuan tree mist is an invaluable treasure, especially for treating injuries to the divine soul. Years ago, Gary chased after a powerful demonic cultivator, using his divine soul in combat and ultimately killing the demon. However, his own divine soul was badly damaged in the process. This injury tormented him like an incurable disease. If he could get the Xuanhuan tree breath, that is, the gray mist, it could directly repair his wounds. However, the Xuanhuan tree had been extinct for nearly 1,000 years, leaving only ancient records. Where on earth did the free and easy cave mansion find Xuanhuan tree breath? To be honest, Cord himself wasn't clear about it. Huey could only see what resources cultivators had, but not where they came from. But that didn't matter now. What mattered was that Gary was thoroughly captivated, eyes filled with greedy desire. If other cultivators from the Jialan Sanctuary saw this, they'd be shocked because Gary was usually very composed, seemingly uninterested in anything. Huey spent his days bird watching and flower gardening, occasionally guiding disciples. To Jialan Sanctuary's cultivators, Gary seemed like a kind elder. When had they ever seen him show such greed? But facing the opportunities in the free and easy cave mansion, no matter how calm you were, you'd be tempted immediately. As long as you're willing to come to the free and easy cave mansion, there should be a chance to obtain them. Honor's words seemed both reassuring and vague. Huey now understood how cunning the free and easy cave mansion could be. Initially, he thought he could quickly get immortal opportunities, but he realized he was wrong. Huey had sworn never to steal others' progress, leading to the situation where only others could steal from him, while he couldn't steal from anyone else. That feeling made him sick to his stomach, almost making him want to violate his vow to the xuanhuan Dao. If he could go back in time, he would definitely strangle his past self who made that oath. Why use a xuanhuan Dao vow just for appearances? Thus, Honor now deeply understood the challenges of navigating the free and easy cave mansion. Even though Cord clearly stated in the resource list that arriving at the cave mansion would grant opportunities, Honor couldn't confidently guarantee anything. Huey could only vaguely say there might be a chance, having learned this tactic from the master of the free and easy cave mansion. A chance? How big of a chance? Who knows? But Gary didn't know that the head of Xiuxian Mountain would play such word games. Huey fully believed these resources were within reach. So, Gary showed a determined expression, bowed to Honor, and said gravely, "Brother one, you've provided me with such crucial information. Whatever I can do to repay you, just say it." "Glad to hear it. There is indeed something I need help with, Brother Zhou. If possible, I just want to receive guidance from Immortal Ansel again." Honor spoke his heart. Huey wanted nothing but to become an immortal. Becoming an immortal depended on Immortal Ansel. Years ago, he was told he lacked immortal fate, preventing him from becoming an immortal. Now, Immortal Ansel said his immortal fate was close yet distant. Honor desperately wanted clarity. How exactly could he obtain the immortal fate in the free and easy cave mansion? But no matter how hard he tried, Immortal Ansel avoided him. Huey was desperate. "No problem, leave it to me." After saying this, Gary ended the crystal communication politely and got up again. Huey left Tianchi Pond, walked to the center of Jialan Sanctuary, and loudly proclaimed, "All cultivators of Jialan Sanctuary, gather immediately. We must rescue our sanctuary's immortal." Chapter 166. It is our duty to subdue demons and monsters. Absolutely not for any opportunity. Huh? Elder Gary actually wants to summon all cultivators from the Jialan Holy Land? What's going on? Has the Jialan Holy Land been attacked? The upper echelons of Jialan Holy Land wore looks of confusion. Gary had never interfered with internal affairs, spending most of his time meditating at Humberdian Pond. Speaking of enemy attacks, it wasn't baseless. Not long ago, Humberdian Pond was indeed attacked. At that time, a burst of cold air froze over Humberdian Pond, and the two elders, Chandlerju, chased the enemies across 1,000 miles using specialized equipment. Now no one knew how things were, as the two elders were busy with some event related to the Zither, high mountain flowing water, and thus hadn't contacted Jialan Holy Land. As for the two immortals Lynette and Abdul, their immortal souls were imprisoned in the free and easy cave mansion. They were too ashamed to speak. Thus, the Jialan Holy Land currently didn't know what was happening within the free and easy cave mansion. Hearing that Gary was calling upon cultivators, they assumed Humberdian Pond was once again under attack by a powerful immortal. Senior Gary is summoning cultivators? That is an extremely high authority. Only the sect master and the first elder can do this. Senior Gary has never abused his power before. Something must have happened to the Jialan Holy Land. Has Humberdian Pond suffered another attack from an immortal expert? I wonder if the two elders managed to catch up with the assailants last time. Perhaps we've encountered troublesome enemies. Otherwise, the two elders wouldn't be gone for so long without returning. Gathered cultivators chattered among themselves. The Jialan Holy Land expanded around Humberdian Pond, where there was a huge circular stone platform. Now, it was filled with cultivators, estimated to be over 10,000, tightly packed, waiting for Gary's speech. The sect master and senior cultivators were all present. The sect master frowned. He hadn't expected that first elder Gary would bypass him to summon all the cultivators. Moreover, without even a prior notice, which highlighted the urgency of the matter. "Senior Zhou, what has happened? Why the sudden summons of all cultivators to the Humberdian stone platform?" The sect master's tone was still courteous. Jialan Holy Land's sect master, Adalberto, although serving as the sect master, was of a junior generation to Gary. Adalberto was merely the previous sect master's most promising child. Gary and a bunch of other seniors who focused solely on cultivation didn't care about sect affairs, leading to the sect master position falling to Adalberto. Many major forces operated similarly. The sect master might not be the strongest, but possibly the best at handling administrative matters. Truly powerful seniors were usually aiming for immortality, with no time for trivialities. Even at Immortal Origin Mountain, while the sect master never changed, in reality, daily operations were managed by Ellis. Honor, the sect master, rarely showed up anymore unless seeking opportunities for immortality. Facing his nephew's questioning, Gary didn't feel particularly apologetic. Instead, he said directly, "What I have to say concerns the very foundation of Jialan Holy Land." "This serious? Please enlighten us, Senior Zhou." The sect master clasped his hands in respect. Out of sight of others, he also addressed Gary as senior. Cultivator children differ greatly from ordinary people. Age disparities could be immense. Once entering the realm of cultivation, the concept of age became vague. It wasn't uncommon for a father to be centuries older than his child. So, it was reasonable for Adalberto to address Gary as senior. Our Jialan Holy Land immortal souls are trapped within the East Continent's free and easy cave mansion. Not just our immortal souls, but even elders Chandler and Fagan may be unable to escape. Gary's words left the entire crowd puzzled. Free and easy cave mansion? What was that place? How could it imprison immortal souls and two renowned Yangshan cultivators? Some say this comes from outside whispers, Senior Zhou. We should not easily believe rumors, a cultivator voiced out. An immortal soul was far more formidable than even a Yangshan peak cultivator. Additionally, the two elders were well-known Yangshan cultivators, capable of achieving divinity. How could they be trapped somewhere? The reason is that dark cultivators block the entrance to free and easy cave mansion, with all the elites of Azure Dark Hall coming out, including 4 dark immortals. Gary delivered yet another shock. For dark immortals? No wonder the Jialan Holy Land souls were blocked. It was terrifying, making one shudder just thinking about it. How powerful were immortals? It was difficult to give a direct answer. Last time when Humberdian Pond faced Sally's attack, more than half of the cultivating Xiuxian experts were forced to come out to resist. That was just Sally's breath. Imagine the difference between an immortal and ordinary people. After a moment of silence, a critical question was finally asked. Do you mean to ask us to go to the East Continent to expel the 4 dark immortals? Notice the use of expel instead of defeat. That was the intimidating power of immortals. Yes, that is the intention. Gary nodded. Senior Zhou, this needs careful deliberation. Facing 4 dark immortals, even Jialan Holy Land strength might not be enough. Sect Master Adalberto spoke immediately. Huey looked around 40 years old, cultured and scholarly, with an ancient book always attached to his waist. Despite his gentle appearance, he excelled at managing sect affairs and maintaining good relations with other sects. His first thought wasn't about rescuing the Holy Land's immortal souls. They could reform even if dispersed. But moving the entire sect was risking its future, an unwise move. However, Gary didn't answer directly but threw out another question. Aren't you curious why the 2 elders and 2 immortal souls are inside free and easy cave mansion? Aren't you curious why dark immortals are blocking the entrance? These are the answers. Gary revealed the list of opportunities given to him by honor. Everyone was stunned by the multitude of treasures listed. What the hell was all this? Legendary treasures seem to be as common as cabbages here. Seeing the list, Adalberto found the Xian-level spiritual treasure he dreamed of, a tool to help overcome his greatest cultivation barrier. Each cultivator looking at the list felt their eyes burning with excitement. Could these treasures really be obtained simply by visiting the free and easy cave mansion? Oh, and by the way, the Loong sect has mobilized completely. Yes, completely. They are heading towards the East Continent's free and easy cave mansion. This revelation sent the Jialan Holy Land cultivators into chaos. The Loong sect obviously wanted a piece of the action. The chapter effectively portrays the tension and confusion arising within the Jialan Holy Land regarding the mysterious events surrounding the free and easy cave mansion. It also showcases the dynamics between the sect's leadership and the underlying motivations driving them. The free and easy cave mansion must not fall into the hands of others. Patriarch Adalberto immediately drew his sword, raising it high, and shouted loudly. The responsibility to subdue demons and uphold justice is one we cannot shirk. Not to mention, our predecessors are still suffering. Disciples of the Jialan Holy Land, heed my command. Follow me to the Eastern Continent to slay demons and vanquish evil. The Cave of Freedom must not fall into the hands of others. Master Adalberto immediately drew his sword and raised it high, declaring loudly, it is our duty to subdue demons and uphold justice. Our predecessors are still suffering. Disciples of the Jialan Holy Land, follow my order. March with me to the Eastern Continent to slay demons and eliminate evil. The immortal cave must not fall into the hands of others. Patriarch Adalberto immediately drew his sword and raised it high, loudly declaring, exterminating demons and defending the path of righteousness is an inescapable duty for us. Not to mention, our predecessors are still suffering and confined. Disciples of the Jialan Holy Land, heed my command. Follow me to East Continent to slay demons and purge evil. Please let me know if you would like any adjustments or have more content to translate. Chapter 167. How would the demon sect cultivators respond? Adalberto spoke with great enthusiasm, as if the one who had been hesitant earlier was someone else. The disciples of Jialan Holy Land also looked fired up, their eyes filled with longing. There were too many opportunities in the Holt Grotto, and even if they didn't obtain the immortal grade opportunity, the other opportunities were enough to make them envious. Not to mention, what if they really got the immortal grade opportunity? That would mean an immediate leap, allowing their cultivation to progress smoothly and eventually aspire to the immortal realm. The future is promising, truly promising. Should the demonic cultivators appear, if we from Jialan Holy Land retreat again, which sect across the entire divine continent would dare to step forward? Facing the demonic cultivators, it's our duty as cultivators to lead the charge. The top senior apprentice brother immediately chimed in, loudly supporting the idea. His stance was clear. For the sake of these opportunities, even if it means confronting demonic cultivators, they must take the lead. That's right. Battling the demons has always been my lifelong wish. How often does a cultivator get the chance to participate in such a grand demon hunting campaign? If I miss this chance, it won't come again. Another cultivator raised his voice in agreement, his meaning even more straightforward. How often can a cultivator seize such a rare opportunity? Missing out will definitely bring regret. The Loong sect has already taken the first step towards East Continent to fight demons. Even that female-dominated sect knows how to rush forward. How can we lag behind? Yet another cultivator added loudly, perfectly voicing everyone else's thoughts. Now that the Loong sect had already set off for the East Continent, it was obvious they were heading for the Holt Grotto. Jialan Holy Land was already lagging behind. If they did not act quickly, they wouldn't even be able to catch up in time for the leftovers. After this stimulation, the cultivators suddenly felt that the demonic immortals didn't seem so terrifying. Watching their coveted cultivation opportunities being snatched away by the Loong sect was better met with death than inaction. If they didn't even try after knowing about it, what difference did it make from being dead? Wonderful. All of us in Jialan Holy Land will unite as one and immediately set off for the East Continent. We must not let the Loong sect look down on us. Patriarch Adalberto waved his arm and made the final decision. Set off immediately and don't let the Loong sect monopolize everything. In just one night, the two superpowers of Central Divine Continent, the Holy Land and Loong sect, set out en masse, heading for the Green Pine Mountain outskirts of Tianhe City in the East Continent, to the Holt Grotto. Initially, the cultivators from Central Divine Continent were utterly shocked. When they visited, they found no one left at the Loong sect or Jialan Holy Land. Even the janitors had vanished without a trace. This bizarre situation once caused panic among the cultivators, who thought some mysterious demonic trick might have wiped out both major forces overnight. After multiple inquiries, the cultivators finally learned the news. Both forces had set off for the East Continent, all for the same grotto, mobilizing every single member. Normally, even if a force explored a grotto and it caused all cultivators to covet it, it wouldn't be necessary to bring even the janitors along. But this time, it was different. Everyone, from the cultivators working in the spirit herb gardens to the young errand boys in the sect, chose to leave with their forces and head to the East Continent. It seemed outrageous and exaggerated. The reason was simple. Anyone who saw the list of opportunities received a message that matched their deepest desires. In the divine continent, who doesn't want to cultivate? Who doesn't want immortality? Entering the realm of cultivation, ranking among the supreme immortals, achieving immortality and freedom. Even an elderly person nearing the end of their life harbors this dream. Everyone wants to become an immortal and find their own destiny, and Cord's Holt Grotto offered such a chance. No one would let it slip away. Forget the fact that the grotto is in the East Continent. If it were located in a sea of fire or a mountain of blades, cultivators would still come one after another. For the sects, the higher-ups knew that even the janitors had a chance to choose their fate. More people meant more opportunities, so this time they brought the janitors along as well. This led to the current situation. The cultivators of Central Divine Continent couldn't stop pondering. What kind of place is the Holt Grotto? Just as the two forces from Central Divine Continent set out, the high-level meetings of several major forces in the East Continent were nearing their end. Originally, 4 factions were discussing how to divide the treasures listed on the opportunity errands, but Linus's involvement of the Loong sect disrupted the balance, forcing the Adelianxio Hall to join the negotiations. After much jostling and maneuvering between the 5 major forces of the East Continent, they finally reached an agreement. As long as they could expel the demonic cultivators, all 5 factions would gain very satisfactory rewards, not just strengthening their sects, but also advancing their realms further. So many years have passed, and I never thought I would live to see the 5 major forces of East Continent unite and witness the beginning of a great battle against demons, said Ellis, the representative of Xuanhuan Mountain and its first elder. Ellis had white hair, eyebrows hanging down to his shoulders, and a face etched with wisdom from a lifetime of experiences. Although he wasn't as old as Honor, he looked far more aged due to the burdens he bore, unlike Patriarch Honor who had retired into seclusion on Xuanhuan Mountain. I never wanted to align myself with a trashy sect like Sunset Valley. I always fear they will stab us in the back, said Aranongxing, the Patriarch of Falling Star sect, coldly. Huey had a burn scar on his face. At this level, any injury could easily be healed, but Aranongxing chose to keep the scar as a reminder of his escape from Sunset Valley. At the time, the cultivators there tried to kill him, so he kept the scar as a constant reminder of his hatred. Huey, speaking of betrayal, you were the one who defected from Sunset Valley, weren't you? You're quite experienced with it, aren't you? I suggest dissolving the Falling Star sect entirely since it uses our cultivation techniques. Beckett, the Valley Master of Sunset Valley, wasn't one to be trifled with either. Huey personally gave the order to hunt down Aranongxing. Of course, he hadn't acted openly because of his position, but now he realized he should have dealt with Aranongxing back then. Otherwise, the Falling Star sect wouldn't exist today. We should all remain calm. Internal conflicts among righteous cultivators are trivial. Can we resolve these issues? Let's calm down and focus on obtaining the resources within the Holt Grotto. Linus of the Adelianxio Hall stood up as a mediator. In reality, Adelianxio Hall harbored resentment, as they were once the top sect in East Continent. After the Dean incident, other sects looked down upon them, considering it shameful that they had been attacked by demonic cultivators. So if given the chance, Linus would certainly hope for the decline of other sects to restore Adelianxio Hall's former glory. This meeting was superficially harmonious, but full of underlying tension. Suddenly, Piangui, the Patriarch of Yawang sect, who had remained silent, voiced a concern that none of them had considered. If we understand the need to unite, what about the demonic cultivators? This question genuinely baffled the others. They hadn't anticipated how the demonic cultivators would respond. Future can be anticipated. Future can be anticipated. If we retreat now, with the demon sect before us, what other sect in the entire Shinjo will dare to step forward? Confronting the demons, we cultivators must take the lead. The chief disciple echoed loudly. His message was clear. For the sake of these opportunities, they must confront the demon sect head-on. Yes, battling the demons has been my lifelong wish. How often does a cultivator get a chance to participate in such a major anti-demon campaign? If we miss this, there won't be another. Another cultivator raised his arm and shouted. His point was more straightforward. How many times in a lifetime could a cultivator see such opportunities? Missing out would definitely bring regret. Aranglong sect has already rushed ahead of us to Dongzhou to slay demons. Even that woman-dominated sect knows to take the lead. How can we lag behind? Another cultivator loudly agreed, perfectly expressing everyone's thoughts. Now, the Aranglong sect had already headed to Dongzhou, clearly aiming for the Holt Grotto. Jialan Holy Land was already one step behind, and if they didn't act quickly, they wouldn't even catch the tail end of the spoils. Suddenly stimulated, the cultivators felt that the demon immortals weren't so frightening anymore. Watching their coveted cultivation opportunities being snatched away by the Aranglong sect was worse than dying of shame. Ignorance was bliss, but knowing and not acting was like being a dead fish. Wonderful. We at Jialan Holy Land should set out immediately for Dongzhou. We cannot let Aranglong sect look down on us. Patriarch Adalberto waved his arm, making the final decision, meaning they needed to hurry and not let Aranglong sect monopolize everything. In one night, the two superpowers of Central Shenzhou moved en masse towards Dongzhou, specifically Tianhe City suburb, Qingsong Mountain, where the Holt Grotto lay. Initially, Central Shenzhou's cultivators were shocked when they visited the Aranglong sect and Jialan Holy Land, only to find no one around, not even a single maintenance worker. This mysterious situation caused a panic among the cultivators, who feared that the demon sect had used some secretive means to make both forces disappear overnight. After inquiries from various sources, they finally learned that both forces had headed to Dongzhou for the same reason, and they had mobilized everyone. This news left people stunned. Usually, even if a sect explored a grotto that enticed all cultivators, it wouldn't send even its cleaning staff. But this time was different. Regardless of whether they were herbalists or young servants, they chose to follow the sect to Dongzhou. This was unprecedented. The reason was simple. Anyone who saw the list of opportunities would receive messages indicating high compatibility with their dreams. In the Shenzhou world, who wouldn't want to cultivate? Who wouldn't want immortality? Stepping into the realm of cultivation, ascending to the highest ranks of immortals, achieving eternal freedom. This dream wasn't just for the young. Everyone wanted to become an immortal and find their own destiny. And Kord's Holt Grotto offered them such a chance. No one would miss it. Even if it were in a place fraught with danger, cultivators would still rush toward it. For the sects, even the higher-ups knew that miscellaneous tasks also presented chances for choosing opportunities. More people meant more chances, so they brought everyone along. Thus, this current situation arose. Central Shenzhou's cultivators couldn't help but wonder, what exactly is the Holt Grotto? Just as Central Shenzhou's two major forces set out, the top meetings of several major powers in Dongzhou neared their conclusion. Originally, 4 parties planned to divide the resources listed on the opportunity register. However, Linus's invitation to the Erenglong sect disrupted the balance, forcing Adili Yangxiu Hall to join the division discussions. After much overt and covert competition, the 5 major powers of Dongzhou finally agreed on a plan. As long as they expelled the demon sect cultivators, all 5 could gain significant rewards, enriching their sects and potentially advancing their cultivation realms. So many years have passed, and I never thought I'd witness the alliance of the 5 major powers of Dongzhou and the beginning of a demon-slaying campaign in my lifetime, said Xuanhuan Mountain's representative, their first elder, Ellis, with deep emotion. Ellis had white hair, eyebrows that hung to his shoulders, and a demeanor of someone who had seen through the world. Though he wasn't as old as Honor, he appeared more decrepit due to his extensive involvement in affairs unlike Honor, who had retreated to Xuanhuan Mountain. I didn't think I'd be allied with a trash sect like Sunset Valley. I feel they might stab us in the back. Adili Yangxing Gate's patriarch, Aaron Ongxing, spoke coldly, showing a burn scar on his face. Actually, at this level of cultivation, any external injury could be easily repaired, but Aaron Ongxing kept this scar as a reminder of his escape from Sunset Valley, where he was nearly killed by the cultivators there. This constant reminder of hatred made him keep the scar. To speak of stabbing in the back, you betrayed Sunset Valley, right? Aren't you experienced in betrayal? Why not dismantle Adili Yangxing Gate altogether? Your sect uses our cultivation techniques. Sunset Valley's Valley Master Beckett wasn't one to be trifled with. Huey personally issued the death order to chase Aaron Ongxing, though he didn't show his face directly. Now, he regretted not killing Aaron Ongxing outright, which would have prevented Adili Yangxing Gate's existence today. Let's be peaceful. We are internal factions of righteous cultivators. Can't we resolve our issues? Let's calm down and focus on securing the resources in the Holt Grotto. Linus of Adili Yangxiu Hall acted as a mediator, but internally, Adili Yangxiu Hall held a grudge. They had been the leading righteous sect in Dongzhou until the Dean incident made them seem weak compared to other sects. If there was a chance, Linus would hope other sects declined, letting Adili Yangxiu Hall reclaim its top spot. This meeting was ostensibly harmonious, but internally contentious. Suddenly, Pinghua Medicine King sect's leader, Bian Wui, who had been silent, mentioned something no one had considered. We understand cooperation, but what about the demon sect cultivators? This question stumped the other 4. Indeed, they hadn't thought about how the demon sect cultivators would respond. Please ensure to maintain the paragraph structure and line breaks as the original text while translating to preserve the narrative flow. Hashtag chapter 168. Do the immortals need our help too? Auric, the patriarch of Medicine King sect, left the leaders of other factions dumbfounded with his question. What would the demon forces do? Would the Azure Dark Hall ally with other demonic forces? Patriarch Pian, aren't you overthinking this? We are about to face the highly formidable Azure Dark Hall, which even has 4 immortal level demons. Would a force like that seek alliances? Jericho managed to force a smile as he spoke. His words seemed like a response to Auric, but they also sounded like an attempt to reassure himself. I think it's hard to say. Our 5 factions didn't plan to ally either, and in this world, nothing is impossible, Auric said in his usual cold tone. I agree with Palace Master Jericho. The Azure Dark Hall has always acted independently and rarely interacts with other demonic forces. It's unlikely they would form an alliance. Ellis from Immortal Adelian Mountain voiced his opinion. And most importantly, the demonic cultivators might not know we've allied against them. When we arrive, there might only be the 12 spirit warriors guarding outside the free and easy cave estate. Beckett, the Valley Master of Sunset Valley, added gravely. Huey believed the demonic cultivators wouldn't react so quickly. The demonic cultivators had already blockaded the free and easy cave estate. There was no reason for them to send reinforcements. Even if 4 immortals couldn't breach it, bringing lower-rank cultivators would just be sending them to their deaths. A regular army of 10,000 or even 100,000 cultivators would not stand a chance against a single immortal without special formations. Logically, this made sense, but they were unaware of the all-beings equal formation and various immortal formations inside the cave estate. Jetty's failure earlier was largely due to insufficient manpower. Regardless of how many demonic cultivators there are, we must kill them all. The free and easy cave estate must not fall into the hands of demons. Aaron Ongxing from Meteorite Sect chimed in. There's no need to be so anxious. The demonic cultivators probably won't receive reinforcements. Patriarch Pian is being overly cautious, Jericho chuckled confidently. Meanwhile, deep in a remote mountain range, inside a grand hall emitting an azure glow, nearly 10,000 cultivators had gathered. Every cultivator who had ever joined or practiced the techniques of the Azure Dark Hall had assembled, ready to launch a total assault on the free and easy cave estate. I repeat, we will cooperate with Jedi to seize the free and easy cave estate. This is a full-scale attack. Elmer, the palace master of Azure Dark Hall, pounded his throne while speaking gravely. Many of the high-ranking cultivators present had been forcibly summoned by Elmer using the power of the cave estate. They were originally attacking the Thousand Moon Cave estate in central China but were abruptly pulled back to the main hall. Upon hearing Elmer explain the reasons for the forced summons, most of the Azure Dark Hall cultivators were incredulous. How could 12 spirit warriors under Jedi fail to capture a mere cave estate? Why should we go if Jedi can't even handle it? Wouldn't we just be sent to our deaths? Do you understand the situation? Jedi's progress has been stalled at the free and easy cave estate. Immediate support is needed. We must capture it, Elmer said with a serious expression. If not for a crucial cultivation phase that prevented him from leaving, he would have led the charge personally. The free and easy cave estate had become a significant threat, developing faster than any other cave estate he had ever seen. While the Thousand Moon Cave estate still required attention, its potential paled in comparison to the outrageous growth of the free and easy cave estate. Elmer had reassessed the ranking of the free and easy cave estate and issued new directives to his subordinates for their strategies. Meanwhile, he had already dispatched his strongest cultivators from the cave estate. Huey wasn't an irrational villain who sent people out one by one to gain experience. Huey knew that even capturing a rabbit required full effort. Thus, he deployed his best forces on the first try. But unexpectedly, these formidable forces failed to capture the free and easy cave estate. Many of the Azure Dark Hall cultivators shared similar doubts. They usually followed orders, but this time someone raised concerns. Palace Master Elmer, we respect you, but if Jedi can't handle it, how can we succeed? Palace Master Elmer was the title given to Elmer by the cultivators in the hall. The reasons lie within me. We fear we might slow down Jedi. Still, some demonic cultivators voiced their concerns, not out of fear but worry about hindering Elmer's plans. No, it was Jedi who personally requested more personnel. Elmer closed his eyes and stopped explaining further. Normally, he ruled the Azure Dark Hall unilaterally, never offering explanations. Hearing this, the cultivators became even more puzzled. Who was Jedi? An immortal. Immortals were omnipotent. Why would they need help from cultivators? Damn it, is anyone willing to help? Anyone else? I need more cultivators. Alf? No, Jedi cried out despairingly from within the free and easy cave estate. Several days had passed since they blockaded the entrance. Jedi used Alf's body to participate in the opportunity event for the Xiuxian death chessboard, hoping to retrieve it. Almost everyone participated in this Xiuxian death chessboard event. With over 10,000 cultivators in the cave estate, what gave Jedi an advantage? By licking his foot? Jedi soon realized that retrieving the Xiuxian death chessboard wasn't easy and was far more challenging than expected. Initially, finding a few helpers seemed enough, reaching 98% completion. However, the numbers could be infinitely divided, a strategy played to perfection by the cave estate's owner. Jedi, undeterred, thought he had an edge because only demonic cultivators could enter the blocked-off area, giving him a head start over others. Yet after completing the first stage, Jedi found that getting ahead required playing chess beside the Xiuxian death chessboard. The problem was, with so many people queuing daily, he struggled to jump ahead. If he wanted to cut in line, he needed enough friend support. Thus, Jedi went mad, watching his prize within reach yet unable to grasp it. In frustration, he demanded the spirit warriors outside find more helpers. As a result, not only did the Azure Dark Hall cultivators gather outside the free and easy cave estate, but more and more demonic cultivators accumulated too. Chapter 169. It's the turn for the demon sect masters to enter the cave abode. Erong Chanleryong wanted to retrieve his Xiuxian death chessboard, and could only have the spirit warriors seek more demon sect cultivators for help. Surprisingly, there were indeed quite a few demon cultivators within 100 miles. Originally, these demon cultivators kept a low profile, secretly developing their skills. However, one day they suddenly discovered that a great master of the demon sect was paying them a visit, urging them to quickly gather at the entrance of the carefree cave abode, or face total annihilation. The Azure Dark Hall, as one of the top-ranked demon sect powers across the entire divine continent, was a colossal presence. Such an overwhelming force leaving ultimatums left those minor demon cultivators no choice but to comply. Note, I've replaced Sunjo with divine, to make it sound more natural in English while keeping the context intact. And if they went, it would be seen as giving face to the Azure Dark Hall. If they didn't go, they would be eliminated by the Azure Dark Hall. A normal person would obviously choose to cooperate. Demon sects, which usually did not collaborate much, unexpectedly joined forces due to certain circumstances and gathered outside the carefree cave abode. Huey, aren't you Senior Master Vicky from the 10,000 Poison sect? Aren't you refining the 10,000 Poisons insect, vowing to either succeed or die trying? Why are you here? Aren't we all in the same boat? Forget about me. Look at the patriarch of the Flowing Death sect here. I heard he never left the Flowing Death River before, yet today he's come out of seclusion. The Flowing Death sect? Is it the sect on the river formed by thousands of dead souls? Rumor has it that the river has corrosive power, killing anyone who gets too close, and its patriarch has never shown his face. Huey's here today. After arriving outside the carefree cave abode, various demon sect cultivators couldn't help but chat among themselves. Demon cultivators are generally much more low profile compared to righteous sect cultivators, often remaining unseen for decades. Many demon cultivators either infiltrate righteous sects as parasites, feeding off their resources, or hide deep in remote forests. Any self-established sect would typically retreat into secluded areas. This was inevitable, as demon cultivators, even if not excessively murderous, tend to have tainted hands. Establishing demon sects in open areas invites constant trouble from righteous cultivators. Being hidden in the depths of old forests, with natural barriers around, minimizes such troubles. In East Asia alone, there are several well-known demon sect powers, including the Azure Dark Hall, the 10,000 Poison sect, the Flowing Death sect, and the Fragmented Gate. The overall strength of the 10,000 poison sect is considerable, nearly matching major righteous sects in East Asia. However, as mentioned earlier, demon cultivators have always been relatively low-key. For instance, the Azure Dark Hall, despite having 4 immortals and 12 formidable spirit warriors, has never launched a full-scale attack on any sect. Even veteran righteous sects in East Asia didn't know how deeply hidden the Azure Dark Hall was, nor did they realize that the most powerful force in East Asia was actually a demon sect. Previously, the 12 spirit warriors of the Azure Dark Hall operated separately, but now, with the 12 spirit warriors united, could any sect withstand this? Yet many demon cultivators learned that the 12 spirit warriors failed to subdue the Carefree Cave Abode, and were curious about what kind of place it was. Combining various factors, the Carefree Cave Abode became a gathering point for demon cultivators. We rarely gather like this. Everyone should know about the Carefree Cave Abode. Master Erong Chanleryong encountered an unexpected incident, losing his Erenfian death chessboard to the cave abode. Now, we need your assistance to retrieve it. A black-skinned elder named Storm opened the conversation first. With his extraordinary skill in toxins, ordinary cultivators would succumb to poison just by getting close. It was rumored that Storm had spent centuries collecting materials for a 10,000 poisons insect, missing only the final ingredient, the poison from a golden tortoise cicada. If successful, his strength would far surpass that of ordinary full-circle young immortal cultivators. But the golden tortoise cicada had been extinct for 1,000 years, leading to criticism from other cultivators who mocked him for not focusing on cultivation but obsessing over external objects. Senior Master Vicky, stay far away from me. Didn't Erong Chanleryong force you to come? I saw golden tortoise cicadas listed as opportunities inside the cave. Shouldn't you hurry in case someone else takes them? A pale man chuckled eerily, releasing a black mist when he smiled. Eronu Chanlerlay, the patriarch of the Flowing Death sect, lived in the Flowing Death River, known in legends as a river of the dead, where people supposedly flowed after death. Later, the Flowing Death sect emerged from the legend. As a full-circle young immortal, Eronu Chanlerlay wasn't afraid of Storm and dared to joke. You shouldn't mock me. You're not without desires. I know the Flowing Death sect is strong, naturally protected by an immortal level barrier, making it hard even for immortals to invite you out. You must want some treasures. Storm retorted disdainfully. Haha, can't escape Senior Master Vicky's eyes. Speaking of power, we never realized the Azure Dark Hall was so deeply hidden. Originally thought they had only 1 immortal and 3 young spirits. Now we learn they have 4 immortals and 8 young spirits. It's truly terrifying. But this Carefree Cave Abode might be even more terrifying. Eronu Chanlerlay laughed without denying. Many demon sect leaders had already led teams outside the Carefree Cave Abode, but very few had entered. Most observed carefully. Their disciples who returned seemed dazed, constantly saying they were about to obtain supreme opportunities. This hesitation among leaders made them think deeply about the nature of the Carefree Cave Abode. The powerful combat force of the Azure Dark Hall couldn't conquer it, and even Erong Chanleryong's life-bound artifact was at risk. Now, with Erong Chanleryong outside the cave, he dared not act directly and relied on other demon sects for help. This showed that even the top-tier demon sect, the Azure Dark Hall, couldn't handle the Carefree Cave Abode. Other leaders were naturally worried, but worry wouldn't help since their disciples were mostly inside, and it was their turn to explore next. Several fellow Taoists, it's now your turn to enter the cave abode. You previously agreed to assist Erong Chanleryong. Inside, there are many opportunities, and anything you obtain can be taken away. The second-ranked immortal from the Spirit Warrior Hall invited Storm and others to enter. Storm and the others exchanged glances, knowing they couldn't avoid it, and walked toward the Carefree Cave Abode. Upon entering, they heard, "Congratulations, esteemed fellow Taoist. You are the chosen cultivator, and will soon receive the coveted opportunity." Chapter 170, Cord Smile, Madness Unpredictable. When Storm and his group stepped into the immortal cave of freedom, they saw a few lines of golden text pop up before them. Congratulations on your long journey, Tao friend. The patriarch of the Myriad Poison sect, Storm, couldn't help but react strongly to this line. Outsiders didn't know how obsessed he was with the golden tortoise venom cicada, but those familiar with him knew very well. Storm's Myriad Poison charm lacked only the golden tortoise venom cicada, a species that had been extinct for over a millennium. According to legends, the origin of this venom cicada was linked to the golden tortoise, an emblem of auspiciousness in the Shenzhou world. Simply put, a golden tortoise could enhance a cultivator's cultivation speed and extend their lifespan incredibly. As long as the tortoise was cared for properly, it could potentially outlive its owner without issues. It was considered a rare pet for cultivation, one that added to one's experience. However, initially, not many cultivators dared to keep golden tortoises. The reason was simple. Golden tortoises had a formidable predator, which was both extremely troublesome and terrifying. From birth, a golden tortoise would always have a certain type of thumb-sized venom cicada nearby. This cicada had 8 pairs of wings and specialized in using toxins to melt its prey and suck out the flesh juice. But what they loved most was eating the golden tortoise, which, ironically, was immune to all poisons. Poisons that could easily kill humans, or even cultivators, were like water to the golden tortoise. They would consume highly toxic substances without any issue. Xiuxians, these cicadas couldn't eat the tortoises but would breed persistently, each generation becoming more venomous than the last. After countless sacrifices, finally, a single cicada managed to poison and dissolve a golden tortoise, after which a swarm of cicadas would rush over. This cicada was called the golden tortoise venom cicada. Thus, if cultivators wanted to raise golden tortoises, they had to help protect them from the venom cicadas, which was indeed quite troublesome. Moreover, if one was careless, they could be poisoned too. Eventually, the venom cicadas didn't go extinct because they were exterminated. Rather, the golden tortoises gradually disappeared, causing the cicadas to lose interest and eventually become extinct themselves. Storm sought this ancient venom creature. Huey had searched for years, but hadn't even seen a dead golden tortoise venom cicada. Yet, today, on the list of opportunities within the immortal cave of freedom, this opportunity appeared. and it matched him perfectly at 98% compatibility. The event stated that if Storm entered the cave, he would obtain this item. Urged by the Azure Dark Temple, Storm brought his disciples to the entrance of the Immortal Cave of Freedom. Of course, Storm wasn't foolish. He knew entering a cave relic in the Shenzhou world wasn't easy or safe. Thus, he observed carefully and sent his disciples in first until he finally entered himself. But the moment he did, he wished he had come earlier. In front of him, more golden text floated up. Your chosen opportunity is almost within reach. Current compatibility is 98%. Just continue signing in to obtain it. Do you wish to sign in for the first day?
Yes.
Storm shouted excitedly in his heart. He desperately wanted this golden tortoise venom cicada. Signing in success. Receiving first sign-in reward, ding. Your sign-in reward triggered a super 100x bonus. You gained 1% compatibility, allowing you to claim the opportunity. Do you want to continue signing in? The golden prompt reappeared, making Storm's heart race. Could it be so easy to obtain the treasure? There must be a trick. Having lived a long life, Storm had seen many schemes. Some caves lured people in with minor rewards, then suddenly unleashed lethal attacks, or deceived cultivators into losing everything. But after waiting, nothing further happened in the Immortal Cave of Freedom. It just asked if Storm wanted to sign in again. Suppressing his excitement, he cautiously replied internally. Yes. Continuing sign in. Apologies, sign in failed. Too many cultivators have signed in ahead of you. To speed up, please seek assistance from friends. Seeing this message, Storm felt an intense regret. Huey was already outside the cave, but due to hesitation, now there were many others ahead of him. If he wanted to jump the queue, he'd need help. All of you help me boost. Storm immediately had his disciples assist him, jumping him to first place. But before he could sign in, another batch of people queued up, making Storm spit blood in frustration. Was this for real? I say, who keeps cutting in to sign in? Can we be civilized and maintain some decency? As soon as Storm spoke, he realized something was off. A demonic cultivator like him asking for civility? Decency was for the weak. Huey had no concept of civility, only survival of the fittest. Sign-in failed. If you wish to remain first permanently, please find resources from the following list and get assistance from 100 people. This time, it wasn't just friend assistance. It required specific materials. Storm became instantly cautious. Indeed, this was a scam to trick him out of resources. I won't fall for it. They must be trying to exploit me. Wait, that easy? Storm found the required materials surprisingly simple. Just common spirit-level cultivation materials and some spirit stones, negligible items. On a whim, he provided the materials and got 100 disciples to help him, placing him at the top of the sign-in list. Cord previously didn't ask for cultivators' resources, but now he ran a platform. Huey could clearly see each cultivator's assets, and he knew the golden tortoise venom cicada was in the hands of a demon sect cultivator. This cultivator didn't seem aware of its value, as the cicada was kept in an opaque glass vial. So when this young cultivator sought his opportunity, Cord asked for the opaque glass vial. If the young cultivator provided this item, he would receive desired cultivation resources, spirit stones, and spiritual artifacts. The young cultivator was happy to make the exchange. For him, it wasn't really an exchange. Cord simply said if he gave up the item, he could obtain his destined opportunity. Thus, all Storm's resources went to the young cultivator, who was overjoyed, while the opaque vial ended up in Cord's possession. Golden tortoise venom cicada? Interesting. Storm seems to want this badly? Cord smiled. Cultivators familiar with Cord knew that when he smiled, madness was unpredictable. Hashtag chapter 171. Couldn't resist acting? Prepare to acknowledge your mistake. Cord stared at the golden tortoise poison cicada in his inventory, lost in thought. Among cultivators, most do not know the true wealth of others. Wealth and foundation are the bedrock upon which a cultivator stands. If a cultivator only has a cultivation level but no foundation, their path to Tao would be fraught with difficulties. Any calamity encountered at the same realm could easily lead to failure, and they wouldn't be able to assist friends in crises. On the other hand, possessing wealth can easily attract covetous eyes. Thus, cultivators don't easily reveal their wealth, lest it lead to being robbed or even killed for possessions. An old saying describes this situation aptly. Hugh even knows, Earth knows, and I know. Not a soul more. Now, Cord could see others' wealth, and he easily convinced them to exchange this opaque glass vial with him. The young demon cultivator had no idea what was inside the vial, only that it had remained unchanged for years after picking it up. Today, seeking cultivation resources, he chose the resource list of Immortal Abode and found out he needed only this vial to make the exchange. Satisfied, he happily agreed, gaining several spiritual grade opportunities. Immortal Abode's opportunity list is real. Real spiritual grade opportunities can be obtained here. Hugh Evans, this place is so trustworthy. The young demon cultivator couldn't contain his joy, thinking anyone who dared say Immortal Abode's opportunities were fake would surely receive a slap from him. But little did the young demon cultivator know that the item he gave to Cord was promptly sold to Wandu sect's leader, Storm, at an exponentially higher price. Storm, too, saw the jubilant young demon cultivator, but now felt profound pain. Could the opportunities within Immortal Abode actually be completed? K. Why another task after completing one? Why does it keep asking for more? Is this not taking advantage of people? Storm looked like he was on the verge of losing it. Huey indeed reached the top of the sign-in rankings once, only to find there were regional rankings as well, rendering his previous efforts nearly useless. The requirements from Immortal Abode kept increasing, gradually ensnaring him deeper. Initially, Storm was both ecstatic and cautious, but now, overwhelmed by luck cards and critical hits, he found himself losing a tenth of his wealth in the blink of an eye, and the golden tortoise poison cicada seemed just out of reach. Infuriated, Storm cursed, berating Immortal Abode for trickery. This abode can't have any opportunities. It must be a scam. I'll tear this place down. Storm finally snapped, deciding to demolish Immortal Abode. But really, is that all you got? We've been signing in for months without any reward. What makes you think you deserve it just because you look ugly? Just as Storm prepared his poisonous attack, he heard an irritating voice. Turning around, he recognized Honor, an old acquaintance. Honor? You dare leave Immortal Essence Mountain now? Don't think you're leaving here alive. Storm grew even angrier at seeing Honor, adding fuel to the fire. Their enmity ran deep. One a righteous sect leader, the other a powerful demon cultivator. Having lived long enough to have killed each other's major disciples countless times, they were mortal enemies. Yet neither truly believed they could kill each other so easily. But they still had to try. What if the other was off guard, recovering from celestial lightning? Come at me then. If you don't, you're a coward, a dog barking in vain. Honor, unfazed, taunted Storm. Honor was known as Old Trickster for a reason, often provoking everyone. You want to die? Storm couldn't take it, and immediately attacked. However, this suited Honor perfectly. Don't forget where they are. This is Immortal Abode. Its rules were absolute. Even immortals had to comply, let alone a great perfection xiuxian cultivator like Storm. Whoosh! A breath from the rainbow swallowing Python Blythe froze Storm instantly, paralyzing him completely. Even his divine soul seemed to ice over, demonstrating the horrifying power of a divine beast. A cultivator, Storm, violated Immortal Abode's rules. As punishment, he is stripped of 3 months' eligibility for new opportunities and faces execution if he acts again within a year. A notification appeared above every cultivator's head. Many simply shook their heads, wondering why the newcomers were always fighting. Why? Isn't Storm the big shot from Wandu sect? Did he come here too? Are there more demon cultivators than righteous ones here? Some noticed the peculiar nature of Storm's presence, realizing he was a prominent figure in demon cultivation. With more demon cultivators joining Immortal Abode, could it erupt into chaos? Ha ha ha, you look quite amusing frozen solid, Storm. Come at me, continue. Seeing Storm punished, Honor, dressed in coarse hemp clothing, mocked him mercilessly. But this allowed Storm to calm down. Being immobilized, yet unavenged by Honor, spoke volumes. Even Honor didn't dare act. This Immortal Abode had such overwhelming authority that even great perfection xiuxian cultivators held back, regardless of enmity. Yet despite the stringent constraints, everyone still stayed within Immortal Abode. Why? Storm once again gazed at the opportunity concerning the golden tortoise poison cicada. Could these opportunities be genuine? Chapter 172. Accumulating frantically, exploiting the sheep to fund the operation, Storm began to realize that perhaps it wasn't the Holt Cave Realm's fault for offering a false opportunity. He had simply been too impatient. Cultivators had extremely long lifespans, and a day was merely a fleeting moment for them. Moreover, Storm hadn't even spent a full day inside the cave realm. How could he expect to gain its benefits so quickly? Huey was far too anxious, indeed, incredibly anxious. Storm couldn't understand why his mindset had exploded until he glanced back at the teaser prompt regarding the cave realm's opportunities, and it suddenly made sense. It wasn't his poor mentality, but rather the cave realm messing with him. Each time he was just a step away from completing an opportunity activity, yet each time he failed, driving him toward mental collapse. No, I must adjust my attitude. Since so many righteous cultivators are here seeking opportunities, and many of our sect's disciples have already received rewards, this shows that the opportunities here are real. Patience is key. Taking a deep breath, Storm began to calmly wait in line for signing up. However, 3 minutes later, he found himself being cut in line. Who lacks such basic decency? Have some ethics, don't cut the line. If I find out who you are, I'll make sure your soul is obliterated. The elderly figure of the Holt Cave Realm simply sneered upon seeing this. Cutting in line was nothing compared to stealing opportunities. As for threats, those were laughable. You can threaten all you want, but I'll never leave the Holt Cave Realm. Even if the heavens fall, the immortal will still stand. Previously, high-ranking cultivators' threats were quite intimidating, but since the establishment of the Holt Cave Realm, everyone discovered they couldn't be threatened anymore. They weren't afraid at all. Storm wasn't the only one. Many Dark Path cultivators faced similar situations. At present, only Dark Path cultivators had come to explore the Holt Cave Realm, holding onto the list of opportunities vouchsafed by Cord. However, most resources on the list belonged not to Cord but to the cultivators within the cave realm. Thus, situations like Storm's occurred, trading at inflated prices. Junior Dark Path cultivators required few resources but offered valuable items in return. This called for Cord to mediate. Resources gathered through mediation were naturally preserved in the Holt Cave Realm for emergencies. Of course, this approach had issues. Some cultivators had no interest in the resource list but sought immortal level opportunities. If they hadn't yet obtained these immortal level opportunities but became part of the resource pool, others might covet their wealth and request their treasures, leading to deadlock if refused. In such cases, Cord would require the cultivator pursuing an immortal level opportunity to hand over their prized possessions. This sounded incredibly difficult. You could kill a cultivator, but making them willingly give up treasures was more painful than death. Yet, Cord managed because these cultivators were seeking opportunities within his cave realm. By setting task requirements to submit certain items, the cultivators would likely comply to continue their quests. The resources exchanged became phased rewards for immortal level opportunities, ensuring those who paid didn't feel cheated. Cord referred to those providing resources as sellers, and those requesting resources as buyers. Thus, transactions between unseen buyers and sellers were completed. Any price discrepancies, like in Storm's case, went into Cord's pocket. Initially attracting attention, he now began exploiting the system, effectively duping both buyers and sellers while forcing transactions. But only he understood the entire scheme. To sellers, they were just participating normally in opportunity activities by submitting items. To buyers, they were paying heavily for resource list activities to achieve 100% matching and acquire desired spirit treasures. Only Cord knew the exact cost involved. His attraction aimed to gradually create this scenario. Exploiting both sides was unprecedented among any cave realms, past or present, requiring modern commercial thinking rather than high cultivation levels or pure hearts. Cord called this a platform development strategy. After rolling out this strategy, resources within Cord's cave realm exploded, accumulating enough to make any faction envious. Is this real? Storm willingly handed over so many resources. First grade Shin level spirit decree grass, second grade Shin level poisonous spider silk. Huey's crazy to get the golden turtle venom cicada. Sienna, who witnessed the process, was stunned. Such accumulation methods were unimaginable. Initially, Cord relied on a few immortal level spirit treasures. Without resources or foundations, he only had a few immortal opportunities. Although he attracted many cultivators, many doubted him then as he was unknown. Sienna was among them, captured by Cord, who supplemented his resources with her belongings, attracting more cultivators. Trapped in the Holt Cave realm, Sienna found she could participate in opportunity activities. Though confined, she wanted her immortal level spirit treasure back. More cultivators arrived, followed by several major battles. Cord grew unsatisfied giving opportunities himself. He needed cultivators' resources to attract more, exploiting the sheep to fund the operation while reaping the benefits himself. Cultivators gaining opportunities remained unaware of the exploitation, thanking Cord instead. Managing back-end issues, Sienna and Christiana were speechless. They'd never seen a force develop so rapidly. Explosive growth in mere months achieved what others couldn't in decades or centuries. But constant overtime was making them lose hair fast. Sienna and Christiana now handled abnormal transactions after work. Sister Adeliang, Bert Daoist from Immortal Adelian Mountain refuses to hand over his wood puppet threads. The other party has offered a high price. Christiana, managing abnormalities, interjected. Bert Daoist, right? Adjust his next stage reward. Add my collector's edition prints. Sienna paused, then instructed. Will that work? Bert Daoist doesn't seem sentimental. Wow, he agreed. Sister Adeliang, awesome. Christiana cheered excitedly. Naturally. Speaking of which, Michaela, what exactly do we do every day? We barely rest, and our hair is falling out. Christiana was dumbfounded. How did helping Cord become addictive? They were obediently handling everything for him. Oh, they could have been so much more carefree. How did they end up here? Storm began to realize that perhaps it wasn't a fake opportunity set up by Xiuxian Cave, but rather his own lack of patience. Cultivators' lifespans were incredibly long, and a day was too short for them. How could he have expected to gain the cave's blessings in less than a day? Huey was being too hasty, far too hasty. Storm couldn't understand why his mindset was so explosive until he read the message about the cave's opportunities again and immediately realized the truth. It wasn't his poor attitude. It was this cave that played with one's mind. Each time he nearly completed an opportunity task, but always failed at the last moment, it made him want to break down. No, I need to adjust my mindset. Since so many righteous cultivators are here seeking opportunities and our demon path disciples have received rewards, it proves these opportunities are real. Just be patient. Storm took a deep breath and tried to settle his mind while waiting patiently for his turn. However, 3 minutes later, he found someone had cut the queue. Who has such bad manners? Show some ethics. Don't cut the line. If I find out who you are, I'll make sure you cease to exist. The elderly man of Xiuxian Cave merely scoffed. Queue cutting? They hadn't even started stealing opportunities yet. As for threats, those were even more laughable. You can threaten away. I'll spend my entire life not leaving Xiuxian Cave, eating and growing old here. And should the heavens fall, immortal you will still be here holding it up. In the past, threats from high-level cultivators would scare people, but since Xiuxian Cave came into existence, they discovered they weren't easily threatened anymore and had nothing to fear. Storm was not an exception. This kind of situation occurred frequently among demon path cultivators. At present, only those of the demon path had initially come to explore the Xiuxian Cave, carrying the list of opportunities granted by Yimuri. However, most of the resources on the list belonged to other cultivators within the cave, and not Yimuri himself. Thus, scenarios like Storm's emerged, involving premium exchanges. Junior demon path cultivators required very little resources, but the items they offered were extremely valuable, requiring Yimuri to intervene and regulate. Regulated resources were naturally preserved in the Xiuxian Cave for future needs. This approach had its problems as some cultivators didn't need resources from the list. They sought immortal grade opportunities. Before securing these immortal grade opportunities, they became part of the resource pool. If another person desired their possessions and put forth opportunity requests, and if this person refused, it would cause a deadlock. In such situations, Yimuri asked these cultivators undergoing immortal grade opportunities to relinquish their valuable items. This seemed nearly impossible. You could kill a cultivator, but making them willingly hand over their treasures would be even harder. Yet, Yimuri could achieve this because the cultivators seeking opportunities within his cave would be compelled to submit certain items for their mission tasks. To continue their missions, they would likely comply. The traded resources became stage rewards for the immortal grade opportunities, ensuring the cultivators who paid the price did not feel too disadvantaged. Yimuri called those providing resources sellers, and those requesting them buyers. Thus, a transaction between unseen buyers and sellers was completed. As for the extra premiums, like in Storm's case, all discrepancies went directly into Yimuri's pocket. Initially, he attracted attention, but now he aimed to exploit the situation, deceiving both buyers and sellers with strong-arm tactics. Only he could see through this manipulation. To sellers, they were merely completing a normal opportunity activity by submitting an item. Buyers believed they paid heavily for resource activities, achieved 100% compatibility, and obtained desired spiritual treasures. Only Yimuri knew the exact cost involved. Huey cultivated this scenario step by step to attract attention. Exploiting both sides, no cave dared or succeeded in doing so before. This method didn't require a high realm or pure heart. It needed modern commercial thinking. Yimuri termed this strategy as platform development. After rolling out this strategy step by step, resources within Yimuri's cave exploded, reaching levels any faction would envy. Is this real? Storm willingly gave up so many resources. First class spiritual formula grass, second class venomous spider silk. Huey's mad to get the golden tortoise venom cicada. Ming who witnessed this firsthand, was stunned. There were new ways to accumulate resources and strength. Initially, Murray lured with a few immortal-grade spiritual treasures, lacking depth and resources but offering just a few immortal-grade opportunities. Although many cultivators were drawn, they didn't trust him, seeing him as an unknown entity. Ming was one of them, then captured by Murray, whose resources increased further, attracting more cultivators. Post-capture, she found she could also participate in opportunity activities despite being trapped within the cave. She desperately wanted her immortal-grade spiritual treasure back. More cultivators arrived after several battles. No longer content with giving out opportunities, Murray used their resources to lure new cultivators. Letting the sheep pay for their own fleece, he reaped the benefits. Cultivators who gained opportunities unknowingly thanked Murray. Xiuxian and Ming, managing the back end, were speechless at such rapid growth. It was explosively fast, accumulating resources others might not finish in decades or even centuries in mere months. But working overtime daily was really causing hair loss. After work, Xiuxian and Ming handled exceptional transactions for cultivators. Sister Chandler, the Burt Taoist from Immortal Adelian Mountain, refuses to hand over his wooden puppet thread. The offer is already very high. Xiuxian paused and spoke. Burt Taoist, huh? Adjust his next stage of immortal rewards. Add my precious ink painting. Honestly useful? Burt Taoist doesn't seem the type. Wow, he agreed. Sister Chandler is powerful. That's natural. Speaking of which, what are we doing every day? Lately, there's so little rest, and I'm losing hair. Xiuxian froze. Tears welled up. Why did helping Murray become such an addiction? They dutifully managed everything, feeling their lives slipping away. Why did they end up like this? Chapter 172. Accumulating frenetically, letting the sheep pay for their own fleece. Storm began to realize that perhaps it wasn't Xuanhuan Cave's opportunity that was a fake. Rather, he was just too impatient. Cultivators had incredibly long lifespans, and a day was extremely short for them. Moreover, Storm hadn't even spent a full day inside the cave before feeling he could obtain its opportunity. Huey was being too hasty. Far too hasty. Storm couldn't understand why his mindset had gotten so explosive until he looked back at the cave's opportunity notice. Then he understood. It wasn't that his mindset was poor, but that this cave messed with people's heads. Each time, he nearly completed an opportunity activity, yet each time he failed. His mental state started to crumble. No, I must adjust my mindset. Since so many righteous cultivators are here seeking opportunities, and many of our demonic path disciples have already received rewards, it shows these opportunities are real. I just need patience. Storm took a deep breath and began to patiently wait his turn to sign in. However, 3 minutes later, he realized someone had cut in line. Who lacks such manners? Speak of ethics. Don't cut in line. If I find out who you are, I will make sure you and your soul disappear. The old man from Xuanhuan Cave only sneered. Cutting in line? Nothing compared to stealing opportunities later on. As for threats, those were laughable. Huey never left Xuanhuan Cave, relying on food and support until death. Even if the heavens collapsed, Xuanhuan Immortal would still stand firm. High-ranking cultivators' threats used to be terrifying, but now everyone realized they couldn't really affect them. There was simply no fear anymore. Storm wasn't an exception. This situation happened to many demonic path cultivators. So far, only the demonic path cultivators had come first to explore Xuanhuan Cave. They brought the list of opportunities, seeking the promises made by Cord. However, most of the resources on the list weren't Cord's, but belonged to the cultivators within the cave. This led to situations like Storm's, excessive exchange rates. Low-ranking demonic cultivators needed few resources, but offered highly valued items. At this point, Cord would intervene to regulate the exchanges. The collected resources were then stored in Xuanhuan Cave for emergencies. Of course, there were issues with this method. Some cultivators didn't need the resources on the list. They were only looking for immortal-level opportunities. Before they could gain an immortal-level opportunity, they might end up contributing to the resource pool. If someone coveted their possessions and demanded resources, and they refused, it created a deadlock. At such times, Cord would require these cultivators to surrender their precious treasures. This seemed difficult to achieve. You could kill a cultivator, but making them willingly hand over treasures was worse than killing them. Yet, Cord managed it because these cultivators sought opportunities in his cave. By setting the opportunity task to require submitting certain items, they would mostly continue the task to completion. The exchange resources became stage rewards for immortal-level opportunities, ensuring the paying cultivators didn't feel cheated. Cord referred to those providing resources as sellers, and those requiring resources as buyers. In this way, transactions occurred without the buyers and sellers meeting directly. Any premiums or disparities in these exchanges went straight into Cord's pocket. Initially, he attracted attention, but now he began to exploit others mercilessly, deceiving both buyers and sellers. No one else could see through his methods. To sellers, they merely followed regular opportunity procedures. To buyers, they paid heavily to join resource activities, achieving perfect fit and obtained desired treasures. Only Cord knew exactly what costs were incurred on both sides. His initial attraction of attention was aimed at gradually creating this scenario, exploiting both ends, attracting attention and resources from ancient times till today. No other cave had dared or succeeded in this. This strategy required not high rank or purity of heart, but a modern business mindset. Cord called it the platform development strategy. Through the gradual implementation of the platform development strategy, the materials within Cord's cave explosively increased, reaching a level that any force would envy. Is this for real? Storm actually surrendered so many resources willingly. A first-grade Xin-grade spirit technique scroll, second-grade Xin-grade toxic spider silk. Huey must be mad to get the golden tortoise poison cicada. Sienna, witnessing the process firsthand, was stunned. Such accumulation of resources was unprecedented. Initially, Cord relied on a few immortal-level treasures, lacking substantial resources himself. Although he attracted many cultivators, many doubted him as an unknown figure. Sienna was one of them. She was caught by Cord, whose resources thus expanded. This allowed him to attract more cultivators. Despite her capture, Sienna found she could participate in opportunity events. Though confined in Xuanhuan cave, she wanted to reclaim her lost treasures. More cultivators arrived, and after several great battles, Cord was no longer satisfied with offering opportunities himself. Huey began using cultivators' resources to attract new ones, making them bear their own costs while he profited. Those receiving opportunities remained unaware they were cheated and thanked Cord. Huey managed the back end. Sienna and Christiana were dumbfounded. They had never seen a force develop so quickly. Explosive growth that accomplished in months what took others decades or centuries. But, working overtime made them lose hair rapidly. After work, Sienna and Christiana often helped resolve transaction issues among cultivators. Sister Chandler, Bert Taoist from Immortal Adelian Mountain refuses to hand over his wooden puppet thread. The offered price is already very high. Christiana, dealing with anomalies, spoke up. Bert Taoist, huh? Adjust his next stage Immortal Opportunity Reward. Add my cherished edition engraving. Sienna pondered and instructed. Will it work? Bert Taoist doesn't seem the sentimental type. Wow, he agreed. Sister Chandler is awesome. Christiana waved her fists excitedly. That's natural. Speaking of which, Michaela, what do we do every day? It feels like we've been resting so little, losing hair. Christiana was bewildered and suddenly cried. How did helping Cord turn into an addiction? They obediently handled anomalies. They could have been much freer. How did they end up on this path? Hashtag chapter 173. Don't rush to go mad. Here's a chance for you. At first, Cord only asked Sienna and Christiana to help manage the back-end abnormal transactions, saying that if they did well, they could earn some time off. Time off meant freedom, which was incredibly precious to both Sienna and Christiana. Cord leveraged the wealth of cultivators within his cave abode to attract new cultivators and used the event of serendipity to willingly get them to part with their treasures. This created a platform where buyers and sellers never met face-to-face. This system was much more complex than directly giving opportunities to cultivators, so Cord needed more manpower and employees. However, finding suitable employees wasn't easy. Most cultivators were ascetics with little interest in worldly affairs, and those who had experience managing sects were rare. They were all heads of their own sects, living freely and happily on their own mountain peaks. Why would they come to work at the Cord's cave abode as mere laborers? Sienna was an exception because she forcibly attacked the Cord's cave abode herself. Everyone saw that Sienna was the one who initiated the attack against the Cord's cave abode. Cord's soft confinement of Sienna was entirely her own doing, so no one feared the cave abode because of this incident. Instead, they believed the Cord's cave abode had strict rules that must not be violated. By softly confining Sienna, Cord didn't scare off many cultivators but rather served as a deterrent, a warning to others by punishing one. But the leaders of other sects did not provoke him, and Cord couldn't force anyone to join. Cord had once thought of making Lawrence his employee, but Lawrence's personality was too aloof, and customer service was better suited for females. After all, they needed to soothe the emotions of the cultivators, just like Storm needed someone to comfort him right now. I was about to get the golden turtle poison cicada. I was almost there. The compatibility was full, reaching 99.99%, and I needed just one more sign-in to get it. And now you're telling me that another cultivator snatched it away? Storm let out a long howl, feeling like he was teetering on the edge of madness. Originally, after multiple submissions of items and signing in, his progress had become number 1 in the region. According to the rules, he was about to reach the final compatibility and take the golden turtle poison cicada. Suddenly, however, another cultivator from another region appeared and snatched away his opportunity. The Cord's cave abode announced that a certain cultivator had already obtained the golden turtle poison cicada and requested any cultivator chosen for this opportunity to choose another. Respected cultivator Storm, we apologize, but the golden turtle poison cicada you selected has been redeemed by another cultivator. You may choose another item from the opportunity list, and your progress will be retained. This message instantly broke Storm. Huey had worked so hard to get the golden turtle poison cicada. Now the Cord's cave abode told him that someone else had claimed it, and if he wanted to try again, he should hurry up next time. The cave abode gave him a chance to switch to another project and continue his efforts. But Storm didn't want to switch. He had a very specific goal. Storm, 7 parts enraged, 2 parts devastated, and 1 part rational, shouted aloud in the cave abode. Which Taoist friend took the golden turtle poison cicada? My poison cultivation can sense the location of the cicada. If I find out who took it, I will poison every member of their family. Ha ha ha, Storm, are you losing your mind? We cultivators live for thousands of years. Who remembers their family? Besides, what can you do? Even if it was me who took it, what can you do? Want to challenge the Cord's cave abode's rules? Storm, I also exchanged for it. Come bother me. Ha ha ha, let me tell you all honestly, I also exchanged for the golden turtle poison cicada and crushed it thoroughly. It felt great while crushing it. The righteous cultivators mocked wildly. Inside the Cord's cave abode, they weren't afraid of Storm. It was rare to catch such an opportunity to mock a devil path master, so they laughed unrestrainedly. At this moment, these righteous cultivators seemed more like villains. You all. A mouthful of old blood stuck in Storm's chest, nearly choking him. Huey had thought no one would admit to it, but instead, everyone eagerly stepped forward. Even if they admitted it, Storm couldn't do anything. Huey had been punished once before, and if he was punished again, it would be death without pardon. Although he still harbored a glimmer of hope for the Cord's cave abode, Storm didn't dare easily risk what a death without pardon felt like. Could this be fate? Can my poison cultivation not reach its peak? Desperately falling to the ground, Storm's face alternated between laughter and tears, like a child. Is he crazy? Should we continue the next step? Cord's finger paused in midair. If Storm didn't go mad, he was about to experience the highs and lows of life. After hesitating for a moment, Cord still sent the new trick to Storm. Due to the willingness of a cultivator who wishes to remain anonymous, if Cultivator Storm can provide partial compensation, he can restart the acquisition process. Whoever first reaches 100% acquisition can take the Golden Turtle Poison Cicada. The required resources are Rank 3 Spirit Hueyerb Snake Skin, Rank 5 Spirit Gem Green Jade Cicada Dewdrops, Rank 5 Spirit Gem Sunken River Jade Cotton, several Rank Supreme Spirit Stones. Cultivator Storm, do you wish to accept this proposal? The Cord's cave abode's tricks always came in layers. You think someone took it away, and you're ready to give up, but then you're given another chance? The previous Storm hadn't experienced loss, so he was stingy when providing resources. Now, as long as he wasn't insane, he would agree to all demands without hesitation. What? Someone is willing to give me another chance? Only requiring these resources? If my poison cultivation reaches perfection, these are nothing. Give them, I'll give. Just moments ago, Storm was crying and laughing, but he immediately stood up and agreed to the terms, willing to offer everything he had to gain another chance for the Golden Turtle Poison Cicada. Seeing this, Sienna and Christiana were shocked. They never expected Cord to manipulate a grand perfection young spirit cultivator so effortlessly. After participating in the back-end calculations, the two women finally understood. There was no other cultivator who had taken the redemption Zugura. It was all a setup by Cord himself. Note, the word Zugura seems to be left untranslated in your text. Based on context, Zugura should be translated as Zugura means qualification or eligibility. So, the sentence would be more accurately translated as, there was no other cultivator who had taken the redemption eligibility. Huier is the improved version. After participating in the back-end calculations, the two women finally understood. There was no other cultivator who had taken the redemption eligibility. It was all a setup by Cord himself. But they couldn't say this, because before helping Cord, he made them swear a Huevenly oath, vowing never to reveal the business secrets of the Cord's cave abode. Initially, the two women didn't know what business secrets were and readily agreed. Now they understood but couldn't share it with outsiders. How tormenting. Poor Storm, the young cultivator he exchanged with only asked for 10 pieces of spirit-grade artifacts and medicines for the Golden Turtle Poison Cicada. Yet Cord has extracted more than 10,000 times that from Storm, probably cleaning out all of his possessions. Sienna looked at Storm with a sigh, imagining herself being stripped of all her wealth. This time, how fat will the Cord's cave abode get? I thought he was already over the top from the beginning, but it turns out that was just the start. It's getting crazier. Christiana opened her mouth to speak. She had seen Cord fool cultivators before, thinking it was already absurd then, but it turned out that was the most normal moment. The current Cord was becoming more and more inhuman. Chapter 174. Frantically using the system, it actually evolved? Storm's assets have been exploited to almost nothing. Let's leave him some money for his coffin. Seeing that Storm had been almost completely stripped of his wealth, Cord mercifully stopped and allowed Storm to begin competing for the Golden Turtle Poison Cicada. Cord felt he was quite conscientious. Now, Storm wasn't exactly penniless but rather in a very dire state. If at first Storm was a wealthy top-tier person, now he was just a bankrupt man in an old suit. Almost reaching the level where he might as well take a bowl and beg on the street. Did you two see? Scraping someone down to this extent is enough. Leave them a way out, don't make it look too nasty. One should always keep a door open. You'll meet again someday, understand? Cord earnestly educated his two employees, fearing these pure-hearted girls might not know how far to go, so he set an example for them. Yes, we understand. The two women nodded, inwardly mocking him. Calling this, not looking too nasty? Almost stripping someone down to their underwear. Ridiculous. And the most crucial part was that Storm did it willingly. Huey even thanked Cord's cave for giving him such an opportunity to find the Golden Turtle Poison Cicada. Now that Storm has been exploited almost completely, shouldn't we give him what he wanted? Sienna cautiously suggested. No need to rush. Giving things too quickly won't teach cultivators the value of appreciation. I've gone to great lengths to show them that opportunities are hard-won. Cord sighed, shaking his head, pretending he genuinely cared about the cultivators' growth. Initially, Sienna and Christiana didn't understand why Cord insisted on keeping cultivators inside the cave. But now they understood. Keeping cultivators in the cave attracts new ones to fall into the trap, ensuring endless resources within the cave. Cord's thinking wasn't just unconventional. It was extremely unconventional. Storm is relatively stable now, and we've established methods for handling abnormal transactions. They generally proceed smoothly. If not, we can stall, for 10 or 8 years, no problem. Cord rubbed his chin thoughtfully. If a cultivator truly refused to give up his cherished supplies, that was fine too. They could be delayed indefinitely. Whether buyer or seller, both could be handled by stalling, making them check in daily without progress, until one side gave up. With everything developing smoothly in the cave, Cord turned his attention to the harvest. Through this controlled premium trading, Cord accumulated more wealth than a cave spirit would in a lifetime. These cultivation materials, pills, spirit stones, spirit treasures, talismans, weapons, etc., piled up to an exaggerated degree. Even Chinny Pavilion would weep at the sight. Cord didn't plan to sell everything to Chinny Pavilion because encountering its master Axton would lead to unwanted questions. Cord wondered why the ultimate boss of the Tang family was so gossipy. Moreover, Chinny Pavilion couldn't provide immortal-grade artifacts, which Cord now realized were crucial. Without immortal artifacts, one only had rank without equipment, like Jetty, who dared not enter the cave without the Aranfian Death chessboard. Many cultivators would surely attack Holt Cave in the future, and Cord intended to fully equip his cave staff. I'm already at layer 68,000 of refining chi. It's time to get some weapons. Cord pondered, and opened his golden finger panel. His golden finger randomly evolved items, turning trash into treasures. Full luck evolution could directly produce immortal level items. Due to its unpredictability, Cord rarely used it before. If unlucky, it could destroy the equipment. But now, with 100,000 spirit treasures, if luck failed, quantity made up for it. Errant drawing cards, others might draw 10 at a time, but Cord could draw 100,000, guaranteeing he exhausted the pool. And he wasn't necessarily that unlucky. Christiana's talent increased luck, perfectly complementing Cord's golden finger. Even if Cord let Sienna go, he wouldn't let Christiana leave. Let's start. Random evolution. Cord smiled, enjoying the sensation like using a cracked version of card drawing. This scene would make any cultivator cry and beat their chest in frustration. Even with the mechanism of random evolution, these spirit treasures were highly sought after. Each piece was exquisite. Spirit-level treasures, spirit weapons, Xin-level elixirs, Xin-level formations. Cord threw each item into random evolution without looking. Random evolution had a baseline mechanism. Higher-grade items guaranteed higher results, and Cord continuously threw in Xin-grade items, ensuring decent outcomes, at least not breaking them. Should the Xin-level 3rd rank dragon tongue grass be randomly evolved? It can nourish a cultivator's divine soul, making it a high-quality treasure? Yes. Random evolution resulted in Xin-level 1st rank defensive armor, bomb spike fur. Should the spirit-level top-grade bitter dandelion grass be randomly evolved? It can enhance a cultivator's focus. Yes. No need to ask, choose all yes, and don't show me anything below immortal grade. Cord confidently set to hide anything below immortal grade and chose evolution without prompting. Spirit and Xin-level treasures were thrown into random evolution. Witnessing this, whether a cave spirit or cultivator, would kneel and weep. Such wastefulness. For cultivators, many spirit treasures had unique functions. Even a spirit-level item could be more useful than a Xin-level one. How could one throw these into random evolution without checking? Evolution might damage items, turning them into useless ashes. To cave spirits, cultivator wealth was their lifeline. Without these treasures, how would they attract cultivators? Popular spirit treasures, weapons, and elixirs should be reserved to interest cultivators. Who else would act like Cord, disregarding precious items? Yet Cord did exactly that, seeking only immortal treasures, ignoring lower grades. What others treasured were mere trash to Cord. With profound reserves and understanding accumulation, he displayed incredible extravagance. After continuous evolution, Cord suddenly heard a ding. Immortal treasure came out? Cord's heart raced, eagerly anticipating the result. Congratulations, host Cord experienced over 1,000 failures in random evolution, gaining 1,000 embers. From now on, the system initiates equipment pulverization mode. Upon reading, Cord paused. Not an immortal treasure, but a system evolution. The system evolved new features? Let's check. Storm's wealth has been stripped away to almost nothing. Let's leave him a little for his coffin. Seeing that Storm was almost completely stripped of his assets, Cord mercifully stopped, allowing Storm to begin competing for the golden tortoise and venomous cicada. Cord felt he was quite conscientious. Now, Storm wasn't penniless but rather extremely down on his luck. If Storm was once a fabulously wealthy man above all others, now he was merely a bankrupt old man in a shabby suit. Huey was just short of going out with a bowl to beg on the streets. Did you two see that? Scouring to this extent is enough. Leave them some way to survive. Don't be too greedy. Treat people kindly, so you may meet again someday, understand? Cord earnestly educated his 2 employees, worried that these girls' pure hearts might not grasp the gravity, so he set an example for them. We know. The 2 women nodded, but inwardly ridiculed him. With his method, it still counted as being too greedy? It was outrageous that he nearly made someone give up their underwear. And most importantly, Storm willingly gave everything away. Huey even thanked Cord for giving him this opportunity to find the golden tortoise and venomous cicada. Since Storm has been stripped of his wealth, should we give him what he asked for? Sienna tentatively asked. Not yet. If we give it too quickly, cultivators won't learn to cherish things. To make them realize how hard-won opportunities are, I've had to think very carefully, Cord sighed, shaking his head as if he genuinely cared for the cultivators. Actually, Sienna and Christiana initially didn't understand why Cord insisted on keeping cultivators inside the immortal cave. But now they understood. Keeping them there attracted new victims, ensuring inexhaustible resources within the immortal cave. This level of thinking couldn't be described as merely absurd. It was incredibly absurd. Storm's situation has stabilized. Now, we have a way to handle abnormal transactions, which can proceed smoothly. If anything isn't smooth, just delay it. Delaying 10 or 8 years isn't a problem. Cord rubbed his chin, lost in thought. If any cultivator really didn't want to hand over their cherished items, that was fine too. Just drag both parties along. Whether the buyer or seller, handle it by dragging things out. Let them come every day and mark attendance. No progress for 10 or 8 years is also acceptable. We'll see who gives up first. With the Immortal Cave's new developments progressing smoothly, Cord turned his attention to the harvest. Through these covertly manipulated premium trades, Cord had accumulated more wealth than many Dong spirits would in their entire lives. These cultivation materials, elixirs, spirit stones, spirit treasures, talismans, weapons, etc., were piled up to an astonishing degree. Even Xianyi Pavilion would weep at the sight of such abundance. Note: I replaced Dongling with cave spirits to maintain consistency and clarity in terminology. Cord didn't plan to take everything to Xianyi Pavilion. Huey didn't want to encounter Axton, the pavilion master, who would ask numerous questions. Cord found it odd how the ultimate authority of the Tang family could be so nosy. Moreover, Xianyi Pavilion couldn't provide him with immortal artifacts, which he realized were crucial. Without immortal artifacts, one might only have high ranks without proper equipment, like Jetty not daring to provoke the immortal cave without the chessboard of Erenfee and Death. Future attackers on the immortal cave would certainly be numerous. Cord planned to arm his employees thoroughly. I'm now at 68,000 layers in my cultivation level. It's time to craft some weapons. Cord opened his golden finger panel, thinking about it. His golden finger evolved items randomly. Even junk could evolve into top-tier items, and full luck evolutions could directly produce immortal-grade items. However, because of its uncertainty, Cord rarely used it before. Bad luck could destroy the items. But now, Cord had tens of thousands of spirit treasures. If luck was bad, numbers would compensate. Errant drawing cards, where others draw 10 at a time. Cord decided to draw 10,000 at once, guaranteeing exhaustion of the card pool. Moreover, he might not be so unlucky. Christiana's talent increased luck, fitting perfectly with Cord's golden finger. Even if Cord eventually freed Sienna, he absolutely wouldn't release Christiana. Let's start. Random evolution. Cord smiled. The feeling was exhilarating, like playing a cracked version of a card game, insanely satisfying. If other cultivators saw this, they would cry and pound their chests in frustration. Even though there was a random evolution mechanism, these spirit treasures were the dream of every cultivator. Each one was exquisite. Spirit class spirit treasures, spirit class weapons, Xian class elixirs, Xian class formations. Cord threw each item into random evolution without a second glance. Random evolution had a minimum guaranteed outcome. Higher grade items put in would ensure higher grades coming out. By constantly tossing Xian class items, the results wouldn't be absurdly low, at least not damaged. Should I randomly evolve the third rank Xian grade dragon tongue grass? It nourishes the cultivator's soul, an excellent treasure? Yes. Randomly evolving produces first rank Xian grade defensive gear, spiky fur coat. Should I randomly evolve the top grade spirit class bitterding grass? It helps cultivate the mind. Yes. No need to ask. Choose yes for all. Show me only immortal grade items or above. Cord authoritatively set the system to only display items above the immortal grade and auto-evolve without confirmation. Spirit and Xian class treasures were thrown into random evolution one after another. Anyone seeing this, be it a cave spirit or a cultivator, would fall to their knees crying. What a waste of treasures. To cultivators, many spirit treasures had unique functions. Even spirit class treasures could surpass Xian class ones. How could one throw them into random evolution without even looking? An evolution could damage items, turning them into piles of useless ashes. For cave spirits, the wealth of cultivators was lifeblood. Without it, how could they attract cultivators? Valuable spirit treasures, weapons, and elixirs should be kept to attract interest. Who else would do such a thing without looking? But Cord did just that, only caring for immortal treasures, finding lesser ones worthless. What others considered precious was garbage to him. His profound foundation and understanding of accumulation were displayed through his extravagant actions. After continuous evolution, Cord suddenly heard a ding. Immortal treasure came out? Cord's heart raced, eagerly anticipating what kind of immortal artifact would emerge. Congratulations, host Cord. Having failed random evolution over 1,000 times, you have gained 1,000 embers. Starting now, the equipment pulverization mechanism is activated. After reading, Cord was stunned. Not an immortal treasure, but the system had evolved. The system developed a new function? Let's check it out. Hashtag chapter 175. Crushing mechanism. Continued evolution. Cord's random evolution system had undergone an upgrade and initiated a new mechanism. Equipping the crushing mechanism, Cord quickly opened the system description to check it out. Equipment crushing mechanism. You can now crush spiritual treasures, elixirs, talismans, weapons, and any other cultivation resources. After crushing, you will receive popularity points. Trigger conditions for crushing mechanism. After random evolution, if the evolved spiritual treasure's grade drops or it becomes ashes, you can choose to directly crush it into popularity points. 2 lines of prompts appeared. One was an explanation, and the second was the trigger mechanism. After a brief moment of thought, Cord understood the incredible aspect of this mechanism. It could turn spiritual treasures into popularity points. Whether it was elixirs, talismans, herbs, materials, weapons, or other resources, they could all be crushed into popularity points. This would cause Cord's popularity points to increase exponentially. Let me try it out and see how many popularity points I can get from crushing an equipment. Cord casually took out a third-rank Xian grade protective armor and threw it into the random evolution. After the evolution notification lit up, the spiritual treasure's grade regressed. It dropped from a third-rank Xian grade protective armor to a first-rank Xian grade heart protecting mirror. This directly triggered the crushing mechanism, with a line of text popping up in front of Cord. Do you want to use the equipment crushing mechanism to turn the downgraded equipment into popularity points? Yes, Cord muttered in his mind. Calculating popularity points obtained from crushing equipment. Congratulations, host Cord. You have gained 18,888 popularity points. The result popped up, and Cord drew a deep breath. No way. No way. An item he considered trash actually gave him 18,888 popularity points? Cord was almost stunned. Did he underestimate just how powerful his lucky ability was? Evolve successfully and get higher grade equipment. If not, directly crush it into popularity points. This ability seemed to be developmental, which was quite exhilarating. Keep evolving, don't stop evolving. Without even looking, Cord tossed a pile of Aeron grade and Xian grade spiritual treasures into the evolution process. His system interface became clearer over time. Initially, it was just text explanations, but as evolutions accumulated, an image of a bronze ding, ancient Chinese tripod, appeared. As the evolution continued nonstop, Cord's popularity skyrocketed crazily. 10,000, 20,000, 40,000. His popularity surged relentlessly. Cord didn't care whether the items evolved upgraded their grades or not. As long as they were below the immortal grade, he kept throwing them back into the evolution process. Even if they evolved successfully, he threw them back for more evolution. After a massive round of resource processing, Cord directly earned 1 million popularity points. If the other cave spirits knew, they would be absolutely astonished. Achieving such a surge in popularity in less than a day was unprecedented. It was reasonable given that the spiritual treasures Cord crushed were generally of high grade. Huey wasn't crushing ordinary Aeron grade or Xian grade items. He crushed mostly high-grade xian and top-grade erong treasures, naturally yielding high popularity points. These items were garbage to him, but highly sought after by cultivators. At first, Cord needed these resources to attract cultivators, but now he used cultivators' possessions to attract more cultivators. Premium transactions accelerated the accumulation within the Cave of Tranquil Wanderer, so Cord only valued immortal-grade items. Why hasn't there been an immortal-grade item yet? Furrowing his brow, Cord wondered why none of the numerous random evolutions produced an immortal-grade item. Find Adelia, Huey, and Savannah to check today's fortune. Cord immediately summoned Adelia, Huey, and Savannah to his presence. In the Cave of Tranquil Wanderer, he could freely modify the layout and move areas. Adelia, Huey, and Savannah, who were dealing with transaction anomalies a moment ago, suddenly appeared before Cord. Upon seeing the mountainous piles of equipment and spiritual treasures, she sensed trouble brewing and stammered, "Be boss. What is it?" Boss was a term Cord instructed her to use, finding it more familiar. "Just wanted you here to check my fortune today." Cord smiled calmly, but this made Adelia, Huey, and Savannah more uncertain. She cautiously asked, "Boss, do you want the truth or lies?" "Cut the nonsense, hurry up." "Boss, have you recently done something to anger heaven and earth? Your fortune is unusually bad. Without me by your side, you might have constant misfortunes." Adelia, Huey, and Savannah started chatting, discussing fortunes being her forte. Huey, her cave spirit talent was virtually useless beyond increasing luck, making her a lucky charm. Halfway through her speech, she noticed Cord wasn't responding and sneaked a glance, only to see his expression darkening. "Michaela, since your body is already an immortal-grade item, why are you still stuck at the peak of the Yongxin realm? Let me help you evolve further." Cord approached her with a smile. "No, boss. Please don't come closer." Adelia, Huey, and Savannah trembled, curling up in fear. The reason she obediently stayed was to avoid being grabbed for evolution. She had seen firsthand how other equipment turned into ashes during evolution. How tragic. She did not want to become ashes. "Don't make a fuss. Stand here quietly and fulfill your role as a lucky charm." Cord ordered Adelia, Huey, and Savannah, then resumed randomly evolving various resources within the cave. With Adelia, Huey, and Savannah around, the success rate seemed to improve, but Cord didn't aim for success. He aimed for immortal-grade items. Only immortal-grade items could decisively influence combat power. Sienna, who dared to challenge the rainbow swallow python Blythe despite being only at the mid-Yangshan stage. What gave her the confidence? The floating Arenfi mirror and the incomplete all-equal immortal array. Immortal-grade equipment could completely overturn combat strength. Below the immortal grade, to be honest, with Cord's current discernment, he barely cared. "Am I seeing things? Boss, you're wildly evolving equipment and abandoning these items." Adelia, Huey, and Savannah stared in shock. She had never seen someone waste resources like this. If her own cave could have even a fraction, no, a tiny fraction of the resources Cord wasted, Adelia, Huey, and Savannah could have slowly developed into a powerhouse cave spirit. Yet, these resources were being wasted by Cord. What was his plan? With Adelia, Huey, and Savannah's boosted luck, we still can't evolve an immortal-grade item? I won't believe it. Keep evolving. Under Cord's insistence, a golden light shot skyward. Cord's random evolution system had undergone an upgrade and also unlocked a new mechanism. The equipment crushing mechanism prompted Cord to immediately open the system description for review. Equipment crushing mechanism. You can now crush spirit treasures, elixirs, talismans, weapons, and all other cultivation resources. After crushing, you will receive popularity points. Crushing mechanism trigger condition. After a random evolution, if the evolved spirit treasure's grade decreases or it shatters into embers, you can choose to have it directly crushed into popularity points. 2 notifications appeared. One explained the mechanism, while the second detailed the trigger conditions. After a moment of contemplation, Cord understood the brilliance of this new system. It could crush spirit treasures into popularity points. Any resource, whether it was elixirs, talismans, spirit herbs, materials, weapons, and so forth, could be crushed into popularity points. This would lead to explosive growth in his popularity points. I'll try it out and see how many popularity points I can get from crushing an item. Cord casually took out a 3rd grade Shin, class protective armor, and threw it into the random evolution process. After the evolution, a notification lit up, indicating that the spirit treasure's grade had decreased from 3rd grade Shin, class protective armor to 1st grade Shin, class heart mirror. Note: for better readability in English, Shin class should be replaced with a more suitable term if there is a standard equivalent in the context of the story's universe. Without specific lore context provided, I kept it as is for accuracy. This triggered the crushing mechanism, and a message popped up before Cord. Do you wish to use the equipment crushing mechanism to crush the degraded equipment into popularity points? Yes, Cord silently affirmed, calculating the popularity points obtained from crushing the equipment. Congratulations, host Cord has received 18,888 popularity points. The result appeared, and Cord took a deep breath. Was this true? Could he really obtain 18,888 popularity points from something he considered trash? Cord was almost stunned. Was his golden finger really this powerful? Successful evolution resulted in better equipment, and unsuccessful evolutions turned into popularity points. It seemed like a developing power, which felt pretty good. Let's keep evolving, non-stop. Without looking, Cord tossed a pile of spirit and Shin class treasures into the system for evolution. With each attempt, his system interface became clearer. At first, only text descriptions appeared, but as the number of evolutions increased, an image of a bronze tripod even emerged. Note: Shin should be translated consistently. If Xian or carriage class is used previously, it should be maintained here. Revised. Without looking, Cord tossed a pile of spirit and Shin class treasures into the system for evolution. With each attempt, his system interface became clearer. At first, only text descriptions appeared, but as the number of evolutions increased, an image of a bronze tripod even emerged. As the evolution continued, Cord's popularity soared rapidly. 10,000, 20,000, 40,000. Popularity kept surging, and Cord didn't care if the items increased in rank post-evolution. As long as they were below immortal grade, he kept evolving them. Even successful evolutions were thrown back in. After processing a wave of resources, Cord gained 1 million popularity points. If other Dong spirits knew about this, they'd be shocked speechless. In less than a day, Cord had surged to 1 million popularity points, making him nearly godlike. Bridget, with her family's backing and the full support of the Loong sect, took 3 whole months to earn 1 million popularity points. Note, Dong spirits should likely be cave spirits for better readability in English, but I kept it as provided in your text. For improved fluency, consider changing Dong spirits to cave spirits. If other cave spirits knew about this, they'd be shocked speechless. In less than a day, Cord had surged to 1 million popularity points, making him nearly godlike. Bridget, with her family's backing and the full support of the Loong sect, took 3 whole months to earn 1 million popularity points. In reality, it made sense because the treasures Cord crushed were mostly high grade. Huey wasn't grinding mere fawn, grade or spirit grade junk, but mostly top-tier spirit grade Enshan, class spirit treasures. Thus, the resulting popularity points were naturally high. What he viewed as trash would be highly sought after by cultivators. Note, for better readability in English, fawn grade is interpreted as mere to emphasize its low quality compared to the higher grades mentioned. Initially, Cord needed these resources to attract cultivators, but now he could attract new cultivators using their own wealth. After premium transactions, the accumulation within Cord's cave estate accelerated at an unprecedented rate. Apart from immortal tier artifacts, nothing else appealed to him anymore. Why hasn't an immortal artifact appeared yet? Frowning, Cord thought about the numerous attempts at random evolution, none of which produced an immortal grade item. I'll ask Irana about today's fortune. Thinking this, Cord summoned Irana to his side. In the cave estate, he could modify the layout or move areas at will. Note, Xiaoyao Cave Estate is changed to Cave Estate to ensure it reads naturally in English and maintains consistency. Irana, who had been dealing with transaction abnormalities just a second ago, suddenly found herself in front of Cord, spotting the mountains of equipment and spirit treasures. Feeling uneasy, she stammered, "Boss, what's going on?" Boss was a term Cord had requested Irana to use, finding it more intimate. "I just wanted to check today's fortune," Cord said with a calm smile. But the calmer he appeared, the more uncertain Irana felt. She tentatively glanced at Cord and cautiously asked, "Boss, do you want the truth or a lie? Stop dilly-dallying and just speak. Have you been doing something that angers heaven recently? Your fortune is unusually bad. If not for me by your side, you'd be having rotten luck, even getting food stuck in your teeth." Irana started talking, as divination was her forte. Huey, talent as a cave spirit was essentially useless except for boosting luck, a lucky charm. Note, I've replaced Tanfu as a Dong spirit with talent as a cave spirit to ensure it reads naturally and fluently in English while maintaining the meaning. Halfway through, noticing Cord hadn't responded, she peeked at him and saw his darkened expression. "Michaela, since your body is already an immortal artifact, why are you still stuck at peak Yangshan stage? Let me help you evolve again." Cord approached with a smile. "No, boss, don't come any closer." Irana trembled, curling up in fear. She stayed obediently out of fear of being selected for evolution. She had witnessed firsthand how other equipment ended up as ashes. Such a tragic end. She didn't want to become ashes. "Don't make noise, stand there quietly and perform your lucky charm roll." Cord instructed Irana and resumed the random evolution of various resources within the cave estate. With Irana's presence, the success rate indeed improved, but Cord wasn't interested in success. He wanted immortal artifacts. Only immortal artifacts mattered. For example, when Imo Adili E. Chandler dared to confront Blythe the rainbow swallow python during her mid-Yangshan stage, what did she rely on? Not just a Aranfi mirror and fragments of the all beings equal immortal formation. Immortal artifacts drastically altered combat power. Anything below immortal grade hardly impressed Cord. "Did I see correctly? Boss, you're crazily evolving equipment and don't care about these things anymore?" Irana watched in shock. Wastefulness, yes, but never to this extreme. If her former cave estate had just 1/10, no, 1% of the resources Cord wasted could have allowed Adelia Huey Savannah to gradually develop into a prominent cave spirit. Yet, here they were, wasting these valuable resources. What was Cord planning? With Irana boosting luck, I still can't evolve an immortal artifact? I won't believe it. Keep evolving. Under Cord's insistence, a golden light shot towards the sky. Chapter 176. An unknown immortal beast's egg, preparing to expand. Golden light surged into the sky, signaling that Cord had indeed evolved an immortal grade spirit treasure. No way. Huey actually managed to create an immortal grade artifact. Christiana, who had witnessed the birth of the immortal grade artifact with her own eyes, was once again left speechless. Originally, she was already shocked by Cord's reckless waste of resources, but now he had genuinely concocted something of immortal grade. An immortal grade artifact, regardless of its rank, was still an immortal grade artifact. It far surpassed anything from the mortal realm. Finally evolved, has it? Let's see what it can do. Cord was elated. He took a deep breath and gazed at the golden light before him which had just evolved. The golden light was too dazzling, even for Cord to clearly identify what item it was. Meanwhile, the cultivators within the free and easy cave manor also saw this golden light, temporarily blinded by its brilliance. What kind of item would emit such a radiant golden glow? What is happening in the free and easy cave manor? Why is there such a brilliant golden light? It's the golden light that appears when an immortal grade artifact or item is born. When an immortal grade item descends into the world, it will be adorned with golden or rainbow light, a heavenly recognition of such supreme treasures. There are actually immortal grade artifacts being created in the free and easy cave manor? I thought they were just accumulating resources for such items. Now it seems the master of the manor has the ability to create them? Good heavens, what sort of person is that immortal, Cord? So terrifying, I dare not think any further. Many cultivators revealed their stunned expressions. They did not expect an immortal-grade artifact to be born in the free and easy cave manner. All existing immortal-grade artifacts were already renowned. Take the famous immortal mage Jetty. In his entire lifetime, he only managed to create the Arenfi Death chessboard, which was eventually taken by Cord. Let's not delve into that for now. The point is, even such a renowned immortal only managed to create one immortal-grade item in his entire life. This shows how rare the creation of an immortal-grade artifact or item truly is. Now, seeing an immortal-grade item born right before their eyes, these cultivators could truly say they had broadened their horizons. An immortal-grade artifact? I hope I can use it. Cord was also excited to potentially obtain a fitting immortal-grade artifact. As the golden light dispersed, the item inside finally revealed itself. It was an egg. An egg with flame patterns and an uneven surface, about the size of a basketball. Oh, this? Holding the egg, Cord fell into thought. This thing certainly didn't look like an immortal-grade artifact, did it? It was just an egg. Huey spent so much time and effort, only to get an egg? If summed up in 2 words, it was playing around? Boss, this looks like an immortal beast's egg. If so, you might end up with another immortal beast. Christiana, who also saw this, interjected. Nonsense, of course. I know it's an immortal beast's egg, but what I want to know is, what kind of egg is this? What can it do? How should it be hatched? If I have no idea, it would be better suited for hot pot. Cord replied matter-of-factly. I can't tell what type of immortal beast it belongs to, but if you want to identify its species, you could consult the cave spirit of the Cheney Pavilion. The Tang family has numerous retainers, and Pavilion Master Axton is highly knowledgeable. The Tang family has caves all over the Sunzhou, Shenzhou. To find out what kind of immortal beast this egg belongs to, you should ask them directly. Asterisk note, Sunzhou, Shenzhou, is a proper noun referring to a specific place in the story's universe. For consistency and accuracy, it should remain unchanged. Asterisk. Christiana gave her suggestion. Go to the Cheney Pavilion? Cord couldn't help but laugh bitterly. The reason he had been evolving like crazy was to avoid exchanging popularity points at the Cheney Pavilion. After all, Axton was too terrifying, interrogating Cord thoroughly whenever they met. Unbelievably, after going through all this trouble, he still had to go to them for information. Otherwise, Cord wouldn't know what use this egg had. Yeah, go to Axton. Every year the Tang family holds auctions. They must have seen various strange things. Before Christiana could finish her sentence, a shrill voice interrupted. Arental Jade, Sister Jade, good Sister Jade, dead little Jade, where are you? Come back here now. Are you trying to drive me insane? This shrill voice came from Rosalie because Christiana had been taken by Cord as a mascot, leaving Rosalie on the verge of going crazy handling everything alone. With countless buyers and sellers transacting every moment in the cave manor, issues were bound to arise. Buyers might give up if the items they needed were too valuable, leading to the seller not getting their goods. At such times, they needed to adjust the buyer's willingness to purchase through surveys, identifying what materials buyers wanted and relaying these needs to the sellers. Of course, this process also involved generating profits for the free and easy cave manor. Sellers would then gather resources to meet the buyer's demands. Just like the transaction between the minor demon cultivator and Storm. The minor demon cultivator had written down his needs in a questionnaire to the free and easy cave manor, and Cord relayed these demands to Storm, obtaining the materials from Storm and delivering them to the minor demon cultivator, thus setting up a fishing expedition for Storm using the golden toad poison frog. This complex procedure inevitably led to anomalies, requiring adjustments by the free and easy cave manor. Who would handle these adjustments? Currently, it was Rosalie and Christiana. 2 employees weren't enough, especially when one of them was taken away during a shortage of manpower, causing the other to nearly lose her mind. Arental Jade, go back to work, keep up the good job, and you'll have your vacation. Cord patted Christiana's head, letting her return to manage the platform affairs. Looking at the increasingly prosperous cave manor, Cord couldn't help but consider expanding his workforce. Seems 2 employees aren't enough. We need to continue hiring more people. Ordinary people couldn't handle such massive data volumes because both Rosalie and Christiana were fully enlightened Yangshan cultivators, possessing energy and speed far beyond ordinary humans. If others found out that fully enlightened Yangshan cultivators were working for Cord, they would probably cry and bang their chests in despair. The revered high-ranking goddesses they admired worshipfully were reduced to hard-working laborers for Cord, without even the qualification to warm his bed. However, it was precisely because of initiating the Cave Manor platform plan that the internal resources were now abundant, and only with these resources could Cord evolve wildly and upgrade his golden finger. After the upgrade, he obtained the support of 1 million people. Popularity has increased, but what about my strength? Am I ready to break through the chi refining stage? Cord glanced at his cultivation level, which had risen to the 9th 10,000 layer of the chi refining stage. Huey didn't quite grasp the concept. If only he had a punching bag to practice on. Wish I had a punching bag. Maybe Arental Hua could punch me a few times? Nah, it's an immortal beast and isn't representative. I should first deal with current matters, find out what kind of immortal beast this egg belongs to, how to hatch it, and then hire more people for the free and easy cave manor. Otherwise, with more cultivators coming, Rosalie and Arental Jade won't be able to handle it. Cord made up his mind and decided to visit the spirit realm of the cave manors first. But upon entering the spirit realm of the cave manors, a figure suddenly dashed towards him. Chapter 177. Cheap wife was kidnapped. The moment Cord entered the Johan's secret realm, he saw a figure rushing toward him, and that figure immediately launched an attack on Cord. A heavy punch landed squarely on Cord's abdomen. Someone is causing trouble? Only then did Cord realize what was happening. Huey remembered that the entrances to the Johan's secret realm were guarded by soldiers. This realm had many positions, including a master of the secret realm. Some Johans with high power but lacking in popularity applied for jobs within this secret realm to maintain their standing and avoid falling into the penalty zone. Of course, these positions weren't randomly assigned. Those who got them were all quite powerful. So normally, the entrance was very orderly, with no Johan causing disturbances or directly attacking others. According to the rules of the secret realm, Johans were not allowed to fight within its boundaries. If they violated this rule, they would face fines and other penalties. But now Cord had been attacked, and the assailant didn't even glance at him before attempting to leave. I didn't expect anyone to block my way. Just a cultivation level Johan. His cave should have collapsed from one punch. Oh well, it's his own bad luck. The attacker muttered under his breath. Huey was muscular, and seemed to be carrying something soft on his shoulder. That, buddy, you didn't eat enough? Your punches need more force, Cord suddenly called out, which made the man shudder. His expression turned wary as he immediately adopted a defensive stance and stared at Cord, asking, "You're actually unharmed? Why would I have any problem?" Cord smiled. Since the attacker appeared here, he must also be a Johan. Moreover, his strength seemed considerable, probably at the Tribulation Crossing stage. A Johan at the Tribulation Crossing stage was incredibly advanced. For instance, Ajay, who ranked first among Johans, was only at the cave storage stage. Cord couldn't recall when such a powerful figure had emerged in the Johan secret realm. While he was pondering, a sharp alarm sounded in his ears. Wail. All secret realm announcement. All secret realm announcement. An outsider Johan has invaded and kidnapped Miss Bridget of the Tang family. Anyone who spots the intruder should report immediately. The Tang family offers a generous reward. Wail. All secret realm announcement. The alarm kept sounding, leaving both Cord and the muscular man momentarily stunned. The latter had a square face, thick eyebrows, large eyes, and a bald head adorned with a lotus tattoo. Hearing the alarm, he grunted. The Tang family reacted so quickly? They already reported to the master of the secret realm? But since I've got the hostage, I don't need to stick around. Let the rest of the Tangs fend for themselves. The bald man with the lotus tattoo seemed talkative, even chatting to someone he didn't know. Cord fell silent for a moment before asking, "Brother, are you sure it's okay to tell me all these secrets?" "No problem, because you're about to die. Consider yourself unlucky for hearing all these secrets. You told me yourself. I just like spilling secrets and then killing people. Problem?" The man grinned, revealing a long scar running along his lip, suggesting he wasn't someone to mess with. Cord fell silent. Since the man was so deranged, he wasn't sure how to respond. After a brief standoff, Cord heard voices shouting from the city. "Intruders spotted at the city gate. At the city gate. Now they come? What a waste of time. My job is done. Time to go." The lotus-tattooed man sneered, pulling out a palm-sized carved wooden board with twisted snake-like patterns. As the carving burned, his figure gradually became transparent. "Get lost, kid. Don't cause trouble," Cord said, reaching out to grab the man. By now, he had figured out that this man had come to capture Bridget. Given the general low levels of Johans, whose advancements were tied to their popularity, it was easy to dominate the realm with just a Tribulation Crossing level cultivator. However, Cord, though his level wasn't high, his cultivation stages were quite advanced. When he made his move, the bald man felt an unexpected pressure. Huey immediately roared, "Smart kid. You were hiding here waiting for me? Don't blame me for being ruthless now." White light burst from the bald man's body, the protective spirit energy usable only by Tribulation Crossing Johans. Crushing a mere novice Johan at the cultivation stage was as easy as drinking water, causing complete annihilation. At first, the bald man hadn't planned to be so cruel, but now that he knew Cord was part of the pursuit, he couldn't hold back. After the explosion, however, Cord was completely unharmed, not even his clothes were torn. "I was just passing by." Before Cord could explain further, the man's wooden board finished burning, enveloping them both in smoke. The scenery shifted, and Cord found himself standing under a giant tree, half cut with patterns resembling the boards. Curiously examining his surroundings, Cord realized he was in a vast, endless forest where trees seemed imbued with mysterious, profound meanings. Fog filled the air, obscuring everything beyond sight. "Where am I?" Cord pondered, unsure if he was still in the Johan secret realm. Huey knew little about its size or what lay outside the city walls, only that it was dangerous to venture out. Knowing danger, Cord avoided it instinctively. Eric, knowing Johans with low popularity risked extinction, he strived tirelessly to gain more popularity. Or when the Huevenly Dao warned him that leaving his cave prematurely could be perilous, he never left until he reached the appropriate stage. Thus, he rarely ventured far, always focused on building his strength. Now, he wasn't sure where he was. Suddenly, the sack on the bald man's shoulders started moving. Bridget poked her head out, took one look around, and exclaimed in horror. "The primordial forest? Are you insane?" Chapter 178. Who is Huey to you? Primeval forest? What place is that? Cord, noticing Bridget's panicked appearance, felt somewhat curious. He had never heard of this location before. During these days in the Xiangyao cave residence, he read a lot about the geography and anecdotes of the Nine States world, and he was certain he had never come across the name Primeval Forest. "Cord, why are you here?" Hearing Cord's voice, Bridget only then realized there was another very handsome young man besides the bald hulking brute. This very handsome means a perfect 10 in terms of looks. Naturally, the standard score is also 10. "Well, I just happened to be passing by. Do you believe me?" Cord smiled wryly. Huey came to the cave spirit realm looking for talented people from the Tang family, but encountered this incident instead. The Xiangyao cave residence was now on the right track, but Rosalie and Christiana were quite overwhelmed with work. They needed experienced managers. Their cultivation levels didn't need to be high, but they certainly needed management skills, ideally from large families. The Tang family had many such subordinates, and Cord originally planned to borrow some from them, or even pay for temporary help. But encountering this event, right after entering the cave spirit realm, made his claim of being a passerby not completely untrue. Passing by? How could one possibly pass through the primeval forest? Huey was secretly protecting me again. Oh, how noble he is, doing good deeds without seeking recognition. If I hadn't struggled free and discovered him, he definitely wouldn't have claimed credit. Bridget's eyes were filled with complex emotions. Passing by? She would be more likely to believe in ghosts than that. To end up in the primeval forest while passing by? It was common knowledge that it was forbidden territory for cave spirits. Coming here meant complete disorientation, and possibly getting lost for thousands, even tens of thousands of years. Once a cave spirit stepped into the remote forest, it was almost certain that they would dissipate. Imagine if a cave remained untouched for decades. Everything inside would long have been taken by cultivators. Without new resources replenishing, over time, no one would seek opportunities in that cave anymore. A lack of cultivator activity meant a lack of popularity, which would lead to dispersion. Therefore, once a cave spirit entered the primeval forest, it was almost guaranteed to dissipate. Bridget still remembered the bald brute breaking into her family and carrying her away, knocking her unconscious. That meant the bald brute had escaped the secret city and entered the primeval forest. At this point, even the most loyal servants of the Tang family wouldn't dare enter the primeval forest to rescue Bridget. It risked their lives. Yet, Cord actually came. Bridget was moved to tears. If not for the bald man present, she couldn't contain her feelings. She never thought any man would pursue her into the primeval forest, risking his life for her. And even when discovered, he refused to admit it, claiming he was just passing by. How silly, using such a clumsy lie in the primeval forest. Bridget believed she understood Cord well. This man was truly commendable, powerful yet humble, often helping without seeking credit, even denying it. Where else could she find such a fine man? Bridget had to admit that Cord was indeed worthy of being her husband. I almost forgot about that pesky brat. So annoying. Why are you buzzing around like a fly? Let me crush you first, then we can talk, Miss Nine, said the bald brute with a sinister smile as he walked towards Cord, cracking his knuckles. Huey hadn't taken Cord seriously earlier, letting the Chi cultivation realm youngster survive longer than expected. This time, he intended to punch Cord to pieces and destroy his cave too. If a cave spirit's residence was destroyed, the cave spirit would likely dissipate since it relied on its residence as a physical form. Be careful, Cord. This man is called Howl, an advanced transcendence realm cave spirit expert. You're no match for him. Don't worry about me. Go back to the Tang family to report that I'm in the primeval forest and tell them not to look for me. Bridget quickly reacted. Realizing the immediate danger was Cord, Bridget had long prepared herself mentally for this day. She knew it would come sooner or later. When she fled initially, she knew no amount of hiding would change her fate. As long as it came, she wouldn't want to endanger others. Though Jia had all assured her that once she improved her strength, everything would be fine, Bridget understood what colossal forces she faced. Individual efforts were insignificant. She had decided not to involve anyone, but now, she had dragged Cord in. Since when did Miss Nine care about other men? Looks like our education wasn't thorough enough. You should only care about the men we pick for you. The bald brute frowned. They always kept Bridget from other men. If the master learned Bridget had feelings for someone else, it would be serious. Howl resolved to eliminate Cord at once, leaving no room for trouble. You made Miss Nine fall for you? Who are you to her? Thought you were just a passing brat, but turns out I found a big fish. Don't misunderstand. I have nothing to do with him. Bridget hurriedly denied. But the more she did, the firmer Howl's resolve grew to kill Cord, seeing him as a potential threat. Sensing Howl's rising murderous intent, Cord couldn't help but laugh bitterly. Wasn't his wife to be given by xiuxian a bit too foolish? Denying a relationship makes it seem even more suspicious. Wouldn't Howl see red? Even if Cord really had nothing to do with Bridget, Howl wouldn't let him go, at least tying him up in the primeval forest to leave him to his fate. But neither Bridget nor Howl knew Cord wasn't a pushover. He was a level 9 Chi cultivation realm cave spirit. How strong that made him, Cord wasn't sure, having not tested his newfound power yet. Looking at Howl now, he seemed just like a punching bag. Fine, you say you have nothing to do with him? Then watch as I tear this boy apart piece by piece before your eyes, making sure his cave collapses entirely. Howl grinned viciously. Don't you think you should ask my opinion before killing me? Because I don't plan on being killed. Hashtag chapter 179. An ordinary punch. Cord's words made Howl laugh instead of getting angry. Howl, who had killed countless people, found Cord's naivety endearingly amusing. Did he really think that cave spirits could not kill each other? If it weren't for the urgency just now, crushing a Chi cultivation stage, cave spirit would have been as easy as drinking water. Then, Howl moved. Huey punched towards Cord's abdomen again, this time with all his might. His entire body's spiritual energy erupted like a war god incarnate. This punch was not just aimed at a Chi cultivation stage cave spirit. Even a tribulation transcending stage cave spirit would collapse under it. Their cave dwellings would crumble, and their true forms would dissipate into nothingness, equivalent to being utterly obliterated. Cord. Bridget also shouted in shock. She knew Cord was only at the Chi cultivation stage, and being hit full force by a tribulation transcending stage cave spirit would mean certain death. The classifications of cave spirits mirrored those of human cultivators. The Chi cultivation stage was part of the later xiuxian realm. Ordinary people who reached the Chi cultivation stage were still considered outside the cultivation world. Beyond Chi cultivation was meridian opening, where one's entire meridians would be opened, leading to the innate foundation building stage, marking the official entry into the cultivation world. After the innate stage came 3 realms, then the grotto storage stage with its own 3 realms, followed by the tribulation transcending stage. At this moment, Cord was still in the later xiuxian stage, while Howl had already reached the tribulation transcending stage. The gap between their realms was not merely enormous, it was absurdly vast. Boom. A formidable punch smashed into Cord's abdomen. How powerful was a tribulation transcending stage entity? That punch could crush ordinary mountains, and a kick could sever waterfalls and rivers without difficulty. Tribulation transcending cultivators faced the heavenly tribulation, a calamity that struck fear into every cultivator's heart, but also offered great opportunity. The tribulation transcending stage included the combined body, great ascension, and xiuxianly thunder stages. Each stage entailed facing 3 heavenly thunder strikes, making 9 supreme heavenly thunders in total. After experiencing the tribulation, a cultivator's spiritual energy underwent qualitative transformation. Initially loose, the tribulation condensed it tightly, rendering it capable of splitting mountains and halting rivers. When the punch came, Bridget's face turned pale. She thought Cord couldn't possibly withstand it. "Cord, you shouldn't have come to save me," she cried. "Stop. I'll listen to you and never run again. Don't kill him." Bridget screamed, her composure shattered. "Huey, Miss Ninth indeed has feelings for this boy, so I mustn't let him live." Initially, Howl had used 10-part strength, but now he pushed to 12, determined to finish Cord off in one blow, ensuring no surprises. As for Bridget's plea, did her words matter? Bang! An unrivaled punch slammed into Cord's abdomen. The adamantine-like spiritual energy dispersed entirely, yet Cord didn't even flinch. Howl's full-strength attack failed to harm Cord in the slightest. To be precise, it didn't even touch Cord. A thick layer of chi shielded Cord's abdomen. Even with all his strength, Howl couldn't pierce through this shield. No way, impossible. This is just a later Huevan chi cultivation shield. Why can't I break through? Even if it were 100 or 1,000 layers, it wouldn't stop me. Howl's eyes showed disbelief. In his worldview, chi cultivation entities were like ants, easily squashed. Previously, Cord's survival could be chalked up to luck. But this time, there was no luck, just pure inability to affect Cord. Huey, if 1,000 layers are breakable, what about 10,000? Cord chuckled. Your chi cultivation has 10,000 layers? Howl was stunned. How could any entity be stuck at 10,000 layers of chi cultivation? Especially for a cave spirit, which typically received rewards and aids for advancing in realms and couldn't leave their caves otherwise. Cave spirits usually wouldn't fall into penalty zones unless due to exceptional circumstances. Why? Because once they could leave their caves, they could promote their homes, collaborate with cultivators to explore further, attracting more visitors with unique methods. Howl couldn't understand how a cave spirit could be stuck in chi cultivation without advancing. Moreover, how did Cord achieve this? Not 10 or 100 layers, but 10,000 layers. Absurd, too absurd. Haha, actually, I'm not at 10,000 layers. Cord laughed, and Howl breathed a sigh of relief. Thankfully, no one could be that extreme. In fact, I'm at 90,000 layers. Let's see if you can handle my punch, an ordinary punch. Cord prepared, then punched Howl's shoulder. It wasn't anything extraordinary, yet Howl saw flashes of his life pass before his eyes. How can I, Howl, die here? Howl roared, using all his strength to barely dodge the seemingly simple punch. Boom, boom, boom. Cord's punch shook the entire primordial forest. The impact spread like a massive explosion from the direction Cord swung, scattering the perennial mist and revealing hidden, vicious creatures. These treacherous beings fled in terror, too scared to look back. Countless ancient trees were snapped in half by the force. Cord's punch possessed the momentum of an immortal. Facing such power directly, Howl felt a profound sense of impending doom. Using all his might and every trick, he barely dodged the fatal blow. Just an ordinary punch? Absolutely not. This is definitely the culmination of years of stored power. He must have waited decades to unleash this for survival. Howl couldn't help thinking this, as the attack carried the might of an immortal, which was incredibly strong. To reach such power, a cave spirit needed immense support from humans. Yet, chi cultivation cave spirits couldn't leave their caves. How could they gather immense human support? Howl never imagined that a devious outsider could exploit cultivators in such a way. Impossible. Retreat first, find an opportunity later. Just as Howl decided to withdraw, he suddenly felt excruciating pain in his abdomen, then his body stiffened, as if he lost control over himself. Ordinary second punch. Cord smiled and said, delivering another punch. Chapter 180. A punch to oblivion, dividing the spoils. A smile lingered on Cord's face, but his movements did not slow down. Huey delivered another punch, striking Howl squarely in the abdomen. Both Howl and Cord fought in a way that didn't quite resemble that of true experts. When true masters duel, they deploy magical artifacts, talismans, and elixirs all at once, trying to gain the upper hand from the start to gradually force their opponent into a corner. As recorded in records of China, there was once an expert who sealed his enemy within an array and then burned him alive with flames, using talismans to bless the sacrificial altar, helping the soul ascend to a higher realm. The entire process, from execution to ascension, was smooth and seamless, setting a classic precedent for future practitioners. However, the combat between Cord and Howl was refreshingly straightforward. One punch after another, no need for any fancy tricks. Howl made the first move, so Cord countered with 2 punches. His second punch was more than what Howl could endure. Howl, an esteemed tranquil cavern spirit in the ascension stage, possessed various high-level techniques and was a seasoned combatant. Yet, Cord's single punch left him unable to move. You are what level? Chi refinement stage, 90,000 layers, Cord replied, and in the next instant, Howl exploded. His cavern crumbled under Cord's punch, shattering into pieces. With the destruction of the cavern, came the demise of the tranquil cavern spirit. If Howl couldn't find a new vessel, he would cease to exist forever. The power of one punch was terrifying beyond imagination. Even Bridget was stunned by the force of that punch. She couldn't believe Cord was this formidable, capable of obliterating Beckett with a single strike. What stage are you really? Bridget couldn't help but ask. Chi refinement stage. Cord casually answered as he turned his attention to the remnants of Howl. Can a chi refinement stage practitioner possess such power? Impossible. Do you think we're fools? Bridget looked disbelieving. It was unheard of for someone at chi refinement to obliterate an ascension stage cultivator. I'm really at chi refinement stage, and I even got my technique from you. Without further explanation, Cord focused on collecting Howl's scattered possessions. In a typical fight between tranquil cavern spirits, one wouldn't be able to destroy the other's lair. Usually, battles ended before reaching that point. Even a postnatal cavern spirit would struggle to obliterate a netherworld cavern spirit. But if the cavern was shattered, its contents would spill out like equipment drops in an online game. Now Howl has dropped quite a lot of items. Let's collect them. Since implementing the item smashing mechanism, Cord had become deeply interested in each piece of equipment and spirit treasure, even considering low-grade treasures for evolution and popularity conversion. Sovereign Grade Supreme Weapon River Fan? I don't have this. Perfect for rewarding cultivators with luck. Sovereign Grade 9th Rank Array, Gaoyang Sword Array? Might leave this in my cave for anyone who needs it. Another lucky reward. Sovereign Grade 9th Rank Elixir Union Pill? This is excellent for early ascension cultivators. Better keep it, I have no surplus. Cord sorted through the items methodically. If the items were needed in his cave, he prioritized them for rewards. But if duplicates existed, they went straight to evolution or popularity conversion. Earlier, many of the items Cord converted were duplicates in his cave. For unique items, he aimed to reward cultivators. Ultimately, accumulating resources meant potentially earning more assets. Who knew destroying a tranquil cavern spirit could yield so many resources? What a treat. After tallying Howl's spoils, Cord exhaled heavily. Huey found that destroying a tranquil cavern spirit yielded resources so easily that he almost considered becoming a villain. Zhanmen Shidabao Taran Chengduo Wuzua. Note, the phrase Zhanmen Shidabao Taran Chengduo Wuzua is kept as is because it seems to be an expression or slang that doesn't translate well directly. If you want a smoother translation, we can rephrase it. Improved version. After tallying Howl's spoils, Cord exhaled heavily. Huey found that destroying a tranquil cavern spirit yielded resources so easily that he almost considered becoming a villain in Zhanmen Shidabao Taran Chengduo Wuzua. Zhanmen going around attacking others just to plunder their resources. Or more fluently in English. After tallying Howl's spoils, Cord exhaled heavily. Huey found that destroying a tranquil cavern spirit yielded resources so easily that he almost considered becoming a villain and Zhanmen going around attacking others just to plunder their resources. Please let me know if you prefer one version over the other. With this thought, Cord cast a mischievous glance at Bridget. However, he pondered that saving Bridget might earn gratitude from the Tang family, potentially leading to greater rewards. But now, Cord was busy counting Howl's spoils. Concerned that Bridget might want to share, he politely asked, "Do you want a share of these spoils?" It sounded like a question, but it wasn't up to Bridget to decide. From start to finish, Howl was dealt with solely by Cord. Besides, she was the one saved. Without Cord, Bridget would have been taken by Howl. If Bridget showed any greed, Cord wouldn't mind letting her drop some items too. Sure enough, Bridget blushed and declined. "These are your spoils. I have no right to take them." "Ahaha, don't say that. I was just lucky." Smiling, Cord collected everything into his bottomless ring. Only then did he turn to Bridget to ask about the situation. "Where exactly are we, and who was that Beckett?" This place was a mystery to Cord, as was the identity of Beckett, who had kidnapped Bridget. All he wanted was to return to Secret Realm City and then back to his own cave, focusing on gaining more popularity to avoid punishment in 2.5 years. As Cord glanced at Bridget's face, he couldn't help but admit she was exceptionally beautiful, like a character from an anime, ageless and timeless. Bridget fell silent, so Cord broke the silence, asking, "Who are they, and where are we?" Chapter 181. The Cave Spirit's Secret Realm and the Primal Forest. Bridget just smiled inwardly at Cord's question. Pretend all you want, just keep on pretending. From Bridget's perspective, if Cord didn't know where they were or who his pursuer was, how could he have tracked them down? And whose name among the cave spirits didn't know the Primal Forest? Even without consulting any cave spirits about the Primal Forest, once anyone left the Secret Realm City, the way of Huevin would automatically prompt them that beyond was the Primal Forest, which was very dangerous. Once entering it, one might never return to the original Secret Realm. The way of Huevin would ask if one insisted on entering the Primal Forest. So, saying he did not know what place this was an excessively ridiculous lie. Cord obviously knew the danger, but still came to rescue her. Huey refused to admit he cared for her, which made her feel touched, even finding it a bit endearing. Indeed, in Bridget's eyes, Cord's refusal to admit these things seemed somewhat adorable. The more Cord tried to pretend it wasn't related to him, the faster her heart beat, making her look at him even more favorably. But for now, since Cord intended to continue this interaction, Bridget wouldn't reveal it either. She also wanted to play along with the sweet pretense that they didn't care for each other. Thus, after some thought, Bridget spoke up. "Let me answer your first question. This is the Primal Forest. The so-called Primal Forest is the area outside the cave spirit's secret realm. It is covered by eternal mist that can disorient anyone regardless of their level. No one knows exactly how large this forest is, but many cave spirits can lose their way here for centuries, or even millennia. The cave spirit's secret realm initially had Cord wondering about the area outside. Since the entire secret realm resembled an ancient city where the cave spirits communicated, there naturally would be city gates and walls. What lay beyond those towering walls, Cord had been curious about as well. But soon he heard that the area outside was dangerous, so he lost all interest in it, not even knowing what the area outside was called. This was the first time Cord had such a detailed understanding of the Primal Forest. Huey pondered and continued asking, "Are there many places like our secret realm city? If the cave spirit's secret realm was a city, surrounded by a vast world outside, then having multiple cave spirit secret realms seemed logical." "Yes, you're right. There are many cave spirit secret realms scattered within the Primal Forest, but they do not intersect because the Primal Forest isolates them." Bridget nodded, maintaining a serious face while secretly wanting to laugh at playing along with Cord's act. His acting was too good. How does he manage to pretend so convincingly? It was incredibly hard to watch Cord act like he understood nothing. Every time Bridget imagined Cord's seriousness, she almost burst into laughter. So, Howl must have come from another secret realm? And that guiding way of Huevin, is it truly a sovereign, or is it just the guardian of our cave spirit's secret realm? Cord asked, leaning against the remains of a tree, determined to understand his current situation. In short, the situation definitely wasn't good. He and Bridget were lost in the primal forest. They needed to find a way back to the cave spirit's secret realm. The matter of the way of xiuxian, I can't explain clearly, but it is certainly not the sovereign of the secret realm city, and everyone believes the way of xiuxian exists. Bridget explained this key point, informing Cord that the guide in the cave spirit's secret realm was the true way of xiuxian, not the guardian of the ancient city. Seeing Cord pretending to know nothing, Bridget continued. In fact, cave spirit's secret realm is just a general term given by the way of xiuxian. Our secret realm has a name, known as the Taichu secret realm or Taichu city. There are many secret realms like ours, some much larger than Taichu, with cave spirits at higher levels. Cord had already guessed this. Since there were multiple cave spirit secret realms, their scales naturally varied. Moreover, he guessed the secret realms likely suspected each other, fearing discovery. Once discovered, it could lead to a life or death conflict. All existed within the primal forest, unsure of each other's advancements. If a secret realm's strength surpassed Taichu's secret realm, the result might be enslavement by the higher level realm. Thus, no secret realm would welcome outsiders. A meeting could mean death. Oh right, I can't return to my cave residence now, right? Cord asked something he was nearly certain about. Huey couldn't return to the free and easy cave residence. Previously, while in Taichu's secret realm, he could sense his residence and return effortlessly. But now in the primal forest, although he could still sense it, he couldn't return. No wonder some cave spirits got lost for nearly a millennium before dissipating. They couldn't return to their residences. Correct. To return to your cave residence, you must head to a cave spirit's secret realm. It's impossible in the primal forest. Bridget nodded again, maintaining a stoic face but secretly giggling. Pretend all you want. Act as if you really don't know. If Cord had mind-reading powers, he'd surely be both amused and baffled. He wasn't pretending. He genuinely didn't know. Huey hadn't intentionally come to save Bridget. He was just caught up in events. Regardless, the main task was clear. Return to Taichu's secret realm. Cord knew demons were besieging the entrance to his residence, and if he didn't return quickly, chaos could ensue. Until did he know. Not only were demonic forces gathering around the free and easy cave residence, but righteous forces were also on their way. A great battle over the free and easy cave residence was imminent, yet the protagonist couldn't return. Life is full of unexpected twists. Let's find a way back first. Check if Howl's legacy has a means to return to Taichu's secret realm. Cord pulled out Howl's possessions, seeking a way back. Unexpectedly, a glowing ball like a firefly rose and exploded like fireworks, scattering in all directions. What's this? Cord wondered why Howl carried fireworks. Oh no, this is... Chapter 182. The Tang family clan, pursuit and counter-pursuit. When she saw the golden fireworks orb, Bridget's face turned pale. She hadn't expected that Howl would have an ace up his sleeve. Indeed, as a cultivator in the tribulation transcending stage, he had hidden away a strand of his primordial soul. If anything catastrophic happened to him, this strand would fragment into millions of pieces and return to the clan's special artifact, the Returned Soul Shrine. Then, the family's great powers could track down his killers and exact vengeance for Howl. Do you know what this is? You must have deep ties with Howl, right? Since Howl came from another secret realm, it's highly likely you're not from the Taichu secret realm's Yuan either. Cord didn't beat around the bush. He directly started guessing about Bridget's identity, confident that his deduction was mostly correct. After all, they shared the same surname, and Howl addressed Bridget as Miss Nine. This clearly indicated that Bridget had significant connections with her captors. Indeed, you're right. This is part of my other question I need to answer. They are actually the true Tang family from the Taichu secret realm, while we were just refugees. Bridget sighed, looking at Cord with a hint of gratitude in her eyes. It turned out Cord had long known she wasn't from the Taichu secret realm, yet he still chose to protect her and rescue her. What else could Bridget feel but immense gratitude? As previously mentioned, Johans from different secret realms were typically hostile toward each other. Despite the Tang family now having considerable influence in the Taichu secret realm, if other Johans discovered they originated from elsewhere, they would immediately be ostracized and targeted, possibly even causing their guest retainers to leave without notice. However, Cord didn't change his demeanor upon learning Bridget's true identity. Huey remained the same as always. What a good man, so truly excellent. If that's the case, then they will definitely come after you again, right? After some contemplation, Cord reached this conclusion. Howl's kidnappers wouldn't simply let Bridget go without a fight. They probably will. The scattered light ball has already revealed our position to the Tang family. With their formidable strength, they can even trace targets within the primordial forest. We're already being watched. Bridget glanced at Cord discreetly, wanting to gauge his reaction. Normally, anyone hearing about such significant trouble would want to ditch the problem as soon as possible. Considering Cheney Pavilion's substantial influence in the Taichu secret realm and that this massive force was only an offshoot, one could only imagine how terrifying the real Tang family must be. A tribulation transcending Johan like Howl might not even be noteworthy compared to them. Encountering such a behemoth, any normal Johan would retreat. But not Cord. Cord merely smiled and said calmly, "Since we've been spotted, there's nothing much we can do. Just don't get separated in the primordial forest. It's too easy to lose someone here." Cord's words left Bridget overwhelmed with gratitude. From childhood, Bridget had always been assertive, striving to rise above and avoid becoming a sacrificial pawn of the family. Yet, in the end, her family abandoned her, forcing her to flee. Many people had paid the price to help her escape, leaving her burdened with heavy responsibilities even now. This weight, she bore alone, sharing it with no one, not even Jingtian from Cheney Pavilion, who could only sigh in helplessness. Bridget thought she would bear this burden alone forever. But today, she felt the warmth of being protected by someone else. This feeling made her heart race. Wasn't her celestial ordained husband just too perfect? In just a few sentences, he had somehow lightened her immense burdens. Yet, what Cord truly intended was to obliterate the pursuing Tang family members and plunder their assets. While typical Johans weren't easily defeated, once vanquished, they would drop their gear like Howl. Destroying a Johan equated to multiple profitable transactions for Cord. Moreover, successfully protecting Bridget back to the Taichu secret realm would give him leverage to ask for personnel from the Tang family to manage his own Dongfu. Huey needed a batch of workers to help run Xenia Dongfu, and offering a favor to the Tang family would make it hard for them to refuse. Thus, he spoke as he did. Indeed, getting lost in the primordial forest is more troublesome. Right now, our priority should be returning to the Taichu secret realm. But won't we lead the pursuers there if we go back like this? Bridget voiced her concern. Their bodies still carry traces left by Howl. Returning directly to the Taichu secret realm would undoubtedly lead the real Tang family to them. About that, since you're also from the Tang family, and since they can trace these marks, can you do the same? Cord suddenly asked. You mean? Hearing Cord's question, Bridget was taken aback, staring dumbfounded at him. Was he serious? Huey wanted to confront them head-on. Yes, the best way to handle trouble is to snuff it out at its root. Cord nodded, eager to destroy other Johans and seize their resources. Inside the Johan secret realm, there were rules prohibiting Johans from fighting each other, effectively making it a safe zone. Additionally, Cord lacked a reason to provoke anyone. But now things were different. Outside the safe zone, he was free to act as he pleased, like a fierce tiger unleashed. I can try. Just follow the golden trail left by Howl. Despite her shock, Bridget finally nodded. She was also looking forward to seeing Cord clash with the Tang family's Johans and utterly defeat them. For her own family, Bridget held no affection, only intense hatred. The concept of familial loyalty common among mortals did not apply to cultivation families, especially Johan clans. Considering Lawrence's ancestor constantly sucking his descendants' blood and trying to send him to his death, Bridget had no attachment to the Tang family. In fact, she hoped Cord would annihilate them all. On one side, Bridget and Cord followed the golden trail left by Howl. On the other side, a thread of Howl's primordial soul found its way back to the returned soul shrine within the primordial forest. 7 Johans dressed in purple garments suddenly rose, gazing silently at the rapidly flying golden orb. The golden orb circled around them, seemingly seeking its home. The leader, with a grim expression, took out a wooden shrine which was initially empty. But when he produced the item, the golden orb rushed inside, igniting a golden flame that illuminated their trail. A member of our family has been killed. A Johan has been killed. It's Howl. Howl has been murdered. Who did this? Unforgivable. The leader roared in fury. ##### Chapter 183. Surrounded, and this kind of lucky break exists? Howl's death was inconceivable to the Tang family. Although the primordial forest harbored dangers everywhere, the Tang family search team comprised highly skilled experts, none of whom were weak in cultivation. Furthermore, after years of exploration, the Tang family had learned to avoid many of the dangers within the primordial forest. Even if they did encounter trouble, they should not have been utterly annihilated, leaving only a thread of essence. The most plausible scenario was that Howl encountered another cave spirit and was quietly eliminated. This time, leading the search party was the Tang family's 7th young master, named Germano, who possessed considerable strength among the younger generation. His prowess even surpassed Howl's. 7th young master was also Bridget's 7th brother. However, there was virtually no familial affection between them. Ever since Bridget was old enough to understand, her siblings constantly engaged in mutual competition, even attempting to harm her through various schemes. Unfortunately for them, Bridget's cave domain was bound at a high level from the start, making it much harder to harm her through petty tricks. Had she been human, even with 100 lives, she would have been undone by their schemes long ago. Germano was originally quite handsome, given that Bridget's beauty set the standard for the family. But now, his expression was contorted with rage as he looked at the soul return shrine, forcing out another sentence through gritted teeth. Can we find anything? Did Howl leave any message? Currently, we can't tell yet. We are still cultivating Howl's essence spirit, but he likely found Bridget. We received confirmation earlier that he had located the Taichi secret realm, and he might have found Bridget. A confidant standing beside Germano explained, holding the soul return shrine in one hand while wearing a purple robe. Huey was stout and fat, exuding an air of luxury. Not all cave spirits were proficient in the soul return technique, which required significant energy expenditure. Therefore, such matters were often handled by trusted subordinates rather than high-ranking members of the Tang family. Hearing this, Germano furrowed his brow. Was Howl's death somehow related to Bridget? That little wretch shouldn't even be alive. She was supposed to obediently play the puppet, but instead, she resisted and dared to kill a family subordinate. Has she gone mad? Germano clenched his teeth. Though Howl was just a subordinate from a branch family, he had grown up alongside Germano and assisted him in numerous unsavory deeds. Howl was essentially Germano's right-hand man. How could Germano tolerate losing such a crucial ally? Taking a deep breath, Germano asked again, can you find out where the Taichi secret realm is? We can. Since Howl found the Taichi secret realm, following his tracks will lead us there. Go find it. Send people to the Taichi secret realm. Kill every last rebel hiding there. They deserve to die, daring to flee with Bridget. Germano's eyes snapped open as he issued orders to wipe out the remaining Tang family members in the Taichi secret realm. For the main family, those who fled were traitors, and pursuing and punishing them was entirely justified. I'll observe the trail. Why are 2 light spots heading toward us? These light spots. Can't be. They are the ones who killed Howl, and they're coming after us? What do they want? Germano's confidant was stunned. The killers were coming after them? What did they intend to do? To finish them off? Ha. Someone dares to provoke the Tang family like this? They are seeking death. Is this Bridget? Tell me, is this Bridget? Germano laughed bitterly, finding their audacity incomprehensible. After killing someone, they actually followed the trail back? How presumptuous. The Tang family had dominated the cave spirit realm for centuries. When had they ever encountered such brazen individuals? When had they ever tolerated such insolence? Probably Bridget. Otherwise, it would be impossible to track Howl's essence spirit. This is a secret technique of the Tang family known only to core members. If it weren't Bridget, other core members wouldn't kill without mercy. The confidant explained. Only core members knew how to trace the essence spirit's path. If it weren't Bridget, the others wouldn't dare to kill Howl, for violating family laws would result in severe punishment, possibly erasing years of hard-earned reputation. That's why Bridget's siblings, though desiring to eliminate her, refrained from doing so when she was young. They couldn't act openly due to family law. But now, the perpetrators of Howl's murder acted openly and brazenly, following the trail after the killing. How delightful. It is Bridget. Family law doesn't prohibit maiming. I'll take her alive, summoning everyone to trap her. She is courting her own doom. Germano smiled cruelly, summoning all Tang family subordinates to surround Bridget. Huey would not let her escape. Yes, sir. The confidant hesitated briefly, then voiced a concern, his bloated face showing worry. There's something I should mention. While connecting with Howl's essence spirit, his emotions seemed unusually agitated, as if trying to convey something. Some agitation is normal after being killed. Focus on reviving Howl. Make sure his essence spirit comes back. Germano took several deep breaths to calm down. Such was the advantage of large families. Many cave spirits and cultivators wanted to join powerful families or major sects because of their profound heritage and accumulated power. Even when only a thread of essence remained, the Tang family could revive them. No wonder so many beings sought protection under strong clans. The number of guest retainers in the Tang family was substantial, with hundreds of cave spirits accompanying Germano alone. Split into multiple teams, they were searching the primordial forest for the Tai Chi's secret realm. Now that they located Bridget, they converged to deal with her. Meanwhile, Cord and Bridget were unaware that they were gradually being surrounded. If Cord knew, he'd laugh until his jaws hurt. Surrounded and still getting more targets? Who could ask for better luck? Initially expecting just a few punching bags, now they had hundreds, meaning more wealth. Beating up these people would make Cord richer. If Cord knew they were being surrounded, he'd hope the resources in their cave domains were even more abundant. Cord, are you really planning to confront the Tang family? We should return to the Tai Chi secret realm. Bridget, busy tracing Howl's essence spirit trail, confirmed with Cord. Yes, I don't like leaving problems unresolved. Chapter 184. Instant kill, all of them. Cord gave a faint smile after he spoke. Huey was about to cause trouble for the other side now. Defeating cave spirits meant dropping equipment, a pleasure Cord couldn't get enough of. Through several trials, Cord had come to roughly understand his own strength. Huey wasn't sure about immortals and above, but below that level, he was unstoppable. Indeed, this was how Cord assessed himself, because when he made a move on Jetty earlier, the other party seemed completely unaware. Yet, he could now instantly kill cave spirits at the tribulation transcending stage. So, averaging it out, he came to this conclusion. If we go after them, we'll face many experts from the Tang family. They are all formidable and ruthless killers. The cave spirits they've slain number in the hundreds. They won't show any mercy, Bridget said, leading the way ahead with a worried expression. She felt that seeking trouble with the Tang family wasn't a wise move. She believed that if anything happened, they should first return to the Tai Chu secret realm and discuss things with Axton and the others. If worst came to worst, they could relocate again, from the Tai Chu secret realm to the next one. To evade the main branch of the Tang family, Bridget had paid a heavy price. The road of escape was never smooth. Many subordinates didn't survive long enough to reach the next cave spirit secret realm. The Tang family had some understanding of the primordial forest, but that didn't mean there were no casualties. Even the Tang family's main force exploring the primordial forest might perish, let alone someone like Bridget who was fleeing. So if they were to flee, Bridget was quite hesitant. She hoped Cord could create miracles, deal with the Tang family's experts, and rescue her from danger. But how likely was that? Bridget not only faced the Tang family's pursuers, but also a more terrifying force. If it weren't for that force's pressure, she wouldn't have fled the Tang family into the primordial forest. Forget it, that was another story. Unless Cord's strength reached the heavens, he absolutely couldn't resist such a massive force. But achieving such power, how easy was that? Thus, Bridget was conflicted. On one hand, she wished Cord would take her back to the Tai Chu secret realm and escape again. On the other hand, she held a sliver of hope that Cord could protect her and handle the Tang family and their backers. I'm going to deal ruthlessly with the Tang family. You have no objections, right? Cord suddenly chuckled, asking without context. Of course not. Actually, I have no feelings toward the Tang family. If I must say, it's just a desire for revenge. Bridget responded, still reacting to Cord's question. I guessed as much. With that, Cord hid his hand at his waist and then punched a tree. Instantly, his cultivation at the 9th stage, chi condensation burst forth, the sky darkened, and the fog in the entire primordial forest dispersed. 3 figures in purple robes began to appear. They were all Tang family assassins, assigned to target Cord, hoping to ambush and kill him. Unfortunately for them, they didn't know the parchment hidden in Howl's legacy still linked to the Tang family. The positions of the Tang family members were clearly displayed on the parchment. Without needing to see it, Cord knew someone was ambushing him. Among the 3 men on the tree trunk, one tall, one short, one fat, the tallest immediately pointed at Cord and asked, "Is this the one who killed Howl? Huey must pay for killing our brother. We must avenge Howl." Well said. Howl cannot have died in vain. I'll make the first move. You two hold your positions. The shortest cave spirit shouted and kicked his companion, treating him like a human punching bag and sending him flying towards Cord. Why did he do this? In short, he was scared. Scared by the punch Cord had just delivered. They had received instructions from Germano to target Cord, but they knew nothing about Cord. At first, they thought Cord was just another cave spirit daring to oppose the Tang family, an action with no good outcome. However, Cord's punch left 2 guest cave spirits from the Tang family stunned, unsure of what had just transpired. The 3rd cave spirit realized what was happening and chose to betray his companions and flee. His heart nearly burst with fear. Could this be an ordinary cave spirit creating such a commotion in the primordial forest? They were merely working for the Tang family, not risking their lives. You, how can you desert your post? Aren't you afraid of the Tang family's punishment? Huey seems powerful, but he's just scaring us. Capture him, and we can gain high favor from young Master Germano. The two cave spirits being kicked towards Cord were still confused and attempted to attack him. Thus, Cord didn't mind forcing them to drop their treasures and reveal the contents of their caves. Are you three ready? Cord asked seriously. Ready for what? Just a regular couple of punches. Cord threw 2 punches, each carrying immense wind pressure, dispersing the 2 cave spirits into nothingness. Their cave dwellings exploded, dropping items everywhere. Cord didn't bother counting. Instead, he looked at the 3rd cave spirit, who was clever enough to escape upon realizing the situation, even using his comrades as shields. Did he think he could evade Cord's pursuit? How naive. Cord took a deep breath and threw another punch, this time 3 times stronger, enveloping the cave spirit in the wind. Everything the wind touched, whether cave spirit, trees, or mist, was utterly destroyed, leaving the area as though ravaged by a destructive weapon. The cave spirit was annihilated within the wind. These guests, whose strength was generally at the hidden cavern stage, probably couldn't withstand even a single strike from Howl, let alone from Cord. Cord could instantly kill Howl, who could instantly kill these guests. Therefore, it was natural for Cord to kill the Tang family's guests. Bridget watched with widened eyes. Now she understood. Cord killing Howl wasn't luck. It was sheer dominance. His strength had surpassed ordinary cave spirits, reaching new heights. What is that technique? Justin Oanyo blurted out. Technique name? A somewhat serious punch, Cord answered thoughtfully. Where did you learn such martial arts that you became so powerful in such a short time? Bridget couldn't help but ask. Regarding that, well? This translation retains the original tone and style while ensuring natural English flow and maintaining paragraph structure and line breaks from the original text. Chapter 185. Huey's just too good at touching people, isn't Huey? Cord thought about where his cultivation techniques came from. If he were to be specific, they actually originated from Bridget. Back then, seeing that Cord had no proper techniques for practice, Bridget gave him a few manuals. They were given as a friendly gesture and were mostly authored by her. They weren't widely available in the market. Later on, Cord found these methods too basic and evolved them using random evolution. After several iterations, he eventually crafted the 10,000 layers of cultivation. Therefore, if tracing back to the roots, Cord's techniques should be credited to Bridget. Reflecting on this, Cord replied earnestly. My cultivation techniques? They're all because of you. Haven't you forgotten? Bridget clearly did not expect such an answer, and her cheeks flushed slightly. What was this man doing? Clearly capable on his own. He was still crediting it all to his wife? That's really embarrassing. She tried hard but could only recall giving him a few foundational manuals. Could anyone become immensely powerful using just those? Bridget knew she wasn't that good. Cord must have had other opportunities, yet he insisted on attributing credit to her. This man, his actions were so impressive. Not only was he handsome but also high in emotional intelligence, saying and doing things so endearing. Realizing she shouldn't be overly pleased, she smiled and responded, You're too modest. Your strength has nothing much to do with me. I don't remember providing such powerful manuals. Ha ha, you wouldn't know. My current strength owes entirely to your 3 manuals. Cord laughed easily. His intent was simple. Thanks to Bridget's overly basic manuals, he took the gamble of random evolution. Had the manuals been more reliable, Cord wouldn't have felt the need for evolution. At this point, his insistence held a hint of mockery toward Bridget. Unfortunately, Bridget missed this sarcasm, mistaking it for sheer politeness. She recalled a romance story where a tyrant hero credited his accomplishments to his silly wife, a narrative popular among women, whether in the mundane world or cultivation realm. The Erenglong sect, predominantly female, shared such stories with Bridget, who was captivated by them. Yet logically, she doubted the existence of such self-effacing men, assuming they were just exaggerated in literature. Meeting Cord changed her mind. Huier was a man who, despite unmatched power, still attributed everything to her. It struck her how accurately the stories reflected reality. Red-faced and head down, she whispered softly, Those aren't God-level manuals. My contributions are limited. Seeing Bridget's bashful demeanor, Cord assumed it was due to the simplicity of her manuals rather than shyness. To Cord, anything less than a mortal level was insignificant. Even top-tier Shin-grade manuals were discarded for cultivators. Huey aimed only for the best. Feeling his mockery might embarrass Bridget too much, and considering her feminine sensitivity, Cord chose to skip this topic. Remembering Bridget didn't charge for those manuals, expecting them to be remarkable was unreasonable. Changing focus to the 2 devastated Yohan cultivators, both guests of the Tang family, Cord remarked, I will take the spoils of these guest cultivators. You, as Miss Tang, probably wouldn't value such trivial items. With that, Cord scavenged their spiritual treasures, cultivation manuals, medicinal pills, etc., stashing everything into his storage bag. By calling Justin Oanyo the Tang family heiress, he subtly dismissed any claim over these items. Continuing to dispute would tarnish her dignity. Initially puzzled by Cord's greedy behavior, Bridget soon understood. This was his way of pleasing her. Knowing Bridget's capabilities were relatively weak, every bit of resource mattered. Huiance, Cord proposed taking these resources himself, sparing her any embarrassment since he was the one acting. Of course, Bridget believed Cord would share these gains later. Given his strength, able to defeat 3 Tang family guest cultivators, and likely surpassing even the Tang family's young Master Germano, he needed no extra resources. Deeply touched, Justin Oanyo believed Cord was simply salvaging her dignity. But Cord's mindset was different. Each item could be converted into popularity points, making efficiency paramount. Finishing the distribution of the cultivator's possessions, Cord yawned lazily and asked, Where's our next destination? Chapter 186. The Peerless Good Man, Cord. Cord plundered the resources of the three cave spirits and was already feeling a bit elated. Huey suddenly realized that the improvement from hunting cave spirits was somewhat exaggerated. Killing Howl and obtaining the spoils had significantly bolstered his strength. Many of the items dropped by Howl were new to Cord. This meant he could further enrich the list of resources available to cultivators, which might attract even more cultivators with the resource list. Again defeating the Tang family's guest cultivator, he obtained materials that he could use for random evolution. Random evolution was Cord's trump card, which he could use even outside of the free and easy abode. As long as he could find new spirit treasures, he could crush them into popularity points. It was inevitable that they would turn into popularity points. Some people didn't understand this trump card and might ask, isn't it only when evolution fails that things can be crushed into popularity points? What if the evolution succeeds? Cord's response to this was simple. As long as it doesn't reach the immortal level, it doesn't matter whether the evolution succeeds or not. Why care if it succeeded? As long as it has been in the free and easy abode, I'll keep putting it back for random evolution. With enough attempts, failure is bound to happen eventually. Once it fails, it can naturally be crushed into popularity points. Regarding the immortal level, creating such spirit treasures wasn't easy. Out of all the spirit treasures Cord evolved, only one reached the immortal level, a single egg. Huey didn't even know how to handle that immortal level egg. Huey couldn't bear to crush it into popularity points. After all, it was an immortal level item. Leaving it behind meant he didn't know how to use it. For now, he left the egg inside the free and easy abode. Getting sidetracked, let's get back to talking about Cord's random evolution. Using his trump card nonstop on the Tang family guest cultivator's resources, he directly gained nearly 200,000 popularity points. His Qi cultivation realm also increased from its original level 90,000 to level 90,002. Yes, Cord despondently discovered that upgrading the Qi cultivation realm required more popularity points now. Huey needed to reach level 100,000 to break through the realm, and he was already at level 90,002. In the history of China proper, no one had piled up such high levels of Qi cultivation, so no one knew just how strong Cord really was. Not even immortals knew. Now, leveling up the Qi cultivation realm is getting increasingly difficult. I should loot more resources from cave spirits. After some contemplation, Cord reached this conclusion. Huey could avoid killing cultivators because doing so conflicted with his goal of accumulating popularity points. So he was generally very lenient towards cultivators. Even if some were mischievous and liked to cause trouble, Cord wouldn't easily entertain thoughts of killing them. As long as they weren't directly challenging the free and easy abode, Cord would give them a chance to repent. Fundamentally, cultivators brought benefits to Cord. Killing them yielded no significant gains, perhaps just some of their accumulated resources. But most cultivators had modest assets. It would be better to have them check in daily at the free and easy abode. Daily sign-ins were a more sustainable approach. Killing cultivators for resources was like draining a pond to catch all the fish. Too many killings could lead to the cave being deemed a forbidden zone by cultivators, resulting in fewer visitors and losses outweighing gains. Cord treated cultivators this way, but his attitude toward cave spirits was entirely different. Since learning that killing cave spirits could yield resources, he adopted an attitude of killing whenever possible. Better to kill mistakenly than to miss out. Even if he couldn't see the exact assets of a cave spirit, he knew that destroying them would grant him their resources. All the painstaking accumulation of those cave spirits would become stepping stones for Cord. In such circumstances, Cord never hesitated. Huey even decided to actively hunt down and eliminate all of the Tang family's guest cultivators. Getting 200,000 resources from killing 2 guest cultivators made Cord itch to do more. He wished he could kill 200. Are you well rested? If so, let's go find the next target. Eventually, we'll find the leader. Threatening the leader will likely reveal the location of the primal origin realm. Cord smiled at Bridget. His logic made sense. The leading cave spirit must be in charge of the Tang family. If Howl found the primal origin realm, then his leader probably could too. But looking at Cord's eager expression, Bridget felt he wasn't interested in finding the Tang family's manager. He just wanted to bother the guest cultivators. If he truly wanted to find the Tang family's leader, he should ask questions rather than immediately killing them. Instead of investigating and asking questions, Cord just eliminated them, and then looked for the leader based on guesswork. Killing indiscriminately if guessing incorrectly was excessive. Yet, inexplicably, Bridget found it exhilarating. She held deep-seated resentment towards her Tang family siblings and the lackeys among the guest cultivators who betrayed her parents. Back then, they treated her as merchandise, ready to gift her away, suppressing her parents' resistance ruthlessly. Those guest cultivators acted as henchmen, killing many loyal servants while trying to capture her. Bridget remembered those 3 cave spirits Cord just killed. They had oppressed her parents and close allies. By killing them, Cord helped vent her anger. Why does Cord insist on bothering the Tang family's guest cultivators? Does he really want to avenge me? Bridget couldn't help but think this way. From her perspective, Cord had no need to do this. His abode was abundant in resources, and these guest cultivators wouldn't possess any rare treasures. Huey had gifted so many resources to the Tang family for the primal origin realm, so these things mattered little to him. Since it wasn't for resources, what could it be for? Cord had no grudges against these guest cultivators. The only reason, therefore, could be to avenge her, Bridget. The intelligent Bridget felt her eyes moisten. She believed she was right. Cord said nothing but did something profoundly touching. A man's actions, not words, revealed his true nature. Someone like Cord was indeed a peerless good man. Since Cord didn't mention it, Bridget wouldn't either. Taking a breath, she said, I'll continue marking the positions of the Tang family's guest cultivators, but there are many, around 100, and we're surrounded. Surrounded? That's perfect. Cord smiled. Surrounded by a bunch of resources? This sounded like a great deal. Chapter 187. It's just a cave spirit at the Qi refinement stage, right? As Cord was looking for the guest retainers brought by Germano, Germano was also deploying his guest retainers to surround Cord. However, Germano's expression was grim. The moment Cord killed those 3 guest retainers again, Germano got the news right away. His trusted subordinate who managed the Soul Return Shrine also carried a lotus brazier. On this brazier were about 100 red candles. 3 of these candles had suddenly extinguished, indicating that their spirits and souls had been destroyed completely. There are 3 dead guest retainers. They were all quite powerful. Upon hearing his trusted subordinate's words, Germano fell into a brief silence. In fact, he hadn't been certain before that Bridget had indeed killed Howl. This was because Bridget didn't have the capability to kill Howl. Their cultivation realms differed significantly. Whether there was a high-level expert beside Bridget was still a matter of conjecture. But now it seemed no further guesswork was needed. There was indeed a formidable existence by Bridget's side, and this strong presence was even seeking trouble for the Tang family. If there really is a high-level expert assisting Bridget, should we report this matter to the main family? Germano's trusted subordinate hesitated for a moment before speaking in a low voice. Originally, with so many high-level cave spirits, they could even launch an attack on the Taichu secret realm, let alone easily capture Bridget. But who would have thought that an exceptionally powerful being would intervene, making the situation seem to be slipping out of Germano's control? No, don't spread this news outward. Have our guest retainers continue to surround Bridget. She dared to act against Howl, so this matter can't just end like this. Germano coldly rejected his subordinate's suggestion. Then, as if he remembered something, he continued. Eastern Adelian, I remember your daughter, Lindsay, isn't proficient in disguise techniques? Why not let her try? The trusted subordinate listened to Germano's plan and revealed a bitter smile on his face but had to agree. If there were any other solutions, he wouldn't want his daughter to take such a risk. But under someone else's roof, one must bend to the rules. After all, he was a guest retainer for Germano and couldn't rely solely on the Tang family without contributing. On the other side, Cord was leading Bridget continuously through the primordial forest. The trail left by Howl was getting fainter, and after 3 days with no new targets showing up, Cord started feeling a bit bored. They were chasing the trail of Howl's spirit essence, but given how vast the primordial forest was, it was unclear when they would encounter Germano. Even Bridget couldn't predict it clearly. Then on the morning of the 4th day, as Cord emerged from a forest area, he suddenly felt as if dozens of eyes were watching him. Cord had been following Howl's spirit essence trail, which led him straight to Germano. But since Germano could track Cord and Bridget's movements, he and the guest retainers he brought obviously knew everything too. So after discussion, the Tang family guest retainers decided to wait for Cord in one spot, rather than send them one by one to be slaughtered. They figured that massing together was more efficient. Mainly, strength lies in numbers, and they believed their chances of defeating Cord were much higher this way. Part of the blame lay with Germano for not revealing the full truth. Huey only said that they were avenging Howl but never mentioned how Howl died or disclosed the deaths of the guest retainers. Therefore, these Tang family guest retainers still believed they could handle Cord. Bridget and the pretty boy she found are right ahead. Kill them, and we'll earn 10,000 popularity points. Got to admit, the pretty boy Bridget found is quite handsome, with very high looks. What use is being good-looking? Huey killed elder brother Howl, and soon he'll join him underground. A group of cave spirits whispered among themselves, preparing to attack Cord. Actually, cave spirits generally had lower cultivation realms than human cultivators because the methods they used to increase their realms were far more difficult compared to humans. Humans only needed to absorb the essence chi of heaven and earth to cultivate and could use various pills and spiritual treasures to aid their practice. Cave spirits, however, had their realm advancements closely tied to the popularity of their cave residences. If the cave lacked popularity, they might remain at the same level for 10,000 years. While cave spirit families had some guaranteed popularity, it wasn't enough to cultivate a group of super experts. For instance, in the Tang family, Howl's combat prowess was already quite remarkable. Now, the highest realm among the guest retainers surrounding Cord was the Great Enlightenment stage within the Tribulation Transcendence realm. The Tribulation Transcendence realm included the Combined Body stage, the Great Enlightenment stage, and the Celestial Awakening stage. Incidentally, Howl had also been at the Great Enlightenment stage. At this moment, the sole Great Enlightenment stage cave spirit was intently watching Cord. Chewing on fragrant grass, she looked perplexed and asked the cave spirit beside her. Is the cave spirit next to Bridget really the one who killed Howl? Huey seems to have become a cave spirit not long ago. Could his cave residence generate enough popularity to make him such a great master? I think he's only at the chi refinement stage. Indeed, Steph makes a valid point. Judging by how long he's been a cave spirit, it does seem more reliable that he's at the chi refinement stage. I also feel the same. Huey probably hasn't been awake as a cave spirit for more than a year. To grow from killing a Tribulation Transcendence stage cave spirit in just a year? Unless his cave residence is of the immortal grade and receives tens of thousands of visitors daily. How is that possible? If it were that kind of residence, we would have heard of it already. The cave spirits burst into laughter. Among them was a slender figure, seemingly a young maiden. However, this young maiden wore her hair in a ponytail, crouched low in the mist, constantly chewing mint-flavored fragrant grass, with mischievous eyes and a somewhat heroic air. The other cave spirits called her Steph. She was precisely the daughter of Germano's trusted subordinate, Rosalind, who had been ordered to deal with Cord. The guy doesn't seem special at all. Go on, subordinates, deal with him according to my previous plan. Rosalind spat out the mint-flavored fragrant grass and instructed the cave spirits around her to take action. However, she herself did not move. Recalling her father's words, "Daughter, while under someone's roof, we must bend to their rules. Since we eat in the Tang family, we must work for the Tang family. However, be wary of the presence by Bridget's side. It's likely not simple. Howl's spirit essence has been fluctuating wildly, as if trying to tell us something important. You must be extremely cautious." This was the warning from Germano's trusted subordinate, also Rosalind's father, Jace. "Father, you're too careful. What can a chi refinement stage cave spirit do? We can capture him immediately." Rosalind didn't take her father's warning seriously, thinking Cord was just an ordinary Qi refinement stage cave spirit. However, when the first Tang family guest retainer came into contact with Cord, sudden and unforeseen changes occurred. Chapter 188. A punch each, how fair. For the guest elders of the Tang family, capturing Cord should be a sure thing. They had already been extremely cautious. During these 3 days, they hadn't been idle, gradually surrounding Cord and Bridget. The calmness over these 3 days was merely the tranquility before the storm, ready to erupt at any moment. After their observations, they concluded that Cord was truly just a nascent spirit in the Qi refinement stage. As for the death of Howl, no one had witnessed Cord's hand in it. It was possible that some terrifying existence from the primal forest had wiped out Howl, allowing Bridget and Cord to escape. This possibility couldn't be ruled out. The reason Cord and Bridget kept looking for Germano wasn't for revenge, but possibly for help. After all, both Bridget and Cord were weak, making it difficult for them to survive in the primal forest. Every living being seeks survival, not death. Since they couldn't survive on their own, naturally, they would seek protection. I am a guest elder of the Tang family. If you two are willing to return with us, I can bring you back to the Tang family and ensure your safety. This first guest elder who spoke to Cord was extraordinarily arrogant, as if bringing Cord and Bridget back to the Tang family was giving them a lifeline. It seemed like a kind of grace. Roberto, what has happened to my parents? You tricked them away. My parents treated you so well. If it weren't for them bringing you into the Tang family and bestowing you with our surname, you would have long since dissipated. Seeing this guest elder, Bridget suddenly became emotional. She had a history with him. The guest elder standing before Cord and Bridget was named Roberto, quite familiar with Bridget. Back when Bridget had just become a nascent spirit, her parents brought home a ragged youth whose cave abode was severely deteriorated. If left unchecked, the cave might collapse entirely. Indeed, even nascent spirits face such issues. While nascent spirits wouldn't die from hunger or thirst, their caves could erode or be damaged by earthquakes. If subjected to disasters like earthquakes, floods, or erosion, the cave might collapse. Fundamentally, a cave was just a mountain hollow. If a nascent spirit never practiced, it would remain an ordinary hollow, easily succumbing to calamity. At the time, Roberto faced this dire situation. If Bridget's parents hadn't helped him, he would likely have dissipated. But Bridget's parents did not abandon Roberto. They took him into the Tang family and bestowed him with their surname, allowing him to join. This kindness was almost like raising him as their own. Yet, Roberto turned out to be an ungrateful wolf. To gain power, he would stop at nothing. Initially, his transgressions were small, but Bridget's parents always believed he would change. Eventually, when the Tang family demanded Bridget's sacrifice for greater ambitions, her parents arranged her escape. Due to Roberto's betrayal, they were caught and taken back to the main Tang family headquarters. Roberto's name included the character for wisdom, yet he acted most unwisely, repaying kindness with ingratitude. Now, facing Bridget's accusations, the slightly handsome Roberto lifted his head, smiled, and said, Sister Xianhuan, long time no see. Your parents are still at home, living well, and missing you dearly. After saying this, Roberto pulled out a thick braid from his ring, causing Bridget's heart to ache. It was her mother's beautiful hair. Nascent spirits indeed harbored feelings for their families, not all being born directly as spirits. They could marry and have children, who would also be nascent spirits, receiving caves assigned by xueven. These caves would generally be located near their parents. With countless unclaimed caves in the mortal world, distribution was plentiful. Moreover, the reproduction rate of nascent spirits was low, so parents treasured their children deeply. Bridget's parents naturally cared for her greatly, sharing a close bond. Seeing this object, tears welled up in Bridget's eyes as she shouted fiercely, Roberto, you ungrateful beast. Our family treated you so well, yet you treated my parents this way. Calling you a beast insults beasts. Sister Xianhuan, what are you saying? Nascent spirits must strive upward too. We all face pressure from popularity. If we don't have enough, we drop into the penalty zone, risking dispersion at any moment. As a nascent spirit born into the Tang family, you've never experienced this pressure. I spent nights fearing relaxation would cause my own demise. That feeling is terrifying. Roberto shook his head, pausing briefly before continuing. You freed me from misery, but what were you doing? Do you know what colossal force you went against? Your actions will lead the entire Tang family to ruin. Without the Tang family, I'd return to my former life. After this, Roberto laughed. Most of the Tang family's guest elders were now beside him, nearly 100 nascent spirits appearing, exerting immense pressure on Bridget. Why am I explaining this to you? Today, you will return whether you want to or not. As Roberto moved to grab Bridget, he noticed Cord blocking the way. His brows furrowed. You, a trash Qi refinement stage nascent spirit, why aren't you moving? Ah, you're done talking? Cord smiled, not minding the insult. Huey was about to obliterate him and raid his resources, rendering all future insults moot. Let him vent now. Soon his cave would collapse. Move, or I'll obliterate you here and now. The primal forest isn't Secret Realm City. Obliterating you here is only natural. Roberto, now at the half-step tribulation stage, with a cultivation level reaching great completion of the void condensation stage, higher than Bridget's, punched Cord with all his might. Huey was already a top expert among the younger generation. His punch was far beyond what a nascent spirit could withstand. However, after striking, Roberto felt as if he hit solid steel. Shocked, he wondered if Cord's cave was made of diamond. Finished? Then I'll give you one too. Seems fair, right? Cord smiled innocently, then took a breath, casually throwing a punch. A simple punch. Note: the story continues the tone and style of the original text, maintaining paragraph structure and line breaks while ensuring natural English fluency. Chapter 189, Germano's Plan. Cord unleashed a punch, and a hurricane swept through the entire primeval forest, dispersing the mist for dozens of miles around. Nearly 100 guest elders of the Tang family were caught in this hurricane. They attempted to resist, but none could withstand Cord's single blow. At the center, Roberto was obliterated instantly, his dream of ascending crushed by the fist wind. The remaining guest elders of the Tang family were mostly dead or injured, leaving a scattered mess of supplies and sumeru rings on the ground. Cord's punch felt like an attack at the chi condensation stage in intensity. 4 beings at the grotto concealment and tribulation transcending stages. A single chi condensation attack was like a massage. 10 times would start to hurt, 100 would cause injury, 1,000 would lead to severe wounds, and 10,000, well, they wouldn't even get a chance to be treated, as they would be buried on the spot. With 90,000 layers of chi condensation stacked, it was a classic case of quantitative change leading to qualitative transformation. Among those present, the highest level was tribulation transcending, which was still insufficient to withstand such a massive accumulation of chi condensation power. Even being hit by the aftermath was fatal, making them feel the weight of mountains and the endless expanse of the sea despite it being just a chi condensation attack. Damn! Rosalind, who had charged slightly behind the others, looked astounded. She halted abruptly, even dropping the mint-flavored leaf from her mouth. Fortunately, she had listened to her father. Although she didn't find Cord, a chi condensation stage cave spirit, to be much of a threat, she still positioned herself further back. Thus, she avoided the worst of Cord's terrifying attack. Looking at the apocalyptic scene, Rosalind wanted to curse. This was a chi condensation cave spirit? Wasn't the Tang family sending them to their deaths? What nonsense! How can we possibly handle such a powerful cave spirit? Germano is sending us to our deaths. Germano might not have known. Who could have imagined a chi condensation cave spirit would be so strong? My legs are shaking. Forget it. No matter how much the Tang family does for me, if the cave collapses and the cave spirit loses its support, it will dissipate directly. Many Tang family guest elders were terrified. To them, Cord wasn't a cave spirit but a fierce demon in disguise. Cave spirits could disperse and perish if their caves collapsed without any support. The Tang family's guest elders had no spirit-returning shrine to Jituo their souls on, meaning that when their caves collapsed, they would be annihilated. Note: Jituo their souls on has been replaced with to Jituo their souls on for grammatical correctness, but ideally Jituo should be replaced with a proper English equivalent like house or rest. Xiuxian is a more refined version. The Tang family's guest elders had no spirit-returning shrine to house their souls, meaning that when their caves collapsed, they would be annihilated. At this moment, several dozen meters away from Cord, Germano and his confidant Jace were checking the situation from the rear. Witnessing Cord's formidable strike, they were also stunned. This isn't something we can confront, right? Jace struggled to say, realizing this was tantamount to sending Tang family guest elders to their deaths. Xiuxian must have used all his strength in one blow. How could a chi condensation cave spirit cause such destruction? Xiuxian must have relied on some immortal artifact. Capture him, and the immortal artifact will be ours. Germano gritted his teeth, having no other choice. If he retreated now, the loss would be too great. Xiuxian could only gamble everything on the hope that Cord could only deliver such an attack once. At this moment, the spirit-returning shrine Jace held suddenly emitted light, signaling that Howl's soul had been fully restored. A golden figure resembling Howl appeared inside the shrine, hugging its head and squatting down, sobbing loudly. Don't provoke the man beside Bridget. Too terrifying, too terrifying. Germano and Jace were astonished. They hadn't expected the fearless Howl to be intimidated by Cord. However, they couldn't blame Howl. His soul hadn't fully returned yet, and with an incomplete soul came an incomplete personality. Just as ordinary humans with weak minds tend to be more fearful in dark places, Howl's current fear was understandable. But Howl's words sank Germano and Jace's hearts to rock bottom. If Howl was right, was that really just Cord's ordinary punch? A cave spirit delivering such a powerful blow with a regular punch. It was terrifying beyond measure. Is that man named Cord truly that strong? Can each of his strikes carry that much power? Germano pressed, unwilling to accept the situation. Yes, don't provoke him. Otherwise, the Tang family could be wiped out. Wah, too terrifying. Howl clutched his head, growing even more horrified at the mention of Cord. Seventh young master, let's withdraw and inform the family head of this situation. There's no point in confronting someone we can't defeat. Jace also advised, knowing that recklessly provoking an unbeatable foe was foolish, not brave. Seeing Howl and Jace so timid, Germano felt a surge of anger. Xiuxian redirected his gaze to Cord and said grimly, "No, this isn't over. Follow Plan B and send Rosalind to approach him." "What? You know he's that strong. Are you sending my daughter to her death?" Jace looked incredulous. "If she doesn't go, then you die. Even if I can't destroy your cave myself, I'll have cultivators tear it down for me." Germano grabbed Jace's throat and drew a signal arrow. This was the Tang family's signal for executing Plan B. Since Plan A, forcing Cord and seizing Bridget, was clearly unfeasible, Plan B was activated. Are you kidding? Is Germano crazy? Does he think we're fools? Sending us to face this opponent with Plan B? Isn't he sending us to our deaths? Rosalind cursed, finding Germano's decision absurd. Looking back, she saw her father already under Germano's control. This made Rosalind both anxious and angry. The Oriental family had served the Tang family for many years. They deserved better than this. "Father, fine, I'll go." Rosalind's expression turned resolute. Having faced many hardships with her father Jace, she refused to abandon him. But could Germano's plan succeed? With Cord being so formidable, a true recluse master, could her small efforts make any difference? Chapter 190, Plundering Spoils. As Cord stopped his attack, the mist in the primordial forest began to gradually coalesce once more. The mist recovered at an astonishing speed, reverting to its original state in just a few breaths. Visibility here would be severely obstructed. Even cave spirits with cultivation could not see through the primordial mist. The defeated cave spirits that Cord had destroyed dropped numerous spoils, ranging from spirit grade to Shin grade. Although their grades were not high, many of these items were not available in the Tranquil Grotto yet. Even if there were duplicates, Cord could still use the golden finger mechanism to shatter them into popularity points. The higher his popularity, the stronger he became. Now, Cord had already experienced the benefits of having high popularity. Wherever he went in the cave spirit world, no one dared to challenge him. Especially after learning that the cave spirit realm was just a city and that there were more areas within the primordial forest, Cord felt that this world was fraught with danger. Their cave spirit realm could be breached at any time, so it was imperative to increase his strength. Moreover, high popularity wouldn't drop him into the punishment zone, which was also a constraint imposed by the xiuxian Dao. Whenever there was an opportunity to collect popularity, Cord wouldn't let it slip by. Huey immediately started collecting the spoils on the ground, taking as much as he could. What if someone else picked up these spoils? That would be a huge loss. But then again, who would dare to come and pick up Cord's spoils? Right? I wonder what's happening in the divine land world now that I've destroyed these cave spirits. Cord suddenly thought of this. With the destruction of these cave spirits, something corresponding must have happened in the divine land world. Indeed, as Cord suspected, the divine land world was affected. For example, some cultivators exploring grottos suddenly found that the grottos they were about to explore collapsed. These cultivators initially thought something was wrong. Damn it, I was about to break through the array and obtain the entire top-grade Xian spirit array. Why did the grotto suddenly collapse? I didn't do anything wrong. A certain bearded cultivator ran out of the grotto, covered in dust, looking bewildered. The collapse of the grotto was bad enough, but worse was that everything inside had vanished, as if stolen by someone. This wasn't an isolated incident. Since the cave spirits dropped spoils when destroyed, where did those spoils come from? Naturally, they came from the grottos. Since Cord had taken these resources, the cultivators exploring the grottos found nothing left. However, strangely, inside each collapsed grotto was a carved message. This grotto's collapse is caused by Cord. All resources belong to the tranquil grotto. Yes, each grotto Cord destroyed had this message clearly inscribed inside. This was actually a protection measure by the xiuxian Dao for the cave spirits. Whenever a grotto collapsed, the name of the culprit would be marked inside. Thus, everyone in the cave spirit realm knew who the bloodthirsty demon was. Moreover, cultivators exploring grottos would know who caused the collapse and would definitely seek revenge. But Cord was unaware of all this. Huey was just continuously collapsing grottos in the divine land world, completely oblivious to the trouble he was causing. If Cord knew, he would fight even harder, leaving no cave spirits unscathed. This way, more cultivators would come to the tranquil grotto seeking retribution, and Cord loved lively situations. Cord? Tranquil grotto? Regardless of who you are, give back the resources from the xuanhuan grotto. How dare this happen? Cord, wait for me. I'm coming right now. Tranquil grotto? Is this the rumored grotto where the 7-colored auspicious clouds appeared? To come and snatch our resources after already possessing such treasures, we'll see how big this Cord's appetite is. Cultivators in the divine land world, whose resources were snatched, showed their indignation and headed toward the tranquil grotto in the eastern continent. At this moment, the tranquil grotto first gathered a large number of demon cult cultivators, followed by many righteous sect cultivators from the eastern continent and central plains. Even cultivators focused on searching hidden grottos decided to find the tranquil grotto. Soon, the tranquil grotto would become a meeting place for all sorts of figures, gathering everyone with different motives. Though their purposes varied, the sheer number of people was undeniable. But at this moment, Cord was completely unaware, only focused on collecting spoils. Huey, Bridget, if you see any rings, help me pick them up, but don't hide anything. Cord picked up items on the ground while speaking without looking up. The visibility was poor, so he needed to concentrate. Actually, Cord could disperse the mist with another strike, but he worried about blowing away his spoils, making it counterproductive. So, he had to slowly gather them, working hard since the tranquil grotto was still in its early stages. This? Bridget hesitated. As a guest of the Tang family, destroying them and picking up items seemed excessive. But Bridget saw a ring carved with a dragon head and fell silent. She remembered this ring. Her father had given it to Roberto as a gift, a high-quality storage ring. She never expected Roberto to still carry it. Roberto couldn't possibly cherish the kindness of her parents. Otherwise, he wouldn't have betrayed them. But he still used this ring, showing he never took her family seriously. It felt like a stranger's gift. As long as it worked, he kept using it. Pa, served him right. Bridget softly cursed, feeling she had avenged herself. At this moment, she increasingly admired Cord's back. Not only did he avenge her, but also allowed her to retrieve her father's ring in this manner. Bridget didn't believe Cord missed this ring. Huey must have seen it, and deliberately let her pick it up. That's why he asked her to help gather spoils, a simple task. Indeed, Bridget realized Cord's thoughtfulness once again. Such a considerate husband. This ring belongs to my father, and my husband helped me find it, so I'll keep it. Bridget put the ring away. If Cord knew, he would surely scold her, forcing her to hand over the ring. I didn't ask you to keep it. I genuinely didn't see it. You're imagining things. Cough, going off topic. Just as Bridget picked up the ring and hadn't taken 2 steps, Cord disappeared from her sight. Huey, how much did you pick up? Next time, we should get closer before attacking. Cord, searching ahead, shouted without turning around. But hearing no response, he became alert and walked back, seeing Bridget emerge from the mist with a slightly accusing tone. You walk too fast. Who can keep up? Confused, Cord wondered if he walked that fast. Hadn't they been close just now? Especially after learning that the cave spirit secret realm was merely a city, and that there were other areas within the primordial forest, Cord felt this world was full of dangers. Their cave spirit secret realm could be breached at any time, so it was essential to enhance his strength. Moreover, maintaining high popularity ensured he wouldn't drop into the penalty zone, which was also a constraint set by the xiuxian Dao. Cord seized every opportunity to gather popularity and immediately started collecting the spoils on the ground. Huey gathered as much as possible, for if someone else picked up what should have been his, it would be a huge loss. However, who in their right mind would dare pick up what belonged to Cord? By the way, I wonder what will happen in the divine state world now that I've obliterated these cave spirits. Suddenly, this thought crossed Cord's mind. Indeed, as Cord had suspected, events in the divine state world were affected. For example, some cultivators exploring grottos suddenly found that their targets collapsed. Initially, they were bewildered. Darn it, I was about to break through the formation and obtain the entire set of top-grade Shin level spirit arrays. Why did the grotto suddenly collapse? I didn't do anything wrong. A burly bearded cultivator ran out of the grotto, covered in dust and full of confusion. The collapse of the grotto was one thing, but more critically, everything that was originally inside had vanished without a trace, as if stolen by someone. This wasn't an isolated incident. Since the Loong exploded, leaving behind spoils, where did these spoils come from? Naturally, they came from within the grottos. Since Cord had obtained these resources, the cultivators who were exploring the grottos naturally came up empty-handed. But, inside each collapsed grotto was a message clearly inscribed. This grotto's collapse is caused by Cord. All materials belong to Holt Grotto. Indeed, this line was clearly inscribed inside every grotto Cord had blasted. This was actually a form of protection imposed by the Xuanhuan Dao on the Donglings. Whenever a grotto collapsed, the culprit's name would inevitably be marked. This way, everyone in the Dongling's secret realm knew who the bloodthirsty demon was. And the cultivators exploring the grottos would know who caused the collapse and would definitely go after him for retribution. However, Cord was unaware. He continued causing collapses across the Sunzhou world, oblivious to the major trouble he was stirring up. Yet if he knew, he would likely fight even more fiercely, ensuring no remaining Donglings could escape. This would draw more cultivators to Holt Grotto seeking retribution, and Cord enjoyed nothing more than a lively grotto. Cord? Holt Grotto? No matter who you are, give back the materials from Xuanhuan Grotto. Damn, how could this happen? Cord, just you wait. I'll find you immediately. Holt Grotto? Is this the very grotto where the rumored seven-colored auspicious clouds erupted? To have such treasures yet still come to snatch our supplies. I want to see just how big Cord's appetite is. Cultivators in the Sunzhou world whose resources were snatched away showed their resentment. They all headed towards Holt Grotto in Dongzhou. Soon, the grotto gathered not only numerous demonic path cultivators, but also a large number of orthodox cultivators from Dongzhou and Zhongtu. Even the hidden cultivators searching grottos started making their way to Holt Grotto. It seemed inevitable that Holt Grotto would soon become a convergence point for various factions. Despite different motives, the sheer number of people heading there was undeniable. But Cord was oblivious to all this. He was solely focused on gathering spoils. Bridget, if you see any rings, pick them up for me, but don't keep anything for yourself, Cord said, picking up items on the ground without looking up. With visibility poor, he needed to concentrate. Although Cord could disperse the fog with another blow, he worried it might scatter his spoils as well, which would be counterproductive. So, he patiently collected items, despite the hardship. It was early days for Holt Grotto, after all. This? Bridget hesitated. As a guest scholar of the Tang family, it felt excessive to loot the spoils of those he defeated. But then she spotted a ring carved with a dragon head. She remembered this ring. It was a gift her father gave to Roberto, a high-grade mystical storage ring. She hadn't expected Roberto to still carry it with him. If Roberto truly valued the kindness of Bridget's parents, he wouldn't have betrayed them. But using this ring indicated he never regarded Bridget's family seriously. The ring felt like it belonged to a stranger. As long as it was useful, he kept using it. Pa, served him right to die. Bridget muttered, feeling a sense of vengeance. The more she thought, the cooler Cord's silhouette seemed to her. Not only did he avenge her, but he let her retrieve her father's ring. Bridget didn't believe Cord missed the ring. He must have seen it, but intentionally let her pick it up. That's why he asked her to help collect the spoils, a considerate gesture. So insightful. My husband, my consort, perfect. Since this ring belonged to my father, and my husband helped retrieve it, I will keep it. She stored the ring away. If Cord knew this, he'd likely scold her for misinterpreting his actions. He really hadn't seen the ring. Back to the story. Just as Bridget picked up the ring, Cord's figure disappeared in front of her. Huey, how much stuff did you pick up? Next time we should let them gather closer before attacking. While searching ahead, Cord called out without turning around. Hearing no response, he grew wary and walked back several steps until he saw Bridget emerge from the fog, slightly accusatory. You moved so fast, who can keep up? Puzzled, Cord wondered if he walked too quickly. Was the distance between them really that great just now? A big bearded cultivator ran out of the collapsed grotto with a puzzled expression. Not only did the grotto collapse, but everything inside seemed to vanish as if stolen. This was not an isolated incident. Since the cave spirit's destruction caused spoils to drop, where else could these spoils come from if not the grottos? Therefore, Cord's actions meant that the cultivators exploring these grottos would find nothing left. However, carved into each collapsed grotto was a message. This grotto's collapse is caused by Cord, and all materials belong to Tranquil Grotto. Yes, in every grotto Cord had destroyed, this message was clearly inscribed. This was actually the Xuanhuan Dao's way of protecting cave spirits. When a grotto collapsed, the culprit's name was always marked. Thus, everyone in the cave spirit's secret realm knew who the bloodthirsty demon was. Cultivators exploring the grottos would know who collapsed their sites and would definitely seek revenge. But Cord was unaware. Huey was continuously causing collapses in the divine state world, oblivious to the trouble he was stirring up. However, if Cord knew, he would fight even harder, leaving no chance for the remaining cave spirits to escape. This would bring more cultivators to Tranquil Grotto seeking retribution, and Cord enjoyed having a lively grotto. Cord? Tranquil Grotto? Regardless of who you are, give back the resources from Xuanhuan Grotto. What damn luck. How can this happen? Cord, wait for me. I'll go find you. Tranquil Grotto? Is this the grotto with the rumored rainbow clouds? To have such riches and still steal from us, I must see how big Cord's appetite really is. Cultivators from the divine state world, enraged by the loss of resources, set off towards Tranquil Grotto in the eastern continent. Soon, Tranquil Grotto would become a gathering place for various sects and powerful figures. Cord, however, remained oblivious, focusing solely on collecting spoils. "Hey, Bridget, if you see any rings, help me pick them up, but don't hide anything," Cord said while picking up items without looking up. Visibility was poor, so he needed to focus. Cord could scatter the mist again, but he feared losing the spoils in the process. So he continued collecting, accepting the hard work since Tranquil Grotto was still in its early stages. Bridget hesitated. As a guest scholar of the Tang family, she wondered if plundering their belongings was too much. But seeing a ring with a carved dragon, she fell silent. She recognized this ring. It was a gift from her father to Roberto, a high-quality Sumera ring. She couldn't believe Roberto still wore it. Huey could never appreciate the kindness of Bridget's parents. Otherwise, he wouldn't have repaid their kindness with treachery. Yet, he kept using the ring, showing he never took her family seriously. It felt like a gift from a stranger, used only for convenience. Serves him right, Bridget muttered under her breath. In this moment, she felt vindicated and increasingly admired Cord's presence, not only avenging her family but also helping her recover her father's ring in such a manner. She doubted Cord missed the ring. He must have seen it and deliberately let her find it. Only Cord could be so thoughtful. My husband, my spouse, truly understanding, she thought, putting the ring away. If Cord knew, he'd likely tie her up and demand the ring back, insisting he genuinely didn't see it. That's beside the point. Bridget had barely collected the ring when Cord disappeared from sight. Huey, how much stuff did you pick up? Next time, let them get closer before attacking, Cord shouted from ahead, still not turning around. Not hearing Bridget's response, he cautiously walked back and saw her emerge from the mist, reproachfully saying, "You walk so fast, who can keep up?" Confused, Cord asked himself, was he walking that fast? Wasn't their distance manageable just now? Chapter 191. Can only keep up the act. Seeing Cord turn his head back, Bridget's face showed a look of panic and embarrassment. In a fit of annoyance, she snapped, "What are you looking at? Have you never seen a beauty before?" Nothing. I just thought you had something to say." Cord shrugged and turned around. What he didn't see was that behind him, Bridget let out a sigh of relief. Phew. So close. So very close. I thought he saw through me. Bridget. No, it should be Esther. Took a deep breath. At this moment, the real Bridget had already been knocked out by Esther and hidden somewhere else. Esther's innate talent allowed her to transform into the likeness of anyone. Not only could she change appearance, but also mimic voices if she had heard them before. Every dongling, cave spirit, more or less possessed some innate ability due to the extreme difficulty of their cultivation, a kind of compensation from the heavens. Esther's ability was to transform into others. Taking advantage of the distance between Cord and Bridget, she immediately acted, using the Tang family's top-tier hypnotic incense to knock out Bridget. This incense was specifically made for capturing traitors and was highly effective against dongling with Tang family blood. Even though Esther and Bridget were evenly matched in strength, she still managed to easily incapacitate Bridget. In battles among living entities, whether cultivators or dongling, strength was not always the decisive factor. Thus, Bridget was knocked out and dragged aside, while Esther transformed into Bridget's appearance. This meant that the girl following Cord was not the wife appointed by heaven, Bridget, but Esther. Bridget is in hand, and Germano must have started the retreat. I just need to delay for a while. Esther followed Cord slowly, waiting for Germano's signal to retreat. Huey, her heart felt like she was walking on a tightrope. In her view, the person walking ahead was a concealed super killer, hiding his true realm, who would attack without hesitation or mercy, no matter if it was humans or dongling. Huey acted so quickly that there wasn't even time to show any mercy. Just one punch from Cord left the guest experts of the Tang family shaken. One can imagine the immense pressure Esther was under. Why hasn't the retreat signal come yet? I don't want to stay with this guy for another second. She had been maintaining her disguise as Bridget for 15 minutes, but Germano still hadn't sent the signal. Why hasn't the signal come after 15 minutes? Is he having trouble finding Bridget? Impossible, I just left her aside. Did he abandon me? Esther began to guess Germano's intentions, believing that he had forsaken her. However, she dared not act rashly because her father, Uncor, was still in Germano's hands. If she ran away and provoked Cord, the first casualty might be Uncor. So, she was both scared and hesitant to leave, only able to follow Cord cautiously. Walking ahead, Cord noticed Bridget's unusual behavior. They had almost finished collecting the spoils, yet she seemed to linger. Strange, why is she dragging her feet? Looking back, Cord caught a glimpse of fear and apprehension on Bridget's face, as if she hesitated to take another step forward. Suddenly, he understood. That must be it. Bridget is a woman after all. It's normal for her to be afraid in the original forest. How could I not notice until now? Such an oversight. After all, Justin Oanyo was technically his wife, and he should care for her more. Recalling how he never had a girlfriend despite being so handsome, he concluded it was partly due to this lack of attention. Deciding to offer quiet companionship, Cord slowed down to walk beside Bridget. Huey believed silence could provide comfort to women, as he had observed before. Plus, he didn't know how to console her otherwise, especially given his direct nature as a tough guy. Considering the situation, he realized many of the dongling he had just killed likely knew Bridget, and she might be feeling conflicted and emotional about it. Quiet support was best, but Cord's approach nearly scared the wits out of Esther. Though dongling typically didn't experience human-like bodily functions, she felt the urge to urinate, a sign of her extreme panic. Why is he coming over without saying a word? Don't come closer. Stay away. Esther wanted to cry. She had hoped to find an opportunity to escape, but Cord came right over, leaving no chance to slip away. Moreover, his silence made it impossible to guess what he was thinking. Is something wrong? Esther tried to communicate, remaining polite. Nothing, Cord shook his head gently, noting that his wife actually looked quite pretty. Reflecting on it, he couldn't recall meeting anyone as beautiful as Bridget, either in real life or fictional works. Even in thick fog, her smooth skin, big watery eyes, delicate features, and graceful figure were unmistakable. Indeed, she was very beautiful. Yet, the longer Cord remained silent, the more panicky Esther became. Was he scrutinizing her? Had he noticed something was amiss? The thoughts of these experts were simply unfathomable. Esther had never felt such agony in her life. Don't be too scared, just stay close to me. Suddenly, Cord spoke up. Huey thought this reassurance would touch her heart, but he had never been in love, so he wasn't sure. To Esther, however, this was the last thing she wanted to hear. Staying close to Cord was precisely what terrified her. If only he stayed further away, she wouldn't feel this fear. Yet, she dared not make any rash moves, fearing exposure. Discovering Bridget missing could make Cord lose control. The fact that this great expert was protecting Bridget in the original forest indicated a special relationship. With this realization, Esther took a deep breath. No matter what, she could only keep up the act. Chapter 192, the Tang family's retreat. On this side, Cord was completely unaware that Bridget behind him had been replaced. Huey still thought he was wandering through the primordial forest with Bridget. After gathering all the spoils of battle, Cord waited on the spot for a while, hoping that Germano and the other guest adepts of the Tang family would come to make their move. However, after waiting for quite some time, he found no signs of the Tang family making any moves. Since they wouldn't act first, Cord decided to take the initiative and check his surroundings. In the primordial mist, even someone at Cord's exceptionally high chi refinement stage had limited visibility. To clear the vision, he could only use his fist wind to push back the nearby mist. Let me try clearing the view with my fist wind. Cord wasted no time, immediately striking out from where he stood, dispersing the primordial mist and clearly seeing the surrounding scenery. Within 100 meters, it seemed like there wasn't a single Tang family guest adept left. The Tang family had apparently withdrawn entirely. If the other cave spirits knew that Cord had single-handedly driven off the Tang family's encirclement, they would be utterly astonished, perhaps even thinking how lucky Cord was. But Cord felt a bit regretful. Why did they retreat so quickly? They didn't even put up any resistance. How was he supposed to gather resources if they retreated so fast? Although his high chi refinement level gave him formidable combat power, Cord's speed wasn't particularly fast. Pursuing the Tang family realistically wasn't feasible. The Tang family has retreated. Should we continue tracking them? Cord turned to Bridget, who was actually Esme, and asked, "Tracking? Continue tracking?" Esme was stunned. They were really chasing after the Tang family earlier. This man was terrifying. Not only did he kill the Tang family's guest adepts, but also planned to pursue and massacre the entire Tang family force, robbing them of resources in the process. He was nothing short of a supreme villain. However, to Cord, killing cave spirits carried no emotional burden. First, when a cave spirit was destroyed, unlike humans, it didn't leave a corpse. It simply vanished, dropping resources on the ground. For Cord, destroying cave spirits was akin to slaying monsters in a game. Clearing the monsters would yield equipment and supplies. It felt something like that. At this moment, Cord saw Esme's face filled with shock and found it odd. Hadn't they been coordinating just fine these past days? Bridget would track the Tang family's movements and lead Cord to cause trouble. Did she not understand today? Seeing Cord's puzzled look, Esme's heart skipped a beat. She couldn't hesitate. She was playing the role of Bridget. She calmed herself down and nodded. Yes, let's continue tracking them immediately. But Esme was not Bridget and had never learned the Tang family's tracking techniques or could see where Howl's divine soul had been. In simple terms, she could only wander aimlessly wherever fate took her. She felt that deciding to play Bridget had truly been a pitfall set by Germano. Huey could run away with the real Bridget, leaving her to suffer alone. Just thinking about it made her feel suffocated. Speaking of Bridget, the real one was indeed taken away by Germano. The Tang family's guest adepts weren't incompetent enough to lose track of an unconscious girl. They brought Bridget back to Germano's team and rapidly withdrew from Cord's vicinity. Thus, Germano had captured Bridget, but his losses were significant. Moreover, he had attracted a massive problem, Cord, who he hadn't managed to eliminate. Jace, a confidant of Germano, sitting atop a tamed primordial beast of the Tang family, wore a worried expression as he advised Germano, "Seventh young master, if we return to the Tang family like this, we will surely invite big trouble later. That man hasn't been dealt with yet." Indeed, Cord was still unresolved, meaning he could show up anytime to seek revenge on the Tang family. Whether the Tang family could withstand such an attack was uncertain. Enough nonsense. Can we deal with that guy? Germano snapped back fiercely. Huey was in a terrible mood despite capturing Bridget, as the cost was too high. More than half of his guest adepts were lost. Over the years, he had invested considerable resources into cultivating these adepts, only for Cord to consume them all. The thought enraged him. If we can't resolve this, we shouldn't bring this trouble upon the Tang family. If he goes to our secret realm, it will definitely result in bloodshed. However, Jace's advice was useless. Germano grabbed him by the neck with a grim expression. "What do you mean? Do you want me to send Bridget back and accept these losses without retaliation? Are our guest adepts disposable?" By now, Jace understood Germano's thoughts. It was under Germano's leadership that the Tang family's guest adepts faced such dire consequences. These cave spirits were extremely rare, and the guest adepts were highly valued. Returning empty-handed after such great losses without Bridget would invite punishment from the family. So, better to leave Cord as a problem for the main Tang family to handle, at least avoiding direct blame. Humph, I haven't seen you for so many years, and you still only know how to vent on your subordinates. Jace is doing what's best for you. Release me now, and I can persuade Cord to return to the Tai Chi secret realm. But if you take me back to the Tang family, it will bring catastrophic disaster to the Tang family. Just then, Bridget woke up, giving a stifled moan before addressing Germano without any hint of pleading. rather with a touch of menace. Germano, hearing this, flew into a rage and lunged at Bridget, ready to strike her, but was restrained by Jace, who shouted urgently. Seventh young master, don't hit her. Don't hit her. If we harm her, we'll all be in trouble when we return to the Tang family. The young master specifically emphasized bringing Bridget back unharmed. Mentioning the young master made Germano even angrier. Glaring at Bridget, his fingers trembling with fury, he roared, You wretch, who do you think you are to speak to me like this? If I had killed you back then, the Tang family wouldn't be in such a mess. Haha, the mess is of your own making. If you hadn't planned to sacrifice me, would you have gotten into such a big mess? Mentioning this, Bridget laughed coldly again and, raising her face defiantly, continued, Come on, hit me if it makes you feel better. Hit me hard, go ahead. You. Germano was furious, nearly spitting blood, but he didn't dare lay a hand on Bridget. If she turned against him later, it would still be him who suffered. Bridget had noticed this. After spending these days with Cord, she had acquired a bit of his unruly attitude. Indeed, she managed to infuriate Germano this way. As Bridget traveled deeper into the primordial forest, accompanied by the Tang family group, heading towards the region of her birth, she felt little fear. She believed Cord would definitely come to save her. That man always did things but refused to admit it. Please note that the translation maintains the original tone, style, and paragraph structure while ensuring natural English fluency and coherence. ##### Chapter 193, The Current Free and Easy Cave Manor. On the way to the Tang family, the detained Bridget showed no signs of fear. When the group stopped to rest, she even coldly threatened. Germano, aren't you afraid that by bringing me back to the Tang family, you'll invite a disaster? You've seen how strong Cord is. Ninth sister, are you not fully awake yet? The guests I brought out were trained by myself, so their strength is naturally not formidable. But our main family's guests and guards are far beyond his reach. Besides, are you certain he will chase all the way to the main Tang family for your sake? Germano replied disdainfully. Actually, recalling Cord's unreasonable combat power, Germano felt a little intimidated. However, Germano believed Cord wouldn't pursue her to the main Tang family just for Bridget. Besides, Cord had no idea where the main Tang family was located. In the primordial forest, it wasn't easy to accurately find the secret realm city. Without a guide, it would be almost impossible to locate it. Over the years, the Tang family had dispatched countless people to search for Bridget. It was only due to Howl's luck that they found the Great Origin's secret realm. It was purely by chance. The primordial forest was much larger than any spirit cave could imagine. That's why Germano wasn't too worried about Cord finding them. Humph, he is my husband. Tell me, do you think he wouldn't come looking for me because of our relationship? Bridget smiled smugly. This comment changed Germano and Uncor's expressions dramatically. They weren't afraid that Cord would come seeking trouble because of Bridget. What terrified them was something else entirely. Originally, Bridget was supposed to marry that young master. If he discovered she was already married to someone else, given his temper, not only would Cord suffer, but the Tang family might also face destruction. You're crazy. Don't you know what you're carrying on your shoulders? You dared to marry another person? Are you trying to destroy the Tang family completely? Germano shouted in shock and anger, but Bridget didn't answer. She just turned away silently. Destroy the Tang family? Ridiculous. When the Tang family forced her into exile, did they ever consider that she was part of the Tang family too? Bridget couldn't care less about the fate of the main Tang family. She was waiting for Cord to save her. Even though her rational mind told her that Cord might not be able to find the secret realm where the Tang family resided, she still trusted him wholeheartedly. The problem was that at this moment, Cord hadn't even noticed that Bridget had been replaced. For Cord, he and Bridget weren't very familiar with each other. Although she was very beautiful, he hadn't seen her many times. Distinguishing if Justin Oanyo was an imposter was too difficult for Cord. Huey didn't even know her likes or dislikes. How could he tell who was real? Thus, Cord treated the fake Bridget, played by Esme, as the real deal. However, one thing worth mentioning is that Esme had no idea of the exact location of Germano's group. To avoid exposing herself, she continuously guided Cord. During this time, Esme had thought multiple times about running away, but each time she tried, Cord caught her red-handed. Esme was at her wits' end. Cord seemed to protect her non-stop like a bodyguard. But for Cord, he was slightly worried that Bridget might get lost. After all, she wasn't very powerful, and getting lost in the primordial forest could be fatal. Also, only Bridget knew how to return to the Great Origin secret realm. Cord wanted to go back to his cave manor, but he had no idea what state the free and easy cave manor was in now. Cord had been in the spirit cave, secret realm for several days. The cultivators of evil Tao were still blocking the entrance to the free and easy cave manor. With Cord absent, Maxine and Christiana weren't sure if they could maintain order. So, Cord desperately wanted to return to the free and easy cave manor. As a boss, he preferred to handle everything personally. Unable to communicate with the manor, he constantly worried something might go wrong. Indeed, some issues had arisen at the free and easy cave manor. Simply put, cultivators weren't fools. Once they exchanged information and dropped their biases, they realized the free and easy cave manor was profiting from both sides. After all, Cord was ruthless in taking advantage of both buyers and sellers. For buyers, he used fortune tasks as bait. For sellers, it was easier. They were desperate cultivators, easily exploited. But once cultivators exchanged information, they saw through the free and easy cave manor scheme. Cultivators now refused to be cheated. Those seeking treasures voiced their protests. The free and easy cave manor is despicable. I found out the rare blood Erongzi can only come from Taoist Humbert of the Falling Star sect. No one else has it. I found this too. I came because of the fortune list, but I ended up giving much more than I received. If it was just a matter of exchanging resources, it would be fine. But the free and easy cave manor takes too much in the middle. Sometimes, when a cultivator needs something from another cultivator, the price is fair, but the free and easy cave manor still cuts in without letting them complete the trade. I am really amazed. The resources listed in the fortune catalog all come from cultivators inside the manor. The free and easy cave manor provides nothing itself. It's just cultivators trading among themselves. Discontent surged among the cultivators within the manor again. They knew they had been swindled. All their hard-earned savings were taken by the free and easy cave manor effortlessly, and they were expected to be grateful to the manor. Many cultivators couldn't endure this any longer. Initially, the manor's actions wasted their efforts, but now, it was driving them to bankruptcy. Though these cultivators lived long lives and might not have initially recognized modern commercial tactics, they eventually figured things out. They weren't fools. Thus, the free and easy cave manor now divided into 3 camps. One camp accused Cord of cheating them. The second camp, led by Lawrence, strongly supported the manor, believing it had changed their destinies and wasn't malicious. The third camp remained neutral, preferring to observe first before making judgments. Regardless, even without the threat of the evil Dao cultivators, the free and easy cave manor was precarious. If it weren't for the presence of xuanhuan, the rainbow sky python, the cultivators might have revolted. Maxine and Christiana couldn't keep the situation under control. After dealing with another complaint from cultivators, Christiana looked gloomily at Maxine and said, "Chandler, I can't hold on anymore. When will the boss come back?" Chapter 194. Esme just wants to go home. In fact, not only did Christiana want to complain, Sienna also felt like cursing. Cord was far too irresponsible, just running away and leaving the immortal abode to its own devices. No matter how hard Christiana and Sienna searched, they couldn't find Cord's whereabouts. The worst part wasn't just that. It was that whenever the two of them tried to escape while Cord was gone, the 7-colored swallowing xiuxian python, Erentilhua, would appear to block their way. So, even though Cord left, they still couldn't leave the immortal abode. Erentilhua was a pure-blooded immortal beast. Unless someone could take care of the 7-colored swallowing xiuxian python, Sienna and Christiana would still have to keep working in the immortal abode. I wish I knew where that scoundrel went, leaving us 2 beautiful women here. He's no man at all. This is outrageous. Sienna complained with a face full of anger. She had always known that Cord's platform plan would eventually run into problems. Cultivators weren't fools. As buyers seeking resources, if they paid too much of a price, it wouldn't take much communication to figure out who the seller was. After all, many items were unique masterpieces. There was only one in the world. If a cultivator happened to use one such item for an immortal abode opportunity task, they would know the item had ended up in Cord's hands. Then, when Cord jacked up the prices, over time, it would definitely cause issues. More and more cultivators are causing trouble now. Many people are protesting, and there's even an anti-immortal abode alliance. At this rate, the boss's immortal abode will be doomed sooner or later. Christiana sighed heavily. She used to be a grotto spirit and understood the popularity calculation rules. If cultivators were genuinely dissatisfied with the immortal abode and it couldn't salvage its reputation, then even if it got first place on this year's popularity list, it would still fail in the coming years. When a large number of cultivators feel cheated, it means the immortal abode's reputation drops drastically. Those feeling deceived would warn newcomers, saying the immortal abode is a trap, advising them not to come. Over time, the immortal abode would surely decline. Boss has vanished without a trace. If he showed up now, things might get better, Sienna sighed again. No, even if the boss shows up now, it won't help. Cultivators already have the impression that the immortal abode is selling one cultivator's resources to another. If the boss wants to change this perception, he'd need to bring forth massive cultivation resources. But how could that be possible? Do they really think Shinzhou's resources are cabbages growing everywhere? Without prior accumulation, it's not that easy. Christiana remained pessimistic. Some cultivators already believe that the immortal abode sold resources from one cultivator to another, making huge profits in between. Once this idea takes root, it's difficult to dispel unless Cord brought forth vast cultivation resources to prove otherwise, to show cultivators that the immortal abode didn't need such petty tricks and had resources they'd never seen before. But Christiana knew it was impossible. Although she looked very young, her actual age was considerable. She became a sword spirit soon after becoming a grotto spirit, which froze her appearance. She knew this situation was very serious and could lead the immortal abode into endless ruin. After working at the immortal abode, Christiana realized that Cord was just fooling around, plundering wealth crazily, with no personal accumulation. So the current predicament was a deadlock. Even if Cord returned, he couldn't resolve it. Wherever he went, we can only endure. We can't escape this immortal abode. Unless Jetty attacks during this time and subdues the 7-colored swallowing xiuxian python, but after the last attack, they are probably quite wary. Sienna said bitterly. Jetty indeed could take advantage of Cord's absence to attack, but would he dare? Right now, the mere mention of immortal abode makes Jetty cautious. Huey'd rather take possession of Alf to complete the opportunity tasks inside. Jetty truly feared the countless tactics of the immortal abode. Even though Cord seems absent, who knows when he might reappear? What if he was luring Jetty into a trap? Last time, Jetty lost his life and death chessboard by attacking. If he attacked again and lost, he might lose everything to the immortal abode. Therefore, Jetty dared not act rashly. If he didn't, other demonic cultivators certainly wouldn't either. Thus, the immortal abode maintained a precarious balance. Whether it was righteous or demonic cultivators, everyone watched to see what fate awaited those opposing the immortal abode. Yet Cord simply wouldn't show up. At this moment, Cord was still wandering in the primordial forest. Huey wasn't unwilling to return to the immortal abode, but couldn't make it back. Unlike Bridget, Esme had no clue where the Taichu's secret realm was, so they could only wander aimlessly like a headless fly. The primordial forest wasn't peaceful at all. It was perilous and filled with dangers. All kinds of terrifying creatures thrived here, like giant birds with numerous arms, white apes skilled at attracting humans with crying sounds. These creatures were strange and far surpassed anything in the Shenzhou world. A cultivator well-versed in the Shenzhou chronicles might recognize some extinct monsters found in the primordial forest. However, these monsters were extremely terrifying, hidden hunters within the mist. Even a transcension stage grotto spirit would struggle against their ambushes. Moreover, many primordial beasts lived in groups. Accidentally entering their territory meant being surrounded by numerous monsters. Thus, the primordial forest was incredibly dangerous, deterring even grotto spirits from entering. Many grotto spirits dared not approach it, fearing they might go in alive but never return. The Tang family dared venture into the primordial forest due to their formidable family strength and the mist map. The mist map acted as a guide to avoid strong primordial beast hotspots. Typically, only the exploration team leaders held such maps, allowing Germano to move safely through the primordial forest. Unfortunately, Esme lacked this crucial map and frequently led Cord straight into monster nests. Ugh, this is the White Howling Ape stronghold, and the White Howling Ape King is here. Cord is sure to be torn apart by the apes. I want to go home. I want to go home. Esme's face turned pale with despair. At this moment, Cord was battling the king of the primordial beasts. Ignoring the outcome, she faced dozens of white apes herself. The pressure was immense, and she desperately wanted to cry. She wished she hadn't pretended to be Bridget and just wanted to go home. Chapter 195. Rosalind's Fight for Survival. At this moment, Rosalind deeply regretted pretending to be Bridget. Why on earth did she pretend to be her? Only after the pretense did she realize that Cord and Bridget had been looking for traces of Tang family members all along. The problem was that while Bridget could find them, Rosalind couldn't. To avoid exposing herself, she had no choice but to take Cord on aimless wanderings. These wanderings easily led them into the original forest's monster strongholds. They had now intruded upon the territory of the Crying White Apes, one of the most notorious monsters in the original forest. Countless cave spirits had died at the hands of these white-furred apes. The death of a cave spirit is different from that of a human cultivator. There are only two situations leading to their demise. Firstly, when the aura within the cave diminishes, causing the cave spirit to gradually dissipate. Secondly, when the cave collapses, leaving the cave spirit nowhere to reside, leading it to dissipate naturally. Actually, the second scenario is relatively rare because caves protected by cave spirits generally improve in quality over time. Cultivators often wish for higher quality caves when they establish them, which ensures their sturdiness when other cultivators visit. Therefore, the robustness of caves usually far exceeds that of a cultivator's physical body at the same level. Any damage inflicted on a cave spirit would reflect on its cave. Xiuxians, destroying a cave spirit means destroying the entire cave, a highly challenging task. Even transcendent cultivators wouldn't dare to demolish a cave at will. However, the Crying White Apes were different. They had 12 eyes on their faces, which emitted a sound like sobbing when blinking. During battles, they would wail loudly as they fought, with louder cries enhancing their strength significantly. Even transcendent cave spirits found these white-furred apes troublesome. But this wasn't the full extent of the Crying White Apes' power. Their real trump card was the weapons they wielded, a massive bone club made from their ancestors' leg bones. These clubs had a devastating impact. One strike could send even a well-shielded cultivator flying. It felt like hitting a small bug with a mace. Though not lethal, it would definitely send the target flying. Cave spirits, unlike human cultivators, directly felt the force on their caves. This meant that every hit from the bone club was effectively striking the cave itself. The bone club wielded by the Crying White Apes became a superweapon specifically targeting cave spirits. Weaker cave spirits faced the collapse of their caves under such strikes, losing their places to reside. Long ago, many cave spirits thought the original forest was a treasure trove where they could gather resources. Indeed, some cave spirits ventured here during settlement periods when their popularity was low, hoping to hunt the forest monsters or trade drop materials to gain favor with high-ranking cave spirits in the realm, thereby securing their survival. But many cave spirits realized the dangers. Simply stepping out of the city and entering the forest meant facing numerous hazards. What terrified them the most were the Crying White Apes, known for slaughtering countless cave spirits and devouring their souls. Now, Rosalind found herself surrounded by dozens of these nightmarish creatures, paralyzed with fear. If I made a mistake, please punish me accordingly, not like this, she cried desperately. Wah, I want to go home, Father save me. With a mournful face, Rosalind saw no way out. Cord had been dragged deep into the Crying White Apes' territory, probably already in mortal danger. No one would come to rescue her, leaving her utterly desolate. She also knew that these Crying White Apes distinguished between males and females, with male apes known to abuse female cave spirits. Facing imminent death and potential humiliation, even the usually confident and spirited Rosalind quaked in fear. Wah wah wah. The Crying White Apes danced around her, the largest one approaching with lustful eyes and a strangely human-like expression. Other apes cheered, seemingly encouraging their leader. But this just fueled Rosalind's will to survive. She clenched her teeth, roaring with fury. Damn it, if I die at the hands of these apes without ever having been with a man, then so be it. If I can't take one down, I'll consider it a victory. If I can't take down two, it's a bonus. Huey's voice echoed through the dense gray mist, partly to bolster her courage. Yet the apes paid her no heed. Ah, die. Rosalind unsheathed a flexible spiritual sword from her waist, slashing viciously at the Crying White Apes. Huey's sword, charged with transcendental energy, hummed ominously. Transcendent beings were incredibly powerful, especially considering that late-stage cave-dwelling beings could form nascent souls capable of long-distance attacks. Transcendents could merge their solidified souls back with their bodies, boosting their power exponentially. At this level, they could control storms and call down lightning, making them deities in the eyes of mortals. Sadly, such immense power was merely entry-level in the original forest. The Crying White Ape before Rosalind even smirked mockingly. Seeming to ridicule her, the ape extended a single finger, implying it would catch her strike with its fingernail. Arrogance personified. Though cave spirits matched or exceeded human cultivators in combat strength, the Crying White Apes were unabashedly arrogant. using its fingernail to block a transcendental attack? You vile beasts, you dare to be so arrogant. Rosalind raged, feeling insulted. Overcoming her initial terror, she pushed forward, determined to fight her way out, maybe even carve a path through the blood. The crying white apes responded with amused grins as her blade descended. Suddenly, the smile froze on the largest ape's face as its head fell off in a flash. Its eyes filled with disbelief. Did I actually become that strong? It seems these apes are paper tigers. Rosalind, brimming with newfound confidence, turned towards the other apes. They were retreating in horror, fear written across their faces as if an unimaginably terrifying figure stood behind her. Chapter 196. Can you help me out, Arental? Now you're scared? Weren't you just acting all arrogant? Come on, let's go for another 300 rounds. Esme advanced with overwhelming arrogance. With each step forward she took, the crying white apes retreated 3 steps. At this moment, Esme felt incredibly powerful. Recalling the legends of the cave spirit realm, who wouldn't have shown awe towards the crying white apes? Even the late-stage tribulation transcender cave spirits from the Tang family dared not venture deep into the territory of the crying white apes, fearing they might encounter their leader. Now, Esme believed that others had overestimated these white-furred apes. How terrifying could they be when one sword strike could kill them? Turns out you refer to yourself as old woman? I didn't expect that. A lazy and irritating voice came from behind Esme. Turning back, she saw Cord standing nearby, holding something in his hand. Surrounded by the initial mist, it was hard to see clearly what he was holding, but it seemed quite large. When Cord waved his right hand, he finally revealed what he was holding, causing Esme to catch her breath sharply. In Cord's hand was the head of a 24-eyed crying white ape. Ordinary crying white apes usually only had 12 eyes. However, within the clan, there was an extremely small chance of a 24-eyed ape being born. This creature was the king of the entire race. It was naturally larger than other white apes and possessed more racial talents, such as using its 24 eyes to instill fear in its enemies. Hiding in the mist, simply being stared at by it made one feel an icy chill all over. Moreover, it qualified to possess the leg bones of previous generations' leaders, who also had 24 eyes. The bone club made from their leg bones was extraordinarily powerful, capable of knocking down the towering trees of the primordial forest with a single strike. Do not think the giant trees in the primordial forest were so easily broken. Even an early-stage tribulation transcender could only leave a scratch on them. This place was different from the Xinzhou world. The crying white ape king was undoubtedly a super predator lurking in the primordial forest. Yet now, this super predator's head was held by Cord, its 24 eyes wide open in disbelief, as if unable to understand why it couldn't defeat him. The crying white ape king couldn't fathom why Cord, merely at the cultivation chi stage, couldn't be killed by it. Regardless of whether it understood or not, its head was firmly in Cord's hand, thoroughly dead. Esme finally understood what those apes were afraid of. Not just the apes, but even she felt chills down her spine. She knew Cord was formidable, but never imagined he was powerful enough to kill the crying white ape king. Terrifying, utterly terrifying. Tang family's trouble to snatch Bridget was indeed unpredictable. Why are you spacing out? That doesn't seem like you, Cord remarked upon seeing Esme lost in thought. Just moments ago, Bridget appeared very different from usual. Though her fiery temperament remained unchanged, the former Bridget was more like a tyrannical young lady. Even if she acted like a hot-tempered girl, she always maintained grace and never used vulgar language. But just now, Bridget referred to herself as old woman, and her words and mannerisms carried the flavor of a street thug. Though Cord wasn't overly familiar with Bridget, he wasn't a fool and noticed some discrepancies. I'm not spacing out. I just didn't expect you to be able to deal with the crying white ape king, Esme hastily replied, nervously tucking a strand of hair behind her ear. If Cord figured out she wasn't Bridget, she dared not imagine the outcome. Just thinking about those Tang family guests and seeing the massive ape head in Cord's hand frightened her to death. Haha, still thanks to you leading us astray. Didn't Howl come this way before? Cord asked casually. Huey was genuinely asking out of curiosity since the path led him to the nest of original monsters, allowing him to acquire numerous rare resources. Cord often read Xinzhou Chronicles during idle moments in his cave, so he could identify many original monsters. Arenk the crying white apes, which were long extinct in the Xinzhou world. Their bones were supreme materials for making Xian-grade weapons, especially the leg bones of a crying white ape king, which could even be used to make immortal artifacts. If Cord tossed the ape king's bone club away, cultivators would fiercely compete for it. Thus, finding abundant resources in the primordial forest didn't upset Cord regarding the wrong path. However, what was lighthearted to Cord put immense pressure on Esme. What's happening? Is he starting to suspect? Without an accurate fog map, it's normal to get lost. Huey or fog map could only lead her back to Tang family's previous camp, needing multiple guest fog maps combined to find the location of Tang family's secret realm. Without her team members' fog maps, she could only wander aimlessly with Cord. Mostly, she feared Cord suspecting she wasn't really Bridget. So Esme cleared her throat and responded, Howl's trail is already faint. It's not strange we've ended up here. Got it. Cord nodded, then lifted the crying white ape king's head and smiled. Can you help process it? I know this thing is filled with treasures. I've seen you selling crying white ape king materials at Shinny Pavilion. Surely you know how to handle it. Processing spoils required skill. Many materials, without proper handling, could be ruined by a single cut. The Tang family, operating Shinny Pavilion for so long, must have explored the primordial forest and thus had expertise in material processing, better than Cord. Key was Cord's space-time ring lacked sufficient space, quickly filling if every slain monster was stuffed inside. Thus, materials needed to be simplified. Yes, I do know, somewhat. Esme reluctantly agreed, having done similar tasks for the Tang family, proficient in processing materials. Great, I have quite a few. Can you help process them? Cord pulled out dozens of dead white apes from his space-time ring, blood dripping. Seeing this, Esme's face changed drastically, suddenly doubting her life decisions. What had she signed up for by impersonating Bridget? If Rosalie were here, she would empathize with Esme's plight. Cord's ability to get others to work for him was astonishing. People inexplicably started working for him. Difficult to refuse. Huey was practically a ruthless boss. Chapter 197. Mother-daughter conversation, Bridget's confidence. But Esme herself didn't know why she inexplicably agreed to help Cord process the demon materials. Later, after serious reflection, she figured that it was probably to avoid arousing Cord's suspicions, so she complied with his request. However, what Esme really didn't expect was how utterly unceremonious this person was. Ever since she agreed, a never-ending nightmare began. Cord first made Esme process the bodies of dozens of white apes and their king within the wailing white apes' territory. The entire time, other wailing white apes watched her with bloodshot eyes, almost burning with hatred. Yet, because Cord had killed their king, they dared not interfere. But it was Esme who was handling these materials. In the future, if she ever ventured back into the primordial forest, these white apes would undoubtedly hunt her to the ends of the earth. She felt like crying. Oh, how she wished to cry. An eye for an eye. You should look at the madman who did this, she muttered to herself. But then she quickly came to terms with it because she suddenly remembered she was in Bridget's form. Why should she panic? If anyone should be panicking, it should be Bridget. Achoo. Back in the Tang family's secret realm, Bridget sneezed suddenly. At this moment, she was already under house arrest. Confining a cave spirit within a secret realm seemed implausible because a cave spirit could always return to their own cave dwelling. Thus, cave spirits rarely engaged in conflict within secret realms, as even killing them would be uncertain. An opponent could retreat to their cave dwelling mid-battle, leaving only frustration for their adversary. Cave spirits also have a professional term for this behavior, cave retreat. After all, a cave spirit's true form is its cave dwelling, and one must destroy the dwelling to kill the spirit. So confining a cave spirit seemed impossible, as they could instantly return to their own cave dwelling, exiting the secret realm. However, cave spirits cannot return to their dwellings within the primordial forest. Just like the current Cord, he can't return to his xiuxian cave dwelling. Even though Cord was growing anxious internally, he couldn't go back either. Would it be possible to restrict a cave spirit from returning to their dwelling by using the trees of the primordial forest to make shackles or a house? Some families experimented with this idea and found it effective. A spiral-shaped tree grows within the primordial forest, and using wood from this tree to create shackles prevents cave spirits from freely returning to their caves. At this moment, the house where Bridget was confined was entirely constructed from this spiral tree, effectively trapping her inside. Sharing this confinement was her mother, Emily. Upon seeing Bridget, her mother initially showed excitement, but soon fell into despair and sighs. The reason was simple. They had gone through great lengths to send Bridget away, hoping she could live a free life. Now, unexpectedly, she was brought back. If they had known this would happen, they wouldn't have sacrificed so many servants. Seeing her mother's perpetual worry, Bridget clenched her small fists tightly, gathered her courage, and said, "Mother, you don't need to worry. My husband will surely come to save me," shaking the entire Tang family. "What? You're married now, Adelia?" Bridget's mother, Emily, revealed an incredibly shocked expression. Emily bore a striking resemblance to Bridget and possessed exceptional beauty, with mature and dignified grace. Huey's delicate features expressed disbelief. Initially, due to Bridget's refusal to marry someone formidable, Emily sent her away. Now, Bridget returned claiming she was already married. The information was overwhelming, making Emily momentarily unable to process it. But soon, she composed herself and sighed deeply. "Daughter, if I'm not mistaken, you went to the Taichu secret realm with Axton, right? That's one of the new cave spirit realms. How strong can the cave spirits there be? You may have harmed him." Emily's concerns were not without basis. Observing the entire Taichu secret realm, it was apparent that cultivation levels were generally low. In the divine state world, one could describe the cultivators as full streets of cave storage cultivators, and thunder tribulation cultivators are as common as dogs. However, Ajay, the most popular figure in Taichu, was merely a late-stage cave storage cultivator. Now, Bridget claimed she had a husband from the Taichu secret realm. Just how powerful could he be? If he wasn't strong enough, coming to the Tang family for rescue would be suicide. The main Tang family branch was not the offshoot Axton took to Taichu. It was filled with formidable experts, far beyond ordinary people. To put it bluntly, if the Taichu branch faced the main Tang family, it would be crushed instantly. Yet, the 1000E pavilion created by Axton was a top-tier power in the Taichu secret realm. Therefore, Emily's concerns were valid. She worried that Bridget's husband coming to rescue her would not only result in his own demise, but could harm Bridget as well. If that noble gentleman learned Bridget was already married, a storm would descend upon the Tang family. Bridget might suffer as a result, which was Emily's real concern. "Mother, please rest assured. My husband is a dragon among dragons, a phoenix among phoenixes. Huey will surely ride the 7-colored clouds to save me, and the main Tang family will only bow before him," Bridget said confidently. "Daughter, are you sure about that?" Bridget paused for a moment, took a deep breath, and replied, "I am certain. Huey killed Howl. Capable of killing Howl? That's some skill indeed. But are you sure he'll come for you?" "Don't worry, mother. His love for me is unwavering. I believe he will definitely come." She recounted her encounter with Cord, explaining how he subtly helped her and saved the Tang family. Hearing that Cord used himself as bait to lure 4 evil immortal beings, Emily's expression changed drastically. Such a man of honor and emotion truly existed in this world. Chapter 198. No more pretending. Ray, also known as Emily, listened intently as Bridget enthusiastically recounted the events concerning Cord. Not only had Cord put himself at risk to act as bait, but upon learning that the Tang family's main branch had abducted Bridget, he had actually chased after them all the way into the primordial forest, without even a fog map. Huey truly cared for Bridget with everything he had. And in her recounting, Bridget embellished the entire story, praising Cord as an unparalleled good man. In reality, many girls behave this way. No matter how aloof and reserved they might be in front of Cord, when it came to her mother, Bridget spoke like a little girl, eager to share his virtues. Although she was a young lady from a distinguished family and had seen her fair share of spiritual nobles, Cord was the first one who truly made her heart flutter. She had fallen deeply in love. Don't mistakenly think that those who have lived long lives, such as the spirit adepts or cultivators, are necessarily detached and indifferent. This is a misconception. Every practitioner has desires that stretch infinitely. While ordinary people's desires are limited to wealth, power, and passion, cultivators yearn for eternal life, the greatest desire under heaven. However, due to the time-consuming nature of romantic entanglements, many cultivators do not invest much thought into them. But every being who treads the path of cultivation maintains an innocent heart, utterly focused on their practice. Therefore, once a cultivator falls in love, their affection can burn fiercely and profoundly. From Bridget's perspective, she had always been protected by Cord, sometimes at great personal risk. And after accomplishing his tasks, Cord left without seeking recognition, embodying a chivalrous heroism that charmed her deeply. Bridget couldn't deny that she had indeed fallen for Cord. Seeing her daughter so enthusiastic, Emily smiled, beginning to develop expectations for this unseen son-in-law. She even believed in Cord's capability to rescue Bridget from the Tang family's main branch. However, Cord had no idea that Bridget had been taken. Cord merely had high chi refinement levels but lacked sharp perception skills. Though he suspected something was off, he couldn't directly ask if the person was really Justin Oenio. Moreover, since he didn't know her well, he couldn't discern her true identity through daily behaviors. Maybe Bridget liked to act tough when scared. It all seemed too complicated, so Cord simply chose to believe the person before him was Bridget. Whether true or false, it fit his straightforward male logic. If there's doubt, assume guiltlessness. Cord couldn't provide decisive proof either way, so he decided to treat her as genuine. However, it was reasonable for him to harbor doubts. Previously, while searching for the Tang family team in the primordial forest, he hadn't encountered any powerful demons, suggesting that Bridget was initially familiar with the area, capable of deducing demon activity patterns. It seemed she had lived there for a long time. Now, however, the current Bridget often led him into danger, unknowingly leading them into demon territories and causing frequent encounters with forest lords. Cord wasn't afraid. These demon lords were prime materials for him, but Esme felt differently. She didn't possess Cord's combat prowess. For example, they entered the territory of ancient bronze crystal corpses, where even the weakest ones were mid-Raiden level. Cord drew a circle for her to stay within while he went off to find the Lord. Left behind, Esme trembled inside the circle, unsure if she should trust Cord. Could a simple circle repel mindless bronze crystal corpses? These corpses, covered in bronze rust and green crystals, looked like decaying human bodies, moss-covered and deteriorated. They were failed attempts by spirits to transform into humans, their discarded forms lingering in this cursed land. Stronger demons found human transformation increasingly difficult, often failing and leaving their human-like remnants here. These remnants eventually developed an intense desire for consciousness, driven by the need to regain awareness. Erenving beings possessed awareness, so these bronze corpses harbored a relentless killing intent towards them. Surrounding Cord's circle, dozens of these bronze corpses stared at Esme with hollow eyes. Tears welled in Esme's eyes. Rationality told her to stay put, trusting Cord, while her emotions urged her to flee. She had experienced Cord's risky behavior before. Each time entering demon territories, he would go after the Lord, leaving her to fend for herself. Each time he provided some form of protection, keeping her safe so far. But what if this time it fails? Fear gripped Esme. She watched helplessly as the bronze corpses slowly crossed Cord's circle, their rusted fingers reaching toward her face. Esme took a deep breath. Damn it. She had to run. Cord, remember this. Even as a ghost, I won't let you off. She rushed out, but her speed was no match for the bronze corpses. Instantly caught, she was thrown back into Cord's circle, followed by a pile of corpses pressing down on her. The stench of copper rust and the fear of death overwhelmed her. What sins had she committed to endure this torment? Why did you run out? Didn't I tell you not to move? Cord's irritating voice broke through her despair as he lifted the corpses off her. All right, I've taken care of the Lord. You can help me collect materials now? But Esme remained unresponsive, her body covered in filthy rust oil. She sat dazedly, then suddenly shouted. I'm done pretending. I can't take it anymore. Hashtag chapter 199. Golden Finger's second evolution. At this moment, Esme's mind was in a daze. She had no idea what mistake she had made and why she was suffering like this. Actually, this time it was the culmination of accumulated events, not an abrupt bout of confusion. She and Cord had been wandering in the primal forest for over a week now. They had intruded into more than 7 territories of monsters, averaging 1 new territory each day. Ironically, Esme seemed to have a peculiar talent for leading them into danger. It was fortunate that Tang family's guests hadn't chosen her as a guide back then. Otherwise, they would have been wiped out before even finding Cord. However, most of the Tang family's guests were aware of Esme's tendency and dared not let her lead. If the Tang family knew that Cord dared to have her lead the way, they would have been filled with admiration. What a brave warrior indeed. Finding dangerous areas wasn't actually Esme's dongsling ability. Her dongsling power was merely to transform into other people's appearances. Constantly entering hazardous places could only be attributed to her unique knack for trouble. Each of the 7 monster territories was immensely perilous for her. With her limited strength, even minor enemies were challenging. She would frequently be surrounded by dozens of minions, creating immense mental pressure. Yet, after each confrontation, Cord would hand over the corpses of the monster leaders for her to process, sometimes along with dozens or hundreds of monster guards. Processing these materials made Esme's hands tremble. It felt as if Cord took pleasure in making her handle the corpses right on the spot. In other words, Cord killed the leader, slaughtered several underlings, and then made Esme strip and skin them in front of the surviving monsters. This was truly soul-crushing for the monsters, utterly demoralizing. To those monsters, Cord not only committed heinous acts but also trampled their dignity. Under normal circumstances, any self-respecting monster would rush to avenge such humiliation. But Cord seemed to anticipate this reaction. Those valiant monsters ended up becoming fresh materials for him. Eventually, the monsters dared to be angry but feared retaliation, only daring to hate Cord and Bridget from afar. The monsters were smart enough to know they couldn't get revenge on Cord, but they could target the girl beside him. Thus, the monsters glared at Esme with intense hatred. If looks could kill, Esme felt she would have been hacked into pieces long ago. Under such circumstances, her mental stress was unimaginable. Yet, because she was impersonating Bridget, Esme didn't dare outright refuse Cord's requests. Through their conversations, she learned that Cord was actually Bridget's husband. How could she refuse her husband's demands? So, despite enormous pressure, she helped him process countless materials. By today, Esme's physical and mental state was teetering on the brink of collapse. The ancient bronze corpse shattered her last line of defense. She never wanted to live like this again. If impersonating Bridget was wrong, let her face a normal punishment rather than remain with this crazy man. Hearing Esme's outburst, Cord showed little surprise, almost a hint of regret. What a fine girl. Why couldn't she hold out longer? If the real Bridget were here, she wouldn't have processed any materials or led him into monster territories. Where would Cord get his abundant resources and materials? Cord used his golden finger to pulverize excess materials directly into popularity points. Many monster materials, unrefined, didn't yield much when crushed, but sheer volume made a difference. In just 7 days in the primal forest, Cord amassed 3 million popularity points. 3 million points. What did that mean? With family support, Cord would definitely rank first in the Taichu Realm's popularity contest. Even Ajay and the Tang family would be relegated to secondary positions. In the previous popularity ranking, Ajay secured the top spot with 5.5 million points. But were all those points from his own cave abode? Certainly not. Many of those points were borrowed and needed to be returned after the Xuanhuan Li Dao rankings were announced. Top-ranking Dongsling received rewards. So many who had no hope of winning would lend their points to major players to share in the benefits. But now, Cord alone already had more than half the points of Ajay's entire family. In terms of individual cave abode popularity, Cord surpassed everyone in the Taichu realm. No Dongsling could match his massive point total, not even Bridget. With this surge in popularity, however, two matters brought Cord both joy and worry. First, the joyous news. His golden finger had evolved once more. Cord's golden finger randomly evolves. Previously, it upgraded after failing to evolve 1,000 cultivation treasures. The upgrade introduced a crushing mechanism. Failed evolutions turned materials and treasures into popularity points. Now, this system had evolved again. The second evolution opened a random shop. Inside, items required popularity points to purchase, and the prices were steep. Great, Cord mused sarcastically. Huey had to use popularity points to buy back items from his golden finger store. The items available were mostly design blueprints, all of which were high-grade immortal artifacts. Creating even one of these artifacts would cause frenzy in the free and easy cave abode. Artifacts made from these designs were unprecedented and envied even by immortals. However, acquiring these blueprints required astronomical popularity points. The cheapest blueprint Cord bought cost him 300,000 points. Moreover, the blueprints weren't directly usable. They required rare materials to complete. For example, a Tweeping White 8 Patriarch's leg bone, 1/1, ancient bronze crystal corpse core. These were materials Cord had never encountered before. Thankfully, Esme had led him through various territories, where he would never have known where to find them. Currently, Cord was strong, yet lacked proper weapons and equipment. The random shop provided just what he needed to fill that gap. ####Chapter 200, Tang family? Delivering a pillow when someone is sleepy, right? The equipment from the system shop were all top-notch among top-notch items. If thrown into the Carefree Grotto, they would absolutely be fought over fiercely. However, the items in the Carefree system shop were all blueprints. What are blueprints? It means that even if Cord spent a vast amount of popularity to purchase them, he would still need materials to actually create the equipment or weapons. You could see how stringent the conditions were. Spending popularity to buy items was already good. For instance, the twin flower Loli Sorji Tour Ed by Adelia and Savannah didn't cost much popularity at all. Correction. Spending popularity to buy items was already beneficial. For example, the dual flower Loli sword entrusted by Adelia and Savannah didn't require much popularity after all. Note. I have made slight adjustments to ensure the sentence flows naturally in English while maintaining the original meaning. The term Loli is kept as is, assuming it's a specific name or term that shouldn't be translated. If it should be translated, please provide more context or specify the correct translation. But for Cord's system shop, spending popularity only bought him a blueprint. He needed substantial resources to complete the equipment or weapon. After the system shop opened, Cord had already spent 100,000 popularity points to acquire a blueprint called Xiuxian spear. This blueprint required a large amount of demon materials, which had become extinct in the Divine Continent. Unexpectedly, they could still be found in the primordial forest. With Esme's guidance, Cord indeed found quite a few materials, nearly enough to gather the most basic ones. If Cord continued to wander around the demon territory in the primordial forest for another half-month, it might really result in the creation of this Xiuxian spear. This was a genuine immortal artifact, crafted using a system blueprint. It differed from randomly evolved immortal artifacts, making it one of the finest. Even in the immortal realm, it would be something highly sought after. However, the problem was that Esme had just exposed herself. Exposure meant she couldn't take Cord everywhere anymore. Naturally, there would be no finding the demon territories, nor obtaining the materials from the demons' bodies. This truly left him feeling depressed. You should have just stayed fake. Why did you admit it? Seriously. Secondly, concerning the other issue about the golden finger, Cord was somewhat worried because his strength hadn't improved much despite the surge in popularity. His chi refinement level hadn't increased significantly either. Only went from 90,000 layers to 93,000 layers. Cord had no idea when he would break through the chi refinement stage. After breaking through chi refinement came the meridian unblocking stage, then the innate stage. Breaking through the innate stage allowed grotto spirits to normally leave the grotto but not go too far. Thinking this way, Cord felt cultivation was incredibly difficult. Alas, if I had kept wandering around in the primordial forest, I might have broken through the chi refinement stage within half a year. But forget it, this girl can't handle exposure. Girls these days can't take things, always revealing everything without considering whether others want to hear it. Cord sighed inwardly. Huey knew he couldn't change the current situation. Since the other party had already revealed her true identity, Cord couldn't pretend he didn't understand. It would look too fake. What? You're actually an imposter? Under various circumstances, Cord showed a shocked expression that belonged to him. For some reason, Esme felt very uncomfortable looking at Cord's expression, as if it was all forced and unnatural. No matter what, Esme couldn't hold back any longer. She couldn't work for such a shady boss. With a determined face, she said, "Yes, I'm an imposter, pretending to be Bridget. Now Bridget has been taken back to the Tang family." Huey hearing this, Cord sighed lightly. Huey didn't care about Bridget at all. Huey wasn't very familiar with Bridget, having only met her a few times. To say he risked life and limb for Bridget, that was an exaggeration, really. Cord acknowledged he hadn't done much for Bridget. Though this girl looked great, she seemed to have a grudge against him. During the Huey Dao marriage ceremony, Bridget had insisted on divorcing Cord. Cord still remembered that. Trying to divorce him in front of so many grotto spirits of the Tai Chu secret realm. How embarrassing was that? Back then, it didn't matter since Bridget was a major figure in the Tai Chu secret realm. Huey endured it, plus she provided room and board. But now, Cord wouldn't tolerate it. Huey was now a well-known grotto spirit with his own strength. With millions of popularity points backing him, why would he fear Bridget? So now, Cord wasn't afraid of Bridget. Saying he was risking all for her was simply false. It was all coincidental. But he couldn't say this outright, so he remained silent. How could he tell Esme that he and Bridget weren't close? For Esme, the more Cord stayed silent, the scarier it became. She never thought that Cord didn't know how to respond. She imagined him raging after hearing Bridget was captured. From Cord's perspective, learning that his supposed wife was an imposter, could he not be angry? But this was already reality. Once Esme regained her composure, she realized how serious the matter was. In her eyes, Cord wasn't someone easy to deal with. He was a terrifying killer. Though not as formidable as the Tang family's grotto spirits, he certainly wasn't someone she, as a minor character, could provoke. Typically, big shots like him had little interest in those who only begged for mercy. They found such people spineless. To catch Cord's attention, she had to find something interesting and intimidating to him. Intelligence on the Tang family. If she could subtly reveal information that could threaten Cord, she believed he would feel wary. To save her life, Esme didn't hide anything and directly told Cord, "Don't do anything rash to me. It's all part of the Tang family's plan. If you have any objections, confront the Tang family. They kidnapped Bridget." Before Cord could respond, Esme continued, "Don't think you can bully a guest of the Tang family just because you can kill a lord of the primordial forest. The Tang family's resources are far deeper than you think. Not only can they eliminate the forest lords, but they've made super strong crossbow arrows using tyrant fish whiskers, specifically to shoot down intruders. Without my guidance, you'd never get into the Tang family compound." Initially, Esme only wanted to emphasize how powerful the Tang family was to make Cord back off. But unexpectedly, Cord's eyes lit up upon hearing this. Tyrant fish whiskers? Weren't they ingredients for Xiuxian's spear? The Tang family was literally delivering a pillow while he was sleepy. Chapter 201. Huey truly has a Huey art full of righteousness and loyalty. The tyrant fish is also a monster from the primordial forest, but it's extremely rare to encounter one. Cord wandered through the forest several times, but couldn't find any trace of this monster. Yet, the whiskers of the tyrant fish are critical for crafting the Xiuxian spear. The design blueprint purchased from the system store differs from regular weapon forging. With ordinary forging, if a particular material can't be obtained, other materials can often substitute. However, this blueprint insists on specific materials. There are no alternatives. This isn't your average forging method, and besides, Cord has no knowledge of metallurgy. If he were to try, forget about crafting an immortal-grade weapon. He'd probably struggle even with a mundane one. So, Cord diligently sought out the required materials as specified in the Xiuxian spear's blueprint. Initially, he expected it would take quite some time to find such a rare material as the tyrant fish's whiskers, but unexpectedly, the material was already available at the Tang family compound. Cord was overjoyed. Why wait any longer? Why not go and negotiate? Cough, cough, cough. Negotiate, that is. A man as reasonable as Cord always tries to persuade with logic. But now, Cord faces a new issue. How does he get to the Tang family compound? I need to visit the Tang family for something. Could you show me the way? Cord turned his attention back to Esther, who had reverted to her original appearance. Now that she had already revealed herself, maintaining Bridget's likeness was pointless. To be fair, Cord found Esther's natural appearance quite appealing. Unlike Bridget, who exuded an elegant demeanor typical of highborn young ladies, Esther possessed a blend of 3 parts heroic vigor and 7 parts down-to-earth charm. Though her features weren't as finely chiseled as Bridget's, she had a certain freshness, and her brows carried a hint of martial righteousness. However, Cord wasn't particularly focused on looks. All he wanted was for Esther to guide him. Go to the Tang family? Do you know what you're saying? You'd be walking straight into death. Esther was taken aback. She hadn't expected Cord to decide on attacking the Tang family compound after learning that Bridget had been captured. Ignorance is indeed bliss. Cord had no idea how formidable and influential the Tang family was. far beyond what an escaped branch family could compare to. Just consider this. Charlie managed to establish himself within the Taichu secret realm by leading just one branch of the Tang family. Imagine how terrifying the main branch must be. Moreover, the secret realm city where the Tang family resided was aptly named Tang Family Secret Realm, showcasing their immense influence in that realm. As far as Esther knew, the Tang family compound boasted ascension stage, cave spirits. What did it mean for a cave spirit to reach the ascension stage? It meant they had residences teeming with human vitality, truly top-tier caves. These types of cave residences were renowned throughout the Divine Continent, known to virtually every cultivator. Any powerful cultivator would want to visit the Tang family elders' caves to seek opportunities for resources that could transform their cultivation journey. If Cord went to the Tang family, he'd be confronting these top-tier cave spirits. Not only were their caves exceptionally advanced, enabling them to suppress other spirits, but they could also send cultivators to ambush other cave entrances. Once embroiled in a conflict with such beings, unless one had overwhelming strength, they were doomed to perish. With this in mind, Esther wiped off the dirt from her body while seriously warning him. Do you understand the power of the Tang family? Going there to rescue Bridget would be a death sentence. Esther felt a mix of emotions regarding Cord's actions. On one hand, she thought he deserved a good thrashing for all the humiliation he inflicted on her in the primordial forest. Those actions had gradually broken her spirit, pushing her to the brink of madness. On the other hand, when he declared he would confront the Tang family to rescue Bridget, it showcased his deep loyalty and righteousness. At that moment, Esther felt something stir within her, a feeling reminiscent of a girl's longing. Since childhood, Esther admired cave spirits with a strong sense of justice. Hui's grandfather became a guest elder because of the Tang family's beneficence, a relationship that lasted for 3 generations. Even though over 1,000 years had passed since then, the gratitude remained intact. Therefore, she greatly respected those who valued loyalty and righteousness. When it came to loyalty and righteousness, who could match Cord? To rescue his wife, he was willing to risk everything by venturing into the heart of the Tang family. A lone wanderer, daring to challenge a behemoth like the Tang family, it was incredibly cool. Now, Esther's heart was filled with mixed feelings, even harboring a bit of envy. Why couldn't she be the one rescued? If a man were willing to fight so fiercely for her, she too would be deeply moved. Hui, I'm just going to have a chat with the Tang family. Cord chuckled. Hui now possessed significant strength, but still lacked a suitable weapon. After days of combat, he had evaluated his capabilities. His refined chi level was very high, making each attack heavy and wide-ranging. In terms of realms, as long as the opponent didn't have a defensive shield, he felt confident he could injure immortals. However, if they prepared and focused on full defense, his attacks would weaken significantly. Combat among cultivators rarely involved serious defense spells or spiritual shields, as maintaining these would deplete energy and hinder offensive magic flow. Thus, combatants mostly relied on protective auras to deflect residual effects, as forming a shield first made them vulnerable. Additionally, defensive treasures were scarce, making cultivators generally offense-heavy and defense-light. Cave spirits, relying on their inherently resilient life force, tended to neglect spiritual shields. However, those shields were crucial in countering Cord. Previously, in the primordial forest, he encountered the third monster leader, a turtle-shaped rock beast. It excelled in survival, rendering Cord's high-level refined chi akin to a superficial scrape. Though he eventually wore it down, it took 4 days. From then on, Cord knew he needed a reliable weapon, and thus immediately purchased the blueprint upon seeing it in the system store. The materials for this blueprint were right at the Tang family compound, and this trip, Cord was determined to make. Chapter 202. Setting off to the Tang family secret realm immediately. Seeing Cord's determination to go to the Tang family, Esme felt a sour feeling in her heart that she couldn't quite explain. Oh, he really is a good man. So kind to his wife but so terrible to others. She recalled how Cord had treated her, left her among monsters and made her do dirty work. Yet, how did he treat his own wife? Hui stormed into the enemy's base, a true doting husband. This only deepened Esme's resentment, making her less inclined to take Cord to the Tang family secret realm. She was now feeling somewhat unhappy. After all, if she took Cord back to the Tang family secret realm, she might not be greeted with rewards but with fierce attacks instead. On one hand, she felt that Cord was too good and shouldn't die under the hands of Tang family experts just because he wanted to save someone. But there was something Esme overlooked. When she was impersonating Bridget, Cord didn't treat her any differently, even then putting her in dangerous situations and having her deal with monster corpses. This indicated that he never favored Bridget specifically. Even if Bridget herself were here, Cord would still treat her the same way, only that Bridget wouldn't easily bring Cord into the monster territory. Unfortunately, Esme failed to realize this point. She initially thought Cord might not care much about Bridget. However, she dismissed this idea, believing that Cord had seen through her disguise from the start and deliberately treated her poorly. If Cord had always used Bridget like a servant, he wouldn't have immediately said he'd go to the Tang family the moment he heard she was kidnapped. Therefore, based on these judgments, Esme felt her treatment was unfair, and she wasn't too keen on helping Cord. Furthermore, if she brought an outsider back to the Tang family secret realm, they might both be killed, with the Tang family treating her as a traitor. Esme hadn't yet decided to break ties with the Tang family and still had some affection for them, so she tried to make excuses. Even if you want to go to the Tang family, we can't manage it without their fog map to enter the secret realm. Aren't you a guest advisor of the Tang family? Don't you have their fog map? Cord raised an eyebrow, clearly unconvinced. I do have it, but the fog map requires 5 parts combined to be usable. Esme rolled her eyes. It made sense. The Tang family wouldn't want enemies finding their stronghold, hence why a single fog map wouldn't suffice. This way, even if the Tang family's guest advisors encountered danger outside, the killers wouldn't be able to infiltrate the Tang family. It was a pretty good security measure, using the primal forest as a protective shell. The Tang family's fog map? Cord pondered for a moment, then poured out a stack of fog maps from his Sumera ring. each marked with the Tang family's insignia. Do you mean these fog maps? Cord asked, causing Esme nearly to choke in shock. She almost forgot that he had slaughtered many Tang family guest advisors. How could he not have fog maps? From the beginning, Cord could have entered the Tang family secret realm. You may have the fog maps, but the Tang family has their mighty crossbow boxes, made from the whiskers of the tyrant fish, which have immense power and can collapse the lair of a cave spirit. However, the fish whisker has a peculiar property. It enters a dormant phase every 100 years, during which the Tang family's defenses are at their weakest. Seeing Cord's insistence, Esme reluctantly revealed more details. She didn't want Cord to go to the Tang family and get himself killed. Most importantly, she didn't want to be dragged into it either. If she took him back, she'd definitely be turned into a pincushion by the Tang family's crossbows. The crossbows made from tyrant fish whiskers were extremely durable and resilient, capable of piercing through the lair of a cave spirit in the tribulation stage. They were one of the Tang family's main killing tools in the secret realm. If Esme took Cord back, she would face these deadly weapons, and unlike Cord, she wouldn't survive the attack. Cord furrowed his brow upon hearing this. What? Tyrant fish whiskers enter dormancy? Does the dormant whisker still count as the same material? If it doesn't, wouldn't Cord be in trouble? Do the whiskers still count as the same material during dormancy? Cord asked cautiously. Of course not. Don't you know about tyrant fish whiskers? Even after being plucked, the whiskers of the primordial forest's tyrant fish remain alive, but only for about 100 years. Afterward, they become stone-like, needing 3 years to recover. During that time, the Tang family's crossbows lose effectiveness. We should go then? No. We set off immediately. Cord cut her off seriously. His goal was to obtain the tyrant fish whiskers. If he missed this opportunity, what was the point of going to the Tang family? To wait another 3 years? Huey had been here less than a year. He simply couldn't wait. So, Cord firmly told Esme to lead the way to the Tang family secret realm. Are you crazy? Didn't I explain the risks? Can't you understand? Esme was shocked. She couldn't believe Cord's persistence. You want to rescue someone. She understood that. But why pick a time when their defenses were weak? To hear about weakened defenses and rush over? What was he doing? Was he asking for punishment? You don't understand. I don't want to explain further. Just take me there quickly. If you're afraid of being blamed by the Tang family, you can drop me off nearby and stay out, Cord insisted. Huey intended to dismantle the Tang family's killing weapon and use its materials for his immortal weapon design. Explaining this to Esme was difficult. Unclear explanations led to unnecessary confusion, so it was best left unsaid. But listening to him, Esme widened her eyes. She understood. That was it. Cord chose the time when the Tang family's defenses were strongest to show Bridget just how formidable her husband was. What a way to give Bridget face. Really, he was too doting on his wife. Esme sighed, deciding to relent since Cord was so loyal and righteous. This decision wasn't influenced by the ancient copper crystal zombies surrounding them. Since Esme began cleaning up, Cord had been protecting the area, preventing many zombies from coming close. But seeing her repeatedly refuse to go to the Tang family's secret realm, Cord stopped guarding. When the copper zombies started closing in again, Esme shouted. Wait, I suddenly remembered I have urgent business to return to the Tang family. I'll take you back immediately. Hashtag chapter 203, the Tang clan's main family meeting. For now, let's set aside the plight of Lindsay. At this moment, the Tang family was holding a clan meeting. Ever since Bridget's return, the time for this family meeting had been set. Dong Erong is a unique form of life, and they can also reproduce with other Dong Erong. Although Dong Erong usually stay within their own caves and do not wander around much, they could be considered quite reclusive. The Dong Erong secret realm provides them with a platform to meet each other. Over time, families began to emerge. The Tang family leveraged their clan's power to dominate the secret realm city they inhabited. Their family meetings are considered the highest level gatherings in the Tang family's secret realm. Dozens of high-ranking Dong Erong members from the Tang family gathered in an ancient hall, which was richly decorated. Incense burned on an 8-person table made of spiral trees from the primal forest, adding an air of elegance to the gathering. The head of the Tang family sat at the center, eyes closed in contemplation. Huey was holding a pair of walnuts and looked to be around 50 years old by human standards, yet his physique was imposing. If a Dong Erong can maintain the popularity of their cave, their lifespan can be extraordinarily long. Records show that the head of the Tang family has not changed since the founding of the clan, indicating he has lived for at least 3,000 years. Standing before the clan head was Germano, who had brought Bridget back to the Tang family. Today, they would decide whether Germano should be punished or rewarded. Bringing Bridget back was theoretically worthy of a grand reward, as she held significant importance to the Tang family and had been missing for many years. Huey's return was a great feat. However, during the journey back with Bridget, nearly 100 guest experts from the Tang family lost their lives, and even the resources from their caves were not recovered. Even Germano's close subordinate, Howl, had to retreat into a spirit urn to recuperate. The Tang family hadn't suffered such a loss in many years, not even when they raided Demon Lord's territories in the primal forest. Germano, what exactly happened this time? Our fog maps are very detailed, and all you had to do was bring someone back. Why did so many guest experts die? A guest elder of the Tang family, with a face full of anger, pointed at Germano and questioned him. It seemed unusual to others that a guest elder would question a member of the main family, but the Tang family had developed as they did precisely because they treated their guests well. Strong guest experts could even become clan elders, and they were involved in high-level meetings. Everyone present outranked Germano. Indeed, even if they died, you should have retrieved their cave resources. The Tang family invested a lot of resources in training them. This is like throwing everything down the drain. Another high-ranking guest sighed painfully, clearly feeling the loss. Yes, if they were killed by demons, you should at least give us the location so we can retrieve the cave resources. Another senior figure from the Tang family accused him. In the world of Dong Erong, they didn't feel much emotional attachment to dead guest experts. However, a great deal of clan resources had been spent on cultivating these Dong Erong. They provided immense amounts of spirit stones, pills, talismans, arrays, herbs, and spiritual artifacts to help grow the Tang family's guest Dong Erong. After all, Dong Erong needed to gain popularity to improve their strength, and how could they gain popularity without attracting cultivators to explore their caves? The more attractive the cave, the more likely it would attract visitors. Therefore, the Tang family placed vast resources within their guest caves to lure cultivators, while setting up deadly traps and guardian beasts to protect those resources. When these Dong Erong were destroyed, the resources within their caves exploded outwards, and the guardian beasts would run off, leaving the traps ineffective. The death of a single guest expert meant the destruction of their cave, losing both the traps and the resources. Losing nearly 100 guest experts was a tremendous blow to the Tang family. It wasn't just the loss of the Dong Erong that mattered. It was the inability to recover the resources. But Germano returned empty-handed, bringing only Bridget and abandoning the resources of nearly 100 guest experts. This was why he was being questioned. Some high-ranking members even suspected that Germano might have pocketed the resources himself. Germano, what really happened? The clan head opened his eyes and asked slowly. Clan Huiad, I've already explained. On our way back, we inadvertently entered a swamp controlled by tyrant fish. The guest experts were instantly devoured, and we couldn't recover any resources. Germano remained calm. Tyrant fish were notorious ferocious creatures from the primal forest. Wherever they went, the land became a swamp. Dong Erong, when pulled into a swamp, faced almost certain death unless their cave was of a very high level. Thus, Germano's explanation left no traceable evidence. Surviving Dong Erong had already sworn under the way never to reveal Cord's existence. Germano, is this true? The clan head asked again, staring intently at Germano. Yes, Germano answered firmly, even facing his grandfather like clan head. Being caught by a demon was merely a matter of negligence. But if it came out that Cord killed nearly 100 guest experts while Germano fled, he would be disgraced. Huey knew which punishment was lighter and understood the ambiguous relationship between Bridget and Cord must remain secret. These thoughts flashed through Germano's mind involuntarily. For a moment, the clan head said nothing, merely watching Germano as incense wafted through the air. Finally, the clan head spoke. Cord? What audacity! Killing Tang family members, stealing our resources, and behaving intimately with Bridget. What impudence! Hashtag chapter 204. This boy must not be left alive. Patriarch Jamil's words struck like thunder, instantly shaking Germano awake. Huey suddenly realized that the scene in front of him was distorted, and then he found himself kneeling before Jamil. Above his head, smoke swirled, forming images of the scenes he had been recalling, even displaying the phrases he imagined, stripping him bare and transparent. Seeing this, Germano finally understood what was happening. His father was interrogating him with this. This is white shark incense smoke. Germano laughed bitterly. As the seventh son of the Tang family, he now realized he had underestimated his own clan. White sharks are monsters living in the primordial forest. They emit an unbearably eerie cry, with fish-like heads and human-like bodies, possessing visible gills on their arms, able to move through underground tunnels or swamps. These creatures, like tyrant fish, are extremely rare and powerful, harboring a fierce hostility towards other living beings. In the primordial forest, most endangered monsters tend to be quite rampant. They don't understand the principle that there's always someone stronger. Continuously murderous, they might one day encounter a powerful monster lord. Ahem, got a bit sidetracked there. The key point is that these creatures have a fist-sized lump of fat in their abdomens. When this fat is refined into incense, it has an extremely hallucinogenic effect. If one doesn't consume the powdered scales beforehand, even a young spirit-level cave spirit would fall victim to it. Most importantly, once under its influence, you wouldn't know it, mixing reality with hallucination and leaving you unable to distinguish between the two. Airing how Germano lost all awareness after being affected. He thought he was denying things, but in reality, he might have already confessed everything. This incense also has the second ability to materialize memories. For instance, Germano's recollections of Cord killing guest elders, plundering war spoils, and behaving ambiguously with Bridget were all materialized. After watching, the higher-ups of the Tang family fell into a brief silence. They couldn't believe someone could be so audacious as to kill so many of their guest elders. Ancestor, let me explain. I only wanted to preserve Ninth Sister's reputation. You know the young master is preparing to come? Germano's face was pale as he explained, but it was too late. The Tang family no longer needed his explanation. You good for nothing. We've cultivated you to the late ascension stage, and yet you lack the courage to confront enemies. You even made your subordinates swear to you even. What a waste of time just talking to you. Now, the key issue is Cord. The patriarch sternly stated, his voice filled with anger. Huey was genuinely furious. According to Germano's memories, Cord knew the Tang family's guest elders were searching within the primordial forest, so he actively sought them out. In other words, Cord was continuously targeting the Tang family's guest elders. It was outrageous. The Tang family had always bullied others, never enduring such grievances. Where exactly did Cord come from? Jamil continued to ask gravely. None of the Tang family's high-ranking officials dared to answer. They had never heard of Cord. In the divine land world, though the Cave of Freedom was beginning to rise in fame, for cave spirits, very few knew Cord. Cave spirit information mostly came from interactions between cave spirit realms and cultivators. Cord had little to no interaction with the Tang family's realm, making encounters with its cultivators rare. Thus, the Tang family's cave spirits not knowing Cord was understandable. I might know something about this. A cave spirit standing at the edge of the meeting spoke up. Cloaked in black robes, he was plump-faced, none other than Ungkor, father of Dongfang Fujia. At this moment, the eyes of all senior Tang family members focused on Ungkor, eager to hear about Cord. I remember you. Isn't your name Ungkor? If you can provide information on Cord, you will be richly rewarded. Jamil took a deep breath, trying to calm himself down. But really, Would this patriarch, who had lived for thousands of years, truly be enraged over dozens of guest elders? Especially when their highest power was only early ascension stage. Frankly, while their strength wasn't abundant, it wasn't important enough for the Tang family. Jamil's anger was for show, intended for the other senior guest elders and leaders to see. Maintaining a family wasn't easy. Losing these guest elders and leaders would significantly reduce the Tang family's influence. Therefore, to maintain unity, Jamil naturally acted like he was protecting the Tang family. But what he first cared about was which secret realm cord came from. Huey was afraid of stepping on any landmines. Jamil knew the primordial forest harbored many powerful secret realms. The Tang family's realm indeed outclassed the Tai Chu realm. For example, the elite strength of the Tai Chu realm was only concealment stage, whereas ordinary guest elders of the Tang family were at ascension stage. There was an immediate disparity in power. Had they not been unable to locate the Tai Chu realm, the Tang family would have long dispatched forces to flatten it and bring back Bridget. Though dangerous, the primordial forest provided refuge for weaker secret realms. But if there were weak ones, there were undoubtedly strong ones too. Places stronger than the Tang family's realm weren't scarce. They just existed in regions far beyond Tang family exploration. Given Cord's ferocity, Jamil first wondered if Cord hailed from a higher level realm. Cord didn't directly answer, but instead produced the Soul Return Shrine, replying earnestly, "Let Howl tell us." Huey was the first to encounter Cord. Opening the black cloth covering the shrine, a miniature Howl wriggled inside. Seeing Jamil, Howl became agitated and loudly exclaimed, "Ancestor, I found Bridget. None of this would have happened if not for encountering Cord." "Tell me, where does Cord hail from?" Jamil was most concerned about Cord's origins. If Cord was merely a powerful lone wolf, Jamil believed he had 100 ways to make him suffer and die. But if Cord came from a more advanced realm, it needed careful consideration. "Cord, he most likely comes from the Tai Chu realm," Howl said with certainty. "The Tai Chu realm? Isn't that where Bridget fled?" "It's a reception realm, where cave spirits are generally weak." "Are you sure?" Jamil frowned, asking again. "I'm certain. I saw Cord enter the Tai Chu realm from outside, and he only recently became a cave spirit, not more than a year or two." Howl firmly confirmed this, shocking the Tang family officials present once again. Became a cave spirit in only a year or two, and achieved this level of strength? How many sects must have besieged his cave? Within a year or two, he met Bridget? Jamil still didn't fully believe it. Hueven-matched marriage. Cord and Bridget are Hueven-matched partners, according to the information gathered by my fragments. Howl dropped another bombshell. Lone wolf, limitless potential, and Hueven-matched partner to Bridget. This time, Jamil's expression turned deadly serious, and he enunciated each word carefully. "Cord, this boy must not be left alive." Chapter 205. The Tang family's highest assassination order. This child must not be left alive. The head of the Tang family, Jamil, said this with a cold face. In his judgment, Cord had lost all value to the Tang family and would only become an enemy in the future. This wasn't because Cord killed dozens of Tang family guests, but because of his Hueven Dao marriage contract with Bridget. Bridget had been betrothed from birth to a noble son from a higher-level secret realm, who intended to have her sent to another secret realm upon reaching adulthood. When Bridget escaped from the Tang family, the search for her never ceased. The noble son, aware of these events, was already displeased. Now, Jamil learned that not only had Bridget fled, but she had also directly married another cave spirit. Isn't this inviting disaster for the Tang family? If that high-ranking noble son becomes enraged, he could obliterate the Tang's secret realm since they possessed a fog map to locate it. For secret realm cities, once their position is determined by another secret realm, they are in grave danger. The Tai Chu secret realm remained safe for so long precisely because its location could not be confirmed by the Tang family. Otherwise, it would have long been under their control. Bridget's original betrothed came from a secret realm even more advanced than the Tang family. If he learns of Bridget's new marriage contract, the Tang family might face extinction. Transmit the order. Activate the Tang family's highest assassination order. Mobilize all cave spirits at or above the Tribulation Ascension stage to bring back Cord from the original forest, dead or alive. Jamil issued the command, a level of urgency unseen in thousands of years within the Tang family. Entering the original forest is extremely perilous for cave spirits from the Tai Chu secret realm. If not compelled, none of them would venture inside. The Tai Chu secret realm, where Cord originally resided, saw its most powerful cave spirit, Ajay, only at the late-stage cave storage period, half-step into the Tribulation Ascension stage. For anyone at the Tribulation Ascension stage entering the original forest, the chances of survival were minimal. Cave spirits in the Tang's secret realm were generally more powerful, yet entering the original forest still held considerable danger. They wouldn't risk it unless necessary. The current highest assassination order required all Tang family cave spirits at or above the Tribulation Ascension stage to pursue Cord in the original forest, an indication of how seriously they viewed him. Also, find Cord's cave. Given his formidable strength, it's unlikely to be an insignificant place. And considering his short time as a cave spirit, any prominent cave recently drawing attention? Jamil pondered and continued, reflecting on years of dominance in the cave spirit realms. Huey knew attacking Cord's cave could be effective since the best way to defeat a cave spirit is through their cave. Even if they couldn't destroy Cord's cave, blocking the entrance would expel its inhabitants and prevent new explorers from entering. Gradually, without human presence, the cave would lose its vitality, leading to the cave spirit's dissolution. Ideally, finding Cord in the original forest and eliminating him would be best. But if not possible, using this method could wear him down over time. Assuming Cord's cave isn't of a mortal grade, which Jamil found unlikely due to the stringent conditions for such caves, he was confident he could handle it. Cord, could it be the Bin cave? I've heard about it. Many cultivators in my cave have been drawn to it. An elder's voice interrupted Jamil's thoughts. Returning to the present, he realized he was thinking too far ahead. Focus needed to remain on Cord. Yes, Bin cave. Hasn't it produced the 7-color auspicious clouds twice? Jamil frowned, realizing the matter was more complex than anticipated. Initially assuming Cord was an easy target, he found the opposite. And there are claims of immortal artifacts being gifted. I don't know if it's true. Another elder familiar with Bin Cave added details, highlighting the cave's growing influence. Cultivators from major sects like Loong sect and Jialan Holy Land had already searched for Bin Cave in Dongzhou, possibly diverting from seeking opportunities within the Tang family's cave. Some elders recognizing Bin Cave isn't surprising. Jamil mused, immortal artifacts? Huey involuntarily drew in a breath. Gifted immortal artifacts? The Tang family couldn't afford that. Nonetheless, having declared the pursuit publicly, backing out now would damage their reputation. With years of experience, Jamil maintained composure. Regardless of who he is, after killing our guest spirits and seizing our resources, we will thoroughly investigate and ensure he pays. I hereby announce the immediate issuance of the highest assassination order against Cord. None noticed as one Tribulation Ascension guest quietly left the meeting and headed to where Bridget and her mother were imprisoned. This guest, indebted to Bridget's mother, had been secretly passing information. Thus, news of the highest assassination order reached Bridget and Emily. Emily reacted with disbelief, confirming with the guest. You're sure? The highest level assassination order? Chapter 206, The Husband Praising Maniac and Information about Cord. Yes, I heard it with my own ears, so it must be true. The guest envoy who had brought the news quickly left. Huey's connection with Bridget and her mother was kept very secret, even unknown to the head of the Tang family. If Jamil had thoroughly investigated this guest envoy's background and known she was acquainted with Emily, he would never have allowed her to become a family elder. At the time of Bridget's escape, any guest envoys or servants associated with her were punished. So this guest envoy dared not stay long and left immediately after delivering the message. Daughter, it seems Cord is unlikely to survive this time. The Tang family has never issued such a high-level assassination order in all these years. It's like they're using the entire family's power to crush your husband. Emily sighed deeply, never expecting Jamil's determination to kill Cord to be so intense. But on second thought, it made sense. This was about Bridget, about the survival of the Tang family. Emily naturally knew that Bridget had already been betrothed by the Tang family. If not for this, she wouldn't have sent Bridget away. But that match was truly sending Bridget to her death. The groom was infamous, and if they really got married, he wouldn't treat Bridget fairly but would only see her as a toy. After barely managing to send Bridget away, she was caught again. Upon hearing about Bridget having a desirable husband, seeing how blindly she trusted Cord, Emily felt a glimmer of hope that Cord could rescue Bridget. But this spark of hope was quickly extinguished when she heard that the Tang family was deploying its full force to hunt down Cord. How could Emily not worry? She leaned on Bridget and sighed softly. Daughter, it's all because of Mother's inability. Your ultimate fate might still have to follow the patriarch's arrangement. Alas. Mother, don't worry. It won't be like that. Even if Jamil issues the highest assassination order, the Tang family's envoys may not be a match for my husband. Their attack will only strengthen him, Bridget said firmly. Only in front of her mother did she show this unwavering confidence. Though I wish what you say were true, you may not understand how terrifying the Tang family is. No matter how strong your husband is, as a cave spirit, he must rely on human energy. If his cave is blocked, even a transcendental cave spirit will grow weak, Emily replied, lacking confidence. The Tang family's influence wasn't limited to the cave spirit realm. They wielded immense power in the divine continent as well. Cave spirits greatly feared being trapped by cultivators because most cave spirits couldn't match the power of cultivators. Humans cultivated much faster than other beings. Cave spirits relied on human energy to enhance their realm. Throughout the eastern continent of Sunzhou, Yangshan cultivators were common, but Yangshan cave spirits were as rare as phoenix feathers and unicorn horns. Thus, from Emily's perspective, no matter how strong Cord was, if his cave was blocked by cultivators in the divine continent, he would eventually dissipate. Seeing how intensely Jamil targeted Cord, Emily felt hopeless. Mother, please don't worry. Huey will come. My beloved will surely arrive on a cloud of 7 colors to save me, Bridget said confidently, unaware when she started trusting Cord so much. Perhaps it was because he always came to her aid during critical moments. Your mother understands that you trust your husband, but you must also face reality. If his cave is sealed off, and he loses his source of human energy, no matter how strong he is, he won't stand a chance, Emily sighed and continued voicing her concerns. If that's the case, Mother needn't worry. Before entering the cave spirit realm, I arranged for Loong sect cultivators to guard the free and easy cave. The Loong sect is a top-tier power in Central Land, and even the Tang family might not defeat them, Bridget said proudly. Upon hearing this, some of Emily's worries eased, and she smiled, patting Bridget's head. My daughter has grown up and knows how to manage her cave. Forming a favorable relationship with a superpower like Loong sect means your path as a cave spirit will be smooth indeed. Forming an alliance with a major power and getting them to protect the free and easy cave meant Bridget's future would never lack human energy. It's also good fortune. But speaking of managing caves, Cord surpasses me by a huge margin. Bridget smiled bitterly. Did she know how to manage a cave or invest in cultivators? Compared to Cord, she was nothing. His development was frighteningly rapid, with his cave's human energy growing explosively. So Cord is that formidable? Emily remarked casually, unintentionally opening the floodgates for Bridget to praise Cord. She began listing his achievements and how he developed his cave and gained fame. Emily smiled bitterly. Her daughter seemed addicted to praising her husband. As Bridget and her mother conversed, the Tang family's senior meeting was nearing its end. What remained were details about organizing the manhunt for Cord, how many people in each team, what equipment to bring, etc. These specifics didn't require Jamil's involvement. Huey had asked his subordinates to fetch all available information on Cord and now furrowed his brows over the report. Huey couldn't understand what made Cord so attractive to so many cultivators. Even if he gave away immortal artifacts, how many could he possibly give? Were immortal treasures as common as cabbages on the street? Even immortals couldn't guarantee owning immortal artifacts. In such circumstances, how could Cord freely give them away? If the news was false or Cord lied, enraged cultivators would surely tear his cave apart. This didn't make sense, and Jamil couldn't figure it out. If Cord knew about Jamil's confusion, he'd probably chuckle softly. You can't figure it out? Bingshi's tactics are beyond your comprehension. If they could understand it, where would that leave Cord's identity as a Bingshishi employee? Master, I have something to discuss with you. Cord suddenly approached Jamil after the meeting. Oh, what is it? Naturally, it's about Cord. Chapter 207. Cord's weakness. About Cord? What is it? Jamil glanced at Cord without much of a patriarch's demeanor. At this moment, he was eager to learn more about Cord, and any bit of information would be helpful. Cord, standing before Jamil, paused for a moment but finally mustered the courage to speak up. I believe the Tang family has underestimated Cord's strength. Dispatching guest adepts will result in severe losses. Cord had witnessed firsthand how Cord effortlessly annihilated the Tang family's guest adepts. His power was far beyond what the Tang family imagined. Sending more guest adepts to confront him would be no different from sending lambs to slaughter. Before Jamil could respond, one of the Tang family elders couldn't contain himself. The elder, wearing 10 rings on his fingers, pointed at Cord and berated him. Nonsense. Are you questioning the patriarch's judgment? Our Tang family's mystical realm outclasses Tai Chu's realm. Are you really afraid of a mere spirit cave adept from there? Yes, when have we ever feared anything? They killed our guest adepts, seized our resources, and even married Bridget. We've been trampled upon. Are we going to be timid now? Cord, you're an idiot, daring to advise the patriarch like this. You don't know your place. The guest elders of the Tang family unanimously criticized Cord, thinking he was too cowardly, clearly intimidated by Cord. One can't blame the guest elders for being short-sighted. They mainly wanted to leave a good impression in front of Cord, showing fearlessness and willingness to protect the Tang family's interests. If not for family meetings, how often would these guest elders get to meet Patriarch Jamil? Now that they had the chance to make an impression, why not seize it? However, Jamil did not agree with them. Instead, he stared intently at Cord and continued. You indeed show loyalty to the Tang family. I've been waiting for someone to remind me, and I didn't expect it to be a guest adept managing the spirit shrine. From now on, you won't be managing the spirit shrine. Instead, you will become an elder guest adept in the daily deliberation hall. The daily deliberation hall was where the Tang family made daily decisions, and only highly respected guest elders were allowed entry. Hearing this, Cord was overjoyed, completely astonished that he'd received the title of elder guest adept and entered the core decision-making circle. Thank you, Patriarch. Cord bent down and clasped his hands in gratitude. Your family has served as guest adepts for 3 generations due to an agreement. I've seen it all. This recognition is well-deserved. Jamil nodded, showing no displeasure at Cord's assessment of Cord. Instead, he promoted Cord heavily. Because Jamil wasn't an imprudent patriarch, Huey saw everything clearly in the white shark incense smoke. He knew exactly how Cord delivered a single punch to annihilate nearly 100 of the Tang family's guest adepts. Sending more unprepared guest adepts would mean sending them to their deaths. In other words, Jamil understood Cord's formidable abilities but still decided to send guest adepts after him, confident of success. Huey simply waited to see if anyone would advise him. And as for what Cord said, everyone needn't worry. Despite Cord's overwhelming strength, he does have weaknesses, Jamil continued. Huey had already identified Cord's weakness through the white shark incense smoke, without needing to meet him directly. While Cord's attacks seem extremely exaggerated, they are actually fluctuations of the chi refining stage. I cannot be wrong or misperceive this. Jamil's statement left the Tang family elders gasping in disbelief. Could it be? A chi refining adept producing such devastating attacks? One punch that obliterated nearly 100 Tang family guest adepts, snapped ancient trees in the primeval forest, and blew away dense mists, causing what seemed like a natural disaster. Such power was unmatched, even by late-stage tribulation transcending spirit caves. Yet, Jamil claimed Cord was merely at the chi refining stage. Chi refining was an early stage, not even reaching foundation establishment. Could it possibly have such destructive power? Patriarch, Cord is really only at the chi refining stage, but normally, killing chi refining spirit caves is like slaughtering dogs. One punch and they explode. This time, it's the opposite. Cord is mercilessly killing our guest adepts, an elder protested. The truth is indeed as you see. Cord uses his incredibly advanced chi refining stage to continuously defeat our guest adepts. His layers of chi refining are staggeringly high, probably surpassing 1,000. No, 10,000 layers. Jamil revealed the eerie nature of Cord's strength, something even the immortals of the Azure Dark Hall dared not assert so definitively. Being well-informed, Jamil had heard rumors about adepts stacking their cultivation stages immensely. 10,000 layers of chi refining? The Tang family's top brass were once again stunned. Their first thought was, is Cord crazy? If he could exert such immense energy at the chi refining stage, why not advance his cultivation stage? 10,000 layers of chi refining could gather enough favor to propel Cord to the Yang deity stage. Why stay stagnant? Does he enjoy keeping people guessing? This is truly unimaginable. The elders muttered with wry smiles. Ordinary adepts find it extremely difficult to reach such high levels in any cultivation stage. I believe Cord must possess an immortal level cultivation method, specifically designed to stack cultivation stages. Jamil further elaborated on his theory. And he wasn't wrong. Cord did possess an immortal level cultivation method, the 10,000 layers of chi refining. This method, evolved by his golden finger, was irreversible once cultivated, making his current predicament inevitable. If that's the case, Cord is indeed troublesome, the Tang family elders nodded solemnly. To solve this problem, we must imprison him, block off his cave residence, and cut off his source of popular support. Even if he's powerful, he'll have no choice but to yield. Jamil reiterated his plan, to locate Cord and seal off his residence simultaneously. But if Cord's chi refining layers are that high, his combat power far exceeds ours. Can we capture him? A guest elder asked hesitantly. You need not worry about that. Huey can be so overwhelmingly strong because none of you use spirit shields. If you all had advanced spirit shields, his attacks would be greatly weakened. If Cord were present, he'd likely marvel at Jamil's insights. Are you old man peeping into my life, or what? How else could you know so much? Chapter 208. This is an insult to the Tang family. Cord was well aware of his own capabilities. Indeed, as Jamil described in a nutshell, his attacks had wide-ranging and high damage potential but very low penetration power. If the opponent didn't erect a shield, Cord's attack could even injure immortals. However, if they did have a shield up, the power of his attacks would plummet drastically. When he encountered a turtle-like monster lord similar to a tortoise in the primal forest, it took Cord 4 days to wear it down until it finally died. That particular turtle monster was merely at the early xiuxian stage. So, if Cord could hear Jamil's words, he would undoubtedly be astounded, marveling at how accurate a seasoned old fox like Jamil could be just by watching a video clip. Hearing Jamil's words, the guest elders of the Tang family seemed reassured. Jamil's judgment had almost never been wrong over the years, so they were willing to trust him. With their fear of Cord allayed, Jamil now began planning the encirclement and annihilation of Cord. After pondering for a moment, he turned to Ungkor and asked again. Ungkor, since you've seen Cord, tell us where we should search for him. From what I understand, we may not even need to look for Cord. Speaking of this, a hint of bitter laughter appeared on Ungkor's face. Why? Based on my understanding, he will most likely come to the Tang family secret realm to cause trouble. As soon as these words left Ungkor's mouth, there was an uproar in the room. What was the Tang family secret realm? This was the territory where the Tang family ruled. Any one of the cave spirits here could carve out a domain in the Taichu secret realm. It was teeming with experts. The Tang family's cave spirits' residences were renowned in the Shenzhou world, with cultivators queuing up every day to explore. Not to mention the Tang family's superweapon against cave spirits, the tyrant crossbow, which would surely pierce through Cord's residence if he dared to come. In short, the Tang family's stronghold was akin to a dragon's den or a tiger's lair. Yet Cord dared to breach it? Ungkor, I think you're overestimating Cord. No matter how bold he is, would he dare to intrude into our Tang family secret realm? Not to mention that although we captured Bridget, would he really storm the Tang family secret realm for her sake? Is Ungkor still secretly afraid of Cord? Afraid to search for him in the primal forest? The senior elders dismissed Ungkor's concerns, thinking that Cord wouldn't dare invade the Tang family secret realm. As long as Cord had any sense, he wouldn't do this. Watching the mocking expressions of the Tang family senior elders, Ungkor sighed bitterly. These people were too pampered, not realizing that some cave spirits defied common logic. When Germano led the team searching for Bridget in the primal forest, no one expected Cord to kill Howl after finishing him and then go on to hunt Tang family guest elders. At first, they dared to confront Cord and even organized guest elders to besiege him. But after that encounter, Cord instantly killed dozens of Tang family guest elders, and Germano fled with Bridget, fearing that Cord might chase them. Even when they returned to the Tang family secret realm, Germano still set up defensive formations every night for fear that Cord would come. So the Tang family elders thought Cord wouldn't come looking for trouble? How naive. Ungkor, you believe Cord will come knocking? Even Jamil doubted Ungkor's judgment this time, believing that no sane cave spirit would dare to enter the Tang family secret realm. A lower realm cave spirit attempting to rescue someone in a higher realm was unthinkable. Boom. Just as the Tang family leadership was holding a meeting, they suddenly felt a tremor underfoot. The elders rushed out of the council chamber, wanting to know what was happening. The ground in the Tang family actually shakes? What's going on? The head of the household, it's an enemy attack. A cave spirit has breached the Tang family secret city. The guard who watched over the secret city crawled hurriedly to Jamil. Shock spread across the faces of the senior elders. No way. Could a cave spirit really dare to enter the Tang family secret realm? How reckless must Cord be? Did he have a death wish? Take me there. Jamil's face darkened as he gritted out these words. They had just been discussing whether Cord had the guts to invade, and in the next second, he arrived and broke through the gate of the Tang family secret city. This was blatant disrespect. This was open humiliation. If Cord escaped unscathed, the Tang family would never hold its head high before other secret realms. Is this the Tang family secret realm? Compared to the Taichu secret realm, it is indeed much grander. Standing above the gate of the Tang family secret city, Cord marveled. Having swiftly killed dozens of Tang family guest elders, he obtained the fog map back from the primal forest and sought Esther's guidance, finally reaching the Tang family secret realm. Initially, Cord hadn't intended to cause trouble. He only wanted to negotiate with the head of the Tang family about purchasing the rare material, tyrant fish whiskers. However, issues arose during the identity check at the city gate. While being questioned, the guards received the highest level bounty order clearly depicting Cord. Thus, conflict erupted immediately. Cord became their target and had no choice but to force his way into the Tang family secret realm. Trouble, the head of the Tang family won't have a good impression of me now, Cord sighed inwardly. Huey had hoped to leverage his relationship with Bridget to negotiate, possibly trick, or trade for the tyrant fish whiskers. Now, it looked impossible. But perhaps he didn't realize how much hatred the Tang family held for him. The highest level bounty order made it clear they despised him. Well, let me return to my cave first. I haven't been there for a long time. Entering the secret realm means I can return there, right? Cord thought and realized he could indeed return to his cave effortlessly. It felt natural, instinctual, like eating or drinking water. Return to my cave. With that, Cord vanished directly within the Tang family secret realm. This left Jamil and the Tang family's guest elders and seniors dumbfounded. Their assessment of Cord's audacity was off the mark. They knew he was arrogant, but they didn't expect this level of arrogance. Returning to his cave within the enemy's territory meant what? That the next time he entered the cave's spirit realm, he would reappear in the Tang family secret realm. Wasn't that giving the Tang family experts a chance to surround him? How disdainful must he feel towards the Tang family to do this? It was as if Cord was slapping the Tang family's face while arrogantly saying, "Go ahead and surround me. I'm not afraid." Insult, pure insult to the Tang family. Chapter 209. The Tang family's misunderstanding and the peril of Xian Yao's cave mansion. The Tang family had seen many arrogant cave spirits before, but never one as audaciously reckless as this. Many of the elders were so infuriated that their chests heaved with anger. Returning to one's cave mansion Thuyi within an enemy's secret realm was common knowledge. It left a very noticeable mark. Enemy cave spirits would completely surround this marker, ambushing anyone who dared to show themselves, turning them into sieves. Furthermore, losing access to the cave spirit's secret realm greatly impeded development. First, it prevented communication with cultivators in the Sunzhou world, and also barred trading with other cave spirits. Without their secret realm, cave spirits would be reduced to hiding in their mansions, playing solo like in a single-player game. Revised translation asterisk. The Tang family had encountered many arrogant cave spirits before, but never one as brazenly reckless as this. Many of the elders were so infuriated that their chests heaved with anger. Returning to one's cave mansion at will within an enemy's secret realm was a well-known taboo. It left a very noticeable mark. If this happened, enemy cave spirits would completely surround this marker, lying in wait to ambush anyone who dared to emerge, turning them into sieves. Furthermore, losing access to the cave spirit's secret realm significantly hindered development. First, it cut off communication with cultivators in the human world, and also prevented trading with other cave spirits. Without access to their secret realm, cave spirits would be reduced to hiding in their mansions, isolated and unable to interact, much like playing a single-player game. This revision ensures the translation is more fluent, accurately conveys the meaning of the original text, and maintains consistency in terminology and style. Choosing to return to one's own cave mansion within an enemy's advanced secret realm meant giving up the chance to return to the cave spirit's own secret realm. Either this person was completely ignorant of common sense or looked down on the enemy's secret realm, confident that even if surrounded, they could break out at will. It felt like a deliberate act of humiliation, returning to the cave mansion within their secret realm just to mock them. And here, Eve was even more audacious, immediately returning to his cave mansion after breaking through the city gates. This blatant arrogance deliberately drew attention from the entire Tang family's secret realm, showing everyone that he could return right before their eyes. The humiliation was too much for even Jamil, the patriarch of the Tang family, who couldn't hold back his anger. His face darkened as he crushed the walnut he'd been idly playing with, symbolizing his extreme rage. Set up the formation. Deploy heavy forces to guard here, and aim the Tang family overlord crossbows at this spot. Once Eve appears, annihilate him. After speaking, Jamil didn't leave. Instead, he sat down on the spot. Huey wanted to wait for Eve to appear. Only by killing Eve could he vent his fury. News of Eve breaking into the Tang family's secret realm and returning to his cave mansion spread quickly, reaching Bridget and Emily's ears. Upon hearing the full story, Bridget covered her mouth in shock while Emily gaped, stunned enough to fit an egg in her mouth. After a long pause, she asked the guest scholar reporting the news, "Is what you say true? Did Eve break into the Tang family's secret realm city and then return to his cave mansion right before everyone's eyes?" "Yes, I'm not mistaken. Lady Jia's husband was truly extraordinary. I must go now. I'll report back with any updates." The young woman who delivered the message quickly left the small, dark room where Bridget and her mother were confined, leaving Emily astonished and Bridget overjoyed. "Mom, I told you he would come. Huey'll arrive on a cloud of 7 colors to save me." Bridget grabbed her mother's arm, her face brimming with suppressed joy and excitement. All right, but your husband's actions are too extreme. If he wanted to rescue you, it should have been done secretly. Now the entire Tang family is hunting him down. If he sneaked in quietly, he might have been able to rescue you unnoticed. But now, he's being too reckless. Excessive rigidity can lead to breaking, Emily said, stroking Bridget's cheek with a bitter smile. Young men naturally have high spirits. Huey wants to declare openly that he's taking me away, and everyone must know about it. My chosen one must be bold and fearless. Huey needs to rescue me in front of everyone. Bridget's eyes sparkled with stars. She loved Eve's silent yet domineering style. No words, just actions. More dominant than anyone else, giving her no chance to refuse. But sigh, he'll have to face the Tang family's overlord crossbows. That's a super weapon specifically targeting cave spirits. Entering the Tang family's secret realm again will be dangerous for him, Emily sighed, concerned about Bridget's reaction if he failed. Perhaps he doesn't take the Tang family's super weapon seriously. Bridget dismissed her worries, trusting Eve completely. Huey was simply too cool. She had imagined various scenarios where Eve would rescue her. Reason told her that if he came, it would likely be secretly. But Eve chose the most unexpected and exhilarating way, breaking into the Tang family's secret realm city and then returning to his cave mansion right before everyone's eyes. It was like telling the Tang family, "I'm not afraid of your preparations. Go ahead and prepare. I'll wash up at home and come back to deal with you." So audacious, so domineering. Just thinking about it made her thrilled. Bridget began fantasizing anew, imagining even bolder possibilities. Meanwhile, Eve knew nothing of the Tang family's response. Huey just felt that somehow, he had exposed himself prematurely. Originally, he intended to negotiate, but now it seemed impossible. If negotiation wasn't possible, borrowing a place to return to his cave mansion for a moment was reasonable. After all, Eve suspected there might be problems with his cave mansion. Even though a cave spirit couldn't physically return to its cave mansion from the origin forest, it could still sense if something major was wrong. Just check if the popularity dropped sharply. A sharp drop indicated serious issues requiring immediate attention. Problems could include broken formations or treasures being taken away, causing a decline in interest from other cultivators. But the situation at Xinyao's cave mansion was far worse. In simple terms, the cultivators had rebelled. When Eve returned, he found Rosalie and Adelia Heelan confronting cultivators, with Sally, the seven-colored swallowing sky python, uncertain whether to intervene. Sister Chandler, Sister Adelia, we only want justice. Why won't immortal Xianyao explain? What's the origin of our opportunity? Is it derived from others' cultivation? The leading cultivator was Storm, a senior figure from the demon Dao's Wandan sect, who sought the golden tortoise poison toad. Initially, it was promised to match him best, but upon arriving at Xianyao's cave mansion, he paid a huge price for it. Normally, it wouldn't matter, as getting the valuable poison toad was worth everything. However, Storm overheard a junior disciple boasting about trading a glass vase for abundant cultivation resources. Recognizing the vase, Storm realized he'd been deceived. Gradually, suspicions arose among other cultivators, who discovered their prized opportunities came from older cultivators within Xianyao's cave mansion. This revelation sparked widespread outrage, demanding Eve give an explanation. By now, tensions had escalated beyond resolution. Chapter 210. Speechless? Then I'll show you something real. Cord's setup for the Carefree Cave platform was to attract cultivators who were already familiar with the cave rules through opportunities activities. Huey then created a list of assets belonging to cave cultivators to attract new cultivators. If a new cultivator was interested in any spirit treasure, Cord would set the ongoing opportunity activity task of the old cultivator as needing to submit that spirit treasure, while rewarding the old cultivator with the price paid by the new cultivator as stage-based rewards. New cultivators are referred to as buyers. Old cultivators engaged in opportunity activities are referred to as sellers. Thus, a transaction between buyer and seller who never met could be completed. This wouldn't have been problematic on its own. But Cord was greedy. How could he possibly grow and thrive if it ended here? How would the Carefree Cave accomplish bloody accumulation? Since the buyers and sellers didn't meet face-to-face, sometimes the newly entered cultivators would pay a huge price, but the sellers didn't need that much at all. In such cases, Cord would readily accept the extra price paid by the buyer. Did you think this was where it ended? Then you really underestimate Cord's ruthlessness. Now that he was no longer human, he didn't need to act like one. Huey not only exploited the buyers, but also the sellers. Sometimes, during an opportunity activity, cultivators found that the required materials kept increasing. While cultivators completing opportunity activities could receive phase-based rewards, that was just in theory. Many cultivators cursed as they continued their tasks. If they gave up, they would lose everything. When Cord was present, he could still manage this balance. However, with Cord absent, Sienna and Christiana struggled to maintain the right degree, causing both buyers and sellers to grow increasingly dissatisfied. When buyers and sellers communicated, they realized they were being duped from both sides by the Carefree Cave. And so, conflict erupted. Storm, didn't you get your golden turtle poison, cicada? What more do you want? Sienna shouted loudly. She was now in a precarious position herself. Since deception had started, there was no turning back. Is this supposed to be the Carefree Cave's own stockpile of opportunities? It's clearly other cultivators' private treasures. The Carefree Cave really has ulterior motives. How dare you try to deceive us into parting with our materials? Storm sneered and approached step by step. Huey was unafraid of Arental Flower, the seven-colored devouring sky python, because he had support from outside the cave from a magic Dao immortal. Outside the Carefree Cave, there were the dark Azure Hall's magic Dao immortals blocking the entrance. Thus, Storm's unrest was indirectly instigated by Erong Chandleryang. At this moment, Erong Chandleryang continued to possess Alf and mingled among the cultivators observing. Huey had been watching for quite some time, trying to confirm whether Cord was present or not. If Cord wasn't there, he planned to directly breach the Carefree Cave. Although he might not be able to destroy the cave, he could drive out the cultivators inside. That way, when dealing with Cord later, there would be no interference. But Erong Chandleryang couldn't tell if Cord was present or not. If he was, what if he seized another immortal weapon? Moreover, the Carefree Cave housed two immortal souls and immortal arrays, which made Erong Chandleryang tread carefully. After days of observation, he concluded Cord likely wasn't there. Therefore, he boldly manipulated Alf to echo Storm. Yes, opportunity tasks used to require fewer materials. Why am I getting poorer the more I do them now? Indeed, we're here for opportunities, not to work for free. Exactly. If my belongings are going to other cultivators, why don't I trade directly? Why involve the Carefree Cave as a middleman? I agree. If certain materials are needed, we should trade amongst ourselves. The cultivators echoed in agreement. Even Arental Flower retreated continuously without attacking, recognizing the difficulty of opposing multiple enraged cultivators. Arental Flower's intelligence was comparable to humans, even surpassing them. It knew Cord valued the safety of the cave's cultivators. Otherwise, despite possessing a powerful immortal beast, Cord rarely ordered Arental Flower to kill. Only those who repeatedly violated the cave's rules and disregarded Cord's warnings would face Arental Flower's lethal attacks. SSSSSS. Arental Flower coiled, its giant eyes fixed on the cultivators, yet it didn't attack. These cultivators hadn't violated any Carefree Cave rules. Cord wasn't authoritarian enough to silence the cultivators' discussions about the cave. Previously, many cultivators complained about the cave deceiving them, and Cord allowed it. Even if Cord could use force to silence them, he couldn't suppress their thoughts. Suppressing complaints after they left would create even more trouble. Therefore, Cord preferred addressing issues with concrete actions rather than forcefully suppressing speech. This time, however, with Cord absent, Sienna and Christiana failed to handle the crisis properly, leading to escalating tensions. Sienna and Christiana are terrible at crisis management. As expected, they probably don't even know what public relations mean. We should find someone from a service industry to handle customer service. Returning to the cave, Cord didn't reveal himself immediately but observed the situation inside the cave. Watching the agitated cultivators and understanding their grievances, Cord grasped what had happened. The credibility of the Carefree Cave was in question, primarily due to his overly ambitious plans. Various forces were watching how Cord handled this. Based on his response, their attitudes towards the Carefree Cave might fundamentally change. First was Chanleryong of the Dark Azure Hall, who had been hiding within Alf's body to observe the Carefree Cave. Huey joined Storm's protest, knowing the Carefree Cave was currently teetering on the edge despite appearances. Unlike the Dark Azure Hall, which directly boosted cultivation, the Carefree Cave relied entirely on opportunity activities. If these were doubted, serious problems would soon arise. Without the cultivators working together for Cord, Chanleryong might have breached the cave. The Carefree Cave faces internal strife. Even if Cord appears, it's hard to turn things around. This isn't something words can solve. Chanleryong pondered somberly. Cord also understood that mere words were insufficient, but thankfully, his trip to the Origin Forest yielded more than mere rhetoric. Under the watchful eyes of both old and new cultivators, Cord slowly revealed himself. Chapter 211. Striving to be the next Lawrence. Cord's figure slowly appeared in the cave abode, drawing everyone's attention like a superstar. Immortal Cord. It's really Immortal Cord emerging. What? There really is an Immortal Cord? I thought it was just made up by the righteous cultivators. Immortal Cord looks this way. Indeed, very handsome. His looks can almost rival those of the Lost Reader clan mentioned in the Legends of Xuanhuan annals. Immortal Cord. You came at the perfect time. I have something to ask you. Are the supplies I received exchanged from other cultivators? If so, that's not worth it. The price I paid far exceeds what I gained. Superior Immortal Holt. Did the items we submitted for our chance encounters really end up traded to demon path cultivators? Those villains. I'd rather die than have my supplies fall into their hands. If helping them cultivate means I'm aiding evil. Yes, we are sworn enemies with the demon path. If our resources help demon path cultivators, they will grow and come back to kill us righteous cultivators. That would mean we indirectly killed countless future generations, which I don't want to see. Cultivators within the Immortal Holt Cave abode, be they old members or newcomers, from the righteous or demon paths, now directed their questions to Cord. The most critical point was the origin of the Immortal Holt Cave abode supplies. If this issue were not resolved, the credibility of the Immortal Holt Cave abode would plummet rapidly. This time, no major factions dared to immediately take sides. They were all watching and waiting. Only those who had witnessed the development of the Immortal Holt Cave abode remained steadfast in their belief. Eric Lawrence, like Gervais. Yes, during this period of questioning, Gervais firmly stood with the Immortal Holt Cave abode, leading the Wuxia sect. Huey even ignored the orders from his own master, the Burt Taoist, and the sect leader of Xiuxian Mountain, Honor. Originally, Xiuxian Mountain held a neutral stance, thinking that if the Immortal Holt Cave abode collapsed, a swarm of cultivators might attack the cave. At that point, switching sides would be too late. If the Immortal Holt Cave abode was truly attacked by cultivators, as supporters, they wouldn't get any benefits and might suffer collateral damage. Therefore, Honor initially ordered his disciples to observe. This included the outer sect Wuxia sect. However, Gervais announced on the spot that he was separating from the Wuxia sect and Xiuxian Mountain, determined to support Cord. This action stunned both the Burt Taoist and Honor, who couldn't understand why Gervais did this. Was it necessary? They were merely observing without immediately pledging support. Was breaking away from the sect necessary? But Gervais's response was that it was necessary. Huey was only one representative. Those who had seen Lawrence's rise chose to stand firm. Initially, many cultivators mocked the Immortal Holt Cave abode, but only Lawrence quietly persisted. In the end, Lawrence directly obtained an immortal level opportunity and soared high. Now, Lawrence has become one of the brightest new stars in the cultivation world. Initially, Lawrence was like an ant compared to Gervais. But after obtaining the immortal level opportunity from the Immortal Holt Cave abode, Lawrence, in just a few months, achieved parity with Gervais's realm. In a real fight, Gervais no longer had confidence in beating Lawrence. This was the power of the immortal treasure of the Immortal Holt Cave abode. But the immortal treasure wasn't always available. It required following Cord's rules. However, there was an exception. Cultivators discovered another method to quickly complete the opportunity event, making outstanding contributions to the Immortal Holt Cave abode. What counts as outstanding contribution? Sometimes, it doesn't necessarily mean doing something significant. Firmly trusting when everyone doubts can also be silent support and contribution. Just like Lawrence back then. Later, cultivators realized that Cord chose Lawrence as a benchmark. This benchmark was what many cultivators dreamt of, but could never reach. To become a benchmark of the Immortal Holt Cave abode, one needed a chance, and now is that chance. Seeing Cord appear, Gervais, who was already in his twilight years, was overwhelmed with tears. Huey raised his hands and shouted loudly. Immortal Holt has returned. Huey certainly won't deceive us. Just wait and see. These resources are a benefit given to us by Immortal Holt. How could he do such a thing? Other staunch supporters followed suit. I have always said that Immortal Holt wouldn't abandon us. Besides, superior Immortal Holt never lies. You dare to slander him like this? From today onwards, anyone who defames superior Immortal Holt will be our enemy. The Immortal sect was not a sect founded by Cord. It was just a small sect in Dongzhou dedicated to finding excellent cave abodes and scenic landscapes, led by the patriarch Frank. Initially, they conflicted with Gervais over the ownership of the Immortal Holt Cave abode and were mildly punished by Cord. Now, he too became a steadfast supporter of the Immortal Holt Cave abode. There was no choice. Cultivators who saw Lawrence's growth envied and lusted for similar success. If they could gain a portion of immortal luck, they could soar too. That's right. We swear to follow Immortal Holt until death, defending the dignity of the Immortal Holt Cave abode. Those staunch supporters loudly declared their loyalty to make an impression on Cord. This left senior leaders of various factions dumbfounded. Currently, the Dongzhou demon cultivator leaders were questioning the Immortal Holt Cave abode, possibly preparing to attack it soon. Once the Immortal Holt Cave abode fell, the rule of non-violence among cultivators would be gone, and these supporters would face retribution. Yet, under these circumstances, they still firmly supported. Insane. They were simply insane. These cultivators are really Seeing the fervor of the supporters, Cord showed a mix of amusement and frustration. Huey understood their mindset. They wanted to be the next Lawrence. This was the power of the benchmark. Because Cord chose Lawrence as a benchmark, cultivators realized that steadfast belief in the immortal Holt cave abode could yield such returns. Though Cord understood the cultivators' thoughts, he didn't expose it. Instead, he had to address the skepticism head-on. So Cord emerged and solemnly addressed the crowd. I am aware of your doubts. I left for some time to search for new resources in a treacherous place. Upon hearing this, Storm, the leader of the skeptical faction, sneered. Really? I don't. Huey was about to say, I don't believe, but the word believe never left his mouth. Huey froze, his face showing shock. Suddenly, the immortal Holt cave abode was filled with unimaginable treasures. Chapter 212. The Carefree Cave Temple truly does not disappoint. Storm had barely finished his sentence when he suddenly noticed a pile of objects emitting various hues within the Carefree Cave Temple. Focusing his gaze, he was stunned. Cord did not bring out ordinary spirit level or Shin level spirit treasures. Many of the items he produced were already extinct or long out of circulation, cultivation materials, and spirit treasures. For instance, the golden tortoise poison cicada that Storm yearned for so deeply, Cord brought out 10 in one go, all stored in semi-transparent frosted glass bottles. Since Storm claimed his golden tortoise poison cicada came from a minor demonic cultivator, Cord simply produced 10 identical specimens without argument, making it clear that the Carefree Cave Temple was far from lacking such items. Thus there was no need to take them from others. Seeing this, Gervais, with his quick-witted mind, immediately seized the moment, pointing at Storm's nose and loudly rebuking. Storm, didn't you say the golden tortoise poison cicada is the only one in the world? Now Immortal Cord has just produced 10. Do you still dare question the strength of the Carefree Cave Temple? It's not just the golden tortoise poison cicada. The treasures hidden in the Carefree Cave Temple are beyond our wildest dreams. What is this? Why does this leg bone gleam like jade? Why does it exude such formidable power? Could this be the leg bone of some demon beast? It can't be. I recognize this. It's the leg bone of a weeping white ape. And the quality, could it possibly belong to the king of weeping white apes? The king of weeping white apes? That is. It is a monster declared extinct in the records of Divine Continent. Even the traveling immortal who wrote it only found the last skeleton of a weeping white ape in a cave, matching exactly what we see here. Look at this. What could this be? Could it be the legendary ancient copper crystal? Is it true that such crystals can strengthen a cultivator's body when soaked in specially prepared water? The cultivators were struck by the sudden appearance of vast quantities of materials from the Carefree Cave Temple, their expressions ranging from shock to varied degrees of awe. Those who steadfastly believed in the Carefree Cave Temple wore an unsurprised look. They knew this would happen. A few cultivators had unwavering faith in the cave temple from the beginning. More importantly, a significant number of them looked visibly relieved, as they had bet on Cord resolving the crisis and becoming the next benchmark. The doubters and opponents, including Storm, were dumbfounded, unable to process how the Carefree Cave Temple possessed so many materials thought to have vanished long ago. These were unparalleled treasures. In the distant past, the composition of spiritual chi in Divine Continent was different, allowing those now extinct monsters to survive. Cultivators back then advanced more easily and obtained rare cultivation materials with greater frequency. As the structure of spiritual chi changed over time, those creatures that could not adapt gradually became extinct, which in turn slowed the pace of cultivation for humans. Environmental factors had forced these changes, and there was nothing much that could be done. Yet, no one expected Cord to produce these long-extinct treasures as if they were wholesale goods. The doubters felt their faces burning with shame. They had clearly misjudged and slandered someone they shouldn't have. The depth of the Carefree Cave Temple's resources was beyond their comprehension. Expressions of shame, regret, and astonishment spread across their faces. The fence-sitters, too, mostly felt regret for not standing firm in support of the cave temple. After all, the 12 spirit generals of the Azure Dark Palace couldn't even breach the cave temple. What hope did these demonic cultivators have? Since Immortal Cord has produced so many rare treasures, naturally he would disdain using the wealth of cultivators as bait. It's we who were ignorant. Now I feel regretful. Among the cultivation materials Cord displayed, there was a piece of protective armor I have always wanted, rumored to have been missing for nearly 1,000 years. How did it end up with Immortal Cord? Storm is truly deceitful. Huey accused the Carefree Cave Temple of luring away cultivators' assets through opportunity tasks. What nonsense. Each of these materials Immortal Cord presented is a priceless treasure. Realizing their error, the former skeptics expressed profound regret, turning their ire towards Storm for initiating the doubts. Suddenly, the 10,000 Poison sect became the target of everyone's criticism. Storm, aren't you funny? Didn't you always want the golden tortoise poison cicada? You said exchanging the entire 10,000 Poison sect for this item would be worth it. Now that Immortal Cord offers it, why do you argue? But isn't this a favor he's doing for you? If you don't want to contribute materials to cut the queue, you can always join the line patiently. We were misled by Storm. Initially, we trusted Immortal Cord, but Storm spouted nonsense. Why did we believe him? Initially, it wasn't Storm who doubted the Carefree Cave Temple, but as a senior member of the 10,000 Poison sect, he was well known among demonic cultivators. Moreover, due to the Azure Dark Palace's 12 spirit generals blocking the entrance, all new arrivals were demonic cultivators aiding Jetty. These demonic cultivators were initially there to help Jetty reclaim his life and death chessboard from Cord. However, he could either complete a mission for Cord or break into the cave temple. Ironically, to retrieve his own life-bound treasure, he had to participate in Cord's activities, necessitating assistance from other demonic cultivators. Therefore, all newcomers were demonic cultivators, recognizing Storm easily. Though not the first to raise doubts, Storm followed the voice of dissent and received secret instructions from higher-ups in the Azure Dark Palace, only to become the object of scorn within the demonic realm. I didn't start it, and I just went along with the doubts. Where are the spirit generals? Clearly, it was your instruction. Why don't you come out and speak for me? Storm raised his hands in despair, feeling deeply wronged. Huey thought following the spirit generals would bring benefits, but ended up being used as a pawn. Storm eventually understood. The Azure Dark Palace asked him to lead the questioning because they themselves did not wish to confront Cord directly. But what puzzled him most was why 4 Demon Dao Immortals from the Azure Dark Palace did not dare to attack the Carefree Cave Temple. Why did they resort to underhanded tactics? Truly perplexing. Chapter 213. Maintenance Compensation Reward. If Storm knew that the Azure Dark Hall had actually attacked the Tranquil Abode Cave yet failed to conquer it, he would likely be even more bewildered. Indeed, many of the demonic cultivators were not aware of this incident. It sounds absurd, doesn't it? With both righteous and demonic cultivators residing within the Tranquil Abode Cave, and the righteous cultivators having previously united to form battle soul puppets against Erong Chandler Yang, how could the demonic cultivators remain unaware of the Azure Dark Hall's attack on the Tranquil Abode Cave? This ignorance was not Storm's fault. The righteous and demonic cultivators have always despised each other. Amidst the presence of numerous righteous and demonic cultivators within the cave, none would dare interact with those from the opposite camp. Their relationship was such that any word exchanged between them would invite intense criticism from their own side. A righteous cultivator speaking to a demonic one would be seen as a traitor, and they were unwilling to explain the intricacies of the Tranquil Abode Cave to the demonic cultivators, who they wished would suffer. Beyond sarcastic insults, no real words would pass between them. Thus the demonic cultivators often dismissed any hearsay about the Azure Dark Hall failing to breach the Tranquil Abode Cave as mere insults. It made sense that Storm didn't know about the failed attack by the Azure Dark Hall. Cord merely chuckled inwardly at the evident regret on the faces of Storm and his peers. These people were now on his blacklist, destined to experience endless trials. Cord was clear in his stance. If one believed in him, diligently completed tasks within the Tranquil Abode Cave, and helped promote its development, Cord would never fail to reward such a cultivator. However, if someone usually did their tasks well but turned a blind eye or doubted the Tranquil Abode Cave during crises, waiting for others to lead an attack to share the spoils afterward, well, then, Cord ensured they could only watch the coveted rewards, forever out of reach. The fairness of the Tranquil Abode Cave was relative. Cord had his standards, and he knew exactly what everyone was like. Now that he was back, it was time to settle accounts. Those who deserved rewards would get them. Those who deserved punishment would face consequences. Silence. I am now announcing the maintenance compensation for the Tranquil Abode Cave. Given the issues caused by my absence, here is the list of compensations. Cord's voice echoed through the Tranquil Abode Cave. The previously noisy cultivators quieted down, knowing that this rare compensation was significant. In reality, Cord's announcement was less about compensation and more about distributing rewards and punishments. This was necessary to show new cultivators the benefits of supporting the Tranquil Abode Cave consistently. Adili E. Chandler, Huey Savannah. Which cultivators have been steadfast supporters recently? Cord quietly asked Rosalie and Christiana. Many, mostly gathered together. They faced much exclusion from others. After all, among the righteous cultivators, there are doubters and observers. Rosalie nodded, pointing to a small group near Gervais. Indeed, this was true for many large sections. For example, Xuanhuan Mountain's honor had long sought opportunities within the Tranquil Abode Cave and even participated in defending it under Cord's supervision. But that was because he aimed for privileges Cord offered. If Cord weren't around, honor might have considered attacking the cave, even pondering whether to kill Arental Flower and seize the immortal blessings inside. Honor wasn't the only one with these thoughts. Other righteous leaders also considered similar actions. In truth, the current state of completing tasks for rewards was unusual. Typically, forceful seizure would be the norm. Therefore, Cord needed to exclude those opportunists from rewards. So, following Rosalie's finger, Cord nodded, continuing, very well. List all steadfast supporters and opponents of the Tranquil Abode Cave. Not a single name should be omitted. It seemed like a tough task for Rosalie, but it wasn't. Cultivators with enhanced divine souls have memories far surpassing ordinary humans. What takes an average person a long time to memorize, a cultivator can remember instantly, even noticing punctuation errors. Rosalie listed every supporter and opponent without hesitation, taking less than 15 minutes. Excellent. You and Christiana have worked hard. As a reward, you'll get 3 days off. Hearing this, Rosalie and Christiana gaped in shock. 3 days off. They felt incredibly excited. So thrilled that if Cord's former life's workers heard their thoughts, they'd surely weep, criticizing Cord for exploiting them so much that 3 days off moved them to tears. Putting aside their excitement, Cord turned to address the cultivators. All maintenance compensations are confirmed. Please check your vouchers to claim rewards from the cave. Golden characters appeared before all the cultivators, explaining Cord's recent absence and the inconveniences caused, along with compensation details, essentially gift vouchers. When the first cultivator opened his compensation voucher, he froze, tears welling up. Having steadfastly supported the Tranquil Abode Cave, he realized the incredible opportunity awaiting him. Perhaps, he could become the next Lawrence. Note: I have translated the names phonetically as requested, e.g., Rosalie instead of Moonlight Shadow, to maintain accuracy as per the instructions. Chapter 214. Immortal Tea. Before the cultivator could be excited for long, he heard an elderly and hoarse voice shout excitedly beside him. Great Fairy Cord is amazing, truly amazing. I have finally seen the moon after wading through the clouds. I have finally received the opportunity of the Xiuxian Cave realm. The man shouting was Gervais. It should be mentioned that Gervais's realm was still in the middle of cave concealment stage, but had advanced from the middle of that stage to its late phase. After being in the Xiuxian Cave realm for so long, he had become quite cunning and experienced. But because he was too shrewd, he initially only let his disciples help new cultivators to obtain cultivation resources, not taking the cave opportunities seriously himself. It wasn't until Cord changed the privileges for second-level cultivators in the cave that Gervais earnestly began undertaking these tasks, obediently following Cord's laid-out path. Afterward, his realm remained stagnant at the late cave concealment stage's void refinement realm. Since each realm is divided into 9 layers, with a grand completion stage after the 9th layer, Gervais didn't need to be overly anxious. Achieving the void refinement realm extended his lifespan by at least 200 or 300 years. Gervais's previous urgency stemmed from approaching the end of his lifespan, but humans shouldn't compare. Once comparisons start, one's mindset can easily falter. Take Arvin, patriarch of the Xiuxian sect, who entered the Xiuxian cave realm alongside Gervais. Arvin was now at the mid-stage of tribulation transcendence, indicating he had reached the great perfection stage within that realm. At this level, not only did his lifespan increase, it signified his cultivation had significantly advanced, attracting attention from the heavens and earth, readying him for the heavenly thunder tribulation. Cultivators at this stage could travel thousands of miles on the wind without fatigue, roaming freely as they pleased, unrestricted by any place or boundary. Cultivators at the great perfection stage were beyond the constraints of natural laws, able to do anything they wished, displaying the initial grandeur of immortality. However, when Arvin first arrived at the Xiuxian cave realm, he hadn't even reached the tribulation transcendence stage. Legend had it he had always been diligent in participating in the opportunities within the cave realm, never giving up even when nearly driven to madness. Moreover, the Xiuxian sect under Arvin's leadership differed from the wuxia sect. While the wuxia sect accepted many disciples, the Xiuxian sect adhered to a principle of quality over quantity, with the entire sect comprising fewer than 100 members. This made Arvin's progress through cave activities much more difficult than Gervais's. Initially, Arvin had to seek assistance from other cultivators, hoping for their support. Many laughed at him, thinking it impossible to achieve such an opportunity in the Xiuxian cave realm. Surprisingly, 1 month later, Arvin successfully completed a series of events, earning an 8th grade Xian class pill named Fei Du Pill, Transcendence Pill. This pill, crafted by the second patriarch of Medicine King sect, propelled him from the late cave concealment stage to the early tribulation transcendence stage. The pill's effects continued to manifest as Arvin's realm rapidly ascended, breaking through all barriers until he reached the great perfection stage. Watching all this unfold, Gervais, though silent, felt intense envy. He yearned for a similar opportunity to transcend the cave concealment stage. When the Xiuxian cave realm faced doubts from others, Gervais saw his chance. From the start, he steadfastly supported the cave realm without wavering. Finally, his persistence paid off as Cord compensated him with a cup of immortal tea during the maintenance period. Immortal tea originated from an unknown source, but caused quite a stir upon its first appearance. It is an 8th grade Xian class treasure, originally unearthed by a mortal from a tomb during a devastating earthquake that split mountains, revealing hidden chambers. This mortal was a tomb raider. Upon entering the vast and intricately designed tomb, he found 3 cups of crystal clear tea in the main chamber. The tea within the cups appeared solid when still, rippling gently when moved. Driven by an inexplicable courage, the tomb raider drank 1 cup and carefully packed away the remaining 2. That single cup changed his life forever. Tomb raiders usually died young due to the heavy Chandler chi in tombs. Yet this one lived past 60, still youthful and energetic. Upon inquiry, he recalled the tomb and the tea he had consumed. Soon after, he caught the attention of cultivators, entering the cultivation world and rapidly advancing to become a rising star. When he eventually returned home, he found his great-granddaughter had aged into an old woman, and the axe handle he once used was completely rotted. Meanwhile, the whereabouts of the 2 cups of immortal tea he hid remained a mystery. Now, one of those legendary cups of immortal tea was in Gervais's hands. How could he not be excited? Why was he so sure it was the immortal tea? Simple, living for so long, he had heard numerous tales about cultivation, including the story of the immortal tea, which was well known. More importantly, Cord had labeled it 8th grade Xian class treasure, immortal tea. Gervais was overjoyed, but there was more. Beneath the immortal tea were additional rewards that almost made him faint with happiness. Various treasures, pills, and talismans showered upon him like a bounty. Tears streaming down his face, he couldn't help but shout, "Great Fairy Cord, the Xiuxian cave realm is amazing." However, immediately afterward, he heard disgruntled voices from other cultivators. What kind of lousy compensation? Why does mine differ so much from others? Cord had distributed various compensations and publicly disclosed what each individual received, causing immediate outrage among the cultivators. Why would there be such disparities in rewards within the same cave realm? Chapter 215. I won't give, and you cannot seize. Since the maintenance compensation rewards of Immortal Abode of Freedom were made public, cultivators could see what others had received as compensation. Those who had doubted Immortal Abode of Freedom immediately became enraged. They only received a few spirit stones as compensation. However, those who consistently supported Immortal Abode of Freedom and defended Cord received astonishingly lavish rewards. Apart from the usual pills, talismans, formations, and weapons, there were also long-extinct rare resources that could no longer be found in the mortal world. Leg bones of the weeping white ape, shell fragments of rock mountain turtles, bronze crystal hearts. The various compensatory resources left all the cultivators incredibly envious. Ordinarily, even one of these items would greatly aid an entire cultivation life. Never mind now when they came in such abundance. Envy. Sheer envy. This is unfair. The mortal abode of freedom is truly unjust. Shouldn't the compensation rewards be treated equally? Why is there such a huge difference between my reward and others? Yes, this is utterly unfair. Isn't Immortal Abode of Freedom supposed to promote fairness? How is this any different from major sects favoring certain exceptionally talented cultivators? K. I only got 3 mid-grade spirit stones. What's the use of that? But my junior who entered the abode with me received an Shin-level spiritual treasure which could change his entire cultivation life. This is unfair. Realizing this, the doubting cultivators started complaining about Cord's unfairness without any regard for decorum. Of course, some cultivators shut their mouths bitterly. They understood why. Since they had chosen to doubt Immortal Abode of Freedom, How could they expect anything when Immortal Sage returned powerfully? Those who still dared to question Immortal Abode of Freedom at this point were shamelessly thick-skinned. Faced with these complaints, Cord intervened directly before anyone else could speak. Do you have no idea what you did? When I was away, you kept saying Immortal Abode of Freedom was using cultivators' resources for transactions. If you say so, do you still have the face to accept subsidies from me? Cord's words echoed throughout Immortal Abode of Freedom. The demon cultivators who complained the loudest fell silent. They knew exactly what they had done. But since Cord seldom appeared, seemingly indifferent to Immortal Abode of Freedom, they acted without restraint, gambling that he wouldn't step in to explain. Thus, more cultivators would join them in complaint. No one expected that Cord would respond directly this time, and moreover, so righteously. Those who laughed but steadfastly supported Immortal Abode of Freedom indeed deserved protection and compensation. But those who consistently questioned, or even wanted to overthrow Immortal Abode of Freedom, still sought compensation. If Cord didn't give them even a pebble, it would already be enough considering their behavior. Seeing they couldn't get valuable cultivation resources, the doubting cultivators looked toward the top-ranking figures of the demon cultivation world, like Storm, who led the questioning of Immortal Abode of Freedom, prompting many demon cultivators to follow. But Storm and others were wrong too. They followed orders from the Azure Abyss Dark Hall's 12 spectral generals. At this critical moment, however, the Azure Abyss Dark Hall abandoned them, even pretending not to know them, signaling they shouldn't be involved in the questioning of Immortal Abode of Freedom. Boss Storm, isn't this wrong? Didn't they say the Azure Abyss Dark Hall instructed us to question Immortal Abode of Freedom and attack it soon? A demon sect leader, receiving no compensation, began to question Storm. That's true, they said so, but now they're silent. Storm smiled bitterly, never expecting the great generals to manipulate them as pawns and discard them once used. This was truly excessive. If we are compensated this way, we are completely at a loss. We cannot accept it. We only ask the lords of the Azure Abyss Dark Hall to lead the attack on Immortal Abode of Freedom. Suddenly, some demon cultivators burst out with this slogan. Unlike righteous cultivators who adhered to principles and moral codes, especially when dealing with difficult challenges in abodes, they always respected the requirements of the abode's master, carefully solving array puzzles. In other words, righteous cultivators acted within limits. But demon cultivators believed in taking whatever they could by force. They resorted to arson, plunder, and any means necessary for cultivation. Signing in obediently and doing tasks inside Immortal Abode of Freedom was already unbearable for them. They wanted to start seizing the resources inside, just waiting for a powerful leader to initiate the assault. Even celestial beasts were fair game. Cultivators risked everything for spiritual treasures. Now, they only hoped the lords of the Azure Abyss Dark Hall would lead the attack on Immortal Abode of Freedom. Seeing the rising clamor among demon cultivators demanding an attack on Immortal Abode of Freedom, Jedi, possessing Kong Shinzong, showed extreme dissatisfaction. With a grim expression, he inwardly grumbled. These guys are ruining my plans. I've completed dozens of tasks, even catching up on progress. Attacking Immortal Abode of Freedom now? Are they bored? New members joining Immortal Abode of Freedom were initially captured by the Azure Abyss Dark Hall to assist Jedi, thus his task progress was quite high. Regarding the daily Go game, Jedi already surpassed all other cultivators, with no one in Immortal Abode of Freedom ahead of him. So, until retrieving his Aranfian Death chessboard, Jedi did not wish to stir trouble. But his reluctance didn't mean Cord would spare him. Facing the demon cultivators' calls, Cord coldly announced his punishment. All cultivators who have ever doubted Immortal Abode of Freedom and spread rumors will have their progress and opportunities reset to 0, and submitted materials will not be refunded. This announcement stirred a storm among demon cultivators. Many of them had accumulated significant progress in their opportunity missions within Immortal Abode of Freedom. To suddenly learn their progress was wiped clean, and even the submitted materials unrecoverable set them off. Immortal Abode of Freedom is a scam. You gathered us here with resource lists, and now you treat us like this? Brothers, let's fight him. It's just a celestial beast, right? Ben Immortal, you're worse than a dog. Absolutely lower than a dog. When you're away, can't people question things anymore? This is absurd. The demon cultivators began hurling insults. Cord scanned them coldly, then spoke slowly. You may question, but is that all you've done? Aren't you coveting Immortal Abode of Freedom's resources? Remember, what I give you belongs to you. If I don't give it, you cannot seize it. Chapter 216. Retract your progress. Have you learned your lesson? Cord's words were filled with unparalleled authority. Huey was no longer the same as before, when he still had to coax cultivators into daily check-ins. Back then, even if cultivators questioned and planned to attack the Xiuxian Cave Palace, Cord had to find ways to resolve the situation. Now, however, things were different. Cord had a steady group of supporters, and these demon cultivators not only questioned but also planned to overthrow the Xiuxian Cave Palace. Cord initially planned to ignore them, providing minimal compensation just to differentiate between supporters and questioners. But unexpectedly, these demon cultivators escalated their actions, openly calling for powerful figures from the Demon Dao to attack the Xiuxian Cave Palace. They simply didn't know their place. In response, Cord directly reset their Destiny mission's progress, reminding them who was the true master in the Xiuxian Cave Palace. Moreover, he did not single out anyone. Instead, he wiped out a large swath of progress in one fell swoop. This was a strategy he learned from modern business practices. If you punish only a small number of people, others might feel indignant on their behalf, thinking it unfair that Cord would reset someone's activity progress outright. However, if the punishment is widespread enough, those who might have felt indignant will join the punished ones to preserve themselves and even blame the troublemakers alongside Cord. This resulted in immediate internal conflict among the questioning faction. Not all cultivators were causing such chaos. Some, while voicing concerns about the Xiuxian Cave Palace's resources being taken from other cultivators, never called for an attack. These individuals found themselves inadvertently implicated, and now angrily rebuked their former allies. What are you all arguing for? For demon Dao immortals are right outside the cave palace. If they dare to attack the Xiuxian cave palace, wouldn't we all be targeted? This remark not only countered those calling for attacks, but also indirectly insulted the Azure Dark Hall. The demon cultivators of the Azure Dark Hall felt intensely frustrated, but could offer no rebuttal because their leaders indeed weren't attacking the Xiuxian cave palace. Thus, they glared at their former allies, who now betrayed them. Demon cultivators were like this, more whimsical than righteous cultivators, unbothered by pretense. Righteous cultivators might still consider face, but demons had none. They were willing to do anything to enhance their cultivation realm, which was why they chose demonic methods in the first place. This made demon cultivators more cunning. Once they sensed unfavorable winds, they immediately distanced themselves from their erstwhile allies. Have you lost your minds insulting the Azure Dark Hall like this? Are you tired of living? The Azure Dark Hall's cultivators retorted, as they remained the top demon power in the Eastern continent, boasting 4 demon Dao immortals with deep concealment. For any demon cultivator to speak thusly was akin to courting death. Go ahead, try laying a finger on me here within the Xiuxian cave palace. We realize our earlier actions were improper, but the destiny progress we've earned through hard work cannot be casually erased. Alf, possessed by Jetty, stepped forward and loudly proclaimed. Previously, when demon cultivators questioned the Xiuxian cave palace, Jetty used Alf to incite rebellion among the cultivators. However, he stayed silent when others asked demon Dao masters to attack the cave palace, for he was the leading demon in the Eastern continent and already extremely powerful with his Erranfee and Death chessboard. So, this cultivator is Alf, another alter ego of Jetty? Cord instantly identified Jetty. Huey felt somewhat amused yet understood his motives. Jetty sought to regain his Erranfee and Death chessboard through the destiny activities. Back then, Jetty blocked the entrance to the Xiuxian cave palace to monopolize the tasks, ensuring his lead. But Cord promptly introduced a popularity reservation system. Invite friends via supernatural crystals, and if they come to help, the reservations counted as actual support. Once invited friends actually visited the Xiuxian cave palace, the reservations turned into real popularity. With this new system, Jetty's ranking plummeted. Yet, he persisted in completing the destiny mission for the Erranfee and Death chessboard, maintaining significant progress and leading overall. If Cord hadn't known Jetty's identity, he might hesitate before offending such a formidable cultivator capable of drawing considerable support. But since he knew, everyone should get the picture. Just now, I stated there is no room for negotiation. You may restart your destiny progress. By the Celestial Dao Oath, as long as you abide by the rules of the Xiuxian cave palace, your destiny activity progress will remain unaffected. Shaking his head, Cord insisted on stripping the demon cultivators of their progress without giving them any leeway. However, he offered a way out, restarting their destiny activities with proper behavior ensuring no setbacks. Many demon cultivators exhibited anguish, deeply breathing, torn between rebellion and the allure of the destiny activities within the Xiuxian cave palace. But one person wasn't conflicted, Jetty, possessing Alf. Huey lifted his head, eyes cold as he asked Cord. No matter what, the progress can't be recovered? Yes. Cord nodded. Huey could have dangled false hope before Jetty, making it seem attainable yet insurmountable. But this time, he chose the hardest approach, both deeming it unnecessary and wanting to make an example. How could he establish the Xiuxian cave palace's authority among demon cultivators if he wavered? Even knowing it was Jetty, Cord stood firm. Retracting your destiny progress means retraction. No negotiation. Chapter 217. Making a scene? When Cord wants to establish his authority, he doesn't give face to anyone, even if that person is Jetty, the top cultivator of Dongzhou. By doing this, you're not giving us any room for negotiation at all? Alf continued to press on with a grim expression. The cultivator beside him immediately tugged at him and whispered, Old Kong, don't be so stubborn. Why argue with Grand Immortal Holt? You're right. We can always reobtain it if we lose progress, as long as we still have access to the current event entrance. The nearby cultivators meant well, but they didn't realize whom they were trying to persuade. At this point, Jetty's patience had worn completely thin. Over these days, he had enlisted the help of thousands of demon cultivators, only to be met with one endless loop after another. Initially, it was stated that inviting 5 friends would suffice, then came the chance points, energy values, and whatnot, like the grand fate wheel. Just when each loop seemed about to conclude, something unexpected always occurred. After repeating this cycle numerous times, Jetty began to doubt himself, questioning whether he had lost his mind. Yet every time it seemed like the task might be completed, he couldn't resist recruiting more cultivators, leading him into another new loop. Now, all he yearned for was to complete the entire task chain and retrieve the Erranfee and Death chessboard. But Cord didn't give him that chance, resetting his progress. This directly made Jetty feel as if his heart and soul were shattered. Unable to hold back any longer, he burst into maniacal laughter and loudly denounced Cord. What kind of damned cave fortress is this? It's worse than trash. Crack. The surrounding cultivators hadn't expected Alf to be so bold as to confront the immortal cave fortress directly. Recalling the fates of those who dared oppose the immortal cave fortress earlier, they immediately changed their expressions and clarified to Cord. Grand Immortal Holt, we aren't really close with Alf. His words don't represent us. In our eyes, your immortal cave fortress is an idyllic paradise. Yeah, don't hold me accountable because I advised Alf. His madness is his own affair. Another madman sigh. Didn't Brother Kong already go crazy once before? His mental resilience should have improved by now. How could he say such rebellious words? The surrounding cultivators sighed and distanced themselves from Alf, acting as though they didn't recognize him. But in the next second, Alf unleashed an overwhelming aura. A shadowy figure emerged from him, revealing Jetty's face. Huey directly confronted Cord and declared, I'm revealing my true identity. No more pretending. I've been infiltrating your immortal cave fortress these past days just to retrieve my Erranfee and Death chessboard. Will you return it or not? This stunned everyone who had been watching the spectacle. They never imagined that the top Dongzhou demon cultivator, Jetty, would infiltrate the immortal cave fortress and endure humiliation to reclaim his chessboard. Many demon cultivators felt their worldview collapse. To them, Jetty was a towering immortal, the pinnacle of demon cultivators, a source of pride for the demon path. And now, he was resorting to such humiliating methods to reclaim his life-bound treasure? This was simply... I didn't expect this xuanhuan death chessboard to truly belong to Jetty. I thought the immortal cave fortress had its own chessboard. Yeah, same here. Who would have thought Jetty had his life-bound treasure stolen? So does that mean how powerful is the immortal cave fortress, managing to withstand an attack led by Jetty with his elite spirit warriors? Not just that, but they must have suffered a loss. Could it be the righteous dog cultivators were telling the truth? The righteous old dogs were telling the truth? So, 12 spirit generals attacked together and still couldn't take down the immortal cave fortress? Shock filled the faces of the demon cultivators. They couldn't believe that the top combat power of the foremost demon force in Dongzhou failed to conquer the immortal cave fortress. For demon immortals couldn't capture it, and even the strongest one had his life-bound treasure stolen, forcing him to do tasks in the immortal cave fortress to try and get it back. The immortal cave fortress was terrifyingly strong. As everyone awaited Cord's response to Jetty's revelation, the air was thick with anticipation. They held their breath, eager to witness the clash between two immortals. Under the watchful eyes of many, Cord looked at Jetty, his expression relaxed, and replied matter-of-factly, "Of course not." These 4 words were domineering and absolute. Even knowing that his opponent was the top demon cultivator in Dongzhou with the vast power of the Azure Dark Temple behind him, Cord chose not to give face. Some demon cultivators saw through Cord the essence of demon cultivation. Aaron freely, unrestrained. Demon cultivators weren't necessarily about killing and plundering. They believed in living freely, unbound by any constraints, doing as they wished. It meant living freely, but it was often misinterpreted. Today, many veteran demon cultivators recognized this true essence in Cord. Regardless of the opposing forces, regardless of background, or who stood against him, he stuck to his principles without giving any face. Truly free and unbridled, living life to the fullest. I didn't expect Grand Immortal Holt to actually be unafraid of threats from immortals. Our previous plans to attack the immortal cave fortress seem ridiculous now. The demon cultivators murmured amongst themselves. If Cord wasn't afraid of immortals, their combined strength likely wouldn't stand a chance either. Attempting to overthrow the immortal cave fortress now seemed laughable. Hearing Cord's response, the shadowy form of Jetty spoke with a darker tone. "If you give me the xuanhuan death chessboard, I'll order the Azure Dark Temple disciples to withdraw and we'll leave each other alone. I might even offer some compensation. But if you insist on keeping the chessboard, prepare for a full-scale assault by the Azure Dark Temple. You might not withstand it." This statement contained half a threat and half a plea. If any other cultivator in the room were asked, they would certainly choose to hand over the chessboard to ensure their safety. A divine artifact was desirable, but only if one lived to wield it. What use was a divine artifact if one were dead? Still, there was a hint of hope, a desire to see Cord stand firm against any power. "Swallow." A demon cultivator swallowed nervously, awaiting Cord's answer. True to expectations, Cord calmly replied with 4 words. "Still no. Do you really not give? Don't be so arrogant." Jetty pointed at Cord angrily. "If you claim the xuanhuan death chessboard is yours, you may take it if you can prove it. If you can't sense it, you have no proof. Didn't I clearly state from the start that completing the destiny tasks allows retrieval? You stirred unrest and tried to muddy the waters. Finish the tasks properly from the beginning." Cord laid out the facts plainly, leaving Jetty's face alternating between white and green. Jetty was losing all face. Continuing this topic would make him lose even more. His expression flickered several times before he finally spoke. "Today, the Azure Dark Temple and your immortal cave fortress become mortal enemies. Your fortress will surely fall." Chapter 218. Gifts for you too. Sigh. All the demon Dao cultivators sucked in a breath at Jetty's words. This was a direct threat from an immortal of the demon Dao, and not just any, but the foremost immortal in Eastern Continent. In the Eastern Continent, if any force was so threatened by Jetty, its leader would be sleepless and restless, living each day on edge. For sects smaller, or those with less profound heritage, they might have already disbanded. The pressure from Jetty and the Azure Dark Hall was that intense. They hadn't yet unified the Eastern Continent because even the Azure Dark Hall had their own concerns, an aspect we'll set aside for now. But now, Jetty had cast all considerations aside. Huey wanted to confront Cord directly, simply to retrieve his innate immortal artifact. Facing Jetty's threat, Cord merely laughed. Huey wasn't in the least afraid. If Jetty truly had the confidence to immediately seize the tranquil cave abode, he wouldn't waste words with Cord. Note, Xiaoyao Dongfu is translated as tranquil cave abode to maintain consistency and fluency in English. Jetty had chosen to infiltrate the transcendental cave abode secretly to undertake tasks precisely because he lacked the assurance to conquer it. And what was the Azure Dark Hall anyway? Cord had been hunted by the entire Tang family, whose control extended over countless cave abodes, and whose power far surpassed that of the Azure Dark Hall. To put it simply, having experienced such adversity, Cord no longer feared death. Thus, in response to Jetty's threats, Cord finally smiled and said, "You talk as if you've never attacked my transcendental cave abode. If I were a soft pushover, would you bother trying to reason with me? Cut the chatter. Equalization formation, activate." The immortal array within the transcendental cave abode began operating, enveloping Jetty's apparition in a translucent mist. Once again, the demon Dao cultivators felt their worldviews shaken. Facing the shadow condensed by immortal Jetty, Cord not only showed no panic, but also prepared to attack once more. The righteous cultivators weren't lying when they said the Azure Dark Hall had once attacked the transcendental cave abode, but failed to capture it. This place is freaking unbelievable. Wait for me, wait for me." With these words, Jetty's shadow vanished. Unlike Lynette and Abdullah mortals, Jetty controlled Baron's body remotely via the Azure Dark Hall's unique cultivation method. Strictly speaking, this didn't involve Jetty's immortal soul manifesting in person. If it were his soul, Baron's body couldn't endure it. Because Baron had already been driven to mental confusion by the transcendental cave abode, Jetty temporarily controlled him using secret techniques. Compared to manifesting his immortal soul, controlling via secret techniques didn't enhance strength. Hence Jetty directly disappeared within the transcendental cave abode without being restrained like Lynette or Abdul immortal souls. Pity. Cord shook his head slightly. Huey thought Jetty's soul was present. In which case, restraining him could boost the cave abode's popularity, a thrilling prospect indeed. On another note, during Cord's absence, Lynette and Abdul immortals didn't find opportunities to leave either, captivated by the errand fee and death chessboard. Both were quite envious. So these two immortals still resided in the transcendental cave abode as guests, providing an astronomical daily popularity boost. Even after being there for a long time, they contributed over 10,000 popularity points daily. 10,000 popularity points. Many fledgling cave spirits in the primeval realm dreamt of accumulating such strength. But for Cord, it was just provided by two cultivators, showcasing how different he was from other cave spirits in the primeval realm. When Jetty's shadow dissipated, the transcendental cave abode remained silent for a while. The Demon Dao cultivators deeply regretted it. Had they known this cave abode was so formidable, opposing the Azure Dark Hall wouldn't matter. Taking refuge in the transcendental cave abode rendered even immortals powerless. Didn't the righteous cultivators do just that? Moreover, the transcendental cave abode offered treasures and opportunities, whereas the Azure Dark Hall offered nothing. Regrettable indeed. Seeing the Demon Dao cultivators too scared to speak, Cord comforted them. There's no need to fear so much. My transcendental cave abode has never distinguished between righteous and Demon Dao. As long as you follow the rules, you can safely seek your fortune here. Hearing Cord's words, the Demon Dao cultivators visibly relaxed. They had worried about being treated differently due to their affiliation, but Cord's reassurance calmed them down considerably. Rules of the transcendental cave abode? What are they? Many new Demon Dao cultivators didn't know the rules and hurriedly inquired. The golden guideline in the lower right corner of your view, click it to check. I remember the first rule is no violence within the cave abode. A fellow cultivator explained. Once inside the transcendental cave abode, a golden guide appeared in the lower right corner of their vision, detailing various activities, very convenient indeed. Seeing the cultivators calm down, Cord sighed in relief. Huey had resolved the internal conflicts. Though it seemed uneventful, it was more dangerous than external blockades. A perception of deception could harm future development. Thinking this, Cord instructed Sienna and Christiana. See? You can handle things similarly in my absence. You don't need to wait for me. But how did you handle it? Christiana blurted out, dumbfounded, as Sienna pulled her back. Cord chuckled at her question. Didn't she learn anything watching the whole process? This young girl clearly needed further education. Your vacation is reduced by 1 day. Christiana felt thunderstruck upon hearing this, freezing in shock. I know. Offer various rare treasures to soothe the cultivators, show differences between supporters and doubters, then demonstrate supreme strength. With a blend of grace and severity, create a huge contrast and establish authority, Sienna quickly summarized, earning Cord's nod. No wonder she was the Valley Master of Joyful Valley. Indeed quick-witted. Summarizing so succinctly after watching. That's right. Christiana, learn from Sienna. The days deducted from you will be added to hers. Sienna beamed, delighted with Cord's reward, even seeking favor. Grand Immortal Holt, did you bring us gifts besides compensating the cultivators? Sienna merely sought conversation and did envy the cultivators' exclusive materials. Cord laughed easily. Gifts? Indeed I did. What are they? Sienna was excited. Actual gifts for their hard work. The gift is bringing back a super big trouble. How happy, surprised, and unexpected is that? Chapter 219. Promising grand plans, killing with borrowed force. Upon hearing Cord's words and seeing his relaxed expression, Rosalie's rigid face eased up slightly. She smiled and retorted. Super big trouble? Could there be anything more troublesome than Jetty and the rest? Compared to the troubles I've brought back, these are minor issues. Cord casually replied. This remark made Rosalie's heart thud once, but Cord showed no sign of anxiety or fear. So Rosalie couldn't tell if he was joking and could only manage a strained smile as she answered. You really know how to joke around. The Azure Dark Hall is one of the top forces in Dongzhou. They almost razed our stronghold when they attacked last time. And you're saying they're just a small issue? Our stronghold? You have great awareness, already considering this place home. I appreciate that. Cord gave an ambiguous smile. Hearing this, tears welled up in Rosalie's eyes. When had she ever really treated the free and easy cave palace as her home? She was clearly under house arrest here, unable to leave. Thinking about how she'd been ecstatic over a few days off, Rosalie suddenly woke up. This wasn't the life she wanted. She wanted to cultivate. She wanted to become immortal. But before she could voice any resistance, Cord continued, since you consider the free and easy cave palace your home, I naturally won't treat you poorly. Once the cave palace develops fully, the cultivation materials within will be available for your choice. If modern-day experienced workers heard this, they would certainly scoff. It's a typical example of promising pie in the sky. Talk about the company being in its initial stages, all difficulties must be overcome, etc., etc. Then paint a beautiful vision. If the company grows, won't luxury cars, beauties, and beach vacations be right at your fingertips? You'll own half the company, live luxuriously, and reach the pinnacle of success. Some new hires might fall for it, envisioning their future as a domineering CEO. Their business cards usually say manager of such and such department, sounding powerful. But seasoned workers would just laugh. Anyone can make grand promises. Without pay up front, who would work for you? However, Rosalie obviously hadn't encountered such unscrupulous bosses. Hearing Cord's words, her eyes lit up. What? Cultivation materials in the cave palace really were at her disposal? Such a good deal. Not just Rosalie, but Irana's eyes also sparkled. Though Irana, as a sword spirit, didn't need cultivation resources like most cultivators, she loved precious spiritual treasures. The rarer, the better. It was just her nature. This personality trait likely stemmed from her previous existence as a cave spirit. Huier Cave was quite barren then, so finding even one decent spiritual treasure made her thrilled. That's why she dared to embezzle supplies right under Cord's nose when she first arrived at the free and easy cave palace, even falsifying accounts openly. Are you serious? Will the resources in the cave palace really be available for my choosing? Rosalie repeated Cord's words. Of course, but only after we develop sufficiently. Right now, the cave palace is still in its developmental phase, lacking various spiritual treasures, so we can't allocate them yet. Of course, if you see something you like, you can let me know, and I'll try my best to reserve it for you. Cord answered earnestly. At this moment, Rosalie found this guy who imprisoned her somewhat handsome. What should she do? For the sake of the future, Rosalie even started worrying about the safety of the free and easy cave palace. Looking at the entrance, she said anxiously. You talk about future development, but the entrance is blocked by a demon cultivator. Without new cultivators entering, won't the cave palace fail to develop? Yes, but they can only block me temporarily, not permanently. That's why I asked cultivators to use the divine power crystals to contact their sections. Cord also gazed meaningfully at the cave entrance. Blocking the cave entrance was lethal for a cave spirit. Some cultivators, upon discovering a cave palace, would want to claim it and set up numerous prohibitive formations at the entrance. Worse, entire sects might relocate near the cave, using their full force to prevent outsiders from entering and exploring. Any of these situations would be fatal to a cave spirit. How does a cave spirit survive? By the popularity of the cave palace. If nobody visited, the cave spirit would fade into nothingness. So being sealed off posed a deadly crisis, often requiring the cave spirit to fight desperately. Cave spirits cultivated largely to avoid such crises. If a cave spirit was strong enough, ordinary cultivators wouldn't dare block the entrance easily. But blocking the free and easy cave palace were 4 demon cultivators from the Azure Dark Hall. If other cave spirits knew of Cord's predicament, they might think his career as a cave spirit was over. Cord knew this would greatly impact him, so he used the cave's resources to exchange for divine power crystals in the mystic realm, allowing the cultivators inside to contact their respective sects for help. The resource list indeed contained items that many cultivators coveted, irresistible even to those at the Yongshan level. To cultivators outside the cave, they believed they needed only enter the cave to gain these precious materials. So they came, only to find the entrance blocked by a demonic force. A storm was brewing. Cord intended to kill 2 birds with one stone, using the sects backing the cave cultivators to eliminate the demonic force blocking the entrance. At this point, cultivators from Immortal Adelian Mountain had arrived at the foot of Green Pine Mountain, led by Elder Ellis. Their faces were grave, aware of the situation atop the mountain and the formidable foes ahead. Gentlemen, once other forces arrive, we shall ascend the mountain to purge evil. The free and easy cave palace is a treasure for Dongzhou cultivators and must not fall into the hands of demons. Yes. The Immortal Adelian Mountain cultivators roared in unison, weapons raised high. Soon after, Fallen Star Sect, Sunset Valley, Medicine King Sect, all major righteous forces gathered at the foot of Green Pine Mountain, stunning passersby. Was this some grand gathering of cultivators? Chapter 220. The battle looms over the mountain of righteous cultivators. The residents near Green Pine Mountain were all stunned. Normally, just seeing a cultivator at the innate stage was enough to impress them, given their ability to fly on swords and uproot willows effortlessly. But now, the sky was filled with countless cultivators flying erratically above the foot of the mountain, their bodies radiating with an aura that resembled auspicious clouds. My goodness, what in the world is happening? A farmer at the foot of Green Pine Mountain looked up at the sky, muttering to himself. Don't you know, Alex? There's now a divine grotto on our Green Pine Mountain. I even went there before. An elderly woodcutter next to him shouted loudly. They often went up Green Pine Mountain to gather firewood and had naturally heard of the carefree grotto. If a famous grotto appeared elsewhere, commoners usually wouldn't know its exact location. If they approached it, they would invariably be stopped by cultivators or arrays. Those with better luck might only circle inside an array and come out unharmed, while those less fortunate might lose their lives. Therefore, for commoners, a grotto was an unattainable existence, something they could only hear about from storytellers and tea houses. But the carefree grotto was different. The nearby townspeople not only heard rumors about this grotto but also personally explored it. Because Cord had decreed that no one should be barred from entering the grotto, a rule set in stone. In the past, when there weren't as many cultivators, quite a few commoners would climb the mountain to explore. But how easy was it to obtain opportunities in the carefree grotto? Besides, it required continuous sign-ins. Many commoners couldn't even afford to feed their families, let alone spend time dragging their loved ones along on such expeditions. Additionally, those who returned from the carefree grotto often came back mad, giving rise to some unfavorable rumors. Finally, the demons sealed off the mountain, Jetty and the Azure Dark Temple blocking the entrance to the carefree grotto, and the summoned demonic cultivators took control of Green Pine Mountain, preventing commoners from climbing it, leaving them to watch helplessly from the foot of the mountain. Recently, tens of thousands of cultivators gathered at Green Pine Mountain, stunning the nearby residents. So many cultivators are competing for that mysterious grotto. If I go to seek treasures in the grotto, maybe I can be like those cultivators in the sky. A burly, dark-skinned man raised his head and mused aloud. At the foot of Green Pine Mountain, the 5 major righteous forces of Dongzhou had assembled, gathering over 30,000 cultivators. xuanhuan Mountain, Adeliangxio Hall, Sunset Valley, Meteorite Gate, and Medicine King Sect, all top-tier cultivation sects of Dongzhou. Apart from the grand battles between the righteous and demonic factions, they had never assembled so thoroughly before. What was even more astonishing was not the sheer number of cultivators, but their caliber. Except for Liangxiu Hall and Meteorite Gate, the other three major sects each had immortals joining their ranks. One immortal from Xuanhuan Mountain, one from Sunset Valley, and two from Medicine King sect. When the senior leaders of the 5 major sects met, there was a hint of awkwardness on their faces. They usually complained about the lack of immortals in their sects, yet here they were, managing to summon immortals when needed. Auric, you're usually so low-key. Who would have thought you could summon 2 immortals? Ellis from Xuanhuan Mountain broke the silence first, greeting Auric, the sect leader of Medicine King sect. Ha! It's just that the seniors happened to descend from the heavens and were interested in the Carefree Grotto. Auric was completely wrapped in thick white robes, the collar covering his face up to his nose, exposing only his eyes. Alright, let's not waste time on formalities. Since the demonic cultivators are already on the mountain, we must proceed to purge the demons. Beckett, the master of Sunset Valley, interrupted the greetings and proposed immediate action. The mountain is fortified with layers of demon arrays. Previously, Grandmaster Carefree would clear obstacles whenever there were blockages. This time, he hasn't intervened, indicating the extreme brutality of the demons on the mountain. Caution is advised. The Patriarch of Liangxiu Hall added a word of caution, obviously feeling somewhat intimidated, as Liangxiu Hall lacked any immortal backing. Their ascended immortals had been out of contact for years, which partly explained why Liangxiu Hall had gradually declined. Haha, stay as a coward if you want. As for resources within the Carefree Grotto, my Meteorite Gate will have priority. Aaron Ongxing, the Patriarch of Meteorite Gate, laughed heartily and immediately flew into the layers of killing arrays set by the demonic cultivators on his sword. His figure streaked through the sky like a meteor, dazzling and unparalleled. Seeing this, the commoners were astounded, even mistaking it for a meteor passing through the daytime sky. Green Pine Mountain was near a large town, Huivenly River City. Many cultivators had established themselves or founded sects in Huivenly River City. Seeing the streak in the sky, envy flashed across their eyes. What mighty being is flying here, turning into a meteor and creating a rainbow during the day? Truly formidable. I've seen the armies of cultivators heading to Green Pine Mountain lately. It must be for the Carefree Grotto. Alas, we once explored the Carefree Grotto and thought it was a hoax. Before we could regret it, the demonic cultivators sealed the mountain, and now tens of thousands of righteous cultivators are attacking together. Clearly, the grotto must contain genuine opportunities. That's right. Are tens of thousands of cultivators and the 5 major sects fools? Now it seems I was the fool. The cultivators remaining in Huivenly River City shook their heads and sighed. Many of them were among the first to explore the Carefree Grotto but abandoned it because they deemed it deceptive, even mocking those who sought treasures. Upon learning that many cultivators did indeed obtain resources within the grotto, some felt remorse, but didn't want to start the quest all over again. Some hesitated whether to return to the Carefree Grotto. However, the demonic cultivators sealed the mountain, and they could no longer enter. Once, a treasure-filled grotto lay before them, but they failed to cherish it. If given another chance, they would say 3 words to the Carefree Grotto: I believe you. If they had to assign a timeline to this belief, they wished it could last 10,000 years. Ahem, let's get back on track. Under the gazes of countless spectators, the righteous cultivators swarmed toward Green Pine Mountain like locusts, charging into the layers of killing arrays. For a moment, storms brewed atop Green Pine Mountain, changing the very hue of heaven and earth. The sounds of collisions between formations and magical techniques deafened everyone, while vibrant lights exploded in a dazzling spectacle, turning the sky into a kaleidoscope of colors and causing deep fissures in the earth until they reached the Carefree Grotto. Meanwhile, the demonic cultivators observed the assault by the righteous cultivators and immediately reported to the Azure Dark Temple's spectral warrior general. The righteous cultivators are attacking. Should we engage them? Just perfect. They are asking for death, truly asking for death. Jetty, seated on a hill outside the Carefree Grotto, suddenly opened his eyes. Huey was furious. How dare these righteous cultivators still dare to challenge him? Chapter 221. If Huey's so powerful, why couldn't Huey capture the Tranquil Abode Cave? A cruel smile crept across Jetty's face. Though he was a demon cultivator, his practice only involved life and death-related techniques which were somewhat evil in nature. However, he himself wasn't particularly bloodthirsty. But today, he felt an uncontainable urge to kill. Huey had revealed his identity within the Tranquil Abode Cave and even softened his tone to reclaim the Arenfi Death chessboard, but Cord gave him no face. The Arenfi Death chessboard was originally his. What was wrong with wanting to reclaim his own property? Seeing Cord's resolute attitude, and that he was ready to fight, made Jetty almost explode with rage. Just then, those righteous cultivators chose this moment to show up. It was as if they were asking for it. I'll vent my anger by killing them. With these words, Jetty vanished right before the other heroic spirits' eyes. The original 12 spirit warriors were now reduced to 10, with Dean and Ted imprisoned by the Tranquil Abode Cave. The Dark Azure Hall had suffered both losses of precious items and manpower, so they were already seething with anger. Now all of it would be unleashed on the righteous cultivators. Boom, 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 boom. The sky erupted with thunderous explosions from the defensive formations set up by the righteous cultivators. An ink-green light spread out like a deathly shroud. The righteous cultivators looked up to see a youth clad in black and white standing midair, enveloped in the ink-green hue. Those who came into contact with the ink-green aura saw their faces turn ashen as their vitality rapidly drained away. Aaron Ongxing, the patriarch of Falling Star sect, who had been at the forefront, saw the ink-green light wave and his face turned pale. Huey swiftly used the sect's secret technique, Starfall, causing stars to swirl around his hand, launching them rapidly towards the ink-green light while retreating with the recoil force. But the ink green light seemed alive and followed him. His star energy lost its brilliance and fell to the ground, becoming ordinary stones. Not stopping there, the ink green aura climbed up Aaron Angxing's arm and swiftly spread towards his shoulder. Almost instantly, his entire right arm turned ashen. Damn it! Aaron Angxing cursed and decisively severed his arm to stop the ashen spread. The distant righteous cultivators watched in shock. How could the leader of one of East Continent's 5 major sects be so gravely injured after just meeting Jedi? Was this the difference between a Xiuxian realm practitioner and a celestial being? Was this the gap between mortal and immortal? Was this truly East Continent's foremost cultivator, Jedi? In that instant, many righteous cultivators felt disheartened. They couldn't possibly handle such power. Terrifying, absolutely terrifying. I've only heard about Jedi's tales before. Legends say he can control life and death, creating demonic arts unparalleled in the cultivation world. Most of today's grand figures have suffered at his hands. I've heard that even the righteous powers wouldn't mention Jedi. Seeing him now, I realize how strong he is, killing nearly 100 fellow cultivators in one move. Too terrifying, too terrifying. It's like staring directly into the abyss of death. Cultivators die like ants in front of him. With such strength, why didn't he capture the tranquil abode cave? This question swirled in the minds of many righteous cultivators. Jedi's power had transcended the mortal realm, reaching the celestial level. And not just any new celestial, either. He was extraordinarily powerful, capable of slaughtering righteous cultivators effortlessly without his innate magical treasure. So many righteous cultivators were genuinely perplexed. How could such a formidable celestial being, accompanied by 3 companions and 8 Xiuxian disciples, fail to capture the tranquil abode cave? Their gazes drifted towards the tranquil abode cave on the mountain peak, filled with reverence. How could it withstand such a fierce assault? What kind of place must the tranquil abode cave be? Thinking this, the cultivators' gazes grew more fervent. If they could break through the barriers and reach the tranquil abode cave, they might obtain their coveted treasures. Driven by greed, their fears dissipated. For wealth men die, birds die for food, and cultivators have hearts bent on seizing immortality for the sake of spiritual treasures. So powerful. Is this the legendary first man of the East Continent? I can't even gauge the gap between us. With such strength, why couldn't he capture the tranquil abode cave? Aaron Angxing retreated, his face deathly pale, his entire right arm shattered. Although regrowing limbs is possible at the Xiuxian realm, there would be significant differences compared to his natural body. Even if many righteous cultivators don't focus on physical training, their bodies are still tempered by spirit chi. Regrowing an arm means tempering a newborn limb to match the rest of the body, a long and potentially dangerous process. Aaron Angxing had suffered greatly, but what saddened him most was not seeing the gap between them. Huey was a genius among geniuses, having rebelled against Sunset Valley to establish his own sect. Being unable to gauge the gap was naturally disappointing. Moreover, he wondered the same question everyone else did. Why couldn't Jedi capture the tranquil abode cave? To those who hadn't been there, it was unimaginable. Aaron Angxing, you're not bad. The gap between mortals and celestials is indeed desolate. Let us handle this. A figure stepped forward from within Immortal Adelian Mountain's territory, introducing himself as Davon, brought back at great cost by Immortal Adelian Mountain. Davon looked like a withered old man, gaunt and frail, indistinguishable from an ordinary person. It was highly unusual for a celestial being to appear this way. Not even at the Dongsong stage would a cultivator look like this. Standing before everyone, he seemed almost non-existent until he spoke, reminding cultivators of Immortal Adelian Mountain's presence. Huey Hamish, you're playing the mysterious old sage again? Are you challenging me? Jedi scoffed at Davon, showing no fear. Cultivators from both orthodox and demonic factions held their breath, awaiting the battle between the two immortals. Chapter 222. They still underestimated that place. Upon hearing Jedi's cold laugh, Aiken did not react much. In reality, all immortals were old acquaintances. Even if they didn't know each other in the Shenzhou world, they would have some interaction once they arrived in Penglai Wonderland. For example, Jedi and Aiken had engaged in combat no less than 100 times, often clashing fiercely over resources within the Wonderland. Jedi usually did not conceal his true appearance. Huey became a cultivator at a young age and ascended to the immortal realm as a Xiuxian without getting much older. Thus, he still looked like a teenager. On the contrary, Aiken appeared middle-aged in the Wonderland but enjoyed pretending to be an elder, giving off an air of mystery. Jedi, you might not be my match today. If you know what's good for you, clear the way now. Why are you blocking the path up the mountain? Aiken said coolly, facing Jedi. Ha, stop spouting nonsense. When have we ever fought fair while Chang resource? If you've got the strength, come on. If not, get lost. Jedi was fearless, with no reason to be afraid. Huey had fought Aiken 374 times, and won every single one. If it weren't for Aiken's exceptional skill in escaping, he would have long since perished at Jedi's hands. Now that Aiken dared to engage him head-on, Jedi was more than happy. Killing Aiken would give him access to all the ladder's resources, allowing for rapid development. Times have changed, old man. Pay attention to my Hamish technique. Despite never winning against Jedi and always retreating, this time, Aiken chose to confront him directly. Huey brandished a duster toward a dark green aura, scattering it to reveal a blank space. The ominous dark green light enveloped Aiken like dyed water, yet an inexhaustible breeze surrounded him, neither fierce like a gale nor gentle like a zephyr. It resembled a valley breeze, just as his name suggested, gentle breeze. The serene wind dispersed the dark shroud, lifting Aiken as he held the dust brush, embodying a sage-like demeanor despite his gaunt frame. Your Chandler Young realm seems weaker today. Are you going to hold back your immortal artifact? Is that how you show respect? Aiken wore a half-smile, as if having seen through Jedi's tactics. It was normal for an immortal fighting a mortal-level cultivator not to use their life-bound immortal artifact. Mortal cultivators weren't worth such effort. But in a battle between immortals, the fight was about matching life-bound treasures. Not using one either meant courting death or insulting the opponent. Aiken couldn't defeat Jetty. However, if Jetty lacked his lifebound artifact, things might differ. Why should I waste time with my ultimate treasure on someone I've already defeated countless times? Jetty spoke harshly, raising his hand to part the dark green light into a go-board pattern with Aiken right in the center. The Xuanhuan realm, the Arenfi death board. I know your technique well. But without the board, what good is your forced creation? Sighing, Aiken swung his duster, breaking another gap in Jetty's technique. An immortal without a lifebound artifact could bully mortals, but would find it too difficult facing another immortal. You're chatty as usual. Are you really at an advantage? Die. A black stone formed mid-air above them, emitting sinister smoke, hurtling towards Aiken with alarming speed. Xiuxian's origin stone. This is Jetty's famous technique that instantly killed same-realm cultivators when he was a xiuxian. Now Aiken is at the center of the board. Even with a gap, he must still endure the attack. Cultivators gasped in shock, amazed by Jetty's immediate lethal attack. The black stone crashed down rapidly, the mountain cracking and sinking to form a massive crater, stopping only upon hitting the exiled immortal mansion's outer wall. The entire green pine mountain seemed hollow except for a thin layer of soil. What Jetty crushed was the mountain's original earth. One blow from an immortal is terrifying. A xiuxian might also destroy mountains, but wouldn't have such a suffocating presence. Yes, the stone seems slow but is incredibly fast. Our eyes just can't keep up. It's not just speed. The drop creates a profound spatial field locking the target, making evasion impossible. See how Aiken couldn't dodge. Non-experts watched in excitement, while experts felt the overwhelming power of the stone forming a profound spatial field. Even Aaron Ongxing turned paler upon seeing Jetty's Xiuxian's origin stone. If he faced this attack, he'd be obliterated. How terrifying an immortal truly is. So this is your famous Xiuxian's origin stone? I couldn't withstand it before, but now you're clearly not my match. Mad laughter erupted from under the black stone. Aiken remained unharmed, shielded completely by the duster wrapped around him like white hair. Seeing Jetty's famed move fail boosted morale among righteous cultivators. See? Their immortal was strong too. Claims of East Continent's top cultivator were mere exaggerations. Old fool, what's there to be proud of? Jetty sneered angrily. You refuse to bring out your lifebound artifact even now. Do you not want to or cannot? Let me answer for you. You cannot because... Pausing dramatically, Aiken then continued, because your lifebound artifact was taken by the exiled immortal mansion. His words shocked everyone. So, Jetty's artifact was taken by the mansion? They had underestimated it, thinking he merely failed to conquer it. Now it was clear, he suffered significant losses inside. What formidable powers lay within for Jetty to suffer so greatly? For instance, Jetty and Aiken had clashed no fewer than 100 times, often fighting fiercely over resources within the Wonderland. Jetty generally did not hide his true appearance. Huey became a cultivator at a young age and broke through to the xiuxian realm, ascending to an immortal without growing much older. Therefore, he still looked like a teenager. On the contrary, Aiken appeared as a middle-aged man in the Wonderland, but liked to pretend to be an elder for that mysterious allure. Chandler Young Arong, you may not be my match today. Step aside smartly. Why block someone's way up the mountain? Aiken said coolly, facing Jetty. Stop spouting nonsense. When did we ever fight politely? If you have the power, come at me. If not, leave quickly. Jetty showed no fear. There was no reason for him to be afraid. In their 374 battles, he had won every single time. If it weren't for Aiken's exceptional survival skills, he probably would have been killed by Jetty long ago. Now that Aiken dared to confront him head-on, Jetty relished the opportunity. Killing Aiken would give him all his accumulated power and rapidly advance him. The times are different now. Pay close attention to my Hamish Fagin. Aiken, who had never won against Jetty, always fled at the sight of him, now chose to face him directly. Huey took out a dust broom and swung it vigorously towards the dark green aura. The light, feared by righteous cultivators, was driven back, creating a clear space. The dark green glow encircled Aiken like dyed water, yet around him, there was a wind that could not be dispersed. It wasn't fierce like a hurricane nor gentle like a breeze. Instead, it resembled a continuous valley wind, just as the name Hamish, meaning a gentle breeze, implied. The gentle breeze cleared away the gloom symbolizing death. Rising on this wind, with dust on his elbows, Aiken exuded an almost ethereal grace despite his emaciated frame. Your Chandler Young realm seems much weaker today. Are you holding back your immortal weapon because I'm beneath you? A smirk played on Aiken's lips, as if he had seen through Jetty's strategy. Immortals rarely revealed their lifebound immortal weapons when fighting mortals since it wasn't worth the effort. But against another immortal, much depended on using one's lifebound weapon. Without it, one either courted death or insulted the opponent. Aiken couldn't beat Jetty, but if Jetty lacked his lifebound weapon, it would be a different story. Do I need my lifebound weapon to deal with a repeatedly defeated enemy? Jetty retorted harshly. Huey raised his hand, causing the dark green light to separate into the shape of a go board, with Aiken right at its center. The Chandler Young realm and the Arenfi death chessboard. Your immortal art is too familiar to me. What good does it do without the actual chessboard? Aiken sighed, waving his broom again, breaking through Jetty's technique. Losing a lifebound weapon, an immortal might easily bully mortal cultivators, but against another immortal, it was barely enough. Why don't you call yourself Chatterbox Immortal instead of Hamish? Do you think you have the upper hand now? Die. As Jetty spoke, a black chess piece materialized in midair, emitting ominous black smoke, swiftly hurtling towards Aiken. Xiuxianly origin piece. This is Jetty's signature move, which often instantly killed cultivators of the same xiuxian realm. Even with a gap opened, Aiken must endure this attack. Cultivators exclaimed in shock. They hadn't expected Jetty to use such a powerful move immediately. The black piece fell rapidly, cracking the mountain under immense pressure, forming a massive crater, stopping only upon hitting the wall of the Xiaoyo Cave Palace. Most of Mount Qingsong's interior was hollow, with the cave palace nestled inside. As Jetty crushed the mountain's core, observers marveled at the terrifying force of an immortal strike. If a xiuxian cultivator could also shatter mountains, it wouldn't feel so suffocating. You're right. The piece looks slow but moves incredibly fast. Our eyes can't keep up. Not just that. When it lands, it creates a profound Dao space, locking the target with no escape. Did you see how Aiken couldn't avoid it? Amateurs watch the spectacle. Experts understand the depth. Lower realm cultivators might not differentiate between an immortal's and a xiuxian's attacks. To them, both seemed only to sink the mountain. But skilled cultivators felt the black piece's extraordinary power, forming a mystical Dao space trapping the target inside. This is why Aaron Ongsing realized the vast difference. Seeing Jetty's xiuxian origin piece left him paler. Had he faced such an attack earlier, he'd already be dead. Immortals were truly terrifying. Ha ha ha, this is your famous xiuxian origin piece? I didn't dare to receive it before, but now, you're no match for me. Laughter echoed from beneath the black piece, revealing Aiken, unscathed by the attack potent enough to kill xiuxian cultivators. His white hair like broom thoroughly protected him. Jetty's renowned move proving ineffective was heartening for righteous cultivators. They saw that their own immortal was quite formidable, and the first person of East Asia title meant nothing more. Old fool, what are you boasting about? Got the upper hand? Jetty spat angrily. Ha, why not reveal your life-bound weapon? Or can't you? Let me help answer. You can't produce it because your life-bound weapon? Aiken paused dramatically, building suspense among spectators, then continued. Was taken by the Xiaoyo Cave Palace. Gasps filled the air. Did Jetty's life-bound weapon really get taken by the Xiaoyo Cave Palace? They underestimated the place. Initially, they thought Jetty simply couldn't breach the cave palace. But now, it seemed he suffered a significant setback inside. What hidden strength lay within the Xiaoyo Cave Palace, making even Jetty suffer such a loss? Chapter 223, The Battle of the Immortals. The words of Davon shook all the cultivators present to their core. They couldn't fathom that the all-powerful immortal Jetty could have his own life-bound immortal artifact stolen by someone. What stunned them even more was that Jetty didn't deny it. Indeed, Jetty merely responded with a grim expression. Old man, what has my business got to do with you? Since you care so much about life-bound immortal artifacts, I don't mind taking yours. With that, blue flames erupted from Jetty's body, a desperate technique unique to Dark Azure Temple cultivators. At the immortal level, this skill became far more formidable, and the chessboard array art he displayed also ignited with blue flames. This fire seemed to be without temperature, but when a few careless cultivators brushed against it, their lifespans were instantly burned away, causing them to perish on the spot from the depletion of their lifespan. Only now did the cultivators understand just how terrifying the rumored blue nether flames were. No heat yet directly consuming one's lifespan. Seeing himself surrounded by blue flames, Davon furrowed his brow and fiercely swung the whisk in his hand. However, this time his whisk failed to dispel the raging flames. His sleeves were slightly singed, and the skin on his face grew visibly lax. So, this is why I despise Dark Azure Temple cultivators. The burning of lifespans is simply the most despicable means. Spoke Davon with a nasty look, preparing to escape through the tear in the chessboard that had already formed earlier. Hamish hadn't left earlier for two reasons. First, due to the suppression of the chess of xiuxian origin, and second, because he wanted to show off by resisting Jetty's renowned techniques head-on. Without his life-bound artifact enhancing him, it would indeed be tough for Jetty to kill Hamish. But now that the entire chessboard was ablaze with blue nether flames, Hamish's lifespan began to wane rapidly. Even immortals can't live as long as heaven and earth. There are greater realms beyond immortality. His lifespan was already significantly depleted, and being burned further was the last thing he could accept, prompting him to try escaping. Unexpectedly, as he broke through the tear, a figure cloaked in blue flames pounced at him. It was a tiger ablaze with blue flames, which sent him flying back to crash into the burning chessboard. You. Davon was both shocked and furious, completely unprepared for this turn of events. Who told you an immortal only has one immortal artifact? Jetty flashed a sinister smile. Above him, the shadow of a blue tiger appeared. Its stripes were peculiar, resembling the character xiuxian, tan, and shimmered with radiant light. Mimicking the tiger, Jetty's hands, like tiger claws, gripped Davon, while the tiger head's shadow gnawed towards Hamish's skull. Sky Pattern Tiger. You actually obtained the soul of a Sky Pattern Tiger, a beast so fierce it can devour even Earth immortals. You actually possess its soul. Davon's expression changed drastically. Huey was now suffering from the burning of blue abyss flame and immobilized by the Sky Pattern Tiger's shadow, causing him great distress. Huey never expected Jetty to have obtained the soul of a Sky Pattern Tiger. The Sky Pattern Tiger is an extremely ferocious beast in the immortal realm, on par with the seven-colored swallowing xiuxian python. What's most terrifying is that they are pack animals. During the day, they lie in places closest to sunlight, allowing their stripes to absorb solar essence. The sunlight energy they absorb could incinerate ordinary people into ashes at just a fraction of its intensity, reaching an unimaginably high temperature. At night, immortals can observe the Sky Pattern Tigers from a distance. Their stripes glow as brightly as the sun. This species is only found in Penglai Wonderland, and even veteran Earth immortals could be devoured by Sky Pattern Tigers. For Jetty to possess the soul of a Sky Pattern Tiger was something Davon never imagined. Not only do I have its soul, but I also have its bones. I crafted a weapon using tiger bones. Did you think I would be powerless without my life-bound immortal artifact? As Jetty spoke, he controlled the phantom tiger to bite down on Davon's head. In this moment, all the cultivators held their breath. The battle between immortals changed in an instant. Initially, Davon seemed to have the upper hand, effortlessly dodging Jetty's attacks. Suddenly, he was pinned down, facing imminent death. You may be strong, but you should not hinder the younger generation from seeking opportunities. Don't you know what crisis the Shinjo world is about to face? A deep and powerful voice echoed through the sky. A figure stepped on auspicious clouds and rushed toward Jetty, pushing him away at the last second and directly crashing into a mountain. The immortal from Sunset Valley had made his move. The eyes of the righteous cultivators lit up with hope. Davon couldn't defeat Jetty alone, but if another immortal joined the fray, the outcome was unpredictable. The immortal from Sunset Valley was named Enos, the second-generation Valley Master who had ascended to immortality many years ago. Even many senior members of Sunset Valley didn't know they still had such a powerful connection. Enos had a robust build, with muscles hard as iron. Not only did he cultivate regular techniques, but he was also a body cultivator. Body cultivators focus on physical strength cultivation, also known as transverse cultivators. Regular cultivators usually let spiritual energy refine their bodies while prioritizing the cultivation of the spirit, which eventually unites with the body. This process emphasizes nurturing. However, body cultivators emphasize self-honing. As long as they don't die from training, they push themselves to the limit. Their cultivation method differs from the start. They strengthen their bodies without needing the spirit to nurture the body. Instead, their exceptionally strong bodies convert chi into essence, and then essence into spirit, enhancing the spirit. It is the most primitive and consistent cultivation method, with no alterations. Their spirit doesn't leave the body but grows stronger along with it. Of course, this requires an incredibly robust physique, making their path much more arduous than regular cultivators. While regular cultivators meditate, body cultivators endure rigorous training, such as wearing heavy gear and practicing in perilous environments or under icy waterfalls during winter. Body cultivators have a significant advantage during the acquired stage, but once they enter the innate stage, their advantage diminishes, and they face greater hardship. Innate cultivators can use various spells, giving them an edge in combat and cultivation speed. This advantage lasts until the Tribulation Transcending stage. At the first major realm of Tribulation Transcending, the Fusion realm, body cultivators regain their advantage. The process is too lengthy and painful, so few can endure. But those who do are ruthless. Enos. Huey is the model for us body cultivators, my goal to pursue. With him fighting today, he will surely suppress the demonic cultivator Jetty. The body cultivators of Sunset Valley cheered emotionally. Xuanhuan Pattern Tiger. You actually possess the beast soul of a Xuanhuan Pattern Tiger. This ferocious beast of the immortal realm can devour even Earth immortals, and you have its soul. Davon's face turned pale. He was currently suffering from the burning of blue nether flames and immobilized by the Xuanhuan Pattern Tiger's shadow, making him extremely anxious. Huey hadn't anticipated that Jetty possessed the soul of a Xuanhuan Pattern Tiger. The Xuanhuan Pattern Tiger is a savage beast in the immortal realm, comparable to the seven-colored swallowing sky python. The most frightening aspect is their communal habits. They lie in places closest to sunlight during the day, absorbing solar essence through their patterns. The energy they absorb, even a tiny fraction, can burn ordinary people to ashes with unimaginable heat. At night, the tiger's stripes glow like the sun, observable from afar by immortals. Such creatures exist only in the fairylands of Penglai, capable of swallowing even seasoned Earth immortals. Yet, Jetty somehow possessed the soul of a Xuanhuan Pattern Tiger, a fact Davon never imagined. Haha, not only do I have the beast soul, I also have its bones. I fashioned weapons using the tiger bones. Do you think losing my lifebound immortal artifact leaves me powerless? As Jetty spoke, he manipulated the phantom tiger to bite down on Davon's head. In this moment, all the cultivators held their breaths. The battle between immortals was fleeting. Moments ago, Davon seemed to have the upper hand, easily evading Jetty's attacks. Now, he was pinned to the ground, facing imminent death. Even if you're strong, you shouldn't hinder the younger generation from seeking opportunities. Don't you know the world of wuxia is soon to face unprecedented crisis? A deep and powerful voice resonated in the sky. Suddenly, a figure stepping on auspicious clouds charged towards Jetty, pushing him away at the last moment and crashing him into the mountainside. The immortals of Sunset Valley had intervened. A glimmer of hope shone in the eyes of the righteous cultivators. Though Davon couldn't defeat Jetty alone, adding another immortal made the outcome uncertain. The immortal who intervened was named Gus, the second-generation Valley Lord of Sunset Valley, who had ascended to immortality many years ago. Even the high-ranking members of Sunset Valley didn't know their sect still had such a formidable ally. Sullivan was towering and muscular, hardened like iron. Not only did he cultivate regular techniques, but he was also a body cultivator. As the name suggests, body cultivators emphasize physical training, also known as horizontal practitioners. While ordinary cultivators focus on nurturing their divine souls outside their bodies, body cultivators prioritize relentless physical conditioning. They endure brutal practices, forging their bodies to unimaginable strength, converting chi into essence and then essence into spirit to enhance their divine souls. This ancient method is direct and unchanging from start to finish. Their divine souls remain within their bodies, growing ever stronger alongside their physical prowess. However, this path demands incomparable bodily resilience and is far more arduous than that of ordinary cultivators. While body cultivators excel in the early stages, surpassing ordinary cultivators in the innate stage, once past that point, their advantages diminish and become grueling. Innate stage cultivators wield various spells, providing them combat superiority and faster cultivation speeds, an advantage lasting until the tribulation phase. Only in the first major realm of the tribulation phase, the corporeal union stage, do body cultivators regain their edge. The journey is long and the trials painful. Few can persevere. But those who do are true stalwarts. Immortal Gus, a paragon of our body cultivators. Huey's the goal I chase after. With him here today, we will surely subdue the evil cultivator Jetty. The body cultivators of Sunset Valley shouted fervently with tears of excitement. Chapter 224, Hamlin, the Immortal. The disciples of Sunset Valley were filled with tears of emotion, as if they were gazing upon an idol. Indeed, many physical cultivation practitioners existed within Sunset Valley. The valley led to a vast canyon that remained unconquered by cultivators, a place deserving its title of vast, despite being a canyon. Countless demons and monsters thrived here, a forbidden land for humans where even slightly weaker demons would become meals for stronger ones. Normal cultivators would never dare venture into such places. While there were many demons, life was far more precious. Cultivators could enhance their strength through meditation, elixirs, and various cultivation techniques. Even without these resources, they could gradually ascend in realms using the heavenly qi. But not all cultivators were alike. There were those who practiced bodily cultivation. As physical cultivators, they sought out the most perilous places to hone themselves. Many potentials lay dormant within the human body, unlocked only in moments of utmost danger. Physical cultivators must endure repeated trials between life and death, breaking through their limits to grow rapidly. However, many could not bear this hardship and chose to give up. On the surface, it might seem like cultivators shied away from challenges, but in reality, the hardships they faced were unknown to outsiders. When a physical cultivator survived near-death encounters, having fought vicious demons, with bones shattered, pain racking their bodies, and no friends or family for comfort, if they lacked faith, they might look up at the night sky and question why they had chosen this path. Fortunately, the physical cultivators of Sunset Valley had someone to believe in, Hamlin. When they gazed at the night sky, they could see the legendary figure of Hamlin before them, providing someone to aspire to follow. Hamlin was the second master of Sunset Valley. Unlike the first master, who was naturally gifted, Hamlin earned his position through sheer effort and strength. Born with blocked spirit roots deemed unsuitable for cultivation, he refused to give up and yearned to enter the cultivation world. To transcend the innate realm, he ran daily with heavy iron weights on his back, eventually increasing the load to over 1,000 pounds. As he advanced to the innate realm, he delved into the canyon behind Sunset Valley, battling fierce demons. After a decade, he suddenly appeared during a major contest, stunning everyone as a newcomer, defeating the chief disciple, then acknowledged as the second master. However, Hamlin did not immediately accept. Following the contest, he returned to the canyon for another decade. During this time, the first master ascended to immortality, severing ties with Sunset Valley. Without a master, the valley faced unprecedented crisis when the battle between orthodox and demonic forces erupted, costing countless lives. The demonic forces trapped the Sunset Valley cultivators inside, playing cat and mouse with them. All seemed lost until Hamlin returned, holding the head of the absolute trace centipede, the king of the canyon. Known for leaving barren earth wherever it went, even demons dared not approach. Many guessed its formidable power, yet none knew the outcome of previous attempts to subdue it. The former chief disciple, already past the tribulation transcendence stage, had never returned after trying to defeat it. But now, Hamlin returned with the centipede's head. The entire sect fell silent. Initially skeptical, they now admired him genuinely. Since Sunset Valley still stood, it meant the siege failed miserably. Hamlin annihilated the demonic forces surrounding the valley like a divine war god. From then on, physical cultivation became prevalent among Sunset Valley's disciples. Now, watching Hamlin send Darien flying with one shoulder strike, the physical cultivators felt a sense of vindication. Look at that. That's their Sunset Valley's immortal physical cultivator. No matter how powerful Darien was, he still got flung away. Top cultivator of Dongzhou? Only because other immortals didn't participate in rankings. Sunset Valley cultivators refused to acknowledge Darien as the top cultivator. Qingfeng, after 100 years, you seem weaker and can't even handle a celestial tiger spirit. Without turning around, Hamlin spoke firmly, contrasting the frail Elias. Humph, excessive rigidity leads to brittleness. Perhaps you'll understand this after living for millennia. Elias rose awkwardly, staring at Darien's retreat. As he spoke, Darien soared back into the sky, seemingly unaffected, sneering. This is the renowned physical immortal who slew an immortal at xiuxian level? Impressive, but nothing special. The Sunset Valley cultivators were stunned. They knew Hamlin was remarkable, but to achieve this was unbelievable. Slaying an immortal at xiuxian level? Such feats belong to legends. And Darien dismissed it casually? Unbothered by Darien's trash talk, Hamlin smiled faintly. Dongzhou's top cultivator? Not so impressive. One-on-one, I'm more than enough. Darien unleashed overwhelming pressure, charging like a meteor toward the orthodox cultivators, targeting Hamlin. Knowing he was a physical immortal, he still chose to clash head-on. Boom! A deafening explosion sounded upon their collision. The dust cleared, revealing. It appeared Xian immortal was at a disadvantage. These two weaklings, even together, are still just weaklings. Darien laughed maniacally, seizing the upper hand. What about adding 2 more of us? Chapter 225. Single combat against 4. The dignity of the first cultivator of Dongzhou. As the voice faded away, 2 more immortals stepped forward from the righteous cultivator's side. They were 2 immortals from the Medicine King sect, their bodies similarly wrapped in thick strips of cloth, much like Physician Biao, as if they didn't wish to reveal their true faces. These are immortals from the Medicine King sect. They are so low-key that I didn't know they had 2 immortals in their sect. The righteous cultivators exclaimed in surprise. Many did not know that the Medicine King sect had 2 immortal cultivators. The Medicine King sect is located beneath the Adelianko cliffs in Dongzhou, a place with beautiful scenery and abundant spirit energy. However, without permission from the Medicine King sect, ordinary cultivators find it extremely difficult to descend the Adelianko cliffs and locate the Medicine King sect. The cliffs are named Adelianko because they are lined with a type of smooth grass resembling seaweed but much longer, resistant to water and fire, and highly sensitive to objects flying in the air. When cultivators travel through the air, they get entangled by this grass, which then drags them into the cliff and tightly constricts them until they die. To reach the Medicine King sect, one must climb down the Adelianko cliffs manually, but the grass is slick and slippery, and the fierce mountain winds make it nearly impossible for average cultivators to climb. Thus, the Adelianko cliffs form a natural barrier protecting the Medicine King sect completely. The Medicine King sect does not attempt to clear the grass from the cliffs because, apart from their unique nature, the grass also contains significant spirit energy and can nurture various treasures. Over the years, cultivators only visited the Medicine King sect when suffering from severe ailments. Ordinary cultivators could not even reach the sect's gate. So it was understandable that most cultivators did not know the Medicine King sect had two immortals. Seeing the two immortals from the Medicine King sect, Erong Young Chandler smiled and said with a relaxed expression, "It's you two. Haven't seen you in years. Your longevity is quite impressive. Erong Young Chandler, you stole our errand fee and death chessboard back then. Now it's time to return it." One of the Medicine King sect's immortals shouted angrily. This announcement stunned everyone. No one expected that the first cultivator of Dongzhou, Erong Young Chandler's innate immortal artifact came from the Medicine King sect. That errand fee and death chessboard was actually stolen by Erong Young Chandler from the Medicine King sect. What other hidden strengths does the Medicine King sect possess? The errand fee and death chessboard is no longer with me. It's in the free and easy grotto. Go get it if you can. Erong Young Chandler laughed loudly, realizing that since the secret was out, he might as well go all in. I stole your immortal artifact, and now someone else has taken it. If you're capable, take it back yourselves. His brazen attitude infuriated the two immortals from the Medicine King sect, who immediately launched an attack against Erong Young Chandler, whose figure had merged with the celestial tiger phantom. The two immortals chanted spells together, summoning forbidden celestial arts. Instantly, the sky darkened as pitch-black clouds pressed down on Erong Young Chandler, with countless green, seaweed-like grasses emerging from the clouds instead of lightning. This shocking scene horrified the righteous cultivators. How could their own immortals use such sinister techniques? It seemed as if Erong Young Chandler was the righteous one, while the Medicine King sect's cultivators looked like devilish figures. Indeed, are you people or just plant spirits? The cultivators of the Medicine King sect have lost their minds, forsaking their humanity for power. Erong Young Chandler mocked, unfazed by the cascade of green grass descending from the sky. Huey transformed into a fierce tiger and charged directly at the two immortals. Huey faced 4 opponents yet took the initiative to attack. Such prowess and such courage. He truly lived up to being the first cultivator of Dongzhou. Even though they were adversaries, the righteous cultivators felt their blood boil. If Erong Young Chandler still had the errand fee and death chessboard, would he really be able to defeat the 4 immortals? Thinking about this, many righteous cultivators found it hard to calm down. 2 thoughts raced through their minds. First, how strong Erong Young Chandler was. Despite being at the same level as the others, he was far superior. Second, how did such a formidable person lose his innate immortal artifact to the free and easy grotto? The cultivators couldn't fathom it. But if given a choice now, Erong Young Chandler would rather fight the 4 immortals than confront the free and easy grotto again. Who knows what hidden tricks lay within that cave? Faced with Erong Young Chandler's fierce attack, Davon and Sullivan couldn't hide their embarrassment. If they failed to stop him, how could they face other righteous cultivators in future battles with devilish ones? Erong Young Chandler, don't be too arrogant. Just one man. Do you think you can win against us 4? Sullivan roared and clashed head-on with Erong Young Chandler. Their collision was like meteors crashing into Earth, emitting dazzling light. Davon assisted on the sidelines, constantly trying to strike Erong Young Chandler from vulnerable spots, just as wind finds every crack. The 2 Medicine King sect immortals continued to manipulate the colossal algae-like grasses to surround Erong Young Chandler, aiming to kill him on the spot. Erong Young Chandler is indeed strong, but doesn't seem very smart. Attacking 4 at once, isn't he asking for death? Yes, maybe he's overconfident after suppressing lesser cultivators for too long. Huey hasn't fought peers in ages. But regardless, Erong Young Chandler's strength is beyond our reach. Even so, he lost his treasure to the free and easy grotto. Is it really safe for us to seek opportunities there? A new question emerged, plunging the crowd into silence. Even someone as powerful as Erong Young Chandler suffered a huge loss inside the free and easy grotto. Would these minor cultivators fare any better? But most cultivators were still focused on the battle between the immortals. Erong Young Chandler was trapped by the 2 Medicine King sect immortals, whose identities remained unknown. Their spells confined even the mighty Erong Young Chandler. The Medicine King sect was profoundly hidden. Whoosh! A heavy sword descended from the sky, looking like it had no blade, only a hilt, but it pierced through the clouds and severely wounded one of the Medicine King sect immortals, shredding the cloths around him. Who is this? The invisible blade heavy sword reappears in the mortal world. Legend has it that this sword fell into the hands of the Azure Dark Hall. It must be one of their members who wielded it. Look at the Medicine King sect immortals. What happened to them? Chapter 226, The Phantom Edge Huivi Sword, Adelianko. At this moment, 2 events caused the cultivators to exclaim in surprise. The first was the reappearance of the Phantom Edge Huivi Sword. This sword was the flagship treasure of the Jinzong sect, the premier weapon forging sect of Eastern Continent. The fame of Jinzong sect extended beyond Eastern Continent. It was renowned throughout the entire Divine Land as a distinguished weapon forging sect. While cultivators in the Divine Land valued their own cultivation, they were also deeply fascinated by their equipment and weapons. Furthermore, for the Tao, everything can be incorporated into cultivation, including weapon forging, which is undoubtedly a method of cultivation. Additionally, understanding the art of weapon forging ensured respect wherever one went. It could truly be said that mastering weapon forging skills meant one had nothing to fear across the world. Mastery of production technology is tantamount to mastering core technology, and Jinzong sect was among the best in the field of weapon forging. The sect had 3,000 cultivators, each an expert in forging. Each of their spirit weapons would bear the name of the forger. These named weapons were often snatched up fiercely by external cultivators. Even a single spirit-grade weapon could cause chaos within a small region, with cultivators fighting over it until blood was shed. This was the renown of Jinzong sect. Over thousands of years since its founding, Jinzong sect created numerous famous masterpieces, one of which was the Phantom Edge Huivi sword. Legend has it that there was a disciple in Jinzong sect who could never complete the final step of casting the sword. The spirit weapon would never form. The forging of spirit weapons differs from ordinary weapons. Forging an ordinary weapon merely requires design plans, knowledge of metal melting points, and material ratios, making replication straightforward. Once these steps were done, experienced blacksmiths could easily create them. But spirit weapons are different. Spirit weapons require the involvement of cultivators who use spiritual power to increase flame temperatures and infuse the weapon with spirit energy. This process is highly intricate. A single mistake could cause the weapon to explode. Thus, the forging of spirit weapons is not a simple task, which explains why weapon forge sect cultivators are so sought after. This young disciple of Jinzong sect consistently failed to forge his spirit weapons. They always exploded before completion, leaving him empty-handed. But he possessed strong cultivation talent, and his sect basically advised him to focus on cultivation rather than weapon forging. Initially, he thought he needed higher cultivation realms, so he diligently practiced until he reached the pinnacle of Yangshan realm, eventually becoming the 5th patriarch of Jinzong sect. Only then did he realize that the problem wasn't his cultivation level, but that he simply couldn't grasp the sect's forging techniques. However, as the new patriarch, he developed a new understanding of forging. Huey realized that the problem wasn't with the sect's methods, but rather that they didn't suit him. So, he began experimenting and repeatedly caused weapons to explode. In Jinzong sect, constantly causing weapons to explode was very shameful, yet no one dared speak against their patriarch. They could only watch helplessly as resources were wasted. One day, the disciples found no trace of their 5th patriarch. Instead, there appeared in the forging pond a sword hilt without a blade. It hung in midair, appearing as though it were supported by an invisible blade, but no one could see it. Cultivators bravely touched it, only to have their fingers severed instantly. The blade of this sword was invisible, even lacking a shadow. Even when blood stained it, it remained unseen, disappearing as if it never existed. When this sword emerged, all other weapons in Jinzong sect seemed to bow in submission. After that, the 5th patriarch was never seen again. Rumors spread that he used his life force to forge the Phantom Edge Huivi sword, and after him, no one could replicate it. Huey did this to make the sword unparalleled. Regarding the rank of this sword, Jinzong sect never disclosed it. However, given how all weapons bowed in submission to it, it was likely an immortal weapon. Sadly, during the Righteous Demonic War, the Dark Azure Hall of the Demonic Path stole this famous immortal weapon from Jinzong sect. Afterward, it disappeared, re-emerging now to wound a Yaowang sect immortal. Its power was evident. There were no dazzling displays of spiritual energy, only sheer sharpness. But what shocked the cultivators most was not the sword's power, but the body of the Yaowang sect immortal. His abdomen was severely cut open by the Phantom Edge Huivi sword, yet no blood flowed out. Instead, a mass resembling seaweed emerged, a substance exactly like Adelianko grass that grew on cliff edges. Damn, do Yaowang sect cultivators cultivate directly with Adelianko? That's ruthless, exclaimed a cultivator, shocking many righteous cultivators, who found the scene unnerving. Even Cord, watching from his cave abode, felt uncomfortable. Inside the cave abode, one could observe the battle outside using a mystic crystal. Cord had enlisted a few minor demonic cultivators to mix into the demonic group, holding mystic crystals. With so many cultivators at Qingsong Mountain, no one noticed the addition of a few unaffiliated minor demonic cultivators. These mystic crystals transmitted the battle scene back to the cave abode. Initially, Cord watched alone, but then decided sharing was more enjoyable. Huey opened the live stream of the battle to everyone in the cave abode. The cultivators inside felt incredibly relaxed, sitting in the cave while observing the immortals fighting outside. The feeling was indescribable. High-ranking immortals, usually untouchable, now unknowingly served as actors for others' entertainment. The cultivators in the cave abode munched on peanuts, sipped wine, completed tasks, and leisurely watched the immortal battles. They enjoyed the spectacle without fearing any collateral damage. Such comfort. Many cultivators saw the Adelianko emerging from the Yaowang sect immortal's abdomen and found it unsettling. Some demonic cultivators even remarked, "You righteous ones cultivate this way? We're not nearly as ruthless, planting grass inside our bodies." Yaowang sect cultivators stayed silent. Outsiders knew nothing about Adelianko or its true purpose, only they understood. This was Yaowang sect's greatest secret. Sigh, hurry up. Are our backers so weak that they can't drive away the demonic cultivators? Should I join the fray? Cord sighed, having expected the gathered Eastern Continent cultivators to expel the demonic ones. Now it seemed difficult, leading him to consider taking action himself. Chapter 227. Shift in the situation. The other 3 immortal cultivators from the demon sect have arrived. The Hall of Heroic Spirits indeed has 4 immortals. The onlookers inside the grotto exclaimed in surprise. Cord shifted his gaze to the battlefield outside, where 3 more immortals had appeared on the demon sect side. Cord recognized these 3 immortals. They had previously attacked Zoyo Grotto. Are these the remaining 3 immortals from the Hall of Heroic Spirits? I hardly remember them. Last time they didn't seem to accomplish much, and they appear to be just avatars of immortals. Cord pondered internally. During the last attack by the Azure Dark Pavilion, only Jetty's true form had come, while the other 3 immortals were all avatars. Over the past few days, there had been no significant changes in personnel, and their delayed appearance now indicated that the 3 immortals with Jetty were still avatars. For mortal-grade cultivators, an immortal avatar was already an unattainable existence. If a Yangshan realm cultivator could slay an immortal's avatar, he could claim to have achieved immortality. However, for an immortal, the difference between an avatar and the true self was too vast. It was unrealistic to defeat other immortals using an avatar, unless there was an overwhelming disparity in combat power. Seeing the 3 immortal avatars from the demon sect, Davon and Sullivan revealed a mocking smile and immediately rebuked. Do you lack capable members in your demon sect? You actually think using avatars can defeat us? Facing the taunt, Jetty shot back without hesitation. To deal with a few riffraff like you, do you really expect our true selves to come out? In truth, the remaining 3 immortals from the Azure Dark Pavilion had long since retreated from central China but had possibly been delayed en route. They should arrive at East Continent's Qingsong Mountain soon. Since you are so arrogant, don't blame us for outnumbering you. 2 immortals from Yaowang sect. Do you still consider yourselves righteous cultivators? If so, let's join forces today to vanquish demons and cleanse evil. Hamish Immoral turned to confirm with the 2 immortals from Yaowang sect, who had undergone significant changes recently, making it unclear whether they were allies or foes. Yaowang sect is naturally considered a righteous sect. One of the immortals replied in a hoarse voice, as if his vocal cords were congested by herbs. Those who became immortals were once prominent figures in Yaowang sect, perhaps even revered as medicinal kings. Their glory days before transforming into this state made one sigh and lament. But now wasn't the time to delve into the Yaowang sect's practices. The immediate priority was dealing with the demon sect and searching Zoyo Grotto for treasures. Thinking this, Davon violently scattered his duster, sending thousands of filaments floating in the air, moving gracefully with the wind. Ha 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 ha, this is what you call a righteous cultivator? What gives you the right to label me a demon? How hypocritical of you. Jetty laughed loudly, leaving the righteous cultivators speechless. In the divine state, righteous cultivators adhered to orthodox practices, each step meticulously followed. But now, Yaowang sect had clearly crossed the line, appearing more demonic than the demon sect. Our hearts remain righteous, pursuing the path of Tao. Our harm only affects ourselves, never others, thus we are righteous. The 2 immortals from Yaowang sect responded to Jetty's taunts for the first time. However, Jetty was not one to just spout insults. The battlefield was now 4 versus 4, with both sides having 4 immortals each. A battle among 8 immortals was an extremely rare sight anywhere in the divine state. Among them, the strongest was undoubtedly Jetty. Facing 4 immortals, he charged again, tearing open a breach in the defenses set up by the 4 righteous immortals. Many righteous cultivators suffered severe injuries from the aftermath. Damn, Jetty is really that formidable? Cord couldn't help but exclaim upon witnessing this scene. In his memory, Jetty didn't seem particularly strong. When Jetty attacked Zoyo Grotto, he barely participated in the fighting, leaving it to the spirit warriors. If Jetty knew what Cord thought, he would be livid. Back then, he endured the genuine and powerful all-equalizing immortal formation. Understanding what an immortal formation meant, one could appreciate how difficult it was for Jetty to protect his companions while under such an array. As for the other 3 demon sect immortal avatars, they were busy grappling with the 7-colored sky devouring Python Blythe. So during the grotto attack, Cord hadn't felt Jetty's group to be exceptionally strong until he saw the battle outside. Only then did he realize how powerful the person whose innate immortal artifact he had taken was. Now reflecting on it, Cord felt he had literally plucked pearls from the tiger's mouth. Any other grotto spirit seeing Jetty would go all out in defense. Yet, Cord had dared to covet their innate immortal artifacts, showcasing immense courage. However, if asked whether he regretted his actions against Jetty, Cord would certainly say yes, not because he regretted offending him but because he wished he had stolen more things. After all, being an immortal, and especially the strongest in East Continent, they must possess numerous valuable items. Stealing just the Aranfian Death chessboard seemed insufficient. Other cultivators, knowing Cord's thoughts, would be shocked and tearfully beg him to behave normally. How can you be so bold? How can other grotto spirits survive? Ahem, getting off topic. All cultivators within Zoyo Grotto were intensely watching the battle transmitted through the magical crystal, akin to workers watching the World Cup in Cord's previous life. See that? Even with 3 immortal avatars, Jetty is dominating the righteous immortals. That's our demon sect's number 1. Watching Jetty's prowess, the demon sect cultivators cheered loudly, supporting him. You must be blind. Did you see Jetty overpowering 4 immortals? Clearly, they're at a disadvantage, and Jetty is looking for a way out. Isn't that right? Do you really think righteous immortals are pushovers? Jetty, no matter how strong, can't face 4 immortals with just 3 avatars. The righteous cultivators rebutted, refusing to back down. Indeed, Jetty was gradually retreating. Despite the support of the other 3 immortal avatars and the stunning invisible sword, they faced 4 genuine immortals. Fighting against a true self with an avatar is too challenging, similar to pitting my single immortal soul against a peer. Lynette Immortal, who was conducting an activity, also raised his head to comment. The situation depicted in the magical crystal showed that the 4 immortals were gradually gaining the upper hand, squeezing the life out of their opponents once they established dominance. Anyone with sharp eyes could see that Jetty and his trio were cornered. No way. Is Lord Jetty going to lose? Some demon sect cultivators looked incredulous, unwilling to accept this reality. Chapter 228. The conflict surrounding the free and easy grotto. At first, Erong Chanleryong could rely on his overwhelming strength to fight alone, crashing through the 4 immortals' encirclement and counterattacking continuously. However, these 4 immortals of the righteous path quickly regained their composure and began to cooperate more effectively. They used their agility and coordination to begin surrounding Erong Chanleryong and his companions. Compared to the demon cultivators, the righteous cultivators were somewhat lacking in combat power. They placed more emphasis on cultivating their spiritual energy, which made their combat skills slightly weaker. But after many years of conflict, the righteous cultivators had gradually developed methods to deal with the demon cultivators. If one couldn't handle it alone, then adding more people was the solution. After all, outnumbering the enemy gave everyone confidence. However, battles among cultivators were not like those of ordinary people. Simply adding more fighters could lead to serious problems if they didn't coordinate well. Thus, righteous cultivators generally learned some rarely used formation techniques, just in case they faced demon cultivators and needed to form an array to confront them. The four immortals on the righteous side, though from different sects, gradually cooperated better after a brief adjustment. Additionally, Erong Chanleryong's three assistants were only spirit avatars, not their true forms, making their combat power relatively weak. Once they solidified their position, the attacks from the righteous immortals grew stronger, gradually tightening the encirclement and reducing the space for Erong Chanleryong and his group. Immortal Hamish, why are they fighting as if it's a matter of life and death? Erong Chanleryong, being pushed into a corner, showed signs of confusion. Fights between immortals were rarely so intense. If Erong Chanleryong managed to break out of the encirclement, it would be the righteous immortals who suffered. This felt like a fight to the death, and Erong Chanleryong couldn't understand why these four righteous immortals were so ruthless. In the past, Immortal Hamish had been like a gentle rabbit, but today he was as ferocious as a tiger. What Erong Chanleryong didn't know was that while maintaining the formation with all his might, Immortal Hamish also let his thoughts drift to the rewards within the free and easy grotto. If I can drive Erong Chanleryong away, I'll immediately head to the free and easy grotto. That wailing white ape king's leg inside might be real. If it is, my whisk can reach another level. His whisk was made from the hair of a wailing white ape. When he became an immortal, the species hadn't gone extinct yet, allowing him to create the spirit artifact from its hair. Over time, enhanced by heavenly treasures, the quality of his whisk improved, reaching the immortal grade. However, the original hair wasn't top-notch, leaving room for improvement. Moreover, the core part of his whisk didn't use the leg bone of a white ape king, only bones from similar demonic beasts. If he could obtain the leg bone of a wailing white ape king, his immortal weapon could advance even further. Hamish believed he had reached a bottleneck in his cultivation. Further progress relied not just on himself, but on a better weapon to endure tribulations. If his innate immortal weapon could be enhanced, he would gain the confidence to face trials and advance his realm. So this trip to the free and easy grotto was crucial to him. Initially, it was just to help a junior disciple, but upon seeing the updated list of opportunities at the foot of Green Pine Mountain, his breathing quickened. There were rare materials long out of existence, exactly what he craved. Hamish knew he must give it his all. What did it matter if Erong Chanleryong blocked the way? He would force through. The other three immortals were in similar positions. They initially came to Green Pine Mountain to help their sect's disciples secure treasures, hoping to boost the sect's development. But when they saw the updated opportunity list filled with extinct rare materials, their hearts raced with desire. Not only Hamish but Sullivan and the two immortals from Medicine King sect also had coveted items. Their longing for the free and easy grotto could no longer be suppressed. Blocking them now meant only one thing, a fight to the death. To cultivators, obstructing someone's search for treasure was akin to murdering their parents, an unforgivable act. Unfortunately for Erong Chanleryong, he had stumbled right into the crosshairs. Erong Chanleryong, take your people and leave at once. The free and easy grotto is not something you demons can monopolize, Hamish sternly declared, giving a clear ultimatum. If Erong Chanleryong left with the demon cultivators, the righteous side wouldn't continue to pressure them. Though their initial intention was to slay demons, confronting this powerful demon lord was too risky, so letting him go was the safer option. But Erong Chanleryong wasn't intimidated. With a sneer, he replied, just because the demon path can't monopolize it, does that mean your righteous cultivators can? Do you really think you have me cornered? Don't forget, you're 4 against 1, and my Dark Azure Hall has 4 immortals too. As soon as Erong Chanleryong finished speaking, the 4 righteous immortals knew something was wrong. Could it be that coincidental? Indeed, fate played its cruel trick. Just as the battle raged, the remaining 3 immortals from Dark Azure Hall arrived, riding blackish-brown clouds shrouded in demonic mist, joining the battlefield on Green Pine Mountain. A shadowy greatsword circled in the air before finding its owner, landing in the hands of one of the immortals from Dark Azure Hall. Oh no, 3 more immortals from Dark Azure Hall have arrived. These are not avatars but real immortals. The righteous cultivators cried out in alarm. The 4 immortals' faces paled. They hadn't expected the other 3 immortals from Dark Azure Hall to show up either. Now it was truly 4 on 4, and the outcome was uncertain. If the righteous side lost, they wouldn't enter the free and easy grotto. Unable to get in, they could only watch helplessly as demon cultivators claimed the rewards. This pain surpassed death. Fellow cultivators, even if the demons add 3 more immortals, our resolve to uphold righteousness shall not waver. Hamish loudly proclaimed, stating their unwavering determination. Even with the arrival of 3 more demon immortals, they wouldn't abandon their quest to enter the free and easy grotto. After all, the allure of the grotto's rewards was irresistible. Initially, Hamish wasn't entirely convinced by the opportunity list issued by the free and easy grotto. But now, with the demon cultivators going to such lengths to block the entrance, even initiating a battle between righteous and demonic forces, anyone would want to investigate and verify the authenticity of the grotto's rewards. Erong Chanleryong, as the blocking party, was also conflicted. Huey knew that even if the righteous cultivators got in, they might not necessarily obtain immortal treasures due to various obstacles. But what if they did? What if they took the errand fee and death chessboard? How could Erong Chanleryong afford to lose such a valuable item? Therefore, regardless of the cost, he must block the entrance to the free and easy grotto until he obtained the errand fee and death chessboard himself. Chapter 229. Sally makes Huier appearance. Based on their respective motives, neither side was willing to yield at the entrance of the Zinio Manor. The righteous cultivators led by Davon were trying desperately to get in, while Jetty only wanted to quickly retrieve his errand fee and death chessboard and leave this cursed place. Those outside wanted to enter, while those inside wished to escape. Sometimes the world could be so ironic. Seeing the arrival of 4 demon path immortals, Marshall felt things weren't looking good for the righteous cultivators. Huey pondered to himself, now that all 4 demon path immortals have arrived, they'll surely overpower the righteous side. I had hoped the righteous side would win, but it doesn't seem very likely. Should I intervene? While the battle between the righteous and demon paths outside was thrilling like a match, Marshall understood clearly. Whoever won would gain entry into Zinio Manor to seek treasures. Out of personal bias, Marshall still preferred the righteous side to win, as the demon path's primary motive was for Jetty to retrieve his errand fee and death chessboard. Jetty had already suffered enough from the schemes within the manor. Huey knew how deep and complex these traps were, realizing that relying on fortune to reclaim a divine artifact was unrealistic. However, the righteous cultivators were unaware. They had been called here by trusted leaders of their own sects without detailed explanations about Zinio Manor. They were simply asked to assist. Drawn by tales of supreme opportunities within, these cultivators naturally came with excitement. Thus, the righteous cultivators outside Zinio Manor had no idea what awaited them. They believed that once they broke through the blockade, supreme treasures would be theirs for the taking. For such naive thoughts, Marshall could only sigh inwardly and touch their heads saying, "Foolish children, how innocent can you be? If these treasures were so easily obtainable, would I still be a cave spirit? Wouldn't my identity as an employee of Bink 6 be for nothing?" On one side were the clueless righteous cultivators who offered little support, and on the other were the experienced demon path cultivators who knew the tricks well and had been providing support for a long time. Most importantly, the demon path was blocking the entrance. The choice was obvious. Marshall thought about joining the righteous side, but he knew his limits. Huey was only at the chi refinement stage, though at a much higher level than usual cultivators. Even so, dealing with immortals was far too difficult. His current chi refinement level was an astonishing 93,256 layers, and it became increasingly harder to advance. Estimating his combat strength, if compared to the monsters in the primordial forest, Marshall felt his fighting power should be around late ascension stage, equivalent to the solar deity realm. Why panel strength? Because Marshall's combat range was quite extreme. If the opponent didn't defend or only used basic protection, Marshall believed his punch could severely wound a solar deity cultivator or even slightly injure an immortal. But if the opponent set up robust defenses, Marshall might not even stand a chance against someone at the highest tribulation transcendence stage, which is the fusion realm. In the primordial forest, Marshall once encountered a defense-specialized monster that took days to defeat until he found its weakness. Thus, Marshall acknowledged his capabilities. The immense popularity boost from many cultivators was indeed beneficial, and the Chi Refinement 10,000 Layers technique was truly an immortal-level cultivation method. But his attacks lacked penetrative power. Although his attack power was high, it couldn't penetrate strong defenses. Moreover, outside the manor, Marshall couldn't activate the immortal arrays for assistance. Inside the manor, he could initiate them, making even immortals led by Jetty unable to breach. Outside, he lost the array protection. Lastly, the Huevenly Dao had repeatedly emphasized that the cave spirit should not leave before reaching the concealment stage. Within the cave spirit's secret realm, this didn't count as leaving the manor, which was originally designed for the cave spirit's activities. In the Shenzhou world, there weren't many cave spirits roaming freely anyway. Considering all factors, Marshall hesitated to leave the manor, but if he didn't act, the righteous cultivators would probably lose to Jetty's group. The entrance was already blocked by demon path cultivators, and prolonged blockage would spell disaster. Despite his high popularity now, it was confined mainly to the Tai Chi secret realm. In Tang family's secret realm, facing their entire accumulated strength, this popularity might not suffice. Furthermore, popularity could diminish over time. Without new visitors, the popularity would decline, making it even harder for Marshall to break out. So, although there seemed to be no immediate crisis, Zinio Manor was being pushed to a corner, and this door-blocking issue must be resolved. Sally, go help and drive away the demon path cultivators. Reluctantly, Marshall dispatched his guardian beast, the colorful swallow Hueven python named Sally. As an intelligent beast, Sally knew who had nurtured her from a small snake to a powerful celestial beast. She understood gratitude better than humans. When Marshall instructed her to assist, she did not hesitate. Leaving the manor, her body expanded dramatically, becoming a colossal figure, stretching for hundreds of miles, coiling amid lightning and thunder. Her body in the clouds shimmered like a seven-colored rainbow. This was the true form of the colorful swallow Hueven python. Inside the manor, her size was compressed to fit the space, suppressing her full strength. Now released, Sally's appearance was met with awe from both sides. This is Zinio Manor's guardian beast, the colorful swallow Hueven python. Its aura is overwhelming. Only immortals can contend with such a beast. We shouldn't even think about it. Has Zinio Immortal summoned the python to ease pressure for us righteous cultivators? Huey supports our side. I doubt it. It's because Jetty violated the manor's rules that Zinio Immortal acted. Amidst the discussions, Marshall's voice boomed from the sky. Jetty has repeatedly ignored my manor's rules. Huey shall now face punishment. Chapter 230. Pretending to be relaxed. Cord's words directly define the situation of Blythe, assisting the righteous cultivators. If he didn't say this, it would appear as if the Immortal Cave was targeting demonic cultivators, which could be detrimental for its long-term development. To Cord, there were no distinctions between righteous and demonic cultivators. Huey paid no attention to what kind of people they were or what cultivation methods they practiced before coming here. As long as they came to the Immortal Cave, they contributed to its popularity. However, if any cultivator violated the rules of the Immortal Cave, Cord had to act against them as a warning to others, to prevent more trouble. If not, one day the Azure Dark Hall might block the entrance and another day the Crimson Bright Hall might follow suit, leaving the Immortal Cave in constant turmoil. Now is the best time to take action, with the immortals from both sides engaged in battle. The righteous side had been at a disadvantage, but introducing an immortal beast could change everything. Blythe is out. I hope there's no chaos within the cave. Cord looked at his cave somewhat worriedly. Previously, the stability of the immortal cave depended partly on the immortal array and partly on Blythe. Without Blythe, Sienna and Christiana, along with the two imprisoned immortal souls, causing unrest would be a headache for Cord. Yet, he couldn't simply kill them all. Luckily, it seemed Sienna and Christiana had grown accustomed to life inside the immortal cave. Even with Blythe gone, the two women showed no intention of stirring trouble or leaving. Christiana even cheered for Blythe on the crystal projection. She often played with Blythe during her free time, so they were quite familiar. They seemed to have forgotten their captive status. The girls from the divine continent are truly simple-hearted, Cord remarked, shaking his head upon seeing this. Not just Sienna and Christiana, but even elders Arwen, Bathing Rain, and Bountiful Immortal had no intentions of leaving. This brought Cord some relief because these individuals were significant sources of popularity for the immortal cave. To further improve the translation for better fluency and consistency, they seem to have forgotten their captives. The girls from the divine continent are so innocent and pure-hearted, Cord sighed, shaking his head as he watched. Not only Sienna and Christiana, but even elders Arwen, Bathing Rain, and Bountiful Immortal showed no intention of leaving. This gave Cord a sense of relief since these individuals were crucial contributors to the popularity of the immortal cave. Bathing Rain and Bountiful Immortal initially couldn't leave. Then Cord allowed them to study the immortal array together, sparking their interest. Later, Cord seized Jetty's Erenfian Death chessboard, a weapon whose power both admired and coveted, drawing them into daily chess games. Eventually, Cord procured rare cultivation materials that even immortals lusted after. In short, Bathing Rain and Bountiful Immortal were thoroughly impressed by the richness of resources within the immortal cave and wouldn't leave even if asked. Cord's concerns were indeed baseless. He lacked confidence in the allure of his own place. Can Blythe lead the righteous cultivators to victory? Dispatching the guardian beast indicates that the immortal cave is facing a huge crisis this time. Sienna mused while watching the battlefield. Turning to Cord, she noted his calm expression and asked, "Do you think Blythe will definitely win?" "It's hard to say," Cord responded, sounding heartfelt yet unconcerned. "You don't seem worried." "No, because I shouldn't be. It's best if Blythe can help the righteous cultivators expel the demons, but even if not, other opportunities will arise. If this collective attack by righteous cultivators fails, would any Eastern Continent forces dare challenge the Azure Dark Hall? When the demon army gathers, even the immortal cave will face immense pressure. Sienna expressed her views, perceiving the current situation as a last stand. Not in the East, but elsewhere? Cord reminded her. Yes, the Sunzhou world isn't limited to the Eastern Continent. There's also the North Peak, West Desert, South Continent, and the Central Land where cultivators are stronger and more numerous. If forces from those regions intervened, expelling the demonic presence wouldn't be a problem. But, note, I've maintained the term Sunzhou world, as it seems to be a proper noun or specific name for the world/universe in context. If you'd prefer it translated or have a specific way you want it handled, please let me know. Would cultivators from other regions travel thousands of miles to assist the Eastern Continent just for the opportunity to explore a reputationally mixed immortal cave? Sienna countered intelligently, aware of wider implications. Yes, they will come. The stronger the demons blocking our doors, the more they'll be drawn here. It's human nature, Cord replied with a smile. Despite his words, he didn't want to wait that long. Each day Jetty blocked the entrance cost him much in terms of popularity. Resolving matters sooner rather than later was crucial. After resolving the demonic threat, he still had to deal with the Tang family's secret realm. Unbeknownst to Cord, when Bridget was captured back to the Tang family's secret realm, the illustrious Erenglong sect from the Central Land was already heading towards the Eastern Continent to drive away the demonic forces outside the immortal cave. Had Cord known, he'd find it surprising since his initial conflict with Jetty had little to do with Bridget, solely because the Azure Dark Hall aimed to curb his development. While Central Land reinforcements hadn't arrived, righteous immortals clashed again with Jetty and his allies. With Blythe aiding, the balance of power shifted significantly. "This huge snake, it actually left the immortal cave," exclaimed the second-ranked warrior of the Heroic Spirit Hall, Adelia Nua. Huey wore a slightly tight robe and specialized in heavy swords, wielding the Phantom Blade sword effortlessly despite its enormous weight. Having fought Blythe before, Adelia Nua recognized the Guardian Beast and its intense focus. The Guardian Beast leaving signifies the owner of the immortal cave wants us expelled. But the more desperate he becomes, the less likely we'll leave, Jetty sneered. The four immortal warriors regrouped, launching a fierce clash with the newly bolstered righteous forces. Chapter 231. Disarming without a fight. With the assistance of an immortal beast from the free and easy cave, these demon cultists still dare to be so arrogant. They treat us as if we're nothing. Seeing Jetty and his group were still preparing to attack despite facing the immortal seven-colored devouring python, Davon immediately joined forces with the other three righteous immortals to form an array to fight alongside Erental Flower. Erental Flower was straightforward. Wherever Cord directed her to strike, she would strike. Since the righteous immortals were willing to help, Erental Flower reluctantly cooperated. Damn, the demon cult has only 4 immortals but they need to deal with 4 righteous immortals and 1 immortal beast. How is that possible? Even more absurdly, they refuse to let us pass. This force could overturn any sect in Eastern Continent. No sect can afford to use an immortal beast for protection. The more they block us, the more valuable the treasures inside free and easy cave must be. It shows this cave indeed houses supreme treasures. Otherwise, the demon cult wouldn't guard its entrance so stubbornly. Charge. Kill all the demons. After exterminating them, we'll have a glimpse of hope in our cultivation journey. The righteous cultivators shouted, urging for the extermination of demons. The battle was not just between immortals. Even mortal-level cultivators launched charges fearlessly. Ordinarily, once a battle involved immortals, it was beyond the involvement of mortal-level cultivators. Regardless of the situation on the ground, victory by either side's immortals would decide the fate of the entire battle. When it came to immortals fighting, others usually just watched and cheered without interfering. But today was different. Despite the fierce aerial combat among immortals, the righteous cultivators continued their charges. They aimed to rush into free and easy cave, believing it housed supreme treasures. Immortals in the sky may overlook them, But breaking through the demon cult's blockade would allow many cultivators to enter Free and Easy Cave. Entering Free and Easy Cave meant a bright future. Why endure harsh cultivation? Finding one treasure within could equate to decades of cultivation. Faced with this unexpected scenario, Cord hadn't anticipated that his list of opportunities would be so appealing. Even less did he expect the demon cultist's blockade to confirm its authenticity, driving the cultivators into frenzy.